Mecha era 2077, April 6th. Cloudy weather. Jiangling no. One high school classroom of class 1 grade 3. Sigh 18 years have passed, and there's still no golden finger. Lin Yu sighed deeply. That's right. He was actually a time traveler. He was very handsome. It had been 18 years since he came to this blue star. In this world, everyone had the chance to awaken their own mecha. People also called it the Mecha world. Survival of the fittest, eternal truth. Only by becoming a mecha pilot could one obtain power and status. Ordinary people in this world could only live at the very bottom, struggling and suffering all their lives. At the same time, this world was dangerous. Outside the safe zones were terrifying giant beasts and countless treacherous dungeons and secret realms. Only mecha pilots could summon their mechas to kill these beasts. Mecha grades mortal level, general level, king level, emperor level, saint level, divine level. The higher the mecha grade, the greater its energy and explosive power. To upgrade a mecha, one needed to kill beasts to gain mecha experience points. It felt like a game of leveling up by killing monsters. Mech pilot ranks 1 star, 2 star, 10 star, stellar, legendary, divine. I must become a mecha pilot. Back then, when Lin Yu learned about this world, he made up his mind. Since he had traveled here, he certainly couldn't remain an ordinary person. But reality was harsh. He slowly realized he didn't seem to have any talent in this area. His cultivation was extremely slow. To awaken his own mecha, he needed to cultivate his spiritual energy to 100. Currently, my spiritual energy value is only 66. Lin Yu shook his head. The other classmates in the class had basically reached over 80. Only Lin Yu was still in the 60s. In the eyes of his classmates, Lin Yu was the bottom of the class. Lin Yu, are you okay? You've been spacing out during class. At this moment, a boy beside him asked with some concern. His name was Qin Feiyu. He was considered Lin Yu's only friend. It's nothing. I just feel that becoming a mecha pilot is too difficult. Lin Yu replied with a smile. He had been feeling lost these days. Moreover, time was running out. The college entrance exam was approaching. If he couldn't awaken his mecha before the exam, there would probably be no hope for the rest of his life. Don't worry, take it slowly. Qin Feiyu knew Lin Yu's situation. He couldn't help much, so he could only comfort him. Thanks. Lin Yu felt warmth in his heart. Don't mention it. We're friends. He'll have your back. Qin Feiyu patted Lin Yu's shoulder and laughed heartily. By the way, I probably won't come to school anymore. Qin Feiyu continued. Not coming? Lin Yu asked curiously. Several classmates have already awakened their mechas. My dad bought me Tenzing Yuan pills so I can cultivate at home and reach 100 spiritual energy earlier. After all, just awakening a mecha isn't enough to get into a good mecha university. Qin Feiyu explained. Then you should cultivate well. Lin Yu nodded. These Xing Yuan pills could stimulate one's potential and increase spiritual energy faster. Each pill cost 1 million. 10 pills would be 10 million. But for mecha pilots, 10 million was easy money. Qin Feiyu's parents were mecha pilots. Time passed unnoticed. Soon it was afternoon dismissal. In class, Lin Yu tried hard to cultivate, but felt no progress at all. It was as if an insurmountable chasm appeared before him. Lin Yu and Qin Feiyu walked home together. They both lived in the same neighborhood. Jiangling no. One villa area. It was one of the most luxurious residences in Jiangling City. Only the rich and powerful could live here. Lin Yu, cultivate well. At the entrance of a villa, Qin Feiyu said seriously to Lin Yu. Don't worry, I won't give up. You cultivate well too. I hope next time we meet, you'll see your awakened mecha. Lin Yu nodded in response. After saying goodbye to Qin Feiyu, he walked forward for a few hundred meters. He arrived at his own doorstep. It was also an independent villa. His parents were not mecha pilots. 3 years ago, they still lived in a cramped and dilapidated small building. Ever since his sister awakened her mecha and was admitted to the top mecha university, their family's life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Now their family had a wonderful life, all thanks to his sister. This was why everyone wanted to become a mecha pilot. Not only could it change one's own destiny, but it could also make one's family live better. I'm home. Lin Yu pushed open the door and walked in. Entering the hall, he immediately smelled the aroma of food. The dining table was already filled with delicious dishes. Lin Yu felt his appetite surge. Brother, you're finally back. The food is almost cold. A girl sitting on the sofa stood up quickly, pouted her cherry lips, and expressed her minor dissatisfaction. She was Lin Yu's younger sister, Lin Jiaojiao. Long black hair, big beautiful eyes, delicate nose bridge, soft pink lips. She had fully inherited her mother's beauty. All right, come eat now. At this moment, their mother Li Wenjing came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl of soup. The family quickly sat down and began eating dinner. Lin Yu, what's your spiritual energy value now? During the meal, Lin Fangping looked at Lin Yu and asked. He no longer worried about his eldest daughter. He hoped that Lin Yu and Lin Jiaojiao could also become mecha pilots. Still only 66. The college entrance exam is not far away. Your sister gave you this, and I also bought some. Lin Fangping took out a wooden box. When the wooden box was opened, there were 20 Xing Yuan pills inside, worth 20 million. Boo-hoo, why don't I have any? Lin Jiaojiao pretended to be pitiful. Don't you know your brother's situation? Lin Fangping said. It wasn't that he favored Lin Yu. Xingyuan pills could stimulate potential and increase spiritual energy faster. But it was also a drain on one's potential, possibly limiting future achievements. Lin Jiaojiao was also talented. At only 15, her spiritual energy was already 69. That is to say, barring accidents, Lin Jiaojiao could reach 100 spiritual energy through her own cultivation, and her future achievements would be higher. Making her take the Xingyuan pill would actually harm her. I was just joking. Lin Jiaojiao playfully stuck out her tongue. She was no longer a child. She understood the reasoning. Of course, she wouldn't blame her father for being biased. She knew her brother's chances were running out. This was the warmth of family. Lin Yu's heart was deeply moved. Mom, Dad, rest assured. I will cultivate well and become a mecha pilot. Lin Yu stood up and promised earnestly. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room. Looking at the wooden box in his hand, he murmured, "Hope these 20 source enhancement pills can help me." He felt he was the most failed time traveler. Having arrived in this world 18 years ago, no golden finger had ever appeared. Now his only hope rested on these source enhancement pills. When Lin Yu picked up one pill, a cold voice resounded in his mind. Detected source enhancement pill can be converted into 1 energy point. At the same time, an illusory panel appeared, seemingly visible only to him. Name: Lin Yu, race human, divine mech body, not activated, mech pilot level none, energy points 0, spiritual energy 66, mech none. System panel. Lin Yu became excited. He was already fantasizing about how powerful he would become in the future. But soon he calmed down. What is divine mech body? Lin Yu wondered. He had never heard of it before. Divine mech body allows you to possess 7 mechs. A piece of information popped up, leaving Lin Yu utterly astonished. This divine mech body was incredible. In his memory, each person could only awaken 1 mech. Throughout history, no one had ever owned 7 mechs. Did he actually possess such a heaven-defying divine mech body? It meant he was the most monstrous genius in this world. How to activate the divine mech body? Lin Yu could hardly wait. Divine mech body activation requires 10 energy points. Ding, detected 20 source enhancement pills can be absorbed and converted into 20 energy points. Start. Lin Yu nodded vigorously. It seemed the divine mech body would be fully activated soon. At his command, all the source enhancement pills in front of him turned into beams of light surging into his body. Lin Yu felt nothing special. Energy points 20, opening the personal panel. Name: Lin Yu, race human, divine mech body, not activated, mech pilot level none. Energy points 20, spiritual energy 66, mech none. Now, it was clear his energy points had reached 20. You have enough energy points. Start activating the divine mech body. Definitely activate. Lin Yu replied. Deducting 10 energy points. Divine mech body activation in progress. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an immense force surge from within his body. His vision went dark and he fell onto the bed motionless. But his consciousness had arrived in a peculiar space. This space was extremely vast, like an entire world. Then 7 towering platforms appeared before him. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the divine mech body. Where is this? Lin Yu asked curiously. This is your mech space. Mech space. The divine mech body is indeed powerful. I haven't even awakened a mech yet, but it has already opened a mech space for me. Lin Yu said excitedly. Looking at the 7 enormous platforms, he nodded slowly. So these should be my mech slots. Indeed, 7 of them. 1 mech slot meant he could own 7 mechs. But how do I obtain 7 mechs? Suddenly a question occurred to him. Answer: when you reach a certain mech pilot level, you will automatically awaken mechs. Currently, to awaken your first mech, you need to reach 100 spiritual energy. Lin Yu nodded as if a bright road had appeared before him. After exiting the mech space, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his body had become stronger. Now that I've awakened the divine mech body, my cultivation speed should be much faster. With that, Lin Yu sat cross-legged and entered a cultivation state. At school, the teacher had taught them the basic spiritual energy cultivation method. The spiritual energy cultivation method was used to raise the mech pilot level. The energy cultivation method taught in high school could help students reach 1-star mech pilot. After becoming a 1-star mech pilot, to continue leveling up required a higher-level spiritual energy cultivation method. Powerful methods were not easy to obtain. Of course, as long as one passed the entrance exam for a mech university, they could learn profound cultivation methods. Mech universities were places that trained true mech pilots. During this cultivation, Lin Yu felt his energy absorption speed had increased hundreds of times. Perhaps in less than a week, he could raise his spiritual energy value to 100. He stayed up all night cultivating diligently. At 7 o'clock the next morning, the alarm clock rang. Lin Yu stopped cultivating slowly, opened his eyes, and reached out to turn off the alarm. After one night of cultivation, my spiritual energy value has reached 75. Lin Yu was very excited. It had increased from 66 to 75. This speed was definitely very fast. Perhaps not even a week, but 2 or 3 days he could reach 100 spiritual energy. He'll just cultivate at home, I won't go to school. Lin Yu decided. After all, at school the teacher only guided and supervised their cultivation. Asking for leave was very simple. He just needed to send a message to the homeroom teacher. After washing up, Lin Yu walked out of his room. After cultivating all night, he was quite hungry. He needed to eat before continuing. Morning, big bro. Lin Xiaojiao, who was having breakfast, smiled. For some reason she could sense that her big brother was very happy right now. Where are mom and dad? Lin Yu nodded and asked. They went out to exercise. Lin Xiaojiao looked at Lin Yu with curiosity, unable to hold back. Bro, you seem really happy. Of course my spiritual energy broke through. Lin Yu nodded. As for the divine mech body, he would keep it secret for now. He understood the principle of possessing a treasure invites calamity. Really? How much did it break through to? Lin Xiaojiao was happy. 75 spiritual energy. Increased 9 points in one night, that's indeed fast. Lin Xiaojiao nodded. It seems the source enhancement pills really worked. But she felt a bit of regret. Using so many pills. She feared her brother's future achievements might be limited. Still, even so, it was far better than being an ordinary person. After finishing breakfast, I'm going back to my room to cultivate. Lin Yu stood up and headed back. Not going to school. I asked for leave cultivating at home. The most urgent task was to awaken his own mech as soon as possible and become a true mech pilot. Time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, he had been cultivating until midday. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes within himself. My spiritual energy value has risen to 80. This divine machine body was truly extraordinary. After its awakening, his cultivation speed had advanced at an incredible pace. If only I could directly raise it to 100 spiritual energy points now. Lin Yu sighed. He was already burning with impatience to awaken his very own mecha. He wondered what grade of mecha he would awaken. A friendly reminder: using energy points can rapidly boost your spiritual energy value. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yu was stunned. He had been diligently cultivating for so long for nothing. If he had known he could use energy points earlier, he would probably have already awakened his mecha by now. The system seemed to be saying you never asked. However, Lin Yu did not dwell on it. Instead, he grew even more excited. But what else can energy points be used for? Energy points have many uses. They can enhance your spiritual energy mecha skills and cultivation methods. So if I have enough energy points, I can become invincible. Lin Yu became increasingly thrilled. You could put it that way. Then how do I obtain energy points? Various rare treasures can be converted into energy points. I see. It seems obtaining energy points is quite simple. Lin Yu nodded. After that, he knew what he had to do. Just earn more energy points. Let's start. Directly raise my spiritual energy to 100. It requires 10 energy points. Do you wish to consume them? Yes, hurry up. Deducting 10 energy points. Beginning to enhance your spiritual energy. In an instant, Lin Yu felt a surging torrent of energy welling up within him. As he looked at his personal status panel, his spiritual energy value was rapidly increasing. In just a few seconds, his spiritual energy reached 100. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human, divine machine body. Activated Mecha master. Rank: none. Energy points: 0. Spiritual energy: 100. Mecha: none. Does this mean I can awaken my mecha now? Your spiritual energy has reached 100. You can awaken your first mecha. Do you wish to begin the awakening now? Awaken. Lin Yu nodded firmly. Mecha awakening successful. Immediately he hurried into his mecha space. The first thing Lin Yu saw filled him with overwhelming awe. His first mecha was humanoid, standing a full 100 meters tall. A massive battle axe was mounted on the back of this mecha. In the entire world, there has never been a giant mecha of 100 meters, has there? Lin Yu murmured. Divine grade mecha Pangu. Equipment: heaven-splitting axe. Divine artifact. Owner: Lin Yu. The mecha's information appeared before his eyes. Lin Yu was stunned once again. A divine grade mecha. It was actually a divine grade mecha. He knew that a divine grade mecha had never appeared anywhere in the world. Legend had it that such a mecha possessed the power to annihilate heaven and earth. With this divine grade mecha, I can probably strut around this world unchallenged from now on. Lin Yu laughed with exhilaration. He was the divine machine body. Just one divine grade mecha was enough to make him invincible in this world. If he awakened 7 divine grade mechas, wouldn't that be even more invincible? Just thinking about it was incredibly thrilling. Perhaps it was even achievable. With the mecha successfully awakened, I am now a true mecha master. In the afternoon, I'll summon this mecha. Lin Yu muttered. The feeling of piloting a divine grade mecha must be splendid. After exiting the mecha space, he heard Lin Xiaojiao's call. Bro, come downstairs for lunch. Hearing this, Lin Yu left his room. He arrived at the dining table and sat down. Seeing the table laden with lavish meat dishes, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was indeed very hungry. Soon Lin Yu began devouring the food ravenously. This meat was no ordinary meat, it was specially processed giant beast meat. Ordinary people could strengthen their bodies by eating it. For Mecha masters, it provided a certain degree of enhancement. This giant beast meat was expensive and ordinary families could not afford it. The fact that they could eat such meat every day was all thanks to his sister becoming a Mecha master and receiving focused training. His sister had awakened a royal-grade Mecha. In this world, that was considered an exceptionally rare Mecha. Awakening a Mecha of this level already marked her as one of the top Mecha prodigies. Lin, you don't push yourself too hard, Li Wenjing said with some concern as she watched him wolf down his food. Mom, don't worry, Lin Yu assured her. He did not reveal the news that he had already awakened a Mecha, and a divine grade one at that. After all, it had happened too quickly. He feared they might not be able to accept it right away. He would surprise them later. After lunch, Lin Yu felt utterly content. The feeling of a full meal was truly wonderful. My spiritual energy increased by 1 point without me even cultivating. Spiritual energy 101. This surprised Lin Yu greatly. Answer: because you are the divine machine body. Consuming giant beast meat containing energy allowed the divine machine body to automatically convert it. This divine machine body is too overpowered. Lin Yu swallowed hard. Did this mean he wouldn't need to cultivate anymore and could just eat giant beast meat? Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a while, Lin Yu said, standing up. All right, stay safe. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing nodded and reminded him. Bro, where are you going? Lin Zhaojiao asked curiously. Just going out for a walk, Lin Yu said, waving his hand. Take me with you. I want to go out too. Lin Zhaojiao pleaded. Next time for sure, Lin Yu said as he walked out the door. He was heading to a dungeon. Lin Zhaojiao had not yet become a Mecha master. So even if Lin Yu wanted to take her along, there was no way to bring her into the dungeon. After leaving the villa complex, he walked along a wide street flanked by towering buildings exuding a cyberpunk atmosphere. Spaceships zipped swiftly across the sky. The surrounding billboards were all adorned with images of mechas. The large screens played videos of mecha battles, incredibly dazzling. In this world, everyone aspired to become a mecha master. My classmates are probably still working hard to raise their spiritual energy. I wonder what expressions they'll have when they find out I've awakened a divine-grade mecha. Lin Yu smiled faintly. He then quickened his pace toward the nearest beginner dungeon. Both dungeons and secret realms had level requirements. Jiangling City possessed only one novice dungeon situated at the city's heart. Anyone who had awakened a mecha would enter this novice dungeon to level up and gain experience. Previously, several students in the class had awakened their mechas early, and the school teachers had specially guided them into this novice dungeon. With the teacher's assistance, their mecha levels would rise swiftly. Of course, while enhancing the mecha's level was crucial, improving the mecha pilot's own combat abilities was even more important. No matter how formidable the mecha, if one couldn't control it, it was utterly useless. Facing ferocious giant beasts, a mecha pilot's combat prowess had to be sufficiently strong. After all, it was the pilot who controlled the mecha, not the mecha controlling the pilot. It was akin to playing a game. Equipment was important, but technique and skill mattered more. Even a very weak mecha in the hands of a truly powerful pilot could unleash terrifying might. The subsequent Mecha College entrance exam was also held within a special secret realm. The exam's content was simple: slay giant beasts. The more giant beasts one killed, the higher the score. A higher score naturally led to admission into a good mecha university. We've arrived. This is Jiangling City's novice dungeon. Arriving at the city center, they found a vast square. Directly ahead was a device resembling a space-time gate towering at least 100 meters high. It was utterly magnificent. This was the entrance to the novice dungeon. By walking straight in, one could formally enter the dungeon. At that very moment, many people could be seen walking inside. They were mostly in groups. Looking around, only Lin Yu stood here alone. He possessed a divine-grade mecha. Coupled with his previous mecha simulation battles where he had achieved excellence, every time Lin Yu was confident he could complete the mecha upgrade all by himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu walked straight in. You have entered the novice dungeon. The instant he entered, everything before him was pitch black. Then a dazzling light forced him to close his eyes. When he sensed the light had faded and opened his eyes again, Lin Yu found himself amidst an incredibly desolate mountain range. This dungeon is truly miraculous. It feels like I've arrived in another world, Lin Yu muttered. Rumbling sounds drew his gaze to distant massive giant beasts. These giant beasts had colossal bodies at least several tens of meters tall. A human standing before them was like an ant. The giant beasts in this novice dungeon were the weakest of their kind. Yet even the weakest giant beast couldn't be dealt with by human strength alone. One had to rely on a mecha. Giant beast strength ape level 1. Information popped up. In his view, there were a full 10 strength apes. He saw no other mechas around. It seemed he had been teleported to a remote corner of the novice dungeon. The novice dungeon space was incredibly vast. It was quite normal not to encounter other mecha pilots yet. Summon Pangu Mecha. Lin Yu began the summoning process immediately. As if receiving his command, the Pangu Mecha within the mecha space activated instantly. In almost the span of a single breath, the Pangu Mecha materialized behind Lin Yu. The next second, Lin Yu transformed into a beam of light and entered the mecha's interior. So this is the feeling of truly piloting a mecha. Lin Yu was immensely excited. It was utterly incomparable to the mecha simulation pod. At that moment, he felt as though he had merged with the Pangu Mecha. He was the mecha, and the mecha was him. As Lin Yu gently raised his arm, the Pangu Mecha's arm rose in unison. Within just a few minutes, Lin Yu had completely adapted to piloting this divine-grade mecha. Pangu grade divine grade mecha level 10100 skills, non-equipment creation, axe divine artifact. I've heard the teacher say before that mecha skills can enable a mecha to unleash even greater damage or other effects. To master mecha skills, one needs a mecha skill book. Mechas of royal grade and above have innate skills that can be automatically activated once the mecha reaches a certain level. I suspect this divine grade mecha surely has its own mecha skills too. Lin Yu pondered. Although the Pangu Mecha currently had no skills mastered. Given Lin Yu's current proficiency, he was fully capable of performing basic mecha attacks. His previous mecha simulations were not in vain. The giant beasts before him now seemed incredibly weak compared to the Pangu Mecha. Others came here for training. For a moment, Lin Yu felt as though he was here to crush weaklings. Then let the battle begin. Lin Yu piloted the Pangu Mecha charging forward. At incredible speed, in just the blink of an eye, he arrived before those few strength ape giant beasts. At that moment, the strength apes also began their attacks swiftly. They feel so weak. Lin Yu stood still, allowing the giant beasts to attack. They failed to inflict any damage on his mecha. Then Lin Yu decided not to toy with them any longer. He had mentally prepared for a tough fight, yet these giant beasts couldn't even scratch him. Piloting the mecha, he crushed them one by one with his foot. Those strength apes were instantly reduced to pulp. Slain level 1 giant beast strength ape, gain mecha experience 10 slain, level 1 giant beast strength ape, gain mecha experience 10 slain, level 1 giant beast strength ape, gain mecha experience 10. In just over 10 seconds, the 10 level 1 strength apes here were trampled to death by him. He had gained a total of 100 mecha experience points. Effortless. Your Pangu Mecha has leveled up. Pangu grade divine grade mecha level 200. As the mecha's level increases, the required mecha experience points grow. Next, I need to kill 20 level 1 giant beasts. Lin Yu nodded, and the head of the Pangu Mecha also nodded in response. Next, Lin Yu checked his spiritual energy value. Piloting a mecha consumed spiritual energy. Just the simple act of piloting the Pangu Mecha to raise its foot and stomp the giant beasts had consumed over 20 points of his spiritual energy. That's strange. Why is my spiritual energy fully restored? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer: this is one of the abilities of the Mech God Body. As long as you enter a combat state, you will automatically recover 1 point of spiritual energy per second. This ability will improve with your mecha pilot level. This ability is incredibly powerful. From now on, won't I have unlimited spiritual energy? Lin Yu grew increasingly excited. Piloting a mecha consumed spiritual energy, and using mecha skills consumed even more. If spiritual energy recovered fast enough during battle, it would be like having an endless supply. Then he could use mecha skills one after another without interruption. Then Lin Yu took the initiative to hunt down the giant beasts. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours slipped by. Congratulations, your Pangu Mecha has been upgraded to level 5. With the level increase, every attribute of the Pangu Mecha multiplied exponentially. Huff, the pace of leveling up is quite swift. It's just a pity that there are too few of these giant beasts. Lin Yu let out a sigh. Facing these level 1 beasts, a single glance was enough to obliterate them. Pangu Mecha skill automatically activated. Mecha skill Heaven and Earth / Heaven and Earth / is an explosive skill that can double the power output. As skill proficiency increases, the power multiplier will rise accordingly. Each use consumes 100 points of spiritual energy. So this is the skill of a divine grade mecha. Truly awe-inspiring. However, with my current spiritual energy reserves, I can only use Heaven and Earth / once at most. Lin Yu was utterly astounded at this moment. Simultaneously, he realized that his most urgent task was to enhance his own spiritual energy reserves. There's still time. I'll continue to level up. Lin Yu made his decision. Possessing the divine mech body, he could continuously restore his spiritual energy while in combat. Boom, boom, boom. Controlling the divine grade Pangu Mecha, he began swiftly annihilating the giant beasts within this novice dungeon. It was utterly invincible. If any other mecha pilots were present, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless by the scene before them. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Ding Dong Pangu Mecha upgraded to level 7. Pangu grade divine grade mecha level 70700 skill heaven and earth / equipment sky opening axe divine artifact. Huff, now let me test this heaven and earth / Lin Yu took a deep breath. There were no other giant beasts in the vicinity. He could only target the massive mountain before him. Under his control, the Pangu mecha wielded the divine sky opening axe. As a divine artifact, this weapon itself possessed immense power. Heaven and earth / skill activated. The next moment, the sky-opening axe erupted with a terrifying radiance. With a single swing, it cleaved toward the mountain ahead. Rumble! A deafening roar echoed. Before Lin Yu's eyes, the colossal mountain was split cleanly in two. Even the earth was rent asunder, forming an immense chasm. Warning! Warning! Spiritual energy depleted, unable to sustain the Pangu mecha. In the next instant, the Pangu mecha dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. It returned to its mecha space. Lin Yu landed on the ground, panting heavily. Gazing at the mountain split in two and the abyss-like rift, he stood utterly stunned. The unleashed power was terrifying beyond belief. The divine grade mecha. The divine artifact sky-opening axe. Heaven and earth / which doubled the power. These factors combined to create such overwhelming might. From now on, Lin Yu could easily fight above his level. A divine grade mecha is truly formidable. Lin Yu was now exhilarated to the extreme. The only pity was that with his current strength, he could execute the heaven and earth / mecha skill only once. He sat down cross-legged on the spot. Practicing the spiritual energy cultivation method taught at school, the depleted spiritual energy within his body rapidly recovered. However, to increase his spiritual energy reserves, he required a more advanced cultivation method. Now that he was a one-star mecha pilot, the basic spiritual energy cultivation method from school could no longer enhance his spiritual energy reserves. It's time to go home, otherwise mom and dad will worry. After fully recovering his spiritual energy, Lin Yu stood up, exit the novice dungeon. As the words left his lips, his entire form dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. Not long after, dozens of mechas rapidly converged at the site where he had fought. They had heard the thunderous roar from before. When they arrived, they were all stunned. To cleave such a massive mountain in two requires what kind of power? Not only did it split the mountain, but it also carved out an abyssal rift. At least the strength of a 5-star mecha pilot is needed, and the awaken mecha must be at least a general grade or above. These mecha pilots had only recently awakened their mechas. They had come here to level up, never expecting to witness such a shocking sight. It was just a pity that they arrived too late. Perhaps they could have seen the figure of that powerful expert. Yet they would never fathom that all before them was the work of Lin Yu, who had only just awakened his mecha. He was not the mysterious powerhouse they imagined. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had long since left the novice dungeon and was on his way home. Today, he had not only successfully awakened a divine-grade mecha, but also raised its level to 7. The upcoming Mecha College entrance exam was certainly no longer a concern. Even if he didn't take the exam, simply revealing his divine-grade mecha would have top-tier mecha universities begging him to join. Throughout the entire world, Lin Yu was the only one who had awakened a divine-grade mecha. On his way home, seeing battle videos and posters of other mecha pilots, he no longer felt envy. From now on, it would be others who envied him for possessing a divine-grade mecha. However, he still needed to keep a low profile. If news of his divine-grade mecha leaked too early, he might attract unwanted attention. Although he could fight above his level now, if his opponent was far too powerful, he would still be outmatched. Fortunately, his mecha information could be concealed, preventing others from discovering it. Imperial-grade mechas and above were typically colossal machines, over 100 meters tall. Therefore, as long as Lin Yu didn't reveal his mecha's details, other pilots would never guess it was a divine-grade mecha. Arriving home, his mother had just finished preparing dinner. After the meal, Lin Yu looked at his parents with a serious expression. "Dad, Mom, I have something to tell you." Hearing his words, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing nodded. "Go ahead, we're listening." They assumed Lin Yu might be facing some difficulty. "I've already awakened my mecha and officially become a mecha pilot." Lin Yu suddenly smiled. After much thought, he decided to first share the news of his awakening. It would also spare them from continued worry. "Really?" "Yes." Lin Yu confirmed firmly. "Brother, what grade of mecha did you awaken?" Lin Jiao quickly asked. His parents were also intensely curious. An imperial-grade mecha. Upon hearing this, his parents and sister Lin Jiao were all astonished. It took them a long moment to snap back to reality. "Excellent, excellent. 2 of my children, Lin Fangping's offspring, have awakened imperial-grade mechas." Lin Fangping was overjoyed, then turned to Lin Jiao. "Now it's your turn, little girl." Upon learning that Lin Yu had successfully awakened a royal-grade mecha, the entire family was overjoyed. His father immediately called his eldest daughter Lin Weiner to share the good news. He wanted to tell her this wonderful tidings, but she did not answer, seemingly occupied with something. Thus, Lin Fangping could only send her a message. Big brother, summon your mecha quickly. I want to see it." Lin Jiao came directly before Lin Yu, acting coy. Alright, let's go outside, Lin Yu nodded. If he summoned the mecha inside the house, the villa would surely be reduced to rubble. Fortunately, the villa's backyard was spacious enough to accommodate even 2 giant mechas. Upon arriving in the backyard, Lin Jiaojiao could no longer contain her eagerness. Big brother, hurry up. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head. Then summoned Pangu mecha. Pangu summoned successfully the next moment. A colossal mecha 100 meters tall appeared behind Lin Yu. At that instant, Lin Yu's parents reached the pinnacle of excitement once more. Lin Jiaojiao exclaimed in astonishment, so formidable. I feel it's even mightier than sister's royal grade mecha. Simultaneously, the other residents of the villa district also beheld this giant mecha, all utterly astounded. That's at least a royal grade mecha. Judging by the direction, it should be Lin Weiner's home. Has she returned? No, I've seen Lin Weiner's mecha before. It's not like this. It seems Lin Jiaojiao must have awakened. This family is simply monstrous. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing are just ordinary people, yet both their daughters have awakened royal grade mechas. It's a pity about Lin Yu though, with his sisters so extraordinary. Back then, Lin Weiner's awakening of a royal grade mecha had shaken the entire city of Zhongling. Thus everyone was somewhat familiar with the Lin family's circumstances. They all assumed the giant mecha they saw was awakened by Lin Jiaojiao. Withdraw. Soon Lin Yu retracted the Pangu mecha. Big brother, is yours truly a royal grade mecha? Lin Jiaojiao came before Lin Yu again. It feels even more powerful than sister's mecha. His younger sister had quite keen eyesight. It is indeed a royal grade mecha, Lin Yu said, patting Lin Jiaojiao's head with a smile. Regardless, the fact that you've awakened a mecha, big brother, is a wonderful thing. Lin Jiaojiao declared with immense excitement. With this royal grade mecha, big brother, you don't even need to take the mecha college entrance exam. A direct admission would be no problem. Then you must work hard too, Lin Yu encouraged. Now it was Lin Jiaojiao's turn. With her natural talent, Lin Yu felt she could also awaken a fine mecha. Lin Yu, I've transferred 30 million to you. Go find a good trainer tomorrow to level up your mecha and hone your combat skills. Lin Fangping completed the transfer quickly. He kept just over 1 million in his account and sent 30 million to Lin Yu's account. This money was naturally given to them by Lin Weiner. In this world, there was a specialized profession, mecha trainers. If one only wished to raise the mecha's level, hiring a trainer would not cost much. But to better refine one's combat abilities, a formidable mecha trainer was needed. Thanks, Dad. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. This was the warmth of family. He actually did not need a trainer. However, this money would allow him to purchase many useful items to enhance his psionic value. In the following days, neighbors came to visit one after another, all seeking to build good relations. When they learned that the giant mecha they had seen was actually awakened by Lin Yu, they all wore expressions of disbelief and astonishment. Nevertheless, they quickly accepted it. In their view, the elder sister Lin Weiner had entered a top-tier mecha university and received focused training. Perhaps she had obtained some treasure that enabled Lin Yu to awaken so quickly. Regardless, the future of the Lin family was bound to be unattainably lofty. Late at night, Lin Yu lay in bed. Earlier, he had tried using the school's basic psionic cultivation method to practice a little more, but it yielded no effect at all. Indeed, he needed a more advanced psionic cultivation method. It seems he'll have to visit the school tomorrow, Lin Yu muttered to himself. At Zhongling No. One high school, any student who awakened a general grade mecha or above would receive a 10 million yuan bonus and a mecha skill. Although the mecha skill awarded by the high school was only the most basic, it played a crucial role for beginners. With the 10 million from the school and the 30 million from his father, he would have 40 million in total, enough to purchase 40 enhancement pills. He could then convert them into ability points to boost his psionic value. Without an advanced psionic cultivation method, this was the only way to enhance his psionic value. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up early. He changed into a fresh set of clothes, looking much more spirited. Arriving at the living room, his mother Li Wenjing had already finished preparing breakfast. You're up. Come eat, she said with a gentle smile as she looked at Lin Yu. Ever since Lin Yu summoned his mecha the day before, she had felt much more at ease, no longer worrying daily about his inability to awaken a mecha. Lin Yu sat down and began to eat. His appetite had grown considerably. By the way, why hasn't Jiaojiao come down for breakfast yet? Lin Yu inquired. At this hour, Lin Jiaojiao would normally be up already. Oh, she got up early, had a bowl of porridge, and went back to her room to continue practicing. Li Wenjing said slowly. She wants to awaken her own mecha as soon as possible, now that both her elder siblings had awakened powerful mechas. Lin Jiaojiao did not want to fall behind, as she too desired to awaken a formidable mecha. I understand. Jiaojiao will definitely succeed, Lin Yu nodded, speaking with certainty. After finishing breakfast, Lin Yu headed out. Along the way, he encountered many neighbors who, upon seeing him, greeted him warmly and politely. This was something that would have been utterly impossible before. Truly, only by becoming a mecha pilot could one earn respect. The survival of the fittest. The strong are revered. This truth became ever clearer to Lin Yu. I will become the most formidable mecha pilot. Gazing into the distance, Lin Yu clenched his fists and made a silent vow. He quickened his pace toward the school. He wondered what expressions his classmates would have when they saw that the class laggard had awakened his mecha before them. It would surely be quite amusing. At the entrance of Jiangling No. 1 high school, Lin Yu stood with a heart full of emotion. Fate was indeed a peculiar thing. Just 2 days ago, he had been the straggler with a spiritual energy value of 66, but now he had awakened a divine-grade mecha. Entering the school gate, Lin Yu strode toward the teaching building. Isn't this the bottom feeder, Lin Yu? You didn't show up yesterday. Oh, I thought you'd given up. As he passed through a square, a jeering voice rang out. A defiant youth approached. It was Sun Wanping, a classmate of Lin Yu's. The disdain in Sun Wanping's eyes as he looked at Lin Yu was unmistakable. Instantly, many students nearby turned their gazes toward Lin Yu, whispering among themselves. So that's Lin Yu. He looks handsome, but it's a shame he's still a worthless 66 in spiritual energy. Not everyone can become a mecha pilot. Lin Yu is destined to be just an ordinary person. If I were him, I'd be too ashamed to come to school. Exactly, since he can't be a mecha pilot, he might as well go find a job now. Keep your voices down, and don't you know Lin Yu's sister is a super genius? Right, I forgot he has a genius sister. He can coast through life on her coattails. He paid no heed to their chatter. After all, if a dog bites you, don't bite it back. Besides, he was no longer the useless wretch they spoke of. Once he summoned his mecha, they would realize just how foolish they had been. Sun Wanping, haven't you heard that a scholar should be regarded with new eyes after 3 days? Lin Yu spoke slowly. Ha ha ha. Sun Wanping burst into laughter. You expect me to see you differently? A waste is always a waste, all talk and no action. Lin Yu, let me show you what a real genius looks like. Come forth, my king-grade mecha. With a thunderous rumble, a wolf-type mecha towering at 70 to 80 meters appeared behind Sun Wanping. The surrounding students were stunned. That's a king-grade mecha. Incredible. It seems Sun Wanping is the only one today who awakened a king-grade mecha. He's definitely getting into a top mecha academy now. So envious. Me too. The appearance of the king-grade mecha shocked everyone. Lin Yu nodded slowly. No wonder you're so arrogant today. You've awakened a king-grade mecha. But a mere king-grade mecha was nothing but trash compared to his divine grade 1. Lin Yu, just stay an ordinary person. Sun Wanping taunted. At least you have a good sister, or your future would be miserable. Basking in the envious stares of the entire school, Sun Wanping felt an immense thrill. This was the benefit of possessing a powerful mecha. A mere king-grade mecha is far from enough. Lin Yu remained calm. Do you think you're the only one who awakened a mecha? Sorry, but I've awakened one too. Hearing this, Sun Wanping froze for a few seconds. Lin Yu, keep bragging. If you've got the guts, summon your mecha right now. Sun Wanping didn't believe him at all. After all, in just a day or two, how could someone with a spiritual energy value of 66 possibly break through to a mecha? He must be bluffing. I wanted to keep a low profile. Lin Yu shook his head. Pangu mecha summon. In an instant, he called forth his mecha. As the Pangu mecha appeared, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was a colossal mecha, 100 meters tall. 100-meter mecha. That's at least emperor grade. Oh my god, is that really the useless Lin Yu? It seems Sun Wanping's king-grade mecha is far inferior. Don't forget his sister is a super genius. She must have given him plenty of good stuff. I envy him. If only I had a genius sister like that. With the emergence of the Pangu mecha, everyone's attitude toward Lin Yu did a complete 180. Sun Wanping swallowed hard, his face turning an ugly shade. He truly hadn't expected Lin Yu to have awakened a mecha. And from the looks of it, it was an emperor grade far superior to his own. He could even sense his own mecha trembling in fear before Lin Yu's giant. I told you a scholar should be regarded with new eyes after 3 days. Lin Yu said calmly. Sun Wanping's face went pale. He had just been calling Lin Yu a waste, and now that waste had summoned an emperor-grade mecha. That made him worse than a waste. And if you got lucky. Sun Wanping forced out a retort, then recalled his king-grade mecha and hurried away. Watching Sun Wanping slink off in disgrace, Lin Yu just smiled and let it go. Soon the school principal and teachers rushed over as fast as they could. They were awestruck by the massive, majestic mecha behind Lin Yu. This mecha might be of the sovereign grade. As principal, he had seen many powerful mechas. The aura emanating from Lin Yu's mecha seemed far stronger than that of any emperor grade. Hearing this, the teacher beside him grew excited. So far, the most powerful mecha awakened in all of Jiangling City had only been emperor grade. If this mecha truly was sovereign grade, that would be extraordinary. So you're Lin Yu. Excellent, excellent. The principal hurried over to Lin Yu, nodding in praise. If his school No. 1 High produced a powerful mecha, he as principal would reap many benefits. Student Lin Yu, please pilot your mecha to the mecha testing platform. The principal said eagerly. Judging by eye alone, it was hard to determine the mecha's exact grade. For now, they could only confirm it was at least emperor grade. To know its precise grade, a specialized testing platform was needed. No. One High had its own platform designed to assess mecha levels. Yes, Principal. Lin Yu nodded. Transforming into a beam of light, he entered the Pangu Mecha. Under his control, the Pangu Mecha sped to the nearby testing platform with incredible velocity. Everyone was amazed by its speed. It was unbelievably fast. The mecha's mobility was astonishingly powerful. Principal, I have a feeling that our One High is about to produce another mecha prodigy. Why another? Because the previous prodigy was Lin Yu's sister Lin Weiner. The Lin family is truly remarkable. The sister awakened an emperor-grade mecha, and now the brother. I heard Lin Yu also has a younger sister who shall probably awaken a powerful mecha too. Once Lin Yu had his mecha Pangu properly positioned, the principal swiftly activated the device on the mecha inspection platform. Beams of light began scanning over the Pangu mecha. This continued for over 10 seconds before the light gradually faded away. Then on the large screen beside them, 4 words appeared: Royal Class Mecha. Not bad, not bad. The mecha's camouflage information capability wasn't detected after all. Lin Yu nodded slowly. It wasn't that he was unwilling to reveal his mecha as a divine class 1. But if it were exposed within just a few minutes, the entire world would know of him. His strength was still too weak now, and he was no match for powerful mecha pilots. He had once read a book that mentioned a mecha pilot's mecha could be plundered. The book naturally didn't record the method of plundering. But what if some powerful mecha pilot had mastered such a method? If they set their sights on his divine class mecha, he would have no way to resist. For this reason, without absolute strength, he truly couldn't reveal the information about his divine class mecha. Oh, what a pity. This mecha clearly feels far more formidable than a royal class 1. The principal sighed. Still, a royal class mecha was quite impressive. In the years of his tenure, nurturing 2 mecha pilots with royal class mechas was a considerable success for him as principal. Student Lin Yu, the test is done. The principal quickly called out. All right. Lin Yu nodded and summoned the Pangu mecha back into the mecha space. He landed steadily on the ground. Well done, Lin Yu. I've uploaded your information. Our top mecha universities will likely contact you soon. With a royal class mecha, you qualify for direct admission. You'll need to choose wisely. The principal patted Lin Yu on the shoulder with a gratified smile. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Direct admission to a mecha university was certainly a good thing. Moreover, Lin Yu already had a specific mecha university in mind. That would be Kunlun Mecha University, where his sister was. By the way, Principal, isn't there a school regulation? I should be entitled to a mecha skill book and a reward of 10 million. Lin Yu continued. This was precisely the purpose of his visit to the school. Of course. Send me your account. The principal smiled. Within just a few minutes, Lin Yu received a notification that 10 million had been deposited. Yes, it's arrived. Lin Yu nodded. Come, let's go to the mecha skill room. The principal personally led the way. The mecha skill room was where the school stored mecha skills. These skills were all basic level mecha skills. But for someone newly becoming a mecha pilot, these basic skills were highly effective. Upon entering, Lin Yu immediately saw a vast array of mecha skills. The skill levels were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and divine. His Pangu mecha's self-awakened skill, Heaven and Earth Slash, was a divine class mecha skill. Student Lin Yu, take your time, choosing no rush. The principal said softly. All right. Lin Yu replied, immediately beginning to browse seriously. Protective Barrier. A basic mecha skill can release a shield to enhance mecha defense. Energy Cannon. Basic mecha skill. Double Thrust. Basic mecha skill. Lin Yu carefully reviewed them all. Since these were all basic mecha skills, any mecha could learn them without stringent requirements. Principal, I'll choose this double slash mecha skill. Lin Yu made his selection. Once mastered, the double slash could deliver 2 consecutive strikes in an instant. It essentially dealt double damage. It was a perfect fit for the Pangu mecha. The double slash is an excellent choice among basic mecha skills. You have good instincts. The principal praised him. For some reason, the more he looked at Lin Yu, the more he liked him. Such was the charm of genius. Come, the teachers from the 3 top mecha universities have already arrived and are waiting for you. The principal continued. So soon. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. He had been thinking of practicing the double slash right away. To let the Pangu mecha master it. You've been here for half an hour. The principal explained with a smile. Besides, major cities all have representatives from top mecha universities. They naturally rushed over without any delay. Even top mecha universities are sorely lacking true mecha geniuses. Your sister went through this before and chose Kunlun Mecha University. Honestly, I'd suggest you consider Kunlun Mecha University too. It's currently recognized as the best, and with your sister there, you can continue to improve your strength more easily. Along the way, the principal shared much with Lin Yu. He was right. Kunlun Mecha University was indeed the best. Principal, rest assured, I've already made up my mind. Lin Yu nodded. Good, that's great. The principal laughed. Soon they arrived outside a room. Student Lin Yu, there inside. Ooh, I won't go in. All right. Lin Yu replied. Then he slowly pushed open the door and walked straight in. Inside was a luxurious and opulent hall. He quickly spotted 3 middle-aged men seated inside. All of them exuded a powerful aura and immense strength. They were undoubtedly formidable mecha pilots. Upon seeing Lin Yu enter, the 3 middle-aged men immediately stood up. They had already reviewed all of Lin Yu's information. They had also watched the video of Lin Yu's mecha inspection. By now they were certain that Lin Yu had awakened a royal-class mecha. Student Lin Yu, I extend an invitation from Pangu Mecha University. We can promise you a dedicated personal instructor for unknown guidance, ample mecha cultivation resources, and a star-level energy cultivation method. Lin Yu, if you come to my Misty Pangu Mecha University, you can choose any instructor you like, pick any mecha skill freely, and cultivation resources will be no issue. Student Lin, I understand your sister chose my Kunlun Mecha University. Whatever they offer, Kunlun Mecha University will offer even more. Instantly, to persuade Lin Yu to choose their respective universities, they put forward many tempting conditions. And this was just for awakening a royal-class mecha. If he had awakened an emperor-class mecha, or even a divine class one, the conditions and treatment would be even higher. Truly, only a genuine genius could command such treatment. After all, nurturing a genius was far easier with a much higher success rate. Actually, I've already made up my mind. I choose Kunlun Mecha University. Seeing their argument escalating, Lin Yu quickly spoke up. Student Lin, won't you reconsider? Yes, my Pangu Mecha University is no weakling. One of the middle-aged men still tried to persuade him. If the treatment isn't enough, we can increase it. That's right, you should think it over carefully. There's no need to decide so quickly. In response, Lin Yu still spoke earnestly. Thank you both for your kindness, but I still want to go to the university where my sister is. The 3 mecha universities were all too far apart. By going to Kunlun Mecha University, at least his family would be there. Seeing that Lin Yu had made up his mind, the 2 recruiters from Pyongyang Mecha University and Pangu Mecha University couldn't help but sigh. This good seedling had been taken by Kunlun Mecha University. After all, his sister was at Kunlun Mecha University. Congratulations. Kunlun Mecha University has gained another genius. Soon the 2 quickly left the place. Since Lin Yu had already made his decision, they naturally wouldn't stay any longer. Welcome Lin Yu to Kunlun Mecha University. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Su Jiqiang. You can call me Teacher Su. At this moment, the recruiter from Kunlun Mecha University spoke warmly to Lin Yu. Teacher Su, may I ask you a question? Lin Yu asked softly. Go ahead. Su Jiqiang nodded. What level of Mecha Master are you now? Lin Yu expressed his curiosity. I am currently a 6-star Mecha Master. Su Jiqiang did not hide it. Impressive. Lin Yu felt a bit envious. After all, there were not many 6-star Mecha Masters in the entire Jiangling city. What's so impressive? Once you get to Kunlun Mecha University, you'll realize that even a 6-star Mecha Master is considered weak. Su Jiqiang waved his hand. After all, that place was the top Mecha University, gathering many Mecha geniuses. I heard yesterday that in this batch of recommended students, there's even one who awakened an Imperial-level Mecha. Su Jiqiang continued. Awakening a Royal-level Mecha is already a sign of genius. Then awakening an Imperial-level Mecha means being a genius among geniuses. Currently, there are only a little over 100 Imperial-level Mechas in the whole world. While there truly are skies beyond skies, Lin Yu exclaimed. But what does an Imperial-level Mecha matter? I have a divine-level Mecha. Alright, let's not talk about other things. I've successfully uploaded your information. You are now considered a student of Kunlun Mecha University. Remember to take this time to improve your Mecha level. Additionally, report for school on September 1st, and don't be late. Also, hey, race this Yuanling cultivation method for you. This method can help you cultivate to a 3-star Mecha Master. As for higher-level spiritual energy cultivation methods, you'll need to wait until you get to Kunlun Mecha University to obtain them. Su Jiqiang offered many reminders. After finishing, he handed a spiritual energy cultivation method to Lin Yu. I understand, Teacher Su. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Oh, it's a pity I have many things to do. Otherwise, I could take you to level up and gain combat experience. Su Jiqiang sighed. It's okay, Teacher Su. I will hire someone to help me level up, Lin Yu smiled. That's good. The conditions and treatment the school gives you can only be provided once you enroll. Su Jiqiang reminded again. Also, don't be proud just because you awakened a royal-level Mecha. If your own strength is insufficient, no matter how strong the Mecha is, it is useless. There are no trash Mechas, only trash Mecha Masters. Seeing that Lin Yu had great talent, Su Jiqiang said so much. He also hoped that Lin Yu could become stronger in the future. He had seen several geniuses fall because of pride. Thank you, Teacher Su. I will remember all of it. Lin Yu thanked him again. He could also feel that Su Jiqiang genuinely cared for him. Well, I will take my leave now. Su Jiqiang patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. After Su Jiqiang left, the principal and others quickly came in. Lin Yu, may I ask which Mecha University you have chosen? The principal asked curiously. Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu replied. Hearing this, the principal and others were very pleased. Lin Yu, since you have been recommended and chosen Kunlun Mecha University, you can skip classes here and focus on improving your mecha level and your own strength. The principal was very pleased. After bidding farewell to the principal and others, Lin Yu returned to the school square. This was probably his last time at this school. Now the whole school is announcing congratulations to Lin Yu from the 3rd year for successfully awakening a royal level mecha and being recommended to Kunlun Mecha University. Everyone should learn from Lin Yu and strive to awaken a good mecha. At this moment, the school's broadcast rang. All the teachers and students heard it clearly. Especially some students from class 3 of the 3rd year were dumbfounded. They arrived late and did not see the moment Lin Yu summoned the mecha. They only heard that Lin Yu had awakened a royal level mecha as soon as they entered the school gate. Now with the school's announcement, they couldn't believe that all this was true. It was only a short 2 days. The one who had been at the bottom suddenly awakened a royal level mecha. This was too surreal. But this was reality. I'm now somewhat famous, Lin Yu smiled slightly. After leaving the school, Lin Yu headed towards the largest shopping mall. Although he now had the spiritual energy cultivation method, he still planned to convert all of his 40 million into source enhancement pills. There are many geniuses at Kunlun Mecha University. He must quickly enhance his own strength. Otherwise, if he encounters them later, he might not be a match. Jiling No. One shopping mall. This should be considered the largest shopping mall in Jiangling City. It basically has everything. The mall was very crowded and extremely lively. In no time, Lin Yu arrived at one of the stores. What can I do for you, sir? A young woman in professional attire in the store smiled politely at Lin Yu. This girl was just an ordinary person. She had not awakened a mecha. Finding such a decent job in the store is already quite difficult. After all, it's tough for ordinary people in this world. Previously, before his sister Lin Weiner was admitted to Kunlun Mecha University, their family lived an ordinary life. Lin Yu felt deeply about this. Before, his parents worked very hard and dirty jobs to support them through school. I want to buy 40 source enhancement pills, Lin Yu said directly. This surprised the girl. This order was for 40 source enhancement pills. One source enhancement pill costs 1 million. 40 pills cost 40 million. Looking at Lin Yu, who was so young, could he really have that much money? Sir, 40 source enhancement pills will cost 40 million, you know. The girl reminded him. Don't worry, I have enough money to buy them all. Lin Yu nodded and said confidently. He also showed her his balance. When she saw that there really was 40 million, the girl was incredibly shocked. Sir, please wait a moment. The girl said excitedly. If this deal went through, her commission would also be significant. Sir, you're in luck. We have exactly 40 augmentation pills left, already packed. Please proceed with the payment. The young woman smiled. All right. Just as Lin Yu was about to pay, a young man clad in luxury brand strode in and slapped a card onto the counter. He'll take these 40 augmentation pills, the young man declared domineeringly. Sir, these pills have already been reserved by this gentleman, the young woman replied politely. He hasn't paid yet. Hurry up, I'm in a rush, the young man said impatiently. If I file a complaint, you'll be out of a job. Hearing his threat, the young woman's face turned pale. As an ordinary person, securing this job was a stroke of luck. Losing it would spell disaster for her future. Aren't you ashamed threatening an ordinary person while being a mech pilot yourself? Lin Yu interjected, sensing the young man's mech aura. Kid, you've got sharp eyes to recognize me as a mech pilot. Just hand over the augmentation pills, the young man said arrogantly, dismissing Lin Yu entirely. No first come first served. Lin Yu refused firmly. Ah, kid, do you know who my father is? The young man threatened. My dad Wang Gang is a 4-star mech pilot. A 4-star mech pilot was quite formidable in Jiangling City. Wang Gang sure raised a fine son. A middle-aged man snorted at that moment. Who dare speak my father's name? The young man's voice trailed off as he followed the voice, his bravado crumbling. Terror flooded his eyes. Mayor, what brings you here? He asked deferentially. Mayor. Lin Yu looked over. The middle-aged man was indeed Luo Feng, the mayor of Jiangling City and a 6-star mech pilot. I wonder how Wang Gang educated you to turn out like this. I feel ashamed for him, Luo Feng said sternly. Apologize now. The young man quickly bowed to Lin Yu and the woman. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You must be Lin Yu, such a promising young talent. Luo Feng praised, approaching him. Truly worthy of our newly awakened royal class mech genius in Jiangling City. Royal class mech. The young man was stunned. This ordinary-looking Lin Yu had awakened a royal class mech. Oh my god. He had nearly provoked such a prodigy. Thank goodness the mayor arrived in time. A wave of relief washed over him. The woman behind the counter gasped, covering her mouth in shock. The surrounding crowd was equally astounded. I just heard that a student named Lin Yu from Jiangling No. One high school awakened a royal class mech and has been admitted to Kunlun Mech University. Wait, 3 years ago a Lin Weiner also awakened a royal class mech. And Lin Yu and Lin Weiner are siblings. What an incredible family. The crowd swelled, everyone eager to befriend Lin Yu. If not for the mayor's presence, they would have swarmed him. Thank you, mayor, for helping me out. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. You're too kind. I rushed to your school as soon as I heard the news, but I missed you. Then I went to your home, but you weren't there. Fancy meeting you here. Fate must have brought us together, Luo Feng said with a laugh. His demeanor was hearty and warm. Regardless, you've helped me today. If there's ever anything I can do for you, just say the word, Lin Yu said earnestly. Lin Yu understood the nuances of social grace. With the mayor as an ally, his parents would have an easier life after he left Jiangling City. Well said, Luo Feng replied, delighted. Having a genius owe him a favor was a huge gain. He'll take all 40 augmentation pills as a gift for you, Lin Yu. A token of my congratulations. Luo Feng insisted, not giving Lin Yu a chance to refuse. The payment went through. 40 million was mere pocket change for a mayor like Luo Feng. But don't overuse the augmentation pills, or you'll drain your potential, Luo Feng kindly warned. Don't worry, mayor. I understand and won't do anything to ruin my future, Lin Yu nodded. Good. We hit it off so well. Let's grab a drink. Luo Feng invited warmly. Lin Yu was already 18, old enough to drink. After storing the pills, he followed Luo Feng to the mall's most luxurious restaurant. In the private room, Luo Feng ordered expensive dishes and the finest wine. Gradually, both became slightly tipsy. They even addressed each other as brothers. Brother Lin. Brother Luo. Cheers. When Lin Yu came to, he found himself lying in a hotel room. Checking the time, it was already noon the next day. Drinking really messes things up. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. Somehow, he had become sworn brothers with Mayor Luo Feng. Alcohol was indeed a good tool to bridge relationships. Brother Lin, you were too drunk to go home, so I didn't send you back. I informed your family, so don't worry. Since you called me Brother Luo, I can't let that go unnoticed. There's a gift for you on the living room table. A voice message from Luo Feng arrived. For some reason, Lin Yu felt he owed Luo Feng more and more favors. He walked to the living room and found a large package on the table. Opening it, he saw 20 blue glowing crystals, each brimming with dense energy. Could this be energy crystals? Lin Yu was stunned. These crystals could only be obtained by hunting beasts above level 10, and even then it was a matter of luck. They could boost a mech pilot's spiritual energy far more effectively than augmentation pills. Demand far exceeded supply and prices were exorbitant. Luo Feng had gifted him 20 energy crystals, an incredibly generous gesture. He'll remember this debt of gratitude, Lin Yu said with a nod. He understood that Luo Feng's favoritism stemmed from his status as a mech prodigy. Regardless, these resources would greatly aid Lin Yu's progress. Detected level 10 crystal energy convertible to 5 energy points. Absorb and convert all. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. Lin Yu nodded and said, convert all. Absorbed and converted 20 level 10 crystal energies. Energy points 100, and those 40s in UN pills convert them too. Soon after, Lin Yu continued absorbed and converted 40s in UN pills. Energy points 40, open my personal panel. Lin Yu murmured in his mind. Name Lin Yu, race human, divine mech body, activated mech pilot, rank 1-star mech pilot. Energy points 140, spiritual energy 101, mech panga mech divine grade 140 energy points. How much can that increase my spiritual energy? Lin Yu inquired. According to calculations, 140 energy points can elevate your spiritual energy to 560. Only that much. Lin Yu shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his heart. However, he still decided. Use all 140 energy points to increase spiritual energy. Command received. 140 consumed. Your spiritual energy has successfully increased to 560. In just a few seconds, Lin Yu could clearly sense the spiritual energy within him growing significantly stronger. When one's spiritual energy reached 100 and they awakened a mech, they became a 1-star mech pilot. When spiritual energy increased to 2000, one could become a 2-star mech pilot. Thus, Lin Yu still had a long path ahead to reach that rank. The total value of just the 40s in UN pills and these 20 crystal energies exceeded 100 million. It was easy to imagine that far more would be needed in the future. Indeed, having an advanced spiritual energy cultivation method would be more cost-effective. And now I have this primordial spirit cultivation method. Lin Yu sighed. He took out the cultivation method Su Jiqiang had given him yesterday. This primordial spirit cultivation method could help him become a 2-star mech pilot. Subsequently, he began cultivating the primordial spirit cultivation method right there in the hotel room. This method was indeed incomparable to the basic one taught in high school. It was far too powerful and far more profound. After a few minutes, congratulations. You have mastered the primordial spirit cultivation method. How is this possible? I mastered this primordial spirit cultivation method in just a few minutes. Lin Yu was stunned, feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Answer: because you possess the divine mech body, you can quickly master any spiritual energy cultivation method. Additionally, the divine mech body can automatically cultivate the method. At that moment, Lin Yu abruptly stood up. This divine mech body is too overpowered. Lin Yu was thrilled to the extreme. Just as the system said, even without actively cultivating, the primordial spirit cultivation method was still in operation. Your spiritual energy, 1 spiritual energy, 561. In just a short while, his spiritual energy had already increased. At this rate, Lin Yu was confident he could quickly become a 2-star mech pilot. Huff, it's time to continue leveling up my mech in the dungeon. Lin Yu was now eager. With his spiritual energy reaching 561, he could now unleash the divine mech skill heaven and earth /4 or 5 times consecutively without issue. Coupled with the divine mech body, which restored spiritual energy every second during battle, he could engage in mech combat much more effectively this time. After leaving the hotel, Lin Yu noticed that billboards and electronic screens on the street were displaying his photo. Now Lin Yu was a household name throughout Jiangling City. The last time someone received such treatment was his older sister. He never expected to enjoy such treatment himself. It felt quite good. At the entrance to the Giant Wolf Dungeon, Lin Yu stood there taking in the sight. The entrance to the Giant Wolf Dungeon was far more impressive than the Novice Dungeon. The beasts in the Novice Dungeon were all level 1. Essentially like a beginner's village. The Giant Wolf Dungeon was a true dungeon. It housed numerous ferocious giant wolf beasts, all at level 10 and incredibly powerful. Most people entered this dungeon in teams, which greatly increased the success rate. Clearing the dungeon granted a mysterious reward. Of course, this mysterious reward could only be claimed once. Subsequent clears yielded nothing. In this world, there were countless dungeons. Mech pilots strive to clear these dungeons, all for the sake of obtaining the mysterious first clear reward. With good luck, the mysterious reward could even change one's destiny, allowing them to become an extraordinarily powerful mech pilot. There were many examples of people changing their fate this way. Although the Giant Wolf Dungeon is full of level 10 beasts, my Pangu mech is a divine grade mech. Even at only level 7, it's more than enough. Lin Yu thought to himself. The divine mech skill heaven and earth / which he had used before unleashed power that these level 10 giant wolves could never withstand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu entered the Giant Wolf Dungeon directly. He chose not to team up, intending to solo the dungeon. He had heard that soloing a dungeon yielded better completion rewards. Meanwhile, at Jiangling No, one villa district. Inside one of the villas, Chen Feiyu let out a burst of ecstatic laughter. I did it. I did it, Dad. I've awakened a king grade mech. He immediately went to show off to his father, whose mech was only a general grade. A mere king grade mech, nothing to be so excited about, Father Chen said indifferently. Huh? Chen Feiyu was stunned. What's going on? Shouldn't his father be overjoyed? After all, this was a king grade mech. With hard work in the coming days, he still had a chance of getting into a top-tier mech university. Dad, are you okay? Chen Feiyu asked curiously. Lin Yu has already awakened an emperor grade mech, Father Chen continued. At that moment, Chen Feiyu was dumbfounded. An emperor grade mech? Dad, is the Lin Yu you're talking about the one I know? Chen Feiyu asked for confirmation. Who else could it be? Seeing his father's serious expression, Chen Feiyu swallowed hard in shock. This was all happening too suddenly. Just a few days ago, he had confidently told Lin Yu that he would look out for him. Now it seemed Lin Yu might be the one looking out for him. He felt a twinge of envy that Lin Yu had awakened an emperor grade mech, but no jealousy, only genuine happiness. Dad, I'm going to find Lin Yu, Chen Feiyu said hurriedly. An emperor grade mech. He had never seen one in person. Wait. Father Chen stopped him. He's already gone leveling. The mech college entrance exam is drawing nearer. Your priority now is to raise your mech's level. He'll personally take you to the novice dungeon this time. Aim for Kunlun Mech University. Lin Yu has already been recommended for admission to Kunlun Mech University. Hearing this, Chen Feiyu quickly nodded and replied earnestly, Dad, I'll listen to you. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind. You have entered the Giant Wolf instance. The beasts in this instance are all level 10 giant wolves. Instance objective: eliminate all giant wolves. The moment he stepped into the Giant Wolf instance, the system's prompt chimed. Come forth, Pangu mech. In the next second, Lin Yu directly summoned his mech. The Pangu mech swiftly materialized behind him. Soon after, Lin Yu transformed into a streak of light and merged into the Pangu mech's body. In an instant, he achieved perfect unity with the mech. This was only his second true time piloting a mech, yet the sensation remained just as exhilarating. With a fierce roar, a giant wolf dozens of meters tall soon spotted Lin Yu's Pangu mech and let out a savage howl. Immediately after, more and more giant wolves emerged. Good heavens! These wolves intended to gang up on him. Any other mech pilot facing such a pack would never dare to fight alone. However, a crooked grin spread across Lin Yu's face. He looked thoroughly excited. This is good, saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Lin Yu nodded. Skill Heaven and Earth / activated. In the next moment Lin Yu launched his attack. The Pangu mech wielding the heaven-splitting axe slashed directly down at the pack of giant wolves. The terrifying might seemed to warp the very space around it. A thunderous boom echoed. The earth trembled several times. Killed 10 giant wolves mech exp 30 killed 10 giant wolves mech exp 30 killed 10 giant wolves mech exp 30 killed 10 giant wolves mech exp 30. Ding, congratulations, Pangu mech has leveled up to 10. As your mech pilot level has not yet broken through the 2-star mech pilot, the mech cannot level up further. In just a few seconds the dense pack of giant wolves that had filled the area was utterly annihilated. This propelled the Pangu mech's level directly to 10. Upon reaching level 10, to continue leveling up the mech pilot must achieve 2-star mech pilot status. When the mech reaches level 20, a further leveling requires the pilot to be a 3-star mech pilot, and so on. Thus the pilot's own cultivation is also of paramount importance. I estimate I can reach 2-star mech pilot in just a few days. Lin Yu muttered. Regardless, the Pangu mech was now level 10. This was undoubtedly good news. The instance was not yet cleared. Reminder, only the instance boss, Giant Wolf King, remains. Successfully defeating it will grant you the first clear reward for this instance. The system prompted again. Only the Giant Wolf King was left. At that very moment, an even more terrifying roar resounded throughout the entire instance. Soon Lin Yu spotted a giant wolf standing a full 80 meters tall. This Giant Wolf King was truly worthy of being a boss incomparable to the previous giant wolves. The Giant Wolf King charged directly at Lin Yu, its razor-sharp giant claws gleaming with a deadly cold light. It seemed as if nothing could withstand its claw attacks. Perfect timing. Lin Yu laughed. As the Giant Wolf King closed to a certain distance, basic mech skill double / activated. In that instant Lin Yu's psionic energy depleted by over 30 points. The heaven-splitting axe lashed out twice in a single moment. With a crack and a rumble, the massive body of the Giant Wolf King was cleaved cleanly into 3 parts. Successfully killed level 10 boss Giant Wolf King. Obtained 1 level 10 crystal energy core. Holy crap, the drop rate for this crystal energy core is way too low. Lin Yu exclaimed. The 100 level 10 giant wolves from before hadn't dropped a single crystal energy core. Congratulations, you have received the instance completion reward. 1 special mech skill book. Hearing this, Lin Yu's curiosity was instantly piqued. What specific skill book is it? Mech teleportation special mech skill can only be mastered by mechs of king tier or higher. Once mastered, it allows the mech to teleport instantly, greatly enhancing its mobility. This skill is incredible. It's practically a divine level mech skill. Lin Yu was astounded by this mech skill. Soon after, Lin Yu had the Pangu mech master the mech teleportation skill. Ding, congratulations, Pangu mech has successfully mastered the mech teleportation skill. Pangu rank divine mech level 10 host has not reached 2-star mech pilot, cannot gain further mech exp skills heaven and earth / divine mech teleportation special equipment heaven splitting axe divine artifact. Whoosh. Too strong. Lin Yu rejoiced. Next, he needed to improve his own psionic energy reserves. To become a 2-star mech pilot as soon as possible. Mech teleportation activated. In an instant, the Pangu mech teleported 100 meters away. It was exactly like a flash step. However, this mech teleportation consumed 200 psionic energy points. In his current state, Lin Yu could only use it twice consecutively at most. This mech teleportation is extremely powerful. It can catch opponents off guard in battle and also serves as an excellent escape tool. Lin Yu was very satisfied. Choosing to enter the Giant Wolf instance was indeed a very correct decision. Exit instance. Lin Yu then said softly. Exiting Giant Wolf instance, a flash of light enveloped him, and in just a few seconds, Lin Yu appeared at the entrance of the Giant Wolf instance. He did not dismiss the Pangu mech. His sudden appearance stunned all the surrounding mech pilots. Oh my god, this 100-meter tall humanoid mech must be at least a royal tier mech. We're in luck. This is my first time seeing a royal tier mech up close. I wonder who's inside that royal tier mech. The crowd buzzed with discussion. At that moment, Lin Yu dismissed the Pangu mech. When his appearance was revealed, some mech pilots quickly recognized him. I remember now. That's Lin Yu, the genius from No. 1 High who just awakened a royal tier mech. So it's him. No wonder he looked so familiar. Quick, the genius is here, we need to get on good terms. Yeah. In an instant, the surrounding mech pilots swarmed around him. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly slipped away. These people were far too enthusiastic. There was no helping it. In all of Zhongling City, Lin Yu was currently the only one with a royal tier mech. When Lin Yu returned home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. As he approached his doorstep, he could clearly see a large pile of gifts stacked up. It seemed many people had come calling while he was away. Now that the Lin family had produced 2 mech prodigies, it was certainly worth currying favor with them. In back, Lin Yu entered the villa. In the living room, his parents were sitting on the sofa watching television. Upon seeing Lin Yu return, Li Wenjing was overjoyed. It's good to be back. Did you hire a booster? His father Lin Fangping inquired. In his view, the most pressing matter was for Lin Yu to upgrade his mecha level and enhance his own strength. Dad, don't worry. My mecha has already been upgraded to level 10, Lin Yu said with a smile, continuing, now I just need to raise my own mecha pilot rank. Hearing this, both Li Wenjing and Lin Fangping were astonished. They recalled that when their eldest daughter had upgraded her mecha to level 10, it had taken her several days. Not bad, but merely raising the mecha's level isn't enough. You must also improve your own piloting skills. Though Lin Fangping was just an ordinary man, he had spent the past 3 years absorbing a great deal of information and materials about mechas. I understand it all, Lin Yu replied. You've grown up now. Before you do anything, think carefully about whether you should do it, and if you do, never regret it. Your sister sent a message. When you arrive at Kunlun Mecha University, send her a message, and she'll come to pick you up, Lin Fangping said earnestly. Now that Lin Yu had grown up and awakened his mecha, the next steps were up to him. Yes, I understand. Lin Yu nodded. After chatting for a while longer, he returned to his room and opened a projection. He quickly accessed the online store interface. He still had 40 million credits to spend. He needed to use them to enhance his spiritual energy value as much as possible. Should I buy 40 spirit augmentation pills? Lin Yu pondered. 40 pills would only add 40 energy points. It probably wouldn't increase his spiritual energy by much. How can I maximize the use of this 40 million? Lin Yu swiftly browsed the online mall. There were other pills besides spirit augmentation pills that could assist mecha pilots in raising their spiritual energy, but they were all quite expensive. Switching to other pills likely wouldn't yield much better results. A secret realm scroll. Before long, Lin Yu was drawn to the secret realm scroll. In this world, besides dungeons, there were also secret realms. However, these secret realms were not easily accessible. One needed a secret realm scroll to enter. Within these secret realms, there were not only powerful giant beasts, but also all sorts of rare treasures. Even after entering, one had to rely on luck. Some mecha pilots had entered secret realms several times without finding any treasures at all. These secret realm scrolls are incredibly expensive. Lin Yu shook his head. Even the cheapest ones cost hundreds of millions. Secret realms also had levels. The higher the level of the scroll, the more exorbitant the price. Some were simply unavailable on the market. A level 10 secret realm scroll costs exactly 40 million. Should I give it a try? Perhaps the gains from a secret realm would be far more worthwhile than buying pills, Lin Yu mused. Of course, if his luck was bad, he might return empty-handed. He'll give it a try. Lin Yu quickly completed the payment and bought the level 10 secret realm scroll. Regardless of the outcome, even if he failed, the loss wouldn't be significant for Lin Yu. But if he succeeded in finding something good in the secret realm, the harvest would be enormous. Given his current strength, he should have no major problems within a level 10 secret realm. He was quite confident. At 7 p.m. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room. With the Mech God Body helping him cultivate, he could do nothing else. Name: Lin Yu. Race: Human. Mech God Body. Activated Mecha Pilot. Rank: 1-star Mecha Pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 600. Mecha Panga. Mecha Divine. Through the diligent cultivation of the Mech God Body, his spiritual energy value had reached 600. This rate of improvement was remarkably fast. Even if Lin Yu had cultivated actively, he probably wouldn't have seen such rapid growth. System: convert this crystal energy first. Lin Yu took out the crystal energy dropped by the giant wolf king and said quickly, conversion successful. Energy points 5. Use all energy points to enhance spiritual energy. Consumed 5 energy points. Your spiritual energy, 25. Spiritual energy, 625. Phew, this crystal energy really has a greater effect. But the drop rate for this crystal energy is too low. Lin Yu lay on the large bed and sighed. He estimated that even after 100 runs of the giant wolf dungeon, he might not obtain 10 such crystals. That night, Lin Yu drifted off to sleep without realizing it. In the blink of an eye, morning arrived. When Lin Yu slowly woke up, it was already 8 a.m. Spiritual energy, 862. Seeing his spiritual energy value, Lin Yu was stunned. In just one night's sleep, he remembered having only 625 spiritual energy before bed. Now it had reached 862. An increase of 237 spiritual energy points. This Mech God Body is incredibly powerful, Lin Yu rejoiced. The more extraordinary the Mech God Body, the greater his benefits. At this rate, it would truly take only a few days to become a 2-star mecha pilot. There were still about 2 months until September 1st. During this time, he had to improve his strength and mecha level as much as possible. If he didn't work hard, he would likely end up at the bottom of the class at Kunlun Mecha University. There were many geniuses in this world. Some of his age were already 3-star mecha pilots. After freshening up, Lin Yu changed into new clothes, making him look much more handsome and charismatic. Arriving in the living room, his mother Li Wenjing had already prepared breakfast. The steaming meal was filled with a mother's love. "Good morning, sis." Lin Yu hadn't been seated for a minute when he saw Lin Jiaojiao coming downstairs. Lin Jiaojiao nodded and sat down as well, looking somewhat unhappy. "What's wrong?" Lin Yu asked. "My cultivation speed has been too slow lately. My spiritual energy is only at 89. Lin Jiaojiao said, dissatisfied. At this moment Lin Yu was speechless. Wasn't this speed fast enough? "Sis, are you just showing off? There's still about a month until the Mecha college entrance exam. Work hard, sis. Maybe you can awaken a good Mecha early, and then he'll personally help you level up," Lin Yu said softly. With him as her booster, leveling up would surely be a breeze. After breakfast, Lin Jiaojiao immediately returned to her room to continue her cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Yu accompanied his mother in tidying up the kitchen. Since he possessed the divine Mech Body, he didn't need to cultivate himself. With nothing else to do, helping with household chores was quite nice. At 11 in the morning, the doorbell rang. Lin Yu opened the door to see a mecha over 20 meters tall standing before the villa. This mecha was presumably a mortal-grade mecha. It looked quite ordinary with a courier company logo printed on it. "Mr. Lin Yu, your package." A parcel was soon placed on the ground. After signing for it, the courier quickly piloted the mecha away. Didn't expect such efficiency. The secret realm scroll he had purchased last night arrived the next morning. He opened the package. Inside, he could clearly see a genuine level 10 secret realm scroll. "Perfect, let's start now." Lin Yu nodded. Then Lin Yu informed his parents. Upon learning he was entering the secret realm, they advised him to be careful. Use level 10 secret realm scroll. The next second, Lin Yu vanished in a flash of light. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless desert. The heat was scorching, as if his entire body were being roasted over a fire. Summon Pangu Mech. Lin Yu quickly summoned the mecha and entered its cockpit. Only then did he feel a wave of coolness. The scorching heat of the desert was completely gone. This secret realm is indeed different from the dungeons. Lin Yu nodded, sighing in awe. He was now inside a level 10 secret realm. The beasts here were mostly around level 10. However, as far as he could see, there were no beasts in sight. He piloted the Pangu Mech forward, swiftly exploring the desert. "This secret realm isn't completely empty, is it?" Lin Yu muttered. He felt he might return empty-handed, for the scene before him was utterly barren. Not even a single weed could be seen. But at that very moment, Lin Yu felt the ground trembling. Sensing danger, activate Mech teleportation. In an instant, the Pangu Mech teleported 100 meters away. Boom. Suddenly, a colossal beast burst out from the ground where he had stood. No wonder he hadn't seen any beasts. They were all hiding underground. Beast detected. Desert giant serpent level 12. Soon the information about the beast appeared before him. He hadn't expected the first beast he encountered in this secret realm to be level 12. Moreover, the serpent was enormous, with a body length of over 50 meters. It was fortunate he had the mecha, otherwise as a human standing before this giant serpent would have made him seem utterly insignificant. The serpent's entire body was covered in black scales, suggesting formidable defense. "Since you've appeared, then die." Lin Yu piloted the Pangu Mech, wielding the heaven-splitting axe. The massive mecha vanished from its spot in an instant. The giant serpent frantically looked around, searching for Lin Yu. However, it failed to notice that Lin Yu was already above it. The heaven-splitting axe in the Pangu Mech's hand came crashing down fiercely onto the serpent's head. With a squelch, the serpent's body was as soft as tofu. It was effortlessly cleaved in two. Killed. Level 12 giant serpent obtained level 12 crystal energy. "Not bad, my luck," Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. He hadn't expected to obtain a crystal energy from the first beast he killed in the secret realm. Truly, the secret realm was something else. The drop rate was much higher than in the dungeons. Absorbed and converted level 12 crystal energy, gained 7 energy points. Consumed 7 energy points. Spiritual energy 35. Current spiritual energy 884. He was close to breaking through to 1000 spiritual energy. Lin Yu felt he was one step closer to becoming a 2-star mech pilot. It seemed he might even succeed in reaching 2-star mech pilot within this secret realm. With that, Lin Yu continued piloting the Pangu Mech forward. The entire secret realm was vast. Lin Yu could only rely on his instincts to choose a direction and advance. Before long, he seemed to have entered the territory of the beasts. One after another, massive giant serpents burst forth from the ground, numbering in the dozens. All were level 12 giant serpents. Perfect timing. Lin Yu began to fight. In that moment, he became a mecha war god. Not a single beast could withstand a single strike from the heaven-splitting axe. Killed. Level 12 giant serpent. Killed. Level 12 giant serpent. Killed. Level 12 giant serpent. In less than 2 minutes, all the serpents that had appeared were slain by Lin Yu with a single blow each. Congratulations. You obtained 8 level 12 crystal energies. Haha, spending 40 million on this secret realm scroll was absolutely worth it. Lin Yu was both curious and excited. Even if he found no treasures in this secret realm, just obtaining these crystal energies alone was an immense harvest. Next, Lin Yu accelerated his pace, searching for more beasts. Now, whenever he spotted a beast, he would charge at it and dispatch it with a single axe strike. With each battle, Lin Yu's control over the Pangu mech grew more proficient, reaching a level of extraordinary skill. He owed it all to the Pangu being a divine grade mecha. If it were any other grade, things wouldn't have been so easy. I wonder when my second mecha will awaken. Lin Yu began to feel a surge of excitement. After an unknown amount of time, the sky in the secret realm darkened, surprising Lin Yu. He hadn't known much about secret realms before. He hadn't expected the secret realm to have day and night. It was truly wondrous. Fortunately, even in the dark, he could see his surroundings clearly from inside the mecha. Alright, I'll rest here and move on when dawn breaks, Lin Yu decided. System, how many crystal energies do I have now? Level 12 crystal energies, 21. Since entering the secret realm, I estimate I've killed over 100 beasts. Lin Yu nodded. This further proved that the drop rate for crystal energies in the secret realm was indeed much higher. Convert all of them into energy points and use them to increase my spiritual energy, Lin Yu commanded. 27 crystal energies converted, energy points 189, consumed 189 energy points. Your spiritual energy increased by 1323. Your current spiritual energy, 2079. Congratulations. You are now a 2-star mech pilot. From now on, killing beasts will grant your mecha experience points. When the mecha reaches level 20, you need to become a 3-star mech pilot for the mecha to continue leveling up. A series of system notifications sounded. Lin Yu was ecstatic. In just one day, he had broken through to 2-star mech pilot. The system was truly impressive. Name: Lin Yu, race human, divine mech body, activated mech pilot, rank 2-star mech pilot. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 2079, mech Pangu mech. After seeing his current personal panel information, Lin Yu was already quite satisfied. From the moment of awakening his mech to now, only a few days had passed, yet he had become a 2-star mech pilot. This speed of advancement was absolutely rare, even on a global scale. Now that I'm a 2-star mech pilot, the next step is to level up the Pangu mech to level 20. Lin Yu smiled. I might even be able to quickly reach 3-star mech pilot. He knew that reaching 3,000 spiritual energy points would make him a 3-star mech pilot. Note: because you possess the divine mech body, to reach the 3-star mech pilot rank, you need to raise your spiritual energy to 5,000, huh? Lin Yu was stunned. However, he quickly figured it out. After all, the divine mech body was so extraordinary, and he also had the system. 5,000 it is. For him, it would only take a bit more time. Not a big challenge. Time passed swiftly. Soon a night had passed. The next morning, the secret realm welcomed daylight once again. At this moment, Lin Yu checked his spiritual energy value. It was still only 2079. It seemed that the primordial spirit cultivation method could only elevate him to 2-star mech pilot. Once he reached that rank, the method could no longer increase his spiritual energy. Next, Lin Yu immediately began to control his Pangu mech and continued onward. Killed level 11 Desert Giant Scorpion Mech Experience 11. Killed level 11 Desert Giant Scorpion Mech Experience 11. It seemed he had entered the territory of the Desert Giant Scorpions, as this was the only type of beast here. After the slaughter, the Pangu mech's experience points increased. Pangu mech level 10, 596, 3000. As the mech's level increased, the required experience points grew larger and larger. Fortunately, gaining mech experience was very simple. Just kill giant beasts. So leveling up the mech was the easiest part. Unlike the mech pilot's rank, which required personal cultivation and effort to improve, a mech pilot couldn't gain experience points like a mech could. Discovered underground entrance. Suddenly a message appeared before his eyes. Underground entrance. Lin Yu was puzzled. As far as he could see, there was nothing but desert. He couldn't see any kind of entrance. However, the screen indicated that the underground entrance was directly ahead, 500 meters away. Soon Lin Yu arrived at the location indicated as the underground entrance. Suddenly the desert before him transformed into quicksand, then began to collapse violently. Within a few seconds, a massive sinkhole appeared before him. Its width alone was several hundred meters. Looking down, the sinkhole was bottomless and pitch black, as if it led to the abyss of hell. Those giant beasts all charged out from underground. Lin Yu pondered. Could it be that this is the real secret realm? Thinking this, he felt that since he had encountered this underground entrance, he definitely had to go down and investigate. What if he found something good? Besides, with his current strength, he had nothing to worry about in this secret realm. After making up his mind, Lin Yu controlled the Pangu mech and jumped straight down. Falling rapidly, Lin Yu looked up. He could see the light above growing dimmer and dimmer until everything before his eyes was pitch black. 200 meters, to the bottom, 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters rumble. Finally, the Pangu mech landed safely on the ground. The scene before him left Lin Yu utterly astonished. He never imagined that down here there was an incredibly vast underground space. The entire underground space was illuminated by special glowing stones. Roar! At that moment, a horde of giant beasts charged toward Lin Yu. This underground space seemed to be the lair of all the beasts in the secret realm. However, this suited Lin Yu's intentions perfectly. He needed a large number of beasts to level up his mech. Without a doubt, in Lin Yu's eyes, this place had become his personal experience farm. Heaven and Earth Slash. Facing such a swarm of beasts, only the divine mech skill Heaven and Earth Slash could handle them efficiently. Besides, his current spiritual energy was more than enough to perform over a dozen Heaven and Earth Slashes in a row. Killed level 12 giant beast. Mech experience 12, killed level 13 giant beast. Mech experience 13, obtained level 13 crystal energy. Killed level 10 giant beast. Mech experience 10. For a moment, Lin Yu felt like an invincible war god. In less than a minute, all the giant beasts he had seen were slain. Your Pangu mech has leveled up. Pangu mech level 11 354 4000. Awesome. Lin Yu laughed heartily. This feeling of invincibility and absolute dominance was indescribably wonderful. Now he truly understood why so many people entered this secret realm. It was indeed an excellent place to improve one's strength. Continuing to explore the underground space, he hadn't gone far when he encountered another large group of giant beasts. Just like before, he effortlessly annihilated them all. As the mech's level increased, all its attributes improved. And since Lin Yu's mech was a divine level mech, every level up caused the Pangu mech's attributes to multiply exponentially. This was something no other grade of mech could compare to. Ding! Congratulations, your Pangu mech has reached level 20. Auto-awaken skill Dominion Domain Divine Mech Domain skill activating. It consumes 50% of the mech pilot's total spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy, the stronger the Dominion Domain's power. Once the Dominion Domain is unleashed, you become a god of Dominion with all things as mere ants, boosting combat power. As the mech level and mech pilot rank increase, the Dominion Domain will also improve. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu had lost count of how many beasts he had slain. He had grown numb to the slaughter. But finally, he had managed to raise the Pangu mech to level 20. To his delight, an even more powerful mech skill had awakened. Although he hadn't fully understood the Dominion Domain, yet he was clear on one thing: once activated, it could multiply his combat power exponentially. In the future, if he could boost his combat power 100-fold, wouldn't he achieve true invincibility? With the Dominion Domain unleashed, no one would be his match. No wonder it's a divine level mech. Lin Yu was thrilled, but there was more to excite him. Through the continuous slaughter of the beasts here, he had accumulated 101 crystal energy stones. All were around level 11. This would allow his spiritual energy to increase even more. Upon absorbing and converting 101 units of crystal energy, Lin Yu received 735 energy points. With joy evident on his face, he nodded in approval. Not bad, not bad. For a moment, he felt he didn't even need to attend Kunlun Mecha University to become the strongest mecha master on his own. However, college is still an experience worth having. Who knows, he might even impress someone and find a beautiful campus girlfriend. At Kunlun Mecha University, anyone referred to as a campus beauty would undoubtedly be extraordinarily beautiful, and their talents would likely be impressive as well. Just thinking about it made him feel delighted. He also considered himself quite handsome. Finding a campus beauty as a girlfriend should be within his reach. Yet he refrained from continuing his fantasies. Lin Yu quickly added, "System, use all these energy points to increase my spiritual energy value." Receive command. Consuming 735 energy points. Your spiritual energy value, 5,145. Congratulations, your Mecha Master level has increased. Goo goo. Lin Yu was increasingly drooling. He opened his personal panel. Name Lin Yu, race human, Mecha God Body activated, Mecha Master level 3-star Mecha Master. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 7224, Mecha Pangu Mecha. With over 7,000 spiritual energy, if I weren't a Mecha God Body, I would already be a 7-star Mecha Master. Lin Yu sighed. There's no way around it. I am a Mecha God Body. The required spiritual energy value is not something ordinary Mecha Masters can compare to. So how much spiritual energy do I need to reach a 4-star Mecha Master? Lin Yu continued to inquire. Answer: a Mecha God Body needs to elevate their spiritual energy value to 200 to reach the level of a 4-star Mecha Master. 20,000. Lin Yu shook his head. In the whole world, anyone with a spiritual energy value of 2000 is already one of the most powerful Mecha Masters. Furthermore, there are only a few who have achieved it worldwide. However, for him to reach a spiritual energy value of 2000, he would only be a 4-star Mecha Master. Fortunately, he had the system. It could convert energy into energy points, making things much easier for him. They'll deal with the future when it comes. After all, I am already a 3-star mecha master. Now it's time to continue leveling up my mecha. Lin Yu quickly pondered, by the way, when will I awaken my second mecha? As a Mecha God Body, he could possess 7 mechas. Now he was already a 3-star mecha master. Answer: when you reach 4-star mecha master, you will awaken your second mecha. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt quite satisfied. He was already not far from becoming a 4-star mecha master. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Yu heard the sounds of battle coming from deep within. Are there others here? Lin Yu was startled. In the next second, Lin Yu controlled the Pangu mecha and charged forward. In just a matter of seconds, he arrived in front of a large door. The door was several hundred meters high and several dozen meters thick. It seemed to have been forcibly opened. At that moment, looking ahead, inside the entire door was a larger space. Within it, a pink mecha was engaged in a fierce battle. This pink humanoid mecha appeared to be a royal-level mecha wielding a pink scythe that looked extremely sharp. Like a pink Grim Reaper. What the heck, there are all level 15 behemoths, and even a level 20 behemoth. Lin Yu was puzzled. After all, this was merely a level 10 secret realm. Logically, the behemoths appearing in a level 10 secret realm should be around level 10. It seemed this secret realm had many aspects he was unaware of. Quick, use the secret realm scroll to teleport out. Lin Yu shouted. The pink mecha was at level 10. To withstand such an onslaught from so many level 15 behemoths and still hold on until now was already quite remarkable. No, the secret realm scroll cannot be used in here. In the next second, a melodious voice came from within the pink mecha. Cannot be used. Lin Yu was shocked. He knew that the secret realm scroll could bring them into the secret realm and also allow them to leave. This secret realm scroll could only be used twice. Once it helped them teleport out, it would automatically dissipate. It was precisely because of this that everyone felt more at ease entering the secret realm. As long as they encountered danger, they could escape using the secret realm scroll. But now to be told that the secret realm scroll could not be used here left Lin Yu puzzled. This was clearly a level 10 secret realm. How could there be such a setting? You should leave quickly and not come in, otherwise you will also be targeted. At that moment, the pink mecha's voice sounded again. It seemed she already knew she wouldn't survive. She is quite a good person, Lin Yu thought to himself. She is worth saving. Moreover, those level 15 behemoths and that level 20 behemoth are merely experience points in Lin Yu's eyes. There were so many of them. His mecha could probably quickly level up to level 30. Immediately, Lin Yu controlled the Pangu mecha and entered the space beyond the large door. In an instant, many level 15 behemoths focused their attention on him. Their eyes erupted with a blood-red glow as if they had entered a state of frenzy. Their power increased significantly in this frenzied state. Upon entering, Lin Yu also saw many mecha fragments. It seemed she had companions, but they had already perished here. If Lin Yu had arrived just a few minutes later, the pink mecha in front of him would have become a mecha corpse. Are you crazy? I told you not to come in, and do you want to die that badly? The one controlling the pink mecha, Luo Yuexin, was somewhat speechless. She wanted to live, but couldn't. Yet despite her good advice, the other party still rushed in to seek death. Upon entering, they were immediately surrounded by numerous behemoths. What else could they be but fools? Now it was practically impossible for the two of them to escape. Don't worry, I can handle this. Lin Yu smiled as he swung the Heaven's Axe. The terrifying power erupted at that moment. Heaven and Earth / activated. Boom, boom, boom. Congratulations, you have slain a level 15 behemoth. Mecha experience points 25. Congratulations, you have slain a level 15 behemoth. Mecha experience points 25. Congratulations, you have slain a level 15 behemoth. Mecha experience points 25. In just a few breaths, the hundreds of behemoths surrounding him were instantly eliminated. So powerful. Seeing this, Luo Yuexin was dumbfounded. Reflecting on it, she realized she had underestimated him. Clearly, the other party was an exceptionally skilled mecha master. This mecha must be at least a royal-level mecha. How is that possible? He can continuously unleash mecha skills. Does his mecha skills not have a cooldown? Such speed. Those behemoths are like tofu in comparison, unable to withstand even a single blow from him. In the time that followed, Luo Yuexin was completely astonished. Lin Yu's mecha performance completely refreshed her understanding. It even felt as though her worldview had collapsed. One level 15 behemoth after another was swiftly defeated. Luo Yuexin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had held out until now. She could continue to survive. Originally, she had already prepared for death, but fortunately a path to survival appeared before her. Under Luo Yuexin's witness, Lin Yu was like an undefeated god of war, swiftly slaying all the level 15 beasts within the space in just a few minutes. Only the 100 turtle level 20 beast remained. At that moment, the level 20 beast let out an immensely terrifying roar, seemingly filled with rage. The level 20 beast opened its massive maw and instantly spewed forth flames of terrifying intensity. The surrounding carcasses of the beasts were reduced to ashes in an instant. Simultaneously, the flames engulfed the entire space in a short time. So hot, Luo Yuexin felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she were inside a furnace about to be roasted. After all these flames were spewed by a level 20 beast, they were not something she, a level 10 mecha pilot with a 1-star mecha, could withstand. For a moment, she even felt her mecha beginning to melt. These flames are too weak. Lin Yu, on the contrary, chuckled. His Pangu mecha didn't even need to activate any defense. The flames could inflict no harm upon him or the Pangu mecha. Mecha teleport activated activated the next instant as the level 20 beast saw the Pangu mecha vanish. Its blood-red eyes revealed a look of terror. By the time it came to its senses, Lin Yu had already appeared behind it. He swung the heaven-opening axe directly. Rumble. In an instant, the level 20 beast lost its life, its colossal body crashing to the ground, staining the surroundings red with blood. Ding, you have slain a level 20 beast. Mecha experience 500, obtained 1 level 20 crystal energy, obtained intermediate mecha skill piercing arrow. Your Pangu mecha has leveled up, reaching level 27. Awesome. I didn't expect a level 20 beast to drop not only a level 20 crystal energy, but also an intermediate mecha skill. Lin Yu was overjoyed. However, this intermediate mecha skill piercing arrow didn't seem suitable for the Pangu mecha. After all, the Pangu mecha uses an axe. Perhaps when he awakened his next mecha, this intermediate skill would come in handy. Boom. Suddenly a loud sound echoed through the space. Before Lin Yu's eyes, an ancient-looking platform rose not far away. When the platform had fully ascended, a golden shovel-shaped treasure chest appeared on it. This filled Lin Yu with even greater surprise. There was definitely something good inside. Congratulations. You have opened the treasure chest. You have obtained a mech heart. What does this mech heart do? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer: the mech heart can directly upgrade a king-grade mecha to an emperor-grade mecha. Hearing this, Lin Yu was stunned. This mech heart was incredibly powerful. As far as he knew, the grade of a mecha awakened by a pilot was immutable. If others learned of this mech heart, it would undoubtedly spark a frenzy. Moreover, it was something that money could not buy. This secret realm was truly excellent. Being able to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure also showed that Lin Yu was quite lucky. However, he possessed a divine-grade mecha. This mech heart was of no use to him. Still, if his next mecha turned out to be only king-grade, then this mech heart could play a huge role. Are you alright? Lin Yu then used a mecha teleport to appear before the pink mecha, asking softly, "Thank you for saving my life." Luo Yuexin voluntarily exited her mecha, landed on the ground, and bowed to Lin Yu in apology. "It's fine as long as you're okay." Lin Yu also emerged from the Pangu mecha. When Luo Yuexin saw Lin Yu, she was completely stunned. He was so young and extremely handsome. He was the very image of the future husband she had in mind. If she could, she would have said right then, "Young master, you've saved my life. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself to you." At that moment, Lin Yu took out the secret realm scroll. "Leave the secret realm," Lin Yu commanded. "Ding, this space has special rules. Within this space, you cannot use the secret realm scroll to leave." The system's voice sounded. This gave Lin Yu some insight. "I understand," Lin Yu said with a look of sudden realization. Now that all the beasts in this space were slain, they only needed to leave this space to use the secret realm scroll and depart. His Pangu mecha was only level 27 now. There was no harm in waiting until it reached level 30 before leaving. Once you leave this space, you can use the secret realm scroll to exit the secret realm. "I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave," Lin Yu said to the beautiful woman, then transformed into a beam of light and returned to his mecha. "What is your esteemed name? I must repay your life-saving grace." Luo Yuexin hurriedly asked loudly. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Don't worry about it," Lin Yu replied slowly, then directly piloted the Pangu mecha and swiftly departed. They were merely passing acquaintances. He probably wouldn't see her again. Watching Lin Yu disappear, Luo Yuexin let out a deep sigh. In the end, she didn't even know the name of her savior. "Oh well, I hope we meet again someday." Luo Yuexin sighed. Then she quickly returned to her own mecha. She exited this space and promptly used the secret realm scroll to leave the secret realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yu soon discovered other beasts in this underground space. However, they were all around level 10. His current mecha level was 27. Now these level 10 beasts were like mere ants, utterly insignificant before the Pangu mecha. Slain level 10 beast. Mecha experience 3. Slain level 10 beast. Mecha experience 3. Slain level 10 beast. Mecha experience 3. This is tough. As expected, as the mecha level increases, killing these low-level beasts yields less experience. Lin Yu said slowly. Before killing a few dozen of these level 10 beasts would drop a crystal energy. He had just taken down over 100 beasts. But not a single crystal energy dropped. As a result, this secret realm was no longer suitable for leveling up. He had thought he could raise his mecha to level 30 here. Thinking about it now, he had been too naive. Huff. Lin Yu took a deep breath and confirmed, how many crystal energies have I accumulated so far? 6 level 10 crystal energies, 8 level 11 crystal energies, 9 level 12 crystal energies, 6 level 13 crystal energies, 1 level 20 crystal energy, a total of 30 crystal energies. Lin Yu nodded. This should be enough to significantly increase his spiritual energy value. System, convert all this crystal energy and use it to enhance my spiritual power value. The next second, Lin Yu issued the command directly. Receive beginning conversion. All crystal energy converted obtained energy points 314. It seems that as the level increases, the energy points converted from low-grade crystals decrease. Lin Yu pondered. This expedition into the secret realm had truly taught him much and enlightened him further. Energy points consumed 314. Your spiritual power increased by 4170. Open my personal panel. Name Lin Yu, race, human, mecha god physique, activated mecha master rank, 3-star mecha master. Energy points 0, spiritual power 1243, 4 mecha panga mecha. Over 10,000 spiritual power now. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Regardless, entering this place had been an immense gain. Exit the secret realm. Lin Yu used his secret realm scroll. The next second, he and the panga mecha vanished in a flash of light. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his own backyard. The secret realm scroll in his hand dissipated at that moment. To enter another secret realm, he would need to obtain a new scroll. After recalling Pangu to the mecha space, Lin Yu landed steadily on the ground. Big brother, you're finally back. At that moment, the door opened and Lin Xiaojiao exclaimed excitedly. It hasn't been that long, and you already miss your big brother this much. Lin Yu, as usual, enjoyed ruffling Lin Xiaojiao's hair. Big brother, it's been over a month since you went into the secret realm. Lin Xiaojiao quickly added, there are only 10 days left until September 1st. Hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. It seems the secret realm I entered has a different time flow from the outside world. Lin Yu sighed deeply. If he had stayed longer in the secret realm, he would have missed the school enrollment. By the way, little sis, what's your spiritual power value now? Lin Yu inquired. It's 91 now. Reaching 100 will probably take another month or two. Lin Xiaojiao shook her head with a sigh. She was now feeling a bottleneck and lacked confidence in breaking through to 100 quickly. Don't rush, take it slow. After all, you'll awaken your mecha faster than your big brother did. Lin Yu comforted her gently. Lin Xiaojiao was only 15 now, likely to awaken her mecha by 16. The earlier the awakening, the greater the potential. Moreover, Lin Xiaojiao relied entirely on self-cultivation without using any pills to boost her progress. If she used the augmentation pill, now reaching 100 spiritual power in a few days would be effortless. But there was no need for that. Where are mom and dad? Lin Yu continued asking. They went out, Lin Xiaojiao replied. Oh, and Chen Feiyu also got into Kunlun Mecha University. He's been looking for you these past few days, but you weren't around, Lin Xiaojiao added. Impressive. Lin Yu nodded, surprised that Chen Feiyu had made it. Getting into Kunlun Mecha University indicated an excellent score in the Mecha College entrance exam. What grade of mecha did he awaken? Lin Yu asked curiously. A bit worse than yours, big brother. A king grade mecha. That's quite good. Lin Yu nodded. A king grade mecha with hard work could still lead to becoming a formidable mecha master. He felt happy for Chen Feiyu. This way the two could travel together. He'll go see Chen Feiyu. Also, I'm planning to head to a dungeon later. When mom and dad get back, tell them not to worry about me. Lin Yu smiled. Okay. Lin Xiaojiao responded. Then Lin Yu left his house and headed toward Chen Feiyu's place nearby. He arrived shortly and pressed the doorbell. Inside, Chen Feiyu, who was cultivating, immediately stopped upon hearing the ring. Seeing Lin Yu on the screen, he became ecstatic and dashed out. Lin Yu. Chen Feiyu opened the yard gate, exclaiming excitedly. Congratulations on getting into Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu offered his congratulations. And congratulations to you for being directly admitted. You can look out for me from now on. Chen Feiyu nodded repeatedly. No problem. Lin Yu replied earnestly. For so long, Chen Feiyu had been his only true confidant. Someone trustworthy. By the way, Lin Yu, how strong are you now? Chen Feiyu asked curiously. It had been over a month. He himself had raised his mecha level to 10. With a spiritual energy cultivation method passed down by his father, his spiritual power had reached 200. He was confident of becoming a 2-star mecha master within 6 months. In his view, Lin Yu, who had awakened an emperor-grade mecha, must be cultivating even faster. I'm already a 3-star mecha master, and my mecha level has reached 27. Lin Yu said with a smile, not hiding his progress. Hearing this, Chen Feiyu was stunned. You're incredible. He was deeply shocked. This is nothing. Kunlun Mecha University has even more prodigious talents. Lin Yu waved his hand. Indeed, there's always someone better, and beyond the sky, there's another sky. Chen Feiyu nodded in agreement, then continued. But Lin Yu, you're the most extraordinary person I've ever seen. I'm sticking with you. By the way, summon your mecha. I need to get a good look and soak in its aura. Chen Feiyu couldn't contain his eagerness. He had never seen an Emperor-grade mecha up close. I'm planning to go to a dungeon. Want to team up? Lin Yu invited. Sure. With you leading those dungeons will be a breeze. I've heard that mecha masters get rewards for their first dungeon clear. Chen Feiyu nodded, eagerly full of anticipation. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to start boosting him so soon. Wait a moment, let me tell my dad. Chen Feiyu made a call. After briefly explaining the situation, his father agreed, but reminded them to stay safe. Lately, anomalies had been occurring in both dungeons and secret realms. Just yesterday, several mecha masters had fallen in Jiangling City. Lin Yu, let's set off now. After the call ended, Chen Feiyu said with a smile. Lin Yu, isn't it a bit risky to go straight to this level 20 dungeon? I can't handle level 20 giant beasts. When Chen Feiyu saw the dungeon information before him, he was utterly stunned. Don't worry with me here, you just need to watch from behind. Leave everything to me. Currently, the most formidable dungeon in Jiangling City is this level 20 dungeon, the Blood World. There are only 10 days left until the enrollment at Kunlun Mecha University. You know Kunlun Mecha University is quite a distance away, so we must set off 5 days in advance. That means we only have 5 days to clear the dungeon. Lin Yu explained slowly. After hearing this, Chen Feiyu nodded. Yeah, clearing a dungeon isn't something you can do in just a few minutes. I saw a mecha team that took over a month to clear one before. The fastest clear time for this level 20 Blood World dungeon is at least 3 days. The higher the dungeon level, the greater the rewards for clearing it. With limited time, it was only natural to choose the most valuable one. Besides, since Lin Yu was confident he could clear this level 20 dungeon, it was even more reason to prioritize it. Lin Yu, I'm ready. Chen Feiyu took a deep breath and said quickly, Good, let's form a team first. Lin Yu responded. You have formed a team with Chen Feiyu. Once the team was formed, as long as Lin Yu killed giant beasts, not only would his mecha gain experience points, but Chen Feiyu's mecha would too. However, Chen Feiyu was only a 1-star mecha master, and his mecha had reached level 10. Until he broke through to a 2-star mecha master, his mecha would not level up further. But that wasn't the most important thing. Their true goal was the rewards from clearing the dungeon. Let's go, we're heading in. Wait, let me see if there are any good guides to help us be faster and more efficient, Chen Feiyu said hurriedly. These dungeons all had guides. However, guides came at a cost. The higher the dungeon level, the higher the price of the guide. This level 20 dungeon guide would cost at least $1 million. Actually, there's no need to look at a guide. Lin Yu said, it's just about killing all the giant beasts in the dungeon and then taking down the final boss beast to clear it. When you possess absolute power, you can clear it easily even without a guide. But seeing that Chen Feiyu had already paid and bought a guide, they couldn't let the money go to waste. It was only right to take a good look. Level 20 Blood World Dungeon Guide. Upon entering this dungeon, you will first encounter a vast blood forest filled with countless dangerous traps. Here I have drawn a safe route map. Follow my route to safely traverse the blood forest. Friendly reminder: if you encounter a blood demon tree, turn and flee immediately. Once ensnared by the blood demon tree, all your energy will be drained instantly, and you will surely die. To view the rest of the guide, pay 100. This is such a ripoff, Chen Feiyu said in exasperation. He had already spent $1 million only to find the guide was incomplete. Though the guide was incomplete, it at least made them aware of the extreme peril of the blood world. Fortunately, the author had provided a safe route. Don't buy any more. The full guide probably costs tens of millions. Seeing Chen Feiyu about to pay again, Lin Yu quickly stopped him. Trust me, Lin Yu said with utmost seriousness. Okay. Chen Feiyu nodded. Then the two advanced side by side. You have entered the level 20 dungeon Blood World. After successfully entering the dungeon, the two immediately smelled an extremely thick bloody odor. When they opened their eyes, the world before them left both of them in shock. Everything was bathed in blood. This blood world is so nauseating. Chen Feiyu felt like vomiting, but forced himself to hold it in. Summon your mechas. It'll be more bearable inside, Lin Yu reminded. The two quickly summoned their respective mechas. Pangu mecha summoned. That's an imperial level mecha. So cool. Chen Feiyu exclaimed, full of envy. Your mecha is pretty good too, Lin Yu praised. Chen Feiyu's mecha was a king-level humanoid mecha equipped with a shield and a longsword. It was well-suited for frontline combat. It was clear that Chen Feiyu's mecha excelled in defense. Then the two entered the mecha's cockpit. Once inside the mecha, it indeed felt much better. At least they could no longer smell the blood. Lin Yu, that forest ahead must be the blood forest, Chen Feiyu said, looking ahead. The trees in the blood forest were colossal, towering into the sky. Each blood tree stood hundreds of meters tall. Standing before the blood forest in their human forms, they felt like ants gazing upon the world of men. The next moment, Chen Feiyu sent the safe route map from the guide to Lin Yu. Got it. He'll lead the way if follow me closely. After seeing the map, Lin Yu charged forward. The two mechas quickly arrived at the edge of the blood forest. Lin Yu entered first. Chen Feiyu followed closely. This dungeon would be perfect for a horror movie, Chen Feiyu remarked. Fortunately, they had their mechas. Inside the mechas, they felt a profound sense of security. Rumble. Just as they were halfway through, the ground shook violently. In just a few seconds, a massive tree covered in blood-red beads and countless tentacles emerged. Blood Demon Tree Special Giant Beast Level 20 Ability Devour All Power. I didn't expect to actually run into this Blood Demon Tree, Lin Yu muttered. The guide mentioned that the Blood Demon Tree appeared randomly. Some mecha masters were lucky enough not to encounter it. If you did encounter it, it meant your luck was bad. Lin Yu, let's run, Chen Feiyu warned. The guide said to flee if it appeared. Don't worry, I can handle it, Lin Yu said with a smile. The next second, the Pangu mecha vanished from its spot. Mecha teleport activated. Heaven and Earth / activated in an instant. Lin Yu appeared before the Blood Demon Tree. The Pangu mecha raised its heaven-opening axe and struck down. From behind, Chen Feiyu could only see an incredibly terrifying light explode. In that brief moment, he clearly saw the massive Blood Demon Tree cleaved in two. He stood there utterly dumbfounded. This royal-grade mech is truly terrifying. Chen Feiyu was shocked. The speed and power exceeded his imagination. Looking back, in just a month or two, the gap between the two of them had grown increasingly wider. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Yu felt somewhat satisfied. This was definitely a good start. Lin Yu, I actually got a level 20 energy crystal, Chen Feiyu exclaimed excitedly. He hadn't done anything himself. To think he could also receive loot. This is the benefit of teaming up. With this level 20 energy crystal, his spiritual energy would definitely increase rapidly. I got one too, Lin Yu smiled. Without the blood-red demon tree blocking them, they quickly set off again. Lin Yu, just how strong are you now? Chen Feiyu asked curiously. I don't know the specifics, but I feel confident that I can handle a 4-star mech master with my current strength. Lin Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Impressive. Chen Feiyu controlled his mech and gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Being able to fight above one's level is what truly defines a genius. Chen Feiyu felt a great distance between himself and Lin Yu, and it solidified his resolve to work even harder after arriving at Kunlun Mech University. Not long after, they successfully passed through the blood-red forest. It seems the strategy is indeed useful. After emerging, Chen Feiyu nodded. Don't rely too much on the strategy. If this instance undergoes some sort of mutation, then the strategy will be useless. Lin Yu reminded him. Anything is possible. If this instance experiences some mutation, then a safe route could potentially turn deadly. Only by possessing true strength can one better cope with various crises. That makes sense. Chen Feiyu nodded, understanding the reasoning. Earlier, when he was on the phone with his dad had also reminded him that the instances and secret realms were quite unstable lately, with many changes occurring. At this moment, they stood before a massive valley. Roar, roar, roar. They could also hear the fierce roars echoing from within the valley. When they reached the entrance of the valley, they looked out and saw it densely populated with giant beasts. Oh my, there are at least 500 level 15 giant beasts. Chen Feiyu was dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing such a massive horde of giant beasts. Lin Yu, do you have a plan? Chen Feiyu asked worriedly. Don't worry, I won't joke with my life. Lin Yu nodded confidently and said, you stay here, I'll take care of them. With that, Lin Yu controlled the Pangu mech and entered the valley. Instantly, all the giant beasts in the valley noticed Lin Yu. They charged toward Lin Yu. This is too crazy. Chen Feiyu was alarmed as he witnessed this scene from behind. Yet he felt a sense of admiration. When would he become as powerful as Lin Yu? Be careful. Suddenly, a giant beast appeared before Lin Yu, its sharp claws aimed directly at the head of the mech. Chen Feiyu couldn't help but shout a warning. Lin Yu naturally didn't let the giant beast succeed. In the next moment, the Pangu mech vanished from its spot. Heavenly Strike activated. Double/activated. As the mech skills were unleashed, giant beasts fell one after another. Killed level 15 giant beast, gained mech experience 17. Killed level 15 giant beast, gained mech experience 17. Killed level 15 giant beast, gained mech experience 17. Incredible. This is just too amazing. Chen Feiyu was once again deeply shocked. It's worth noting that after using a mech skill, there is a cooldown time. Yet now it seemed Lin Yu could continuously unleash skills. Moreover, the power of these skills was immensely strong. The hundreds of giant beasts before him were like ants, completely incapable of withstanding a single blow. Minutes later, all 500 giant beasts in the valley were completely slain. At that moment, Chen Feiyu quickly maneuvered his mech to Lin Yu's side. I'm impressed, Chen Feiyu stated in admiration. A genius. No, he should be considered a super prodigy. Chen Feiyu was certain that Lin Yu was undoubtedly the most extraordinary being to have ever existed in this world. It's a pity that after killing so many giant beasts my mech hasn't leveled up yet. Lin Yu shook his head. His Pangu mech was still at level 27. By the way, how many energy crystals did you get? Lin Yu asked. After he killed 500 level 15 giant beasts, he only obtained 13 level 15 energy crystals. I got 20 level 15 energy crystals. Chun Feiyu chuckled, experiencing the benefits of teamwork once again. It seems your luck is quite good. Lin Yu nodded. Just average. Chun Feiyu shook his head. By the way, Lin Yu, how did you manage to continuously unleash skills earlier? The skills had no cooldown time. I previously entered a secret realm and obtained a treasure from there which merged with me, allowing me to unleash skills indefinitely, but I needed sufficient spiritual energy in advance. Lin Yu explained. Of course, this was just a lie of Lin Yu. Now is not the time to reveal that he was a mech god and possessed a divine grade mech. I see. I've heard that secret realms have all sorts of opportunities and treasures. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying existence. I'll have to explore this secret realm myself later. Chun Feiyu said happily after listening. Then you need to improve your strength. Secret realms are much more dangerous than instances. Lin Yu smiled. I understand. Chun Feiyu replied. Rumble. Just as they were still chatting, a massive beam of light shot down from the heavens. The energy of this beam was incredibly powerful. It seems the boss giant beast is about to appear, Lin Yu said slowly after witnessing this. The level 20 instance boss giant beast. Chun Feiyu swallowed hard. His mech was only level 10. He probably couldn't withstand even one hit from the level 20 boss giant beast. Roar. Soon the two of them saw a massive figure emerging from the light beam. After a few seconds, when the light beam disappeared, they saw a mech Tyrannosaurus Rex towering at least 70 or 80 meters tall. How is this possible? A level 25 giant beast. Chun Feiyu was stunned. This was a level 20 instance. Logically, the strongest boss should only be level 20. The giant beast before them was actually level 25. It seems this instance has also undergone a mutation, Lin Yu said calmly. However, fortunately, such a mutation was still within his control. Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level 25. Dungeon boss with formidable defense, exceptional reaction speed, and the ability to spew flames. At that moment, Lin Yu's eyes quickly displayed the information on the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex, even pointing out its weaknesses. He had to admit the system was incredibly effective. Protect yourself, Lin Yu reminded, then manipulated the Pangu Mecha to instantly move. With a mecha teleportation, he appeared behind the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex. However, the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex reacted swiftly, its massive mechanical tail, like an incredibly sharp blade, thrust toward the abdomen of the Pangu Mecha. What a beast! Its reaction speed is indeed fast. Lin Yu used mecha teleportation again to evade its attack. The Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex had formidable defense, but its only weakness was its head. Yet Lin Yu wielded a divine mecha and possessed the divine artifact, the sky-splitting axe, with his mecha level surpassing that of the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex. Thus its defense was no match for his assault. Perfect, let me show you my domain of dominance. Lin Yu smiled, treating the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex as his sparring partner. Mecha domain of dominance skill activated. Instantly Lin Yu felt all mecha attributes surge, as if he were the sovereign of this domain. Everything before him seemed like mere ants. Too slow. The Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex, once lightning fast, now appeared sluggish in Lin Yu's eyes. Boom. Soon Lin Yu decided to end the game, as activating the domain of dominance consumed half his spiritual energy and maintaining it drained even more. With a single axe strike, the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex was cleaved in two, its body exploding with a thunderous roar. Killed. Level 25 Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex. Your Pangu Mecha gains 100 experience. Ding dong, congratulations. You have obtained 2 ginseng fruits. Consuming a ginseng fruit extends lifespan by 100 years. Each person can only take 1. I never thought there would be treasures that increase lifespan. Lin Yu was astonished. 2 fruits. They would be perfect for his parents. As a mecha pilot advanced in level, his lifespan naturally increased. Thus Lin Yu had no use for the ginseng fruits. His parents were ordinary people, and granting them an extra century of life was a tremendous blessing. Feiyu, what reward did you get for clearing the dungeon? Lin Yu asked curiously. Off. Chun Feiyu snapped back to reality upon hearing Lin Yu's voice. The scene of Lin Yu slaying the Mecha Tyrannosaurus Rex was so awe-inspiring that it left him utterly stunned. Wait, let me check. Chun Feiyu quickly inspected his rewards. Seeing the reward, he was dumbfounded. Lin Yu, I got a high-level Mecha skill Guardian Sacred Shield, which can block a fatal attack. But it requires a 5-star Mecha pilot level to learn. He was immensely excited. This was a life-saving skill. Congratulations. Lin Yu said. You're really lucky. High-level mecha skills were rare, even in dungeons of levels 30 or 40. Regardless, this was excellent news. It seemed Chun Feiyu was quite fortunate. Hey Lin Yu, what reward did you get? Chen Feiyu asked curiously. 2 ginseng fruits that increase lifespan, perfect for my parents, Lin Yu replied, without hiding anything. That's wonderful. We must celebrate after we leave. Chen Feiyu nodded happily, knowing that Lin Yu's parents were ordinary people. An ordinary person's lifespan was at most 100 years. But becoming a 1-star mecha pilot could extend it to 200 years. As one's mecha pilot level increased, so did their lifespan. Let's leave this dungeon first, Lin Yu continued. Soon they recalled their mechas to their mecha spaces and successfully exited the level 20 dungeon, the Blood World. Exiting the dungeon, they saw many mecha pilots gathered at the entrance. Is something happening? Chen Feiyu wondered. Probably something major, Lin Yu observed calmly. Friend, what's going on? Chen Feiyu asked a nearby mecha pilot. Check the news online, the pilot replied quickly. The world has changed. Hearing this, Lin Yu and Chen Feiyu gasped. The world had changed. Chen Feiyu quickly took out his phone to connect to the network. A flood of messages appeared. Lin Yu, look at this. After reading the online news, it was clear the world had truly transformed. Both dungeons and secret realms have undergone drastic mutations, increasing their difficulty. This means previous dungeon guides are now useless. Moreover, to leave a dungeon, you must clear it. Secret realms have special areas where escape scrolls cannot be used. Chen Feiyu felt an inexplicable terror. He wasn't alone, mecha pilots worldwide were gripped with fear. This meant entering dungeons and secret realms would drastically increase mortality rates and slow their progress. That's why we must strive to enhance our strength, Lin Yu said earnestly and seriously. If a crisis erupted in the future, lacking powerful strength would only lead to despair and death. One must seize their destiny. But it's not all bad. The mutations have increased the chances of obtaining rare items. Chen Feiyu nodded. Now he understood why the reward for clearing the level 20 Blood World was so generous. He had even obtained a high-level mecha skill. According to statistics, hundreds of mecha pilots in Jiangling City alone have fallen in dungeons and secret realms today. An official statistic popped up. From now on, we must be fully prepared before entering dungeons and secret realms. Chen Feiyu felt relieved to have Lin Yu by his side. Look at it from another perspective. This might push all mecha pilots to become stronger, Lin Yu said. Let's go. Since the dungeons have mutated, we should clear other low-level dungeons quickly. They had cleared the level 20 dungeon. The level 10 and level 15 dungeons should be a breeze. Over the following 2 days, Lin Yu and Chen Feiyu cleared several low-level dungeons in Jiangling City, reaping bountiful rewards from their successful runs. The sense of accomplishment was immense. Among the spoils, Chen Feiyu obtained a peculiar fruit. Upon consuming it, his spiritual energy value directly increased by 500 points. He was now not far from becoming a 2-star mecha master. With a bit more effort, he would undoubtedly break through to that rank with ease. After returning to Jiangling No. 1 Villa District, Lin Yu looked at Chen Feiyu and proposed, Feiyu, let's set off for Kunlun Mecha University tomorrow. With only 6 days left until the enrollment deadline for Kunlun Mecha University, it was wise to depart early. No problem. Chen Feiyu nodded in agreement. They then parted ways to their respective homes. Upon arriving home, Lin Yu found that his mother had just finished preparing dinner. He couldn't help but marvel at his impeccable timing. During dinner, his parents inquired about the anomalies in the secret realms and dungeons. Lin Yu answered them truthfully. He also cautioned his younger sister Lin Jiaojiao that if she ever awakened her mecha, she must never venture into a secret realm or dungeon alone. After the meal, Lin Yu handed 2 ginseng fruits to his parents. Dad, Mom, these fruits will extend your lifespans by 100 years. He watched them consume the fruits and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he brought out 2 basic mecha skills and over 20 crystals for Lin Jiaojiao. These are all rewards from my dungeon clears. I have no use for them. Sis, make the most of them. These crystals will rapidly boost your spiritual energy. Once your mecha awakens and you master these 2 basic skills, your strength will undoubtedly soar. Overjoyed with the gifts, Lin Jiaojiao thanked him. Thanks, big bro. Tomorrow he would leave Jiangling City. He wondered when he would return. He recalled that when his elder sister Lin Weiner first entered Kunlun Mecha University, she came home twice in her first year. But in the past 2 years, she hadn't returned once. Back in his room, Lin Yu lay on his bed and commanded, open my personal panel. Command received. Name Lin Yu, race, human, divine mech body, activated mecha master, rank, 3-star mecha master. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 16820, mecha panga mecha, level 28. I'm getting closer to becoming a 4-star mecha master, Lin Yu said with satisfaction. His efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Afterward, Lin Yu resolved to clear more dungeons as the rewards had become far superior to before. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the night was over. The next morning, his mother had already prepared a hearty breakfast. After the meal, Lin Yu stepped out of the villa and smiled at his family. Mom, Dad, you don't need to see me off. Jiao Jiao, work hard. After bidding farewell, Lin Yu arrived at Chun Feiyu's doorstep just in time to see him saying goodbye to his own parents. Seeing Lin Yu, Chun Feiyu's father warmly said, "Lin Yu, please look after my boy in the future." Lin Yu smiled and replied, "You're too kind, uncle." Chun Feiyu quickly interjected, "All right, Lin Yu and I are off." And so they bid farewell to their families and officially set out for Kunlun Mecha University. From now on, everything depended on their own efforts. Leaving the villa district, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu made their way toward the airport. "I can't wait to start university life at the Mecha Academy. I've heard there are plenty of beautiful senior sisters there. If I can find a girlfriend, that would be amazing." Chun Feiyu daydreamed happily. "Stop dreaming. If you want a beautiful senior sister as your wife, you need to be strong enough." Lin Yu snapped him out of his reverie. Students at Kunlun Mecha University were mostly geniuses. In this world, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Only the strong commanded respect. Some beautiful girls might even throw themselves at you. But if you were weak, they wouldn't spare you a glance. "I understand." Chun Feiyu nodded. Before long, they arrived at Jiangling City's airport. Jiangling City was thousands of kilometers from Kunlun Mecha University. To get there quickly, they had to take a specialized transport aircraft, which were also armed with powerful weaponry. Given the variety of colossal beasts, including flying ones, they were likely to encounter such threats during the journey. Thus, the trip carried inherent risks. "If only my mecha could fly," Chun Feiyu sighed. He could then pilot it directly to Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. He thought that if his second mecha could be awakened with flight capabilities, it would be a tremendous boon. Although some mechas couldn't fly, certain equipment could grant them flight. Such equipment, however, was extremely rare and beyond current human technological capabilities. To obtain it, one had to clear dungeons or explore secret realms hoping for good fortune. Soon, under the staff's arrangements, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu boarded a sleek, cool-looking fighter jet. As freshmen of Kunlun Mecha University, they received a dedicated escort. Thus, they didn't have to crowd onto the regular transport aircraft. So comfortable. Chun Feiyu sprawled on a sofa, thoroughly enjoying himself. As expected of a top-tier mecha university, this treatment alone is incomparable to ordinary mecha academies, Lin Yu remarked as he sat down. "Yeah, but I've heard the competition at Kunlun Mecha University is fierce." Chun Feiyu continued, "There's a ranking system. If you make it onto the leaderboard, you get tons of resources. And the higher you rank, the more abundant the mecha resources." Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. "Sounds intriguing. I'm getting more and more excited." The fighter jet also had dedicated flight attendants serving them. The food and drinks were top-notch, leaving the two thoroughly indulged. The jet soon took off. After a long flight, the journey was relatively smooth. Although they encountered a few massive flying beasts, the fighter's firepower was sufficient to easily resolve the crisis. When the fighter landed smoothly, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu disembarked. Before them stretched a vista of towering skyscrapers imbued with a cyberpunk aesthetic. "This is Kunlun City, nothing like Jiangling City," Lin Yu exclaimed. Jiangling was merely a small town. Yet Kunlun City was one of the largest metropolises in the world. Nearby stood the sacred Kunlun Mountain, from which the city derived its name. Kunlun Mecha University was situated on Kunlun Mountain, just over 100 kilometers away, not too far. Since fighters couldn't enter the university grounds, they could only be dropped off in Kunlun City. "Lin Yu, we still have a few days before registration. What should we do now?" Chun Feiyu asked after they exited the airport. "Wait for news. I've already messaged my sister," Lin Yu replied with a smile. "It's great to have connections." Chun Feiyu said, enviously wishing he too had a beautiful older sister who had gotten into Kunlun Mecha University. After waiting for about an hour, his sister Lin Weiner replied. Lin Yu quickly shared his current location. "All set," Lin Yu said cheerfully. "With my sister guiding us, well, understand Kunlun Mecha University much better." They waited patiently. Soon a gilded fighter landed smoothly before them. As the hatch opened, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stepped out. Many onlookers were stunned. Even Lin Yu was utterly amazed. After such a long time apart, his sister had become even more radiant, like a celestial maiden from the heavens. "Sis." Lin Yu walked straight up to her. The next moment, Lin Weiner embraced him tightly. "Lin Yu, you're finally here? You made your sister wait so long." She held him close, making it hard for him to breathe. All around, people gazed at them with envy, especially the boys who wished they could trade places with Lin Yu. "Sis, let's leave here quickly," Lin Yu urged, noticing the growing crowd of onlookers. "All right," Lin Weiner nodded, releasing him. "Sis, this is Chun Feiyu. You should remember him. He also got into Kunlun Mecha University." Then Lin Yu introduced him. "Hello, sister. I'm Chun Feiyu," he said, politely introducing himself. Lin Weiner replied softly. "I've seen you before. I have some memory of it." Soon, under her guidance, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu boarded the gilded fighter. "Xiaoming, back to the university," Lin Weiner commanded. Instantly, the fighter started autonomously. "Yes, master." Beginning return journey. Clearly, Xiaoming was the fighter's AI system. "Sis, this fighter must be very expensive," Lin Yu asked. It's okay, just over 1 billion, Lin Weiner replied calmly. At that number, both Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu gasped sharply. That was incredibly costly, far beyond their comprehension. Here are the detailed materials and rules for Kunlun Mecha. Take your time to read them. With a flick of her slender finger, a file appeared on their phones. By the way, sis, how strong are you now? Lin Yu asked curiously. An 8-star mecha pilot with my mecha, just breaking through to level 80, Lin Weiner answered honestly. This left Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu astounded once more. In just over 3 years, Lin Weiner had progressed so rapidly. My prodigy sister. Lin Yu silently marveled. Compared to her, he felt his own Mech God Body paled in significance. Lin Weiner waved her finger again, projecting a hologram before them. It displayed Chun Feiyu's personal information. Chun Feiyu, you've awakened a King-tier mecha. They'll take you to the King College where an instructor will arrange things for you. King College. Chun Feiyu was puzzled. Kunlun Mecha University is divided into General College, King College, and Emperor College. Since you awakened a King-tier mecha, you'll be assigned to King College, Lin Weiner explained, clearing things up for Chun Feiyu. Sis, what about those who awaken mechas above Emperor tier? Lin Yu asked. They enter the Seed class, she replied. The Seed class represents humanity's hope and last ember. Students in the Seed class all have mechas at Emperor tier or above with dedicated unknown instructors. So that's how it is. Lin Yu said happily. Sis, we'll be in the same college then. If you'd come a year earlier, we could have been. But now I'm already in the Seed class. Lin Weiner shook her head. Huh. Lin Yu was stunned. There are 2 ways to enter the Seed class: awakening an Emperor tier mecha or higher, or challenging 2 Seed class students and defeating them both, Lin Weiner said with a wave of her finger. Before Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu appeared information about joining the Seed class. After reading it, they realized how immensely difficult it was. But soon Lin Yu grew excited. So sis, you joined the Seed class through the second method. That was truly incredible. His sister was amazing. The gap between mecha tiers was enormous, and the Seed class students at Kunlun Mecha University were undoubtedly elite. Defeating 2 of them already proved his sister's formidable strength. I was lucky too. In my second match, my mecha upgraded to Emperor tier at a critical moment, securing my victory. Lin Weiner sighed. At that moment, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu were dumbfounded again, wondering if they'd misheard. A King tier mecha directly upgraded to Emperor tier. That was astonishing. Throughout mecha history, such a feat seemed unprecedented. My mecha has a special trait. It can upgrade its tier upon reaching a certain threshold. When I first awakened it, it was only King tier, then later evolved to Emperor tier. Lin Weiner continued, this secret being common knowledge at the university. Sis, you're truly monstrous. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. His sister was not only stunningly beautiful, but also extraordinarily gifted. Ahead lies the Kunlun Divine Mountain, Lin Weiner reminded. At that moment, Lin Yu and Chun Feiyu both looked forward, beholding an immensely majestic mountain before their eyes. This Kunlun Divine Mountain seemed to connect heaven and earth, soaring straight into the clouds. Numerous floating islands surrounded it. Every scene was profoundly awe-inspiring. The aircraft flew toward the mid-slope of Kunlun Divine Mountain, soon landing in a square. We've arrived. This is the Royal Academy. Chun Feiyu, that teacher down there, will guide you. The aircraft hatch opened. Thank you, sister. Chun Feiyu expressed his gratitude to Lin Weiner once more. Then addressing Lin Yu, he said, I still thought we could be classmates again, but it'll work hard. Train well and stay in touch. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. They were all at the same Mecha University. Though Kunlun Divine Mountain was vast, meeting up was still effortless. After Chun Feiyu disembarked, he quickly followed the teacher away. Then Lin Weiner continued, flying Lin Yu to a higher altitude. The aircraft slowly descended upon a large floating island. Stepping off, Lin Yu marveled at the sight before him. Sis, is this entire floating island just your residence? Indeed, students in the elite class each have such an island, Lin Weiner nodded. From now on, you'll live with me. Lin Yu nodded. Living with his sister was naturally a great boon. He was clearly basking in her glory now. Living here was a dream for countless students. There are many rooms. Choose any. Also, race a meal card with unlimited credit. Use it freely at the Kunlun Mecha University cafeteria. And since you haven't mastered flight mecha skills, yet you can use this gilded aircraft for now. Lin Weiner had thought of everything meticulously. She had essentially arranged everything clearly for Lin Yu. Sis, this makes me feel like a freeloader. Lin Yu shrugged. What, you don't want to be a freeloader? Lin Weiner just smiled. I do. If my sister offers, I'll gladly accept. Lin Yu replied earnestly. Come on, there's a guest waiting. Lin Weiner said with a smile. A guest? Who? Lin Yu asked curiously. You'll see when we meet. Following his sister into the luxurious villa, they entered the living room. Lin Yu saw a girl playing a game. Her beauty rivaled his sister's with a perfectly curvaceous figure. Weiner, you're back. Come play games with me, the girl called out. Enough, stop playing. My brother's here. Lin Weiner said softly. Hearing this, the girl turned to look directly. When she saw Lin Yu, her eyes sparkled, and she immediately stood up. She then circled Lin Yu a few times, scrutinizing him from head to toe, occasionally nodding. "Wainer, is this your incredibly handsome brother?" "He's my type," the girl exclaimed happily. Lin Wainer was momentarily speechless. She treated her as a sister, yet she wanted to become her sister-in-law. "Xiao Yu, stop fooling around," Lin Wainer pulled her away. "Let me introduce you. This is Xiao Yu, also an elite class student." Lin Wainer introduced them. "And this is my brother Lin Yu." "Hello, senior." Lin Yu quickly greeted Xiao Yu politely. Little brother Lin, do you have a girlfriend?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. "Not yet," Lin Yu replied awkwardly. Was it appropriate to ask such a question upon first meeting? Seemingly pleased with the answer, Xiao Yu beamed. "What kind of girl do you like? Someone like me or like your sister?" She was like a vixen, her voice dripping with seduction. "Enough, stop being silly," Lin Wainer interrupted. "Lin Yu, go pick a room first." "Okay, sis." Lin Yu nodded and quickly left the living room. If he stayed any longer, he felt Xiao Yu might devour him. "Wainer, could you lend me your brother for a few days?" After Lin Yu left, Xiao Yu clung to Lin Wainer's arm, acting coy. "You told me to find a decoy, and I think little brother Lin is perfect. Is this my karma?" Lin Wainer shook her head with a wry smile. "Wainer, you have to help me." Xiao Yu looked pitiful. "You know my situation and being driven crazy." "No. Have you considered that if my brother becomes your decoy, the other party will target him?" Lin Wainer refused decisively. Her little brother had just arrived at Kunlun Mecha University. Being resented would surely bring endless trouble. As his sister, she couldn't protect him every moment. "Wainer, do you even know how extraordinary your brother is, eh?" Xiao Yu smiled mysteriously. "Did your divine eye perceive it?" Lin Wainer asked gravely. She knew Xiao Yu possessed a special ability. Called the divine eye, it could see through all illusions. "You said your brother awakened a royal grade mecha, but I can tell you for sure his mecha is a divine grade mecha," Xiao Yu stated seriously. Hearing this, Lin Wainer was stunned. A divine grade mecha was a legendary existence. She trusted Xiao Yu's words implicitly. Since it's a divine grade mecha, why would Lin Yu hide it? Lin Wainer shook her head. "Are you dense? That's a divine grade mecha. Once exposed, it would surely attract malicious attention." Xiao Yu continued. "Don't forget, we've seen people use brutal methods to seize others' mechas." I understand." Lin Wainer nodded. It seemed her little brother was far smarter than she had imagined. Indeed, a divine grade mecha. Once news of it emerged, people would surely take notice. Lin Wainer had seen much information about mecha seizure and had even witnessed it once. The methods were cruel. She didn't want Lin Yu to suffer the same fate. Then even more so, "Lin Yu can't be your decoy," Lin Wainer affirmed. "Wainer, rest assured. As long as he doesn't actively reveal it, I'm the only one in the world who can tell." Xiao Yu became pitiful again. Little brother Lin is already a 3-star mecha master with a mecha level of 28. He'll definitely be fine. Besides, this is Kunlun Mecha University. Oh, no one can act rashly. Unable to resist, Xiao, "Yes, please." Lin Wainer sighed. "I can't decide this. Ask Lin Yu later. It all depends on his own will." "Sis, I've picked my room." After a few minutes, Lin Yu selected a suitable room. "Lin Yu, since there's no one else here, tell me honestly. Is your mecha a divine grade mecha?" Lin Wainer asked with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Lin Yu's heart jolted. How did his elder sister know he had a divine grade mecha? Had he been exposed? Impossible. The information camouflage of a divine grade mecha was supposed to be undetectable. "Little Lin, come clean now. Your divine grade mecha can't escape my eyes." Xiao Yu smiled gently, her expression brimming with allure, as if she were a reincarnation of Su Daji from a past life. "Lin Yu, she possesses a pair of divine eyes. It's a special ability." Lin Wainer explained. Under her divine eyes, virtually nothing can be concealed from her. After hearing this, Lin Yu slowly nodded, never imagining such a terrifying ability existed in this world. No wonder it was Kunlun Mecha University. It was filled with geniuses and prodigies. "Alright, I'll come clean. I do have a divine grade mecha," Lin Yu admitted truthfully. "Quick, let's go outside. I want to see what a legendary divine grade mecha truly is." Xiao Yu, unable to contain her excitement, rushed forward and grabbed Lin Yu's hand, pulling him out. Although Xiao Yu's hand felt incredibly soft and pleasant to touch, her strength was immense. Lin Yu realized how weak he was, unable even to break free. He could only let Xiao Yu drag him outside. Lin Wainer shook her head helplessly at the sight. There was no helping it, as Xiao Yu had always been so impatient. Once outside the villa, Xiao Yu nodded. "There's enough space here. You can summon your mecha." Fine. Let me show you the divine grade mecha." Lin Yu struck a cool pose. Pangu Mecha summoned. The next second, the divine grade Pangu Mecha materialized behind him. As the mecha truly appeared, both Xiao Yu and Lin Wainer couldn't help but study it intently. Xiao Yu in particular activated her divine eyes to their fullest. No wonder it's a divine grade mecha. Even the axe on its back is at the divine artifact level. Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Her own mecha was an emperor grade, but compared to this divine one, it felt utterly inferior. At that moment, Lin Yu was equally awestruck. The power of those divine eyes was incredible, even able to discern the level of the heaven-splitting axe. All right, Lin Yu, you can retract your mecha now, Lin Wainer reminded. Okay, Lin Yu responded. The Pangu mecha vanished, instantly returning to the mecha space within his body. How strange. Xiao Yu then circled Lin Yu a few more times, scrutinizing him with growing seriousness. Did you find something wrong? Lin Yu asked curiously. Could he have some terminal illness? For a moment his mind raced with wild speculations. There's no problem, but I sense something peculiar about your body. My divine eyes can't see through you any further. Xiao Yu sighed repeatedly. It was the first time in so long that her divine eyes had encountered something they couldn't penetrate. This Lin Yu who had awakened a divine-grade mecha was definitely no ordinary person. There likely lay an even greater secret behind him. Yet Xiao Yu didn't press further. After all, everyone had their secrets. All right, let's talk about what comes next. Lin Wainer spoke up. Lin Yu, you still need to keep the matter of your divine-grade mecha a secret. But can you change its information to show as Emperor-grade mecha? Xiao Yu quickly chimed in agreement. I can do that. Lin Yu nodded. For some reason, he felt completely exposed in front of Xiao Yu. A strange sense of shame washed over him. Excellent. If you modify it to Emperor grade, you can enter the elite class directly and receive more mecha resources. Xiao Yu explained. But I registered as having a royal grade mecha during enrollment. How should I explain that? Lin Yu suddenly thought of a problem. That's simple. Lin Wainer said with a light laugh. Just say there was an issue with the testing equipment, so it failed to detect your mecha's true level. Okay, you'll follow your advice. Lin Yu agreed decisively. Little Lin, your big sister has a small favor to ask of you. Xiao Yu approached Lin Yu, taking both his hands in hers and gazing at him pleadingly. Good heavens. Was this woman a professional actress? Senior, I'm afraid I can't help you with that. Lin Yu shook his head, unswayed by her charm. Actually, back in the room earlier, Lin Yu had overheard Xiao Yu wanting him to act as a shield. She probably wanted to discourage some suitor, but such matters could easily make him a target. As a newcomer, he didn't want to court trouble. The other party was likely also an elite class student. Little Lin, I haven't even said what the favor is yet, you're already refusing. You're breaking your senior's heart. Xiao Yu suddenly leaned in and threw herself into Lin Yu's arms, acting as if he had betrayed her affections. Lin Yu tried to break free, but found he lacked the strength. Sis, save me. Lin Yu looked at Lin Wainer. Lin Yu, maybe you should agree to her request, Lin Wainer sighed. To be honest, if Xiao Yu could truly end up with her younger brother, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After all, her divine eyes ability was incredibly overpowered. Even some top-tier mecha pilots would bring all sorts of bizarre items to Xiao Yu for identification. If she entered a secret realm with her divine eyes, any hidden treasures and opportunities could be quickly discovered. Because of this, many people had begun pursuing Xiao Yu. Fortunately, most were rejected and stopped bothering her. But one person persisted, shamelessly trying all kinds of tricks. With no other choice, Xiao Yu had been frequenting Lin Wainer's place lately. That person was named Zhong Kuei. His family and Xiao Yes were both mecha clans, and their relations were quite good. Zhong Kuei was a playboy fond of women. He changed girlfriends every few days. Until Xiao Yes' divine eyes ability awakened, Zhong Kuei received orders from his family to try his best to have Xiao Yu marry into the Zhong clan. Whichever clan possessed Xiao Yes' divine eyes would rise to prominence, perhaps even surpass the 3 top mecha universities. Over the next few minutes, Lin Yu listened to his sister recount the whole story. For a moment, he felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Yu. Despite possessing these heaven-defying divine eyes, everyone wanted to use her. Even her own family exploited her. The divine eyes have their drawbacks. I can only use them twice a week at most. Xiao Yu's tone turned sorrowful. They only know the power of the divine eyes, not that overusing them drains my life force. Fortunately, Xiao Yu is strong enough now. If she were imprisoned, she would likely become nothing more than a tool. In that instant, Lin Yu grasped the importance of being powerful. Senior Xiao will help you. Lin Yu thumped his chest and agreed without hesitation. You're so kind, brother Lin Yu. Xiao Yu's sweet laughter rang out as Lin Yu agreed. Her acting was truly impeccable. It was a pity she wasn't an actress. Lin Yu agreed partly because he coveted Xiao Yu's divine eye, who helping her now might lead to her assistance in the future. Regardless, this was an investment for Lin Yu, and the returns were already visible. Since everything's decided, let's first update Lin Yu's records. Lin Wainer suggested. Within Kunlun Mech University, the treatment between those who awakened king-level and emperor-level mechs was worlds apart. Lin Wainer knew this well. They'll take him, and we can strengthen our bond. What do you say, little brother Lin? Xiao Yu smiled. Can I refuse, eh? Lin Yu shrugged. Honestly, he would have preferred his sister Lin Wainer to accompany him. Lin Yu, go with her. I have some matters to attend to, Lin Wainer said. Xiao Yu, make sure to show Lin Yu around Kunlun Mech University. With that, Lin Wainer summoned her mech and swiftly piloted it away from the floating island. Sister's upgraded mech is even more dazzling than before, and it even has flight capabilities. Lin Yu marveled. He hadn't seen any flight equipment on his sister's mech, meaning it was an inherent ability of the mech itself. All Emperor-level mechs have flight capabilities, Xiao Yu explained. Though their speeds vary, some are fast, others slow. Doesn't your divine-level mech have flight capabilities? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled, looking at Lin Yu. Not yet, Lin Yu shook his head. It's probably because your divine-level mech's level is too low. Once it levels up, it should automatically awaken flight capabilities, Xiao Yu speculated. After all, a divine-level mech was bound to have flight abilities. Xiao Yu was certain of this. All right, first come with me to update your information. Xiao Yu waved her hand, and a mechanical flying boat appeared before them. Get on. She lightly leaped onto the boat. Lin Yu followed suit. Once they were both aboard, the flying boat swiftly ascended. Seeing Lin Yu's curiosity, Xiao Yu explained, this is a mechanical flying boat developed by Kunlun Mech University. As long as it has crystal energy, it can be driven. Since your mech doesn't have flight capabilities yet, this is the only way to take you there. Lin Yu quickly nodded. Understood. After about 10 minutes, the flying boat landed on a plaza at the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain. To the east of the plaza stood a magnificent building exuding a powerful aura. That's the Academic Affairs Center of the elite class at Kunlun Mech University. Xiao Yu said softly, clearly familiar with the place. Entering the center, they arrived at a special room, or rather a space, as it felt vast enough to accommodate hundreds of giant mechs. Teacher Lu, I didn't expect you to be here today, Xiao Yu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing a female teacher inside. Xiao Yu, it's you. And this is A. Teacher Lu smiled and nodded at Xiao Yu, then looked at Lin Yu with curiosity. Her first impression of Lin Yu was that he was a good-looking young man. Let me introduce you. This is Teacher Lu Chuanxue, stellar mech pilot. Xiao Yu quickly said, Teacher Lu, this is Lin Yu, Lin Weiner's younger brother. Oh, her brother. At the mention of Lin Weiner, a glint flashed in Lu Chengsu's eyes. Teacher Lu, Lin Yu's previous mech assessment report was incorrect. His mech is actually an emperor-level mech. I've confirmed it with my divine eye. Xiao Yu got straight to the point. Hearing Xiao Yu's assurance, Lu Chuanxue was inwardly surprised. Lin Weiner was already extraordinary with her mech capable of upgrading. Now her younger brother was equally gifted, possessing an emperor-level mech. This family was truly monstrous. Xiao Yu, I trust your divine eye, but we must follow procedure. He needs to be tested on the mech assessment platform, Lu Chuanxue said softly. Of course, no problem. Well, follow the school's rules, Xiao Yu replied confidently. The mere mention of an emperor-level mech didn't elicit much surprise from Lu Chuanxue. If she had known that Lin Yu's mech was actually divine level, she would not have remained so calm. Lin Yu, summon your mech and stand on the assessment platform. Xiao Yu patted his shoulder. Summon Pangu mech. Rumble. As the Pangu mech appeared, Lin Yu transformed into a beam of light and entered its interior. Under Lin Yu's control, the Pangu mech quickly stepped onto the assessment platform. Xiao Yu, this mech's pressure seems even stronger than an emperor-level mech. Lu Chuanxue said gravely, her sensation intense. As expected of a stellar mech pilot, her perception was sharp. Teacher Lu, perhaps his mech is the pinnacle among emperor-level mechs. Xiao Yu could only say, unwilling to reveal the divine-level mech. The assessment platform began operating. This time the test took longer, a full 2 minutes. The nearby display then showed emperor-level mech. Seeing this, Lin Yu thought to himself, it can fool the assessment platform, but not Xiao Yu's divine eye. After the test, Lin Yu recalled his mech and returned to Xiao Yu's side. Lin Yu, congratulations. Your mech is indeed emperor level. From now on, you are a student of the elite 10th class. Lu Chuanxue congratulated him. 10th class. Teacher Lu, since when was there a 10th class? Xiao Yu was taken aback. She remembered that the elite class at Kunlun Mech University only had 9 classes. The elite 10th class was established just this year, Lu Chuanxue explained. I see. Xiao Yu nodded and continued. Teacher Lu, now that Lin Yu's status is confirmed, can he receive his resources in advance? Of course, follow me. Lu Chuanxue said with a gentle smile. Under the guidance of Teacher Lu Chuanxue, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu arrived at a warehouse. 20 level 30 crystal energy, 10 level 40 crystal energy, 5 level 50 crystal energy, and 1 level 60 crystal energy. 2 high-tier mecha skills, 1 super-tier mecha skill. In addition, 180 minutes of gravity training. As each mecha resource was confirmed, Lin Yu was filled with awe. He had never expected such generous treatment after entering the elite class. Especially those crystal energies. With them, Lin Yu was certain he could quickly become a 4-star mecha master and awaken his second mecha. After everything was settled, Lu Chuanxue stored all the resources into a spatial ring. This spatial ring is priceless and extremely rare. It's also one of the perks of being in the elite class. Xiao Yu explained. Lin Yu nodded, taking the spatial ring with both hands. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Now Lin Yu could truly consider himself wealthy. Truly worthy of a top-tier mecha university. If he had enrolled in an ordinary mecha university, he certainly wouldn't have received such benefits. It showed how crucial a good environment was. After bidding farewell to Lu Chuanxua Lin Yu and Xiao Yu walked out of the Academic Affairs Center. One had to admit Kunlun Mecha University was truly formidable. Even the cleaning lady was a 5-star mecha master. Senior, it'll trouble you to escort me back. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu. Of course. Xiao Yu smiled. Then she summoned the flying boat. Lin Yu was already familiar with it. He lightly leaped onto the flying boat. It quickly took off. After a while, Lin Yu sensed something was off. Senior, this doesn't seem to be the direction of my sister's floating island. Lin Yu said hastily. Of course we're going to my place. Xiao Yu said with a mischievous smile. Your sister has some matters to attend to and won't be back for a few days. You can stay with me and I'll take care of you. In every way possible. Gulp. Lin Yu couldn't help swallowing. For some reason he felt he had already fallen completely under Xiao Yu's control. Senior, you don't actually have a crush on me, do you? Lin Yu grew bolder. To be honest, Xiao Yu was very beautiful and perfectly matched his aesthetic. With her looks, Xiao Yu was undoubtedly the campus belle of Kunlun Mecha University. Previously, Lin Yu had fantasized about dating a campus belle. Now it seemed that fantasy was about to come true. Do you like me, oi? Xiao Yu didn't answer but asked instead. Do you want the truth? Of course. I have some fondness for you, Senior, but I can't say it's love since we've only just met. Lin Yu spoke honestly. Then how about we start building that bond now? Xiao Yu seemed even more delighted and moved closer. Let's just let things take their natural course. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Xiao Yu was far too proactive. He felt he wasn't someone who could take control. In the future, he would probably be the one lying beneath with no initiative, only submission. By the way, what is my sister doing that requires her to be away for several days? Lin Yu changed the subject. She's likely entered a dungeon. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment and said slowly, as you now know, your sister's mecha can evolve, but it requires certain conditions. After hearing this, Lin Yu nodded, gaining some understanding. For now, all he could do was take things one step at a time. A few minutes later, the flying boat landed steadily on a new floating island. So what do you think? Isn't my island prettier than your sister's? Xiao Yu smiled. Gazing into the distance, the island was planted with many exotic flowers and rare plants. The air was filled with a faint floral fragrance that made one feel relaxed and refreshed. It's quite nice. Lin Yu nodded. Up ahead is where we'll stay. Let's talk as we walk, and I'll tell you more about Kunlun Mecha University. Xiao Yu suggested. And so they walked side by side, strolling through the sea of flowers. It had a unique charm. For a moment, it felt like a date. And this was a feeling Lin Yu had never experienced before. In the following time, Lin Yu listened very attentively. He gained a deeper understanding of Kunlun Mecha University and learned many rules. Senior, if private duels are forbidden here, what happens when two people genuinely have a grudge to settle? Lin Yu raised his doubt. The school has considered this and set up two venues. Xiao Yu explained patiently. One is the life or death arena, and the other is the sparring arena. Even without Xiao Yu's explanation, Lin Yu understood the life or death arena. When two people entered, the outcome was one life and one death. Alright, I've pretty much covered everything. We're here. Xiao Yu smiled. But when she looked ahead and saw a man's silhouette, her smile instantly vanished. At the entrance of a villa, the man turned around and hurried over to Xiao Yu. Where I've finally found you. Not seeing you these past few days has kept me awake at night. This man was presumably Zhong Kuei. He completely ignored Lin Yu, as if Lin Yu were nothing but air. Zhong Kuei, are we that close? Please call me Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's tone was icy. And don't bother me again. I already have a boyfriend. Him. Zhong Kuei looked at Lin Yu with utter disdain. Where I know you just grabbed some random guy as a shield. He had never seen Lin Yu before. Naturally, he didn't believe Lin Yu was her real boyfriend. He must be a shield she found. His looks were just average, far inferior to mine, Zhong Kuei thought to himself. Just then Xiao Yu took the initiative and kissed Lin Yu on the lips. In that moment, Lin Yu was completely caught off guard. But his mind screamed, my first kiss is gone. Still, the sensation of kissing was actually quite pleasant. Do I need to explain further now? After the kiss, Xiao Yu's face flushed slightly, but she quickly turned cold again toward Zhong Kuei. Xiao Yu. Zhong Kuei hurled a threat at Lin Yu. Kid, I'll remember you. The next second, he summoned his mecha and swiftly left the place. His mecha was also an imperial-grade mecha. Judging by the weapon equipped, a long spear, it appeared to be a close combat mecha. Senior sister, this is my first kiss. How am I supposed to explain this to my future girlfriend? Lin Yu lamented on the verge of tears. Seeing him like this, Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and said, this is my first kiss too. Then it's not a loss. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. At that moment, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile. I really find you getting more and more mischievous. How about I become your girlfriend, then you won't have to explain about the first kiss. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Senior sister, please just take me to the room first. I want to focus on training and improving my strength now. Zhong Kuei must have a grudge against me. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, Lin Yu entered a spacious room that was fully equipped. My room is right next door. Feel free to find me anytime. Xiao Yu smiled at Lin Yu. Got it. Lin Yu nodded, then quickly closed the door. If his mecha could fly, he would have returned to his sister's floating island. He felt as if Xiao Yu were a seductive siren. What if he lost control? Oh, he absolutely must not become that way. Huff. Lin Yu took a deep breath to calm himself, then sat cross-legged on the large bed. System, absorb all the crystal energy. Then use it all to boost my spiritual energy. The next second, Lin Yu produced the crystal energy he had just obtained. Detected 20 level 30 crystal energies, 10 level 40, 5 level 50, and 1 level 60. Now absorbing and converting all. Conversion successful. Energy points 655, consuming 655 energy points. Your spiritual energy increases by 98.25. Congratulations, you have reached 4-star Mecha Master. Open my personal panel. Command received. Name Lin Yu, race human, divine mech body, activated Mecha Master, level 4-star Mecha Master. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 2664, 5 Mecha Pangu Mecha, level 28. Finally, a 4-star Mecha Master. How much spiritual energy do I need to reach 5-star Mecha Master? Lin Yu asked. Answer: to reach 5-star Mecha Master with the divine mech body, you need 500 spiritual energy. The difficulty had increased significantly. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. However, he soon entered his mecha space. He was about to awaken his second mecha. In the mecha space, the first slot held the Pangu mecha. The second slot now erupted with a dazzling multicolored divine radiance. A colossal mecha silhouette appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Congratulations. You have awakened your second mecha. Mecha Nuwa, level divine mecha. Level 28. A divine mecha. My second mecha is also divine. Lin Yu was ecstatic. He had thought awakening one divine mecha was already remarkable, but this unexpected surprise was beyond his imagination. Now he possessed 2 mechas. The Nuwa mecha seemed particularly suited for aerial combat. With it, Lin Yu could unleash far greater power in the skies. System: why is my second mecha Nuwa at level 28? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer: this is one of the divine mech bonus abilities. When your first mecha levels up, all your other mechas synchronize in level. Hearing this, Lin Yu was once again astounded. This divine mech body was incredibly formidable. In this way, it made things much more convenient for him. He only needed to upgrade the Pangu mecha. He'll summon the Nuwa mecha when I get the chance. After exiting the mecha space, Lin Yu nodded slowly. He was overjoyed. He then took out the mecha skills he had obtained. In just a few seconds, the Pangu mecha had successfully mastered 2 high-level mecha skills and 1 super-level mecha skill. These 3 skills were specifically chosen by Lin Yu as they suited the Pangu mecha perfectly. With more mecha skills, Lin Yu's combat methods became more diverse and his current strength increased significantly. The Pangu mecha is only at level 28 now, so my next task is to raise it to level 40. Lin Yu muttered. Now that he was a 4-star Mecha Master, the maximum level for the Pangu mecha was 40. Growl. Suddenly Lin Yu's stomach growled with hunger. A wave of hunger washed over him. I wonder if senior sister has any food here. Lin Yu stood up slowly. The kitchen was conveniently on the first floor. He opened the door and stepped out. Just as he was about to go downstairs, the door beside him opened. Xiao Yu emerged. She seemed to have just taken a shower, wearing only a sheer gown that was tantalizingly revealing, giving Lin Yu quite an eyeful. Senior sister, I didn't mean to. Lin Yu snapped back to reality and quickly turned around to explain. It's fine, I'm not blaming you. Xiao Yu smiled gently. We've kissed, and you've just seen everything. You'll have to take responsibility for me. Senior sister, I'm going downstairs first. Lin Yu hurried down. This was so awkward. He had only wanted to find some food, and this had happened. He swallowed hard. He couldn't help but recall, not a bad figure. Spit, spit. What was he thinking? Just find some food. Lin Yu went to the kitchen. Good heavens, there wasn't even a single grain of rice. The refrigerator was completely empty with no food at all. At least there should be some fruit. Little brother Lin Yu, what are you looking for? At that moment, Xiao Yu had changed into a pure white dress and came downstairs looking like a Snow White. She was exceptionally beautiful and charming. I'm a bit hungry, senior sister. How come you have no food here? Lin Yu said softly. I can't cook, so of course the kitchen has nothing. Xiao Yu laughed. By the way, Wainer should have given you a meal card, right? She did. Lin Yu nodded. That's right. We usually eat in the cafeteria. There are professional chefs there, and the food is really good. Xiao Yu smiled warmly. Come on, I'm in a good mood today, so he'll personally take you to the cafeteria for a nice meal. I think he'll go alone. Lin Yu quickly replied. Going to the cafeteria with Xiao Yu would surely make him a campus celebrity in no time. Well, little brother Lin, are you rejecting me? Xiao Yu suddenly looked aggrieved, even shedding tears. Lin Yu really couldn't handle this. Fine, let's go together then. Lin Yu relented. In the next second, Xiao Yu burst into a cheerful smile. Lin Yu knew her crying was just an act. Yet for some reason he felt he was getting used to her antics. Perhaps it was because he had been single for too long and he rather enjoyed this feeling. This is the dining hall exclusively for the elite class students. Every chef here is incredibly skilled. It didn't take long before Xiao Yu led Lin Yu into the dining hall. Soon Xiao Yu ordered a lavish spread of delicacies. Go ahead, it's my treat today, Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. Senior, how much does this entire table cost? Just the aroma alone made Lin Yu involuntarily swallow his saliva, asking curiously. Around a few million, I'd say. Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before slowly explaining. Anyway, as long as you're an elite class student, you can eat here freely. A single meal cost millions. 3 meals a day would amount to tens of millions. A month would require over 300 million. Who could afford that? Fortunately, he was now also an elite class student. Lin Yu then began to devour the food ravenously. Already famished, the dishes were exceptionally delicious. Watching Lin Yu eat heartily, Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes quietly fixed on him. Occasionally, Xiao Yu would reveal a radiant smile, a glimmer shining in her eyes. However, Lin Yu didn't notice this, focusing entirely on savoring the meal. Other elite class students in the dining hall were stunned by the scene. The icy campus belle was actually in love. Many male students in the elite class had pursued Xiao Yu, but were all decisively and coldly rejected. They had thought Xiao Yu was incapable of romance. Yet unexpectedly, the icy campus belle in their eyes now appeared so gentle and endearing before Lin Yu. For a moment, they couldn't help but envy Lin Yu. Many began inquiring about Lin Yu's background, as they had never seen him before. Their hearts burned with curiosity about who Lin Yu was to make Xiao Yu act this way. 10 minutes later, only empty plates remained on the table. Lin Yu let out a satisfied burp. Little brother Lin, want more? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. No, I'm really full now, Lin Yu quickly replied. Good, glad you're full, Xiao Yu nodded. After leaving the dining hall, Lin Yu felt his body brimming with energy. Senior, does Kunlun Mecha University have any suitable instances for me right now? I want to level up my mecha. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Even the lowest level instance in Kunlun Divine Mountain is level 30. Xiao Yu replied, then her eyes sparkled. Since I have nothing to do, let Senior take you grinding for levels. This is also a good way to deepen our bond. Before Lin Yu could agree, Xiao Yu forcefully grabbed his hand and led him away. Along the way, many students were stunned at the sight. The dignified icy campus belle was actually in love. At that moment, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University was ablaze with discussion. Many male students gnashed their teeth at Lin Yu. Their goddess in their hearts had been taken just like that. Found it. The guy holding campus belle Xiao's hand is named Lin Yu. He awakened an imperial class mecha, and most importantly, his sister is Lin Wainer. A piece of news emerged. The students of Kunlun Mecha University were shocked. They hadn't expected him to be Lin Wainer's brother. So he's my brother-in-law. Win over the brother-in-law, and pursuing Lin Wainer becomes much easier. Lin Wainer was also one of the campus belles at Kunlun Mecha University, pursued by many. Upon learning that Lin Yu was Lin Wainer's brother, they all decided to build a good relationship with him. In a short time, Lin Yu had become famous at Kunlun Mecha University. He probably never imagined he would gain fame in this way. Under Xiao Yu's guidance, Lin Yu soon arrived at a foothill of Kunlun Divine Mountain. They stood before the entrance of an instance. This is a level 30 instance in Kunlun Divine Mountain. Recently, instances and secret realms worldwide have mutated, and Kunlun Divine Mountain's instances are no exception. Now this level 30 instance is filled with beasts around level 35. Moreover, the boss level beast in this instance has mutated to level 40. Xiao Yu explained. Lin Yu's mecha was only level 28. So in Xiao Yu's view, entering the instance alone would be too risky for Lin Yu. With her help, clearing the instance would be a breeze. It would also help Lin Yu quickly level up his mecha. Lin Yu understood that Xiao Yu's main intention was to protect his safety. Senior, I understand. He'll trouble you from now on. Lin Yu said earnestly. Let's form a party first. You have formed a party with Xiao Yu after the party was formed. The two officially entered the level 30 instance. Entering instance. Note the instance has mutated, you must clear it to leave. As they entered the instance, the system's voice rang in Lin Yu's mind, reminding him that he could no longer leave by simply disengaging from combat as before. Pangu Mecha summoned. The next second, Lin Yu summoned his mecha. He then saw Xiao Yu's Imperial class mecha. It was undeniable that Xiao Yu's Imperial class mecha was also quite dazzling. Compared to little brother Lin's divine class mecha, mind is far inferior. As the two mechas stood side by side, the gap between them was evident, prompting Xiao Yu to sigh in admiration. Senior, your mecha is not bad at all. Lin Yu said seriously. There are no bad mechas, only bad mecha pilots. Alright, let's clear this instance first. Little brother Lin, just sit back and relax. Xiao Yu smiled charmingly. After speaking, she swiftly piloted her mecha and flew out at an incredible speed, so fast that even Lin Yu was deeply astonished. With a single casual strike, those level 35 beasts shattered into fragments. As expected of an 8-star mecha pilot, truly formidable. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Moreover, Xiao Yu's mecha was also level 80. Dealing with these level 35 beasts was far too easy. As simple as slicing vegetables. Your teammate Xiao Yu killed a level 35 beast Pangu Mecha experience 70. Your teammate Xiao Yu killed a level 35 beast Pangu Mecha experience 70. Your teammate Xiao Yu killed a level 35 beast Pangu Mecha experience 70. Ding, obtained a level 35 energy crystal. So this is what it feels like to be carried. At that moment Lin Yu had nothing to do. His mecha's experience was rapidly increasing. There were at least 1,000 beasts in this instance, likely enough to level his mecha to 30 without much issue. Ding, your teammate, Xiao Yu has slain a level 36 giant beast. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 36 Mecha Energy Core. Senior, I've obtained a Mecha Energy Core. What is this thing? Lin Yu asked curiously. A Mecha Energy Core, when used, grants your mecha a substantial amount of experience points. The higher the core's level, the more experience you gain. Xiao Yu, who was slaying the giant beasts, promptly replied. This gave Lin Yu a sudden understanding. Half an hour later. Ding, congratulations, your Pangu Mecha has leveled up, reaching level 30. The Pangu Mecha awakens the skill Heavenly Chains. Heavenly Chains Divine Tier skill. The Nuwa Mecha awakens the skill. At this moment Lin Yu was exceedingly satisfied. Both the Pangu Mecha and the Nuwa Mecha, upon reaching level 30, had awakened Divine Tier skills. Especially the Pangu Mecha's Heavenly Chains, who once unleashed it could bind the enemy tightly. However, using the Heavenly Chains also consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy. So did it level up? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Yes, my mecha has reached level 30. Lin Yu quickly nodded. Alright, now the boss beast should be making its entrance. Just as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the ground within the entire instance began to tremble violently. Not far ahead, Lin Yu could clearly see a radiant grand formation appearing. Following that, a giant beast a full 100 meters tall emerged before them. Level 40 giant beast steel armor rhinoceros. In an instant, the beast's information appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. After this beast appeared, Xiao Yu immediately launched her attack. Her Imperial-level mecha raised an arm and swiftly fired a beam of purple light. It was clearly visible that the purple light entered the brain of the steel armor rhinoceros, and in the blink of an eye the beast dropped dead instantly. Its colossal body crashed to the ground motionless. Your teammate, Xiao Yu, has slain the level 40 giant beast steel armor rhinoceros. Your Pangu Mecha gains 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 40 crystal energy. Congratulations on completing the first clear of this instance. Reward Mecha Divine Ring, Grade Divine. Upon equipping, negates all negative effects. This left Lin Yu in disbelief. A level 40 giant beast had actually dropped a divine artifact. Ding, the Pangu Mecha has successfully equipped the Mecha Divine Ring. Lin Yu naturally equipped it immediately. Brother Lin, so with me leading you, isn't it a breeze, hey? Xiao Yu, piloting her mecha, quickly arrived before Lin Yu. Thank you, senior. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Incredible, tell me what reward you got for clearing it. Xiao Yu asked, somewhat curious. Ever since the instances had mutated, the clearance rewards had also improved significantly. I obtained a Mecha Divine Ring. Lin Yu answered truthfully. After hearing the effects of the Mecha Divine Ring, even Xiao Yu was utterly astonished. Brother Lin, did you see the mecha skill I used to kill that steel armor rhinoceros? Xiao Yu began to ask slowly. I saw it. It was incredibly powerful. What kind of mecha skill was that? Lin Yu quickly nodded. A special mecha skill, Mind Shock. It directly caused the steel armor rhinoceros brain to collapse. Xiao Yu explained in detail. Now that you have the Mecha Divine Ring, you won't have to worry about mecha skills like Mind Shock in the future. What incredible luck. Even Xiao Yu felt a hint of envy. Hearing Xiao Yu's words made Lin Yu understand even more the formidable nature of the Mecha Divine Ring. He also understood that in this world there existed many other terrifying and powerful mecha skills. In the future, he must not be overconfident or arrogant, for an opponent might wield some ultimate technique. By the way, how many crystal energies did you get from this instance? Xiao Yu continued to ask. 2. A level 35 crystal energy, and a level 40 crystal energy. Oh, and a level 36 mecha energy core. Lin Yu said. He found it quite strange. This level 30 instance had over 1,000 giant beasts. The drop rate was far too low. It was abysmally low. Ever since the instances and secret realms mutated through repeated attempts, everyone has discovered that the drop rate for crystal energies has decreased significantly. Xiao Yu said slowly. Back in the day, clearing this level 30 instance would yield at least 100 crystal energies, but now I only got 1. And you, Brother Lin, only got 2. It seems it will be much harder for mecha pilots to cultivate from now on. Hearing Xiao Yu's lament. It was indeed true. Crystal energy contained vast amounts of energy, allowing mecha pilots to rapidly increase their internal spiritual energy. Without the aid of crystal energy, the leveling speed of mecha pilots would undoubtedly become excruciatingly slow. Senior, has the reason for the mutation of instances and secret realms worldwide been discovered? Lin Yu asked. No. Xiao Yu shook her head. However, some powerful seers have prophesied that humanity might face an apocalyptic crisis at some point in the future. Brother Lin, you have awakened a divine Mecha. Perhaps you are humanity's last hope. For a moment, Lin Yu learned a great deal of information. This information was all classified. The more he knew, the more he felt the weight of his responsibility. After exiting the level 30 instance, Lin Yu followed Xiao Yu back to her floating island. Along the way back, Lin Yu was constantly pondering a question. The abysmally low drop rate of crystal energy was undoubtedly bad news for him. He knew that he relied on crystal energy through the system's conversion to rapidly increase his own spiritual energy. Indeed, I must master a profound spiritual energy cultivation method. Lin Yu thought to himself. He could no longer rely solely on crystal energy for improvement. Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? They had already arrived, and seeing Lin Yu still standing there as if lost in thought. Senior, I was thinking that since the drop rate for crystal energy is so low, a mecha pilot's cultivation still requires a spiritual energy cultivation method. Right now, I don't have any advanced spiritual energy cultivation methods. Lin Yu answered quickly. Don't worry, once school starts, a teacher will teach you. There's no need to rush about that. Xiao Yu said with a smile. However, I do know of a dual cultivation method that can help both parties increase their spiritual energy faster. Brother Lin, would you like to give it a try? Big sister here would be more than willing. Gulp. Seeing Xiao Yu lean in close, smelling the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, it was utterly irresistible. For a moment, he truly wanted to pounce on her. But reason told him he couldn't do this now. Senior, it's getting late. I think I'll go rest first. Lin Yu quickly walked inside. Watching Lin Yu's retreating figure, Xiao Yu slowly nodded. She seemed quite satisfied with Lin Yu's conduct. Time slipped by, and several days passed without notice. After returning, his elder sister Lin Weiner took Lin Yu back home immediately. Having lived and eaten with Xiao Yu for those few days, Lin Yu had grown accustomed to it, feeling a twinge of reluctance upon leaving. However, Lin Yu did not truly indulge in this gentle comfort. He was destined to become a legendary mech pilot. Tomorrow is September 1st, so you don't need to go through the registration process anymore. Lin Weiner said softly, but you must participate in tomorrow's challenge match. Sis, what's this challenge match about? Lin Yu asked curiously. Xiao Yu must have told you about the small secret realm, right? She did. Training inside is twice as effective as outside. Lin Yu nodded eagerly. He was extremely excited about the small secret realm and wished he could start training there right away. That's right, this year's elite class freshmen will train in the small secret realm. Lin Weiner continued. In tomorrow's challenge match, all freshmen can freely challenge any elite class freshman. If they win, they will replace that elite student in the small secret realm training. Simply put, if someone challenges you and you lose, your spot goes to them. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly understood. It seemed he absolutely could not afford to lose in this challenge match. So to keep my qualification for the small secret realm training, I must not lose in the challenge. Lin Yu realized. He had to admit that Kunlun Mech University's arrangements were quite clever. Such a challenge match offered many benefits. First, it allowed other freshmen to see the gap between themselves and the elite class students. Second, if a freshman could actually defeat an elite student, they would undoubtedly be worth the school's intensive cultivation. Sis, has anyone ever succeeded before? Lin Yu asked out of curiosity. In my 3 years at Kunlun Mech University, only I once defeated an elite class student. As for before that, I'm not sure. Lin Weiner said calmly. This made Lin Yu restless. His sister was simply incredible. It was something to be proud of, yet she remained completely composed. To her, winning the challenge match didn't seem like a big deal. Truly, his own understanding was still too shallow. He needed to learn more from his sister. Sis, you're amazing. Lin Yu admired. All right, take this stellar level cultivation technique and practice it. Remember, don't let anyone else know about it. Soon Lin Weiner handed Lin Yu a cultivation manual and instructed him seriously. Sis, how did you obtain a stellar level technique? Lin Yu was astonished. He had been at Kunlun Mech University for a few days and had learned much from Xiao Yu. Currently, the most powerful technique taught at Kunlun Mech University was only at the stellar level. Stellar level spiritual energy cultivation methods were generally possessed only by stellar mech pilots. Moreover, there were only 10 stellar mech pilots at Kunlun Mech University. I obtained this stellar level technique from an ancient secret realm. It's thanks to this method that my mech pilot rank has advanced so quickly. You're my brother. Who else would I give it to? Lin Weiner smiled and gently tapped Lin Yu's forehead. Thank you, sis. He'll practice it diligently. Lin Yu was deeply moved. Having such a sister was truly wonderful. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, come ask me. Lin Weiner smiled. Don't worry, sis. I'm such a genius, I'll master it easily. Lin Yu said with a hint of conceit. Originally, he had planned to wait for the school to teach him a stellar-level spiritual energy cultivation method. But the surprise came so suddenly. Lin Wayner had given him an even more powerful technique. With this stellar-level method, becoming a stellar mech pilot would no longer be a problem. "Sis'll go to my room to practice now." Then Lin Yu entered his room, eager to master this stellar-level spiritual energy cultivation method. At that moment, the system's voice rang out, detected stellar-level cultivation technique. Mech God Body begins comprehension. Instantly, Lin Yu seemed to enter a special state. In a mysterious space, the contents of the stellar-level spiritual energy cultivation method rapidly transformed into golden texts. Ding! After an unknown duration, Lin Yu finally came back to his senses. Mech God Body has successfully comprehended and mastered this stellar-level technique. Automatic cultivation commencing. The Mech God Body is truly heaven-defying. Even a stellar-level technique can be mastered so quickly. I don't even need to cultivate on my own. Lin Yu nodded. Just a few minutes later, his spiritual energy value increased by 2 points. Name: Lin Yu. Race: Human. Mech God Body activated. Mech Pilot. Rank: 4-star Mech Pilot. Energy points: 35. Spiritual energy: 26647. Mech Pangu. Mech level 30. The 35 energy points were from converting 2 crystals he had obtained in the previous level 30 instance. With the stellar level spiritual energy cultivation method, becoming a 5-star Mech Pilot is just a matter of time. Lin Yu nodded slowly and murmured. However, to reach 5-star, he needed a spiritual energy value of 50,000. So his primary goal remained leveling up the Pangu Mech to level 40. First, convert all energy points into spiritual energy. Lin Yu commanded. Consuming 35 energy points, your spiritual energy increases by 525 spiritual energy, 27172 few. Still need 23,000 more to become a 5-star Mech Pilot. A long road ahead. Lin Yu lay on the bed and sighed involuntarily. Unknowingly, he drifted into sleep. Even as he slept, the Mech God Body continued to automatically circulate the stellar-level spiritual energy cultivation method, diligently increasing Lin Yu's spiritual energy value. Early the next morning, Lin Yu awoke, swiftly feeling an extraordinary comfort as he opened his eyes. His spirit was invigorated and his state was remarkably fine. He glanced at his personal panel. Through a night of automatic cultivation by his divine machine body, his spiritual energy value had increased by over 200 points. The rate of improvement was quite efficient. Even if he did nothing, merely idling for a little over 100 days, his spiritual energy value would break through 5000, making him a 5-star Mech Pilot. "Good morning, sis." After leaving his room, Lin Yu arrived at the living room and saw his sister Lin Wayner sitting cross-legged on the sofa. How is your cultivation of the star-level ability technique progressing?" Lin Wayner opened her eyes, nodded slowly, and then inquired. "I've already mastered it," Lin Yu replied with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Wayner was somewhat astonished. "Really? Sis, truly am not lying." Lin Yu quickly nodded in affirmation. This left Lin Wayner deeply amazed. Originally, she had thought Lin Yu would find cultivation difficult and encounter many problems, and she had already planned how to guide him. Yet in the end, all her preparations were completely unnecessary. However, this was also a good thing. At the same time, it made Lin Wayner realize that she had underestimated Lin Yu's talent from the very start. Being able to master the star-level cultivation technique overnight was even faster than her own cultivation speed. This demonstrated that Lin Yu's talent surpassed her own. After all, he was the only one in the world who had awakened a divine mech. "It seems I, as your sister, have underestimated you. But don't become too arrogant. Humility leads to progress." Lin Wayner reminded him. "Don't worry, sis, I understand that principle." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. "Now prepare well. You'll receive a notification before the challenge begins." Lin Wayner reminded him again and also continued to explain many rules and precautions of the challenge to Lin Yu. This made Lin Yu understand a great deal. Then he would be better prepared to handle it. At 2 p.m., Lin Yu received a message. It instructed him to gather at Seed Class 10. Seed Class 10 consisted of this year's entrance to Kunlun Mech University. "Sis, I'm off now," Lin Yu said quickly. He was eager to gather with his class and wondered if there would be any pretty female classmates. He was full of anticipation. Go ahead. He'll watch the live broadcast." "Do your best," Lin Wayner nodded. Then Lin Yu walked out of the villa. He boarded his sister's gilded fighter jet. Lin Yu now had the authority to operate this jet as well. The jet was extremely fast. In no time at all, Lin Yu arrived at the assembly point. The jet landed smoothly on an incredibly vast square. After getting off the jet, Lin Yu felt how immense the place was. As standing there, a person seemed as small as an ant. "This is the area for Seed Class 10. It's enormous," Lin Yu exclaimed. For ordinary classes, a single classroom sufficed. But for their seed class, each class area was as large as an entire academy. Rumble. Suddenly, a colossal mech landed before Lin Yu. "It's a level 100 Emperor-class mech." Lin Yu was shocked. The pressure it exuded was even more terrifying than Xiao Ye's level 80 mech. Following that, a middle-aged man emerged from the giant mech and landed in front of Lin Yu. The colossal mech was immediately recalled into the man's mech space. My name is Zhang Wenlia, and I'll be the homeroom teacher for Seed Class 10. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and a tech tablet appeared in his grasp. Lin Yu's information soon displayed on the tablet. Hello, Teacher Zhang. Lin Yu was now very polite. Zhang Wenlia nodded. Wait a moment, 2 more haven't arrived yet. Teacher Zhang, does Seed Class 10 only have 3 students? Lin Yu asked curiously. That's right, currently Seed Class 10 only has 3, Zhang Wenlia replied. The chance of awakening an Emperor Class mech is getting lower, and some who have awakened such mech chose other mech universities. Therefore, Kunlun Mech University's Seed Class this year had only 3 freshmen. After a short wait, 2 very beautiful girls arrived. At this moment, Lin Yu was surprised again. Good heavens. The entire class had only 3 people, and he was the only boy, at least for now. These 2 girls by appearance alone could definitely be called campus beauties. It was an honor to have classmates of such beauty. If others saw this, they would probably envy him. Mo Shitting 5-star Mech Pilot Level 50 Saint Class Mech. Yiling 5-star Mech Pilot Level 50 Saint Class Mech. Homeroom Teacher, Zhang Wenlia read from the tablet. Oh my goodness. Both of them had Saint Class Mechs. The Saint Class Mech was second only to the Divine Class Mech. Moreover, they were both 5-star mech pilots with mechs at level 50. In contrast, Lin Yu was only a 4-star mech pilot, and his mech was merely level 30. Now Lin Yu could already foresee that during the challenge they would definitely choose to challenge him. After all, one picks the softest persimmon first. Following a brief introduction, Zhang Wenlia continued. Alright, I believe you 3 have some understanding of each other. From now on, you're classmates. I hope you'll help one another and progress together. Decide among yourselves and pick a class monitor. A class of 3 people. Was it really necessary to choose a monitor? Lin Yu grumbled inwardly. Let Lin Yu be the monitor. I agree. The next second Mo Shitting and Yi Ling spoke directly. It seemed they hadn't even considered it. They simply handed the monitor role to Lin Yu. I can't, the monitor should be someone more outstanding. Lin Yu quickly waved his hand, declining. How about a show of hands? Zhang Wenlia suggested. Raise your hand if you agree to Lin Yu being the monitor. Immediately Mo Shitting and Yi Ling raised their hands. Raise your hand if you agree to Mo Shitting being the monitor. Raise your hand if you agree to Yi Ling being the monitor. When it was their turn, only Lin Yu raised his hand. 2-1 Lin Yu, you'll be the monitor, Zhang Wenlia announced directly. Understood, Lin Yu sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to reluctantly accept the role. Being a monitor held no interest for him whatsoever. The monitor is decided. Zhang Wenlia nodded and continued. You should already know about the challenge, so I won't explain further. Follow me, the new students are already eager. The Kunlun Stadium, capable of holding tens of thousands of spectators. Within it lay a vast dueling ground spacious enough for hundreds of mechs to fully deploy and engage in combat. A protective barrier also enveloped the area. The formidable power unleashed during mech battles would ensure that the surrounding students watching remained unharmed. The stands were already packed to capacity, predominantly filled with this year's freshmen. Most senior students chose to watch via live stream. Why haven't the elite class students shown up yet? I can't wait to challenge them. Buddy, are you really that strong? Every student in the elite class is a true prodigy. Few can defeat them. This time at least well witness the brilliance of these elite class students. The school's purpose is to make them realize there's always someone stronger. The freshmen erupted into heated discussions. Most felt that in this challenge few would likely succeed. Just then Zhang Wenlia led Lin Yu and the other 2 into the arena. Holy cow, this year's elite class only has 3 people. I'm so envious. He's the only guy flanked by campus bell-level girls. Wahoo wouldn't be jealous. If I could, I'd want to join this elite class too. Seeing the elite class consisted of only 3 stunned them. Even more astonishing was that it included 2 breathtakingly beautiful girls. And just 1 guy. They wished they could trade places with Lin Yu. The thought of him spending all his time with these 2 beauties filled them with boundless envy. The freshman challenge officially begins now. Please, the 3 students from elite class 10, introduce yourselves. On the high platform, a teacher announced enthusiastically, microphone in hand. Mo Shitting 5-star mech pilot level 50 Saint Class Mech. Mo Shitting spoke first, leaving the freshmen utterly astounded. The gap was immense. At the same grade level, she was already a 5-star mech pilot, while most freshmen were only 1-star or 2-star. Her mech had even reached level 50. What was there to challenge? Victory was impossible. To step up and challenge would be nothing but asking for humiliation. Yiling 5-star mech pilot, also a Saint Class Mech level 50. After Mo Shitting finished, Yi Ling quickly added. This caused many freshmen who had been preparing to challenge to abandon the idea. Good heavens, this is just too monstrous. Saint Class Mechs are the pinnacle, and at level 50 at that. No wonder those who enter the elite class are no ordinary beings. Too monstrous, probably no one dares to challenge now. Suddenly it felt less like a challenge and more like a showcase for the elite class. Soon everyone turned their gaze to Lin Yu. Lin Yu 4-star mech pilot level 30 Emperor class mech. Lin Yu stated calmly. After hearing his introduction, some of the top freshmen rejoiced finally finding someone they could challenge. Among them were students with mechs over level 30. And hundreds of 4-star mech pilots. They knew they were no match for Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. But after learning Lin Yu's situation, they saw a glimmer of hope in him. Seeing the fervent gazes of the freshman Lin Yu shook his head. Just as expected, he alone had become their target for challenge. Class monitor, you've got to do your best. As the leader, you can't lose. Mo Shitting smiled at Lin Yu. Good luck. Yi Ling also nodded in encouragement. The pressure is on. Lin Yu shrugged. On the high platform, the teacher presiding over the challenge announced again, students who wish to challenge, please gather on the field now. In no time, a full 100 freshmen stood before Lin Yu. Good grief. 100 freshmen wanted to challenge him. It seemed the allure of the secret realm was truly immense. Lin Yu, 100 freshmen wished to challenge you. You may choose 10 from among them. Zhang Wenlai said from the side. There wasn't time for all 100 to challenge Lin Yu individually. Teacher Zhang let them all come at once. Lin Yu smiled confidently. 1 against 100. His words stunned everyone present. How arrogant. Has he lost his mind? Exactly, his mech is only level 30. Facing a coordinated attack from 100, even an Emperor-class mech can't withstand it. These 100 freshmen mostly pilot Royal-class mechs. He's way too cocky, he's bound to lose. For a moment, everyone thought Lin Yu had reached the peak of arrogance. Even Zhang Wenlai was taken aback. Lin Yu, do you realize what you're saying? Teacher Zhang, am confident. Onion would waste too much time, Lin Yu said earnestly. Since this is the path you've chosen, I hope you won't regret it. Zhang Wenlai sighed. I won't regret it. Lin Yu affirmed. Subsequently, the teachers on the high platform conferred. They granted Lin Yu's request. 1 against 100. In the entire history of the Kunlun Mech University's challenge tournament, this had never happened before. Whether Lin Yu would bring shame upon himself or make history was a matter of great anticipation. This Lin Yu totally looks down on us. How insulting. Exactly. When we coordinate our attacks, I refuse to believe a level 30 Emperor-class mech can withstand 100 of us striking in succession. The 100 freshmen who wanted to challenge Lin Yu all seethed with anger. So what if he was from the elite class? So what if he had an Emperor-class mech? What was so special about that? Student Lin Yu will take on 100 opponents. Let's look forward to his performance. All unrelated personnel exit the field. A teacher on the high platform announced. Quickly, Zhang Wenlia Mo Shitting and Yi Ling withdrew from the arena. The defensive barrier activated, enveloping the entire field. The challenge had officially begun. Lin Yu, go for it. From the spectator stands Chun Feiyu muttered. He believed Lin Yu could do it. Elsewhere, haha, little brother Lin is so bold. I'm liking him more and more. Xiao Yu sat beside Lin Weiner watching the live stream together and couldn't help but laugh. Do you think my brother can win? Lin Weiner asked with a smile. Effortlessly, Xiao Yu replied with certainty. Earlier, using her divine eye, she had seen in detail the mech skills possessed by Lin Yu's Pangu mech. Among them were several divine tier mech skills. Once unleashed, those 100 freshmen would be no match. Moreover, at its core, Lin Yu's mech was a true divine-grade mech. Summon your mech as the battle can begin. At the teacher's command, the 100 freshmen challenging Lin Yu summoned their mechas almost instantly. Rumbling. Within seconds, the freshmen in the stands were stunned by the sight. A full 100 Royal-class mechas. Such a scene was rarely seen. The varieties of these Royal-class mechas were numerous, including humanoid and beast forms. Lin Yu swiftly summoned his own mecha. As the Pangu mech appeared, a powerful oppressive aura swept across the arena. It instantly became the focal point. This is an Emperor-class mecha. It's terrifying. I feel like Lin Yu's mecha isn't Emperor-class, but rather Saint-class. Such a fearsome mecha pressure, no wonder Lin Yu is so confident. If I had such a powerful mecha, I might be even more arrogant than him. The freshmen were shocked. Most of them had never truly seen an Emperor-class mecha up close before. Seeing it now was an eye-opening experience. Lin Yu quickly entered the Pangu mech. Let's begin. Lin Yu smiled at the 100 mechas before him. Facing the terrifying Pangu mech, some of the 100 challengers began to falter. Don't panic. This Emperor-class mecha is only imposing an aura. It's essentially just a level 30 mecha. Together we can definitely win. Soon one of the freshmen shouted. His words instantly ignited their fighting spirit. The next moment, the 100 freshmen controlling their mechas unleashed all their skills and charged at Lin Yu. They intended to end the fight quickly. Too slow. Lin Yu sighed, as in his eyes their mecha movements were far too sluggish. The next second, Lin Yu vanished from his spot. Everyone be careful. Losing their target, they all became extremely cautious. They frantically searched for Lin Yu. Boom. A sudden explosion erupted. Lin Yu, piloting the Pangu mech, appeared behind a wolf-type mecha and punched it, sending it flying. With that deafening sound, the wolf-type mecha dissipated instantly. The freshman piloting it collapsed in agony, completely incapacitated. Fortunately, a robot quickly emerged to carry him away. There was no life-threatening danger. A few days of rest would suffice for recovery. This scene shocked the entire audience. One hit, just one hit, and that level 32 wolf-type mecha was destroyed. Is this the terror of an Emperor-class mecha? Fighting above its level seems so effortless. The strange thing is that teleportation, it must be a mecha skill. At that moment, the remaining 99 freshmen challenging Lin Yu no longer dared to underestimate him. Unknown, they stood no chance. Only by working together could they hope to succeed. His mecha's teleport must have a cooldown. I seized this opportunity. Someone immediately took command. The melee mechas charged at Lin Yu, their weapons glowing with light, seemingly unleashing tremendous power. The ranged mechas also locked onto Lin Yu. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of powerful attacks rained down on him. With such dense attacks, you can't dodge this. As the dust settled, their faces turned pale. Despite the ferocious assault, Lin Yu's mecha remained completely unscathed. Damn it, a freshman cursed. Facing Lin Yu, they now felt a sense of despair. I'm done playing around, Lin Yu said calmly. Mecha skill Heavenly Chains activate. Suddenly the space in the arena warped. Numerous voids appeared. Countless white chains surged out. In the blink of an eye, the 99 mechas on the field were bound by the Heavenly Chains. Damn, what kind of mecha skill is this? It's terrifying. The more we struggle, the more it hurts. The mecha's power is being drained rapidly. What do we do now? If we can't break free, we'll lose. Their minds raced. They thought of many solutions, but none worked. On the high platform, the teachers were also impressed by Lin Yu's mecha skill. It seems this is definitely a divine class mecha skill. The dean of the Royal Academy nodded approvingly. This student Lin Yu is quite remarkable. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. Lin Yu had showcased his talent and strength, making it clear to the academy that he was worth nurturing. Jiang Wenlai quietly said to the deans, actually Lin Yu is Lin Weiner's younger brother. Upon hearing this, they were even more astonished. They nodded again. So he's that girl's brother. It explains why Lin Yu is such a prodigy. The battle continued. One by one, some mechas could no longer withstand the pressure and dissipated, their pilots crashing hard to the ground. But none were in mortal danger. In a real life-or-death fight, they wouldn't have stood a chance. Within a minute, only 10 mechas remained on the field, still stubbornly resisting. Holding out this long was already commendable. Surrender. You're no match for me, Lin Yu warned. I haven't even shown my true strength yet. I surrender. One by one, the last struggling freshman finally gave in. Thus the battle came to an end. At that moment, silence fell over the entire arena. The outcome was completely different from what everyone had initially imagined. They had thought Lin Yu was arrogantly overestimating himself, doomed to lose against 100 opponents. But unexpectedly, Lin Yu achieved an overwhelming victory. The 100 freshmen suffered a crushing defeat. Now only those 100 freshmen who fought Lin Yu truly understood his power. It was suffocatingly immense. Yiling, it seems our class monitor is incredibly strong, Mo Shitting remarked. She had a strong feeling that Lin Yu was far more than he appeared. Yes, perhaps in a while, even I might not be his match. Yiling revealed an enigmatic smile. This is getting interesting. I'm starting to look forward to the days ahead. Mo Shitting smiled as well. On the elevated platform, the dean of the Imperial Academy rose to his feet and began delivering a speech. Students, I hope you will all learn from Lin Yu in the future, taking him as your goal and striving towards it. The seed class is the gathering place of the most prodigious and gifted talents at Kunlun Mech University, enjoying the finest cultivation resources. Even if you have not awakened an Imperial level mech or something even more powerful, you should still aspire to enter the seed class. There are no useless mechs, only useless mech pilots. As long as you are strong enough, even with just an Imperial level mech, you can defeat a sovereign level mech. Under the dean's speech, all the new students became fervently inspired. Their hearts were now more determined than ever to cultivate diligently and enhance their strength. As the dean's speech concluded, this year's challenge tournament officially came to an end. Having witnessed Lin Yu's formidable power, the new students set aside their pride. They no longer displayed the arrogant demeanor of self-proclaimed geniuses. Well done, Lin Yu. Jiang Wenlai approached Lin Yu and praised him. You've truly made a name for yourself now. As expected of our class monitor, Yiling gave a thumbs up with a sweet smile. That smile was stunningly beautiful. It seems making you the class monitor was the right choice. Mo Shitting remained rather aloof. It's all right, Lin Yu replied humbly. With the challenge tournament over, the formal mech piloting studies were about to begin. From now on, he would study alongside these two beautiful women. The future was sure to be interesting. All right, let's head back first. Jiang Wenlai reminded them. 10 minutes later, Lin Yu and the others followed Jiang Wenlai back to the Seed Class 10 area. Next, it'll take you to choose a spiritual energy cultivation method. Jiang Wenlai looked at the three of them and said, currently the highest spiritual energy cultivation method at Kunlun Mech University is the Stellar Grade. When you choose a cultivation method suited to you, it will be enough to train you up to a stellar mech pilot. After you've chosen, it'll take you to cultivate in a minor secret realm. After Jiang Wenlai finished speaking, Mo Shitting said, Teacher, I don't need to pick a cultivation method. I already have one that suits me. Yiling also nodded repeatedly, Teacher, me too. They showed no interest in the stellar grade spiritual energy cultivation methods, clearly possessing even more powerful techniques. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a twinge of envy but also relief. He was fortunate to have a formidable older sister. Teacher Jiang, I don't need one either. Lin Yu said slowly. His elder sister had given him a stellar grade cultivation method. At that moment, Jiang Wenlai couldn't help but sigh. In that case, they'll take you directly to the minor secret realm. Continuing under Jiang Wenlai's guidance, they soon smoothly entered the minor secret realm to begin their cultivation. Now that dungeons and secret realms across the world had undergone anomalies, the Academy was eager to cultivate more mech pilots as quickly as possible. Within this minor secret realm, the first impression was like stepping into a celestial paradise. The scenery here was breathtakingly beautiful. The energy within was also incredibly rich. At this moment, Lin Yu could clearly sense that the automatic cultivation speed of his divine mech body had increased significantly. In just a dozen seconds, his spiritual energy value had increased by 1 point. This minor secret realm was truly miraculous, allowing mech pilots to cultivate at an accelerated pace. For now, you three are the only students in this minor secret realm. Once you reach the rank of 6-star mech pilot, this place will no longer be of use to you. Jiang Wenlai explained. This is the token for entering and leaving the minor secret realm. With it, you can come and go as you please. He then handed each of them a token carved from jade. The token felt cool to the touch with a pleasant texture. For the next month, you will cultivate here in this minor secret realm. From time to time, teachers will come to instruct you. After a month, I will take you into an advanced secret realm for practical mech combat. Do you understand? Jiang Wenlai continued. As the saying goes, the master leads you to the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Understood. Lin Yu and the other two quickly nodded. Good. Lin Yu, as the class monitor, you must supervise them both in their cultivation, Jiang Wenlai said, growing slightly serious as he looked at Lin Yu. Don't worry, Teacher Jiang, I will, Lin Yu replied. In his view, Mo Shitting and Yiling hardly needed his supervision. Moreover, both of them were stronger than him. Soon Jiang Wenlai departed from the minor secret realm. It was now up to Lin Yu and the others to arrange their own cultivation. Well, the homeroom teacher is gone. Let's each find a spot and cultivate properly, Lin Yu said with a smile. He then walked over to a giant peach blossom tree and sat down cross-legged. Just then Lin Yu noticed Mo Shitting and Yiling walking toward him. Class monitor, could we cultivate together with you? Yiling winked at Lin Yu, looking very adorable. This caught Lin Yu completely off guard. What was going on? This minor secret realm was so vast. Why did they insist on cultivating with him? Could it be that his luck with women was blossoming? Something was off, very off. He wanted to refuse. But faced with the request of two beautiful women, it was just too difficult. Alright, I don't mind either way, Lin Yu finally said generously. Seeing Lin Yu agree, Mo Shitting and Yiling sat down cross-legged on either side of him and quite close at that. Besides the fragrance of peach blossoms, he could also catch the delicate scent emanating from the two girls. Intoxicating. Good grief, this was too close. It felt like Mo Shitting and Yiling were doing it on purpose. How was he supposed to cultivate like this? After all, he was still a hot-blooded youth. Fortunately, with his divine mech body, it could cultivate on its own. Even if he did nothing now, he could still increase his spiritual energy value. Ladies, aren't you two sitting a bit too close? Lin Yu said slowly. He had originally come to the peach blossom tree to slack off. Now with Mo Shitting and Yiling flanking him, there was no way to slack off at all. Class monitor, do you dislike us? Yiling looked at Lin Yu with a hint of confusion. No, not at all. Lin Yu quickly shook his head. How could he possibly dislike them? It was just a bit unfamiliar. He felt like he had finally escaped from Xiao Yu, that great demoness, only to have two new ones appear. Then class monitor, let's just cultivate properly, Yiling said with a smile, immediately entering a state of cultivation. For a moment, Mo Shitting and Yiling sat cross-legged beside him, entering a state of cultivation. It felt less like he was supervising them and more as though they were supervising him. It was unbearable. Utterly unbearable. Huff. Lin Yu took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness descending directly into the mecha space. Within this space, Lin Yu could clearly see his two divine-grade mechas. Gazing upon the Nuwa mecha, he sighed with a touch of melancholy, wondering when he would truly be able to summon it. Time slipped by. In this mecha space, there was little Lin Yu could do. After lingering for a short while, he began to feel rather bored. Upon exiting the mecha space, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. For some reason, he felt that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were drawing closer and closer to him. Earlier, there had been some distance between them, but now they were completely pressed against each other. Could I really be that charming? Lin Yu wondered inwardly. Both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were exceptionally beautiful young women. They hadn't even spent a full day together. Yet the two of them had taken the initiative to draw so near to him, leaving Lin Yu at a complete loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. This was absolutely a first in his life. With no other recourse, Lin Yu had no choice but to take the initiative to cultivate. As he entered cultivation, he was instantly enveloped in a state of self-forgetfulness, losing track of time and everything else, devoting himself wholeheartedly to the practice. After an unknown span of time, Lin Yu ceased his cultivation. Then he summoned his personal information panel. Name: Lin Yu. Race: Human. Divine Mech Body activated. Mecha Master level 4-star Mecha Master. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 28,000. Mecha Pangu Mecha level 30. Through the information panel, Lin Yu could clearly see that his spiritual energy value had reached 28,000. It was undeniable that the cultivation speed within this small secret realm was truly double that of the outside world. This efficiency had increased significantly. After closing the personal information panel, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were still in a state of cultivation. Lin Yu slowly rose to his feet, moving with extreme caution, afraid that any sound he made might disturb their cultivation. He managed to slip out without any trouble. This small secret realm was quite spacious. Soon Lin Yu found a secluded spot where there stood an even larger peach blossom tree. With a light leap, Lin Yu landed on a thick branch of the peach blossom tree, lay down, and began to rest. This feeling of lying back is truly wonderful, Lin Yu muttered to himself. Cultivation was inherently monotonous. Now that he didn't need to actively cultivate, he naturally wanted to enjoy some leisure time. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the divine Mech Bodhi's ability. By the way, when will my third Mecha awaken? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Answer: your third Mecha will automatically awaken when your Mecha Master level reaches 8 stars. It seems there's still a long road ahead. Lin Yu nodded. He took out his phone, but there was no network signal here, so he couldn't scroll through short videos. Not long after, the sky in this small secret realm began to darken. He hadn't expected that this place also had the alternation of day and night, complete with sun and moon. Lin Yu slowly drifted into a dream. The divine Mech Body continued to cultivate silently and diligently. Meanwhile, on the other side of the small secret realm, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling both ceased their cultivation. Where did the squad leader go? Seeing Lin Yu missing, Yi Ling looked around, but found no trace of him. He should still be in this secret realm, Mo Shitting said softly. Mo Shitting, you felt it too, right? Yi Ling looked at Mo Shitting with a mysterious smile. Indeed, when cultivating beside the squad leader, the speed is faster, and increasing spiritual energy becomes much easier. Mo Shitting nodded. It's far more useful than this small secret realm. Yes, the squad leader is truly extraordinary. Yi Ling nodded. If we could always cultivate by his side, becoming a divine-grade Mecha Master in the future might be effortless. Where are you going? Seeing Mo Shitting rise as if to leave, Yi Ling quickly asked. To find the squad leader, of course, Mo Shitting replied calmly. He'll come too. Yi Ling also stood up promptly. The two young women swiftly began searching through the small secret realm. Although it was already night for them, night and day made no difference. They could still see everything clearly. It didn't take long. Mo Shitting was the first to find Lin Yu. He was on a massive peach blossom tree. The two women approached him and crouched down. The squad leader is actually asleep, Yi Ling exclaimed in surprise. I have to say, the squad leader is quite handsome. He's my type. Let's get back to cultivating, Mo Shitting said slowly. There probably won't be another chance like this. With that, Mo Shitting sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu and resumed cultivation. Yi Ling followed suit. Indeed, they personally felt once again that cultivating beside Lin Yu accelerated their spiritual energy growth. If they had a choice, they would rather not cultivate in this small secret realm. It would be enough just to cultivate by Lin Yu's side. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up. He was awakened by hunger, having barely eaten anything the previous day. When he awoke, he felt his arm being hugged with two soft masses pressing against him. He opened his eyes. He saw Yi Ling lying on top of him. Glancing to the side, Mo Shitting was also there, still sitting cross-legged, seemingly in a state of cultivation. What's happening? Am I still dreaming? Lin Yu was stunned. Had he gotten up too abruptly and was now hallucinating? However, the real tactile sensation made Lin Yu realize this was no illusion. This was bad. It felt like the two of them had latched onto him. Yi Ling, wake up, Lin Yu quickly called out. Squad leader, you're awake. Yi Ling slowly revived upon hearing his voice, her tone tinged with a hint of coquettishness. Then she hugged Lin Yu's arm even tighter, as if reluctant to let go. Yi Ling, there should be boundaries between men and women. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. How am I supposed to find a girlfriend like this? Then I'll be your girlfriend, so you won't have to look, Yiling said with utmost seriousness. For a moment Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Still, having Yiling as his girlfriend wouldn't be a bad thing. Bah, no, that's not right. How could such good fortune exist in the world? Yiling and Mo Shitting definitely had ulterior motives. He couldn't fall into this trap of tenderness. Yiling, can you tell me why you two are taking the initiative to get close to me? Lin Yu asked curiously. He let Yiling hold him. Since she was the one initiating the embrace, he could only passively enjoy the benefit. Of course it's because you, the class monitor, are very handsome. Yiling praised. I know I'm handsome, but that's definitely not the reason you two are clinging to me. Lin Yu's thoughts were clear. Yiling, I hope you'll tell me the truth. Otherwise I won't bother with you two in the future. It was only yesterday that he had first met Mo Shitting and Yiling. Now, having entered this small secret realm, the two girls were being so proactive. He felt something was off about the whole situation. In short, if he didn't get to the bottom of it, Lin Yu would remain uneasy. It felt as if there were a ticking time bomb on him at all times. Seeing how serious Lin Yu was, Yiling took a deep breath and slowly spoke. All right, the truth is, as long as we cultivate by your side, class monitor, we can improve rapidly. Just by hugging you while sleeping, class monitor, without even cultivating, my spirit energy has already increased by dozens. Hearing this, Lin Yu gasped. He was utterly shocked. This was too incredible. He had never even heard of such a thing. System, what's going on? Lin Yu asked inwardly. Answer: this is one of the abilities of the divine mech body, allowing mecha pilots near you to cultivate faster. After hearing the system's response, Lin Yu finally believed what Yiling had said. Indeed, Mo Shitting and Yiling weren't after him as a person, they were after his body. This divine mech body was truly extraordinary. Not only did it grant him 7 mechas and allow him to automatically cultivate spirit energy techniques, but it also enabled other mecha pilots to improve faster. He suddenly felt like Tang Sanzang. One bite of his flesh could grant immortality. Staying by his side allowed others to rapidly increase their spirit energy. In a sense, Lin Yu had now become Tang Sanzang's flesh. Yiling, please let go for a moment. I need some quiet time. Lin Yu said softly. Whose quiet time? Yiling asked curiously. Lin Yu was a bit speechless, but fortunately Yiling quickly released his arm. The next moment Lin Yu lightly leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. After he left within just a few minutes, Mo Shitting withdrew from her cultivation state. As soon as Lin Yu was gone, she immediately felt her cultivation slow down drastically. Awake. How much did your spirit energy increase? Yiling asked curiously. 164. Mo Shitting slowly replied. Impressive. I only increased by a few dozen. Yiling praised. But I've noticed that as long as I can make physical contact with the class monitor, even without cultivating, my spirit energy still increases. Really? Mo Shitting was also amazed. Of course I have no reason to lie to you. Yiling nodded. Sigh, there are so many mysteries here. Mo Shitting sighed. They simply couldn't explain why being near Lin Yu accelerated their cultivation. Where's the class monitor? Mo Shitting asked. He went to find some quiet time, Yiling replied. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had arrived by a small stream and sat down. After careful thought, Lin Yu became even more aware of the divine mech body's power. Fortunately, he had discovered this in time. If some malicious individuals found out later, they might resort to extreme measures, imprisoning him and using him as a tool to boost their spirit energy. No matter what, one must always prepare for the worst. Class monitor, are you ready? Soon Mo Shitting and Yiling approached. Lin Yu stood up. Then looking at them seriously, he said, I'll allow you to cultivate by my side from now on, but you must keep this a secret and not tell anyone. Okay. Yiling nodded, eagerly overjoyed. Don't worry, our lips are sealed. Mo Shitting promised. That's good then, Lin Yu sighed in relief. I'm going to get something to eat first. Let's go together, class monitor. We're hungry too, Yiling suggested. And so the three of them soon left the small secret realm and entered the dedicated cafeteria for the seed class. As Lin Yu and the others entered, they immediately drew many gazes. Wow, he's Lin Yu, Lin Weiner's brother, and quite handsome. How enviable. The two girls beside him are both school beauties. Just thinking about Lin Yu having both of them makes me a bit jealous. I heard that class 10 only has the 3 of them now. With their appearance, they had clearly become the topic of discussion. Lin Yu paid no attention, as tongues would wag anyway. He sat down directly and ordered a lot of food. Mo Shitting and Yiling sat beside him. This astonished the others even more. Despite plenty of space elsewhere, Mo Shitting and Yiling chose to sit right next to Lin Yu. Holy crap, Lin Yu's got skills. He's already won over both girls on the very first day. A role model. If I get a chance, I'll have to ask for his advice. Coach, I want to learn too. Damn, I'm so jealous. Hearing the chatter around him, Lin Yu was speechless. It wasn't at all what they were implying. However, when he looked at Mo Shitting and Yiling, he saw that they weren't angry. Yiling in particular seemed quite happy instead. Once the ordered dishes arrived, Lin Yu ignored everything else and began eating heartily. Mo shitting and Yi Ling on the other hand ate with great elegance, chewing slowly and delicately, a stark contrast to Lin Yu. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Yu was full and content, feeling very satisfied. A full stomach feels great, he exclaimed. Class monitor, when are we going back to the secret realm to cultivate? Yi Ling looked at Lin Yu, her beautiful eyes captivating. Are you two finished eating? Lin Yu asked in response. Seeing that they hadn't eaten much, full, Yi Ling nodded repeatedly. Me too. Mo shitting replied. Then let's go, Lin Yu said directly. He stood up and headed for the door. Mo shitting and Yi Ling followed closely, staying by his side. This sight once again drew waves of envy from many onlookers. Wherever he went, as long as there were people, Lin Yu became the center of attention. The main reason was that Mo shitting and Yi Ling followed him like handmaidens. Back in the small secret realm, the three sat cross-legged together and soon entered a state of cultivation. Lin Yu had also come to realize that he couldn't rely solely on the divine mech body. He had to work hard himself. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Yu and his companions had been cultivating diligently within this minor secret realm, devoting themselves with unwavering focus. Their efforts were not in vain. Within just 1 month, Mo shitting and Yi Ling had successfully broken through, ascending to the rank of 6-star mech pilot. As for Lin Yu, his own spiritual energy value had surged past 40,000. When their homeroom teacher Jiang Wanlia arrived at the secret realm and witnessed the progress of Mo shitting and Yi Ling, he was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that Mo shitting and Yi Ling would advance with such swiftness. Little did he know that all of this was due to Lin Yu, whose influence had enabled their rapid growth. Lin Yu, you need to step up your game. Jiang Wanli couldn't help but remind him upon seeing that Lin Yu remained a 4-star mech pilot. Teacher Jiang, I'll do my best. Lin Yu quickly replied. After all, he was burdened with the mech god physique. To reach the 5-star mech pilot rank, he would need to elevate his spiritual energy value to 50,000. Alright, the next lesson will be taking you all into a secret realm for practical training, Jiang Wanli declared with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 3 secret realm scrolls materialized. They landed in the hands of Lin Yu and his companions. A level 60 secret realm scroll. Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. After all, such a scroll was not something that could be purchased with mere wealth. Obtaining a scroll like this was an arduous feat. Indeed, joining Kunlun Mech University had been the right choice. Without delay, they all activated the secret realm scrolls, entering level 60 secret realm wasteland plains. Upon entering the instance, they opened their eyes to an endless expanse of desert. The air was parched and the temperature scorching. One moment they were in comfort, the next they felt as though they had been cast into a furnace. Teacher Jiang, my mech is only level 30. Is it appropriate for me to enter a level 60 secret realm? Lin Yu asked on the verge of tears. No matter how extraordinary he was, he couldn't possibly pit a level 30 mech against a level 60 behemoth. The gap between them was a full 30 levels. Don't worry, I'll give you special attention. I'll weaken the behemoth's combat power before you engage them. Moreover, slaying beasts here will grant you more experience points, allowing your mech to level up faster. Jiang Wanli explained swiftly. After hearing this, Lin Yu slowly nodded. It made perfect sense. Don't worry, class monitor. Mo and I will help you too, Yi Ling said with a smile. Mo shitting simply nodded in acknowledgement. Summon your mechs. At Jiang Wenli's command, everyone quickly summoned their mechs. When Lin Yu saw Mo shitting and Yi Ling's Saint-grade mechs, he was utterly awestruck. Both of their mechs were incredibly stunning. Mo shitting's mech was entirely ice blue, resembling a goddess of frost, as if it harbored an immensely powerful ice ability within. Yi Ling's mech, on the other hand, bore a resemblance to the angelic figures in Lin Yu's memories. It had a pair of pristine white mechanical wings on its back, granting it flight capabilities and excelling in aerial combat. A Saint-grade mech truly lived up to its name. In this world, Saint-grade mechs were widely acknowledged as the ultimate mechs. Once everyone had summoned their mechs, they began exploring the secret realm. Yi Ling's mech moved at an incredible speed, completely imperceptible to the naked eye. She took the lead to scout ahead. At that moment, a sense of team synergy began to form. This secret realm practical training serves 2 purposes: first, to enhance your individual combat abilities, and second, to foster better teamwork and coordination among you. Jiang Wanli spoke slowly. Students in the elite class would undergo countless life and death battles. Only by walking the edge of life and death could they truly unlock their potential. Lin Yu, you are currently the weakest in this secret realm, but I hope you will strive even harder. Remember when your sister participated in such training, she fought with reckless abandon, enduring numerous brushes with death, to become as powerful as she is today. Jiang Wanli added a few more words. Teacher Jiang, rest assured, I'll work hard. Lin Yu nodded, guiding his Pangu mech forward. He refused to fall behind in what his sister had achieved. Teacher, I've spotted a level 60 beast, a saber-toothed tiger, ahead. In no time, Yiling swiftly piloted her mech back. Excellent. Your first battle will begin with this saber-toothed tiger. Jiang Wenlai declared directly, who will go first? It wasn't long before they came across a colossal saber-toothed tiger. The beast had a massive frame and razor-sharp claws. Roar, roar, as if sensing their presence. The saber-toothed tiger jolted awake, its blood-red eyes snapping open, and it let out a deafening roar. They'll take it. Mo Shitting charged forward first. Her mech was incredibly fast, covering the distance in mere seconds. Mo Shitting stood before the saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, her mech erupted with an overwhelming surge of ice energy, causing the surrounding environment to freeze over. The beast was instantly encased in ice. Such a formidable mech skill. Lin Yu marveled. This is Mo Shitting's mech domain. It can freeze everything around her. Jiang Wenlai explained. However, it's a level 60 beast after all. Completely freezing it is no easy feat. As his words faded, a cracking sound echoed. Countless fissures appeared on the ice sculpture. Seeing this, Mo Shitting activated another mech skill. Her mech raised its arm, began charging energy, and fired a cannon blast. Boom. A thunderous roar. When the dust settled, it was clear that the saber-toothed tiger had sustained severe injuries. Roar, roar. However, the beast charged at Mo Shitting with renewed fury. At that moment, Yiling, hovering in the air, swung her mech's sword, unleashing a tremendously powerful wind blade. The saber-toothed tiger was sliced in half like tofu. Your teammate, Yiling, has slain a level 60 beast. Mech experience points 600 upon entering the level 60 secret realm. They had formed a party. A Saint-grade mech is truly remarkable. The power of its skills is evidently far superior. Jiang Wenlai remarked in awe. Had they been using King-grade or Emperor-grade mechs, slaying this saber-toothed tiger would have been far more difficult. Yet this was not solely due to the mech's power. Mo Shitting and Yiling's own piloting skills played a significant role. From the battle just now, it was clear that both Mo Shitting and Yiling possessed exceptional practical combat abilities. Even without Jiang Wenlai's presence, the two of them working together could likely dominate this level 60 secret realm with ease. Ding dong, you have slain the level 60 beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience 600. Soon Lin Yu successfully dealt with a saber-toothed tiger. Of course, the strength of this saber-toothed tiger was greatly reduced by Jiang Wenlai, which allowed Lin Yu to easily take it down during the entire battle. Jiang Wenlai observed everything from the side. Not bad. Based on your performances, I can see that each of you has a good level of mecha control. Jiang Wenlai praised. Next, you need to work together as a team. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, I will not intervene. Then Jiang Wenlai continued to instruct. Understood. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling nodded in agreement and set off. Before long, they discovered a few more saber-toothed tigers, all at level 60. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling teamed up to confront them. However, Lin Yu's mecha level was too low and the damage he could deal was limited, but fortunately, it was a divine-level mecha, so it still had considerable power. It was the first collaboration for the three of them. Inevitably, many problems arose. Jiang Wenlai observed and recorded everything, planning to let them train specifically later. Ding dong, your teammate, Mo Shitting, has slain the level 60 beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience 600. Ding dong, your teammate, Mo Shitting, has slain the level 60 beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience 600. Ding dong, your teammate, Yiling, has slain the level 60 beast, the saber-toothed tiger. Mecha experience 600. It took them over 10 minutes to successfully eliminate the three saber-toothed tigers. So far, they had not obtained any loot. They had only gained mecha experience. Lin Yu took a quick glance and found that his Pangu mecha was only a few thousand experience points away from leveling up. Come here, Jiang Wenlai called out. Everyone quickly maneuvered their mechas to Jiang Wenlai's side. Your coordination just now was a complete mess. There was no teamwork, and everyone was fighting individually. Jiang Wenlai's tone was very serious as he directly pointed out all the problems that Lin Yu and the others had. Next, everyone began to practice according to Jiang Wenlai's guidance. As they took down more beasts, the synergy among the three gradually improved. Thus time passed little by little. Lin Yu's mecha level had reached level 35. Mo Shitting and Yiling's mechas also each advanced by 2 levels. Now the three of them could truly be considered a proper team. Geniuses are indeed quick to teach. Jiang Wenlai thought to himself. Basically, for geniuses, just one mention is enough for them to grasp the essence. If it were other mecha pilots, they might not see significant improvement even after 100 mentions. As night fell, they lit a campfire. After processing the beast meat, they began to roast it over the fire. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling sat together. At the same time, their mechas were behind them. This way, no matter what happened, they could instantly enter their mechas and be ready for battle. As mecha pilots, sometimes our explorations in these secret realms can take tens of days, months, a year, or even longer. So survival in the wilderness is something you must master. Fortunately, there are countless beasts in the secret realm, so you won't starve. However, this beast meat must be processed before it can be used, as roasting it directly can produce toxins. Zhang Wenlai began to explain. He carefully taught them the methods for processing beast meat, allowing Lin Yu and the others to learn a lot at once. As the roasted meat was ready, everyone could smell the rich aroma of roasted meat, making Lin Yu swallow hard. Let's divide it up. Zhang Wenlai handed the roasted meat to everyone. In no time, they all began to enjoy it. Eating roasted meat in this secret realm is indeed a unique experience. Moreover, one more thing, remember not to rest just anywhere in this secret realm, and don't sleep too deeply, as a beast may suddenly appear and you won't have time to resist. Zhang Wenlai continued. The secret realm is not a safe place. It is extremely dangerous. Everyday mecha pilots typically fall in the secret realm or dungeons. As their teacher, he naturally had to make everything clear. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling were all students from the seed class of Kunlun Mecha University, and they were among the best. As long as they can grow smoothly, they will surely become top mecha pilots in the future. If they fall midway, it would be a great loss. Especially at night in the secret realm, it becomes even more dangerous. Some beasts enter a berserk state at night, with various aspects enhanced. Alright, you all rest well tonight, I'll keep watch. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang Wenlai said directly, tomorrow I'll take you to a great leveling spot, so your mecha levels can quickly improve. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't wait for the next day to arrive. Then Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling returned to their respective mechas. Phew, I wonder what kind of place the leveling spot that teacher Zhang mentioned is like, Lin Yu muttered to himself. His main goal now was to raise his mecha level. He was only 5 levels away from reaching level 40 with his Pangu mecha. He estimated he would automatically awaken a super powerful mecha skill. A few minutes later, Lin Yu fell into a deep sleep, while Mo Shitting and Yi Ling did not sleep, but entered a state of cultivation. Once mecha pilots reach a certain level, they no longer need sleep to recover. If Zhang Wenlai were not here, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling would probably have slept next to Lin Yu. After all, as long as they stayed near Lin Yu, their cultivation speed would be remarkable. A night quickly passed, and fortunately it was peaceful without any incidents. When Lin Yu woke up, he felt very comfortable after a good night's sleep. His cultivation of the Mecha God Body had increased his spiritual energy by over 200. He was now one big step closer to becoming a 5-star mecha pilot. Are you all awake? Control your mechas and follow me. Zhang Wenlai's voice came. Everyone quickly maneuvered their mechas to catch up. Clearly, Zhang Wenlai was very familiar with this secret realm. No matter what in this level 60 secret realm, as long as Zhang Wenlai was present, they felt very safe. We're here, this is it. Zhang Wenlai quickly led Lin Yu and the others to the entrance of a valley, gazing into the distance. The valley lay barren and desolate. Teacher Zhang, are you sure this is the place? I don't see a single giant beast. Yi Ling asked curiously. Mo Shitting and Lin Yu also looked puzzled. Indeed, there was not a single giant beast within the valley. It hardly seemed like a good place for training. Haha, would I deceive you? Zhang Wenlai laughed heartily. Once inside, endless giant beasts will surge from beneath the earth. Who wants to go first and give it a try? Hearing this, Yi Ling quickly responded, I'll go. The next second, she maneuvered her mecha and flew straight in. Landing within the valley's bounds, she immediately saw the ground begin to churn. Massive giant beasts rapidly erupted from the depths. Roars upon roars echoed through the entire valley. In an instant, Yi Ling was surrounded by over 100 giant beasts. Mo Shitting, Lin Yu joined in too. This is your training ground. This is the best place in the entire secret realm to level up your mechas. Zhang Wenlai spoke calmly. Then Mo Shitting and Lin Yu swiftly charged in, joining the fray. Through yesterday's training, they had already developed close coordination. Boom, boom, boom. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience 600. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience 600. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience 600. One by one, the giant beasts were slain by them. Throughout the process, Lin Yu also restrained the beasts, landing some crowd control, allowing Mo Shitting and Yi Ling to unleash their full power more effectively. As beasts were killed, new ones emerged from underground. Just as Zhang Wenlai had said, the supply was endless, truly an excellent place to elevate mecha levels. Lin Yu grew increasingly excited. Mecha skill Heavenly Chains activated. Mecha skill Heaven Earth / activated. / activated. Lin Yu drove his mecha deeper into the battle. This sight also astonished Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, and Zhang Wenlai. Lin Yu's mecha skills were unleashed in an almost unbroken chain. Each skill could be instantly recast, as if they had no cooldown. Even Zhang Wenlai could not achieve this. This Lin Yu is no ordinary talent. Jiang Wenlai marveled inwardly. Achieving 0 cooldown on mecha skills was a feat only a handful of top-tier mecha pilots worldwide could manage. If Lin Yu's mecha reached level 60, he could single-handedly clear all the beasts here. This solidified Jiang Wenlai's decision. Lin Yu needed even more focused training. The battle raged for 2 full hours. Teacher, my energy is nearly depleted. Mine too. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling quickly reported. Alright, withdraw from the fight. Jiang Wenlai piloted his mecha, blasting an escape route in mere seconds. With a single simple attack, dozens of beasts were instantly obliterated. Such was the terrifying might of a level 100 mecha and a stellar mecha pilot. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling swiftly retreated to the valley entrance. They began circulating their energy cultivation techniques, rapidly restoring their depleted reserves. Lin Yu, you should withdraw and recover your energy too, Jiang Wenlai urged. Next, your teacher will help you level up. The next moment, Jiang Wenlai joined their party. Your teammate, Jiang Wenlai, has slain a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience 600. Your teammate, Jiang Wenlai, has slain a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience 600. Your teammate, Jiang Wenlai, has slain a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience 600. A series of system notifications rang in Lin Yu's mind. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude and quickly exited the battlefield. In truth, his energy was not fully spent. Thanks to his divine mech body, as long as he remained in combat, he automatically recovered a certain amount of energy every second. Ding! Congratulations! Your Pangu Mecha has reached level 40. New skill automatically awakened. Divine Mecha skill Black Hole Devourer. With Jiang Wenlai's assistance, Lin Yu saw his mecha experience skyrocket. In less than an hour, his Pangu Mecha had reached level 40. This pace was remarkably fast. If he were alone, it would have taken an eternity. Such was the privilege of genius. This was also one of the reasons so many mecha pilots dreamed of entering a top-tier mecha university. Finding a stellar-level mecha pilot for power leveling outside was no easy task. Even with immense wealth, it might be impossible to hire one. But at Kunlun Mecha University, such powerful stellar pilots were their teachers, freely guiding them to enhance their strength. After another 2 hours of grinding, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling's mechas successfully reached level 60. From now on, for Mo Shitting and Yi Ling to continue leveling their mechas, they would need to raise their own rank to 7-star mecha pilot before their mechas could gain more experience. The same applied to Lin Yu. He had to reach 5-star mecha pilot for his mecha to continue leveling. Advancing a pilot's rank was a path one had to walk alone. There were no shortcuts. As Jiang Wenlai left the valley, the giant beasts all retreated back underground. In an instant, the entire valley fell silent. Not a trace of a beast remained, as if nothing had ever happened there. Congratulations. You've completed this trial in just 2 days. Jiang Wenlai offered his congratulations. This trial primarily tested individual combat ability and team coordination. Lin Yu and his team had no issues with their individual skills. Though their teamwork was a mess initially, they quickly developed synergy and improved at an astonishing rate. Essentially, they had accomplished the main objectives of the trial by yesterday. Such were true geniuses. It made his job as their homeroom teacher remarkably easy. Indeed, he preferred teaching prodigies. They spared him excessive worry. This training is over. I've taught you all I can for now, but the rest is up to you. From now on, arrange yourselves. If you wish to continue exploring the secret realm, you must be cautious. Jiang Wenlai's expression turned serious. Next, Lin Yu and the others needed to focus on advancing their mecha pilot rank. This would depend entirely on their talent and effort. Teacher Jiang, I'd like to continue exploring this secret realm, Lin Yu replied. It had been 2 days since they entered this level 60 secret realm. They had slain countless giant beasts, yet not a single crystal energy had dropped. This frustrated Lin Yu. Not only had he found none, but Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had also failed to obtain a single crystal energy. Thus, Lin Yu decided to thoroughly explore the area. If he could find crystal energy, his mecha pilot rank would advance more quickly. Teacher, I want to stay with the squad leader. Me too. The next moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling both voiced their agreement. As expected, Lin Yu had anticipated this. Very well, since you've made your decision, I won't say more. Stay safe. Jiang Wenlai nodded. Then, using the secret realm scroll, he departed the realm. Now only Lin Yu and the other two remained. Squad leader, which way should we go now? Yi Ling asked eagerly after they left the valley. I don't know either. This realm is vast, so we can only choose a direction by instinct and rely on luck, Lin Yu said slowly. So which direction do you choose, squad leader? Mo Shitting asked softly. Head west. Lin Yu pointed his mecha toward the west. With a direction set, the trio swiftly advanced in their mechas. Yi Ling flew her mecha ahead to scout the way. Having a flying mecha in the team brought many advantages. They could clearly survey the situation ahead. Now their main goal in the secret realm was to seek out opportunities and treasures, with slaying beasts being secondary. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Your mecha pilot rank is insufficient. The Pangu mech cannot gain further experience. Yiling, scouting ahead, quickly dispatched any giant beast she encountered. Don't you find it strange? This is a level 60 secret realm. We've killed a massive number of beasts over 2 days, yet not a single crystal energy has dropped, Lin Yu remarked. Indeed, ever since the global dungeons and secret realms mutated, the drop rate of crystal energy has plummeted. Mo Shitting replied, equally puzzled. But here it seems the drop rate is 0. Wait, you're both puzzled. Why didn't you ask the teacher earlier? Yiling's voice chimed in. I forgot, Lin Yu said with an embarrassed laugh. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself missing senior sister Xiaoyu. If she were here, she could use her divine eye ability to effortlessly discover the treasures and opportunities within this secret realm. Squad leader, I found something. Yiling suddenly called out. What is it? Lin Yu asked curiously. There's a very strange building ahead, Yiling replied. Immediately Lin Yu and Mo Shitting accelerated their mechas. Before long they reached the spot Yiling had described. Before them stood an unusual building, its appearance somewhat eerie. Yiling quickly landed her mecha beside Lin Yu. I've examined it carefully. It looks like an entrance, but it requires a mechanism to open. Seems like we're in luck, Lin Yu said with a smile. Not necessarily. This could be a danger rather than an opportunity, Mo Shitting cautioned calmly. True, it could be either. But we should explore a bit. How else will we know if it holds fortune or peril? Lin Yu suggested. I agree with the squad leader. Let's give it a try. If there's real danger, well, retreat immediately. Yiling concurred. Both her and Mo Shitting's mechas had now reached level 60. Moreover, their mechas were saint level, and combined with their own strength, they could ensure safety within this level 60 secret realm. This was also why Jiang Wenlai had agreed to let them continue exploring. All right, Mo Shitting nodded, also consenting to the exploration. Can you find a mechanism that might open it? Lin Yu asked Yiling. Yes. There seems to be a platform at the very center of the building. Yiling nodded. Then they piloted their mechas onto the building and arrived at the central area. Indeed, there was a platform. On the platform sat some kind of device. After careful inspection, Lin Yu ventured a guess. I think this device requires a large amount of energy to activate. Let's try it. Yiling was the first to channel her spiritual energy into the device. As energy flowed in, the device on the platform emitted a faint glow. Within just a few dozen seconds, Yiling's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Let me take over, Lin Yu said, interrupting her. His spiritual energy reserves were over 40,000, likely enough to fully activate the device. He interrupted Yiling because he feared that if her energy ran out, she wouldn't be able to control her mecha in an emergency. Should that happen, Yiling would be in grave danger. As Lin Yu continuously channeled his energy, within just 2 seconds, the strange device burst into a dazzling light. Good heavens, in those 2 seconds alone, it had absorbed 20,000 of his spiritual energy points. Fortunately, it was all worth it. A clicking sound echoed as a mechanism turned. At that moment, a peculiar rune appeared on the mysterious building. Everyone be careful, Lin Yu quickly warned. There was no way to predict what would happen next. All they could do was proceed with caution. Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded, becoming extremely vigilant, not daring to be careless. At the same time, Lin Yu and the others felt a surge of powerful energy. In an instant, they transformed into 3 beams of golden light and vanished. The rune on the mysterious building quickly dimmed, as if nothing had ever happened. Everything returned to stillness. When Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling opened their eyes once more, they found themselves in a peculiar space. The space was vast beyond measure, making even their colossal 100-meter mecha appear minuscule within it. As far as the eye could see, they soon realized the space was sealed with no visible exit in sight. Welcome to the hidden realm. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed throughout the entire space. Hidden realm. Lin Yu was puzzled, having no knowledge of such a place. The hidden realm is a special existence within the secret domain. Only by clearing it can one obtain abundant treasures and opportunities. Mo Shitting explained this hidden realm works on the same principle as a hidden boss in a dungeon. Upon hearing her explanation, Lin Yu suddenly understood much more. So we've come to the right place, he said with a smile. Class monitor, this is no time for joy. Yiling sighed. We can't use the secret domain scroll to leave now. The only way out is to clear this hidden realm. If we fail, we will perish here. Clearly, Yiling was also quite familiar with the hidden realm. Indeed, opportunities and treasures were not so easily obtained. Lin Yu nodded slightly. As long as we work together, nothing is insurmountable. I hope the difficulty of this hidden realm isn't too great. Yiling sighed. Just then the mysterious voice spoke again. First trial, eliminate 1,000 giant beasts. As the voice faded, the entire space was instantly filled with 1,000 giant beasts, each at level 60. The difficulty was maxed out. There's no turning back now. Lin Yu quickly steadied himself. Then the three coordinated their efforts. They swiftly began to slay the giant beasts. Fortunately, Lin Yu's mecha had already reached level 40. Taking on a single level 60 beast was no problem. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling bore the greatest pressure. This gnawed at Lin Yu. As a man, he felt ashamed that two women had to shoulder such a burden. It was still his own weakness. System, I need over 3,000 energy points to become a 5-star mech pilot. Is there a way to boost it quickly? While fighting, Lin Yu asked. Answer detected: you possess a mech heart. It can be converted into energy points. Converted immediately. Lin Yu quickly issued the command. This mech heart was obtained from the Jiangling City dungeon. He had planned to use it if his second mecha awakened as a king grade. But later he awakened the divine grade, Nuwa Mecha. For a time he had forgotten about the mech heart. Now was the time to put it to use. Conversion begins. Mech heart converted successfully. Obtained 5,000 energy points. Use all of it to raise my spiritual energy. 5,000 energy points deducted. Your spiritual energy increased by 5,000. Congratulations. You have become a 5-star mech pilot. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human. Mech God physique: activated mech pilot, level 5-star mech pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 97412. Mecha Pangu Mecha, level 40. Great. I never expected the mech heart to be this powerful. I should have used it from the start, Lin Yu thought excitedly. Now his spiritual energy had reached over 90,000. With the mech god physique aiding him, he could slowly wear down these 1,000 beasts. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Pangu Mecha EXP 1000. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Pangu Mecha EXP 1000. Whoa, killing beasts in the hidden realm gives more EXP than outside. Lin Yu was amazed. Previously, killing a level 60 beast in the secret domain only gave 600 Mecha EXP. But here, each level 60 beast granted 1000 Mecha EXP. Class monitor: did your mech pilot level increase? Hearing Lin Yu's surprise, Yi Ling quickly guessed and asked. Yes, I'm now a 5-star mech pilot, Lin Yu replied. Amazing. As expected of our class monitor. Yi Ling praised. Since this is a hidden realm, a rare encounter, it's normal to gain more EXP here, Mo Shitting explained. Regardless, Lin Yu had successfully become a 5-star mech pilot. Now his mecha could also level up. Once Lin Yu's mecha reached level 50, it would greatly enhance the entire team's combat power. This was undoubtedly a good thing. Looks like I need to get serious, Yi Ling said, nodding. The next moment, she piloted her mecha into the air. As she unleashed her mecha skills, 2 terrifying tornadoes erupted. The giant beasts were sucked into the vortex, quickly shredded into fragments by sharp wind blades. Mo Shitting was not to be outdone. She activated her mecha's ice domain, turning the surrounding area into a frozen world. The giant beasts within the domain were frozen into ice sculptures. With Mo Shitting's next attack, the immense force shattered the ice into pieces. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Pangu Mecha EXP 1000. Your teammate has slain a level 60 giant beast. Lin Yu heard the system's notifications. His mecha EXP was rapidly increasing. In just a few minutes, his Pangu Mecha had leveled up, once reaching level 41. Good heavens. He was being carried by 2 girls. Lin Yu rather enjoyed it. For now, they were carrying him. In the future, he would carry them. He was fortunate to have Mo Shitting and Yi Ling by his side. Otherwise, being here alone would have spelled his doom. As the mecha's level increased, all its aspects instantly improved. Lin Yu could clearly feel that the power unleashed by the mecha had greatly increased. Class monitor, you can help us train more from now on. Yi Ling smiled. As the beasts dwindled, the pressure on them lessened. No problem. Lin Yu naturally understood what Yi Ling meant. By cultivating near him, they could increase their own spiritual energy faster. Ding. Pangu Mech level up to 46. Through relentless effort, Lin Yu and his 2 companions successfully annihilated all 1,000 giant beasts that had appeared. The entire process went rather smoothly. If another 1,000 giant beasts were to appear, Lin Yu was confident he could elevate his mech to level 50. Huff huff, I'm almost out of spiritual energy, Yi Ling sighed. The spiritual energy within her was nearly depleted, barely enough to maintain her mech's operation. Mo Shitting was in the same state. I wonder what kind of trials lie ahead, she exclaimed. The hidden space had yet to be truly conquered, so they could not afford to let their guard down. Immediately, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling began to rapidly restore their spiritual energy. But at that moment, 3 beams of radiant energy surged into Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling's bodies. In an instant, the spiritual energy within each of them was fully replenished. Congratulations on clearing the first trial. You will each receive a sacred stone as your reward. The mysterious voice echoed. Simultaneously, a sacred stone materialized in each of their hands. What is the use of this sacred stone? Lin Yu quickly inquired. He could clearly sense the immense energy contained within it. No way, squad leader, you don't even know about Mech's sacred stones. Yiling was somewhat astonished. I genuinely have no idea, Lin Yu replied earnestly. Mo Shitting and Yiling must have come from prominent families, so they were well-versed in such matters. But Lin Yu's family was merely an ordinary one. His parents knew nothing of these things. Even his exceptionally talented sister had never mentioned the Mech's sacred stones to him. Naturally, he was completely ignorant. But he could be certain that the Mech's sacred stone was something extraordinary. Squad leader, the Mech's sacred stone is a supreme treasure. It can enhance a Mech's attributes. For instance, this sacred stone of mine can drastically boost my Mech's speed after use. Yiling began to explain. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly understood. It truly was a remarkable item. And what kind of Mech's sacred stone did you get, Mo? Lin Yu asked curiously. A defense-type Mech's sacred stone, which can enhance my Mech's defensive capabilities. Mo Shitting replied calmly. In theory, squad leader, with enough Mech's sacred stones, even a mortal-grade mech could become incredibly powerful. Yiling continued. So now you understand why the Mech's sacred stone is considered a supreme treasure. Countless mech pilots explore secret realms just to obtain these Mech's sacred stones. But in the end, only a handful succeed. This time we each got one. Our luck is truly remarkable. Yiling's voice was brimming with excitement. Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, it's great luck. All right, let's use the Mech's sacred stones first to enhance our Mech's strength. Mo Shitting cautioned. There may be even more perilous trials ahead. Now is the time to boost our power. Understood. Yiling nodded. For a moment, Lin Yu gazed at his Mech's sacred stone. Ding, attack-type Mech's sacred stone detected. Upon use, it will enhance your Mech's attack power. The system's voice sounded, making Lin Yu even more certain of what he held. Can it be converted into energy points? Lin Yu silently asked. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 level 60 giant beasts materialized within the space. His mech was already at the divine level. There was no immediate need to specifically enhance it. It was better to focus on elevating his own rank as a mech pilot. Answer convertible. Then convert it quickly. Lin Yu could barely contain his eagerness. Converting attack-type Mech's sacred stone gained energy points 3,000, only 3,000. Lin Yu was somewhat disappointed. The previous mech heart had granted a full 5,000 energy points. Oh well, something was better than nothing, he supposed. So how much spiritual energy do I need to reach the rank of 6-star mech pilot? Lin Yu asked inwardly. Answer: to reach 6-star mech pilot with the Mech God Body, you need to raise your spiritual energy to 200,000. Lin Yu gasped. Were there any mech pilots in the world who had achieved a spiritual energy value of 200,000? He doubted it. The Mech God Body was truly unparalleled. Not only was it heaven-defying, but it also demanded an immense amount of cultivation resources. Lin Yu felt fortunate. He was glad he had the system. Without it relying solely on himself, he might never reach the goal of 200,000 spiritual energy in his lifetime. Consuming 3,000 energy points, your spiritual energy increases by 3,000. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human. Mech God Body activated. Mech pilot. Rank: 5-star mech pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 127412. Mech Pangu Mech, level 46. A long road lies ahead. Keep it up, just 2 or 3 more of these Mech sacred stones, and he'll reach 6-star mech pilot. Lin Yu encouraged himself. On the other side, Mo Shitting and Yiling had also successfully used their Mech sacred stones. Commencing the second trial. Eliminate 2,000 giant beasts. The mysterious voice rang out again. As the words faded, 2,000 giant beasts instantly appeared in the space. Good grief, the difficulty has indeed increased, Lin Yu remarked slowly. Soon Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling began to coordinate once more. It was now evident that Yiling's mech had become significantly faster. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions echoed. The 3 mechs were like invincible war gods. Lin Yu in particular unleashed a relentless barrage of mech skills. With the elevation of his mech's level and his own rank as a mech pilot, executing his mastered mech skills now required a greater expenditure of spiritual energy. Lin Yu also activated his Pangu Mech's Dominion field, amplifying all attributes manifold, especially attack power. A level 60 giant beast could not withstand a single axe strike from him. This sight left Mo Shitting and Yiling utterly astounded. They quickly deduced that Lin Yu's mech rank was certainly not at the Emperor level. Even their Saint-level mechs did not possess such terrifyingly powerful skills. Lin Yu was a true prodigy among mech pilots. Killed level 60 giant beast. Mech experience points 1,000. Your teammate Yiling killed a level 60 giant beast. Mech experience points 1,000. Killed level 60 giant beast. Mech experience points 1,000. This hidden space was more like an experience farm. A chime rang out announcing that the Pangu Mecha had reached level 50. After slaying over 1,000 giant beasts, the sound of the mecha's upgrade echoed. The Pangu Mecha automatically awakened a new skill, Radiant Sun Thunderclap. Seeing the new mecha skill emerge, Lin Yu immediately unleashed it. He wanted to witness the power of this new mecha skill. It was also a divine tier mecha skill. The divine tier skill Radiant Sun Thunderclap activated, targeting the enemy. A terrifying purple thunderbolt descended from the sky, crashing down upon the locked-on giant beast with immense power. The system indicated that he had slain a level 60 giant beast, but since his Mecha Master rank had not yet reached 6 stars, the Pangu Mecha could no longer gain experience points. He had slain a level 60 giant beast. Lin Yu marveled at the terrifying power unleashed by the divine tier skill Radiant Sun Thunderclap. Astonishment filled Lin Yu's heart. Several level 60 giant beasts were instantly slain by a single skill. However, the skill was immensely powerful but consumed 5,000 points of his spiritual energy each time it was used. Fortunately, his spiritual energy reserves were sufficient. Any other Mecha Master would likely have their spiritual energy completely drained after using such a skill once. Yi Ling exclaimed in awe at the strength of his mecha skill. Mo Shitting remained silent, but was equally astonished. They could tell that the skill Lin Yu had just used was an automatically awakened mecha skill. Even the skills awakened by their own saint-grade mechas paled in comparison. This further solidified their belief that Lin Yu's mecha was definitely not an emperor-grade mecha. With Lin Yu's Pangu Mecha reaching level 50, dealing with these level 60 giant beasts became much easier. Before long, the three of them effortlessly cleared the 2,000 level 60 giant beasts. A mysterious voice announced their success in passing the second trial. Immediately after, 3 beams of special light surged into their bodies, instantly restoring all the spiritual energy they had consumed. Lin Yu wondered if the third trial would involve 3,000 giant beasts. Mo Shitting nodded, slowly acknowledging the possibility. Yi Ling, however, was more optimistic, curious about the rewards for passing the second trial. As she spoke, a mecha sacred stone materialized in each of their hands, filling them with joy. Yi Ling was delighted that her sacred stone could enhance her mecha's attack power, as her mecha speed was already sufficient, but its attack power still needed improvement. Mo Shitting stated that her sacred stone was still for defense enhancement, joking that she might become a tank in the future. Yi Ling eagerly asked Lin Yu about his sacred stone. He replied that it was also for enhancing mecha attack power, holding the crimson glowing stone. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling proceeded to use their sacred stones, while Lin Yu converted his into energy points. The conversion was successful, granting him 3,000 energy points, which he then used to increase his spiritual energy by 30,000. He commanded his personal panel to open. The panel displayed his name as Lin Yu, his race as human, his Mech God Body as activated, his Mecha Master rank as 5 stars, and his energy points at 0. His spiritual energy was 157,432, and his mecha was the Pangu Mecha at level 50. Lin Yu took a deep breath. If he could obtain 2 more mecha sacred stones, his spiritual energy would break through 200,000, allowing him to reach the rank of 6-star Mecha Master. He decided that this hidden space was a fantastic place and resolved to explore more secret realms in the future. The final trial was about to begin. A mysterious voice warned that failure would mean death. Hearing this, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling all became solemn. It seemed that the true challenge lay ahead. The ground trembled violently as a special light appeared. Within seconds, a colossal titan beast emerged before them, towering over 100 meters in height. Its size dwarfed any of their mechas. This was a true super beast, although it was also level 60. However, it was a boss-level entity with attack and defense far surpassing those of ordinary giant beasts. This trial was a matter of life and death. They had to either defeat the titan beast and survive or perish. Lin Yu took a deep breath and quickly devised a plan. He and Mo Shitting would contain the titan beast, while Yi Ling attacked from a distance. Both women nodded in agreement. The battle was imminent, and the temperature in the space plummeted, turning the entire area into a frozen world as Mo Shitting unleashed her full power. Lin Yu charged forward, activating his divine tier skill, Heavenly Chains. Chains burst forth from the void, tightly binding the massive titan beast. However, the titan beast's power was immense, and the heavenly chain seemed unable to hold for long. He then activated the divine tier skill Heaven and Earth Slash and Black Hole Devour. Fortunately, Lin Yu's weapon was the divine artifact, the creation axe, allowing him to inflict considerable damage on the titan beast. Yi Ling quickly flew her mecha into the air, aiming a special mecha cannon at the titan beast's head. The cannon fired with tremendous force, directly striking the titan beast's head. Unfortunately, it failed to cause significant damage. Yi Ling warned that the titan beast's defense was too strong. Lin Yu assured her to keep attacking while they contained it, even if they had to wear it down. His mecha skills had no cooldown, so Whenever the heavenly chains were about to break, he would immediately cast them again to keep the beast bound. Combined with Mo Shitting's slowing skills, Lin Yu believed that the three of them working together could definitely take down the Titan beast. Roaring furiously, the Titan beast could do nothing but bellow in its utter frustration. The terrifying roar was deafening. Any other mecha pilot present would have bled from all 7 orifices and been shaken to death by the sound. Fortunately, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling possessed saint-level mechas that could neutralize the Titan beast's sonic attacks. As for Lin Yu's god-level mecha, there was no need to elaborate. Heavenly chains activated. Heaven and earth / activated. Heavenly chains activated. Heaven and earth / activated. Fortunately, Lin Yu possessed control-type mecha skills, and with his ability to unleash them continuously. From another perspective, he had completely subdued the Titan beast. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Mo Shitting seized the opportunity to deal continuous damage. After about 10 minutes, you have slain the level 60 Titan beast. You have obtained a level 60 crystal core. With Lin Yu's final strike, the Titan beast was utterly lifeless. Hearing the system notification, Lin Yu nodded slightly, a sigh of relief escaping him. It was finally dead. At that moment, the mechas of Mo Shitting and Yi Ling began to dissipate. Their spiritual energy had been completely exhausted, leaving none to sustain their mecha operation. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sat on the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, and utterly exhausted. They felt immensely fortunate. Had it not been for Lin Yu's relentless use of control-type mecha skills, the Titan beast would never have been denied any chance to attack. Otherwise, defeating this Titan beast would not have been so easy. They might have even perished here. At the same time, they came to understand Lin Yu's extraordinary nature even more. He had been continuously unleashing mecha skills, yet still had spiritual energy remaining. At that moment, 3 beams of light surged into their bodies. Instantly, their spiritual energy was fully restored. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt revitalized, their fatigue vanishing without a trace. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a god-level mecha. I look forward to your future performance. You have cleared the trial. The mysterious voice echoed throughout the space. Hearing the mention of a god-level mecha, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were startled. They had never expected Lin Yu to possess a god-level mecha. They had speculated that Lin Yu's mecha was certainly not emperor level, but they had never guessed it was god level. After all, throughout the entire history of mechas, no one had ever awakened a god-level mecha. Some even believed that god-level mechas were purely mythical. Now they realized that only a god-level mecha could be so extraordinary. Their own saint-level mechas were simply incomparable. By the way, aren't there any rewards for clearing this? Lin Yu couldn't help but call out. Isn't being alive the best reward? The mysterious voice replied. The next moment, they were transformed into beams of light and teleported away. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the mysterious structure. He watched as the entire building dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished. The hidden space has disappeared, Lin Yu remarked slowly. Once a hidden space is cleared, it automatically dissipates, Yi Ling explained. However, Yi Ling soon asked eagerly, class monitor, your mecha is the legendary god level 1. Lin Yu recalled his mecha into the mecha space within his body and landed gracefully before Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Looking at the two of them, Lin Yu said softly, I didn't mean to hide it, but since it's a god-level mecha, once exposed, the whole world would know. If someone with ill intentions targets me, I would be in great danger. So until I have the ability to protect myself, I cannot reveal the existence of my god-level mecha. I hope you two can understand and continue to keep it a secret for me. Lin Yu had never expected that his well-kept secret would be exposed by that mysterious voice within the hidden space. Don't worry, class monitor. This will be our secret. I'll definitely keep it. Yi Ling nodded, giving her assurance. I'll keep my mouth shut too, Mo Shitting replied. They both understood the pros and cons of the situation, especially Mo Shitting, whose family had a member whose mecha was forcibly taken. Thus, once Lin Yu's god-level mecha was exposed, many would surely try to seize it for themselves. Thank you. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude, knowing both were willing to keep his secret. This time we've gained quite a lot. We obtained 2 Mecha Saint Stones. Yi Ling smiled. It's a pity that after clearing the final stage we got nothing. Just being alive is already good enough, Mo Shitting said calmly. Let's leave this secret realm first, Lin Yu suggested. Afterward, their goal was to raise their mecha pilot levels. The 3 of them took out their secret realm scrolls. Using them, they quickly left the level 60 secret realm and returned to the classroom of Seed Class 10 at Kunlun Mecha University. At that moment, their secret realm scrolls rapidly dissipated. Finally, we can relax. Lin Yu sighed. Whether in a secret realm or a dungeon, there was always a constant sense of tension, as if danger could strike at any moment. A few minutes later, their homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlia, entered the classroom. Not bad, it seems you gained a lot in the secret realm. Jiang Wenli praised, noticing how much Lin Yu and the others had improved. Teacher, we encountered a hidden space. Yi Ling smiled. Really? Zhang Wenlai was somewhat surprised and couldn't help but envy Lin Yu and the others for their incredible luck. In all his years, he had only encountered hidden spaces twice. Of course it's true. Thanks to our class monitor, we managed to get through it relatively smoothly, Yi Ling nodded. Hidden spaces are rare, but also extremely dangerous. You must be careful in the future, Zhang Wenlai cautioned. Regardless, it was a good thing that Lin Yu and the others had made it out safely. By the way, the floating islands I've prepared for you three are ready. You can move in now. Zhang Wenlai continued. Every seed class student was entitled to a floating island residence, one of the privileges of being in the seed class. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. After this, you can go train in the gravity chamber. It will help with your cultivation. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Zhang Wenlai went on. Also, instructors will come to teach at irregular times. When you receive a notification, you must arrive at the designated location immediately. After the homeroom teacher Zhang Wenlai finished his instructions, he left the classroom directly. Monitor, what are your plans next? Yi Ling's beautiful eyes fixed on Lin Yu. They'll head to the floating island first, then focus on raising my mecha pilot rank, Lin Yu said slowly. He was still a distance from being a 6-star mecha pilot and planned to enjoy the Mecha Academy life in the meantime. That's great. Well, follow you then, Yi Ling said excitedly. Let's live together from now on. The floating island must have plenty of rooms. I agree. Mo Shitting nodded. Good heavens. Without him deciding, these two beauties had already decided for themselves. They didn't even ask if he was willing. But during the secret realm, he had promised to help them with their cultivation. He always kept his word. All right, but don't cause any trouble, Lin Yu agreed, though he added a serious reminder. No problem. Yi Ling was overjoyed. Let's go now. The three of them left the classroom. In the Seed Class 10 campus, there were only 3 people. After they left, the entire campus fell into profound silence. Compared to the other Seed Class campuses, it was incredibly lively there. But more geniuses would surely come to the Seed Class later. It didn't take long before they arrived at Lin Yu's floating island. It's amazing. Hard to believe this floating island was just built. Lin Yu was astonished. Looking around, the scenery was breathtaking, filled with exotic flowers and rare herbs, as if stepping into a fairyland. He loved this floating island. Not bad. Yi Ling was also pleased with the residents. Living in such a beautiful environment would lift anyone's spirits. At the center of the floating island stood the residence, a luxurious villa. As Lin Yu stood at the door, the villa's smart butler automatically opened it. Welcome home, master. Inside the villa, everything was provided and the materials used were top-notch. Building such a floating island must cost a fortune. Lin Yu marveled. Indeed, just the construction costs at least 500 million, and the floating array is even more expensive. Yi Ling nodded, having some knowledge about floating islands. They'll pick my room first, Mo Shitting said slowly. Wait. Yi Ling quickly followed. After the two went upstairs, Lin Yu lay on the soft sofa staring at the ceiling, feeling a surreal sense of disbelief. A few months ago, he was a worthless person with a spiritual energy value of only 66. Now he was a student at Kunlun Mecha Academy. Thinking about all the generous benefits here, he was even about to cohabitate with 2 female classmates. And both were campus beauty queens. Even on a global scale, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling ranked among the top. Just then a phone rang. Seeing it was his sister, Lin Yu quickly sat up. He answered immediately. Sis. How was the secret realm training this time? Lin Weiner's gentle voice came through. Pretty good. Overall, we gained a lot. Lin Yu nodded, then told her about the Mecha Sacred Stone. You're quite lucky to obtain such a rare treasure as the Mecha Sacred Stone, Lin Weiner smiled. I'm relieved knowing you're safe. I'm heading to a secret realm soon, so take care of yourself. Don't worry, sis'll be fine. You be careful too, Lin Yu reminded her. He didn't want his sister to get into trouble in the secret realm. Indeed, he needed to quickly improve his strength to protect his family. All right, that's it then, Lin Weiner replied. They chatted briefly before hanging up. His sister Lin Weiner was heading to a level 80 secret realm. It was far beyond his current capabilities. When Lin Yu lay down again, the doorbell rang once more. He shook his head. What was going on today? Seeing the display, he found it was Xiao Yu. Lin Yu quickly went out to greet her. Senior Xiao Yu, what brings you here? Not welcome. Xiao Yu leaned toward him. Of course you're welcome. Please come in. Lin Yu nodded repeatedly. Entering the villa's living room, Xiao Yu looked around. Not bad, I like the decor style. Senior, is there something you need? Lin Yu asked curiously. He felt Xiao Yu wasn't just here to see his new place. Of course, from now on I'm living with you. Xiao Yu beamed. Lin Yu was stunned. What was happening? Moving in with him. Just then, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling came downstairs. Seeing them, Xiao Yu grew a bit angry. Well, in such a short time you've found new flames, and two at that. Senior, you misunderstand. We're just classmates. Lin Yu explained. I don't care. I'm staying too. Don't forget I gave you my first kiss, Xiao Yu said boldly. Hearing that Xiao Yu had given her first kiss to Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling showed surprise on their faces. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. How was it that he took her first kiss? It was Xiao Yu who had snatched his first kiss away. But no matter how he explained it seemed impossible to clarify. Senior the monitor and I are just classmates, Shitting spoke up. Yiling quickly nodded. They were sensible enough not to interfere with the relationship between Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. It doesn't matter to me. In this world, polygamy is normal. A man as outstanding as Brother Lin can't be handled by just one woman, Xiao Yu nodded softly. In her view, even if Shitting and Yiling were just classmates, now given time they might fall for him. Regardless, she would be Lin Yu's first woman. Since she had already given her first kiss, why not be bolder? That makes sense, Shitting and Yiling nodded inexplicably. Lin Yu exclaimed inwardly, what sense does that make? And so it was. Xiao Yu also moved in to stay here. For a moment Lin Yu felt immense pressure living together with 3 campus belle-level beauties. In just a short while Xiao Yu had become deeply engrossed in conversation with Shitting and Yiling, their bond seeming to have strengthened considerably in that moment. I see. Xiao Yu slowly nodded. She had now heard from Shitting and Yiling that cultivating beside Lin Yu could accelerate the increase of spiritual energy value. This made Xiao Yu suddenly realize, no wonder after I kissed Brother Lin, last time my spiritual energy value directly increased by 500. I thought it was my own effort before, but it turns out all of this was brought to me by Brother Lin. Hearing this, Shitting and Yiling were somewhat astonished. They hadn't expected that a kiss could have such an effect. At the same moment, the 3 girls involuntarily looked toward Lin Yu, causing him to feel a sudden tingling sensation on his scalp. System, is this also an ability of the divine machine body? Lin Yu quickly asked in his mind. A kiss could enhance spiritual energy value. Wasn't that too much? He felt more and more like the flesh of the Tang monk. Answer: yes. The divine machine body not only enhances oneself, but also helps others improve. If combined with the opposite sex, the effect is even better. Both parties can rapidly improve. In terms you can understand, the divine machine body can be considered a naturally born dual cultivation constitution. Good heavens. Good heavens indeed. Lin Yu marveled inwardly. This divine machine body was beyond imagination. Brother Lin, how about we kiss again? Xiao Yu shot him an extremely seductive glance, like a temptress bewitching a king. That wouldn't be appropriate. Lin Yu waved his hand. Come on, just give it a try. Xiao Yu walked over and promptly sat on Lin Yu's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Their eyes met, and they could feel each other's breath. Damn it. Every time it was Xiao Yu who was so proactive. Lin Yu felt utterly passive in her presence. Should we avoid this scene? Unsuitable for children. Yiling whispered, her face slightly flushed. This is an experiment. Shitting remained calmer, but the blush spreading across her face was undeniable. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Senior, bring it on. Lin Yu was prepared. After all, it wasn't him who would lose out. Dream on. Xiao Yu gently flicked his forehead with her delicate finger. Yet in just those brief 10+ seconds of sitting on Lin Yu's lap, her spiritual energy value had directly increased by 1 point. It was exactly as she thought. The closer she was to Lin Yu, the faster and smoother her cultivation became. I've heard before about specialized spiritual energy dual cultivation methods. Xiao Yu spoke slowly, but I think it's your unique constitution, Brother Lin. Unfortunately, even with my divine eye, I can't see through it. Her divine eye could see through everything, but Lin Yu remained an enigma. So, Senior, you were just teasing me earlier. Lin Yu sighed. At that moment, Xiao Yu whispered directly into his ear, Brother Lin, don't be impatient. Tonight, I'll come to your room. In that instant, Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened. Exciting. This was too exciting. Seeing his ears turn red, Xiao Yu felt quite satisfied. From Lin Weiner, she had also learned quite a bit about Lin Yu. His shyness showed through his ears turning bright red. All right, there's one more serious matter to discuss with you. Xiao Yu reluctantly stood up. 1 month from now, you will lead students from general level, king level, or emperor level academies on a secret realm expedition. Xiao Yu spoke very seriously. Senior, we're just students. Lin Yu was curious. Wasn't leading students on expeditions supposed to be a teacher's job? Kunlun Mecha University upholds the principle of mutual assistance. As students of the seed class, you naturally have the duty to help other students. Xiao Yu explained. Of course, the main reason is that there are too many students. With seed class students sharing the load, the entire process will go much more smoothly. Besides, given your current strength, leading a few students should be absolutely no problem. Hearing this, Lin Yu, Shitting, and Yiling all nodded. Since it was arranged by the school, they would naturally comply. After all, the school had granted them so many privileges. There would surely be something to give back in return. When exactly does it start? Shitting asked. Someone will notify you then. Xiao Yu quickly replied. Just keep an eye on the messages. If there's no news, someone will come to find you. All right, then we still have a month. Lin Yu stretched lazily. From now on, he wouldn't need to cultivate on his own. He could rely entirely on the divine machine body. He planned to spend this month eating, drinking, and enjoying himself to the fullest. Since we've decided, can we go get something to eat? I'm really hungry. Yiling raised her hand. Me too. Mo shitting nodded. In that case, it's my treat today. Let's go, brother Lin. Xiao Yu smiled and pulled Lin Yu up from the sofa. In no time, they arrived at the cafeteria. So much for treating. They ended up at the cafeteria. The food there was free for them to eat, costing nothing. However, the cafeteria food was indeed delicious, likely surpassing even the expensive restaurants outside. When the four of them entered the cafeteria, all eyes immediately turned toward them. Holy crap, isn't that Xiao Yu? I heard she's involved with Lin Yu. Didn't think it was true. While my goddess is gone. What kind of charm does Lin Yu have to have 3 campus bell-level beauties around him? I'm so jealous. I want to become Lin Yu's disciple. We're all seed class students. Why is the gap so huge? I'm pretty handsome too. Watching Xiao Yu holding Lin Yu's arm, the other students in the cafeteria were filled with amazement, jealousy, and envy. Many male students glared at him with hostility, making Lin Yu shake his head helplessly. Forget it. Had better finish his meal quickly and leave this place. Fortunately, no one came to cause trouble. After all, the previous challenge match had already demonstrated Lin Yu's formidable strength. And there was another, even more important reason: his sister Lin Wayner. Sister Lin Wayner's mecha was capable of evolution. The former principal of Kunlun Mecha University had once declared that Lin Wayner might become the world's first mecha master to possess a divine-level mecha. Thus, Lin Wayner held an exceptionally high status at Kunlun Mecha University. No one dared to offend her. Now that she had already attained the emperor-level mecha, if she could truly ascend to the divine level in the future, she would undoubtedly become the most formidable mecha master in the world. Therefore, Lin Wayner was not to be provoked, and naturally no one dared to bully Lin Yu either. Before long, the dishes they had ordered were served. The mere aroma was enough to whet one's appetite. Lin Yu, completely unconcerned with his image, began to devour the food ravenously. Xiao Yu, Mo shitting, and Yi Ling, the 3 young women, ate with an air of elegance and grace, forming a stark contrast with Lin Yu. After more than 10 minutes, sated and content, Lin Yu felt utterly satisfied. Little Lin, look at me, Xiao Yu said with a smile. What is it? Lin Yu looked over curiously. Your mouth is covered in oil, and you didn't even wipe it properly. Xiao Yu picked up a clean tissue and personally wiped his mouth. This scene filled the others with envy. Lin Yu was also slightly stunned. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. It was rather pleasant. He suddenly felt that if Xiao Yu were truly his girlfriend, it would be his fortune. Thank you. Lin Yu snapped back to reality and expressed his gratitude. Between us, why be so polite? Xiao Yu merely smiled gently. After leaving the cafeteria, the sky gradually darkened. Returning to the villa on the floating island, Lin Yu immediately lay down on the sofa to rest. A projection screen appeared before him as he began to browse the internet. The age of the network was truly a boon. He could essentially learn about everything happening in the world from home. Soon a piece of news shocked Lin Yu. The land of the rising sun has been conquered by giant beasts. It directly led to the nation's downfall. Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. The news seemed to have been released a few days ago. An entire island nation had been annihilated by giant beasts. For the Dragon Kingdom, this was undoubtedly excellent news. The Mecha Masters of the Rising Sun Nation had often set traps and devised schemes against the Dragon Kingdom's Mecha Masters. Now, suffering such retribution, they deserved it. However, the fact that a nation had been wiped out by giant beasts, with no survivors left, the territory of the Rising Sun Nation was now completely occupied by the giant beasts. From another perspective, this was also a troubling matter. Nations around the world had entered a state of heightened alert. None wished to become the second Rising Sun Nation. The Rising Sun Nation brought this upon themselves. The entire country was researching a banned substance that could instantly empower Mecha Masters. Due to negligence, over 100,000 tons of this banned substance flowed into the ocean. Now the entire ocean is the domain of giant beasts. Those banned substances entering the sea caused a massive mutation among the giant beasts in the surrounding waters. Xiao Yu sat beside Lin Yu and spoke slowly. And it doesn't end there. Calculations show that because such a vast amount of the banned substance entered the ocean within less than a decade, giant beasts in all the world's seas will undergo mutation. Therefore, nations worldwide are now vigorously training Mecha Masters to prepare for the great crisis that lies ahead. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but curse. That Rising Sun Nation truly doesn't act like humans. I've long heard that the Rising Sun Nation has the most evil Mecha Masters in the world. Suffering such retribution now is indeed well-deserved. Mo shitting said slowly. Now that the Rising Sun Nation is destroyed, it caused all this, yet the whole world has to pay the price. Yiling couldn't help but complain. What's done is done. All we can do now is focus on enhancing our own strength. Xiao Yu nodded. Then she directly took Lin Yu's arm and said with a smile, so little Lin, you must help us cultivate well. It's my duty. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Upon seeing this news, he realized that a great crisis was looming in the future. If humanity lacked sufficient strength to cope, the entire world might be overrun by the mutated giant beasts of the ocean. No one knew how many giant beasts dwelt in the seas. But what was certain was that the giant beasts in the ocean far outnumbered those on land, and the power they could unleash was even greater. By now the sky had grown completely dark. Lin Yu continued browsing the online news while Xiao Yu mo shitting, and Yi Ling sat cross-legged beside him, entering a state of cultivation. At that moment Xiao Yu clearly felt that cultivating beside Lin Yu significantly accelerated her cultivation speed. It seemed as if she encountered no bottlenecks at all. As time passed, Lin Yu gained a deeper understanding of the current global situation through constant browsing of online information. The more he learned, the stronger his desire to grow powerful became. Unknowingly, the night passed quickly. Last night, Lin Yu fell asleep leaning on the sofa. He originally intended to return to his room and sleep in bed. But thinking about how Xiao Yu mo shitting and Yi Ling would be cultivating beside him, he didn't go back to his room. So comfortable. Lin Yu slowly woke up. His first feeling was one of great comfort. It felt as if he was lying in a gentle embrace. When he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of long legs. What was going on? Lin Yu suddenly woke up. When he looked up, a pair of ample curves occupied his entire field of vision. Goodness! Is this the legendary knee pillow? This feeling is amazing. Lin Didi is awake. Xiao Ye's gentle voice came as a delicate hand gently stroked Lin Ye's hair. Though reluctant, Lin Yu quickly sat up. Senior sister, why am I lying on your thigh? Lin Yu asked softly. Mo shitting and Yi Ling were still in their cultivation state. Thankfully, they didn't see this scene. Of course, I saw that Lin Didi was uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. How is it senior sister's knee pillow comfortable? Xiao Yu smiled. Comfortable. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Then let's continue. Xiao Yu suggested, with a look that seemed to have him completely at her mercy. This made Lin Yu swallow hard. He quickly changed the subject. Senior sister, how's your cultivation progress? Not bad, I gained over 300 spiritual energy points overnight. Xiao Yu replied. I must say, Lin Didi, you are truly a treasure for cultivation. If it were those other enchantresses and vixens, they would have stripped you bare and devoured you by now. It was clear that Xiao Yu was joking with him. However, Lin Yu still said earnestly, so please keep it a secret for me. Rest assured, Xiao Yu promised. Soon she looked at Lin Yu and continued, Lin Didi, now it's my turn to experience the knee pillow feeling. Before Lin Yu could agree, Xiao Yu lay down directly, resting her head on Lin Yu's thigh. This left Lin Yu momentarily at a loss. A super beauty was lying on his thigh. This feeling was definitely a first. His heart raced. His ears began to turn red. Now Lin Yu was somewhat worried about his little brother, fearing he wouldn't be able to hold on and would have to stand up. When Lin Yu came back to his senses and looked down at Xiao Yu, she seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. She looked even more beautiful while asleep. Not long later, Mo shitting and Yi Ling stopped cultivating. When they opened their eyes and saw this scene, they were both somewhat shocked. A new day began, and upon opening his eyes, it was all about dog food. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it. So how did both of you progress in your cultivation? Not bad, I gained 164 spiritual energy points. Mo shitting replied. I was just short, only 143 spiritual energy points. Yi Ling followed up. It was proven that cultivating beside Lin Yu was indeed much faster. Previously, they could only gain about 10 spiritual energy points overnight, which was already quite good. But beside Lin Yu, the gain in spiritual energy points reached the hundreds. That's great. Seeing that the two of them had also improved, Lin Yu nodded slowly. I'm going to the gravity chamber to cultivate now. Mo shitting stood up, not wanting to continue enduring the dog food. Wait for me, you'll come too. Yi Ling hurriedly followed. With Mo shitting leaving, if she stayed behind, wouldn't she just be a third wheel? That would be too awkward. After the two left in the entire room, only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained. It was now very quiet for a moment. Lin Yu couldn't help but become captivated while looking at Xiao Yu. He was enjoying this moment. Perhaps he should be bolder. Previously, he had a goal to find a school beauty as a girlfriend. Now it's come true. If he just took the initiative, perhaps this goal could truly be realized. Time slowly passed. Xiao Yu had slept for almost 2 hours before awakening. Lin Didi, thank you. Xiao Yu sat up and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, Lin Yu nodded. Where are the others? Xiao Yu asked, looking around the room, which only contained her and Lin Yu. They went to the gravity chamber to cultivate. Lin Yu quickly replied. By the way, senior sister, since there's nothing to do now, they'll also go check out the gravity chamber. After all, I've never been to the gravity chamber before. He had heard that the gravity chamber could greatly enhance a mecha master's spiritual energy points and improve their mecha control levels. The gravity chamber is a great place. Let's go, I'll personally take you there. Xiao Yu still smiled gently. This time Lin Yu did not refuse. This surprised Xiao Yu a bit. Previously, Lin Yu had shown some resistance towards her. But now she felt no resistance at all. Instead, there was a sense that Lin Yu had acknowledged her. This made Xiao Yu's mood brighten. She revealed a radiant smile. With Xiaoyu leading the way, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the gravity chamber training base of the seed class. Every building here was incredibly massive. What you see are individual gravity chambers. Xiaoyu, noticing Lin Yu's shocked expression, began to explain. Is all this human technology? Lin Yu asked curiously. This gravity chamber is something that human technology cannot achieve. It was all found in secret realms. Xiaoyu shook her head, stating that humanity still has a long way to go to establish such training rooms. In the entire world, only top forces possess these gravity chambers. Kunlun Mecha University has the most of them. Xiaoyu continued. Hearing this, one could truly feel the immense foundation of Kunlun Mecha University. Truly a top-tier mecha university. Senior sister, do you still use the gravity chamber for cultivation? Naturally not. The maximum gravity of these gravity chambers is 500 times. With my current strength, it feels as easy as drinking water inside. Xiaoyu shook her head. She no longer needed to cultivate in the gravity chamber. Let's go. She then led Lin Yu to a gravity chamber that was unoccupied. All right, I want to accompany you inside. Cultivate well. He'll head home and wait for you. Xiaoyu smiled at Lin Yu as if at that moment the two were like a married couple. Okay. Lin Yu quickly nodded. Identity verification successful. Student Lin Yu, welcome to Gravity Chamber No. 6. As Lin Yu entered, an AI voice sounded. Please summon your mecha. Hearing this, Lin Yu slowly nodded. Summon Pangu Mecha. The next second, Lin Yu summoned his Pangu Mecha. Then he entered the control space of the Pangu Mecha. Gravity chamber activating. 10 times gravity. He had thought 10 times gravity would be intense. But after more than 10 seconds, Lin Yu felt nothing at all. Increase the gravity, Lin Yu said. Now at 20 times gravity. Suddenly, Lin Yu felt a pressure. It felt as if a massive weight was pressing down on his entire body. Keep increasing. Lin Yu felt 20 times gravity was still insufficient. Bang. Until 50 times gravity. The Pangu Mecha knelt on one knee, and Lin Yu inside was in agony, as if a mountain was crushing him. This immense force tore at him, making his entire body feel like it would explode. 50 times gravity seems to be my limit, Lin Yu said with difficulty. Under such gravity, he couldn't even control the mecha, let alone fight. However, Lin Yu also realized the training room was indeed a great place to boost his spiritual energy value. With the automatic cultivation of his divine mecha body, the rate of increasing spiritual energy value here became significantly faster. Another benefit was that the gravity chamber could enhance his physical strength. Previously, Lin Yu had learned some dungeons and secret realms had extreme conditions, so training in this gravity chamber was definitely a great help for mecha pilots. Enduring 50 times gravity was extremely painful, but watching his spiritual energy value rise, Lin Yu felt it was all worth it. And so, 3 hours passed quickly. The 50 times gravity vanished instantly. For a split second, Lin Yu felt as if he had been reborn, his whole body incredibly light and comfortable. The AI voice sounded. Student Lin Yu, please balance work and rest. Up. Lin Yu sighed. He hadn't expected the gravity chamber to have a time limit for training. Fortunately, in just 3 hours with the divine Mecha Body's cultivation, his spiritual energy value had increased by 1032. This was definitely a huge progress and improvement. In the following days, Lin Yu planned to train in the gravity chamber every day. After recalling the Pangu Mecha, Lin Yu walked out of the gravity chamber. For some reason, he could now clearly feel that his body had become stronger. Class monitor. Just as Lin Yu was still looking down in thought, a familiar voice came. Looking up, he saw Mo Shitting and Yi Ling not far ahead. Both were in combat suits. Their perfect figures were fully displayed, causing Lin Yu to take a few extra glances. Are you done training? Lin Yu walked up and asked. This gravity chamber is indeed a great place for improvement, but it's a pity there's a time limit. Yi Ling quickly nodded, then sighed. I can barely withstand 35 times gravity for now. That's already impressive, Lin Yu praised. What about you, class monitor? Yi Ling asked curiously. I'm only at 50 times, Lin Yu replied. At this, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were shocked. 50 times. This was Lin Yu's first time in the gravity chamber. Being able to withstand 50 times gravity from the start, indeed Lin Yu with his divine-grade mecha was not comparable to ordinary mecha pilots. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also felt the gap between them and Lin Yu more clearly. At the same time, they were determined not to fall behind and resolved to train even harder. Let's go eat. Training in the gravity chamber is quite draining, Lin Yu suggested. Sure, Yi Ling nodded. The three of them soon headed towards the cafeteria. Along the way, they encountered many other students. When they saw Lin Yu with Mo Shitting on his left and Yi Ling on his right, two school beauties by his side, many were envious. At the cafeteria, Lin Yu ordered a large table of delicacies. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sat beside him. Are you Lin Yu? Before the food arrived, a young man walked over and looked at Lin Yu with an indifferent tone. Only elite class students ate in this cafeteria. What's the matter? Lin Yu said calmly. It seemed this young man was here to cause trouble. My name is Chung Yifei from Elite Class 9. Dare to spar with me? Chung Yifei said directly. Spar? Lin Yu chuckled. He hadn't expected someone to challenge him. And a senior at that. Sorry, I don't accept, Lin Yu refused. Sparring was too boring. He'd rather eat and go back to lounge on the sofa. Kunlun Mecha University allowed students to spar, but if one party didn't agree, it couldn't be forced. Are you scared? Chung Yifei taunted. Provocation won't work on me. Lin Yu waved his hand. Seeing Lin Yu still unwilling, Chung Yifei's face darkened. He waved his hand, and a green glowing sacred stone appeared in his palm. This is a mech sacred stone. If you agree to spar and beat me, this stone is yours. This scene stunned the surrounding students. Wow, such a big move. Is Chung Yifei crazy? Offering such a supreme treasure as a bet just to spar with Lin Yu. A mech sacred stone is a true supreme treasure, rare to come by, and he didn't use it immediately. Sigh, if I could take the spar in Lin Yu's place. Everyone knew the value of a mech sacred stone, a supreme treasure. Are you sure? Lin Yu was tempted. With this mech sacred stone, he would be close to becoming a 6-star mecha pilot. Of course. Chung Yifei nodded confidently, as if he had absolute faith he wouldn't lose to Lin Yu. I can agree, but we need a witness in case you go back on your word. Lin Yu said. No problem. Chung Yifei nodded directly. He'll be the witness. At that moment, Xiao Yu appeared in the cafeteria. Senior sister, why are you here? Lin Yu was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Yu's appearance. The school's internal forum is flooded with news about you. I saw it and came over. Xiao Yu walked over and said directly, this Chung Yifei is Zhong Kuei's underling. I suspect this sparring invitation was also Zhong Kuei's idea. Hearing the name Zhong Kuei, Lin Yu suddenly recalled. It was that encounter on Xiao Yu's floating island, and also the moment when Xiao Yu took his first kiss. Thus what happened that day was something Lin Yu would never forget. Senior sister, no need to worry. I am determined to obtain that Mecha Saint Stone. Lin Yu smiled lightly. Fortunately, his current strength was sufficient, otherwise, even if the opponent offered 2 Mecha Saint Stones, he would not have agreed to the spar. If senior sister Xiao Yu is the witness, I am at ease. Chung Yifei spoke up at this moment, then looked at Lin Yu. So, when shall we begin? He seemed already impatient. No rush, let me finish my meal first. Surely you can wait that long. Lin Yu laughed. You better be quick. Chung Yifei reminded. After another 10 minutes or so, the ordered dishes were finally all served. Soon Lin Yu began to eat heartily. Senior sister, would you like some? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu and asked. Sure. Xiao Yu sat down directly and savored the delicacies. This scene once again stirred envy among the students present. Oomph. They'll wait for you outside. Chung Yifei said quickly. He had no desire to witness any more public displays of affection. Watching Chung Yifei's retreating figure, Lin Yu merely smiled faintly and said nothing. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a burp. By the way, senior sister, do you know Chung Yifei's exact strength? Lin Yu only now inquired. Seriously, you agreed so decisively without even knowing his strength. Were you blinded by the Mecha Saint Stone? Xiao Yu looked at Lin Yu seriously, then grabbed his face with both hands and began to muss it. Senior sister, stop it. Lin Yu quickly spoke up to explain. Although I don't know his exact strength, I can sense that I can defeat him. Your intuition isn't always right. Xiao Yu stopped her playful assault and said slowly. I recall Chung Yifei is a 6-star mecha master. His mecha should now be leveled to 60. It's an imperial grade mecha, beast form 1. Over the next minute, Xiao Yu relayed all the information she knew. I was only 70% sure of winning before, but now I'm 90. No, 100% sure. Lin Yu said after listening, revealing a supremely confident smile. He stood up. Just as Lin Yu was about to walk out, Xiao Yu grabbed him. What's wrong, senior sister? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. You didn't even wipe your mouth after eating. Xiao Yu sighed, picked up a napkin, and personally wiped Lin Yu's mouth. This scene, in the eyes of others, was utterly romantic. Mo shitting, it seems we'll have to learn a thing or two from senior sister Xiao from now on. Yiling whispered. Learn what from her? Mo shitting shook her head. Look how senior sister Xiao has our class monitor completely wrapped around her finger. We need to learn that, or it might come in handy later. Yiling seemed to have a sudden epiphany. After Xiao Yu carefully finished wiping, she said, all right, all done. Thank you, senior sister. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Then Lin Yu formally walked out of the cafeteria. The other students inside also hurried out. This sparring match was quite a spectacle for them. Since they had nothing else to do, a bit of excitement added some spice to their lives. Recently, such sparring events had been rare. The arena, the venue here, was extremely spacious. It was ample enough for 2 mechas to battle freely. Remember, this is a friendly spar, no lethal strikes. As the witness, Xiao Yu naturally presided over the match. Understood. Chung Yifei and Lin Yu both nodded. Additionally, Chung Yifei, you must leave the Mecha Saint Stone in my custody for now. Xiao Yu added. No problem. Chung Yifei nodded. He trusted Xiaoyu. Soon Chung Yifei produced his Mecha Saint Stone. The moment she laid eyes on the Mecha Saint Stone, Xiaoyu felt something was off. She quickly activated her divine eye, seeing through the stone clearly. Her instincts were correct. In an instant, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes. You may begin. Her voice turned icy as she swiftly summoned her own mecha. After entering her mecha, Xiaoyu directly controlled it to retreat a certain distance. This way, if anything went wrong, she could intervene immediately. As Xiaoyu's voice fell, Lin Yu and Chung Yifei summoned their mechas almost simultaneously. Immediately, Chung Yifei charged forward, controlling his mecha. His mecha was wolf form, equipped with an extremely sharp and powerful claw. Its speed was extraordinary. Other mecha masters could only see a blur. In terms of mecha speed, few students at Kunlun Mecha University can rival Chung Yifei. Huff, this Lin Yu is still too young, he's just a freshman. Yet Lin Yu's chances of winning are very slim. The watching students in the distance were amazed by Chung Yifei's mecha speed. At the same time, most were not optimistic about Lin Yu. But in the next second, they were utterly stunned. It was clearly visible Chung Yifei's mecha was incredibly agile, appearing behind Lin Yu like a phantom. The sharp mecha claw thrust directly toward Lin Yu's back. Heads over. Chung Yifei initially thought this battle would be an easy finish. But in the next instant, Lin Yu's Pangu mecha vanished from its spot. How is this possible? Chung Yifei was shocked. The speed was so fast he couldn't track it at all. Was this still a freshman? He was a 6-star mecha master, and his mecha had reached level 60. In an instant, Chung Yifei felt a sense of oppression, as if he might lose this spar. A level 60 mecha is nothing impressive. Soon Lin Yu appeared 100 meters away and spoke slowly. In others' eyes, Chung Yifei's mecha speed was fast. But in Lin Yu's eyes, it was simply too slow. Is that all? Since that's the case, let me show you my true strength. Hearing Lin Yu's mocking voice, Chung Yifei was filled with rage. In the next moment, Lin Yu could clearly see that Chung Yifei's mecha attributes seemed to be increasing wildly. The mecha erupted with a blood-red energy. This energy appeared to be extremely violent. Ding! The opponent is using the special mecha skill Fury. This can double the mecha's attributes for a limited time of 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, the mecha will automatically dissipate, and it won't be able to summon the mecha again for the next week. At this moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind, causing him to nod slowly. This special mecha skill Fury was clearly a means of survival. To his surprise, Chung Yifei actually used it here. If he recklessly activated this Fury skill in a real battle, he would be left defenseless after 3 minutes, and would undoubtedly perish. Bang! In an instant, Chung Yifei controlled the mecha to burst out, exuding a powerful aura that seemed unstoppable. Lin Yu remained very calm. He directly controlled the Pangu mecha, wielding the open sky axe to defend. Boom! All of Chung Yifei's attacks were blocked by Lin Yu. The open sky axe was indeed a true divine weapon. Not only was its attack power astonishing, but its defensive capabilities were also incredibly strong. How is this possible? Chung Yifei gritted his teeth and began to attack frantically again, unleashing all the mecha skills he had mastered. At this moment, what was supposed to be a spar had turned into a life-and-death struggle in the eyes of others. Originally, Xiaoyu wanted to intervene. After all, it was just a spar, yet Chung Yifei went all out, using all lethal moves. However, seeing Lin Yu handle it easily, Xiaoyu did not step in to stop it. As time passed, Chung Yifei grew increasingly flustered. No, this is absolutely impossible. No matter what attack he launched, Lin Yu was able to block it one by one. Even in his fury state, with the mecha's power increased several times. The force had reached a terrifying level, yet it was still being dismantled piece by Lin Yu. A sense of powerlessness, a feeling of despair. In an instant, these emotions surged within Chung Yifei. He couldn't understand. Why was there such a vast difference when everyone had an Imperial-level mecha? Moreover, he was also a 6-star mecha master level 60, far stronger than Lin Yu. Perhaps once he learned that Lin Yu's mecha was a divine-level mecha, he would understand. 3 minutes are almost up, how about it? You should admit defeat, Lin Yu said slowly. Through these few minutes of observation, Lin Yu had already discovered the weakness of Chung Yifei's mecha. As long as he could seize this weakness, he could defeat him with one blow. Admit defeat? Impossible. Chung Yifei scoffed. Seeing this, Lin Yu sighed. It seems that some people really don't cry until they see the coffin. He had no intention of wasting any more time. In the next moment, mecha teleportation initiated. The entire Pangu mecha instantly vanished from its position. Chung Yifei quickly searched for Lin Yu's figure, being extremely cautious. Soon he noticed that the shadow on the ground was growing larger. Only then did he realize that Lin Yu had controlled the mecha to hover above him. However, by the time he realized this, it was already too late. The Pangu mecha, wielding the open sky axe, struck down towards Chung Yifei's mecha. With a crack, Chung Yifei's mecha head was severed cleanly. Following this, the open sky axe swung a few more times. Its limbs were also cut off. The entire process took only a few short breaths. Cheng Yifei's mecha then transformed into light and vanished. As long as the mecha master is not dead, the mecha can automatically recover, although it will take a considerable amount of time to do so. Sitting on the ground, Cheng Yifei gasped for breath, his face filled with terror. Just a few seconds ago, he truly felt the horror of death. Fortunately, all of this was just a spar. Otherwise, he would have already become a cold corpse. Incredible, Lin Yu actually won so overwhelmingly. Yes, we are all students of the elite class, but Lin Yu is just too monstrous. A freshman has crushed an upperclassman like this. I feel that if it were me, I probably wouldn't win either. Lin Yu's mecha is very strong but feels like it's not an imperial-level mecha. No wonder he's Lin Weiner's brother. He really is amazing. Now let's see who dares to provoke Lin Yu in the future. The students in the observation platform were left in awe. From now on, it won't be long before Lin Yu's name will resonate throughout the entire school. At this moment, Lin Yu summoned back the Pangu mecha. He walked up to Cheng Yifei and said softly, "Go back and tell Zhong Kuei that the senior sister is mine." He should not have any other thoughts. With that, Lin Yu turned to leave, ignoring Cheng Yifei any further. Senior sister. After returning to Xiao Ye's side, Lin Yu smiled and said, "See, I won so easily." "Not bad. Congratulations." Xiao Yu nodded. However, she soon became serious. "Let's leave here first. Do I have something to tell you?" Seeing this scene, Lin Yu knew it must be something important. Immediately, he followed Xiao Yu and quickly left. Back on his floating island. Then Xiao Yu took out the Mecha Holy Stone she had obtained from Cheng Yifei earlier. "Don't touch it." Seeing Lin Yu reach for the Mecha Holy Stone, Xiao Yu hurriedly reminded him. "What's wrong, senior sister?" Lin Yu asked, puzzled. "Did this Mecha Holy Stone have a problem?" "This Mecha Holy Stone has a severe chronic poison," Xiao Yu explained. "Once touched, the toxin will enter the body." "Poison?" Lin Yu was shocked and quickly worried. "Then are you okay, senior sister?" Xiao Yu had touched it with her own hands. "Don't worry, I have a body that is immune to all poisons." Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. "So amazing." Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but exclaim, "I obtained a magical fruit from the secret realm, and after eating it, I gained this immunity to all poisons." Xiao Yu explained again. "I see." Lin Yu nodded. "But why does this Mecha Holy Stone have poison? Could it be Cheng Yifei?" Lin Yu suddenly thought. After all, this Mecha Holy Stone was what Cheng Yifei had put forth as a bet. It shouldn't be him. Xiao Yu shook her head. If he had poisoned it, he wouldn't have been able to touch it himself. So the only possibility is Zhong Kuei. If Zhong Kuei really administered the poison, then Cheng Yifei must have been poisoned as well. Lin Yu said slowly, having witnessed with his own eyes how Cheng Yifei had held the Mecha Sacred Stone with both hands. Indeed, the poison has already entered his body. However, this is a slow-acting toxin. It will likely take several years to manifest. By the time it erupts, there will be no cure left. Xiao Yu sighed. Zhong Kuei is utterly ruthless. Lin Yu nodded, a glint of murderous intent surfacing in his eyes. If the opportunity arose in the future, he would make Zhong Kuei pay dearly. Zhong Kuei was cunning as well. If Cheng Yifei succeeded, he could teach Lin Yu a harsh lesson. If he failed, the Mecha Sacred Stone would fall into Lin Yu's hands. The moment Lin Yu personally took the stone, the poison would stealthily seep into his body. This time, Lin Yu was fortunate to have Xiao Yu by his side. Otherwise, he felt he would have truly fallen into the trap. He wondered if his divine mech body possessed the ability to be impervious to all poisons. Regardless, Xiao Yu had undoubtedly saved his life. System: can the poison Mecha Sacred Stone be converted into energy points? Lin Yu quickly asked in his mind. Answer: yes. Hearing this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it could be converted, everything would be fine. It meant his efforts had not been in vain. Soon Lin Yu took out a cloth. "Senior sister, give me the Mecha Sacred Stone. I have a way to cleanse the poison from it." "Really?" Xiao Yu asked with uncertainty. The poison was extremely peculiar, and she had never encountered such a toxin before. It seemed to have no antidote. "Yes, I'm certain," Lin Yu nodded, assuring her. Seeing this, Xiao Yu trusted him and wrapped the Mecha Sacred Stone in the cloth he had provided. "Remember, don't do anything reckless," Xiao Yu cautioned once more. Lin Yu took the wrapped stone and entered the room. At that moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling returned. Seeing only Xiao Yu in the living room, Yi Ling asked curiously, "Senior sister, where is the class president?" "He's in his room, removing the poison from the Mecha Sacred Stone," Xiao Yu replied, explaining the situation to them. After hearing the story, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were furious. They never expected Zhong Kuei to be so insidious. As a student from the elite class of Kunlun Mecha University, how could he stoop to such deeds? Indeed, the saying proved true: the world is a mix of light and darkness. Even in a sacred place like Kunlun Mecha University, there were villains. Inside the room, Lin Yu could hardly wait to have the system convert the stone. Conversion successful. Energy points, 3,000. In the blink of an eye, the Mecha Sacred Stone before him dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Use all of it to enhance my spiritual energy value. Consuming 3,000 energy points. Congratulations. Your spiritual energy value has increased by 3000. Open my personal panel. Name Lin Yu, race, human, divine, mech body, activated mecha pilot, level 5-star mecha pilot. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 187632, mecha Pangu mecha, level 50. Seeing his current stats, Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He still needed to increase his spiritual energy by over 2,000 points to become a 6-star mecha pilot. All he had to do was enjoy a few more days, and he would effortlessly break through to 6-star. After all, with his divine mech body, it would cultivate diligently on its own. None of this was a problem. Stepping out of the room, Lin Yu wore a broad smile. Seeing this, Xiao Yu smiled and said, "It seems little brother Lin has succeeded. I successfully used the Mecha Sacred Stone, and my strength has increased considerably," Lin Yu replied with a nod. "What are your plans now?" Xiao Yu asked. "I'll have to wait and see. If the chance comes, I will definitely make Zhong Kuei pay," Lin Yu said with utmost seriousness. This matter could not be left unresolved. "It's good that you have a decision, but you must first possess sufficient power," Xiao Yu warned. Without enough strength, acting rashly would lead to great losses. It might even cost him his life. Next, Lin Yu lay on the sofa, surfing the internet. Mo shitting Yi Ling, and Xiao Yu sat beside him, beginning to cultivate. To them, Lin Yu was a sacred ground for cultivation. As long as they stayed within this aura, their training speed accelerated dramatically. To be honest, Lin Yu was increasingly enjoying this atmosphere. Surrounded by 3 campus beauties, a dream for countless young men. Yet Lin Yu had effortlessly fulfilled their fantasy. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Congratulations. Your spiritual energy has reached 2000, making you a 6-star mecha pilot. At noon that day, Lin Yu heard the system's voice. He was ecstatic. Great. I've finally become a 6-star mecha pilot. Lin Yu was overjoyed. With his current strength, if he returned to Jiangling City, he would undoubtedly be the strongest there. His next goal was to upgrade his mecha level. "Senior sister, now that I'm a 6-star mecha pilot, where can I level up faster?" Lin Yu quickly found Xiao Yu and asked. She was certainly more knowledgeable about such matters. "Little brother Lin, are you really a 6-star mecha pilot already?" Xiao Yu was astonished, never imagining Lin Yu's cultivation speed could be so rapid. No wonder he possessed a divine level mecha. Lin Yu nodded earnestly. "For 6-star mecha pilots, there's a suitable dungeon at Kunlun Mecha University," Xiao Yu explained slowly. "But it can't be cleared in just a day or two. You need to lead other students into the secret realm for training first. Once that's done, I'll accompany you to that dungeon to level up." Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. "All right, no problem. I'll follow your advice, senior sister. By the way, how much have you improved during this time?" Lin Yu asked out of curiosity. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. "Thanks to you, little brother Lin, my spiritual energy has increased by over 3,000 in these 10+ days." This had undoubtedly been the fastest cultivation period of her life. If Xiao Yu had improved so quickly, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had progressed even more. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling all received a message. Lin Yu was assigned to the Royal Academy to select a few students to take on a secret realm expedition. Meanwhile, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were assigned to the Imperial Academy. "Senior, we'll take our leave now." Before departing, they bid farewell to Xiao Yu with a hint of reluctance. After all, they had spent considerable time together, and there was undoubtedly an emotional bond. "Give me a hug." Without waiting for Lin Yu's consent, Xiao Yu embraced him in her arms. Lin Yu felt an incredible softness. He could also catch a faint, intoxicating fragrance. He almost didn't want to leave, wishing he could immerse himself in this gentle paradise forever. "Stay safe," Xiao Yu urged. "Don't worry, I will," Lin Yu replied. After they parted ways, Lin Yu headed towards the Royal Academy. Meanwhile, at a square in the Royal Academy, the new students of this cohort had already gathered. They had been at Kunlun Mecha University for some time. Through their diligent cultivation during this period, each of them had improved their own strength. This time, they were to enter a secret realm for exploration and training. Excitement and tension were etched on every face. "Have you heard? This time the school has arranged for the prodigies from the elite class to lead us into the secret realm." "I heard that rumor before. Right now I hope the one leading me is a stunning beauty." "Me too. I heard that all the campus beauties of Kunlun Mecha University are in the elite class." The new students gathered there were all discussing fervently, especially the boys who eagerly anticipated having a pretty senior sister to guide them. At that moment, Qin Feiyu muttered to himself, "I wonder if Lin Yu will come." As his words faded, a gilded mecha landed smoothly. Seeing the mecha, everyone couldn't help but stare intently. Lin Yu stepped directly out of it. "It's Lin Yu. It really is him. I didn't expect he would come this time. After all, Lin Yu is also a student of the elite class. That's right, with his strength he's more than capable of leading us. He's so handsome, I hope Lin Yu picks me." then love might blossom over time. Stop dreaming, he already has 3 campus beauties by his side. Lin Yu's appearance stirred up the entire square. Soon other students from the elite class arrived one after another. Lin Yu, here are 6 level 30 secret realm scrolls. Take good care of them, said a beautiful teacher as she approached, handing the scrolls to him. She reminded him, since you're also a new student in the elite class, after careful consideration, you'll lead 5 new students from the Royal Academy this time. After hearing this, Lin Yu simply nodded. I understand. In truth, he was quite pleased inwardly. After all, this would make things much easier and more convenient for him. There were advantages to having fewer people. By the way, do I get to choose the team? Lin Yu quickly inquired. Of course. If you have candidates in mind, you can choose them yourself. Otherwise, we'll assign them to you randomly. The beautiful teacher replied. Got it. They'll go make my selection now, Lin Yu said with a smile. He had already spotted Chen Feiyu's figure. He quickly walked over. Lin Yu soon arrived before Chen Feiyu. The two exchanged a hug. After not seeing each other for a while, Chen Feiyu had visibly matured and grown much stronger. Not bad, what's your level now? Lin Yu patted Chen Feiyu's shoulder and asked. Oh, it's nothing special. Chen Feiyu shook his head. I just broke through to a 3-star Mecha Master last night. My Mecha is still at level 20. Oh, Lin Yu, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates. Yu Shibo Jiangming and Bai Yunliang. Chen Feiyu quickly introduced them. The 3 of them promptly bowed to Lin Yu with great courtesy. Perfect timing. I'm taking 5 people this time. You all can come along, Lin Yu nodded. Hearing this, they were all extremely excited. Lin Yu was now a well-known figure throughout the school. With him personally leading the team, this secret realm training was practically guaranteed. But we still need one more person. Lin Yu scanned the area searching for a suitable candidate. Can I join? At that moment, a pleasant voice rang out, and a girl walked over. The girl had a sweet appearance and a decent figure, though she fell somewhat short compared to the campus beauties. Lin Yu, this is our class monitor, Lu Qingqing. Chen Feiyu quickly introduced her. She's the strongest in our class, already a 4-star Mecha Master with a Mecha at level 30. Not only was she the class monitor, but Lu Qingqing was also their class beauty, the department belle of the Royal Academy. Alright, you can join my team then. Lin Yu could tell that Chen Feiyu had feelings for Lu Qingqing. For the sake of his good friend's happiness, he readily agreed. The team was now finalized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the distance, many students transformed into beams of light and vanished from their spots. They had already entered the secret realm. Let's form a party first, Lin Yu said quickly. They then successfully formed a party. After that, Lin Yu distributed the scrolls he had received to each person. Before we use them, I want to remind everyone, once inside the secret realm, you must follow all my orders. Understand? Lin Yu said seriously and sternly. Understood. Chen Feiyu was the first to nod in response. Yu Shibo Jiangming, Bai Yunliang, and Lu Qingqing quickly echoed. We all understand. Good. You need to know that even with me leading you on this training, there is still a possibility of death. But as long as you follow my instructions inside, I can guarantee that you will not only complete the training, but also return safely. Lin Yu assured them confidently. He himself did not want anyone in his team to fall in the secret realm. Alright, you can use them now. At Lin Yu's command, everyone activated the secret realm scrolls in their hands. The next moment, they too transformed into beams of light and vanished, teleported by the scrolls into the corresponding secret realm. Inside the level 30 secret realm, when Chen Feiyu and the others opened their eyes, they found themselves in an unfamiliar environment. Surrounding them were endless stretches of towering mountains. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying howls erupted, and several giant beasts appeared nearby. Everyone summon your mechas and fight, Lin Yu commanded. Being targeted by several giant beasts the moment they entered the secret realm. What remarkably good luck they had. After summoning their mechas, everyone immediately began battling the colossal beasts. Lin Yu, however, did not assist them at first. Instead, he stood by and observed. For them, the true trial of the secret realm had now commenced. The mechas of Chen Feiyu, Yu Shibo Jiangming, Bai Yunliang, and Lu Qingqing were all of the king tier. Among them, Lu Qingqing was the most formidable, capable of single-handedly challenging a level 30 beast. Her mecha's weapon was a long spear. Activating her mecha's skill, the spear transformed into a dragon, piercing through the level 30 beast's head. Then Lu Qingqing swiftly moved to support the others. Within minutes, they had completely vanquished all the level 30 beasts. Let me say this, Lin Yu declared with great severity. I have observed your battle. Among you, only Lu Qingqing is barely qualified. Had it not been for Lu Qingqing's assistance, Chen Feiyu and the other 3 would likely still be locked in combat. Chen Feiyu, your mecha boasts formidable defensive capabilities. Oh, why do you hesitate to engage in close combat? And you, facing a beast of such immense bulk, your strikes still go astray. Though it was only a minor skirmish, Lin Yu could clearly discern the flaws in their techniques. After Lin Yu's critique, Yu Shibua Jiangming by Yunliang and Qin Feiyu hung their heads in shame. Only then did they realize the multitude of their shortcomings. Had they ventured into the secret realm alone, they would surely have met their doom. Having flaws is not frightening, what matters is correcting them. This is precisely why the Academy arranges these secret realm trials, to accelerate the honing of your combat abilities. Lin Yu continued. For a moment he felt like a stern mentor. I will strive to improve. Qin Feiyu lifted his head, making a solemn vow. So will we. Their fighting spirit ignited. Nearly all the mighty were once weak, but they became strong. It was through relentless effort correcting their own deficiencies that they grew powerful. Excellent. Then let us continue onward. Lin Yu nodded. He directed them to lead the way while he followed behind piloting the Pangu Mecha. This way Lin Yu could better command the overall situation. Since he had brought them into this secret realm, he bore the responsibility to guide their training and ensure their safe departure. Lu Qingqing, your combat prowess is commendable, but your control over the mecha is still lacking. Lin Yu continued. You must continue to improve through relentless battle. As the saying goes, actual combat is the finest form of progress. I understand. Lu Qingqing replied with humility. Not long after they encountered another dozen level 30 beasts. Lin Yu immediately deployed the heavenly chain skill. Chains burst forth from the void, ensnaring all 12 beasts. Now a 6-star mech pilot with his Pangu Mecha at level 50, it was impossible for these level 30 beasts to break free from the heavenly chains. Next we will engage in unknown combat. Lin Yu said with a smile. Qin Feiyu, you go first. All right, Qin Feiyu responded. Lin Yu then released one of the beasts. Freed from its bonds, the beast charged wildly at Qin Feiyu. Seeing this, Qin Feiyu remained calm and composed. He manipulated his mecha, raising its shield to brace for the impact. In mere moments, the beast slammed into the mecha's shield. The tremendous force sent Qin Feiyu's entire mecha skidding back hundreds of meters. I blocked it. Qin Feiyu exclaimed in delight. He had successfully withstood a powerful assault from a level 30 beast. As I said, your mecha's defense is formidable. Though it is only level 20, it can still withstand the attacks of ordinary level 30 beasts. Lin Yu said with a smile. If Qin Feiyu developed, well, he would undoubtedly become the shield of the mecha squad. Now do your best to slay this beast. Lin Yu instructed swiftly. All right. Now filled with confidence, Qin Feiyu quickly maneuvered his mecha, drawing the greatsword strapped to its back. He charged forward. As his mecha skill activated, its defensive capabilities surged. The greatsword radiated a blue light as he brought it down upon the beast. With a single slash, though it did not inflict fatal damage, it carved a wound into the beast. Blood gushed from the gash. Roaring in fury, the beast's eyes turned bloodshot. It then erupted with a surge of crimson energy, its body doubling in size. A berserk state. Lin Yu's expression grew grim. In the next instant, he manipulated the Pangu Mecha, bringing its axe down in a single stroke. The berserk level 30 beast was cleaved in two. In its frenzied state, Qin Feiyu stood no chance against it. Pant pant. Lin Yu, what happened to that beast? Qin Feiyu hastily inquired, astonished that the creature could become so terrifying in an instant. The others were witnessing this phenomenon for the first time as well. Berserk state. When beasts sense death, they tap into an inner energy, unleashing tremendous power. Normally, only beasts above level 50 can enter a berserk state. Lin Yu explained slowly. It was unexpected that a level 30 beast could achieve this. This too was a consequence of the mutations in the dungeons and secret realms. All right, let the combat training continue. Lin Yu released another beast from its restraints. Qin Feiyu and the others all engaged in unknown combat, making significant progress. During this process, 5 out of the 12 beasts entered a berserk state at the end. This further illustrated that both secret realms and dungeons had become considerably more challenging. Take the time to restore your spiritual energy. Lin Yu reminded them. Gazing into the distance, the secret realm stretched out boundlessly. Would they encounter some fortuitous treasure this time? Lin Yu was filled with anticipation. So far they had not discovered any other mechas within this secret realm. The mystic realm was abundant with energy. It didn't take them long to swiftly restore their spiritual energy values. Let's move on. Once everyone had recovered, Lin Yu gave the order. They continued forward. Along the way, they effortlessly dealt with the giant beasts they encountered. Lin Yu barely needed to intervene. Even when they faced a rampaging level 30 beast, Qin Feiyu and the others handled it with ease, working together. Each battle against the real giant beasts not only honed their individual skills, but also forged their teamwork into seamless coordination. Watching them, Lin Yu was momentarily reminded of the days he had trained alongside Yi Ling and the others in a mystic realm. Night fell upon the realm. Lin Yu then began teaching Qin Feiyu and the others the knowledge Jiang Wanlai had imparted to him during those nights in the mystic realm. It felt like a passing of the torch. Get some good rest. He'll keep watch, Lin Yu said softly as the night deepened. With him on guard, they rested with peace of mind. And so they spent 10 days within the mystic realm. During this time, Qin Feiyu and the others engaged in relentless combat with the giant beasts every day. They had now become like seasoned soldiers who had weathered countless battles. In this period, their respective mecha levels had also risen by several grades. It was a pity they hadn't discovered enough giant beasts, otherwise Lin Yu would have liked to help them raise their mecha levels even faster. With a thunderous crash, the giant beast collapsed to the ground. Its head had been cleanly severed. That was incredible. Qin Feiyu exclaimed in excitement. The final blow was his using his mecha skill to slice the beast's head clean off. Not bad at all. Lin Yu praised. Over these 10 days, all of you have made tremendous progress. This mystic realm training is now concluded. Even without Lin Yu, the 5 of them, Qin Feiyu and the others, would likely face no danger in this realm now. The training is over just like that. Qin Feiyu said, reluctant to leave. The others felt the same, all wishing to continue. Lin Yu smiled. You're free to keep exploring this realm if you wish. Lin Yu, however, planned to leave the mystic realm and head to a dungeon to raise his level. After all, he was a 6-star mecha master, yet his mecha was still at level 50. Help! Suddenly a cry for help rang out. Following the sound, they could clearly see a mecha flying toward them. The image before Lin Yu's eyes zoomed in, revealing more details. It was a king-grade Mecha 1 equipped with flight capabilities. However, the entire mecha appeared severely damaged. With a rumble, it crashed to the ground the next second. The mecha then dissolved into starlight and vanished. It seemed the mecha master's spiritual energy had been completely depleted, unable to sustain the mecha's operation any longer. Lin Yu and the others quickly maneuvered their mechas over. The crash had gouged a massive crater into the earth. Lin Yu activated his mecha's teleportation skill, arriving at the edge of the crater. There, lying weak and frail at its center, was a young woman. Lin Yu swiftly exited his Pangu mecha and landed steadily inside the crater. Lin Yu, a few giant beasts are charging over. Well, handle them. Qin Feiyu's voice came through. All right, Lin Yu replied. He then hurried over to the young woman. Just excessive depletion of spiritual energy leading to a coma, he said, relieved. He quickly took out a pill and fed it to her. After a few minutes, the young woman slowly regained consciousness. Am I not dead? She murmured as if haunted by some great terror. Don't worry, you're alive and well. Lin Yu appeared in her view, smiling gently. He then helped her to her feet. At that moment, the woman caught sight of the super mecha behind Lin Yu. My name is Li Qing, a student from the Magic City Mecha University. Can you please save my classmates? Li Qing pleaded urgently. Calm down. First tell me what happened, Lin Yu replied with a nod. My classmates and I came to explore this realm and discovered a mysterious cave. When we entered, we found an incredibly terrifying giant beast inside. Li Qing's face was filled with terror just from recalling it. That beast was covered in blood-red eyes. Just one look at them seemed to bewitch everyone, and they started attacking each other. I was lucky enough to snap out of that strange state in time. After that, Li Qing used every means she could to escape the cave. When she saw Lin Yu and his group, she flew toward them, but unfortunately her spiritual energy ran out before she could reach them. From what you're saying, that giant beast likely possesses a special ability to manipulate minds, Lin Yu said, his expression growing serious. It was hard to imagine that a level 30 mystic realm could give birth to such a uniquely powerful beast. Yet it also filled Lin Yu with a sense of crisis. It seemed as though a great calamity was looming on the horizon. Do you have the coordinates of that cave? Lin Yu asked. Yes. Li Qing nodded. In just a few seconds, she transmitted the coordinates to Lin Yu. Coordinates received successfully. By then, Qin Feiyu and the others had dealt with the beasts and arrived at the crater's edge. Lu Qingqing, take care of her, Lin Yu said quickly before re-entering his Pangu mecha. Exiting team mode navigation to coordinates set. Lin Yu, what's going on? I'll come with you, Qin Feiyu asked urgently. This isn't something you can handle. Don't worry, you'll be fine. With those words, Lin Yu piloted his mecha and charged toward the coordinates. The Pangu mecha's silhouette vanished from their sight. Lu Qingqing exited her mecha and landed beside Li Qing, offering a bottle of water. Here, have a drink first. Thank you. After drinking, Li Qing's condition improved significantly. Are you students from Kunlun Mecha University? She asked, noticing Lu Qingqing's combat suit. That's right. Lu Qingqing nodded. And him. Lin Yu, a student from Kunlun Mecha University's seed class. Hearing this, Li Qing couldn't help but feel a surge of hope. She had heard of the seed class. Only true mecha prodigies could enter, and they had to have awakened an emperor-grade mecha. Perhaps her classmates really could be saved. Through Li Qing, Qin Feiyu and the others came to understand what had happened. It was indeed beyond their ability to handle. If they rushed in recklessly, they might also fall under the beast's control and slaughter each other. But how could such a terrifying beast exist in a mere level 30 mystic realm? From now on, they would have to be far more cautious no matter what mystic realm or dungeon they entered. This was a lesson they had learned. According to the coordinates, Lin Yu rushed to the location at top speed. Before him loomed a massive cave. The reason he dared to come alone was not only due to his formidable strength, but also because his Pangu mech was equipped with the mech ring, which could negate certain adverse effects. Thus Lin Yu feared not the giant beast's ability to ensnare his mind. Drawing a deep breath, he guided the Pangu mech into the cave, plunging swiftly into its depths. Time had slipped away as Lin Yu reckoned that Li Qing's classmates had likely perished. Yet the beast had to be dealt with. Soon he entered a vast underground chamber. A cursory glance revealed signs of battle, but no trace of Li Qing's classmates. Presumably, they had met their end. Rumbles echoed from the darkness as a colossal silhouette emerged. In an instant, blood-red eyes snapped open in the gloom, radiating an eerie crimson glow. The entire underground space was bathed in that sinister light. Beast Charm Beast. Level 35. Possesses mind control abilities, driving its victims to slaughter each other. A chime from the system announced the mech ring activates. The Charm Beast's control is nullified against you. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Everything was under his command. After a few breaths, he clearly beheld the Charm Beast's true form, utterly repulsive. Its body was covered in grotesque blood-red eyes and countless writhing tentacles. Even the tentacles were studded with those eyes. Thankfully, he had no fear of clusters. Suddenly, the beast's eyes fixed on the Pangu mech with a puzzled gaze. It seemed baffled as to why Lin Yu remained unaffected. With a whoosh, the massive Charm Beast launched its attack, its tentacles stretching as if infinite. This resembled a horror tale where a water demon's hair devours its prey. A similar scenario indeed. Divine Skill Solar Thunder activated. In an instant, terrifying bolts of lightning rained down. The tentacles hurtling toward him were blasted to shreds. The Charm Beast let out an agonized, eerie screech. The mech ring activated, deflecting the beast's soul attack. Good heavens, this creature possessed two abilities. Impressive. If allowed to grow, it would become a dire threat. An elite monster, now it could evolve into a world-class boss if left unchecked. Humanity would pay a tremendous price to eliminate it then. Target locked. Divine Skill Solar Thunder activated. As the skill was unleashed, once more countless bolts of lightning struck the Charm Beast's core. A thunderous roar echoed. The beast was instantly reduced to ashes. Killed. Level 35 Charm Beast Mech EXP 3633. For a boss-level creature in a level 30 secret realm, it dropped nothing. Lin Yu shook his head with a sigh. Drop rates in dungeons and secret realms had become abysmally low. He steered the mech forward. He discovered a new passage, the one from which the Charm Beast had emerged. To be thorough, Lin Yu decided to explore it lest other beasts lurked within. The underground space was deathly silent, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. An atmosphere thick with terror. It stirred memories of ghost stories as if spirits lurked just behind. Fortunately, Lin Yu was encased in the Pangu mech. With a divine mech, any demon or monster could be cleaved with a single axe stroke. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Passing through the passage, he found another underground chamber. At its center lay a pool of blood-red liquid. He inspected it closely. The chamber held no other passages or signs of beasts. Lin Yu exited the Pangu mech and stood by the pool's edge. Initially, he thought it was blood, but upon leaving the mech, he detected no metallic scent. Instead, he sensed a strange energy emanating from the crimson liquid. Could the Charm Beast have gained its dual abilities from this pool? Lin Yu speculated. One thing was certain, this liquid was no boon. From his spatial ring, Lin Yu retrieved a container. He collected a sample of the liquid. Its true nature must be uncovered. Afterward, he stored the container back in the ring. Lin Yu swiftly returned to his Pangu mech. Heavenly Cleave activated. With a single axe swing, immense power erupted. The space collapsed. This site had to be destroyed lest other beasts discover it and become the next Charm Beast. Such a possibility must be eliminated. Using the mech's teleportation ability, Lin Yu escaped the underground and emerged above ground. Lin Yu, Chen Feiyu, and the others had been waiting anxiously outside the cave. Seeing Lin Yu emerge in his mech, Chen Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's all taken care of, Lin Yu said calmly. Turning to Li Qing's mech, he apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't find your classmates inside. They've likely fallen. Hearing this, tears streamed down Li Qing's face once more. She had clung to hope. Li Qing, I've slain the beast and avenged your classmates, Lin Yu comforted. Thank you, Li Qing said, wiping away her tears. You're not fit to stay in this secret realm. You should leave and recover, Lin Yu advised. He then addressed Chen Feiyu, stay alert. Other areas might harbor beasts with special abilities. Understood, Chen Feiyu nodded. Take care all. I'm leaving the secret realm now. Lin Yu produced a secret realm scroll. Exiting the secret realm, Lin Yu and his mech transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from their sight. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he was back at Kunlun Mech University. The scroll in his hand dissolved into specks of starlight, fading completely. Upon returning to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu summoned his Pangu Mecha. The first thing he did was contact his homeroom teacher Jiang Wenlai. Learning that Jiang was in his office, Lin Yu hurried over. As the homeroom teacher of the seed class 10, his office was naturally within the class 10 area. Arriving at the office door, Lin Yu knocked. Immediately Jiang Wenli's voice came, "Come in, the door is unlocked." Hearing this, Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered. "Teacher Jiang, there's something I'd like you to take a look at." "Oh." Jiang Wenli grew curious. "Show me then." With a flick of his finger, a transparent container appeared in Lin Yu's hand. Inside, a blood-red liquid was clearly visible. The moment he saw it, Jiang Wenli's expression turned grave. "Teacher Jiang, I found this in the secret realm just now. It feels like this blood-red liquid contains a special energy," Lin Yu explained briefly. Jiang Wenli took the container, opened the lid, and after sensing it for a second, instantly confirmed his suspicions. After resealing the lid, he looked at Lin Yu. "This is no good thing. It's a type of demonic liquid." "Demonic liquid?" Lin Yu was intrigued, having never heard of it before. "Demonic liquid is a special energy fluid developed by evil organizations," Jiang Wenli explained. "Its purpose is to control giant beasts." "Control giant beasts? That's utterly absurd." Lin Yu was shocked. "In theory, controlling them is possible, but this is certainly not the method. The demonic liquid these evil organizations have developed can cause giant beasts to evolve and grow more ferocious. Over time, it can even create addiction. Giant beasts possess intelligence. Once addicted to the demonic liquid, the evil organizations can easily control them." Jiang Wenli continued. This made Lin Yu understand the liquid's purpose even more. If this demonic liquid can addict giant beasts, and those at level 100 become addicted and controlled by evil organizations, wouldn't that be a catastrophe? Lin Yu voiced a doubt in his mind. This demonic liquid has little effect on high-level giant beasts. Besides, level 100 beasts have very high intelligence. Jiang Wenli added a warning. "Remember, humans must never use this liquid, or they'll turn into mindless monsters beyond salvation." "Understood." Lin Yu nodded earnestly. His first instinct had been right. The blood-red liquid was no good. And indeed it was not. The underground cave in the secret realm had an entire pool of this demonic liquid. But fortunately, I destroyed it all before leaving. "Teacher Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now," Lin Yu said. "Go ahead," Jiang Wenli nodded. After bidding farewell to Jiang Wenli, Lin Yu headed straight for his floating island. Fortunately, his sister had left him the gilded fighter jet. Even alone, he could return to the floating island suspended high in the sky. Lin Yu finally back. As he stepped off the jet, Xiao Yu rushed out of the house. She threw herself into his arms, nearly suffocating him. "Over 10 days alone at home, it felt like I was widowed." Xiao Yu couldn't help complaining. Pulling away from her embrace, Lin Yu asked softly, "Yi Ling and Mo Shitting haven't returned yet?" "No, they're probably still in the secret realm with the students," Xiao Yu smiled. "How did it go for you?" "Smoothly." Quite smoothly." Lin Yu nodded. "But I did encounter a special giant beast with 2 abilities in the level 30 secret realm." Entering the living room, Lin Yu recounted his experiences in the secret realm to Xiao Yu. He found it a real pleasure to have someone listen to him. "It seems the evil organizations are stirring again," Xiao Yu remarked after hearing the tale. "Where there is light, there is shadow. Where there is justice, there is evil. That has always been the law. And so it remains today. Strengthening oneself is paramount. With sufficient power, no matter what happens, one can handle it with ease," Lin Yu said earnestly. He believed that in the face of absolute strength, all schemes were futile. "By the way, senior sister, when are we going to the dungeon? I'm already a 6-star mecha pilot, but my mecha is still at level 50. Lin Yu asked, eagerly, unable to contain his impatience. "No time like the present. Shall we set off now?" Xiao Yu smiled. "Good." Lin Yu stood up. The two quickly boarded the gilded fighter jet. The jet took off, flying at tremendous speed toward the dungeon coordinates Xiao Yu had provided. "The dungeon I'm taking you to this time is a level 61. I guarantee it'll boost your mecha to level 60. Xiao Yu said with a confident smile. Lin Yu nodded, full of anticipation. Time flew by. Nearly half an hour had passed. "We're here," Xiao Yu announced. Lin Yu could clearly see an enormous bronze gate atop the mountain peak before them. "How magnificent!" Lin Yu marveled. Humans were like ants before this bronze gate. The gilded fighter jet soon landed on a platform. After the two disembarked, Lin Yu flicked his finger. The entire jet transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the spatial ring on his finger. Truly, the spatial ring was incredibly convenient. It could store almost anything. So few people. Lin Yu looked around. There were less than 100 people before the bronze gate. Compared to the dungeon had visited before, which was teeming with people, this was sparse. It is a level 60 dungeon after all. The number of true human powerhouses isn't that large. Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. After all, clearing a level 60 dungeon requires considerable strength. Now let's form a party. You and Xiao Yu have successfully formed a party. Party complete, let's enter the dungeon. I promise to take you to new heights. Xiao Yu said, pulling Lin Yu toward the dungeon entrance. As an 8-star mecha pilot with a level 80 mecha, the level 60 dungeon posed no challenge to her. It was almost effortless. Having a powerful mentor was truly beneficial. Mecha levels could be raised with ease. Although mecha levels were the easiest, to improve the pilot's own level was not so simple. It could only be achieved through personal effort. You have entered the level 60 dungeon, Frost Forest. Upon entering the Frost Forest dungeon, an intense chill immediately enveloped him, as if his entire body would freeze into a block of ice. Summon Pangu Mech. As the mech was summoned, Lin Yu entered its cockpit and completely ceased to feel the biting cold. Little Lin, be careful. The mutation in this dungeon hasn't increased the beast's levels, but they've gained various abilities, greatly enhancing their strength. Xiao Yu, piloting her mech and hovering in midair, issued a reminder. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Suddenly, 2 piercing sounds of projectiles broke through the air. He could clearly see 2 massive golden-winged eagles hurtling toward Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu merely curled her lips into a faint smile. On either side of her mech, 2 floating mech cannons materialized instantly. With a thunderous roar as the targets were locked, the cannons fired simultaneously. The terrifying energy unleashed devoured the 2 flying beasts whole. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. Mech experience 6,000. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. Mech experience 6,000. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Little Lin, wait here. Xiao Yu's voice came again. All right, Lin Yu replied. The next moment, Xiao Yu piloted her mech and flew off. After more than 10 seconds, a series of system notifications chimed in. Your teammate has slain a level 60 beast. A cascade of system alerts sounded. Mech experience surged rapidly. In less than 2 minutes, your Pangu mech has leveled up. It has reached level 51. This dungeon truly is an excellent place to level up my mech. Lin Yu marveled inwardly. Of course, he owed much to Xiao Yu. Without her help, he doubted he would have progressed so smoothly and effortlessly. He could just sit back and relax. Now all Lin Yu had to do was wait. And so time passed slowly. Lin Yu remained where he was patiently waiting. Ding dong. Congratulations, your Pangu mech has reached level 60. However, since your mech pilot rank has not yet reached 7-star mech pilot, you can no longer gain mech experience. Lin Yu lost track of how much time had passed. In any case, his mech had reached level 60. Open my personal panel. Name Lin Yu. Race human. Mech God Body activated. Mech pilot rank 6-star mech pilot. Energy points 0. Psychic energy 201356. Mech's Pangu Mech, level 60. Nuwa Mech, level 60. Thanks to the Mech God Body, whenever the Pangu Mech leveled up, all other mechs under Lin Yu's ownership would also level up. This meant that Lin Yu now possessed 2 level 60 divine mechs. Ding dong. Your teammate has slain the Frost Forest boss. Congratulations on obtaining the first clear reward for this dungeon, special mech artifact. Famed Blade Siming. Famed Blade Siming. Rank special artifact. Effect grants a 100 chance to block a fatal attack. Cooldown 120 days. Gulp. Seeing this, Lin Yu swallowed hard, utterly astonished. He never imagined the first clear reward would be so generous. He had actually obtained a special artifact, and one meant for survival. Life is precious, and anything that could protect it was a true treasure. Ding dong. The Pangu Mech has successfully equipped Famed Blade Siming. After equipping it, Lin Yu felt a surge of newfound confidence. It's a pity that senior sister killed so many beasts, but nothing else dropped. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Not even a single crystal energy core was obtained. Lin Yu, come quickly. I found something. Suddenly Xiao Yu's voice rang out. Coming. Lin Yu replied hastily as he piloted his mech and swiftly moved toward her. In no time he spotted Xiao Yu's mech ahead. Reaching her side, he asked curiously, Senior sister, what did you find? Looking ahead, all he saw was an empty expanse. It's a hidden boss, of course, Xiao Yu said with a smile. We're really quite lucky, aren't we? A hidden boss. Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. He had always heard that hidden bosses existed within dungeons, but had never encountered one before. Unexpectedly, fortune had smiled upon them this time. Now that his mech had reached level 60, Lin Yu could finally contribute in the fight against this hidden boss. Little Lin, there's an invisible barrier before us. Stepping through it will lead us into the hidden boss domain. Xiao Yu continued. She had only discovered it thanks to her divine eye. Then what are we waiting for, senior sister? Let's go in, Lin Yu said excitedly. He had long heard that slaying a hidden boss would yield far greater rewards. This was his first encounter with one in his life, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and anticipation. All right, but we still need to be careful. Xiao Yu nodded slowly. Then they piloted their mechs and strode forward. A blinding flash of light made them instinctively shut their eyes. When the light faded, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu opened their eyes again and found themselves in a strange, unfamiliar space. Roar! A deafening colossal roar shook the entire space. An enormous beast loomed before them. Beast Frost Lord. Level 65. This Frost Lord bore a striking resemblance to a giant goblin. Its face was hideously twisted. It had blood-red eyes, razor-sharp claws, and wore heavy armor while wielding a massive spiked club. This was undoubtedly the most formidable beast Lin Yu had ever faced. Little Lin'll take it down right away, Xiao Yu said confidently. Encountering a hidden boss in this dungeon was also a boon for Xiao Yu. Slaying it would grant her a hidden reward as well. Senior sister, may I have a go? Lin Yu quickly asked. The Frost Lord was level 65, but he was confident he could slay it. He was eager for a good fight to stretch his limbs. It had been a long time since he had battled a true boss-level beast. All right, no problem, Xiao Yu readily agreed. She had full faith in Lin Yu's abilities. Whether she or Lin Yu struck the killing blow, the level 65 Frost Lord would fall. However, if she were the one to act, the entire process would be over in an instant. As the divine skill Heavenly Chains was unleashed, chains burst forth from the void, instantly entangling the Frost Lord in a tight bind. As the mecha's level increased, the power of its skills also grew. Impressive, Xiao Yu marveled inwardly. Lin Yu's control over his skills was exceptionally precise. The Frost Lord was caught completely off guard, already bound. Then Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu Mecha, hefting the heaven-splitting axe. The divine skill Heaven and Earth Slash was activated. A strike filled with terrifying power locked onto the Frost Lord as if it sensed death approaching. The Frost Lord's eyes blazed with a crimson light. In that instant, its body vanished in an eerie manner. Boom. The might of the Heaven and Earth Slash carved an immense crater and fissures into the ground where the Frost Lord had stood. This was proof of the strike's overwhelming power. Be careful, it's behind you, Xiao Yu quickly warned. The Frost Lord materialized silently behind the Pangu Mecha, swinging its spiked club down toward the mecha's head. The mecha's teleportation skill was activated. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, using the skill to instantly relocate. A thunderous crash echoed. The Frost Lord's strike hit nothing but air. Senior, did you see that? Lin Yu asked calmly. The Frost Lord had vanished in that bizarre way, escaping the grip of his heavenly chains. I saw it. It seems to have a skill that lets it turn into a shadow and move freely. Xiao Yu replied, having witnessed everything clearly. As expected of a hidden boss, it's no easy foe. Lin Yu smirked slightly. Still, he was confident enough. The Frost Lord's mastery of such an ability only made the battle more thrilling. Let's stay cautious. Who knows what other tricks this Frost Lord might have? Xiao Yu warned. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. He quickly locked onto the Frost Lord again, activating heavenly chains. But the cunning Frost Lord transformed its massive body into a shadow, slipping into the ground. This time his skill failed to control it. In shadow form, the Frost Lord moved with incredible speed, making it hard for Lin Yu to lock onto a stable target. The skill Blazing Thunder was unleashed. In an instant, Lin Yu cast it without hesitation. The entire space was filled with countless bolts of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Such a dense barrage couldn't be evaded even in shadow form. Within seconds, the Frost Lord was forced back into its original shape. With a mighty roar, it let out another deafening cry. It seemed to activate another ability, causing its power to multiply noticeably. In the blink of an eye, the Frost Lord before them split into 10 copies. It even mastered a cloning skill. Truly formidable. But numbers alone wouldn't help. The Sovereign Domain was activated. Instantly, the entire space became the domain of the Pangu Mecha, with Lin Yu as its absolute ruler. The mecha's capabilities multiplied across the board. Heaven and Earth Slash was unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. What followed was Lin Yu's relentless, violent assault with the Pangu Mecha. Watching this, Xiao Yu was still in awe. His mecha skills had no cooldown, allowing him to chain them without pause. This also indicated that Lin Yu possessed immense spiritual energy reserves to sustain such a barrage of skills. The consumption must have been enormous. She could now be certain that Lin Yu would become the world's greatest mecha pilot, an invincible one. It seemed Lin Yu truly was humanity's future. Ding, congratulations on defeating the hidden boss Frost Lord. You have obtained the divine mecha skill, Divine Judgment. Ding, Pangu Mecha has successfully mastered the skill. At that moment, Lin Yu heard the system's prompt and nodded slightly. As expected of a hidden boss, the drop rate was high. It directly yielded a divine mecha skill. In the entire world, mecha pilots who mastered divine skills were exceedingly rare. Senior, I got a divine mecha skill. What about you? Lin Yu asked Xiao Yu. What a coincidence, so did I. And it's an area effect skill. Xiao Yu said with a soft laugh. She then briefly described the skill Divine Skill Falling Stars, a wide-range attack ability. With this skill, they could better handle wave-based battles against giant beasts. Compared to Secret Realms, dungeons offer a higher chance of obtaining treasures. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Exploring a secret realm could yield nothing for a year if luck was poor, but clearing a dungeon for the first time always guaranteed good rewards. Comparing the two dungeons seemed more advantageous. Still, both had their own merits. I've benefited from being with you this time, Lin Yu said with a smile. She had visited this level 60 dungeon before, but never encountered the hidden boss. Coming here with Lin Yu, they had found it. You're too kind, senior. Without you, my mecha level wouldn't have risen so fast, Lin Yu said, waving his hand as the Pangu mecha's arm mimicked the gesture. All right, the dungeon is cleared. Let's exit first. Xiao Yu nodded. Ding Yu have left the level 60 dungeon Frost Forest. They returned to the area outside the Bronze Gate. After exiting, Lin Yu and Xiao Yu boarded the gilded warplane to head back to Kunlun Mecha University. The Pangu mecha had reached level 60. Lin Yu's next priority was to boost his spiritual energy, breaking through to become a 7-star mecha pilot. Back in his room on the floating island, Lin Yu lay on the soft sofa relaxing. Have some water. Xiao Yu poured 2 glasses and handed one to him. He took a big gulp. Opening a holographic projection, he went online to catch up on recent events. What a pity. Over a dozen students have already perished in the secret realms. Seeing a post on Kunlun Mecha University's internal forum, Lin Yu sighed. Early secret realm expeditions always have a certain mortality rate, Xiao Yu said softly. Even with professional teachers and prodigy students leading the way, absolute safety could never be guaranteed. In the following days, Lin Yu trained diligently, spending 2 hours each day in the gravity chamber. Not only did he become capable of withstanding stronger gravitational forces, but his spiritual energy value also increased at a much faster pace. At the current rate, he could boost his spiritual energy by at least 5,000 points daily. Open my personal panel, Lin Yu murmured to himself one day. The next moment, his personal information panel appeared before his eyes. Name: Lin Yu. Race: Human. Mech God Body. Activated Mech Pilot. Level 6-star Mech Pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 21756. Mechs. Pangu Mech. Level 60. Nuwa Mech. Level 60. With my current strength, I am more than qualified to serve as the mayor of a city, Lin Yu said with a smile. Approximately 2 days later, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling emerged from the mystic realm. During this expedition, each had a student who perished within the realm. They had encountered considerable trouble in the mystic realm, which delayed them significantly, hence their late return. Don't blame yourselves too much. Mystic realms inherently carry risks. Since they chose to enter, they had to be prepared for anything, Lin Yu consoled them. Upon their return, both were in low spirits. Initially, they had been confident that they could lead their teams through the mystic realm, complete the trials, and ensure everyone's safe departure. But what was the result? Each had lost a member from their team. From another perspective, their strength was insufficient. Had they possessed enough power, no one in their teams would have fallen. Besides, even the teams led by school instructors suffered losses. Lin Yu continued to comfort them. After a round of consolation, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling felt somewhat better. In the time that followed, everyone devoted themselves to cultivation. Lin Yu mostly stayed close to Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, helping them cultivate more effectively. Assemble in the classroom. A class starts in 10 minutes. One morning, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling all received a message. With only 10 minutes to spare, they dared not delay. Within minutes, the 3 of them had arrived at the Seed Class 10 classroom. The classroom was spacious, but with only the 3 students, it felt rather empty. A few more minutes passed. A beautiful teacher entered. She had an exquisite figure and a stunning face, exuding a powerful aura like a queen. My name is Shangwan Weiner, a teacher at Kunlun Mech University. You may address me as Teacher Shangwan, she said, her voice pleasant yet commanding as she stepped onto the podium. Teacher Shangwan, what will you teach us in this class? Yi Ling raised her hand eagerly and asked curiously. It had been a while since they had a second instructor. Since your enrollment, I believe you have encountered some giant beasts with special abilities. Some beasts can control human minds, stir inner evil, or induce hallucinations in mech pilots. Shangwan Weiner explained calmly. Additionally, some mech pilots have mastered similar skills. Against such spiritual and soul attacks, physical defenses are largely ineffective. Yi Ling nodded repeatedly. Lin Yu in particular had first-hand experience with this. Fortunately, his Mech God ring protected him from such threats. Today's lesson will teach you a special cultivation method called the chaos visualization technique. This technique is of the stellar grade. Once mastered, it can effectively resist these soul and mental attacks. Shangwan Weiner waved her hand, and 3 manuals appeared on the desks before Lin Yu and the others. Soon, under her guidance, they began to cultivate. Mech God Body mastered. Lin Yu easily grasped the chaos visualization technique in no time. Instantly, he felt a significant enhancement in his soul and mental faculties. Now, with both the chaos visualization technique and the Mech God ring, he had a double safeguard. Should anyone attempt to attack him with soul or mental methods, he could effortlessly withstand them. Lin Yu, have you mastered it? Shangwan Weiner asked softly, noticing he had stopped cultivating. Yes, Teacher Shangwan, Lin Yu nodded. In just a few minutes, you've mastered it. In my memory, you are the only mech pilot to have done so this quickly, Shangwan Weiner said, her eyes tinged with astonishment. Even she herself had barely managed to grasp it after an entire hour. You must continue to cultivate diligently. If you encounter any issues, come to me directly, Shangwan Weiner instructed. Understood, thank you, teacher Shangwan, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Having been at Kunlun Mech University for some time, he found every teacher to be highly responsible. Perhaps this was one of the reasons Kunlun Mech University stood as a top-tier institution. Unlike teachers at ordinary mech universities who lectured mechanically and left without caring if students understood. Over an hour passed quickly. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also mastered the chaos visualization technique. As pilots of Saint-grade mechs, grasping this method was effortless for them. Alright, that concludes this lesson, Shangwan Weiner announced. It had been her easiest teaching session yet, thanks to the small class size and the students' exceptional talent, she had hardly needed to exert any effort. With that, Shangwan Weiner left the classroom. Let's head back to the floating island, Lin Yu said, standing up. Cultivating in the classroom was no better than lounging on the sofa back home. After all, Kunlun Mech University had no strict class schedule. Most of the time on campus was self-arranged. Sister, you're back. Upon returning to the floating island, Lin Yu entered the house to find his sister Lin Weiner chatting with Xiao Yu, their conversation punctuated with laughter. Both appeared to be in high spirits. Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement and joy at seeing Lin Weiner, realizing it had been some time since he last saw his elder sister. At that moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling gazed intently at Lin Weiner. They had long heard of her legendary exploits. When they chose their Mecha University, Lin Weiner was a significant reason they opted for Kunlun Mecha University. After all, they yearned to witness this legendary figure firsthand. Now their dream had come true. Greetings, Sister Lin. I'm a classmate of the squad leader. My name is Yi Ling. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling quickly approached, introducing themselves politely. They were brimming with excitement. Hello to you both, Lin Weiner replied with a gentle smile. She had already heard the situation from Xiao Yu. Now her younger brother was living with 3 beautiful women, a testament to his great charm. It seemed the Lin family might soon welcome new members. Sister, any gains this time? Lin Yu inquired afterward. Lin Weiner's mecha was currently at the Emperor level. Upgrading to a Saint-level mecha must be no easy feat. It's almost done. I just need to raise my Mecha Master rank, Lin Weiner said. She had worked diligently over this period and her efforts had paid off, fulfilling each condition for her mecha's evolution. As long as she broke through to a 10-star Mecha Master, her mecha would evolve into a Saint level 1. That's good. Lin Yu nodded slightly. If his elder sister encountered trouble, Lin Yu had thought about whether he could help. It seemed he had worried unnecessarily. Little brother, your sister's future cultivation depends on you, Lin Weiner said, clearly aware that cultivating beside Lin Yu accelerated progress. I won't shirk the responsibility. Lin Yu patted his chest. And so his elder sister Lin Weiner moved in to live with them. Soon everyone sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu, beginning their cultivation. Lin Yu meanwhile sat there surfing the internet, browsing various news. A few hours passed swiftly. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lin Weiner ceased her cultivation. She had truly experienced the accelerated pace of improvement when cultivating beside Lin Yu. In just a few short hours, her spiritual energy value had increased by over 200. This way she might break through to a 10-star Mecha Master more smoothly and quickly. Soon after, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also stopped cultivating. It's almost 6, let's go eat first. I'm starving, Lin Yu suggested. They still needed to eat daily. Once they advanced to a stellar Mecha Master, their bodies would undergo a transformation, achieving a form of transcendent evolution. After that, they would no longer need food to replenish their energy. Entering the cafeteria, all eyes instantly turned toward them. Good heavens, Lin Yu has 4 campus belle beauties by his side. Truly enviable. Lin Weiner is indeed Lin Weiner. We haven't seen her in ages, and she's more beautiful than ever. I must find a way to get on good terms with my brother-in-law. He's my brother-in-law. Envious gazes abounded. Even having just 1 campus belle by their side would have been more than enough for them. Seeing the envy in their eyes, Lin Yu found it quite enjoyable. Sister, you order the dishes. After sitting down, Lin Yu looked at Lin Weiner. All right. Taking the electronic menu, Lin Weiner quickly tapped away. In no time, she finished ordering. After patiently waiting about 20 minutes, a series of delicious dishes were served on the table. The aroma and presentation were so enticing that they whetted the appetite. As expected, Weiner knows how to order. Xiao Yu smiled. These dishes were mostly to her liking too. Everyone began to enjoy their meal. Watching Xiao Yu and the others eat was a beautiful sight, leaving many nearby boys somewhat spellbound. Just as Lin Yu and the others finished dinner, 3 resonant bell tolls rang out. Immediately, every student in the elite class received an urgent assembly message. Seeing this, everyone quickly headed to the assembly point. It seems something major has happened, Lin Weiner remarked. I recall the last time the bell rang was during the Beast Tide outbreak. Xiao Yu nodded slightly. Let's go. We'll head to the assembly point too, Lin Weiner continued. The assembly point wasn't far from them. They arrived shortly. The assembly point was a vast square with hundreds of fighter jets parked nearby, seemingly on standby. It appeared to be an external mission. On the square, all elite class students of Kunlun Mecha University had gathered. Looking out, there were over 1,000 of them. However, not all elite students were present. Some were in dungeons or secret realms and couldn't receive the message in time. This time it's probably a big mission. That's good, my mecha has been itching for action, and I can finally stretch its legs. Same here, my strength has increased significantly lately. I hope the difficulty isn't too high. While waiting, everyone began to discuss, speculating on what major event this could be. They didn't have to wait long. On the high platform, a middle-aged man stepped up. Silence. At his command, everyone quieted down instantly. Sister, who is he? Lin Yu asked quietly. The middle-aged man exuded a powerful aura. He was undoubtedly a formidable mecha master. He's Wang Kai, a teaching director at Kunlun Mecha University, a stellar mecha master. Lin Weiner introduced him further. He awakened a saint-level mecha, and it's a very special one. It can transform into 2 forms. Lin Yu gasped in astonishment. A mecha capable of changing forms was something he had never heard of before. He was extremely curious and hoped to see such a unique mecha in person someday. Moreover, a stellar mecha master was currently considered among the top-tier powerhouses in this world. Everyone must have heard about the incident in the Solar Kingdom. It was precisely because the Solar Kingdom illicitly developed special pharmaceuticals that led to a leak, causing the colossal beasts throughout the ocean to mutate. Now our nation's cities along the coast are under relentless assault from these oceanic behemoths, and their numbers are overwhelming. All factions have already dispatched their forces. Our Kunlun Mecha University must not fall behind. All elite class students heed my command, form teams, and set out to reduce the number of beasts. Each student must slay at least 500 of them. Wang Kai stood solemnly on the high platform. Though his voice was not loud, every student could hear him with absolute clarity. Ah, this damned Solar Kingdom. Not only was it annihilated, but now we have to clean up its mess. Indeed, these oceanic beasts are already mightier than their land counterparts, and their numbers are terrifying. With the mutation, they've grown even stronger. This requirement is rather steep. At least 500 beasts per person. At least there's no time limit. Let's just treat it as summer homework. After hearing Wang Kai's words, everyone understood the specifics of this mission. It wasn't just their Dragon Xia nation facing the threat of oceanic beasts. Other nations were in the same plight. The mutated oceanic beasts were attacking their coastal cities as well. It was fortunate that the Solar Kingdom had already been annihilated. Otherwise, they would have taken action to destroy it themselves. It was utterly detestable. A tiny island nation had caused all the ocean's beasts to mutate, unleashing a monumental crisis upon the entire world. If not handled properly, humanity itself could face extinction. Sis, let's form a team of 5. Lin Yu proposed. All right. Lin Weiner nodded in agreement. After the teams were assembled, they boarded a fighter jet. As the hatch closed, the jet immediately took off. Inside the fighter jet, Lin Yu and the others sat in their seats. A projection appeared before them, displaying their team's target location. We've been assigned to the Modu City area for combat. Modu City is the closest to the ocean, so it likely has the highest concentration of oceanic beasts. Once we arrive, everyone must remain vigilant at all times. According to intelligence, the beasts that have surged onto land are mostly around level 50. Lin Weiner addressed the team with grave seriousness. This was no drill. It was a real battle. Even the slightest carelessness could cost them their lives. Understood. Lin Yu and the others nodded promptly, taking the mission with utmost seriousness. We still have 4 hours until our destination. Everyone rest and prepare. Lin Weiner glanced at the estimated arrival time at Modu City and spoke again. The reason the oceanic beasts had begun to invade land was undoubtedly because their numbers had grown so vast that even the entire ocean could no longer sustain them. Thus, they sought to conquer land. Currently, humanity had no means to eradicate all the beasts within the ocean. All they could do was reduce their numbers as much as possible. This time, with Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu in their ranks, the team's overall strength had been significantly bolstered. For hours passed in the blink of an eye. By then, Lin Yu and his team had arrived above Modu City. Gazing out, they saw colossal oceanic beasts still charging toward the city, while numerous mecha pilots fought valiantly on the front lines. If the coastal regions fell to the oceanic beasts, the consequences would be unimaginable. Let the battle begin. As the jet's hatch opened, everyone leaped out. High in the sky, they summoned their mechas. As the mechas materialized, they transformed into streaks of light and entered their cockpits. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and Earth / activated. Black Hole Devour activated. Blazing Sun Thunder activated. Lin Yu, piloting the Pangu mecha and wielding the heaven-opening axe, unleashed mecha skills without pause. Congratulations. You have slain a level 48 oceanic beast. Congratulations. You have slain a level 52 oceanic beast. Congratulations. You have slain a level 50 oceanic beast. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yu accelerated his assault. This sight left other mecha pilots utterly astounded. It was unbelievably brutal. Most of the oceanic beasts were instantly obliterated by the explosive power of Lin Yu's mecha skills. Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling also swiftly dispatched beasts, their unleashed power equally terrifying as they handled these creatures with ease. With their entry into the fray, the pressure on the original mecha pilots immediately eased. Excellent. Moda City can be saved. Yes, my family will survive. Finally, reinforcements with real strength have arrived. My energy is nearly depleted. 100 beasts. 200. 500. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Yu had slain 500 oceanic beasts. He had completed the task with ease. The number of beasts before them was rapidly dwindling. As if intimidated by Lin Yu and his team's terrifying power, the beasts that had been surging from the sea halted and retreated back into the depths. After a few more minutes, the last beast was eliminated. At that moment, the outskirts of Moda City were littered with the corpses of countless beasts. The stench of blood permeated the air. A vast amount of beast blood flowed into the ocean, staining the waters crimson. Incredible. Indeed, these beasts, which we found so formidable, were like tofu before them, as expected of Kunlun Mecha University students. Other mecha pilots, gazing at the silhouettes of Lin Yu's team, couldn't help but marvel. They had just received a message informing them that Lin Yu and his team were reinforcements sent by Kunlun Mecha University. These oceanic beasts are clever. They know we're formidable and dare not show themselves now. Lin Yu surveyed the scene. The sea surface was eerily calm, as if nothing had happened. They had only eliminated a few thousand beasts, which was merely the tip of the iceberg. These beasts really have mutated, Mo Shitting remarked with a sigh. They had all clearly seen that every oceanic beast had a hideous and terrifying form. Some had even become grotesquely deformed. Fortunately, thanks to Lin Yu and the others' immense strength, the battle had been swift and smooth. So what do we do next? Yi Ling asked curiously. If they left now, the oceanic beasts might surge ashore again. But if they stayed, who knew how long they would have to remain here? The current plan is to descend into the sea and further reduce the number of marine behemoths. Lin Weiner said slowly. Since these sea monsters dared not charge ashore, they had no choice but to enter the water. Once their numbers were thinned enough, a period of relative peace might follow. I've never tried underwater combat before. Lin Yu chuckled. Not just him, but Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had never piloted mechs underwater either. Actually, fighting in the sea feels just like being in a gravity chamber. Xiao Yu explained, the deeper you go, the greater the pressure. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others nodded. I understand. Lin Yu grew confident. Sis, when do we start? I'm ready. Having trained extensively in the gravity chamber, he had made significant progress. He was confident he could complete the mission and reduce the monster numbers. No rush. Let's first go to the Magic City's Mech Command Center to assess the situation. Lin Weiner replied. Afterward, everyone recalled their mechs and headed into Magic City. Led by a mech pilot, they quickly entered a command room where the city's top mech pilots had gathered. Welcome, welcome. Kai Kuan, the mayor of Magic City. A middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle greeted them warmly. The others looked at Lin Yu and his companions with gratitude in their eyes. The outbreak of sea monsters had been sudden on a scale rivaling major beast tides. All capable mech pilots in Magic City had fought back, resisting for days. Yet in just that short time, many had fallen. Today's wave of sea monsters was several times larger than before. Fortunately, Lin Yu and his team arrived in time like war gods, descending easily, dispatching those beasts. This gave them hope. They were grateful for a powerful nation. In just these few days, several small coastal countries had already been overrun. On the western continent, several coastal cities had been destroyed by monsters. Humanity's living space was being squeezed inch by inch. If this continued, humanity might vanish from the world entirely. Mayor Kai, you must have surveyed the area. Please share the sea exploration data with us. Lin Weiner said directly. Of course. Mayor Kai Kuan signaled, and a man beside him tapped a few keys on the keyboard. A 3D projection appeared before them, clearly showing the sea outside Magic City in detail. Even the seabed terrain was mapped out perfectly, proving that human technology was still quite advanced. According to their survey, the seabed was now teeming with monsters. This submarine valley has the highest concentration. I suspect a Beast King resides there. In just a dozen seconds, Lin Weiner used her experience to make a judgment. Typically, beast tides were commanded by a Beast King. Thus, Lin Weiner believed a Beast King lurked in that valley. A Beast King was not only high-level, but also extremely cunning. I sent several probes into that area, but they were all destroyed before reaching it. So we have no clear information about that valley. Mayor Kai Cohen shook his head with a sigh. He knew that if a Beast King truly existed there, reducing the number of ordinary monsters would be futile. The Beast King had to be eliminated to significantly reduce the crisis. I understand, Lin Wainer nodded. Please prepare a restroom for us. Of course. Mayor Kai Cohen personally led the way. Once they entered a large lounge, Lin Wainer told everyone to rest. After drinking some water and resting briefly, Lin Yu looked at Lin Wainer. Sis, what's your plan? Xiao Yu and I will head to the submarine valley. If there's a Beast King, we must eliminate it. Lin Wainer said calmly. Currently she and Xiao Yu were the strongest with mech levels at 80. They were indeed the most suitable. Lin Yu mo shitting, Yi Ling, the three of you will eliminate the monsters in the shallower waters. At that moment Lin Wainer acted as commander. But just the two of you going is too dangerous. Lin Yu worried. Don't worry. Your sister and I haven't even shown our true power yet. Xiao Yu smiled slightly. If even we can't handle it, you going would be suicide. Besides, Wainer and I have escape methods. Do you? So little brother Lin, just be obedient. Indeed, if they all went and the Beast King was terrifyingly strong, they might not be able to escape and would only become a burden. I understand. Sis and senior sister, please be careful. Lin Yu urged. Xiao Yu felt moved. This was what it felt like to be cared for. It was nice. They rested for another half hour. Everyone's spiritual energy had fully recovered. After leaving the city, they summoned their mechs. Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu flew toward the coordinates of the submarine valley. Watching their mechs grow smaller and vanish into the distance, Lin Yu sighed. I still need to become stronger. All right, let's begin too. Lin Yu then looked at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Stay safe. Their task was to eliminate the monsters in the coastal waters. During the rest, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu had given them tips on underwater combat. One crucial point. They had to strictly manage their spiritual energy. Once it was nearly depleted, they must leave the seabed immediately. Otherwise, without spiritual energy, the mech would cease to function and dissipate. The pilot's body would be instantly crushed by the immense pressure. It was extremely dangerous. Even in coastal waters, the seabed was over 1,000 meters deep. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded. Then the three of them began piloting their mechs, descending into the sea. Soon the three giant mechs fully entered the ocean and began their descent. It didn't take long to reach the seabed. At a depth of 1,000 meters, the pressure was imperceptible to Lin Yu and the others given their extensive training in gravity chambers. Their presence immediately alarmed the seabed monsters. Battle erupted. The monsters charged at Lin Yu and his team as if trying to tear their mechs apart. Boom, boom, boom. The might of the battle caused the entire seabed to tremble. In just a few minutes, Lin Yu alone had slain over 100 marine behemoths. Most of these marine behemoths were around level 50. Even in the depths of the seabed, Lin Yu and his companions dispatched them with ease. Lin Yu, in particular, piloting the Pangu mech, would cleave down with his axe, each strike a fatal blow. Only an occasional beast could withstand the first strike. Meanwhile, Lin Yu observed Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. They too fought with effortless grace. Even though Yi Ling's mech specialized in aerial combat, it still unleashed formidable power in the seabed. This was after all a matter of level suppression. Yi Ling's mech was at level 60. Against these level 50 marine behemoths, it was a relatively simple task. I wonder how the sisters are doing. Are they faring well? Lin Yu muttered, bringing his axe down to sever a marine behemoth's head. An hour passed before they knew it. Through the relentless efforts of Lin Yu and his two companions, they finally annihilated all the marine behemoths in the area. How are you two? Lin Yu asked quickly. My spiritual energy is running low, Mo Shitting replied. Class monitor, mine is nearly depleted too, Yi Ling's voice chimed in. Head to the shore and restore your spiritual energy. Lin Yu commanded promptly. I still have plenty left, I can continue thinning out the marine behemoths. With his divine mech body, as long as he remained in combat, he could recover a certain amount of spiritual energy every second. In a sense, Lin Yu now possessed near-infinite spiritual energy. Class monitor, stay safe and don't take too many risks, Mo Shitting cautioned. Then she and Yi Ling piloted their mechs upward. A minute later, Yi Ling's voice came through. Class monitor, we've reached the shore. Got it, Lin Yu replied. With them safely ashore, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Since there's no one else around, I can summon my Nuwa mech. Lin Yu smiled to himself. The next second, a colossal mech materialized beside the Pangu mech. Lin Yu transformed into a beam of light shooting out of the Pangu mech and entering the Nuwa mech. Such a different kind of immense power. Inside the Nuwa mech, Lin Yu could clearly feel its strength. He was filled with awe. Suddenly, a system notification sounded announcing the awakening of a new skill, auto combat. Activating auto combat mode allowed his mech to operate without a pilot. However, it would cost 1,000 spiritual energy points to enable one mech's auto combat. This thrilled Lin Yu. Excellent. He nodded, imagining the day when all 7 of his mechs would be summoned. How spectacular that would be. But the cost was steep, a full 1,000,000 points. If he awakened all his mechs and set all 7 to auto-combat, he would need 7,000 spiritual energy points. However, with his divine mech body possessing 7,000 spiritual energy points in the future was well within reach. Let's give it a try. Enable auto-combat mode for the Pangu mech. Instantly, 1,000 spiritual energy points were consumed from Lin Yu's reserves. The next moment he saw a flash of light in the Pangu mech's eyes as if it had gained a life of its own. The system announced that the Pangu mech's auto-combat mode was now active, noting that the duration would increase as his pilot level rose. The system's voice continued, granting Lin Yu further understanding. Let's go. He piloted the Nuwa mech, charging forward swiftly. In the seabed, the Nuwa mech's mobility was superior. Piloting it, Lin Yu felt an extraordinary comfort. Different mechs offered distinct piloting experiences. The Pangu mech followed automatically. They advanced rapidly through the seabed, covering the distance in just a few minutes. Soon they encountered another dense, countless swarm of marine behemoths. Go, my Pangu mech. At Lin Yu's command, the Pangu mech, wielding its heaven-opening axe, charged forward. With each swing of the axe, the heaven and earth cleave technique was unleashed, splitting the seabed and creating abyssal cracks. Lin Yu swallowed hard, watching as the auto-combat Pangu mech seemed even more brutal and terrifying than when he piloted it himself. It executed a relentless chain of mech skills like a god of slaughter, unstoppable. It was as if the true spirit of Pangu had possessed the machine. With a single cleave, a massive marine behemoth was split in two. Thinking about it now, spending 1,000 spiritual energy points was totally worth it, Lin Yu affirmed with a nod. He then joined the fray with the Nuwa mech. Most of the Nuwa mech's awakened skills were long-range attacks. With the Pangu mech acting as a tank at the front, Lin Yu focused on dealing maximum damage from the rear. The two divine mechs engaged in fierce combat, shaking the entire seabed. One after another, marine behemoths were swiftly slain. The sheer thrill of instant kills was exhilarating. 10 minutes flew by. As the system announced the end of the Pangu mech's auto-combat, it dissolved into light and returned to the mech space within Lin Yu. In that brief 10-minute span, the Pangu mech's auto-combat had eliminated over 700 behemoths. The efficiency was commendable. If the mech's level were higher, the count could have been even greater. Now only his Nuwa mech remained in the seabed. A vast horde of marine behemoths still surrounded him, all charging toward Lin Yu. Yet he felt no fear. The Nuwa mech possessed a divine-grade skill space shuttle. In the face of danger, he could use it to escape instantly. In other words, Lin Yu now had a reliable means of retreat. Several hours passed swiftly. Relying on the vast spiritual energy within his body, Lin Yu continuously unleashed the skills of the Nuwa mech. The colossal beasts before him were effortlessly slain one after another. For a moment, Lin Yu couldn't even recall how many marine giants he had killed. But one thing was certain, there must have been tens of thousands at least. Yet at this moment, the sea of marine behemoths before him remained dense, as if they could never be fully eradicated. Still, their numbers had been noticeably thinned. It seemed that in the short term, these marine giants would no longer charge onto the land. Rumbling. In that instant, the colossal beasts encircled Lin Yu layer upon layer. I'm done playing with you, Lin Yu said with a crooked grin. Spatial shift activated in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu and the Nuwa mech vanished from the seabed. With a whoosh, a rift tore open in the sky. Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mech as it burst forth from within. The massive Nuwa mech hovered suspended in the air. So this is what it feels like to pilot a mech and fly through the sky. Lin Yu nodded, overjoyed. He had always yearned to experience this. Lin Yu then indulged in the sensation once more. The flight speed of the Nuwa mech was astonishing, almost akin to teleportation. My spiritual energy is now down to just over 20,000. After thoroughly enjoying the flight, Lin Yu checked his reserves again. The most pressing matter was to restore his spiritual energy. Without delay, Lin Yu summoned the Pangu mech once more. The next second, Lin Yu entered the Pangu mech and recalled the Nuwa mech to its storage space. For now, he couldn't let anyone discover he possessed a second divine-grade mech. After all, he didn't yet have absolute power. Fortunately, the Pangu mech also had flight capabilities, though not as fast as the Nuwa mech. He began flying toward Moda's city. In just over 10 minutes, land came into view. He accelerated and continued onward. He successfully returned to land. Soon, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling located Lin Yu in their mechs. Class monitor, we finally found you. You had us worried sick, Yi Ling quickly said. After returning to shore, they had immediately begun restoring their spiritual energy. It took about an hour to fully recover. Seeing that Lin Yu hadn't emerged yet, they swiftly summoned their mechs and dove back into the sea. But they found no trace of Lin Yu. Anxiety crept in. Fortunately, now that they saw Lin Yu safe and sound, they breathed a deep sigh of relief. Have my sisters returned? Lin Yu asked softly. Not yet, Mo Shitting replied. Moda's city had also dispatched drones for reconnaissance. The sea surface was calm, seemingly normal. But the equipment sent to probe the seabed was destroyed by giant beasts before it could even dive 100 meters. Thus, the situation in that underwater valley remained unknown. Several hours had passed now. There was still no news of them. A vague sense suggested they had encountered some trouble. I understand. They'll restore my spiritual energy first. Lin Yu replied. After recalling the Pangu mech, he landed on the ground. He quickly sat cross-legged and activated the stellar cultivation method. Endless energy from the surrounding world surged into Lin Yu's body. His depleted spiritual energy rapidly recovered. He needed to replenish his energy quickly and then go support his sisters. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling stood guard silently, ready to pilot their mechs to protect Lin Yu at the first sign of danger. As time passed, thankfully his mech god constitution proved formidable. In less than an hour his spiritual energy was fully restored. Pangu mech summoned Lin Yu, summoned the mech once more and entered it. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, I'm going to support my sisters. Lin Yu said quickly. You don't have to come. Class monitor, let's go together. There's strength in numbers. Mo Shitting proposed. Exactly. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. All right, you can provide backup from outside. Lin Yu agreed after a few seconds of thought. With the decision made, 3 mechs rose swiftly and flew toward the coordinates of the underwater valley. The underwater valley was about several dozen kilometers away in a straight line. Lin Yu and the others flew at considerable speed. In just half an hour they arrived above the coordinates. A drone from Moda City was hovering there, serving as a reconnaissance probe. Meanwhile, in Moda City's command center, they could see the footage transmitted by the drone. In the feed, Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mech and plunged directly into the sea. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling waited outside to provide backup. As soon as he entered the sea, Lin Yu felt waves of energy impacts compelling him to accelerate. As he descended further, he soon spotted the underwater valley. Inside, his sister Lin Wainer and senior student Xiao Yu were locked in fierce combat with giant beasts in their mechs. The valley was surrounded by a massive army of behemoths. Their numbers were terrifyingly immense. If all these marine giants surged onto the mainland, humanity would surely struggle to resist. Sis Senior Xiao, I'm here to help. Lin Yu quickly entered the valley and joined the battle. The beasts inside were far more formidable. Most were level 60 giants. Lin Yu, you shouldn't have come. Lin Wainer sighed. But what was done was done. There was no use saying more now. Lin Yu, this underwater valley has a special seal. We can't leave. Xiao Yu swiftly explained. What happened? Lin Yu asked while fighting. It was just a valley. Logically, as 2 8-star mech pilots, they should have been able to disengage and leave with ease. There was indeed a level 70 beast king here. Wainer and I joined forces to kill it. But in its dying moments, it seemed to activate some mechanism sealing the entire valley's space. Enterable, but not exitable. These marine giants have gone berserk, flooding in endlessly. Xiao Yu explained briefly. This allowed Lin Yu to quickly grasp the whole situation. Fortunately, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu were strong enough to have held out until now. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation, a spatial blockade preventing escape. And all this deep beneath the sea. Once their spiritual energy was depleted, they would surely meet their doom. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, can you hear me? Lin Yu urgently called out, thinking to have them send a distress signal immediately. They can't hear you. This spatial seal renders all communication useless, Xiao Yu reminded. Senior, has your divine eye discerned anything? Lin Yu asked again, though the question was superfluous. Xiao Yu had likely already activated her divine eye, or if she had found anything, she would not still be here. My divine eye can only see the entire underwater valley encased in a circular barrier, Xiao Yu replied. The seal is incredibly sturdy. Even with Wainer and me attacking at full force, it remains intact. This was undoubtedly a super crisis. So is there any way? Lin Yu nodded. No way. We can only endure as long as possible. Lin Wainer said calmly, emphasizing the need for composure in such times. Panic would only hasten their doom. Heaven and Earth /activated. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Black Hole Devour activated. Lin Yu, controlling the Pangu mech, unleashed its skills in a violent assault. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous roars echoed as giant beasts were annihilated, easing the pressure on Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu. But this could not continue. Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu's spiritual energy was limited. After holding out for so long, it was nearly depleted. What can be done? Lin Yu's mind raced. Then suddenly a thought struck him. Could this space trap him? With that in mind, Lin Yu swiftly piloted the Pangu mech upward to test it. The mech ascended rapidly, reaching the top of the valley in seconds and continuing upward for about 500 to 600 meters without any hindrance. Senior, can you hear me? Lin Yu called out, but received no reply from Xiao Yu. This meant he had left the valley's spatial seal range. It couldn't trap him. He then piloted the mech back down into the valley. This spatial seal can't hold me. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. I can get you out of here. Impressive, this divine mech. Xiao Yu marveled, having activated her divine eye as Lin Yu charged upward. She could clearly see his mech effortlessly piercing the barrier. But how will you bring us out? Lin Weiner shook her head, acknowledging the difficulty. Don't worry, I have an idea to try, Lin Yu said with a confident smile. He would have to reveal his second divine mech to his sister and senior. Come forth, Nuwa Mech. Nuwa Mech summoned. In the next instant, the Nuwa Mech materialized beside the Pangu mech, leaving Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu utterly astonished. Another divine mech. Xiao Yu exclaimed in disbelief. Lin, little brother, you're incredible. This was unheard of. Throughout history, a mech pilot could only awaken one mech. She had never heard of anyone possessing two. Lin Yu summoning a second mech was shocking enough, but the fact that it was also a divine mech was beyond staggering. Could it be the legendary Mech God Constitution? Yi Weiner murmured, recalling an ancient mural from a secret realm. She had thought it was merely a legend, yet it was real, and its owner was her own brother. Weiner, what is the Mech God Constitution? Xiao Yu asked curiously. I don't know the details, but it allows one to awaken 7 mechs, Yi Weiner replied. 7. Xiao Yu was stunned again. Lin, little brother, you're extraordinary. The world's top mech prodigy without equal, she praised. Xiao Yu had a premonition that all of Lin Yu's future mechs might be divine. When all 7 were summoned at once, the scene would be explosively magnificent. She could already imagine Lin Yu showing off, saying, I have 7 such divine mechs. After summoning the Nuwa Mech, Lin Yu quickly transferred from the Pangu mech into it, then recalled the Pangu mech. Space shuttle activated. Perfect. This divine tier skill could be used. Sis Senior, come here and hold my hands. Will teleport us through space. Lin Yu said hastily. Understood. Coming. Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu piloted their mechs to the Nuwa Mech side. As the 3 mechs joined hands, they vanished from their spot in an instant. In the sky above, a massive spatial rift appeared, and the 3 mechs burst forth. We survived, Xiao Yu sighed with relief. Then she carefully examined Lin Yu's Nuwa Mech. This mech is so cool. It seems to have an absolute advantage in aerial combat, she judged. Her own mech specialized in air battles, but she knew it was inferior compared to the Nuwa Mech. It's decent, Lin Yu replied modestly. He then summoned the Pangu mech again and returned the Nuwa Mech to its space. Sis Senior, shall please keep my Mech God Constitution a secret, Lin Yu earnestly requested. Of course, Lin Weiner nodded. Understood. Xiao Yu agreed. They were all aware of the stakes. Not only could mechs be seized through special means, but even a pilot's body could be taken over. If news of the Mech God Constitution leaked, those with such abilities would target Lin Yu. Without the power to protect himself, Lin Yu could not afford to reveal it yet. Otherwise, even staying at Kunlun Mech University might not be safe. We should celebrate properly when we return. With the Sea region's Beast King eliminated, there should be a brief period of peace, Xiao Yu continued. Lin, little brother, am so grateful for saving my life that this humble maiden can only offer herself to you. Lin Yu. He felt like he might be the one losing out. All right, let's leave this place first, Lin Weiner reminded. They then regrouped with Mo Shitting and Yi Ling, and the group piloted their mechs swiftly back to Moda City. Lin Yu felt fortunate this time. Without the Nuwa Mech, he might have watched helplessly as his sister and Xiao Yu perished before his eyes. Indeed, there was a Beast King within that underwater valley, and we have already vanquished it. It is expected that the coming period will be much more peaceful, but the number of sea beasts remains immense. Therefore, the Mecha pilots of Moda City must still strive to improve. Returning to the Mecha command room of Modu City, Lin Weiner gazed at Mayor Kai Kuan and spoke calmly. Upon hearing that the Beast King had been eliminated, the others could not help but breathe a collective sigh of relief. Thank you. For helping Moda City resolve this crisis, I extend my gratitude on behalf of all the citizens of Moda City. The next moment, Mayor Kai Kuan bowed to Lin Yu and the others in thanks. He seemed to be a good mayor after all. Well, how are the other coastal cities faring? Lin Weiner inquired. If there were other cities where people were still in danger, they would have to rush there to provide support immediately. Once a city is occupied by giant beasts, it would be an extremely dire piece of news. We have received accurate information. For now, all coastal cities have basically stabilized thanks to the timely support of the Mecha powerhouses. Mayor Kai Kuan quickly replied. However, everyone understood that this was only a temporary peace. At some point in the future, those ocean giants would still surge ashore. Humanity's urgent priority must be to rapidly enhance its overall strength. That's good to hear. Lin Weiner nodded. With that settled, they could return directly to Kunlun Mecha University. Sis, why don't we stay in Moda City for a day or two? Modu City has several dungeons. Since we're already here, let's clear them before heading back. After exiting the command room, Lin Yu proposed. Nowadays, dungeons and secret realms have mutated. Particularly for dungeons, the rewards obtained from a first-time solo clear have become much more generous. All right, Lin Weiner nodded. The highest level dungeon in Moda City is only level 40. The 3 of you can go as a team. Since they were staying for a day or two, Lin Yu planned to go to the seabed again to reduce the number of ocean giants. By the way, can we find something to eat first? Xiao Yu raised her hand. After battling for hours in that underwater valley, she was now ravenously hungry. Modu City was vast. The entire city exuded a cyberpunk aesthetic. The towering skyscrapers all appeared magnificent. With the crisis temporarily resolved, the city quickly resumed its normal operations. Lin Yu and his companions wandered around for a while before finally finding a restaurant that was open. Upon entering, they ordered a large number of dishes. It was more than enough for them. As time passed, the streets grew busier, the restaurant filled with more patrons, and the kitchen became increasingly hectic. Looking around, everyone was chatting and laughing as if the crisis had never occurred. That guy is so lucky, surrounded by 4 stunning beauties. He's handsome, so he deserves it. So envious, so envious. Judging by their attire, they seem to be mecha pilots. As the restaurant filled with more guests, many eyes turned toward Lin Yu and his group. Especially some young men. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Xiao Yu and the other 2 girls couldn't hide the greed, desire, and lascivious thoughts flickering in their eyes. Not long after all the ordered dishes were served, Lin Yu and the others began to eat. Though the taste couldn't match that of Kunlun Mecha University's cafeteria, it was still quite delicious. After eating their fill and settling the bill, Lin Yu and his companions walked out of the restaurant. You 2 go ahead to the dungeon, Lin Yu said with a smile. Xiao Yu and I will go reduce the number of giant beasts some more. Sis, be careful, Lin Yu replied. Then, watching Lin Yu and Xiao Yu's figures disappear, he turned to Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Let's start clearing the dungeons here too. Through online research, they quickly learned that Moda City had a total of 5 dungeons. 1 beginner dungeon, 2 level 20 dungeons, 1 level 30 dungeon, 1 level 10 dungeon. In less than 2 hours, Lin Yu and his team easily cleared all 5 dungeons. Since they were low-level dungeons, the rewards were of little value to them. Had they only been 2-star or 3-star mecha pilots, those rewards would have been truly excellent. The best reward Lin Yu obtained was from the level 40 dungeon, a high-level mecha skill. That was somewhat useful. As for the rewards from the level 30 and level 20 dungeons, they were not as good. Clearing the beginner dungeon yielded a single level 10 spirit energy. It seems we need to clear high-level dungeons. Lin Yu sighed. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Yu shot to his feet, staring in a certain direction, his expression turning grave. Class monitor, what's wrong? Yi Ling quickly asked. Mo Shitting followed Lin Yu's gaze, but saw nothing suspicious. Ever since we came out of the dungeon, I felt like him being watched by some gaze. Especially just now, the feeling was strongest. Lin Yu said slowly. Could it be because you're too tired? Yi Ling murmured softly. They hadn't had a proper rest since arriving in Moda City. I have a feeling we're being targeted. Lin Yu nodded, his expression serious. We need to be more cautious, Mo Shitting reminded. Let's find a hotel first. It's almost dark. Lin Yu quickly continued. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a luxurious hotel. The young man at the front desk, seeing Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling booking a single room, felt a surge of envy. Impressive. Truly impressive. He managed to bring 2 at once. Being able to spend the night together with these 2 stunning beauties must be the ultimate bliss in life. The young man wore an expression of understanding, his eyes even showing a hint of admiration and worship. This left Lin Yu mildly speechless. This guy had definitely misunderstood. But Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to explain. After checking in, he led Mo Shitting and Yi Ling into the nearby elevator. The hotel room was on the 28th floor. The elevator was quite fast. Soon they reached the 28th floor. Entering the room, they were greeted by a very large bed, spacious enough for several people to indulge in passionate activities. After closing the door, Lin Yu cautioned, stay alert tonight. Okay, Yi Ling replied sweetly. They didn't need to sleep. They could substitute it with cultivation. Renting the room was merely to have a sheltered place. Lin Yu lay on the bed browsing the internet. Most of the news online was about the coastal cities. Currently, all coastal cities of the Dragon Xia Kingdom had been safely defended. However, many mecha pilots had perished in this defensive battle. Worldwide, only the Dragon Xia Kingdom had suffered the least losses. In just a few days, 2 small nations had been annihilated by the giant beasts. At that moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling sat cross-legged beside Lin Yu, entering a state of cultivation. In the dead of night, Lin Yu abruptly snapped his eyes open as he lay in bed. At the same moment, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling ceased their cultivation. At this instant, they all sensed an aura. Don't tip him off yet, Lin Yu whispered, determined to see just who this mysterious figure was. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded slightly. Now it was certain that the intruder harbored malicious intentions. Before long, the entire floor-to-ceiling window in the room eerily melted away. Immediately, wisps of purple smoke flooded the chamber. Hee. This old six is truly fortunate. With you 2 young ladies, my power is bound to advance further. As the purple smoke dissipated, a lecherous, middle-aged man materialized in the room. Gazing at the supposedly unconscious Mo shitting, and Yi Ling on the bed, a sinister grin crept across his face. When his eyes fell on Lin Yu in the center, a murderous intent blazed within them. The man then drew a silenced pistol aimed at Lin Yu and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A bullet shot forth. Yet it did not land as the man intended. The projectile passed straight through Lin Yu's body. In that moment, he realized that Lin Yu and the others lying on the bed were merely holographic projections. Damn it! The man cursed. Ghost Old 6 wanted criminal of Modu City, a 5-star mech pilot. He often abducts women not just for lust, but to absorb their spiritual energy to enhance his own power. At that moment, Lin Yu and the others emerged from the bathroom, speaking calmly. Within seconds of Ghost Old 6 revealing himself, his information had been retrieved. After all, as students of Kunlun Mech University, they had the authority to look up a person's records. They just hadn't expected this Ghost Old 6 to be a wanted fugitive. He was marked as an evil mech pilot who had cultivated some vile technique. It seemed he had noticed Mo shitting and Yi Ling today and taken a fancy to them. Fortunately, Lin Yu's instincts were sharp. He had taken precautions for the night, and sure enough, Ghost Old 6 had made his move. That purple mist once inhaled would render the body immobile while keeping the mind lucid. One could only imagine the utter despair of the women Ghost Old 6 had captured before. Even if you found me out, what can you do? Ghost Old 6 sneered, but for a bunch of rookie mech pilots to have such keen instincts is quite impressive. At the time, Lin Yu and the others had just been unable to exit a novice dungeon. Coupled with the fact that Lin Yu, Mo shitting, and Yi Ling were all very young, Ghost Old 6 assumed they were merely newly awakened mech pilots. Now he was utterly arrogant and confident, as if everything was under his control. Rookies. Lin Yu chuckled. Then let me this rookie arrest you. Kid, don't worry, I won't kill you. They'll just cut off your limbs and make you watch as I have my way with them. Ghost Old 6 roared with laughter. The next second, he aimed at Lin Yu's limbs and pulled the trigger again. Bang, 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 bang. Almost instantaneously, 4 bullets were fired. Just as they were about to strike Lin Yu, a barrier of energy materialized. The bullets struck the energy barrier, their force absorbed by it before they clattered to the floor. Looks like you're rich having such defensive gear, Ghost Old 6 said darkly. Ordinary weapons were useless now. I don't just have defensive gear, I have laser weapons too. In the next moment, a laser weapon materialized in Lin Yu's hands. At the sight of the laser weapon, Ghost Old 6's expression drastically changed. The power of such a weapon was terrifying. His 5-star mech body was no match for it. Moreover, the weapon's sudden appearance meant Lin Yu possessed a spatial ring. Such a mech spatial ring was not something just anyone owned. In an instant, Ghost Old 6 turned invisible and leaped out of the window. He then entered his mech and rapidly fled the area. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yu did not give chase, for everything was going according to plan. I didn't expect Ghost Old 6 could go invisible, and his mech too. Yi Ling remarked in awe. We have our squad leader to thank this time. Mo shitting said gratefully. If not for Lin Yu, they would have surely fallen for Ghost Old 6's scheme. This Ghost Old 6 was truly like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. He hadn't made a single sound during the entire process. It was also thanks to the chaos contemplation method that Lin Yu and the others practiced, which greatly enhanced their mental and spiritual strength, allowing them to perceive him. Alright, you two, find another hotel room. They'll go deal with Ghost Old 6. As Lin Yu spoke, his Pangu mech was summoned into the sky outside, hovering in midair. Lin Yu then entered the Pangu mech and swiftly maneuvered it in pursuit. The reason he hadn't acted immediately was because they were still in the city. A fight here would cause countless casualties. He also planned to find Ghost Old 6's lair. Earlier, Lin Yu had planted numerous micro-trackers in the room. When Ghost Old 6 entered, he had stepped right onto one. Within just over 10 minutes, the map clearly showed that Ghost Old 6 had already flown out of Modu City and into a large mountain not far away. Before long, Ghost Old 6 stopped moving, presumably having reached his lair. It made sense since he frequently abducted women from Modu City. His hideout couldn't be far. Damn it, I never thought Ghost Old 6 would take a fall like this. Ghost Old 6 lamented inside his mech. At least he had been quick to flee. Oh, if that laser weapon had hit him, he'd be dead for sure. He activated a switch and a massive gate opened on the mountain face before him. Just as he was about to enter the cave, he spotted the Pangu mech in the sky. 100-meter mech. That's at least an Imperial-class mech. Ghost Old 6 was stunned. Damn it. Could it be that brat from earlier? No. He had been invisible the whole way. But now that the entrance to his lair was open, the mech pilot above had definitely spotted him. Still, he was invisible, so he probably hadn't been seen. He'd have to abandon this lair. It was a pity about the women he had captured inside. He wouldn't get to enjoy them. I never expected that this treacherous Ghost 6 would hollow out an entire mountain to use as his lair. Lin Yu smiled faintly. Ghost 6 remained invisible at this moment. Though unseen, it was clear that the tracker was moving slowly. Divine-level mecha skill Blazing Sun Thunder activated. After locking onto the tracker's coordinates, Lin Yu directly activated the skill. Boom. In an instant, terrifying bolts of thunder crashed down. It all happened too fast. Ghost 6 didn't even have time to react. Suffering such a powerful assault, both his body and mecha sustained severe damage. The stealth mode could no longer function. Ghost 6's mecha appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. It was a general-level mecha, a spider-shaped beast-type machine. Ghost 6, remember this day. It will be your judgment day, Lin Yu declared. Hearing his voice, Ghost 6 looked incredulous. It's you. He couldn't believe it. Lin Yu, a mere brat, was such a powerful mecha pilot. With such strength, why would he still go to a novice dungeon? Ghost 6 had assumed he was just a rookie pilot. Damn it. Could all of this be a conspiracy? He wondered inwardly. Please spare my life, and I'll offer you all my wealth. Ghost 6 began to beg. After suffering that blow, he had no strength left to fight. He understood clearly that Lin Yu was an opponent he couldn't defeat. Escape seemed impossible unless the other party chose to let him go. Spare your life? When those women you tormented begged for mercy, did you grant it? Lin Yu snorted coldly. If he let Ghost 6 go, he would surely continue to prey on female mecha pilots elsewhere. Humanity was already facing the threat of giant beasts. Yet there were still evil mecha pilots like Ghost 6. Accept your judgment. Divine-level skill Divine Judgment activated. A terrifying force surged from the sky. In that moment, Ghost 6 felt an overwhelming pressure crushing down. He tried to flee with his mecha, but no matter how he maneuvered, it wouldn't budge. In the sky, a colossal divine sword materialized, radiating endless holy light. No. Ghost 6 was filled with utter despair. Death approached, filling him with sheer terror. Only when facing true death did one realize how horrifying it was. He didn't want to die. Boom. The divine sword descended. Ghost 6 and his mecha were instantly reduced to ashes. Divine Judgment ended. Target eliminated. Phew. Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. The feeling of killing a human for the first time wasn't so different from killing giant beasts. At the same time, he marveled at the power of Divine Judgment. It was immense. When the skill was activated, for a fleeting moment, Lin Yu felt as if he were a deity. That feeling of invincibility was truly exhilarating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before long, several mechas swiftly arrived at the scene. Lin Yu's massive attack had caused such a commotion that the people in Modu City naturally noticed. What happened? Mayor Kai Kuan, piloting his own mecha, quickly flew to Lin Yu's side and inquired. I just dealt with Ghost 6. That cave is his lair, and there are still people trapped inside. Lin Yu said briefly. This brought joy to Kai Kuan and the other mecha pilots. Ghost 6 had finally been dealt with. They had issued many wanted notices before, but Ghost 6 was always cunning, coming and going without a trace, causing them endless headaches. Now that Ghost 6 was dead, Lin Yu had certainly done a great service to the people. You few go rescue them. Mayor Kai Kuan quickly arranged. Then he turned to Lin Yu. Thank you for this. He had witnessed the terrifying attack with his own eyes. His heart was filled with awe. Were students from Kunlun Mecha University all this formidable now? It's nothing, just a small favor. Lin Yu replied softly. In truth, Ghost 6's greatest mistake was targeting Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. Otherwise, none of this would have happened. Lin Yu and the others wouldn't have even known of Ghost 6's existence. All right, Mayor Kai, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading back now. Lin Yu continued. Good, don't worry. I'll handle everything here. Mayor Kai Kuan nodded in agreement. Lin Yu then piloted the Pangu mecha and swiftly returned to Moda City. It didn't take long before he was hovering above the hotel. After landing smoothly, Lin Yu recalled the Pangu mecha. He soon entered a new room. Class President, you're back. Seeing Lin Yu return, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling looked like two devoted wives awaiting their husband's homecoming. Lin Yu nodded and lay down on the bed. I'm a bit tired. I'll sleep now. You two do what you need to. The skill Divine Judgment consumed not only a massive amount of spirit energy, but also his mental strength. He felt somewhat fatigued. After lying down, within just over 10 seconds, Lin Yu drifted into sleep. Mo Shitting took a tissue and carefully wiped the sweat from his face. This scene truly resembled a devoted wife. Say, Mo, have you really fallen for our class president? Yi Ling smiled. He's so outstanding. Don't you like him? Mo Shitting didn't deny it, but instead countered with a question. This left Yi Ling momentarily stunned, but she quickly nodded. Of course I like him, but it seems the class president has his eyes on senior sister. All right, let's focus on cultivation. After wiping Lin Yu's face, Mo Shitting sat cross-legged beside him and entered a meditative state. Yi Ling sighed and followed suit. Indeed, staying close to the class president made cultivation feel much better. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Yu slowly woke up. After a full night's rest, Lin Yu felt refreshed and full of energy. especially when he opened his eyes to see two beautiful women first thing. That was a kind of enjoyment. Class President, you're awake. Yiling opened her beautiful eyes and smiled sweetly. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. The sun had risen outside, bathing the earth in light, like rays of hope. Brother Lin, we've arrived. Come down quickly. Soon Xiaoyu called. Okay. After replying, Lin Yu looked at Imo Shitting and Yi Ling. Let's go. Time to set off. All the dungeons in Moda City had been cleared, so there was no need to stay any longer. Returning to Kunlun Mecha University would make cultivation more convenient. After leaving the hotel, they saw Lin Weiner and Xiaoyu waving not far away. Lin Yu and the others quickly walked over. Sister Senior, Lin Yu said with a smile. Not bad, my little Lin, taking down a wanted criminal single-handedly. You've made a name for yourself in Moda City now. Xiaoyu gently rubbed Lin Yu's cheeks with both hands. I was just lucky, Lin Yu said modestly. All right, how did your dungeon runs go? Lin Weiner inquired. Senior Lin, we've all cleared them. Yiling nodded repeatedly. Good, then let's head back to school. Lin Weiner summoned the gilded warplane. After boarding, the hatch closed, and the gilded warplane took off instantly at tremendous speed. Others could only see a streak of light across the sky. Little Lin, do you know what that barrier that trapped us in the underwater valley yesterday was? Xiaoyu sat beside Lin Yu, smiling mysteriously. What was it? Lin Yu asked curiously. Take a guess. Senior, don't tease me. How could I possibly guess? Lin Yu shook his head. Stop messing around, Lin Weiner said, watching Xiaoyu tease Lin Yu. Actually, that barrier in the underwater valley yesterday was a special divine artifact. A special divine artifact. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling were all startled. Yes, we found out through a teacher at school. This special artifact is called the Heaven and Earth Prison. Any mecha below Saint grade will be trapped inside and unable to escape. But the Heaven and Earth Prison artifact can only last for 24 hours. It dissipates once the time is up. It's essentially a one-use artifact. Xiaoyu explained in detail. This broadened Lin Yu and the others' horizons, definitely enriching their experience and knowledge. That Beast King is so clever knowing to use an artifact like that. Lin Yu nodded in slight surprise. Deploying this artifact at the bottom of the sea. Combined with the influx of countless giant beasts, the Beast King was clearly trying to wear down Lin Weiner and Xiaoyu. With the endless horde of giant beasts in the sea, Lin Weiner and the others would never have lasted 24 hours. The higher the level of the giant beast, the more intelligent it is, especially Beast Kings whose wisdom can even surpass humans, Lin Weiner earnestly cautioned. So when you encounter such powerful giant beasts in the future, you must be careful and never let your guard down. Understood, Lin Yu and the others replied. This experience had helped them all grow significantly. Even Lin Weiner and Xiaoyu thought about training harder upon returning to break through to the next Mecha Master realm. Humans were growing stronger, and so were the giant beasts. After several hours, the warplane successfully returned to Kunlun Mecha University, landing on Lin Yu's floating island. After returning, everyone quickly entered a state of cultivation, naturally staying by Lin Yu's side. Lin Yu sat on the sofa and began browsing information online. This marine giant beast incursion onto land had caused severe losses worldwide. Fortunately, humanity remained largely united. Through everyone's efforts, this ocean beast tide was temporarily quelled. Next, a brief period of peace was expected. During this time, human mecha masters must enhance their strength as quickly as possible. The more Lin Yu learned, the heavier he felt his responsibility. Perhaps his divine mech body was humanity's final true hope. Time passed bit by bit. Unknowingly, a month flew by. That day, good news came from Lin Yu's family. Great, my little sister actually awakened a Saint grade mecha, Lin Yu said excitedly. Yes, no need to worry anymore, Lin Weiner sighed softly. It's a pity she chose Pangu Mecha University, Lin Yu shook his head. If Lin Jiaojiao had chosen Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu could have personally helped upgrade her mecha. That's fine, Pangu Mecha University is as prestigious as Kunlun, Lin Weiner said calmly. And she was personally taken as the sole disciple by the vice principal of Pangu Mecha University, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Yu nodded. But your whole family is pretty impressive. Xiaoyu couldn't help but admire. Your sister's mecha can level up, you have a divine grade mecha, and your little sister awakened a saint grade mecha. Your family is even more remarkable than those ancient mecha clans. The most amazing are your parents for giving birth to 3 prodigies like you. Xiaoyu wasn't exaggerating. Even among mecha clans, it was rare for members to awaken mechas above royal grade. If only mom and dad could become mecha masters too, Lin Yu sighed again. His parents were still ordinary people unable to protect themselves in the face of danger. Fortunately, before this, they had obtained 2 ginseng fruits that extended lifespan, which his parents had already consumed. Legend has it there are treasures that can defy fate and change one's destiny. Don't worry too much, maybe you'll find them in dungeons and secret realms later, Xiaoyu comforted. Hearing her words, Lin Yu regained some confidence. as long as he raised his own level and strength and conquered higher-level dungeons and secret realms, there might truly be hope of finding treasures that could defy fate and turn his parents into mecha masters. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt he couldn't rely solely on his divine mech body. Cultivation, Lin Yu said seriously. Then he sat cross-legged. He activated the stellar grade cultivation method and immediately entered a state of cultivation. Through his active practice, within just 1 minute, he could clearly feel his cultivation speed increasing significantly. At that moment, the four beauties sitting beside Lin Yu also clearly sensed that their own cultivation had become faster as well. Thus, Lin Yu actively cultivated for over a month. When a new day dawned, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and silently thought, "Open personal panel. Name Lin Yu, race, human, divine mech body, activated Mecha Master level 6, star Mecha Master. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 236584 Mechas, Pangu Mecha LV. 60 Nuwa Mecha LV. 60. I've worked hard cultivating for over a month. It is indeed faster than before, but still not enough." Lin Yu shook his head slightly, but he was still far from becoming a 7-star Mecha Master. His divine mech body required a spiritual energy value of 300 to reach 7-star. He was still over 600 spiritual energy points short. At this rate, it would take about 3 or 4 months, neither too long nor too short. "Sister, how is your cultivation coming along?" After waiting for a while, seeing Lin Wainer cease her training, Lin Yu softly inquired. "Just a bit more. With another 2 days of cultivation, I should be able to break through to a 9-star mech pilot," Lin Wainer replied with a smile. Originally, she would have needed much more time to break through, but ever since she started staying with Lin Yu, the pace of her cultivation had been drastically shortened. "That's wonderful." Lin Yu nodded happily. His own sister, so young, was about to become a 9-star mech pilot, truly one of the most exceptional mech prodigies in history. Shortly after, Xiao Yu also ceased her cultivation. Through some inquiries, it was clear that she too would break through to a 9-star mech pilot after a few more days of training. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were also close to breaking through to 7-star mech pilot. After all, they were not mech gods, so advancing in mech pilot rank was still relatively easy for them. Unlike Lin Yu, who had already increased his psionic energy by tens of thousands, yet remained far from the 7-star mech pilot threshold. A few days later, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu successfully broke through to 9-star mech pilot. This is a level 80 secret realm scroll. Keep it safe. Xiao Yu and I will go first to raise our mech levels to 90. Once you break through to 7-star mech pilot, come find us in this secret realm. Remember, once inside the secret realm, do not fight any giant beasts until you have found us. On that day, Lin Wainer handed 3 level 80 secret realm scrolls to Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling, speaking with earnest seriousness. After all, it was a level 80 secret realm. The beasts within were at least level 80. Once Lin Yu and the others had broken through their mech pilot ranks, she and Xiao Yu would personally train them, ensuring a rapid level up for their mechs. "I understand." Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Then Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu used the level 80 secret realm scrolls, vanishing in a flash of light before Lin Yu's eyes. "All right, let's first have a hearty meal, then continue our cultivation," Lin Yu said, looking at Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. After the meal, they returned to the room. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling quickly resumed their meditative state. Meanwhile, Lin Yu opened the online marketplace. His account currently held several hundred million. Money was but a worldly possession. He planned to spend it all on miraculous pills that could aid mech pilots in their advancement. Of course, Lin Yu had no intention of using these pills himself. He would convert them into energy points instead. This way he could break through to 7-star mech pilot much faster. Given Mo Shitting and Yi Ling's cultivation progress, they would likely break through in just a week or 2. Without resorting to this method, Lin Yu would need several months. Spirit Ascension pills. After consumption by a mech pilot, they directly enhance one's psionic energy. A mech pilot can use at most 10 Spirit Ascension pills in a lifetime. Soon a type of pill caught Lin Yu's eye. Each Spirit Ascension pill cost 5 million. The price was exorbitant. After all, these pills could not be refined by humans. They could only be obtained through dungeons or secret realms, and even then only with luck. Some mech pilots who had no use for the pills would sell them outright. "Huff, with over 400 million in funds, I can only buy 80 pills. Soon Lin Yu successfully completed the payment. In an instant, he became penniless. He had never imagined he would one day spend 400 million in a single go. The next morning, the courier delivered the package. "Class monitor, why did you buy so many Spirit Ascension pills?" Yi Ling asked in astonishment. Mo Shitting was also curious. She knew that a mech pilot could use at most 10 Spirit Ascension pills. Beyond that, they would lose their effectiveness. "I'm using them to boost my psionic energy, of course," Lin Yu nodded with a smile. "Class monitor, don't you know? After taking more than 10 pills, they have no further effect," Yi Ling reminded him. If he intended to use them, buying 10 would be sufficient. There was no need to purchase so many. If the pills worked indefinitely, humanity would have already produced countless top-tier mech pilots. I know that. Don't worry, I have a plan. Lin Yu said seriously. By the way, do you need any? I can share some with you. No, I've already taken my 10. Yiling shook her head. Thanks for the offer, class monitor. Me too, Emo shitting replied. Alright then. Next, Lin Yu immediately began the conversion. Conversion of 80 spirit ascension pills complete. Congratulations, you have gained 1,600 energy points. In an instant, the 80 pills transformed into a beam of light that surged into Lin Yu's body. Emo shitting and Yi Ling were both stunned by the sight. It was something they had never witnessed before, yet they refrained from asking too many questions. After all, everyone had their secrets. They understood that when the time was right, Lin Yu would reveal everything to them. Convert all into psionic energy. Lin Yu silently commanded. Consumed 1,600 energy points. Your psionic energy has been directly increased by 3200. Name Lin Yu, race, human mech, god physique, activated mech pilot, rank 6, star mech pilot. Energy points 0, psionic energy 26988 Mechs, Pangu mech LV. 60 Nuwa mech LV. 60. Not bad, not bad. 400 million well spent. Lin Yu thought gratefully. However, he was still just over 300 short of the 300 psionic energy mark. Mo shitting Yi Ling, could you lend me some money? They'll pay you back later, Lin Yu requested. Actually, my physique is special. I can use these pills infinitely for advancement. As for being a mech god, he would tell them when the time came. No problem. I have about 500 million on me. They'll lend it all to you, class monitor. Yi Ling agreed without a second thought. Mo shitting also nodded. I don't have as much, only about 400 million. You don't need to pay me back. Same here. No need to repay me. My money is yours to use. Yi Ling quickly added. Since they started school, their rapid progress through cultivating beside Lin Yu was a fortune no amount of money could buy. Seeing both beautiful women willing to give him all their money moved him inexplicably. After Mo shitting and Yi Ling transferred the funds to his account, Lin Yu purchased another 65 spirit ascension pills. That was because the online store only had 65 pills left in stock. He also bought other pills, spending over 500 million in one go. Your spiritual energy has broken through 300. Congratulations on becoming a 7-star mech pilot. Your mech can now accumulate experience points again, allowing it to level up. The next day, the pills purchased from the online store arrived swiftly, and Lin Yu promptly converted them. As perseverance pays off, Lin Yu successfully attained the rank of 7-star mech pilot. At the moment of breakthrough, Lin Yu felt his entire body surge with newfound strength. Name Lin Yu. Race human. Mech God Body activated. Mech pilot, rank 7-star mech pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 303684. Mechs Pangu mech, level 60 Nuwa mech, level 60. With 300 spiritual energy points, I can now enable the mech to fight autonomously for 30 minutes. Lin Yu smiled to himself. Autonomous mech combat required 100 spiritual energy points, and previously lasted only 10 minutes. With his current power, Lin Yu could sustain it for a full 30 minutes. In the future, even if he were alone, he could simply let his mech hunt giant beasts on its own while he completely relaxed. It felt like AFK grinding for experience. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Now all he had to do was wait for Mo shitting and Yi Ling to break through. After that, they could head to the level 80 dungeon to find his sister and the others. By then, their mech levels would surely skyrocket to level 70. Days passed one by one. For Lin Yu, having two beautiful companions by his side made each day enjoyable. At least he was no longer lonely or bored. They chatted and played games together, living a happy and joyful life. A few days later, Mo shitting and Yi Ling also successfully broke through to become 7-star mech pilots. Finally, we've broken through. From a 5-star mech pilot at the start of the first semester to a 7-star now. Yi Ling exclaimed excitedly. Such a cultivation speed was unmatched by few mech pilots worldwide. She then turned to Lin Yu and thanked him. My dear class monitor, all of this is thanks to your help. Without cultivating beside Lin Yu, they would never have improved so rapidly. You're too kind, we help each other out. Lin Yu waved his hand, smiling. But your help has been far greater, Mo shitting said earnestly. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Let's form a team and enter the level 80 dungeon to find my sister and the others. Lin Yu quickly spoke again. Now that they were all 7-star mech pilots, their primary task was to raise their mech levels to 70. Team formation complete. In just a few seconds, the three were grouped. Without forming a team, using the dungeon scroll would scatter them to different locations. The dungeon was vast. Once separated, finding each other in a short time was nearly impossible. Then, the three took out their level 80 dungeon scrolls. Let's begin. Lin Yu nodded. Ding, you have used the level 80 dungeon scroll. Teleportation to the dungeon commences. The next second, the three vanished in a flash of light. When they opened their eyes again, they clearly saw they had successfully entered the dungeon. This dungeon was like an entirely different world. The land was bleak, the sky a somber gray. As if hope was absent, an aura of despair permeated everywhere. Summon Pangu Mech. Upon entering, Lin Yu and the others quickly summoned their mechs. Once inside, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. Class monitor, how do we find Senior Lin and the others? Yi Ling asked, controlling her mech to soar above, surveying the surroundings. The dungeon was immense. Without a clear direction, finding Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu would be difficult. My sister gave me a communicator, but it requires a certain distance. Lin Yu nodded slowly. So it all comes down to our luck. There are no satellites or networks in the dungeon. But humans have developed communicators for use in dungeons, which function like walkie-talkies with limited range. The communicator in Lin Yu's hand had a range of about 20 kilometers. Their task now was to find the right direction. Otherwise, they might drift further away from Lin Wainer and the others. It really depends on our luck. Mo Shitting replied. Class monitor, you decide the direction, Yi Ling suggested, unsure which way to go. Let me think. Lin Yu controlled the Pangu Mech, swiftly ascending to a high altitude. The view was vast and wide. Whoosh. Just then a level 80 giant eagle swooped toward Lin Yu and Yi Ling at incredible speed. With a mere flap of its massive wings, 2 terrifying tornadoes erupted, engulfing both mechs. Mech teleport activated. Instantly, Lin Yu maneuvered his mech out of the tornado. Yi Ling, relying on her mech's agility, broke free as well. Giant Beast, Mighty Strength Eagle. Level 80. Abilities: Terrifying Strength, Lightning Flight, Tornadoes. This is the terror of level 80 beasts. Lin Yu quickly landed his mech and spoke. Their mechs were all at level 60, even if they joined forces. Defeating this level 80 Mighty Strength Eagle would come at a great cost. Move east, Lin Yu commanded. With its lightning flight ability, fighting in the air gave it an absolute advantage. This was even more unfavorable. To the east lay endless rolling mountains and dense towering trees, each hundreds of meters high. The level 80 dungeon was truly immense and awe-inspiring. With a direction set, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling sped their mechs toward it at maximum velocity. The eagle in the sky wasn't about to let them escape easily. Roar. With a screech, it launched 100-meter-long wind blades at them. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades struck the ground, unleashing thunderous explosions and leaving massive craters. A testament to their immense power. Damn, this level 80 beast is way too insane, Lin Yu complained. This eagle had far too many abilities. First the terrifying tornadoes, now sharp wind blades. And its incredible speed. Without a doubt, this ordinary level 80 Mighty Strength Eagle was a super boss for them at their current level. Although they had endured numerous attacks from the level 80 Colossal Eagle, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling's mechas boasted decent defenses, sparing them from severe injuries. Moreover, their speed was considerable. They smoothly ventured into the vast mountains. With the cover of towering trees hundreds of meters high, the Colossal Eagle in the sky lost sight of its targets entirely. The Colossal Eagle let out a reluctant roar, as if its prey had slipped away at the crucial moment, just when victory seemed certain. Anyone would be furious in such a situation, and this colossal beast was no exception. The intelligence of a level 80 beast could rival, or even surpass, that of some humans. Huff. Finally gone. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the Colossal Eagle fly away. Within this level 80 secret realm, their level 60 mechas struggled in combat. If a battle truly erupted, even victory would come at a steep cost. Should new beasts appear, they would be powerless to resist. Thus, in this level 80 secret realm, they must avoid fighting unless absolutely necessary. They needed to reunite with their sisters as soon as possible. Once their mechas advanced to level 70, their strength would multiply exponentially. Then dealing with these level 80 beasts would become far easier. Alas, the challenge is immense now, Yi Ling lamented. If a mere level 80 Colossal Eagle was this formidable, the other beasts in this realm must be equally terrifying. Yet within this sprawling forest lurked even more dreadful creatures. For now, only colossal trees filled their view with no sign of other beasts. This won't do, Mo Shitting analyzed. If we encounter a horde of level 80 beasts, escape won't be as easy as it was today. They had underestimated this level 80 secret realm. Now first-hand experience revealed its true, daunting difficulty. Enough negativity. Lin Yu smiled. With me here, I won't let harm befall you. His words stirred Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. A profound sense of security enveloped them. Meanwhile, Lin Yu thought to himself, it's time to summon the Nuwa Mecha. The Nuwa Mecha's spatial teleportation skill would enable swift movement, aiding their search for Lin Wainer and the others. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, I've kept a secret. Now is the time to tell you, Lin Yu declared earnestly. Both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling focused intently, their minds wandering to romantic tales where the male lead confessed, I've always had a secret. I like you. Could the class monitor be about to confess? Yi Ling's thoughts drifted into a whirl of speculation. I am a Mech Divine Physique, Lin Yu continued. Mech Divine Physique. Yi Ling echoed, puzzled, having never heard the term. Class monitor, what exactly is this Mech Divine Physique? Mo Shitting inquired curiously. A Mech Divine Physique is a special constitution. Simply put, it allows one to possess 7 mechas, Lin Yu explained briefly. At that moment, Lin Yu realized his elder sister must have considered the dangers of this level 80 secret realm when she allowed them to enter. Perhaps she had factored in his Nuwa Mecha's spatial teleportation, ensuring a safer and smoother reunion within the realm. Now that everything was clear, it was not too late. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were astounded by the explanation of the Mech Divine Physique. That's incredibly overpowered. A single mecha pilot wielding 7 mechas. Class monitor, what levels are your other 6 mechas? Yi Ling asked eagerly. I've only awakened 2 mechas so far, Lin Yu replied, summoning the Nuwa Mecha. The Nuwa Mecha's appearance left Mo Shitting and Yi Ling awestruck. It was magnificent and dazzling, like a mecha deity standing before them. They noticed the newly summoned mecha appeared feminine in design. This is my second mecha, the Nuwa Mecha, Lin Yu explained. It's a divine level mecha with spatial teleportation, allowing us to find my sister faster. Class monitor, you're incredible, Yi Ling praised. Possessing a single divine level mecha was already extraordinary. Their class monitor now commanded 2 divine level mechas. Perhaps future awakenings would also yield divine level ones. When all 7 divine level mechas were summoned, how magnificent and mighty would that be? With the Nuwa Mecha summoned, Lin Yu swiftly transferred from the Pangu mecha to its cockpit. Each time he piloted the Nuwa Mecha, Lin Yu felt a warm, comforting energy, as if embraced by Nuwa herself, an indescribable, blissful sensation. The Pangu mecha was recalled to its mecha space. By the way, keep my Mech Divine Physique a secret, Lin Yu instructed. No problem. Yi Ling nodded with a smile. Class monitor, our secrets are growing, aren't they? Rest assured we won't speak without your permission, Mo Shitting promised firmly. Good, let's begin now. Lin Yu grinned. Come pilot your mechas and join hands. Under Lin Yu's direction, the 3 mechas clasped hands. Divine level mecha spatial teleportation activated. With successful activation, the 3 mechas vanished instantly. This is incredible. In the blink of an eye, Yi Ling found them traversing a void. Before long, a massive spatial rift tore open in the sky of the secret realm. Lin Yu and his companions emerged from within. The communicator still isn't responding, Lin Yu shook his head. Terrifying roars echoed from below, where hundreds of level 80 beasts gathered. Dozens of flying beasts immediately ascended, launching fierce attacks. Spatial teleportation activated. In the next instant, Lin Yu and his team vanished again. The beasts stared in shock at the empty space. Over the following period, Lin Yu continuously employed spatial teleportation, searching for his sister Lin Weiner and senior Xiaoyu. Indeed, the Nuwa Mecha proved invaluable. At the 15th spatial jump, the communicator's light finally flickered on. This meant that his sister and the others were in this area. Hey sis, can you hear me? Lin Yu quickly contacted her using the communicator. After a few seconds, his sister's voice came through. I can hear you. Following the coordinates provided by Lin Weiner, Lin Yu and the others swiftly maneuvered their mechas over. 10 minutes later, they successfully rendezvoused with Lin Weiner and Xiaoyu. Sis, senior sister, are your mechas already at level 90? Lin Yu asked upon seeing them. It was evident that both mechas were far more formidable than before. 3 days ago, our mechas reached level 90. Xiaoyu said with a smile. Impressive, Lin Yu praised. Alright, since you're all 7-star mech pilots now, Xiaoyu, and I will help you level up your mechas. Lin Weiner continued. Once Lin Yu and the others' mechas reached level 70, they could stay more safely within this level 80 secret realm. Shortly after, Lin Weiner and Xiaoyu joined the team. Following his sister Lin Weiner, they pressed forward. It didn't take long. They arrived at a peculiar area. But looking around, not a single beast was in sight. How were they supposed to level up their mechas quickly? Little Lin, when your homeroom teacher took you to train in the secret realm, did you ever go to a special place where beasts kept pouring in endlessly? Xiaoyu inquired. Yes. Lin Yu nodded quickly, then realized, senior sister, is this area the same? Exactly. Xiaoyu confirmed. Some secret realms had such special locations affectionately called mech experience grounds by mech pilots. Once inside, countless beasts would emerge, allowing for swift kills and faster mecha leveling. It was because of this experience ground that Weiner and I quickly reached level 90. Xiaoyu continued. All thanks to her divine eye. Otherwise, they would never have found it. Amazing. Lin Yu, piloting the Nuwa Mech, gave a thumbs up in admiration. It's nothing special. Xiaoyu produced 3 special crystals and explained, these are mech experience crystals. Use them and you'll gain double mecha experience. Hearing this, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were stunned anew. They had never heard of such crystals before. In all of mecha history, there seemed to be no records of these mech experience crystals. Senior sister, how did you get these? Lin Yu asked, extremely curious. Through my divine eye, of course. Xiao Yu explained. It seems that after these dungeons and secret realms mutated, new treasures and opportunities began to appear. We might be the first in the world to discover these mech experience crystals. Also, each crystal only lasts for 10 minutes. Right now, we only have 3 left. After Xiao Yu's detailed explanation, Lin Yu and the others nodded slightly. Seeing your sister, your divine eye ability is truly incredible, Lin Yu said in admiration. Indeed, with Xiao Yu around, they could find many good things. Unfortunately, this divine eye could only be used twice a week. Overusing it would drain her own lifespan. Alright, use the mech experience crystals first, Lin Wainer reminded them. Once the task was done, there would be plenty of time to chat. Got it. Successfully used mech experience crystal. For the next 10 minutes, your mecha will gain double experience points. After Lin Yu Mo Shitting and Yi Ling used theirs, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu nodded to each other and piloted their mechas into the special area. As the 2 mechas appeared, level 80 beasts began surging endlessly from the ground. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 beasts emerged surrounding Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu tightly. Facing such a horde, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu showed not a trace of panic. They unleashed their full power, pushing their mecha combat capabilities to the extreme. They went all out in battle. Your teammate defeated a level 80 beast, gaining double experience, 1600. Your teammate defeated a level 80 beast, gaining double experience, 1600. Your teammate defeated a level 80 beast, gaining double experience, 1600. The system's voice echoed rapidly in Lin Yu's mind. The coordination between his sister and Xiao Yu was flawless. One by one, fierce beasts were instantly slain. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also watched their mecha experience points soar. In less than a minute, the 3 of them each gained a full level. With the mech experience crystals, the leveling process was more than halved. What a thrill! Lin Yu sighed in awe. Being carried like this felt incredible. He didn't have to do a thing. Just wait patiently, and his mecha would level up. 3 minutes later. This leveling is way too fast, Yi Ling marveled. In just 3 minutes, her mecha had reached level 65. This wasn't just because of the mech experience crystals. More importantly, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu began unleashing their ultimate moves. With powerful mecha skills, they took out dozens of beasts at once. The efficiency was astounding. If Lin Yu and the others had to kill the beasts themselves to level up, it would have taken ages. Ding dong. Congratulations, your Nuwa mech has successfully reached level 70. Since your mech pilot rank hasn't reached 8 stars, the mecha can no longer gain experience. Your Nuwa mech has automatically awakened a new divine level skill. Your Pangu mech has reached level 70 and awakened a new skill. Around the 9th minute, the system's voice rang out. Lin Yu's Nuwa mech had directly reached level 70. Thanks to his Mech God Body ability, the Pangu mech also leveled up simultaneously. Whoosh! Lin Yu took a deep breath. This efficiency was incredible. Both the Nuwa mech and the Pangu mech had awakened exceptionally powerful skills this time. In other words, Lin Yu's strength had multiplied. Meanwhile, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling's mechas also reached level 70. The skills their mechas awakened were only superior, but still very powerful. With everyone's mechas at level 70, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu quickly left the area. As they exited, the beasts in the zone receded back into the ground. Within seconds, all the beasts vanished as if nothing had ever happened. Brother Lin, how about that? In less than 10 minutes, the mecha leveled up from 60 to 70. Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. That was amazing. Lin Yu nodded and said earnestly, and we have you to thank for discovering those mecha experience crystals, senior. Without those crystals, it would certainly have taken much longer. Let's head back to the safe zone first, Lin Wainer reminded them. This was an 80-level secret realm, not an easy place to enter. The chance of obtaining an 80-level secret realm scroll had also been greatly reduced. So if they left this secret realm now, it would be a tremendous waste. Now that their mecha levels had all increased, they could thoroughly explore this secret realm, seeking new opportunities and treasures to further enhance their strength. The secret realm was vast. Since such a miraculous thing as mecha experience crystals had appeared, there were bound to be many more new treasures they had yet to discover. Shortly after, Lin Yu and the others followed Lin Wainer as they swiftly moved. Along the way, Lin Yu asked curiously, Sis, what are we going to the safe zone for? Every secret realm has a safe zone. Within this area, you can be completely at ease without worrying about giant beasts attacking. This is an 80-level secret realm. In the past, many mecha pilots would stay here for long periods, and over time a city was built within the safe zone. Lin Wainer explained calmly. The city within this secret realm was filled entirely with mecha pilots. Some had even spent most of their lives here. Some had even raised families. Children born in this secret realm had an even higher chance of becoming mecha pilots. After listening to his sister, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, what he knew and understood was still far too little. It took about half an hour. A city came into view. Reaching one of its entrances, everyone summoned their mechas back. All right, we've entered the safe zone, Lin Yu said, looking at everyone. What was astonishing about this city was that it had no walls. Outside, every city had very solid walls for protection. But on second thought, this was the safe zone of a secret realm. Giant beasts would not come. Even if they did attack, given the immense size of the beasts here, mere walls would be utterly useless. Thus, there was no need to build walls in this secret realm. They followed the main street and truly entered the city. Looking around, the city's architecture was magnificent and grand, exuding a cyberpunk atmosphere. Some buildings were even constructed in the shape of mechas. There really are so many mecha pilots here, Lin Yu exclaimed. Every pilot he saw radiated a powerful aura. It's estimated that over 10,000 mecha pilots live in this city. Xiaoyu laughed. Most of them are 7-star or 8-star pilots. The city had everything one could need. There were even brothels. Passing by, one could see many male pilots walking out with delighted expressions. Many pilots were also eagerly entering to enjoy themselves. Senior, does this city in the secret realm use money? Yiling asked curiously. No transactions here, are all barter. Lin Yu explained. When exploring the secret realm, if you're lucky, you might find some good things, but some items are useless to you. Money is of little use to high-level mecha pilots anymore. What everyone wants are things that can enhance their own strength. So in this secret realm city, everything is bartered. After hearing this, Lin Yu and the others learned a great deal more. After another 10 minutes of walking, they arrived before a massive building. Looking up, they could clearly see the emblem of Kunlun Mecha University above it. This building was constructed by Kunlun Mecha University so that its students can rest well even in this secret realm, Xiaoyu said with a smile. After all, Kunlun Mecha University was a top-tier institution. Impressive. Lin Yu nodded, letting out a sigh of admiration. Having a powerful top-tier university behind you came with so many benefits. For any other ordinary mecha university, they would probably have to sleep out in the open. Entering the building, they took the elevator to the top floor. They then entered a particularly luxurious room. Standing there, they could take in the entire cityscape at a glance. We'll rest here for a few days. Once my divine eye abilities cool down is over, we'll set out again, Xiaoyu said with a light laugh. Good. Lin Yu nodded, having no objections at all. This time with Xiaoyu here and her divine eye ability, their chances of finding opportunities and treasures would be greatly increased. Next, everyone began to rest. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu quickly entered a cultivation state, recovering their spent spiritual energy. Mo Shitting and Yiling also sat down beside Lin Yu and began to cultivate. For them, even a small increase in spiritual energy would make them stronger. Too bad there's no internet, Lin Yu lamented inwardly. In this secret realm city, only a local network had been set up and its functions were very limited. It would be wonderful if this secret realm could connect to the outside world's network. But so far, human technology had not reached that level. However, in Lin Yu's view, as long as humanity continued to grow stronger, that day might eventually come. Bored. Lin Yu quickly entered a state of cultivation. The feeling of cultivation was indescribably profound. The energy of heaven and earth was rapidly absorbed into his body, continuously gathered, compressed, and condensed. Through this series of processes, his spiritual energy value increased. And so unknowingly. 3 days passed. It felt as if time had flown by so fast. Brother Lin, wake up. When a new day dawned, Lin Yu heard Xiaoyu's gentle, pleasant voice, stopped cultivating, and slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a face of stunning beauty. Xiaoyu was very close to him. It felt as if their faces were almost touching with only a few centimeters between them. They could feel each other's breath. Looking at her cherry-like lips, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow, feeling an urge to kiss her. Once everyone was ready, they officially set off. After leaving the city, they all summoned their mechas. Entering the mechas, they swiftly maneuvered them forward, rumbling. After about an hour of travel, suddenly the weather turned dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared, and lightning flashed. Streaks of lightning appeared, unleashing deafening thunderclaps. In an instant, the entire area transformed into a domain of thunder. It was a complete scene of apocalyptic terror. Could something be about to happen? Lin Yu asked with some concern. Don't worry, this is just a normal weather change. Lin Yu replied calmly, as if already accustomed to it. High-level secret realms are just like the outside world. They have seasons, overcast skies, sunny days, storms, and thunder. No wonder it's a high-level secret realm. Lin Yu exclaimed after hearing this, letting out an involuntary sigh of admiration. This high-level secret realm truly felt like a new world. It was a pity that the safe zones within were limited, otherwise humanity could have relocated entirely into this realm. These thunderbolts are quite powerful. Be careful not to get struck, Lin Yu continued to warn. Although these lightning strikes weren't lethal, they could still cause some damage. Understood. Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yiling nodded in unison. Good, let's continue onward, Lin Yu said with a soft laugh. Wait, I found something. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. She raised her head, seemingly spotting something in the sky. But when Lin Yu and the others looked up, they could only see layers of pitch-black clouds and the dazzling flashes of lightning. Senior sister, did you use your divine eye? Lin Yu asked curiously. Yes, I can see a massive floating island above the clouds. Xiao Yu replied solemnly. It's truly strange. Such an enormous floating island suspended high in the sky without any levitation array. Her tone gradually became filled with wonder. It seems we're quite fortunate. Lin Weiner responded slowly. Now we need to decide whether to go up and explore it. Weiner, I think we should take a look, Xiao Yu quickly suggested. I agree. Lin Yu nodded. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were also more than willing. This time, right after leaving the city, they had made such a discovery. If they gave it up, they would surely regret it, no matter what they had to explore it. Moreover, with their current strength, they all possessed the ability to protect themselves. Overall, the risk was manageable, and it was worth a try. We need to hurry. The floating island above seems to have a time limit and will likely disappear after a certain period. Xiao Yu warned. Logically, if there was a floating island above the secret realm, it should have been discovered long ago. But in reality, it hadn't been. Thus, Xiao Yu made this deduction. All right, let's fly up now. Immediately, they all maneuvered their mechas and swiftly ascended. This time, Lin Yu directly summoned the Nuwa Mecha. With a whoosh, the Nuwa Mecha transformed into a beam of light and shot straight upward. Its speed even surpassed that of Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu's level 90 mechas. As expected of a divine mecha, Xiao Yu exclaimed. Little brother Lin's Nuwa Mecha will be absolutely unbeatable in aerial combat. Just in terms of flight speed, their mechas, even 20 levels higher, were no match. As they ascended higher into the sky, they came under attack from the thunderbolts. Fortunately, they quickly activated their mecha's defensive skills, and a protective barrier appeared around each mecha. The thunderbolts all struck their barriers, but their unleashed power was completely neutralized by the shields. It didn't take them long to pierce through the layers of dark clouds. Arriving above the clouds, they were greeted by an incredibly bright expanse. Then they gathered beside Lin Yu. At that moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, Look, there are many mysterious structures on that floating island. As if at some point in time people or other beings lived here. When Lin Yu rushed up and saw this sight, he was utterly astounded. And faintly, he seemed to see an illusion. In the illusion, the city before him was incredibly prosperous, filled with powerful mechas. Most secret realms have similar ruins. Unfortunately, humanity has yet to uncover any useful information from them. Lin Weiner nodded and said softly, but it's certain that in some past era these realms harbored advanced civilizations. As for why these advanced civilizations vanished, leaving not even a trace or message behind, perhaps they experienced some great catastrophe. Or perhaps it was due to other reasons. Now humanity faces a similar crisis. If we cannot overcome it, human civilization will also disappear from this world. As she spoke, Lin Weiner's tone grew somewhat mournful. On reflection, even advanced civilizations had been so thoroughly erased. How terrifying must the crisis they faced have been. All right, don't overthink it. Our top priority is to enhance our own strength. Xiao Yu said with a smile. Only with sufficient power could any crisis be resolved. Then, they all maneuvered their mechas and landed on the floating island. Ding dong, you have entered a special area. The moment they touched down, a system notification rang in Lin Yu's mind. This made his expression turn serious. He knew they had to proceed with caution on this floating island. Rumble. A few seconds later, the entire floating island shook violently. The next moment, beams of light enveloped all their mechas. The intense light forced Lin Yu and the others to close their eyes. After an unknown period when they sensed the light had faded, Lin Yu and the others opened their eyes again and found themselves in a peculiar space. Could this be a hidden space? Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. This space resembled the hidden spaces they had entered before. It seems it is indeed a hidden space. Lin Weiner nodded. Hidden spaces were excellent places. Once cleared, one could obtain opportunities and treasures. However, they also carried danger. The hidden space in an 80-level secret realm would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to clear. Everyone be careful. Xiao Yu also reminded them. Having entered this hidden space, neither she nor Lin Weiner had full confidence. With a thunderous rumble, a platform ascended within this hidden space. Following that, a beam of light coalesced on the platform, eventually transforming into a woman clad in a long snow-white dress. Her features were breathtakingly beautiful, and her bearing was extraordinary. Yet she did not seem to be a real person, merely a projection left behind by some technological means. So the divine machine body and the divine class mecha only truly appear in this era. This mysterious woman, her gaze fixed directly on Lin Yu's Nuwa Mecha, murmured softly, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. When the mysterious woman looked toward Lin Weiner, she could not help but sigh. The previous efforts were not in vain. The experiment has finally succeeded. It is not too late after all. Her voice was very soft, yet Lin Yu and the others could hear her clearly. What did she mean by only appear in this era? And this mysterious woman had immediately recognized that Lin Yu possessed the divine machine body. Doubt arose in everyone's hearts. There were too many unknowns. Who are you? Lin Weiner asked directly. Who I am is not important. What matters is that you will face a crisis of annihilation in the future. The mysterious woman replied slowly. Hearing this, their hearts trembled. Clearly, this mysterious woman knew many things. Do you know the origin of the Mechas? The mysterious woman inquired. No, we do not, Lin Yu replied. Humanity in this era had no idea how Mechas were created. They only knew that when one's spiritual energy value reached 100, there was a chance of successfully awakening one's own Mecha. Before the universe was born, there was only chaos. The gods created the heavens, and the earth gave birth to all things. The gods created countless Mechas. Soon the gods realized that the Mechas they had created possessed no intelligence. Thus another god created humanity, granting them the ability to pilot Mechas. Each divine class Mecha corresponds to one god possessing the power of that god. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was utterly stunned. This was nothing less than the story of Pangu creating the world and Nuwa creating humanity. It was too incredible. So his own Pangu Mecha and Nuwa Mecha corresponded to the great gods Pangu and Nuwa. At this moment his sisters and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Mechas were born this way, created by gods. Their worldview was updated once again. How were the giant beasts created? Xiao Yu asked out of curiosity. These giant beasts seemed endless, impossible to exterminate completely. The beast race was of course also created by the gods. The mysterious woman said softly. In the beginning humanity and the beast race coexisted peacefully. But after the gods vanished, peace did not last long and conflict erupted. And it has continued unabated into the present era. So the war between humans and beasts had been waged for this long. Lin Yu and the others were shocked. So in your civilization, how did humanity perish? And if all humans were destroyed, how did humanity in our era come to be? Lin Weiner continued to question. Also, why did you say the experiment was successful when you saw me? Even knowing the origins of Mechas and beasts, many questions remained, facing Lin Weiner's further inquiries. The mysterious woman replied with an unwavering calm. The Human Seed Project. In the end, my civilization realized that annihilation was an unavoidable reality, so we initiated this seed project. At the dawn of your era's civilization, it was the people of our civilization who guided the new humanity. In just 100 years, the era of universal Mecha was restored. Rapid development continued for over 2,000 years, yet to this day, not a single divine-class Mecha pilot has emerged. This mysterious woman seemed to know a great deal about the current human civilization. It appeared she was more than just a simple projection. Remember, the giant beasts are not humanity's only threat. Knowing too much now would be detrimental to you. When you grow stronger, you will naturally understand. As for you, you are actually an experiment that our civilization has been researching all along. The mysterious woman continued. Hearing this, Lin Weiner was stunned. She was an experiment. No one in our civilization could awaken a divine-class Mecha. Facing the impending crisis, we launched this experimental plan to create a true divine-class Mecha belonging to humanity itself using human technology. After countless failures, we still did not succeed. But the genetic blueprint for this experiment was passed down, and that is why your Mecha can level up. This also confirms that our initial hypothesis was correct. Humans can create their own Mechas. As for whether your Mecha can ultimately evolve into a divine-class Mecha, that depends on you alone. These words undoubtedly left Lin Weiner and the others in awe once more. Is that technology still preserved? Lin Yu asked curiously. If they had that technology, wouldn't ordinary people who hadn't awakened a Mecha be able to become Mecha pilots? Young man, your thinking is too simplistic. If this technology were easy, we would not have paid such a bitter price. The mysterious woman shook her head as if recalling those tragic scenes from the past. Lin Weiner now truly understood why her Mecha could level up. Young man, you must still keep the matter of the divine machine body a secret, the mysterious woman warned. The darkness has begun to stir. Lin Yu was about to ask further questions, but the mysterious woman interrupted him again. You now know all the information you are permitted to know. Let us begin the main matter. As her voice fell, a special golden orb appeared on the platform. Normally, you would have to pass through layers of trials. But seeing the success of the experiment and the appearance of the divine machine body, the trials are no longer necessary. The golden orb burst forth with a dazzling light. Lines of text materialized in midair, shifting and moving rapidly before arranging themselves neatly. This is a divine class cultivation method, what you would call a divine class cultivation technique. Our civilization discovered this divine class method in an ancient place. It was left behind by a god. Unfortunately, no mecha pilot in our civilization was able to master it completely. Some speculated that to cultivate this divine class method one must possess a divine class mecha. So young man, whether you can succeed in cultivating it depends on your own fortune. The rest of you may also attempt to cultivate it. Even grasping a fraction of it may give you a chance to become a divine class mecha pilot in the future. Incredible. They never imagined they would encounter such a fortuitous opportunity to obtain a divine class cultivation method. Seeing this, Lin Yu and his companions soon began to comprehend as well. Within just a few minutes, a system voice echoed in their minds. Ding! The divine mech body has successfully comprehended the god-level cultivation method. The divine mech body is incredibly powerful. This god-level cultivation method feels like an innate art. Lin Yu exclaimed in awe. At this moment, even the mysterious woman's eyes flickered with astonishment. I never expected the divine mech body to master this divine-level cultivation method in mere minutes. If her civilization had also possessed a divine mech body, perhaps their fate would have been altered. Indeed, the divine mech body is humanity's last hope. If even the divine mech body were to fail in the future, then humanity would be utterly devoid of light and hope. Your name is Lin Yu, isn't it? The mysterious woman asked, softly gazing at him. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Now that you have successfully mastered this divine-level cultivation method, remember to cultivate diligently. Our time is running short. The mysterious woman earnestly advised. Can't you be more specific? Lin Yu was slightly exasperated. What did she mean by time is running short? If time were truly limited, then how much remained? Speaking in riddles like this was truly exasperating. Lin Yu, for his part, could not guess how much time was left. In response to Lin Yu's words, the mysterious woman merely smiled softly, without further explanation. She waved her hand. A special scroll materialized before Lin Yu. This is the map of the ancestral land. If you have the chance, enter the Divine Armor secret realm and go to the ancestral land. It will further enhance your power. The mysterious woman continued. What is this ancestral land? Lin Yu quickly inquired. I do not know, but legend says it is where the first Mecha was born. The mysterious woman shook her head. Some information was beyond her knowledge. Well, my time is almost up, young one. Your future fate depends on how you seize it. With those final words, the mysterious woman transformed into a beam of light that rapidly dissipated. The entire hidden space seemed to grow dim. When the mysterious woman had appeared, he had felt a warmth. But as she vanished, that warmth also faded away. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He had never pondered so much before. Now, through this mysterious woman, he had learned many things he had never known. Indeed, sometimes the more one knows, the more troubled one becomes. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Lin Weiner and the others who were still comprehending the cultivation method. His heart steeled with resolve. No matter what crisis lies ahead, I must become immensely powerful. Only then can I protect my family, friends, and loved ones. With this decision made, a direction seemed to emerge. Next, he needed to strive toward this goal with unwavering effort. Lin Yu sat cross-legged again. Lin Weiner and the others were still in the midst of comprehension, which would take some time. Lin Yu did not intend to waste this time and decided to cultivate earnestly. As the god-level cultivation method activated, the dense energy around him surged into his body in an endless stream. For a moment, Lin Yu felt like a black hole in the universe, capable of devouring everything. His spiritual energy value also increased rapidly. Truly, this god-level cultivation method was extraordinarily powerful. The efficiency of increasing spiritual energy was utterly unmatched by any other cultivation method. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Lin Yu sensed that the energy in the hidden space had grown thin, as if it was no longer suitable for continued cultivation. Open my personal panel, Lin Yu murmured in his mind. The system panel swiftly appeared before his consciousness. Name: Lin Yu. Race: Human. Divine Mech Body activated. Mecha Pilot Level 7-star Mecha Pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual Energy 320450. Mecha Pangu Mecha Level 70. Nuwa Mecha Level 70. Cultivating the God-level method in this hidden space has directly increased my spiritual energy by over 10,000. Lin Yu was astounded. This speed far exceeded his expectations. Obtaining this god-level cultivation method made the journey into the level 80 secret realm immensely rewarding. Moreover, he had learned a great deal of information. Regardless, this expedition was far from fruitless. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was Xiao Yu's beautiful face. Little Lin, have you finished cultivating? Xiao Yu asked with a smile. Lin Yu nodded slightly, then looked toward his sister Lin Weiner, as well as Mo Shitting and Yi Ling. They had all stopped comprehending. Senior sisters, how did your comprehension go? Lin Yu asked curiously. I've managed to grasp a little, Xiao Yu replied softly. I think I was fortunate, or I've basically mastered it all, Lin Weiner said calmly. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had also managed to grasp a little. However, perhaps with diligent cultivation later, they might still be able to fully master it. According to the mysterious woman, even grasping this much held the potential to become a divine-level mecha pilot in the future. That's good. This time I must thank senior sister Xiao. Without her discovering this place, we would never have obtained this god-level cultivation method or learned of those ancient matters. Lin Yu stood up and sighed. His entire body felt incredibly invigorated. The divine mech body and this god-level cultivation method seemed perfectly matched. The synergy between the two produced results far greater than the sum of their parts. Suddenly, a massive exit portal appeared. This place seems to be dissolving. Let's leave first. Lin Weiner quickly warned as she saw the platform dissolving into nothingness. Immediately, they all piloted their mechas and flew toward the exit. With a dazzling flash of light, they soon left the hidden space. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back on the vast floating island. At that moment, the entire island was also slowly dissipating. They flew their mechas into the air. Within a single minute, the enormous floating island vanished completely before their eyes. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The layers of thunderclouds below also rapidly dispersed. Shitting took a deep breath and sighed. This experience was simply too surreal. What shocked them most was, the world was created by deities. Mecha were forged by deities. Even humanity itself. When they looked at Lin Yu's Nuwa Mecha for an instant, they felt as if a great goddess named Nuwa stood before them. Let us continue exploring the secret realm, Xiao Yu said with a gentle smile. The secret realm was vast. What they had uncovered thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. By now they all knew that a great catastrophe and crisis loomed ahead. If not handled properly, humanity would face annihilation once more. Thus, everyone yearned to grow stronger. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Before they knew it, over 10 days had passed. During these days, they had been exploring the secret realm. Whenever they encountered giant beasts, they slew them one by one. With Xiao Yu's divine eye ability, they also discovered many valuable treasures, elevating their strength to new heights. Nothing found. On this day when they arrived at a new region, Xiao Yu activated her divine eye. Scanning the area, she saw only a few giant beasts and no other worthwhile treasures. This was the second consecutive time Xiao Yu had used her divine eye without finding anything valuable. In that case, let's return to the safe zone. Since we've gained quite a bit this time, we might as well focus on training and advancing our mech master ranks, Lin Yu proposed. Now that Xiao Yu had used her divine eye twice, it required a 7-day cooldown before it could be used again. Since nothing valuable could be found for now, it was better to go back and cultivate diligently. The urgent priority was indeed to elevate their mech master levels. I agree. Lin Weiner nodded in approval. Shitting and Yi Ling naturally had no objections. All right, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Subsequently, they made their way back swiftly. It did not take long before they returned to the city within the safe zone. There's nothing quite like lying on a soft bed. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yu flopped onto the plush mattress and indulged in the comfort. During this period, they had been confined to their mechs almost constantly without proper rest. Somehow, he felt that such leisure time would soon become a rarity. How about we go soak in the hot springs? Xiao Yu suggested with a smile. It'll be a great way for everyone to unwind. Lin Weiner agreed, also eager for a soak. There are hot springs here. Lin Yu sat up abruptly from the bed. Of course, the facilities here have everything. Xiao Yu chuckled. Soon under her guidance, they arrived at the hot spring area. Noticing that the hot springs were segregated by gender, Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. They'll head in first then. Lin Yu walked straight into the men's hot spring area. Upon entering, he was surprised to find it completely empty. It was as if he had the entire place to himself. The hot spring facility was built within the building and was exclusively for students of Kunlun Mech University. It seemed that they were the only students in the entire building. So far, they had not encountered any other students from the same school. After stripping off his clothes and leaving only his underwear, Lin Yu stepped into the hot spring. This feels amazing. I think this is my first real hot spring experience. Lin Yu wore a look of pure bliss. The only downside was a slight sense of loneliness. The girl's side must be quite lively. Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yu sensed someone entering. Having cultivated the chaos contemplation method, his soul and spirit had been greatly enhanced. Thus his perception was exceptionally keen. Who could it be? Lin Yu speculated. It was likely another student from Kunlun Mech University. Lin Yu couldn't help but glance toward the entrance. Suddenly, a pair of fair, slender legs came into view. Following that, Xiao Yu walked in clad in a bikini. Little Lin, why are you getting a nosebleed? Xiao Yu said with a seductive smile. She then twirled in front of him and asked, so how do I look, Junior? Stunning. Lin Yu replied without hesitation, nodding. But he quickly came to his senses. Senior, this is the men's area? Don't worry, I checked beforehand. You're the only guy here, Xiao Yu said with a laugh, then sat down beside him to enjoy the hot spring together. Their skin touched, sending a surge of restlessness through Lin Yu. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, and his heartbeat quickened. Senior, I'm still a hot-blooded young man. You're making it hard for me to hold back, Lin Yu said, swallowing hard, feeling his composure slip. Is that so? Xiao Yu replied with a mysterious smile. An hour later, Lin Yu carried Xiao Yu out of the hot spring. At that moment, Lin Yu's face was still flushed crimson. How embarrassing. As a fiery young man, he had been completely passive the entire time. Indeed, he was utterly dominated by Xiao Yu. Lying in Lin Yu's arms, Xiao Yu wore an expression of pure contentment. Regardless, Lin Yu had finally matured. Back in the room, Lin Weiner saw her brother carrying Xiao Yu in. With a single glance, Lin Weiner instantly understood what had transpired. Her close friend would now become her sister-in-law. Sis, don't look at me like that. It's unnerving, Lin Yu said with a wry smile, noticing Lin Weiner's knowing expression. Take good care of Xiao Yu. I'm going out for a walk, Lin Weiner said with a smile before stepping out. Well joined, Senior Lin. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling followed, equally aware of what had happened between Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. And so the room was left with only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu. Hold me a little longer, Xiao Yu said, pouting adorably as Lin Yu was about to lay her on the bed to rest, seemingly relishing the warmth of his embrace. She looked rather cute. All right, Lin Yu nodded slightly. They continued to hold each other, feeling each other's warmth. Little did they expect their first time to be in the hot spring. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner and the others were strolling along the streets outside. I never thought Senior Xiao would be so proactive. Yi Ling sighed. The thought of what they had done made her cheeks flush. So do you two have someone you like? Lin Weiner asked Mo Shitting and Yi Ling with a light laugh. At her question, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling lowered their heads. They did have someone they liked. Seeing this, Lin Weiner did not press further. As an outsider, Lin Weiner naturally knew who they admired. Little brother, isn't this also a form of cultivation? Lin Weiner mused to herself. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Since the intimate encounter at the hot spring, the bond and affection between Lin Yu and Xiao Yu had grown exponentially. A new day dawned. Lin Yu ceased his cultivation state early in the morning and slowly rose to his feet. As he approached the window, he could clearly see a multitude of mech pilots within the city summoning their mechs and heading in the same direction. Immediately, Lin Yu quickly accessed the city's internal network. Upon seeing the information displayed, he hastily woke Lin Weiner and the others. Sis, look at this. Lin Yu swiftly projected the message. Lin Weiner and the others could now clearly see it. An anomaly has occurred in the 10 Directions mountain range, and a great opportunity has emerged. Upon seeing this news, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu nodded. Indeed, within the secret realm, opportunities do appear from time to time. So should we go? Lin Yu quickly asked, his own heart eager to explore and find out. Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Go, of course we'll go. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also agreed to go. With everyone in agreement, they set off swiftly. Once outside the city, they each summoned their own mechs. They rapidly moved towards the 10 Directions mountain range. The distance to the mountain range was roughly over 100 kilometers. It wasn't too far. Although we don't know exactly what anomaly has occurred in the 10 Directions mountain range, we must understand one thing: we need to be cautious once we arrive. Throughout the journey, Lin Weiner gave instructions. Every time an opportunity appeared in this secret realm, many mech pilots would fall. They had to worry not only about the giant beasts, but also be wary of other mech pilots. Some mech pilots were ruthless and driven by immense greed. When they discovered other mech pilots had obtained good items, they would kill them and seize their treasures. Such incidents happened quite frequently. As the saying goes, wherever there are people, there is conflict. Where there is conflict, there is slaughter. From another perspective, killing for treasure was one of the quickest ways to acquire valuable items. Understood, everyone replied. It didn't take long before they successfully arrived at the perimeter of the 10 Directions mountain range. Looking out now, various mech pilots were maneuvering their mechs, searching everywhere within the vast and boundless 10 Directions mountain range. Finding the opportunity that had appeared would likely not be easy. Xiao Yu, it's your turn now, Lin Weiner said softly. With Xiao Yu and their team, using her divine eye ability, they could naturally locate the specific position of the opportunity before anyone else. No problem, Xiao Yu smiled. But we need to venture deeper inside. Their current position was merely on the outer fringes of the 10 Directions mountain range. Even if there were treasures of opportunity, they wouldn't appear on the outskirts. So they all maneuvered their mechs and swiftly delved deeper into the 10 Directions mountain range. Along the way, they naturally encountered many mechs. Since the treasure had yet to truly appear, no battles had broken out yet. Boom. Suddenly a loud crash rang out. Not far ahead, a mech was pierced through by a black tentacle and exploded instantly. The mech pilot inside perished on the spot. With a roar that shook the heavens and earth, a terrifying giant beast appeared before the eyes of the mech pilots. What kind of giant beast is this? It looks so terrifying. That mech was probably level 80, yet it was killed in a single strike by this beast. Mo Shitting let out a deep sigh. The beast was covered in writhing black tentacles appearing utterly grotesque and horrifying. Giant Beast Energy Devourer. Level 80. Ability Plunder. At that moment the system's voice rang out in Lin Yu's mind. I didn't expect a new type of giant beast to appear. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This giant beast before them was one they had never seen before. It seemed another page would have to be added to the compendium of giant beasts. Within just a few tens of seconds more and more energy devourers appeared. Their target was every mech present, especially their tentacles which seemed to possess an invincible penetrating power, easily piercing through the bodies of the mechs. Everyone be careful. Do not let these beast tentacles strike you. They seem to have the ability to plunder mech energy. Yes, divine, I saw through the energy devourers completely. Understood. But what should we do now? Should we continue exploring the 10 Directions mountain range? Lin Yu quickly said. Now that new giant beasts had appeared in the 10 Directions mountain range, and seemingly in large numbers, it felt like there was more to this than met the eye. I've discovered that these new beasts are all emerging from a single cave entrance. Yu continued. From her high vantage point, she magnified the image before her through her divine eye. She could clearly see a massive cave. These beasts were indeed coming out of that cave. Fall back first. The situation is unclear now. We cannot take excessive risks. We'll investigate further and then act. Lin Yu decided on the spot. Next, they quickly maneuvered their mechs to leave. Fortunately, Lin Yu and his group hadn't ventured too deep, so they managed to exit the 10 Directions mountain range smoothly. However, other mech pilots were not so lucky. In a short time, Lin Yu alone saw over a dozen mech pilots fall. These mech pilots were mostly at the 7-star or 8-star level. Not good. We need to get back to the safe zone immediately. More beasts are coming out of that cave. The numbers are immense. Yu warned again. Even after leaving the 10 Directions mountain range, it still wasn't entirely safe. Traveling back at top speed, Lin Yu and his team successfully returned to the safe zone. Other mech pilots were also returning one after another. Once back in the safe zone, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn, we really got the short end of the stick this time. We came hoping to find some treasure, but instead we ran into such terrifying beasts. Damn, these beasts' penetrating power is insane. My mech shield was easily pierced through, and they're incredibly fast too. We didn't find any treasure this time. Instead, many mech pilots perished. It seems this level 80 secret realm is starting to become truly perilous. The mech pilots who had survived returned, all discussing the matter incessantly. The giant beasts that appeared in the 10 Directions mountain range were something everyone was seeing for the first time. Yet the power these beasts unleashed was several times more formidable than any other beast they had encountered in this secret realm. The new colossal beast we encountered is called the Energy Devourer. Lin Yu said slowly. Its ability, as Yu said, is to plunder the energy of Mechas. Yu was naturally Yu's nickname. Now that their relationship had deepened, Lin Yu naturally no longer addressed Yu as senior sister. This type of beast has appeared for the first time. It seems this level 80 secret realm has become even more perilous. Lin Yu nodded, speaking calmly. That mysterious woman said darkness had awakened. Perhaps it is related to this, Yu speculated. Through her divine eye, she had clearly seen a black aura within those massive energy devourers. This black aura contained a peculiar power. Senior sisters, what should we do now? Yiling asked curiously. We must investigate all of this thoroughly. Perhaps the cave holds the key, Lin Yu said seriously, as those terrifyingly massive energy devourers had all surged out from that cave. Boom. Suddenly heaven and earth within the secret realm transformed. The sky was instantly shrouded in blood-colored clouds, as if the entire secret realm had become a world of blood. I have a foreboding feeling. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt a sense of unease. A few more seconds passed. In the distance, streaks of black shadows could be seen approaching. When they drew closer, it became clear that all these shadows were energy devourers. Their numbers were immense. Like a great army of beasts, they exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. At this moment, every mecha pilot within the city couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. If a battle were to erupt against such a horde of beasts, it would surely be a fight for survival. 9 chances of death to 1 of life, or even 10 chances of death to none. Few at least were in the safe zone. Even if these beasts appear, they can't enter. A mecha pilot sighed. But the next second, an energy devourer charged into the safe zone itself. A massive tentacle lashed out, and with a single strike, many mecha pilots were instantly killed. Damn it. The safe zone is useless. Quick, use the secret realm scroll to leave. This scene sent waves of terror through the other mecha pilots. For the first time in history, a beast had breached the safe zone. From now on, there would likely be no safe place within the secret realm. Everyone quickly summoned their mechas. Facing such a vast horde of energy devourers, it seemed to them that even if all the mecha pilots here joined forces, it would still be difficult to contend. Everyone took out their secret realm scrolls. But soon panic set in completely. Damn it, the scroll is useless. This place is no longer a safe zone. Everyone run. I should have left yesterday. The mecha pilots rapidly maneuvered their machines to flee. Ever since all the secret realms mutated, leaving a secret realm required using a scroll within a safe zone to teleport out. But now this area was no longer a safe zone. Thus the scrolls in their hands could no longer take them out of the secret realm. Quick, all of you hold my hand. Lin Yu had already summoned his Nuwa mecha. Everyone linked hands through their mechas. Then, space shuttle activated. The next second Lin Yu and the others vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already 100 kilometers away. Looking back toward the city, the sky, there was a dark, bloody black. It seems that city has been overrun by the energy devourers, Lin Yu sighed. That vast city had consumed immense resources in its early construction. What a pity it was now destroyed by these beasts. Perhaps this secret realm is not the only one experiencing such changes. Other realms might be facing the same situation. Lin Yu nodded. The situation was becoming troublesome. If there were no safe zones, they might never be able to leave this secret realm. Sis, do you know if there are any other safe zones within this realm? Lin Yu quickly asked. Previously, they had all believed the safe zone to be absolutely secure. But reality now told them that the so-called safe zone was no longer so safe. I do know of 2 other safe zones, but I fear they may have already fallen. Lin Yu shook her head. Sis, send me the coordinates of those 2 safe zones. No matter what, we have to check them, Lin Yu said seriously. If by chance one remained intact, they could leave the secret realm. All right. Lin Yu quickly sent the locations of the other 2 safe zones to Lin Yu. With the coordinates in hand, Lin Yu led the group in another space shuttle. It didn't take long before they arrived at the second safe zone. Looking around, this safe zone was also overrun by countless energy devourers. As Lin Yu and his group appeared, the energy devourers charged at them as if maddened. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately activated another space shuttle. Watching Lin Yu and the others vanish without a trace, the blood-red eyes of the energy devourers couldn't help but show a flicker of surprise. Meanwhile, deep within the mysterious cave, a cold, terrifying laugh echoed. A divine-grade mecha, how interesting, how interesting. I want that body. Half an hour later, Lin Yu and the others arrived at a relatively safe spot. Alas, all the known safe zones have fallen. They are no longer safe. Lin Yu sighed. They were now trapped within this secret realm. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling couldn't help but feel worried and afraid. They were in the prime of their youth. Dying here would be a terrible loss. Have you noticed that these energy devourers seem to act with purpose? They don't go elsewhere, but instead attack and occupy the 3 safe zones. Xiao Yu analyzed. So I suspect there might be someone behind all this, controlling these energy devourers. That's highly likely. Lin Yu nodded. With their current strength, they could probably defend themselves. But staying trapped in this secret realm indefinitely was not a solution. They had to be on constant guard against beast attacks. There was no way to truly relax and cultivate. Sis, aside from the safe zones, is there no other way to leave? Lin Yu asked. There is, Lin Yu explained. Legend has it that every secret realm holds a final opportunity. Once that final opportunity is found, the realm begins to collapse and dissipate, revealing an exit. But finding that final opportunity is no easy feat. Xiao Yu quickly added. Even with my divine eye, the chances of finding it are slim. The final opportunity of a secret realm was meant only for those with true great fortune. Simply put, the fated could obtain it with ease. The unfated would not discover it, even if it lay right beside them. Boom. Not long after, a clap of thunder resounded. Just a few minutes passed. The energy between heaven and earth in this secret realm is fading. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Once the energy here vanished, it meant they could no longer circulate their cultivation techniques to absorb energy and restore their own spiritual energy reserves. After another 5 or 6 minutes or so, one could clearly sense that the energy within the secret realms heaven and earth had dissipated completely. With energy gone, once a mecha pilot's spiritual energy is depleted, they can no longer control their mecha. Then relying solely on human bodies, we cannot withstand those giant beasts. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and said gravely, if no good solution could be found, then all the mecha pilots in this secret realm would share but one fate, death. Could that mysterious cave be where the ultimate opportunity of this secret realm lies? Lin Yu couldn't help but make a bold guess. If these energy-devouring beasts were truly being controlled by someone, then that puppet master might well be inside that mysterious cave. Perhaps once he was dealt with, the energy-devouring beasts would leave and the safe zone could be restored. After hearing Lin Yu's analysis, everyone nodded. They all felt his reasoning was spot on. So we have to take the risk and enter that mysterious cave. Lin Yu responded, it's a risk worth taking. Besides, with your spatial teleportation, brother, we can escape the moment we encounter any danger. This is our only option now. Our spiritual energy is limited. If we wait until it's exhausted, we might lose our chance. Xiao Yu agreed. Having made the decision, Lin Yu took a deep breath, then let's set off. Immediately after, everyone joined hands with their mechas. Spatial teleportation activated. Destination Shifeng Mountains. In an instant, Lin Yu and the others vanished from their spot. They sped through the void. It didn't take long. Soon Lin Yu and the others reappeared above the Shifeng Mountains. Strange, not a single energy-devouring beast in sight. Upon arriving, Lin Yu immediately scanned the surroundings. They hadn't spotted a single energy-devouring beast. It was truly puzzling. Could all the beasts from the cave have charged out? Mo Shitting speculated. I have a bad feeling about this. Lin Yu shook his head. We'll just have to deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Weiner said calmly. There was no other choice. They would have to take it one step at a time. Next, everyone swiftly piloted their mechas deeper into the Shifeng Mountains. After flying for about 10 minutes, an immense cave came into view. It was pitch black inside, like the entrance to the abyss. Entering it would mean utter doom. Even now, they still hadn't seen a single energy-devouring beast, nor any other giant beasts. It felt strangely as if the entire cave was a trap. Everyone, don't stray too far apart. Lin Yu took a deep breath and warned. They had no idea what lay within, so they couldn't afford to be too scattered. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. Don't worry, I've activated my divine eye. If anything goes wrong, it'll alert you immediately, Xiao Yu said. With her divine eye ability, they could certainly avoid many troubles and dangers. After mentally preparing themselves, everyone piloted their mechas into the mysterious cave. Lin Yu took the lead. Although his mecha was only level 70, it was still a divine-grade mecha. Whether in defense or mobility, it was definitely faster than theirs. Besides, he was the only man in the entire team. If he didn't step up, who would? Inside the cave, it was utterly dark, but thankfully, all their mechas had night vision mode. No matter how dark, they could see everything clearly. Of course, the range varied depending on each person's mecha. This cave is a maze of crisscrossing tunnels. As they ventured deeper, a new problem emerged before them. A labyrinth of passages left them momentarily unsure which way to go. Choosing wrong would waste precious time in the cave. Every moment they piloted their mechas consumed some spiritual energy. Time was a luxury they simply could not afford. That way, Xiao Yu pointed her mecha in a direction. This tunnel leads straight to a massive underground space. Following the tunnel she indicated, they quickened their pace once more. This time, the divine eye proved invaluable again. Without it, they would have been like headless flies flying around aimlessly. How bizarre. We've gone deep into the cave, yet we still haven't found a single giant beast. As he sped forward, Lin Yu carefully observed the surroundings. Even probing with his spiritual sense yielded nothing. It didn't take long, though. They soon arrived in this underground space. The whole process was surprisingly smooth, although everyone felt uneasy. They were already here. There's a platform ahead. No, it looks more like a sealing altar. I sense a terrifying energy within. Xiao Yu warned. They pressed on, and indeed a sealing altar appeared before them. With a light leap, their mechas landed atop the altar. Now they could clearly see the altar was covered in intricate runes. They looked profoundly mysterious. At the center, a giant sword was thrust directly into the altar. It seems the rampage of the energy-devouring beasts is definitely connected to this place. Lin Yu nodded, curious about what the altar was sealing. What do we do now? Yiling asked. They had come looking for the mastermind, but this underground space held only this sealing altar. Could the mastermind be sealed within? Don't rush, Lin Yu consoled. No matter what happened, there was always a solution. They just didn't know it yet. Finally, I've been waiting for you, my perfect vessel. In an instant, a ghostly voice echoed through the entire underground space. It felt as if the place had turned much colder in that moment. Upon hearing this voice, as terrifying as if it came from the depths of hell, Lin Yan's expression turned extremely grave, and he instantly felt as though he was being targeted. Perfect vessel. Could it be trying to seize my body? Lin Yan thought to himself, already fully prepared for any contingency. Fortunately, he had mastered the chaos visualization method at Kunlun Mech University. This chaos visualization method could effectively ward off possession and similar techniques. Meanwhile, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu pulled Lin Yan behind them. They were not foolish. They understood that the attack was aimed at Lin Yan. The enemy must have recognized that the mech Lin Yan was piloting was a divine-grade mech. With a thunderous roar, the earth shook and the mountains quaked. It lasted only a few seconds before ceasing, but then one after another level 80 energy-devouring beasts rapidly appeared in this underground space. Surrounded on all sides. Clearly this was all a trap. However, Lin Yan and his companions had anticipated this. Come out, why continue to play games? Lin Yan said calmly, could it be that you're a coward? As Lin Yan's voice faded, that eerie laughter echoed once more. Then Lin Yan could clearly see the giant sword embedded in the center of the ceiling platform, beginning to emit a dense black aura. This black aura contained a sinister energy. The black aura gathered and soon condensed into a shadowy figure. Evil spirit. Soul-type race. Capable of possessing mechs. The system's voice rang out. You are an evil spirit. Xiao Yu also identified its identity using her divine eyes. Little girl, those divine eyes of yours are quite remarkable. They must be delicious. The evil spirit grinned sinisterly, sending chills down their spines and heightening their sense of crisis. Evil one, you've come at the right time. I will destroy you. Lin Yu snorted. How dare it covet Xiao Yu's eyes? This was unforgivable. Space lock activated. In an instant, the space of the entire platform was sealed. Thus, it was impossible for this evil spirit to escape the sealing platform. However, the evil spirit was already in a sealed state. Even without Lin Yu's space lock, it could not leave the platform. Such a sturdy space lock, truly worthy of a divine-grade mech. At this moment, the evil spirit showed no concern. Instead, its greed intensified. It grew increasingly eager to possess Lin Yu's Nuwa mech and claim it as its own. Evil spirits were a special race. They had no physical bodies. But by possessing a mech, they could merge with it using the mech as their body, transforming into a dark mech. This must be what the mysterious woman meant when she said darkness had awakened. Indeed, giant beasts were not humanity's only threat. With evil spirits appearing here, other places would likely face the same. Once these evil spirits successfully possessed mechs, one dark mech after another would emerge, confronting humanity with even more formidable foes and dangers. Lin Yu, can you handle it? Lin Weiner asked solemnly. Don't worry, sis. Lightning should be able to restrain these evil spirits. Lin Yu nodded, a hint of confidence in his voice. The Nuwa mech possessed an exclusive divine-level skill creation, Divine Thunder. Under this Divine Thunder, all evil would be reduced to ashes. The power of lightning does indeed restrain my evil spirit clan, but I won't give you the chance to use it. The evil spirit laughed loudly, then transformed into a black light, instantly charging into the Nuwa mech and entering Lin Yu's body. In an instant, Lin Yu seemed to freeze. Lin Yu, wake up. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, was deeply worried. This was their first encounter with an evil spirit. They had no experience fighting one. The evil spirit's speed was so swift that they couldn't react in time. It seemed physical defenses were utterly useless against these evil spirits. Don't worry too much. Fortunately, he has cultivated the chaos visualization method. He should be fine. Though Lin Weiner was also deeply anxious, she believed her younger brother could withstand the assault. No wonder you're a mech pilot who awakened a divine-grade mech. Your consciousness is a vast universe. The evil spirit marveled upon entering Lin Yu's mental space. At the same time, Lin Yu's consciousness appeared in this space. Kid, let me erase you. The evil spirit laughed upon seeing Lin Yu. Terrifying ghost claws attacked Lin Yu directly. Chaos visualization method. Lin Yu's body was enveloped in chaos, forming a barrier. The ghost claws unleashed by the evil spirit were effortlessly blocked by this barrier. Chaos visualization method. I didn't expect you to have mastered this cultivation technique. Unfortunately, what you've learned is not the true chaos millstone visualization method. Otherwise, I might have actually fallen into your hands. The evil spirit chuckled. But still, you're destined to be erased by me. Its words shocked Lin Yu. He hadn't expected that the chaos visualization method was merely a simplified version of the chaos millstone visualization method. Kid, let's see how long you can hold out. The evil spirit unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Boom, boom, boom. If this continues, you'll be doomed, Lin Yu thought, desperately searching for a countermeasure. Ding. Your divine mech body has detected a crisis and activated the autonomous rescue mode. Boom. A sound that echoed across the universe rang out. Then an overwhelming pressure erupted, rendering the evil spirit completely immobile. How is this possible? How can you possess such absolute terrifying power? The evil spirit's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, it had been arrogantly confident. Now, it was like a lamb to the slaughter. I am a divine mech body. You want to erase me? Dream on, Lin Yu said calmly. Hearing this, the evil spirit was stunned. A divine mech body had appeared in this era. Damn it. It hadn't detected this. If it had known that Lin Yu was a divine mech body, it would never have dared to attempt possessing him. In its memory, the divine mech body was an invincible constitution personally created by a pantheon of gods. How could something created by the gods themselves be erased by a mere evil spirit? Boom. In an instant, a flash of light swept through the mental space. Both Lin Yu and the evil spirit could clearly see a massive divine shadow coalescing. The divine shadow held a giant axe. With a single swing, it split heaven and earth, creating countless worlds. Then the Pangu mech appeared beside Lin Yu. Subsequently, another divine shadow emerged, mending the heavens with 7 colored stones and creating all things. The Nuwa mech also materialized beside Lin Yu. It's these two terrifying deities. The evil spirit was dumbfounded. At this moment, it was filled with nothing but boundless regret. The system's voice resonated once more. The divine machine Bodhi's comprehension has improved, successfully deriving the chaos mill contemplation method from the chaos contemplation method. In that instant, a series of profound incantations emerged in his mind, as if they were innate abilities. Rumble. Within the space of consciousness, an immensely colossal mill materialized. Upon this mill, countless divine and demonic corpses appeared, ceaselessly being ground to dust. This is the true chaos mill contemplation method. Lin Yu was overjoyed, feeling an unprecedented elevation of his entire being in that moment. Meanwhile, the evil spirit was once again dumbfounded. This was too monstrous. It swore that Lin Yu was the most extraordinary and heaven-defying existence it had ever encountered. Evil spirit, I must thank you this time. Otherwise, I could never have mastered this supreme chaos mill contemplation method, Lin Yu said with a smile. Thus I will grant you a swift death. As Lin Yu raised his finger gently, the Pangu mecha beside him lifted its giant axe in unison. Gazing at the colossal axe, the evil spirit was gripped by utter terror, yearning to flee. But it was completely suppressed. Detected a soul entity. Converted into energy points. Suddenly the system sounded once more. Lin Yu halted his attack immediately. This evil spirit can also be converted into energy points. He was astonished. For a moment, an enigmatic smile spread across his face. Seeing that smile, the evil spirit couldn't help but shudder. It felt as though something even more terrifying awaited it. Convert. Lin Yu issued the command. Initiating conversion. The evil spirit instantly felt an overwhelming force devouring it. No. No. I won't accept this. Within a mere second, the evil spirit was utterly consumed. Conversion successful. Congratulations. You have gained 1,000 energy points. To think a mere evil spirit yields 1,000 energy points. Honestly, Lin Yu was quite surprised. This time he had the divine machine body to thank, otherwise he might have met his end. Rumble. Suddenly bolts of thunder crackled within his consciousness. Lin Yu soon perceived several divine silhouettes deep within his mind. But when he tried to investigate further, a strange force expelled him from the space of consciousness. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he saw the mechas of his sister and Xiao Yu. Lin Yu, are you alright? Xiao Yu asked urgently, her voice filled with concern. Don't worry, I've already destroyed that evil spirit, Lin Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That was reassuring. Lin Yu looked around. The entire underground space was now swarming with countless energy-devouring beasts. Fortunately, he had set up spatial seals here earlier, so these beasts couldn't yet breach the ceiling platform. Sister, where is the giant sword? Lin Yu asked. At the center of the ceiling platform, a colossal sword had once been embedded. We don't know what happened either. Just now, that giant sword dissolved into a beam of light and vanished. Lin Weiner shook her head. All of this was beyond their understanding. I see, Lin Yu nodded. The sword's disappearance was likely connected to the evil spirit's destruction. For now, let's focus on getting out of here. Lin Weiner continued. Yes, Lin Yu replied. Activating spatial teleportation. The next second, Lin Yu swiftly teleported everyone out of the underground space, returning to the surface. It seems that even after dealing with the evil spirit, we still can't leave this secret realm, Lin Yu sighed after emerging. The secret realm still had no energy. Back at the former safe zone, all the buildings had been reduced to ruins. The energy-devouring beasts seemed to have all returned to the caves. In this once safe area, the secret realm scrolls remained unusable. However, it was certain that the evil spirit had ordered the beasts to attack the safe zone. Are we destined to be trapped in this secret realm forever? Yiling couldn't help but sigh. There is still only one chance to find the ultimate opportunity within this secret realm, Lin Weiner reminded. Then that's what we'll do. Lin Yu nodded. Just then a golden orb descended from the sky. It landed before the Nuwa Mecha, erupting in a dazzling light. The mysterious woman appeared once again. Congratulations on vanquishing the evil spirit, she said expressionlessly. Don't you remember us? We spoke on that floating island. Lin Yu asked curiously. I apologize. I am merely a program. The mysterious woman shook her head. Lin Yu and the others were astounded. What kind of technology was this? This secret realm was created to seal and suppress the evil spirit. Once it was about to break free, the realm automatically initiated a lockdown protocol, severing the realm's energy. Even if the evil spirit broke the seal, it could not leave the realm to wreak havoc upon the world. According to the protocol, I appear once the evil spirit is slain, the mysterious woman stated calmly. Through her explanation, Lin Yu and the others quickly learned much. Could your era not completely destroy the evil spirit? Lin Yu asked, astonished. Was the evil spirit such a formidable existence? Yes. Back then it controlled a holy-grade mecha and possessed immense power. Human mecha pilots paid a heavy price to suppress and seal it here. To this day, only the Chaos Mill Contemplation method can utterly annihilate the evil spirit. But the Chaos Mill Contemplation method vanished an era ago. This was another momentous revelation. To kill the evil spirit, one must master the Chaos Mill Contemplation method. However, Lin Yu now had a second solution, converting the evil spirit into energy points, a method only he could employ. Time is short. I will use the last of my energy to send you away, the mysterious woman said again. What about the other mecha pilots? Lin Yu asked hastily. Many pilots must still be alive in the secret realm. Their fate is in their own hands. This is your final chance to leave, otherwise you too will be trapped here. With a delicate gesture she pointed lightly. Instantly beams of light enveloped their mechas. Remember, the darkness has awakened. The future of humanity may rest in your hands. After the mysterious woman's final admonition, Lin Yu and the others were teleported away. Then the golden orb began to disintegrate. The mysterious woman vanished in an instant, as if nothing had ever happened. You have left the level 80 secret realm. With a system notification ringing in his ears, Lin Yu opened his eyes and realized they had successfully departed from the secret realm, returning to Kunlun Mecha University. At that moment, their respective mechas had also returned to their personal mecha spaces. Phew, we finally made it out alive. It feels so good to be alive, Yi Ling exclaimed with immense joy. Everyone shared a sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. It's just a pity about the other mecha pilots who were in the secret realm. Lin Yu sighed. There's no helping it. That's just how reality is. We couldn't save them. Xiao Yu shook her head. For their group, to have escaped alive was already an immense struggle. After returning to the floating island, they quickly went online to check the latest news. Just a few minutes later, after reading one of the messages, everyone couldn't help but nod. As expected, it wasn't just the level 80 secret realm they had entered that experienced a massive anomaly. Other secret realms were the same. These secret realms were all inaccessible. Even with the corresponding realm scrolls, entry was impossible. According to what that mysterious woman said, whenever an evil spirit is about to break its seal, the secret realm initiates a lockdown procedure. It seems some secret realms are specifically designed to seal and suppress evil spirits. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Look, a level 80 dark mecha appeared a week ago. Mo Shitting quickly called out. Everyone looked over. A video began playing on the light screen. In the footage, a dark mecha standing 100 meters tall and resembling a demon god was unstoppable, causing the fall of numerous mecha pilots. Fortunately, experts from the Misty Mecha University arrived in time. Although they destroyed the dark mecha, the evil spirit managed to escape. It's estimated that the evil spirit will continue to seek new targets and plunder new mechas. As long as the evil spirit isn't eliminated, there will be an endless stream of dark mechas. Xiao Yu sighed. The most terrifying part was that the dark mecha's strength was several times that of a mecha of the same level. Even when dozens of level 80 mechas attacked together, it not only held its ground, but also caused the mecha pilots to fall. It was absolutely horrifying. If a single dark mecha was this powerful, a swarm of them would be even more difficult to handle. I need to tell you something. Lin Yu's expression turned serious and grave. Actually, I have already mastered the Chaos Mill Contemplation method. Hearing this, Lin Yu and the others were somewhat shocked. They had only learned about the Chaos Mill Contemplation method from the mysterious woman. Next, I will impart the Chaos Mill Contemplation method to all of you. Facing the impending crisis, my strength alone is limited. In the following days, Lin Yu taught the Chaos Mill Contemplation method in detail and with patience. The incantations of this method were numerous and profound. Therefore, it required a significant amount of time. Lin Yu was his sister, Xiao Yu was his beloved, and Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were his companions and classmates. All of them were trustworthy. Unknowingly, several days passed. Through everyone's efforts, Lin Yu and the others successfully mastered the Chaos Mill Contemplation method. Now, with this Chaos Mill Contemplation method coupled with the divine level cultivation technique obtained from the secret realm, as long as they diligently cultivated, they could definitely make their own strength even greater. Sis, do you think I should release the Chaos Mill Contemplation method to the whole world? One day, Lin Yu looked at his sister and asked. If all human mecha pilots mastered this Chaos Mill Contemplation method, then there would be no need to worry about evil spirits possessing their mechas. It could further elevate the overall strength of humanity, allowing them to better face the coming crises. There were many benefits, but also many drawbacks. Not all mecha pilots in the world were good mecha pilots. There were also many evil mecha pilots. If they mastered this supreme Chaos Mill Contemplation method, they would undoubtedly become much more powerful. There was another point: if humans could cultivate it, perhaps the evil spirits could too. So once the Chaos Mill Contemplation method was made public, it was a complete split between advantages and disadvantages, a 50-50 balance. In recent days, Lin Yu had been pondering his choice. Lin Yu, I don't recommend you release it. Lin Wayner replied, seriously think about it, the chaos mill contemplation method is a supreme and unparalleled existence. Even if you release it, I suspect only a handful of people would succeed in cultivating it. It wouldn't be of much use. It was also an extremely profound cultivation method, incredibly difficult to master. It required not only sufficient insight, but also enough fortune. There were many human mecha pilots, but only a few were truly gifted. After Lin Wayner's analysis, Lin Yu nodded slightly. In that case, the disadvantages completely outweigh the advantages. Sis, what should I do? Lin Yu nodded. I don't know. It seems we need to go seek advice from the principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Wayner looked towards the peak of Kunlun Divine Mountain and spoke calmly. The principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He was the most powerful mecha pilot in this world. A legendary mecha pilot. The pinnacle of the mecha world. A note 1-star mecha pilot, 2-star mecha pilot. 10-star mecha pilot, stellar mecha pilot, legendary mecha pilot, divine mecha pilot. Sis, can we meet this principal? Lin Yu was somewhat excited. That was a top-tier mecha pilot. If he could meet him in person, it would be an absolute honor. He'll send a message now. This matter is crucial. Once the principal sees it, he will definitely agree to meet us. Lin Wayner said with a smile. Actually, the principal is very easy to get along with. Previously, the principal had guided Lin Wayner for a period regarding mecha control. That's great. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. Now it was just a matter of waiting for good news. Alright, I'm going out for a walk. I won't be back tonight. Lin Wayner smiled, a meaningful glint in her eyes. After speaking, she left. When Lin Yu returned to the living room, he found that Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had also disappeared. Strange, where has everyone gone? Lin Yu shook his head and sighed. He lay down directly on the sofa to rest. Before long, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted over, refreshing his spirit. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, he saw Xiao Yu walking towards him. She was stunningly beautiful. Xiao Yu was dressed in a pure white gossamer gown. She looked like a fairy who had just emerged from a bath. We finally have some time alone, we can't waste it. Xiao Yu came over and lay down beside Lin Yu. They faced each other, their bodies touching. The next second, Lin Yu scooped Xiao Yu up in a princess carry and walked into the room. A night of passion. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu naturally savored every moment. As dawn broke, they still lay entwined on the bed. This feeling was so cherished that they wished never to part. If only every day could be filled with such blissful happiness. Alas, humanity now faced numerous threats and crises. To enjoy a joyful life in the future, one must first grow stronger. Only with sufficient power could one protect themselves and others when disaster struck. Little brother, time to get up. The principal has replied. At 10 in the morning, his sister Lin Wayner's voice came from outside the room. Got it. Lin Yu responded quickly. Then he looked at Xiao Yu lying in his arms and smiled. My dear senior, time to rise. All right, she replied. Xiao Yu pouted, looking utterly adorable. Seeing this, Lin Yu leaned in and kissed her without hesitation. Once again, it was Lin Yu who initiated the kiss. Touched, Xiao Yu continued to savor the moment. Finally, it was her turn to be passive. After the kiss ended, Lin Yu quickly got up and dressed. Rest well. I should be back soon, he said with a smile. This time he was about to meet the principal of Kunlun Mecha University, a true top-tier mecha pilot. A hint of excitement stirred within him. Okay. Xiao Yu replied with a sweet smile. Leaving the room, Lin Yu entered the living room. There, Lin Wayner gave him a knowing smile. I calculate that within a year or two our Lin family will welcome a new member. Sis, stop teasing me. Lin Yu shook his head. Let's go see the principal. Fine, Lin Wayner said, standing up. They stepped outside and swiftly summoned their mechas, taking off into the sky. This time Lin Yu summoned the Pangu mecha, which had previously learned a flight skill. Now it could soar through the air. They flew straight toward the peak of Kunlun Divine Mountain. On this mountain lies a special sacred mountain secret realm, Lin Wayner explained. The principal cultivates there. For years he has been striving to break through to become a divine-grade mecha pilot. During the flight, Lin Wayner spoke softly, enlightening Lin Yu. Sis, what makes the sacred mountain secret realm so special, eh? Lin Yu asked curiously. It helps mecha pilots quickly comprehend breakthroughs, Lin Wayner explained. However, not every pilot who enters benefits. The realm only aids those with true talent and destiny. I once cultivated there myself. After one breakthrough, no matter how hard I tried, I made no further progress. Lin Yu nodded slightly after listening. The Sacred Mountain secret realm is indeed mysterious and unique. If he could enter, he might achieve a breakthrough. But as his sister said, entry was not easy to come by. Sis, I have another question, Lin Yu continued. If the principal is striving to become a divine-grade pilot, does he also possess a divine-grade cultivation method? Logically, only with such a method could one reach the supreme realm of a divine-grade mecha pilot. Yes, the world's top powers all have their legacies. The 3 top mecha universities each have a divine-grade cultivation method, Lin Wayner nodded. But only a handful of pilots had ever mastered it. So we still have a long road ahead, Lin Wayner continued. I understand, Lin Yu replied. Before long. They arrived at the peak of Kunlun Divine Mountain. They exited their mechas and landed steadily on the ground. Before them stood an enormous mysterious stone stele. According to Lin Yu, this stele was the entrance to the sacred mountain's secret realm. After waiting patiently for about 10 minutes, the stele erupted with a surge of power, and an ethereal old man emerged from within. This elder was Wei Liren, the principal of Kunlun Mecha University. His aura instantly made Lin Yu feel the vast gap between them. The disparity seemed as deep as a chasm. Was this the bearing of a top-tier mecha pilot? Lin Yu marveled inwardly. Principal Wei Liren was a sage-grade mecha pilot. He wondered how majestic a legendary mecha pilot would appear in battle. Student Lin Yu greets the principal, she said respectfully upon seeing him. Lin Yu greets the principal, he echoed with respect. Not bad. Wei Liren nodded approvingly as he looked at them. Lin Yu, I've reviewed your file. Wayner says you've mastered the chaotic divine mill visualization method. Wei Liren asked calmly. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Based on our experiences, we've learned that humanity faces an extinction-level crisis in the future, especially with the evil spirits already emerging. If not handled properly, more dark mechas will appear. But if the chaotic divine mill visualization method is made public, the harm might outweigh the benefits. That's why we've come to seek your guidance. Over the next few minutes, Lin Yu recounted their encounters within the level 80 secret realm. After listening, Wei Liren nodded. Lin Yu, I also advise against making it public. Look at the powers with divine-grade methods. Do they share them with the world? Neither the chaotic divine mill visualization method nor divine-grade methods can be mastered by ordinary mecha pilots. At Kunlun Mecha University, students who reach the stellar mecha pilot level can enter the sacred mountain secret realm to comprehend divine-grade methods. To date, the university has trained many stellar pilots, but only a few have comprehended a divine-grade method. My suggestion is that you inscribe the chaotic divine mill visualization method within the sacred mountain secret realm. Principal Wei Liren's proposal was quite sound. Lin Yu understood its merits. Only those qualified to enter the secret realm were mecha prodigies. These geniuses often had a better chance of comprehension. Moreover, only Kunlun Mecha University members could access the realm. Additionally, I will set up layers of trials. Only those who pass can comprehend the method, Wei Liren continued. These trials will also weed out those with ill intentions. Even within Kunlun Mecha University, not every genius possessed a righteous heart. Good. Lin Yu agreed. Principal Wei Liren's suggestion was already the best course of action available. Very well, follow me into the divine mountain secret realm. Wei Liren spoke softly. Principal, may I come along as well? Lin Yu asked, somewhat surprised. The last time she entered the divine mountain secret realm, the principal had made an exception for her to enter early, seeing that her mecha could advance in rank. If you'd rather not, you don't have to go, Wei Liren said with a gentle smile. I do, of course. Lin Yu nodded. She hadn't expected to enter the divine mountain secret realm again. It was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune and one she owed to Lin Yu. The next moment, Lin Yu and Lin Yu recalled their mechas. Then they followed Principal Wei Liren into the divine mountain secret realm. Upon entering the secret realm, Lin Yu sensed a peculiar energy. The Mech God Body seemed to relish this place as the divine cultivation method within him rapidly activated, absorbing the energy. Principal, the dungeons and secret realms have all undergone mutations. Has the divine mountain secret realm changed as well? Lin Yu asked curiously. The entire divine mountain secret realm before them resembled a celestial paradise. Stepping inside, one felt as though they were ascending to immortality. Naturally, it has changed. A strange energy now permeates this realm, Wei Liren said with a light chuckle. Both of you should be able to sense it by now. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Within the level 80 secret realm, she too had comprehended and mastered the divine cultivation method. The moment she entered, Lin Yu immediately perceived it. As her divine cultivation method cycled, the peculiar energy was rapidly absorbed and refined. In just a few seconds, her spiritual energy value had increased by several points. This clearly indicated one thing. The divine mountain secret realm was far more suitable for mecha pilots to cultivate and advance their ranks. I still haven't fully understood this strange energy, but it's certain that absorbing it boosts spiritual energy values. However, there is a limit. Absorbing this energy here can only increase one's spiritual energy by up to 500 points, Wei Liren continued. Over such a long time, he had naturally learned much. Of course, the true significance of the divine mountain secret realm lay elsewhere. It was the divine cultivation method inherited within. Unfortunately, to this day, Wei Liren had yet to even touch the threshold of comprehending and mastering it. He had been trapped at a bottleneck. Follow me. Next, under Wei Liren's guidance, Lin Yu and Lin Yu soon arrived before a peculiar stone wall. The stone wall was covered in mysterious, profound carvings. This wall records the divine cultivation method, Wei Liren explained. Lin Yu inscribed the Chaos Mill Contemplation method onto that blank stone tablet over there. Lin Yu nodded, all right. Over the next half hour, Lin Yu carved the complete incantation of the Chaos Mill Contemplation method onto the stone tablet. Fortunately, the tablet was vast, otherwise it would have been impossible to inscribe it all given the sheer volume of the method's verses. Excellent. Wei Liren nodded with satisfaction. Lin Yu, you have made a tremendous contribution to Kunlun Mecha University. Take this token. From now on, you may enter the Divine Mountain Secret Realm at will, and you have free access to all of Kunlun Mecha University's resources. These privileges left Lin Yu stunned for a moment. He felt as though Kunlun Mecha University had become his own home, where he could do as he pleased. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude before continuing. Principal, I have a request. Speak, Wei Liren nodded. It's about bringing others into the Divine Mountain Secret Realm. Is that possible? Lin Yu asked quickly. The Divine Mountain Secret Realm was a wonderful place. If allowed, Lin Yu wanted to bring Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling in to cultivate together. Of course. Wei Liren agreed, without hesitation. Seeing the principal's approval, Lin Yu's face lit up with even greater joy. All right, make yourselves at home. I need to cultivate as well, Wei Liren said with a smile, walking directly to the stone tablet. Perhaps by comprehending the Chaos Mill Contemplation method, he could break through that bottleneck and ascend to a higher level. Since you start cultivating, he'll go bring Xiao Yu and the others in. Lin Yu then said to Lin Weiner, his tone eager. Cultivating here could rapidly increase one's spiritual energy by at least 5000 points. It was undoubtedly an excellent place to accelerate one's strength. All right, Lin Weiner nodded. After leaving the Divine Mountain Secret Realm, Lin Yu returned directly to his floating island. Upon hearing his explanation, Xiao Yu and the others were astonished. They never imagined they would one day enter the Divine Mountain Secret Realm to cultivate ahead of schedule. You ergo wait for me at the entrance of the Secret Realm. Lin Yu said to Xiao Yu gently. I need to make a trip to the Royal Academy. All right, Xiao Yu nodded, understanding perfectly why he was going there. Soon Lin Yu arrived at the Royal Academy. After sending a message, he didn't have to wait long. Chun Feiyu rushed over slightly out of breath. Lin Yu, what's the matter? Why the urgency? Upon seeing Lin Yu's message, he had immediately stopped his cultivation and hurried over. Come on, it'll take you to a great place where you can quickly boost your spiritual energy by 5000 points. Lin Yu said with a smile. Really? Chun Feiyu was stunned. He was still over 400 spiritual energy points short of becoming a 4-star mecha pilot. If such a place truly existed, becoming a 4-star would be effortless. You'll see when we get there. Lin Yu summoned the Gilt Warplane from his storage ring. After all, Chun Feiyu's mecha currently lacked flight capabilities. Boarding the warplane, it immediately took off, heading for the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain. During the journey, Lin Yu briefly explained the situation to Chun Feiyu. After hearing it, Chun Feiyu was utterly astonished. He had heard other students mention the Divine Mountain Secret Realm before. It was said to be the true foundation of Kunlun Mecha University. Rumor had it that within lay a divine cultivation method as an inheritance. To enter the secret realm, one had to be at least a stellar mecha pilot. He was only a 3-star mecha pilot, yet he could still enter the Divine Mountain Secret Realm to cultivate. It was incredibly fortunate. Chun Feiyu felt immensely lucky to have a true brother like Lin Yu. Lin Yu, thank you. Chun Feiyu was deeply moved and grateful. We're brothers, no need for such formality. I can only help you this much, you have to work hard on your own. Lin Yu shook his head and said with a gentle smile. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, and Chun Feiyu all successfully entered the Divine Mountain Secret Realm. Upon arrival, everyone immediately began cultivating with great diligence. This was an exceedingly rare opportunity, and they were all earnest and hardworking, unwilling to squander the chance they had been given. Meanwhile, Kunlun Mecha University also released an announcement. All students received this notice simultaneously. Kunlun Mecha University Lin Yu is hereby appointed as an honorary student. Student Lin Yu voluntarily contributed the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method to the school, making an outstanding contribution and shall enjoy the following benefits. All students should follow Lin Yu's example. It is also hoped that all students will cultivate, diligently break through to become star mech pilots as soon as possible, and thus be able to enter the Divine Mountain Secret Realm to comprehend the Divine Level Cultivation method and the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method. Upon seeing this announcement, the students of Kunlun Mecha University were astounded. Many felt that this was all too surreal. What is the difference between the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method and the Chaos Visualization method? No way, you don't even know this. Let me kindly explain. The Chaos Visualization method is merely a simplified version of the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method. With the appearance of such evil spirits, mastering the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method means there is no need to worry about them. I have to admire Lin Yu. If I had obtained this method, I would definitely have kept it to myself and cultivated in secret. That is precisely why you are not as powerful as Lin Yu. Regardless, we should all cultivate diligently. Meanwhile, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University had reached a fever pitch of activity. Students engaged in heated discussions. This further solidified their determination to cultivate earnestly. With the development of the internet age, information spread with incredible speed. It did not take long for all mecha pilots worldwide to receive this news. The long-lost chaos divine grinding visualization method had appeared at Kunlun Mecha University. Many factions called out hoping Kunlun Mecha University would make it public. Fortunately, Kunlun Mecha University was a top-tier power. Had it been any other minor faction, they would likely have been annihilated by now. This was precisely why Kunlun Mecha University chose to announce it. Because they possessed absolute strength. Time passed bit by bit. Ding dong, your spiritual energy value has successfully increased by 5000. After an unknown period of cultivation within the Divine Mountain secret realm, a system notification roused Lin Yu from his meditation. Open my personal panel. Command received. Name Lin Yu, race, human divine mech body, activated mecha pilot, level 7-star mecha pilot. Energy points 1000, spiritual energy 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 5 Mechas, Pangu mech, level 70, Nuwa mech, level 70. Who excellent. I have taken another step forward. Lin Yu nodded, speaking with delight. He was not far from becoming an 8-star mecha pilot. Now I am even more curious, what kind of mecha will my third one be? Lin Yu's heart stirred with excitement. An immense anticipation. That day would not be far off. At this moment, Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, and the others were still sitting cross-legged beside him, remaining in a state of cultivation. They too were making rapid progress. Gazing into the distance under a large tree 100 meters away, Chen Feiyu was also cultivating diligently. Initially, Lin Yu had invited Chen Feiyu to cultivate beside him. But before Lin Yu could explain further, Chen Feiyu himself declined. He had no desire to be fed dog food. Seeing this, Lin Yu did not insist. Let things take their natural course. Convert these 1000 energy points directly into my spiritual energy. Lin Yu murmured in his heart. These 1000 energy points were obtained from transmuting the evil spirit in the secret realm. Consumed 1000 energy points. Ding dong, congratulations. Your spiritual energy has increased by 10,000. It seems I need to acquire more resources to reach 8-star mecha pilot faster. Lin Yu began to ponder. Conveniently, Principal Wei Liren had already promised him that he could freely utilize the resources of Kunlun Mecha University. A decision was made in his mind. However, there was no rush for now. It would not be too late to act after Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, and the others had completed their cultivation. Time always passes swiftly. In the days that followed, Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, and the others also successfully increased their spiritual energy by 50 one after another. Continuing to absorb that peculiar energy, they could clearly perceive that it no longer provided any increase to their spiritual energy. Indeed, it could only boost spiritual energy by 50. Yet even without absorbing and refining that special energy, merely cultivating within the Divine Mountain secret realm was still faster than cultivating outside. It was only then that Lin Yu left the Divine Mountain secret realm. Then he directly entered the resource storage building of Kunlun Mecha University. This building was a massive structure. It was equipped with numerous layers of security mechanisms. Entering required specific authorization. Naturally, Lin Yu possessed this authority, so he entered smoothly and without hindrance. The first floor of the resource storage building housed a variety of mecha skills. Currently, Lin Yu had no shortage of mecha skills, so he did not waste time on this floor. The second floor contained cultivation methods. The highest level method stored here was of the star grade. Lin Yu already possessed a divine level cultivation method. Continuing upward, upon entering the third floor, he was immediately greeted by the rich aroma of herbs filling the room. The scent alone invigorated one's spirit. The third floor stored various pills and elixirs. These pills could not be concocted by human means. They could only be obtained by clearing dungeons or exploring secret realms. Looking around, the array of pills was dazzling and overwhelming to the eyes. Different types of pills naturally had distinct effects. But for Lin Yu, all these pills served a single purpose: to be converted into his energy points. I have full authority to use all these pills. Becoming an 8-star mecha pilot is now a certainty. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. If he were to use all these pills, he would undoubtedly obtain a massive amount of energy points. However, one should not be too ruthless. I should leave some of these pills behind. Lin Yu nodded, seriously, adopting a grave expression, currently absorbing and converting pills. In the following period, he converted these pills into energy points. Ding dong, congratulations. Your spiritual energy has reached 40000, and you have become an 8-star mecha pilot. Your third mecha has been awakened. Name Lin Yu, race, human divine mech body, activated mecha pilot, level 8-star mecha pilot. Energy points 0 spiritual energy 443510 Mechas Pangu Mech, level 70 Nuwa Mech, level 70. Lin Yu reserved 20% of the pills on the third floor. He used the remaining 80%. This successfully pushed his spiritual energy past the 40 mark, directly reaching 443510 energy points. Indeed, this pill-popping method of enhancement was incredibly fast. He was now not far from becoming a 9-star mecha pilot. The most tense moment has arrived. Lin Yu swallowed hard, his excitement and anticipation difficult to calm. Then Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the ground, his consciousness directly entering his personal mecha space. What kind of existence would the third mecha be? The answer was about to be revealed. Upon entering his own mecha space, Lin Yu first laid eyes on the Pangu Mecha and the Nuwa Mecha. On the third mecha platform, a massive rainbow light gathered, and within just a few minutes a new mecha appeared before him. The awakening of the third mecha has been completed. For Divine Mechas, level Divine Mecha, grade level 70 synchronized. The 4 Divine Mechas composed of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Vermilion Bird, possessing the power of the 4 Divine Beasts capable of transforming into any of their forms. After reading the information, Lin Yu was astonished. Another Divine Mecha. Moreover, it was a transformable mecha. This is amazing. I can now be considered a man with 3 Divine Mechas. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Although he couldn't truly pilot the 4 Divine Mechas, yet just standing before them, he could sense their immense power. For a moment, it was as if he could see the 4 divine beasts gazing at him, an inexplicable feeling of pressure enveloping him. In a sense, this 4 divine mecha was equivalent to having 4 divine beast-shaped mechas. So when will the 4th mecha awaken? Lin Yu inquired. Answer: the awakening of the 4th mecha requires becoming a 10-star mecha master. Very good. Lin Yu nodded. Now, having awakened 3 divine mechas, he had a feeling that perhaps he could also awaken divine mechas in the future. At that time, awakening 7 divine mechas. Once all summoned, Lin Yu could proudly declare, I possess 7 divine mechas. After admiring for a while, Lin Yu finally exited the mecha space. Slowly opening his eyes, indescribable excitement and exhilaration washed over his face. My spiritual energy value has already surpassed 400,000. In future battles, I can also summon other divine mechas for automatic combat. Lin Yu was ecstatic. This meant his strength had significantly increased. The automatic combat ability could currently only last for 10 minutes, consuming 100,000 spiritual energy each time. Next, let's check out the 4th floor. After ascending to the 4th floor, he found the entrance sealed by sturdy gates. Fortunately, Lin Yu had the authority to easily open these gates. Upon entering the 4th floor, he could clearly see numerous secret realm scrolls. Most of these secret realm scrolls were at levels 50 to 60, with only a few above level 70. There are actually 200 level secret realm scrolls. Lin Yu exclaimed. The drop rate for these secret realm scrolls had dramatically decreased. In the online shop, there were basically no secret realm scrolls for sale. Moreover, 100-level secret realm scrolls were extremely rare and hard to come by. Though I can't use it right now, it will definitely be useful in the future. Lin Yu nodded and directly took one of the 100-level secret realm scrolls. After all, he had contributed the supreme chaos divine grinding method, and Lin Yu wouldn't let himself suffer losses. Lin Yu continued selecting. In a short time, he picked 12 secret realm scrolls. Even if all the resources in this resource building were combined, they wouldn't be worth as much as the chaos divine grinding method. This is why the principal granted Lin Yu such high treatment, allowing him to freely dispose of these resources. Time to leave, Lin Yu muttered. With only 4 floors in total after obtaining the secret realm scrolls, there was no need to stay here any longer. He soon exited the resource storage building. This time he used quite a lot of pills. There were still 2/3 of the pills left on the 3rd floor. If used up completely, it could potentially elevate him to a 9-star mecha master. However, one shouldn't be too greedy. If he used them, all the other students at Kunlun Mecha University wouldn't have any pills left to use. Indeed, I am truly a great person. Lin Yu nodded, self-praising. After becoming an 8-star mecha master, his mecha level could continue to rise. Thus, the next goal was naturally to elevate the mecha to level 80. To level up quickly, he would definitely have to find a powerful substitute. Returning to the Divine Mountain Secret Realm, Lin Yu informed his sister and Xiao Yu of his breakthrough to 8-star mecha master. Upon hearing this news, they were all extremely delighted. At the same time, they were also very astonished at Lin Yu's rapid cultivation speed. Then let's set off now, Xiao Yu said, eagerly wanting to help Lin Yu elevate his mecha to level 80, thereby enhancing his overall power. We can only go to the dungeon, Lin Weiner said slowly. Lin Weiner did have a few secret realm scrolls, but they were not from the same secret realm. Actually, my sister and I share the same thoughts. Let's go to the dungeon. Lin Yu nodded and said, If we can clear those dungeons, not only can we elevate the mecha level, but we can also receive clearance rewards. The efficiency of obtaining good items in the dungeon is much faster than in secret realms. In that case, let's head to the dungeon. Xiao Yu agreed. Mo Shitting and Lin Yu too continued to cultivate and break through to 8-star Mecha Masters soon. Lin Weiner looked at them. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling replied. Back then when they first entered school, they were 2 levels higher than Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu quickly surpassed them. Although it was within expectations, the speed still astonished everyone. Through this period of cultivation, both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had made significant progress, but they still needed more time to cultivate before becoming 8-star Mecha Masters. After briefly addressing some matters, Lin Yu, Lin Weiner, and Xiao Yu left the Divine Mountain secret realm. After exiting, Lin Yu curiously asked, "Sister, which dungeon are we going to first? What dungeons are nearby, and what levels are they?" Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu surely knew much more than Lin Yu. Let's first go to the 70-level Yumo Mountain dungeon. Lin Weiner pondered for a moment before speaking. This dungeon was also the closest to them. Previously, she and Xiao Yu had cleared this dungeon. They had a certain understanding of it. Moreover, the clearance rewards for the 70-level dungeon were certainly good. After clearing the 70-level dungeon, they could then go to the 80-level dungeon. All right, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Immediately, the three summoned their mechas. Controlling their mechas, they flew towards the location of that dungeon. After more than 2 hours of flight, Lin Yu and his companions successfully arrived at the entrance of the level 70 Nether Demon Mountain instance. At this moment, other mecha pilots were also gathered outside the instance entrance. These mecha pilots had also summoned their mechas and were forming teams outside. Almost all of them were at the 7-star mecha pilot realm. Soloing this level 70 instance was an extremely challenging task for them. Therefore, only by teaming up could they clear the instance more smoothly. Would you 3 friends like to join my team? Join my team instead. An 8-star mecha pilot is leading. As Lin Yu and his group appeared, they instantly drew the attention of every mecha pilot present. After all, their mechas were truly extraordinary. They were clearly at least royal-class mechas, possibly even higher. Teaming up with such powerful mechas would greatly increase the success rate. Sorry, please find someone else, Lin Yu directly refused. Their own strength was sufficient. They had no need to team up with other mecha pilots. You have entered the level 80 Nether Demon Mountain instance. Reminder, you can only leave after clearing the instance. As they entered the instance, the system's voice echoed. The environment within the Nether Demon Mountain instance was harsh. The mountains were shrouded in black mist, and the entire instance space felt gloomy. Roar, roar, roar. Fierce howls erupted one after another. Within mere seconds, more and more giant beasts began to appear. These giant beasts were all level 70. Wreathed in black mist, they seemed more formidable than ordinary level 70 beasts. Some of the beasts were colossal in size. With the slightest movement, they caused stones to fly and the ground to shake. This didn't feel like an instance at all. It was more like entering a demon's lair. All right, let's begin, Lin Weiner said softly. Then she and Xiao Yu controlled their mechas, swiftly charging forward and initiating the battle. Your teammate has slain a level 70 giant beast. Mecha experience 7,000. Your teammate has slain a level 70 giant beast. Mecha experience 7,000. Your teammate has slain a level 70 giant beast. Mecha experience 7,000. The system's notification chimed. Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu were far too powerful. Within such an instance, those level 70 giant beasts stood no chance. They were mostly killed in a single blow by the two. Your teammate has slain a level 70 giant beast. Experience 7,000. Congratulations. You have obtained a level 70 energy crystal. About another minute passed. A level 70 energy crystal then appeared in Lin Yu's hand. This surprised him greatly. After all this time, a crystal has finally dropped. Ever since the instances and secret realms mutated, the drop rate of energy crystals had become increasingly low. Sometimes, even after clearing several instances, not a single crystal would be obtained. Lin Yu, watch out. A golden winged rock is charging at you. Xiao Yu's voice came through. I see it. Don't worry, I can handle it. Lin Yu smiled. The golden winged rock was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the airspace above Lin Yu's position. The golden winged rock's eyes blazed with a blood-red light. With a flap of its wings, countless golden feathered quills rained down like a storm, blanketing the sky as they attacked Lin Yu. For a level 70 giant beast to possess such an ability was only natural. Facing this onslaught, Lin Yu's expression remained utterly calm. He even curled his lips into a confident smile. Lin Yu maneuvered his Pangu mecha, gripping the heaven-splitting axe, and made a single light swing. Heaven and earth activated in an instant. A brilliant light radiated everywhere. The golden winged rock was cleaved in two, completely dead, without even time to let out a scream. You have slain the level 70 giant beast golden winged rock. Mecha experienced 7,000 effortless. An absolute instant kill. Soon Lin Yu also joined the battle. Watching from the sidelines was dull. Oh, it was better to fight. Roar. Before long, a massive giant lion charged toward Lin Yu. As the giant lion charged, it unleashed a terrifying roar that seemed capable of shattering heaven and earth. However, sound wave attacks were useless against Lin Yu. The Pangu Mecha used an instant movement to appear beside the giant lion and swung its axe. The lion's head was severed cleanly. Its colossal body collapsed limply to the ground, unmoving as a torrent of blood gushed from the wound. Within just a few minutes, the entire instance could be described as a river of blood littered with the corpses of giant beasts. Fortunately, Lin Yu and the others were inside their mechas. Had they stepped out, they would undoubtedly have been met with an overwhelmingly thick stench of blood. With Lin Yu joining the fight, the progress of clearing the entire instance accelerated significantly. In the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Only the instance boss remains now. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The number of level 70 giant beasts in this instance was enormous. Clearing it was no easy feat. Let's rest for a while first, Lin Yu suggested. Before them lay the boss area. Once they stepped inside, the boss would appear. The battle over the past hour had consumed a great deal of their spiritual energy. They needed to recover properly to have a better chance. This is only my second time entering this instance. Compared to my first time, the beasts here are clearly stronger now, and I imagine the boss is the same. Xiao Yu sighed softly during the break. No matter how strong it is, it's no match for us, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. With his strength alone, soloing this level 70 instance wouldn't have been too much of a problem. It would just have taken more time. After resting for about 10 minutes, their spiritual energy had recovered significantly. All right, let's enter the boss area, Lin Yu announced. Yeah. Lin Yu and Xiao Yu nodded in unison. The three mechas entered the boss area at almost the same moment. Rumble. The instant they stepped in, an overwhelming aura surged throughout the area. An immensely huge, giant beast burst forth from the void beneath the earth. Boss Nightmare Shadow Tiger. Level 80. The boss beast's information quickly appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. The Nightmare Shadow Tiger opened its massive maw and let out a deafening roar. Its sharp fangs sent chills down one's spine. On its back was a row of neat black scales that emitted an eerie cold gleam. With a flick of its tail, it seemed to tear the very space apart. An intangible majesty radiated from it, truly worthy of being a boss-level giant beast. It was the king among giant beasts. Unexpectedly, the boss, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger, had mutated to level 80. Lin Yu sighed softly. Fortunately, everything was within expectations. With a roar, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger, upon spotting Lin Yu and the others, launched an immediate assault, its massive sharp claws slamming onto the ground. With a thunderous rumble, massive boulders materialized and hurtled toward the three mechas piloted by Lin Yu and his team. Heaven and Earth activated. An immense surge of power erupted, annihilating the charging giant beasts. They'll handle this, boss, Lin Yu declared with confidence. All right, but be careful. Lin Yu nodded, trusting Lin Yu implicitly. Xiao Yu felt the same. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Lin Yu's spiritual energy rapidly depleted as radiant chains shot forth from the void, binding and entangling the Dark Knight Demon Tiger in the blink of an eye. The Dark Knight Demon Tiger began to struggle violently. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yu activated Mecha teleportation. The Pangu Mech instantly appeared before the Dark Knight Demon Tiger, its sky-opening axe raised high, its power elevated to its zenith. He brought the axe down decisively. At that very moment, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger unleashed another ability, hardening. Its defensive capabilities multiplied exponentially. With a thunderous crash, the axe struck. A violent clash erupted. Such formidable defense. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in the next second. Ordinarily, this strike would have been fatal to the Dark Knight Demon Tiger. Yet its hardening ability had miraculously withstood such a devastating blow. This alone was astonishing. Truly, it was worthy of being a boss-level beast. Not simple at all. However, though the Dark Knight Demon Tiger had withstood this attack, the next move would not be so easily endured. Heaven and Earth activated. The next moment, Lin Yu unleashed another surge of immense power. At this, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger was stunned. It couldn't fathom how the mecha pilot could execute the same mecha skill twice in succession. But it couldn't activate hardening a second time in such a short period. With a roar, though unable to harden again, the Dark Knight Demon Tiger refused to surrender. With a furious bellow, its inner power surged wildly. The entire body of the Dark Knight Demon Tiger became frenzied. With a resounding crash, the axe struck. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss beast Dark Knight Demon Tiger. Gained 20,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations. Your mecha has leveled up to level 72. Congratulations on clearing this instance for the first time. You have received 1 defense type Mech Sacred Stone and 1 super tier skill Mech True Sight. With the death of the Dark Knight Demon Tiger, A series of system notifications rang out in Lin Yu's mind. It was a pity that the Dark Knight Demon Tiger's desperate struggle had been utterly futile. What does the Mech True Sight skill do? Lin Yu nodded and silently asked. Answer: Mech True Sight provides vision within a certain range, revealing invisible traps and seeing through disguised enemies. After the system's explanation, Lin Yu instantly understood the power of this skill. It was somewhat like a simplified version of Xiao Ye's divine eye ability. As for the Mech's sacred stone, it was an even greater treasure. It could enhance the Mecha's attributes. For Lin Yu, it was a supreme treasure for rapidly increasing his spiritual energy. What rewards did you get from clearing the instance? Lin Wainer asked softly. A Mech's sacred stone and a super tier Mecha skill. Lin Yu answered truthfully. Not bad. Lin Wainer nodded slightly. Xiao Yu remarked, these instance rewards are far richer than what we got back then. Pangu Mech has successfully mastered Mech True Sight. Mech's sacred stone converted successfully. Energy points, 3,000. Use all energy points to boost spiritual energy. Lin Yu mentally commanded. Command received. Consumed 3,000 energy points. Your spiritual energy has increased by 30,000. Current spiritual energy, 474,640. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This Mech sacred stone was truly a remarkable item. Just one had increased his spiritual energy by 3,000. It brought him a significant step closer to becoming a 9-star Mech pilot. Let's leave this place first, Lin Yu said softly. With the instance cleared. Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu both nodded. You have left the instance. In the next second, the three of them transformed into beams of light and teleported out of the instance. They reappeared at the entrance of the instance. Looking around, a new group of mecha pilots was forming teams. Did you hear? A team was just wiped out by a beast in that instance. I saw it. It was a 6-person team, all 7-star mech pilots with mechas at level 70. This instance is too dangerous now. Even such a team was annihilated. Forget it'll stick to the level 60 instance. Yeah, you only have one life. Let's go. The mecha pilots were engaged in heated discussions. Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu overheard everything. I can't believe 6 7-star mech pilots perished like that, Lin Yu sighed. It meant humanity's strength had diminished once more. Still, he found it puzzling. Although the level 70 Demon Abyss Mountain had become somewhat more difficult, a 6-person team of level 70 mechas should have been able to clear it with ease. Yet they were completely wiped out. Something must have happened. Never mind. He wouldn't dwell on it. Everyone has their own fate. Lin Yu shook his head, slightly ceasing further thought. Come on, we should head to the next instance, Lin Wainer reminded. The three of them set off, once more heading toward the next instance. Unbeknownst to them, several days had passed. Congratulations. Your mecha has successfully reached level 80. The Mech God Body ability has activated. Your Nuwa mech and 4 Divine Beasts mech have synchronized to level 80. As you have not yet become a 9-star mech pilot, your mecha cannot continue to gain experience points. The skills of your 3 divine mechas have automatically awakened. On this day, after clearing a level 80 instance, a series of system notifications rang out. Lin Yu was overjoyed. The days of tirelessly conquering instances had not been in vain. Truly, effort yields reward. Moreover, throughout these days of clearing instances, Lin Yu had obtained many excellent treasures. The only pity was that he hadn't acquired a second mech sacred stone afterward. Fortunately, Lin Yu himself was not far from becoming a 9-star mech pilot. If all went smoothly, he should break through within a month. Phew, the mecha has finally reached level 80. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully to Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu. Truly, good news keeps coming. Wainer and I are also on the verge of breaking through to become 10-star mecha masters, Xiao Yu said with a nod and a smile. Over the past few days, they had cleared numerous dungeons, encountering several hidden bosses within them. After slaying these bosses, Lin Wainer and Xiao Yu had also obtained excellent treasures, significantly boosting their spiritual energy reserves. Upon reflection, it felt like fortune had truly smiled upon them. No time to waste. Next, let's return to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu said slowly. All right, Lin Wainer replied with a soft laugh. Lin Yu then summoned the gilded fighter jet. Boarding the aircraft, it swiftly took off and sped towards Kunlun Mecha University. Lying back on the sofa, Lin Yu reveled in comfort. This smart fighter jet is fantastic. It can navigate and fly on autopilot. If only mechas had the same capability. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Lin Wainer chuckled softly. You might not believe it, but there actually are mechas with such an ability. Really? Lin Yu was astonished. Of course. The world is vast and wonders never cease, Lin Wainer affirmed. They chatted idly along the way. Time seemed to fly by. By dusk that day, Lin Yu and his companions had successfully returned to Kunlun Mecha University. This time, they did not go back to the floating island, but instead entered the Divine Mountain secret realm. Cultivating within this secret realm was evidently faster than on the floating island. With Lin Yu present, their efforts yielded twice the results with half the effort. You're back. Mo shitting and Yi Ling exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Yu. Since Lin Yu had left, their cultivation speed had noticeably slowed. Yes, I'm back. It's been a few days. How has your training been? Lin Yu inquired. It's going reasonably well. I estimate we can break through to 8-star Mecha Master in another 2 days, Mo shitting answered. Me too. Yi Ling nodded in agreement. The two had been training with great diligence. That's good. Lin Yu beamed with joy. Afterwards, Lin Yu sought out Chen Feiyu. Though some time had passed, Chen Feiyu had made considerable progress. It was evident he had been working hard, cherishing the opportunity to cultivate within the Divine Mountain secret realm. It seemed he would break through to 4-star Mecha Master before long. Seeing his smooth progress, Lin Yu felt relieved. Not wanting to disturb his cultivation, Lin Yu turned his attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, Principal Wei Liren was still comprehending the Chaos Millstone visualization art. He had grasped some of it, but fully mastering it would still require time. In his youth, Wei Liren had been hailed as a world-class mecha prodigy. Now the principal was over 300 years old. As one's Mecha Master rank increased, so did their lifespan. It was rumored that reaching the rank of Divine Mecha Master granted a lifespan of over 1,000 years. Lin Yu also learned another piece of information: the Divine Mecha Master was not the pinnacle. There were even higher realms beyond. For human Mecha Masters to achieve true immortality, a long road still lay ahead. Crucially, in the history of this era, no one had yet broken through to become a Divine Mecha Master. Thus, the realms beyond the Divine Mecha Master remained unknown. Principal Wei Liren was currently the most promising candidate to successfully break through. Lin Yu naturally hoped Wei Liren would succeed. Once Kunlun Mecha University had a Divine Mecha Master, it would become the most formidable force in the world without equal. At that time, they could lead everyone to clear higher-level dungeons, comprehensively enhancing their overall strength. Phew, I need to step up my game too. Lin Yu took a deep breath, reflecting that his current realm was far from sufficient. Afterwards, he entered a state of cultivation. 2 days passed quickly. Mo shitting and Yi Ling smoothly reached the rank of 8-star Mecha Master. Initially, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu had planned to help them upgrade their mecha levels. But the principal made other arrangements. A teacher was assigned to guide Mo shitting and Yi Ling in raising their mecha ranks. This teacher was a genuine star Mecha Master. He could undoubtedly help Mo shitting and Yi Ling upgrade their mechas to level 80 more quickly. Day after day passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had flown by. Mo shitting and Yi Ling emerged from a secret realm. In just 3 short days, their mechas had reached level 80, an impressively swift speed and efficiency. Next, the 4 young women, as usual, gathered around Lin Yu to cultivate. So envious, truly envious. Chen Feiyu watched the scene with immense jealousy. He mused to himself that he should find a girlfriend too. Witnessing this, the principal couldn't help but recall his own youth. Back then, he was exceptionally handsome, pursued by countless women. But in those days, his mind was set solely on cultivation with no interest in romance. Consequently, the principal remained a solitary man to this day. Student Chen Feiyu greets the principal. Chen Feiyu quickly bowed as he saw the principal approaching. Wei Liren nodded. You are truly fortunate, young man, to have befriended a good friend and brother like Lin Yu. Otherwise, Chen Feiyu would never have qualified to enter the Divine Mountain secret realm. I'm in a good mood today. Go and contemplate before the stone wall. Whether you can comprehend the divine cultivation method upon it depends on your own destiny, Wei Liren continued. Hearing this, Chen Feiyu was stunned for a moment. Principal, am I really worthy? If you don't wish to go, I won't force you, Wei Liren said calmly. I do, of course I do. Thank you, Principal. Chen Feiyu quickly expressed his gratitude. He had long heard of the divine cultivation method here and yearned to practice it. Now that he had the opportunity, he was naturally overwhelmed with excitement. Subsequently, Chen Feiyu hurried to the stone wall, gazing at the intricate patterns upon it, which were profoundly mysterious. For a moment, Chen Feiyu sighed. As expected, divine cultivation methods are not easily comprehended. The wall bore not a single word. It seemed one needed sufficient insight to grasp its secrets. Though daunted by the difficulty, Chen Feiyu did not give up. He began to focus intently on understanding the patterns. Time flew by. That day, the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University erupted in fervent discussion. Breaking news: an abyssal rift has appeared in the Qingshan Grand Canyon. This time, the minimum requirement is only a 5-star mecha pilot to enter and explore. An abyssal rift. What a great opportunity. The last time one appeared was ages ago, and I missed my chance. Now that I have it, I can't let it slip away. Let's go. Anyone forming a team? Up there, you can't team up in the abyssal rift. Don't you even know that? Many students, upon hearing this news, quickly prepared themselves and rushed toward the Qingshan Grand Canyon. Within the Divine Mountain secret realm, Principal Wei Liren approached Lin Yu and the others, speaking softly. Pause your cultivation for a moment. Hearing his voice, Lin Yu and the others immediately halted their training. Principal, is there something? Lin Yu opened his eyes and asked calmly. I've just received word that an abyssal rift has appeared in the Qingshan Grand Canyon. It may be a stroke of fortune, so I suggest you go and explore. It might yield something. Of course, whether you go or not is entirely up to you, Wei Liren stated directly. He had come merely to inform them. After all, the abyssal rift does not appear often. For some mecha pilots, it is a place to defy fate and change their destiny. However, the dangers within were also immense. The abyssal rift, what kind of place is that? Lin Yu shook his head, curious. It was his first time hearing of it. Simply put, the abyssal rift is like an upgraded secret realm with a much higher chance of obtaining opportunities and fortunes. Wei Liren described it in terms Lin Yu could understand. He then continued, you cannot team up in the abyssal rift. Once you enter, each mecha pilot is teleported to a different location. Once inside, there is only one way to leave the abyssal rift: stay alive. When the rift is about to close, surviving mecha pilots are automatically teleported out. During the last rift opening, many mecha pilots perished within, but those who emerged alive have all become formidable experts. So the abyssal rift is indeed a good place. After listening, Lin Yu nodded. It truly seemed like a valuable opportunity. It felt somewhat like a time-limited dungeon. Alright, I'll only remind you of one thing: if you enter the abyssal rift, always stay alert. Also, never trust anyone inside the rift. The human heart is often the most terrifying and dangerous thing. Wei Liren seemed to recall some memories and let out a sigh. A trace of sorrow tinged his voice. It seemed that Wei Liren had once entered the abyssal rift himself and had gone through some ordeal. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the stone wall. I think we should give the abyssal rift a try, Lin Yu said. Indeed we should, Lin Wainer agreed. She and Xiao Yu were already 9-star mecha pilots. Moreover, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling had reached 8-star. They all had some ability to protect themselves. Although we'll be separated upon entering, with luck, we might still meet inside, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, have you decided? Lin Wainer asked, looking at the two. Yes. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded almost simultaneously. Good, let's set off now, Lin Wainer replied. They acted without delay, such was their efficiency. Leaving the Divine Mountain secret realm, Lin Yu and the others boarded the gilded fighter. The fighter automatically navigated toward the Qingshan Grand Canyon, soaring swiftly through the sky. The Qingshan Grand Canyon was a renowned place, one of the largest canyons in the world. Legend had it that it was carved out by a supremely powerful mecha warrior wielding a mecha sword. Yet no one had ever confirmed this legend. Whether true or false, no one bothered to investigate. After all, knowing the truth would change nothing. Inside the fighter, Lin Wainer projected some information about the abyssal rift, allowing Lin Yu and the others to see it clearly. The last time the abyssal rift appeared was 20 years ago. Based on reports from surviving mecha pilots, it's clear that the rift is filled not only with powerful giant beasts, but also with countless unknown dangers. We must be extremely cautious once inside, especially the dangerous restrictions within, many of which are incredibly bizarre. During the last rift opening, a male mecha pilot accidentally stepped into a restriction and fell unconscious. When he woke up, he found his body had transformed into a woman's. A restriction that can change one's gender, truly eerie. Lin Wainer spoke earnestly. Her purpose was to make everyone understand that the abyssal rift was extremely perilous. Every step inside required caution and careful planning. Otherwise, one wrong move could lead to total defeat. There's actually a restriction that changes gender. That's incredible. Lin Yu was astonished and quickly asked, Sis, do you know what happened to that mecha pilot who became a woman? I'm not sure, Lin Wainer shook her head. Let's just search online, Yi Ling laughed. Through an internet search, they quickly found the mecha pilot who had turned into a woman. The first glance at the photo shocked Lin Yu. She was quite a beauty. It was hard to imagine that this beautiful woman had once been a man. That gender reversal restriction is amazing, Lin Yu exclaimed. And she even got married. As he scrolled further, Lin Yu was astonished again. Alright, there's no need to focus on such things. Lin Wainer closed the information and continued seriously. Anyway, everyone must be careful once inside. I don't want any of you to perish in there. Lin Yu smiled and assured her, Don't worry, sis, I've got it all in mind. We've remembered too, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded. Matters concerning their own lives were naturally taken with the utmost seriousness. They dared not be careless in the slightest. It didn't take long for the warplane to successfully arrive above the Qing Mountain Grand Canyon. Many other warplanes and ships were also hovering over the canyon. The number of mecha engineers inside the canyon could only be described as a sea of people. The abyss fissure hasn't fully opened and stabilized yet. It seems we'll have to wait for a while. Lin Wainer glanced back and slowly spoke. In the air, one could clearly see the entire layout of the Qing Mountain Grand Canyon. Deep within the canyon below, the space had already ripped apart, erupting with an immensely powerful spatial force. This time, the abyss fissure has attracted many talented mecha engineers. Xiao Yu looked around and could clearly see the genius students from the other two top mecha universities. This time, the competition for the abyss fissure would definitely be fierce. Among them are many evil mecha engineers, so be cautious. Lin Yu nodded slightly and reminded, this abyss fissure allows any mecha engineer of 5-star level or above to enter. Compared to previous abyss fissures, the requirements this time had clearly lowered significantly. If I encounter an evil mecha engineer inside, I will kill them on sight. Lin Yu clenched his fists. These evil mecha engineers used many cruel methods to become powerful. Time passed little by little. Everyone patiently waited. The next morning at 10 o'clock, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The fissure in the canyon instantly expanded 100-fold. Mysterious light shrouded the entire canyon. When the light dissipated, everyone could clearly see that the abyss fissure had been completely opened. The entrance has successfully opened. Charge. The opportunities are definitely mine. Opportunities are first come first served. Everyone charge. In an instant, all the mecha engineers present became excited. One by one they rushed forward, quickly pouring into the abyss fissure. This scene is simply too crazy. Watching the crowd surge into the abyss fissure like a tide, Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The scene before him resembled a beast tide. What's so crazy about this? It's quite a normal occurrence. Lin Yu shook her head and said softly. She had long gotten used to such scenes, having seen many before. Yu, this abyss fissure gives me a different feeling. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke up. I feel the same way. Lin Yu nodded, but she couldn't describe the exact feeling in words for the moment. Don't think too much about it. Lin Yu spoke up. Look, it's only been a short while, and nearly all the mecha engineers have already gone in. We should hurry in too. As the warplane landed steadily, once everyone disembarked, Lin Yu first stored the golden warplane into his storage ring. Once we go in, we'll be teleported separately. Remember, no matter what happens, prioritize your own life. Lin Yu reminded. She then walked directly inside. Then we'll go in too. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling followed closely behind. Soon only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu were left. Be safe. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Yu gently. You too. Xiao Yu nodded. The two shared a loving hug. Then they shared a tender kiss. I'm here to explore the abyss, not to eat dog food. Damn couple, why did you have to show me this? Show affection, die quickly. The other mecha engineers, seeing the couple hug and kiss, couldn't help but mutter, then quickly rushed inside. For some single individuals, this was a fatal blow. Ding dong, you have entered the abyss. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, looking at everything before him and sighed. Is this the abyss world? The entire abyss world was lifeless, devoid of any vitality. The sky was a dark gray. Irregular boulders floated in midair. Occasionally, the surrounding space would become extremely distorted, erupting with immense explosions. Pangu Mecha summon. As the Pangu Mecha was summoned, Lin Yu entered the mecha's interior, feeling an overwhelming sense of security in that instant. Boom. Suddenly, at that moment, the space beside the Pangu Mecha twisted, resembling the appearance of a black hole. Lin Yu felt a powerful force of devouring. This black hole space seemed intent on swallowing the Pangu Mecha. Mecha teleportation activated in the next moment. The Pangu Mecha teleported directly hundreds of meters away. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted at Lin Yu's previous location. When the dust settled, one could clearly see that the spot had turned into a gigantic pit, indicating just how immense the explosion's power was. This abyss world is indeed fraught with danger. Had it been a 5-star mecha engineer, they might have already perished. Lin Yu took a deep breath and muttered. Boom, 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 boom. As Lin Yu controlled the mecha to advance, he encountered numerous spatial explosions along the way. Among them, Lin Yu witnessed a mecha being directly destroyed by a spatial explosion. The mecha engineer inside quickly escaped, but unfortunately, it was too late. Their lower body was completely blown to pieces. Even in their final moments, the mecha engineer had to endure such excruciating pain, it was simply torment. After several minutes, the mecha engineer finally died. Those last few minutes of life must have been the most painful for them. This is just the beginning, and I've already seen a mecha engineer fall before me. I bet many others have met the same fate. Lin Yu took a deep breath. I hope my sister Yue and the others are safe and sound. Well, I should seriously explore here and seek new opportunities. Immediately, Lin Yu's expression turned serious. Super skill Mecha True Eye activated. With the operation of the Mecha True Eye, Lin Yu could clearly see whether there were spatial explosions nearby. This way his exploration would be much smoother. After gaining clarity, Lin Yu also accelerated the mecha's speed. He began to truly explore. Meanwhile, Lin Yu hoped to encounter Lin Yu and Xiao Yu soon in this abyss world. Being together would make them safer. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, Lin Yu spotted several mechas locked in a deadly struggle, seemingly vying for a rare spiritual herb. Their mecha battles were lethal with every move. It was clear they intended to kill each other. That way no one else would contend for the prize. Just a single spiritual herb, yet it drives these mecha masters to slaughter one another. Truly the human heart is the most terrifying thing. Lin Yu muttered to himself, and in that moment his mindset matured considerably. He continued piloting his mecha forward. It wasn't long before a vast wide river appeared before his eyes. The river was filled with crystal clear water, yet strangely the water seemed utterly still devoid of any current. There's something beneath this river. Lin Yu grew cautious. Unfortunately, the mecha's true sight couldn't discern what it was. Haha, this treasure is mine. Suddenly, a mecha master on the opposite bank piloted his mecha and leaped directly into the river, having also sensed something beneath the water. The man jumped down so swiftly. Lin Yu shook his head. This river was eerie. Diving in without understanding the situation was undoubtedly perilous. At that moment, Lin Yu curled his lips into a faint smile, feeling a hint of delight. Since someone was willing to test the waters, it was certainly a good thing. Bang! The mecha crashed into the river, sending a tall splash of water into the air. At that moment, Lin Yu also discerned the opponent's information. The opponent was a 7-star mecha master piloting a king-grade mecha currently at level 68. Haha, I just arrived, and I've already stumbled upon a treasure. The mecha master was still brimming with excitement. But as Lin Yu watched from above, his expression grew increasingly grave. Something's wrong. The river is devouring his mecha's spiritual energy. After a few seconds, the mecha master suddenly began to panic. No matter how he manipulated the controls, his mecha remained utterly immobile. It was as if the water had bound it in an unbreakable grip. It was utterly bizarre. Even more critically, he felt his spiritual energy rapidly draining away. Damn it! Damn it! The mecha master grew frantic. Spotting Lin Yu's Pangu mecha on the shore, he immediately pleaded, "Friend, please save me. I'll give you all the resources I have." Sensing death's approach and the terror of its inevitability, the mecha master abandoned all pride, caring only to survive. He was willing to pay any price, as long as he could live. "Sorry, there's nothing I can do," Lin Yu said calmly. This was entirely the mecha master's own doing. He had jumped into the river without investigating the situation. Since he had made that decision, he naturally had to bear the consequences. Hearing Lin Yu's outright refusal, the mecha master grew even more frantic as his spiritual energy dwindled further. In less than a minute, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. Without it, his mecha automatically dissipated, unable to sustain its operation. Stripped of his mecha's protection, he was submerged by the river. In an instant, a wisp of white smoke rose. The mecha master was reduced to a skeleton, his flesh completely corroded away. Phew! This river is too eerie. Lin Yu was utterly shocked by the sight. The water not only immobilized the mecha, but also possessed a terrifying corrosive power. Anyone who fell and would turn to bone in an instant. Thankfully, there was this pathfinder. It allowed Lin Yu to learn a great deal. The skeleton slowly sank, finally settling at the riverbed where it emitted a faint flickering glow. Seeing that light, an uninformed observer would surely think a treasure lay beneath the river. Earlier, when Lin Yu first arrived at the riverbank, he too had noticed such a glow. Little did he realize this was nothing but a trap. Dangers lurked everywhere in the abyss. This was no mere saying. Next, Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mecha, leaping lightly across to the opposite bank. He pressed onward. 10 minutes later, an ancient towering tree came into Lin Yu's view. The colossal tree was immense and lush. Even the Pangu mecha seemed diminutive beside it. Soon, Lin Yu clearly saw a peculiar fruit growing on the tree. Ding! Discovered nirvana fruit. Estimated time to full ripeness 10 minutes. The system's voice suddenly rang out. Nirvana fruit. Just the name sounds extraordinary. What does it do? Lin Yu asked curiously. Answer: the nirvana fruit is a celestial wonder. Consuming it allows a mecha master to undergo nirvana, enhancing spiritual energy and extending lifespan. Hearing the system's reply, Lin Yu was astounded. Thus, the nirvana fruit was unquestionably a priceless opportunity. I must obtain this nirvana fruit. Lin Yu nodded, relieved that he was the only mecha master nearby. Do I have to wait until it's fully ripe to pick it? Lin Yu continued asking. 10 minutes was neither too long nor too short. But if other mecha masters arrived during this time, a life-or-death battle would surely erupt, especially for a treasure like the nirvana fruit, which would amplify everyone's desires. Answer: picking the nirvana fruit before it ripens will greatly diminish its effects. Then I'll just have to wait for it to fully ripen. Lin Yu nodded, hoping in his heart that no other mecha masters would show up. Sometimes, the very thing you fear most is precisely what happens. Just a few minutes later, Lin Yu spotted several mechas speeding toward him from afar. Indeed, the nirvana fruit won't be easy to claim. Lin Yu sighed inwardly. A battle was now inevitable. Alas, obtaining the nirvana fruit without a fight was simply not meant to be. Such a miraculous fruit is a supreme opportunity. I'll take it. If you want to live, leave now while you still can. Ridiculous. You're just 7-star mecha masters while I'm an 8-star. Dozens of seconds later, arrogant voices rang out. Those Mecha masters, upon seeing the nirvana fruit on the ancient tree, their eyes blazed with intense greed, each wanting to claim it for themselves. Powerful Mecha auras erupted here. 8 7-star Mecha masters and 1 8-star. Lin Yu quickly assessed their strength. Phew. Knowing their power, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With his current abilities, he could easily defeat them all. I didn't expect someone to discover this place before us. As the Mecha masters approached the towering ancient tree, they quickly spotted Lin Yu. Upon seeing Lin Yu's mecha, they dared not underestimate him. Gentlemen, this nirvana fruit is mine. You should leave and seek other fortunes elsewhere. Do not waste your time here. Lin Yu declared directly. What bold words. Do you truly believe claiming this fruit makes it yours? The 8-star Mecha master among them snorted coldly. In this world, treasures have always belonged only to the strong. Whoever is mightier claims them. There is no such principle as first come first served. True logic has always been determined by whose fist is harder and whose strength is greater. So it must come to blows, eh? Lin Yu asked calmly. Naturally. As the 8-star Mecha master spoke, his mecha erupted with a formidable pressure, causing the other 7-star Mecha masters around to feel its immense power. The oppressive force made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Is this the strength of an 8-star Mecha master? A mere single rank difference, yet the disparity in power is so vast. One of the 7-star Mecha masters was stunned. Even if the few 7-star Mecha masters present joined forces, they would likely be no match for this 8-star Mecha master. Unless they encountered a true Mecha prodigy. For geniuses, fighting above their rank was an effortless feat. Sensing this terrifying power, several 7-star Mecha masters quickly retreated, realizing the nirvana fruit was beyond their reach. Survival was paramount. However, 2 7-star Mecha masters remained on the sidelines, plotting to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They schemed that when Lin Yu and the 8-star Mecha master clashed, they would rush in and seize the nirvana fruit. So there are 2 who dare to defy death. The 8-star Mecha master snorted coldly. Instantly, his mecha moved with incredible speed. In just a few blinks of an eye, he appeared behind the 2 7-star Mecha masters. Boom, boom. With a single strike, the mechas of the 2 7-star masters suffered devastating damage. They crashed to the ground with 2 violent impacts. Their mechas dissipated, and the 2 7-star Mecha masters lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. This was an absolute instant kill. Now that the others are gone, let us settle this directly. Whoever wins gets the fruit. After dealing with the 2 would-be opportunists, the 8-star Mecha master piloted his mecha and swiftly flew before Lin Yu. His tone was exceedingly arrogant, brimming with unparalleled confidence, as if he possessed invincible strength. Very well, then I shall grant your wish and show you what a true powerhouse is. Lin Yu said calmly. Words could no longer resolve this. As expected, only true strength would decide the outcome. Target locked successfully. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Once the target was locked, the heavenly Dao chains would strike with perfect accuracy. From the void, chains radiating divine light burst forth, instantly binding the 8-star Mecha master's mecha. Impossible. The 8-star Mecha master was stunned again, unable to break free from the bindings. What kind of skill was this? Could it be a divine tier skill? Black Hole Devour activated. After successfully binding, he unleashed a second mecha skill. Instantly, a black hole appeared. It rapidly consumed the Mecha master's mecha energy and spiritual energy value. At that moment, the 8-star Mecha master realized he could not let this continue, or he would surely lose. He quickly deployed a special skill that multiplied his power exponentially. In an instant, his mecha erupted with a massive blaze. His mecha appeared like a god of fire. It looked incredibly imposing. Quite cool. Lin Yu nodded. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Within 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Yu continuously unleashed the Heavenly Dao chain skill. Chain after chain surged from the void, entangling the opponent's mecha. In a short time, the enemy's mecha was completely bound by the chains. This is impossible. Why can you repeatedly use the same mecha skill without interruption? Does your skill have no cooldown? The 8-star Mecha master was astounded. Thus, he was utterly trapped. To still think of fighting was nothing short of a pipe dream. This is the gap between us. You are no match for me. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Now that the opponent could not even break free from the Heavenly Dao chains, coupled with the black hole draining his energy, the outcome was already sealed. Who exactly are you to be such a monstrous talent? The 8-star Mecha master immediately asked. Logically, such an extraordinary mecha prodigy should be well known. Yet this mecha of Lin Yu's was the first he had ever seen. I am merely a student from Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu replied simply. Upon hearing Kunlun Mecha University, the Mecha master was startled. No wonder he was so monstrous. A student from Kunlun Mecha University. That explained everything. The fruit is yours, I concede. He admitted defeat. Unable to even break free from the bindings, he had suffered a total defeat. If this were a life-or-death battle, he would have long been dead. Patience, the nirvana fruit is about to ripen. I will release you after I harvest it, Lin Yu said softly. If he freed him now, the opponent might unleash some bizarre skill or trick causing trouble. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the 8-star Mecha Master understood his reasoning and could sympathize. I am Gu Tao. May I ask your esteemed name? The other introduced himself. Lin Yu merely said flatly, I am Yi Lianshan from Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu did not reveal his true name. Gu Tao silently memorized the name Lin Yu had given, planning to investigate thoroughly who this Yi Lianshan was once he left. In truth, he had a suspicion that the Lin Yu before him might be a student from Kunlun Mecha University's elite class. Lin Yu ignored him. Time passed. The nirvana fruit was about to fully ripen. Lin Yu remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. He feared other Mecha Masters might be lurking in the shadows. In this abyssal world, 9-star and 10-star Mecha Masters were not uncommon. There were even stellar Mecha Masters. If such a powerhouse arrived, it would undoubtedly become a formidable and troublesome ordeal. The nirvana fruit had fully ripened. At that moment, a terrifying phenomenon swept across the entire sky, as if the heavens themselves were about to collapse. Thunderclouds churned and countless bolts of lightning flickered, as if the universe could not tolerate the existence of such a nirvana fruit. A celestial phenomenon. This fruit is an unparalleled divine treasure. It seems a tribulation lightning is about to fall. Gu Tao, bound by the chains of heavenly law, was utterly astounded at the sight. He had once read a book that stated true divine fruits upon ripening would always trigger celestial phenomena. These divine fruits possess the power to defy fate and alter destiny, making them intolerable to the heavens. Some would even attract tribulation lightning during their maturation. Once a divine fruit endured and successfully passed through the tribulation, it would undergo a further transcendence. The effects of such a fruit after being tempered by tribulation would be magnified 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold. In the year 200 of the Mecha era, a 60-year-old 1-star Mecha Master by a stroke of fate obtained a divine fruit that had weathered tribulation. After consuming it, he was completely reborn, defying his fate. That 1-star Mecha Master not only gained extended longevity, but also ascended to become a top-tier Mecha Master. Yet in the end, he still failed to break through to the rank of divine Mecha Master. Attention! Tribulation triggered. Once the nirvana fruit survives the tribulation, it will be sublimated into nirvana divine fruit. At the same time, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This is going to be troublesome. The might of the tribulation seemed terrifyingly immense. Whether the nirvana fruit could endure it remained uncertain. The scale of the celestial phenomenon was simply too vast. Such a commotion would inevitably attract other Mecha Masters. It would likely not be long before another battle erupted here. Yi Lianshan, you can release me now. Gu Tao shouted hastily. The tribulation has already taken shape. No one can interrupt it. If this divine fruit fails to survive, so be it. But if it succeeds, others will surely swarm to snatch it. I don't want to stay here any longer. By then, 9-star, 10-star, and even stellar Mecha Masters would arrive. If they sought to seize the divine fruit, Gu Tao, lacking the strength, would be powerless. You may go. Lin Yu deactivated his skill. The chains of heavenly law dissipated instantly. Regaining his freedom, Gu Tao looked at Lin Yu and couldn't help but warn, brother, I advise you to leave as well. Though you are powerful, you are no match for a 10-star or stellar Mecha Master. With that, Gu Tao piloted his mecha and swiftly departed. This situation was now beyond his control. Above the towering ancient tree, the thunderclouds grew denser. The lightning seemed to be rapidly gathering power, as if brewing a world-ending force. The first heavenly thunder is about to descend, Lin Yu muttered. I must think of a plan. He knew the tribulation would last for a certain duration, and that duration would be enough for powerful Mecha Masters to rush over. Gu Tao's words were true. If the nirvana fruit successfully passed the tribulation, a bloody storm would surely break out here. System, is there any way? Lin Yu quickly inquired. He had encountered this nirvana fruit by chance and was reluctant to give it up. Answer, you can use the Nuwa Mecha skill. Lock onto the nirvana fruit. Once it successfully survives the tribulation, use spatial power to transfer it away. The system directly provided a solution. After hearing it, Lin Yu nodded. This was indeed a good plan. Moreover, he wouldn't even need to show himself. It seemed this time he would play the role of the hidden opportunist. Immediately, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa Mecha, then called forth the Pangu Mecha. He swiftly manipulated the Nuwa Mecha to execute a spatial skill. After successfully locking onto the nirvana fruit, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha and vanished from the spot. Now all that remained was to hope the nirvana fruit would successfully survive the tribulation. As Lin Yu disappeared, the first terrifying heavenly thunderbolt struck down. Boom! The thunderbolt crashed directly into the nirvana fruit. A clap of thunder, its might so fearsome that even the towering ancient tree was instantly reduced to nothingness. Only the nirvana fruit remained suspended high in the sky, completely engulfed by the thunder. As time passed, the power of the first thunderbolt rapidly dissipated. The nirvana fruit was unharmed, even radiating a strange, profound light, appearing utterly mysterious. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. I never thought a single fruit could withstand such terrifying thunder. In the past, I would never have believed it. This experience was truly eye-opening for Lin Yu. Someone's coming. Soon one powerful mecha master after another arrived at the scene. I knew there would be a treasure, but I never expected it to be a supreme divine fruit capable of triggering tribulation. Once this fruit endures the tribulation, consuming it would at least allow one to become a legendary mecha master with hope of even breaking through to divine mecha master. This is a true heaven-defying treasure. This divine fruit is mine. If anyone dares to snatch it'll kill them all. I hope this fruit successfully passes the tribulation. The quickly arriving mecha masters were mostly 9-star or 10-star. Among them were even 2 stellar-level mecha masters. For now, they refrained from acting as the nirvana fruit had yet to complete its tribulation. If they started fighting now and the fruit failed, all their efforts would be in vain. Each mecha master harbored ulterior motives. All wanted to claim the nirvana fruit for themselves. The 2 stellar mecha masters were especially confident. In the Abyss world, stellar mecha masters were already the most formidable existence. After the first thunderbolt fell, the second was gathering strength within the thunderclouds above. Everyone could clearly sense that this second thunderbolt was far more terrifying than the first. I wonder how many layers of thunder this tribulation has, Lin Yu muttered. Answer: the nirvana fruit's tribulation consists of 3 layers of heavenly thunder. The system replied again. 3 layers? Lin Yu nodded slowly. Now that the nirvana fruit had survived the first layer, it was already more than halfway to success. I hope this fruit can make it through. Lin Yu was filled with anticipation. Once the nirvana fruit successfully passed the tribulation and sublimated into the nirvana divine fruit, he would consume it. He had confidence that he could become even more powerful. Boom. The second heavenly thunderbolt quickly gathered its power and descended with haste. Once again it struck the nirvana fruit, suspended in midair with pinpoint accuracy. The immense force caused all the nearby mech pilots to gasp involuntarily. This heavenly thunder was so terrifying that if any of them had to withstand it, they would surely meet their end. Crackling. It wasn't long before the nirvana fruit successfully resisted the second heavenly thunderbolt. Then the third and final thunderbolt began to brew with fierce intensity. A mere fruit could withstand 2 such fearsome heavenly thunderbolts. It was truly astonishing. For most of the mech pilots present, this was the first time in their lives they had witnessed a divine fruit undergoing tribulation. Such a scene would remain etched in memory forever, no matter how much time passed. The might of this third thunderbolt is even more terrifying. Lin Yu mused inwardly. Next came the critical moment. The mech pilots had long been prepared for battle at any moment. Once the nirvana fruit successfully endured the third thunderbolt, they would charge forward immediately. At that very instant, battle would erupt. Many mech pilots would likely fall and perish in the struggle for this nirvana fruit. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The thunderclouds rolled above. The third thunderbolt had transformed into a violet one, its power so terrifying and unimaginable that it resembled a cataclysmic divine thunder. Once it struck, nothing could withstand it. Good heavens, this third thunderbolt is even more dreadful. This heavenly tribulation is exactly as recorded. The mech pilots were utterly awestruck. The third violet thunderbolt descended swiftly and struck the nirvana fruit. In that instant, the nirvana fruit erupted with a surge of powerful energy and radiance, as if stubbornly resisting the thunderbolt. Crackle. Boom. Boom. The residual force of the violet thunderbolt struck an 8-star mech pilot who was too close. With a bang, his mech exploded instantly. The pilot himself was reduced to ashes. Fall back. The other mech pilots retreated hastily. Merely the residual might of this violet thunderbolt could instantly annihilate an 8-star mech pilot. Even 9-star and 10-star mech pilots would likely be unable to withstand it. Such was the terror of the thunderbolt, yet the nirvana fruit had already weathered 2 strikes. From this alone, it was clear that the nirvana fruit in a sense was more formidable than these mech pilots. Through deduction, the nirvana fruit has a 99% chance of successfully overcoming the tribulation. The system's voice rang out. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Excellent. At the same time, Lin Yu prepared himself. Once the nirvana fruit succeeded in its tribulation, he would teleport it back immediately. The duration of this third thunderbolt was longer than the previous 2. However, as time passed, everyone could clearly see that the nirvana fruit seemed to become more crystalline and translucent, as if it were actively absorbing the thunderbolt's energy. Thus they understood why the divine fruit's effects multiplied after tribulation. It was likely due to absorbing the thunderbolt's energy. The third thunderbolt dissipated. The layers of thunderclouds above vanished in an instant, and the sky returned to its former clearness. Everything seemed as if nothing had ever happened. The Nirvana fruit has successfully passed the heavenly tribulation and evolved into the Nirvana divine fruit. The Nirvana divine fruit still hovered high in the air, surrounded by purple aura exuding an extraordinary and profound quality. Bang! 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 Battle erupted instantly. The mech pilots, driven by their desire for the Nirvana divine fruit, charged forward swiftly. There was only one divine fruit, meaning only one mech pilot would ultimately claim it. For a time, each mech pilot unleashed all their skills. They stopped at nothing. What a fierce struggle. Watching this, Lin Yu shook his head. In a short span, several mech pilots were slain. Begin retrieving the Nirvana divine fruit. Lin Yu commanded the Nuwa mech, channeling its energy. Meanwhile, the two stellar mech pilots had already reached the highest point. Friend, this divine fruit is mine. I can offer other compensation, one of them said quickly. Currently, there were only two stellar mech pilots. Only one of them could obtain the divine fruit. What a coincidence, so I can also offer something in exchange, but the divine fruit belongs to me. The other stellar mech pilot chuckled. This was a supreme divine fruit that had successfully undergone tribulation. It was priceless. Nothing else could compare to it. No matter what. Neither stellar mech pilot was willing to yield. It seems you and I must fight. Come, let's settle this quickly. Just as the two stellar mech pilots were about to engage in combat, they suddenly sensed a spatial energy. When they looked closely, they found the entire Nirvana divine fruit enveloped by a transparent cubic barrier. In an instant, a void appeared, and the Nirvana divine fruit plunged into it, vanishing. It all happened so fast that the two stellar mech pilots had no time to react. The divine fruit has disappeared. What just happened? The two stellar mech pilots were utterly perplexed. The other mech pilots below were even more disheartened. Having waited here so long and exhausted all their efforts, they ended up with nothing but wasted labor. Especially those mech pilots who had died in the battle. If they knew the outcome was this, they would likely be filled with immense regret. Elsewhere, after successfully obtaining the Nirvana divine fruit, Lin Yu accelerated his departure. It had to be said. The ability to traverse space was incredibly satisfying. Whether for battle escape or travel, it proved highly efficient. It didn't take long before Lin Yu arrived at an unfamiliar region. Gazing around, he saw no other mechs or giant beasts in the vicinity. This place should be safer for now. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Then he took out the Nirvana divine fruit. The Nirvana divine fruit was crystalline and translucent, still wreathed in purple aura. Its fragrance made Lin Yu feel that both his body and spirit had become much more comfortable. I wonder what effect this Nirvana divine fruit will bring after I consume it. Lin Yu smiled. The Nirvana fruit had barely survived the tribulation, successfully evolving into the Nirvana divine fruit. Yet in the end, it was still meant to be used by someone. It almost seemed pitiable for the Nirvana divine fruit. Possessing the power to defy fate, it could not change its own destiny of being consumed. Lin Yu gave it no further thought and directly consumed the Nirvana divine fruit. You have consumed the Nirvana divine fruit. Your spiritual energy has increased by 50,000. Congratulations, you have become a 9-star mech pilot. Ding dong, receiving mech experience points. Your Nuwa mech has been upgraded to level 90. Pangu mech and Nuwa mech have synchronized levels, both upgraded to level 90. Your mechs have automatically awakened new skills. Your lifespan has increased by 1000 years. The cultivation speed of the divine mech body has increased and comprehension has been enhanced. A series of system notifications rang out. This filled Lin Yu with immense shock and surprise. The Nirvana divine fruit had brought him far too many benefits. Not only had it made him a 9-star mech pilot, but it had also instantly elevated all his mechs to level 90. And there was also the increase in lifespan. It had directly extended his life by 1,000 years, completely surpassing his imagination. I suppose this counts as changing my fate, Lin Yu said with a slight smile. Now that Lin Yu had entered this abyss world, merely obtaining this single Nirvana divine fruit was already a considerable stroke of fortune. Lin Yu felt he had been quite lucky this time. However, luck was also part of one's strength. Open the personal panel. Lin Yu murmured in his heart. Name: Lin Yu. Race: human. Divine mech body activated. Mech pilot level 9-star mech pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 536523. Mechs: Pangu mech level 90. Nuwa mech level 94. Divine beasts mech level 90. The next moment, a phantom panel appeared before him. Lin Yu could clearly see all his personal information. Excellent. Now I can properly explore this abyss world. Lin Yu grew excited. There was still plenty of time. Perhaps he might encounter some other opportunity later. I wonder how Sister Yuer Mo Shitting and Yi Ling are doing now. Lin Yu sighed again. Have they found any opportunities? Among them, he wasn't worried about Xiao Yu, With her divine eye ability, she could surely easily discover any fortunes or treasures here. It had been some time since he had last seen them. Now Lin Yu missed them dearly. He looked around. The surroundings were vast. For a moment, Lin Yu didn't know which direction to take. In the end, he decided on a direction by using the method of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Lin Yu was currently piloting the Nuwa mech. It flew at an incredible speed. Roar, roar, roar. In no time, he encountered several level 80 behemoths. Upon spotting Lin Yu, these behemoths charged directly at him. Perfect timing, Lin Yu said with a curl of his lips and a smile. Now he could truly test the power of a level 90 divine mech. Target locked. Void sword activated. Above those behemoths, rifts in space appeared from which immensely sacred divine swords emerged. These divine swords pierced straight through the bodies of the behemoths, killing them instantly. You have slain a level 80 behemoth. You have slain a level 80 behemoth. Reminder: as you have not yet reached the 10-star mech pilot level, your mechs cannot currently gain further experience points. Effortlessly, he had annihilated those behemoths, allowing Lin Yu to feel the immense power of the mechs. At this moment, Lin Yu was extremely delighted and exhilarated. Thinking back, he had once been a waste with a spiritual energy value of merely 66. Now not even a full year had passed, and he had already become a 9-star mech pilot. The entire process of cultivation and improvement had been remarkably fast. In all of history, perhaps only Lin Yu had achieved such speed. Warning: a behemoth is launching a sneak attack. The system's voice rang out. In that instant, Lin Yu also noticed that behind the Nuwa mech, the ground suddenly collapsed into a massive pit from which a 100-meter-long python burst forth. The 100-meter-long python opened its gaping maw and lunged directly at the back of the Nuwa mech's head. Lin Yu controlled the mech to perform a perfect 180-degree turn. Then he threw a punch. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the head of the 100-meter python was blown apart by the Nuwa mech's fist. The 100-meter python was left as a headless corpse. You have slain a level 80 giant python. Huff, huff. You sneaky python, trying to ambush me. How dishonorable. Too bad you picked the wrong target. Still, for the Nuwa mech to unleash such power with just a basic punch, it truly lives up to being a divine mech. Lin Yu laughed. The longer he piloted the divine mech and the more battles he fought, the more Lin Yu could vaguely sense an immensely powerful force. This force seemed to originate from the deities themselves. For instance, while piloting the Nuwa mech, now Lin Yu could perceive the power of the great goddess Nuwa. The mysteries within this were something Lin Yu couldn't fully comprehend at the moment, but he believed that as long as he grew strong enough, he would one day understand it all. Pushing aside these thoughts, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mech and continued moving swiftly in the direction he had chosen. In the following days, Lin Yu kept moving while carefully observing his surroundings. Along the way, he encountered many behemoths and other mech pilots. In the blink of an eye, several dozen days had passed since obtaining the Nirvana divine fruit. Lin Yu felt as though his luck had run out. In the subsequent dozens of days, he found no other opportunities. He had slain nearly 1,000 behemoths, yet nothing dropped. Night soon fell. Lin Yu stopped his exploration and went to a nearby lakeside to rest. He exited the Nuwa mech and lay down on its shoulder. Every night in this abyss world, the sky was filled with countless stars. A few days ago, Lin Yu had wondered if this abyss world was a separate planet. Could he fly up into space? Driven by curiosity, Lin Yu naturally gave it a try. He piloted the Nuwa mech, flying continuously upward. But when he reached a certain height, he encountered a barrier that prevented him from ascending further. No matter what methods he employed, he could not break through. This made Lin Yu understand that the abyss world was similar to a secret realm or a dungeon instance. The starry sky he saw now was merely an illusion. Though false, it was still magnificent and beautiful. Such a celestial spectacle could not be seen in the outside world. Such a beautiful scene, yet it's a pity I'm the only one here to enjoy it. Lin Yu sighed. After admiring the starry sky for nearly half an hour, Lin Yu finally returned to the interior of the Nuwa Mecha and began to rest. In this abyssal world, danger lurked everywhere. During the night, one had to remain inside the mecha to be able to react instantly to any situation. This was a basic survival rule for mecha pilots. Moreover, the Nuwa mecha had a specialized alert system that would sound a warning the moment anything entered a certain range, instantly waking Lin Yu. Thus, Lin Yu felt confident enough to rest by this open lakeside. Soon he drifted into slumber. His divine mecha body continued to automatically circulate the divine level cultivation method, absorbing the energy of this abyssal world. The spiritual energy value consumed within Lin Yu's body recovered at an astonishing speed. The night passed swiftly. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes to find the sky already bright. The day was remarkably clear. The night had been utterly tranquil with no incidents, allowing him a deeply comfortable and peaceful sleep. Rumble. At that very moment, the entire lake before him began to churn violently, as if something had erupted from within. This instantly snapped Lin Yu into combat readiness. Could there be a giant beast beneath this lake? He wondered. After a few more seconds, a colossal whirlpool formed in the center of the lake, spinning madly, as if it could devour everything. Detected spatial energy turbulence. A spatial rift is opening. The system's voice rang out. No way. Lin Yu was stunned. A spatial rift actually lay beneath this lake. Could it be that this abyssal world held other dimensions? Since the system had alerted him, it must be true. Lin Yu's mind raced as he weighed his options. Should he venture in to investigate? Damn it, since I've encountered it, I might as well explore it. Soon Lin Yu made his decision. After all, he was already a 9-star mecha pilot, and with the Nuwa mecha, even if danger arose, escaping would not be a problem. Perhaps he would stumble upon another fortuitous encounter or treasure. Having made up his mind, Lin Yu manipulated the mecha to leap lightly into the lake's whirlpool. Upon entering the vortex, Lin Yu was instantly engulfed in pitch-black darkness, experiencing an intense sensation of weightlessness. This feeling persisted for over 10 seconds. After traversing the spatial passage, an entirely new world unfolded before his eyes. Incredible! Lin Yu was genuinely astonished. Within this space, all things were revitalized. Trees flourished and vibrant flowers bloomed all around, allowing one to clearly perceive an overwhelming vitality. The energy contained here was also exceptionally rich and pure. Upon arriving, Lin Yu felt an unusual sense of relaxation wash over him. It was truly unexpected. He never imagined that such a peculiar space existed within this abyssal world. It seemed there might indeed be some kind of opportunity or supreme treasure hidden here, likely no less valuable than the Nirvana divine fruit. Lin Yu guided the Nuwa mecha forward slowly, carefully observing his surroundings as he advanced. Soon a gigantic flower caught his attention. It was extraordinarily vivid, standing over 100 meters tall, with petals stretching dozens of meters long. Such a colossal bloom was a first for Lin Yu in his entire life. Suddenly, the giant flower turned an intense blood red, and its center opened wide, revealing a gaping maw. Good heavens! It truly resembled a massive man-eating plant. Within that enormous maw were countless razor-sharp teeth, as if it intended to devour the entire Nuwa mecha. Lin Yu swiftly manipulated the Nuwa mecha, raising one arm. Boom! An energy cannon fired instantly, and the colossal flower exploded into pieces, shattered to fragments. Phew! Lin Yu took a deep breath. Who would have thought that even plants in this space could become so formidable? Thankfully, it was him. Any other mecha pilot would likely have been consumed by this man-eating flower. Moreover, the plant's saliva seemed capable of corroding the mecha's armor. Indeed, giant beasts were not humanity's only threat. Now plants had also become a menace. Looking into the distance, many more such giant man-eating flowers could be seen. Clearly, this mysterious space was far from simple. He must proceed with utmost caution. For Lin Yu, these giant flowers posed no real threat. He could eliminate them with ease. However, his curiosity about the true nature of this space grew ever stronger. Everything here radiated an extraordinary aura. He continued onward. Soon he encountered other gigantic plants, all brimming with vitality. Fizz! Suddenly a massive glob of venom shot toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu reacted instantly, deftly maneuvering the mecha to evade. The Nuwa mecha hovered in midair as the venom struck a giant tree. Sizzle! In an instant, the tree was corroded by the venom, emitting clouds of white smoke. Within the blink of an eye, the tree was completely dissolved. Even the plants on the ground suffered the same fate. This venom's corrosive power is several times stronger than that man-eating flower's saliva. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Then a massive silhouette appeared before his eyes. As the dust settled, a colossal beast emerged. Beast Hydra, level 90. Warning: each head of the Hydra possesses a unique ability. The system's voice rang out, leaving Lin Yu even more astonished. That meant this level 90 Hydra had 9 distinct abilities. Such a powerful beast was truly a boss-level existence. To date, this Hydra was the most formidable creature Lin Yu had ever encountered. A beast with 9 abilities. Fortunately, my mecha has also been upgraded to level 90, so there's nothing to worry about. Lin Yu's face radiated confidence. He was certain he could slay this Hydra. Roar, roar, roar. The Hydra fixed its gaze on Lin Yu, every pair of serpent eyes glaring intently at him, as if it had already marked him as its next meal. Its thunderous roars were deafening. However, sonic attacks of this magnitude had absolutely no effect on Lin Yu. The Hydra's roars soon ceased, as if it realized its sonic assault was futile against this human mecha pilot. The next moment, all 9 of the Hydra's heads blazed with different auras, unleashing a cacophony of powers and energies. Boom! The 9 heads of the Hydra opened their massive mouths, quickly gathering strength. They targeted Lin Yu's Nuwa mecha and unleashed energy beams of various attributes. The attributes included metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, darkness, and light, 9 in total. This must be the 9 abilities of the Hydra. I must say it is indeed quite impressive. The Hydra can wield 9 types of natural attribute energy. The force it unleashed was formidable. Seeing this, Lin Yu merely cast a simple defensive shield. Boom, boom, boom. The 9 energy beams struck the shield, producing an incredibly intense roar. The sound reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The surrounding space twisted due to the powerful shockwaves. The attack from these 9 attribute energies is quite powerful. However, it is still too weak to penetrate the defenses of the Nuwa Mecha. Lin Yu shook his head with a smile, a confident look on his face. After the Hydra's energy beams had finished, it was greatly surprised to see Lin Yu's mecha completely unharmed. Noticing the astonished expressions in the 9 snake eyes, Lin Yu saw that the Hydra did not give up on hunting him. Immediately after, the Hydra began to unleash an even more powerful force. The 9 types of energies started to merge into one. The power unleashed was clearly several times stronger than before. Enough of this, it's time to end this quickly. Seeing this, Lin Yu decided not to play around any longer. Ending the Hydra swiftly would give him more time to explore this mysterious space. Spatial traversal initiated. In the next moment, the Nuwa Mecha vanished from its spot. The 9 heads of the Hydra quickly turned to search for the Nuwa Mecha. In a certain part of the sky, the void appeared. Spatial blades rained down like a storm, crashing down violently. Boom, boom, boom. The Hydra quickly defended itself, its body shrouded in layers of strange black scales, appearing extremely resilient. However, the Hydra underestimated the power of these spatial blades. Spatial blades are a divine class skill of the Nuwa Mecha. They can tear through space, possessing not only immense power, but also incredible penetrating ability. In simple terms, the spatial blades of the Nuwa Mecha are specifically designed to counter defenses. Crack. Facing the storm of spatial blades, the black scales the Hydra had gathered were utterly useless. They shattered completely. In just 1 second, all the scales on the Hydra broke apart. Its defenses were completely shattered. Roar. The spatial blade sliced into the Hydra's body, causing all 9 heads to emit agonizing cries. Suddenly, 9 of the spatial blades severed the heads of the Hydra. You have slain a level 90 behemoth and obtained a Mecha Crystal. Mecha Crystal, when used, the Mecha can gain double experience for 10 minutes. Lin Yu exclaimed with joy. He hadn't expected to receive an item. This Mecha Crystal is not of much use right now. After all, the Nuwa Mecha is already at level 90. Once I break through to become a 10-star Mecha Master, this Mecha Crystal will come in handy. The void appeared. Lin Yu controlled the Nuwa Mecha bursting out from within. Suspended in midair, he looked down at the ground. Lin Yu continued his search, and before long, he discovered a second colossal mechanical tree upon which another function heart rested. Excellent. It seems this mysterious space is truly a treasure trove. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly, noting that he was the only one present with no one to compete against. What incredible ease. He proceeded to pluck the function heart. The moment he did, the mechanical tree rapidly transformed into light and vanished without a trace. Ding. You have used a function heart, successfully enhancing the Pangu Mech skill Heaven Earth Slash. The next second, Lin Yu immediately put it to use. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Yu smiled and nodded, feeling that his strength had indeed increased. In the time that followed, Lin Yu became quite busy. Time seemed to slip by unnoticed. During this period, he found many more function hearts and also encountered numerous bizarre giant beasts. Fortunately, none of them posed a threat to him. Through these function hearts, many of his mech skills were enhanced. In a sense, Lin Yu's current power had undergone a true transcendence. It seems there are no more function hearts here. Lin Yu gazed into the distance and sighed. After using the very last one, Lin Yu explored for a long while longer, but found no new function hearts. He concluded that all the function hearts in this area had been used by him. The entire mysterious space was vast. Even without the function hearts, there might still be other opportunities. Overall, Lin Yu's gains this time were immense. This abyss world was truly extraordinary. No wonder that whenever an abyss rift opened before the mech pilots who emerged alive from it all became formidable powerhouses. Boom, boom, boom. Soon Lin Yu encountered another group of massive beasts. Against these creatures, Lin Yu simply employed the most basic skill of the Nuwa Mech charged cannon. Congratulations. You have slain a level 90 giant beast. Congratulations. You have slain a level 90 giant beast. Essentially, the beasts here were now all effortlessly slain by Lin Yu in a single blow. How lonely it is to be invincible. Lin Yu even hummed a tune. His mood was naturally ecstatic. Help! Save me! Suddenly a cry for help reached his ears. Hearing the voice, Lin Yu looked towards its source. He clearly saw a pink humanoid mech moving rapidly towards him. The voice was urgent yet pleasant to the ear. It likely belonged to a very beautiful woman. Help! Behind the pink mech, a multitude of bizarre tentacles lashed out. Their numbers were overwhelming. Anyone with a phobia of clusters might have fainted at the sight. Something's wrong. Lin Yu's expression hardened. He felt a deep sense of unease. The next second summoned Pangu Mech. Lin Yu directly summoned the Pangu Mech. Activate Mech True Sight. Lin Yu commanded. Pangu Mech has received the command. Initiating Mech True Sight. Target lock complete. Analysis via Mech True Sight. The mech in view is not a real mech, but a disguise. So my instincts were correct. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He had felt something was off ever since the pink mech appeared. He could faintly sense the aura of a giant beast within it. The Pangu Mech's True Sight now confirmed his feelings. In an instant, Lin Yu locked onto the pink mech. An energy cannon fired directly at it. Boom. The powerful energy sphere struck the pink mech, erupting in a violent roar. Hee hee. An eerie laughter echoed from within the dust cloud. Hearing it sent shivers down one's spine. Goosebumps rose all over the body. As the dust settled, the pink mech could be clearly seen in an unnaturally contorted posture. Then the pink mech began to transform rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it changed into a giant beast. Its lower half was that of a spider, while its upper half was human. Lin Yu had never encountered such a beast before. What astonished him even more was the beast's stunningly beautiful human face. It no longer seemed like a mere beast, but rather a bewitching female spirit. Ding. Level 100 giant beast detected. Spider Queen. What? A level 100 giant beast. Lin Yu was shocked. No wonder it had emerged unscathed from his previous attack. He hadn't expected to encounter a 100-level beast so soon. This beast was indeed on a different level compared to the others. Its disguise alone had been incredibly realistic, making it hard to tell apart from a real mech pilot. Thankfully, he had the Mech True Sight skill. Otherwise, Lin Yu felt he might have fallen for the trap. 100-level beasts possessed superior intelligence. Some were even smarter than humans. This Spider Queen had used a disguise, a clear sign of its high intellect. He would have to be extremely cautious in the coming battle. Although the Spider Queen was level 100 and Lin Yu's mech was only level 90, he was still confident he could defeat this 100-level beast. Human, how did you see through my disguise? The Spider Queen spoke in an incredibly seductive voice, yet her tone was also arrogant and domineering. It seemed the title Spider Queen was well earned. Seeing Lin Yu summon a second mech, she also realized he was no ordinary mech pilot. Thus the Spider Queen chose not to attack, immediately opting instead to communicate. It was the first time Lin Yu had heard a giant beast speak. It stunned Lin Yu for a few seconds. Regaining his composure, he said, I didn't see through your disguise at first. I just felt something was wrong. I see. The Spider Queen nodded thoughtfully. They'll have to be more careful in the future then. Hearing her mutter to herself, Lin Yu was somewhat speechless. What did she mean by be more careful in the future? Did the Spider Queen already assume she would win? Oomph. There will be no future, Lin Yu thought to himself. It wasn't decided yet who would kill whom. However, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. Killing this 100-level beast might yield some excellent loot. He began to look forward to it. Spider Queen, die. You shall become my first level 100 beast to kill. Consider it an honor. Lin Yu's fighting spirit erupted. Consuming 100 spiritual energy points, the Pangu Mech entered automatic combat mode. After all, it is a level 100 beast. It should not be underestimated. Now Lin Yu was battling with two level 90 divine mechs in tandem, greatly increasing the chances of success. He thought of a quick resolution. Kill me. Ha ha ha, although you are a Mech God Body, your current strength cannot kill me. The Spider Queen laughed softly, seemingly not taking Lin Yu seriously. For a moment, Lin Yu was somewhat shocked. You actually know about the Mech God Body, Lin Yu exclaimed. In his eyes, this Spider Queen was merely a beast. Of course, in my legacy memory, being able to summon multiple mechs can only be a Mech God Body. The Spider Queen couldn't help but explain. Legacy memory. Lin Yu was puzzled. Many questions arose in his mind. I can't kill you. You can't kill me either. The Spider Queen finished speaking and instantly vanished. She appeared directly behind Lin Yu. Her speed was so fast that even Lin Yu couldn't react in time. Quickly controlling the Queen Mech, she performed spatial shuttling to create distance. Immediately after, the Pangu Mech's commands initiated a fierce attack against the Spider Queen. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of battle echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The power generated by the fight turned everything around into dust, flattening entire mountains. The ground was filled with massive craters. The Pangu Mech's automatic combat was much more ferocious than Lin Yu's manual control. It was completely unleashing full firepower. Although the Spider Queen moved at extreme speed, she still couldn't completely evade the Pangu Mech's attacks. Several wounds appeared on her body. This defense is too abnormal. Lin Yu was taken aback. The Pangu Mech was a divine mech, and with the divine artifact, the heaven-opening axe, the power unleashed was terrifying. As a result, against this Spider Queen, it only caused some wounds. Moreover, the wounds on the Spider Queen were healing at an incredibly fast speed. I underestimated you. Not only do you possess the Mech God Body, but you also have a divine mech. The Spider Queen sighed, however my level is much higher. In an instant, the Spider Queen slipped into the void. She disappeared from her original spot. After the Pangu mech lost its target, it quickly began to use the Mech True I to search. This Spider Queen is completely not the beast I recognized, Lin Yu said seriously. The Spider Queen not only could speak, but her intelligence was extraordinarily high and she possessed many abilities. She was simply the king among bosses. No wonder she is a queen. Boom. The space above distorted. The Spider Queen walked out hovering in the high sky. Human, if you become a 10-star mech master and raise your divine mech to level 100, perhaps you could kill me. The Spider Queen said calmly, but now you cannot kill me. After all, I am a divine beast, not something other beasts can compare to. Divine beast. Lin Yu was stunned. The terrifying speed of the Spider Queen just now combined with her ability to slip into the void was indeed not something an ordinary beast could possess. A divine beast. Are you as powerful as the Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, Vermilion Bird, or White Tiger? Lin Yu chuckled. For divine mech summon. New mechs appeared around Lin Yu. With the appearance of these 4 divine mechs, the Spider Queen also clearly felt a strong sense of oppression, as if these 4 divine beasts were alive and present before her. You actually awakened 3 divine mechs. The Spider Queen's eyes widened in surprise. I refuse to believe that my 3 divine mechs cannot kill you. Lin Yu laughed. If it were elsewhere, I indeed would not be your match. The Spider Queen nodded seriously. However, in this space, I am the master. In an instant, countless energies gathered in the space, surging into the Spider Queen's body. Spider God Avatar. The Spider Queen seemed to have unleashed some ability. The space and heavens changed. An immensely gigantic divine gate opened. A more magnificent divine statue appeared from within, as if a deity had descended. The terrifying pressure made Lin Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. What the hell is this ability? Lin Yu thought to himself. Answer: this is the bloodline supernatural power of the Spider Queen. She has already mastered all the energy in the space, and the possibility of killing her is 0. The system's voice rang out. This made Lin Yu tremble. Indeed, there was no way to kill her in this space. However, Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Although he couldn't kill the Spider Queen, she also couldn't kill him. Human, do you still want to fight? The Spider Queen spoke lightly. You and I cannot kill each other, so how about calling it a truce? Lin Yu suggested, let's settle down. You walk your path, and I'll walk mine. Human, let's make a deal. The Spider Queen continued. Deal? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. To be honest, I cannot leave this space by my own power, but as long as we sign a contract, I will be able to leave this space. The Spider Queen elaborated. As for the reward, I will help you obtain the true opportunities within this space, and I can also help you open the exit of this space. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu still did not believe what the Spider Queen said. You can open the exit of this space, yet you can't get out. Who are you trying to fool? Furthermore, even without you, I can still leave here. Lin Yu directly refused. If this Spider Queen were to enter the outside world, it would likely spell disaster for humanity. Since that's the case, I won't force you. I believe you will come to find me again. The Spider Queen revealed a mysterious smile. After saying this, the Spider Queen vanished. Even the Spider God Avatar she had cast dissipated in an instant. The entire space suddenly returned to its previous calm state, as if nothing had ever happened. After the Spider Queen disappeared, Lin Yu also summoned back the Pangu mech and the 4 divine mechs. I need to think of a way to leave this space. Lin Yu muttered. The Spider Queen just mentioned that there are true opportunities within this space. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful beast in this mysterious space? No, it should be a divine beast. Fortunately, there was currently no threat to his life. He had no thoughts left about the ultimate opportunity. He just wanted to leave this mysterious space as soon as possible. Lin Yu then maneuvered the Nuwa mech, swiftly moving through this space in search of an exit to escape. He had originally planned to explore this mysterious space thoroughly, but he never expected to encounter a being like the Spider Queen. Lin Yu felt that staying any longer would be fraught with danger. Besides, his gains from entering this space were already considerable. Time passed by. An unknown duration elapsed, and Lin Yu was stunned. Just as the Spider Queen had said, he could not find the exit at all. Is the exit of this space truly only openable by the Spider Queen? Lin Yu mused inwardly. If that were the case, he would have no choice but to cooperate with the Spider Queen. The situation had suddenly become complicated. Moreover, the Spider Queen seemed intent on forging some kind of contract with him. Who knew if such a contract would harm him? Lin Yu had never heard of a human mech pilot forming a contract with a colossal beast. This defied his current understanding. Well, we'll take it one step at a time. Lin Yu calmed himself. At least he was safe for now. The priority is to enhance my strength as much as possible. Lin Yu nodded. Perhaps if he killed the Spider Queen, he might be able to leave this space. However, things did not go as planned. Soon Lin Yu noticed the energy within the space growing thin. The surrounding plants withered rapidly, as if drained of all vitality. Ever since the Spider Queen appeared, Lin Yu's subsequent explorations and swift movements across the space yielded no new opportunities. Now he hadn't even encountered another colossal beast. This was too bizarre, and Lin Yu could not explain the reason. Crack! A sudden sound of shattering echoed. As Lin Yu looked up, a fissure appeared across the entire sky. It seemed as if the heavens were about to collapse. Boom! The ground then shook violently, a cataclysmic spectacle. Massive chasms tore through the earth. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the Nuwa mech to hover in midair. Now he could clearly see the sky and earth disintegrating throughout the space. Is this space about to be destroyed? Lin Yu said gravely. If he couldn't find an exit, wouldn't he be destroyed along with this space? I didn't expect it to happen so soon. Just then the Spider Queen emerged from the void. Observing the scene, she let out a sigh. Spider Queen, what is happening? Lin Yu asked hastily. Human, can't you see? This space is collapsing, the Spider Queen said calmly. To leave, you must form a contract with me. Tell me what kind of contract? Lin Yu took a deep breath. Though he feared the Spider Queen would wreak havoc outside, Lin Yu couldn't worry about that now. He had to survive first. It is an equal contract. The Spider Queen continued. Contracts are a special means of the world, mainly divided into master-servant and equal contracts. In a master-servant contract, one is the master and the other the servant who must obey the master's commands. In an equal contract, neither party is bound and neither can harm the other. After hearing this, Lin Yu quickly understood. With that, an equal contract was something he could agree to. Fine, I agree, Lin Yu replied. The Nuwa mech raised its arm, opening its palm. Lin Yu emerged from the mech and landed on its palm. Standing there looking at the Spider Queen again, Lin Yu felt incredibly small, like an ant before a giant elephant. The image was vivid. You have successfully formed an equal contract with the Spider Queen. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Spider Queen hadn't deceived him. After the contract was sealed, Lin Yu returned to the Nuwa mech. All right, can you open the exit now? Lin Yu urged. The sky and earth were nearly half destroyed. Soon the entire space would perish. Don't rush, follow me first, the Spider Queen said. The Spider Queen waved her hand, and a void gate appeared. She entered it. Lin Yu took a deep breath and piloted the Nuwa mech through as well. Now he and the Spider Queen were in the same boat. Passing through the void gate, Lin Yu found himself in a strange space. In this space, a vast void surrounded him, and ahead floated an immense platform. The Spider Queen stood upon it. Within seconds, Lin Yu guided the Nuwa mech to the platform. There at its center, a colossal blood-red sword was embedded. The sword exuded a powerful, terrifying pressure, unmistakably extraordinary. Human, pull out this sword, the Spider Queen said. Though I can open the space's exit, this sword prevents me from leaving, she stated plainly. At the same time, this sword is the core maintaining the space's operation. As long as it remains, the space won't be completely destroyed. Her words gave Lin Yu new insights. So you've been sealed here, he said calmly. You could see it that way, the Spider Queen nodded. Ordinarily, those sealed away are great demons, Lin Yu said seriously. Once we're out, we'll dissolve this equal contract. If you dare to wreak havoc among humans, I will personally slay you, he declared. Don't liken me to those common beasts. The Spider Queen's voice turned icy. The next moment, the Spider Queen lightly tapped her finger, projecting images before Lin Yu. At the dawn of creation, gods made all beings, humans, demons. Initially, all races coexisted peacefully, but after the gods vanished, conflicts erupted among them. Humans can awaken mechs and become mech pilots. My demon race can also ascend levels. I only seek to level up and become a god. The Spider Queen described. Lin Yu was awestruck. A god? Can one truly cultivate to become a god? He wondered. Yes, in my inherited memories, she said. A great god named Nuwa created humanity, while other great gods created the demon race, fashioning various beasts in their image. These beasts are what you call colossal beasts. Both humans and beasts have the potential to cultivate into gods. The Spider Queen nodded. Thus, she had no interest in dominating the world or controlling humans. Her sole desire was to cultivate into a god. Human, do you know that the cosmos is vast with more than just this one world? The Spider Queen continued. In this world, a divine-level mech pilot is the pinnacle, but in higher realms, even divine-level mech pilots are merely ordinary. In other worlds, divine-level mecha pilots are nothing special. Lin Yu was deeply shaken. In his own world, no one had ever become a divine-level mecha pilot to this day. So divine level was not the pinnacle. There existed even higher levels beyond this. Lin Yu's horizons were truly broadened this time. Like a frog at the bottom of a well suddenly leaping out to behold a vaster land and sky. Perhaps in the future he too could venture into space exploration and interstellar voyages. All right, I've told you what I should and shouldn't have said. The Spider Queen gazed at the blood-colored giant sword. This sword is called the Bloodthirsty Blade. Legend says it was forged by a a true divine artifact exceedingly rare across the entire universe. Now draw the sword quickly, or I can no longer bear to stay in this space. Lin Yu focused his gaze. This blood-colored giant sword was indeed a divine artifact. No wonder it felt extraordinary at first sight. It seemed the final opportunity the Spider Queen had mentioned was this divine artifact, the bloodthirsty blade. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha toward the bloodthirsty blade. The Mecha's hand successfully grasped the hilt of the sword. In that instant, Lin Yu felt the malevolent power erupting from the bloodthirsty blade. Visions of bloodshed and cruelty flooded his mind. These images seemed like scenes from the sword slaughters, rivers of blood, mountains of corpses. Such horrifying visions were unlike anything Lin Yu had ever witnessed. He couldn't help but feel a wave of discomfort. The chaotic mill contemplation method began to operate autonomously, crushing those terrifying images into fragments. In an instant, Lin Yu snapped back to his senses, his state greatly restored. Thank goodness for the chaotic mill contemplation method. Otherwise, things would have gotten troublesome. Lin Yu thought to himself. This bloodthirsty blade was truly an evil divine artifact. Once touched, it affected the mind. Fortunately, the chaotic mill contemplation method seemed to counter it perfectly. With the influence gone, and with the Nuwa Mecha being a divine-level machine, Lin Yu effortlessly pulled out the bloodthirsty blade. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the divine artifact bloodthirsty blade. A system notification sounded. At the same time, the space within began to collapse and shatter. Let's go! Seeing this, the Spider Queen swiftly opened an exit from this place. Lin Yu followed closely behind. Through the exit, he successfully left the mysterious space and returned to the lakeside from before. The Spider Queen was with him too. A mirror within a mirror. It seems this abyssal world is about to close. The Spider Queen murmured to herself, though her joy was evident. Well then, let's dissolve our contract now. Lin Yu stowed the bloodthirsty blade and spoke directly. It was time to part ways, each going their own path. It can't be dissolved. The Spider Queen shook her head. Why, oi? Lin Yu felt a pang of suspicion. There has never been an equal contract in this world. What we signed is a life and death pact. The Spider Queen explained. Don't worry, this pact has little effect on you. If you die, I die with you, but if I die, you remain unaffected. Hearing this, Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you say so from the start? I was afraid you wouldn't agree. The Spider Queen shook her head. Well, from now on, I'll stick with you. What? Lin Yu was stunned. Why follow me? To protect you, of course. If you die, so do I. The Spider Queen sighed. I don't want to perish right after being freed. Do you think I'm that easy to kill, eh? Lin Yu said calmly. Ridiculous. He possessed 3 divine-level mechas. Besides, with your massive size, you'll draw attention outside. Lin Yu continued. That's simple. The Spider Queen employed some unknown technique, and her body radiated a dazzling light. Her form began to shrink rapidly. In just a few seconds, she transformed into a humanoid shape nearly identical to a human with a face of exquisite beauty. Gulp! Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow, feeling a heat rise within him. In her human form, the Spider Queen was completely unclothed, leaving nothing to Lin Yu's gaze. Get me some clothes, the Spider Queen said softly. Here. Snapping back to reality, Lin Yu quickly retrieved a set of women's clothing from his storage ring. These clothes were bought earlier while shopping with Xiao Yu. Once the Spider Queen dressed, her entire aura transformed dramatically. She seemed like an exalted goddess. For a moment, it was hard to imagine that this stunning woman was actually a giant beast. Once again, Lin Yu's eyes were opened. He never thought a giant beast could possess the ability to assume human form. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed Lin Yu's mind. Could there be other giant beasts in human society disguised among people? If so, that would be truly frightening. The humanoid Spider Queen could also hover in midair. Soon she flew over and sat directly on the shoulder of the Nuwa Mecha. It seemed she was determined to stay with him. Lin Yu wondered inwardly whether this was a blessing or a curse. Yet he understood one truth: fortune or misfortune, one cannot escape it. Thus it was better to let things take their natural course. Perhaps that was the best approach. By the way, do you have a name? Lin Yu asked. He couldn't keep calling her Spider Queen forever. Call me Queen. Lin Yu. No. Lin Yu refused. The queen in his heart was Xiao Yu. I've never had a real name since birth. How about you give me one? The Spider Queen said slowly. Don't you have parents? Lin Yu asked curiously. No, she shook her head. She had been alone from the very beginning. How about Bai Jingjing? A name surfaced in Lin Yu's mind. Bai Jingjing. That's a nice name. He'll be Bai Jingjing from now on. The Spider Queen nodded with satisfaction. From this moment, she formally became Lin Yu's companion, following him by his side. Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha, continuing his exploration of this abyssal world while chatting with Bai Jingjing along the way. From her, Lin Yu gained a sudden understanding of many things. It also made him realize that the world he now inhabited was merely one among countless in the vast cosmos. The path ahead was still long. Along the way, they encountered many colossal beasts, all of which Lin Yu dispatched with effortless strikes. Time passed swiftly. Lin Yu encountered many other mecha pilots, but regrettably, he did not find his sister Lin Weiner or Xiao Yu and the others. He silently prayed for their safety and success. Lin Yu, something's wrong. That day, Bai Jingjing, reclining atop the mecha, abruptly opened her eyes. Gazing at the scene before her, she spoke slowly. What's the matter? Lin Yu asked, quickly scanning the surroundings without perceiving anything amiss. Evil energy, Bai Jingjing said gravely. Having spent much time with the bloodthirsty sword, her sensitivity to evil energy had grown exceptionally acute. There was absolutely no mistake. Not far ahead, evil energy was erupting. Be careful. I sense this is man-made, Bai Jingjing continued. This made Lin Yu's expression turn serious. Let's go see for ourselves. The next moment, he piloted the Nuwa mecha and swiftly flew over. In no time, they arrived above a certain area. Looking down, they could clearly see several mechas stationed at different positions on the ground. Nearby, many living colossal beasts were tightly bound, unable to move. A bizarre blood-red grand array had also appeared on the ground. In that instant, Lin Yu distinctly sensed the evil energy emanating from the blood-red array. Though I don't know what they're up to, it's certainly nothing good, Lin Yu said calmly. The figures before him were likely evil mecha pilots. Humans, when they turn evil, are truly wicked. Bai Jingjing chuckled and continued, this array is sinister. If I'm not mistaken, it has the power of fusion. They intend to fuse the beasts into one, creating a new monster to control. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. This was indeed the modus operandi of evil mecha pilots. Can such a fusion truly be achieved? Lin Yu wondered. Of course, Bai Jingjing affirmed. The beasts they've imprisoned are mostly around level 70. A successful fusion could spawn a level 80 or even level 90 creature. Then we can't let them succeed, Lin Yu declared, immediately locking onto his targets. Target locked. Activating spatial divine blades. In an instant, the sky transformed. A storm of spatial divine blades rained down upon the evil mecha pilots below. Such terrifying power. If he reaches level 100, I'd be but an ant before him. Bai Jingjing marveled inwardly at the attack. She was also relieved that she hadn't become Lin Yu's enemy, who otherwise she would surely have perished. The evil mecha pilots had made extensive preparations. A protective barrier unfolded. The spatial divine blade struck it, triggering a series of violent explosions. The residual force shook the entire ground violently. Damn it. We were so hidden, yet we've been discovered. What now? Should we give up? The enemy is strong, and this barrier won't hold much longer. No, we've come too far to abandon this now. Once the beast fusion succeeds, we can control the monster. Yes, we've planned this for so long. If we quit now, all our efforts will be wasted. Once we master the beast, the entire world will belong to the evil god temple. The evil mecha pilots accelerated the array's operation. Then they hurled the tightly bound beasts into the center of the array. In a mere second, the creatures eerily dissolved into blood-red liquid and merged into one. An overwhelmingly terrifying force erupted. Witnessing this, the evil mecha pilots were filled with excitement and elation. They seemed to glimpse the possibility of success. They possessed such defensive treasures. Lin Yu shook his head. These evil mecha pilots were not so simple to deal with. His spatial divine blades possessed immense penetrating power, a bane to defenses. Yet now they had failed to breach the barrier immediately. This could only mean one thing: they had a special defensive artifact. Looks like I need to increase the output, Lin Yu observed. Subsequently, Lin Yu unleashed the spatial divine blades several more times, bombarding relentlessly like an endless barrage of cannon fire. Crack. Soon the protective barrier developed fissures. To withstand so many of my spatial divine blades, this defensive treasure is indeed a rare artifact, Lin Yu praised. The next second, the barrier shattered completely. Countless spatial divine blades rained down upon the evil mecha pilots. At that moment, the evil mecha pilots activated their defensive skills while continuing to operate the array. They struggled to complete the beast fusion ritual. But their mecha's defenses were weak. The spatial divine blades pierced through effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, the mechas of the evil pilots were sliced into fragments. Instant kill. Absolute annihilation. This spatial divine blade technique boasted not only immense power, but also area effect damage. In the future, when Lin Yu needed to level up, he could use spatial divine blades to eliminate hordes of beasts at once, rapidly enhancing his mecha's grade. This should be over right. As Lin Yu spoke, the blood-red array burst into eerie light. A massive mass of blood-red liquid shot a pillar of crimson light straight into the sky. Sinister clouds gathered overhead, as if the entire world had transformed into a realm of evil. We're too late. The fusion is complete, Bai Jingjing said calmly. No matter, Lin Yu nodded. Even with the fusion successful, given his current strength, dealing with it shouldn't be a problem. Besides, he had Bai Jingjing, a level 100 divine beast, by his side. As the crimson pillar of light vanished, the massive sanguine liquid began to coalesce, ultimately forming a colossal beast towering 100 meters in height. This monstrous creature exuded an overwhelming sense of bloodshed and terror. The aura it emanated was formidable, especially its pairs of eerie eyes that instilled an inexplicable dread in all who beheld them. The system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Special fusion beast. Level 80. Lin Yu drew a deep breath. He hadn't anticipated that those nefarious mecha pilots would actually succeed, though it was not a complete victory. Soon the fusion beast let out a roar reminiscent of the abyss. Its presence surged, enveloping itself in black miasma like tempestuous waves. It was utterly terrifying. This fusion beast possesses all the abilities of the beasts that were merged into it, someone noted. Forcible fusion defies the laws of heaven. This beast has lost all intelligence, knowing only slaughter. Thus its combat power has multiplied instantly, Bai Jingjing warned. This revelation clarified many things for Lin Yu. Indeed, having an experienced companion by one side made everything far easier and more comprehensible. It also allowed him to better understand his current situation. Those foolish, evil mecha pilots truly believed they could control the beast he mused. Lin Yu sneered. If possible, he would eradicate every last one of those evil mecha pilots. Unfortunately, reality dictated that such a feat was utterly impossible. Fortunately, these nefarious pilots had fused the beast within the abyss realm. Had they succeeded in the outside world, countless innocent lives would have been lost. Let's deal with this fusion beast first, Lin Yu declared. The system responded. Target locked. Spatial Divine Blade activated. In the next instant, countless spatial divine blades erupted forth. The fusion beast, sensing the imminent threat, swiftly deployed all the abilities it commanded. Boom after boom resounded across the heavens and earth. Though the fusion beast's level and power had greatly increased, it remained feeble before Lin Yu. It was no match for him. As the spatial divine blades descended, the fusion beast was cleaved into neat chunks of flesh. The system announced, you have slain the level 80 special fusion beast. Congratulations, you have obtained a level 80 crystal core. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. In Lin Yu's hand appeared a radiant crystal core pulsing with palpable energy. I didn't expect it to drop something, Lin Yu marveled. The system chimed in. Level 80 crystal core converted successfully. Energy points 40. Consuming 40 energy points, your spiritual energy value has increased. Without delay, Lin Yu utilized the level 80 crystal core. Open personal status panel. He commanded. The panel displayed name Lin Yu. Race human. Mech God Body activated. Mecha pilot level 9 star mecha pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 538471. Mecha Pangu Mecha level 90. Nuwa Mecha level 94. Divine Beasts Mecha level 90. After reviewing his personal information, Lin Yu nodded slightly. He still had a long journey ahead before becoming a divine level mecha pilot. His next goal was to strive for promotion to a 10-star mecha pilot, which would awaken his 4th mecha. 3 days passed swiftly. At noon, a peculiar iridescent radiance enveloped the entire sky. Bai Jingjing smiled at the sight. The abyss realm is finally closing. Lin Yu nodded, understanding it was time to depart. When the abyss realm closed, it would automatically teleport all mecha pilots out. After a brief wait, Lin Yu felt a beam of light envelop him. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of light, shooting into the sky and vanishing. The system's voice echoed, you have left the abyss realm. The blinding radiance before his eyes quickly dissipated. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, he found himself already outside. He had returned to the skies above the Azure Mountain Grand Canyon. Gazing around, he saw numerous beams of light emerging from the abyssal rift. As these beams descended, individual mecha pilots became visible. After waiting a while longer, Lin Yu spotted Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling emerging safely as well. A wave of relief washed over Lin Yu. The group quickly gathered. Lin Yu, who is she? Xiao Yu asked, her eyes fixed on Bai Jingjing, who sat on the shoulder of Lin Yu's Queen Mecha, jealousy flaring instantly. Bai Jingjing's stunning beauty rivaled her own, igniting Xiao Yu's envy. Lin Weiner marveled inwardly that her younger brother had managed to charm such a beautiful woman within the abyss realm. It's a long story. Let's head back first, and I'll explain on the way, Lin Yu said hastily. Everyone recalled their mechas and boarded the gilt-edged fighter, speeding back to Kunlun Mecha University. Inside the fighter, Lin Yu briefly recounted the entire ordeal in just a few minutes. After hearing it, everyone stared at Bai Jingjing in disbelief. The revelation was astonishing. A beast had transformed into a human. So you two signed a contract that can't be undone, and she has to stay with you? Xiao Yu asked, eyeing Bai Jingjing with hostility. She feared Bai Jingjing would steal Lin Yu away. Who do you think this queen wanted this? Bai Jingjing retorted, her tone indifferent, still exuding an imperious aura. All right, Xiao Yu, don't dwell on this. The important thing is that we've all gained greatly from the abyss realm, Lin Weiner said with a smile. To her, having a level 100 divine beast by Lin Yu's side was a good thing. At the very least, Bai Jingjing would surely intervene if Lin Yu faced danger, since his death would mean her own. Additionally, we must keep her identity a secret, Lin Yu reminded them urgently. If Bai Jingjing's true nature were exposed, countless troubles would undoubtedly arise, troubles that would be difficult to resolve quickly. Everyone nodded, understanding the necessity, without further prompting. It feels like we haven't been in the Abyss realm long, but 3 months have passed out here, Yi Ling exclaimed in shock after checking the time. That's normal, Lin Weiner said with a soft laugh. The group continued chatting, sharing their respective experiences within the Abyss realm. It didn't take long for Lin Yu and his companions to smoothly return to Kunlun Mecha University. The moment they officially stepped back onto campus, an immense sense of relief washed over them. In the abyssal realm, they had been in a constant state of alert, forced to snap awake at the slightest sound and brace for battle. Back on the floating island, Lin Yu entered the house and collapsed onto the soft sofa. Finally, I can get some proper rest. The statistics are out. From this abyssal rift, 23 students from Kunlun Mecha University have perished within, Lin Weiner said gravely a few minutes later, reading the message she had received. This time, Kunlun Mecha University had suffered a tremendous loss. Among the fallen were several elite class students. Each elite student was a product of the school's meticulous cultivation and significant resource investment. Now, one could only say that fate had its own design. Their deaths in the abyssal realm were merely a testament to their insufficient strength. From now on, let's focus on our cultivation, Lin Weiner continued. Ultimately, possessing formidable personal power was what truly mattered. With absolute strength, any crisis could be resolved with ease. The others nodded in agreement. This time, they had all reaped bountiful opportunities from the abyssal realm. Having successfully emerged, it was only natural to dedicate themselves to cultivation. And so, without further ado, everyone gathered around Lin Yu sitting cross-legged and swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Watching their auras ascend, Lin Yu nodded with quiet satisfaction. He was genuinely pleased to be able to aid their cultivation progress. Soon after, Lin Yu himself sank into cultivation. In an instant, the celestial energy of the entire floating island began to surge unceasingly into the house, absorbed and refined by Lin Yu and his companions. The floating island was equipped with a specialized array for gathering energy, a privilege for elite class students. The mere construction of this formation cost billions. Only a top-tier institution like Kunlun Mecha University could afford such an expense. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu both achieved breakthroughs, reaching the rank of 10-star Mecha Masters. Thanks to the opportunities gained in the abyssal realm and their time cultivating beside Lin Yu, their breakthroughs were remarkably smooth. Sis Yu, congratulations. Lin Yu offered his felicitations. By the way, sis, doesn't this mean your mecha will upgrade to a Saint-grade mecha? He quickly recalled something. Lin Weiner had mentioned earlier that upon reaching 10-star Mecha Master, her mecha would advance in rank. The moment I broke through, my mecha ascended to Saint grade, Lin Weiner confirmed with a smile. Sis, summon it for us to see, Lin Yu said, barely containing his excitement. An Imperial grade mecha evolving into a Saint grade 1. He imagined its appearance must have changed as well. All right, Lin Weiner replied. They all stepped outside to an open area where she summoned her mecha. In the next second, a colossal mecha materialized behind her. Its grade had indeed changed to Saint grade. At first glance, Lin Yu and the others were stunned and awestruck. Sis, after upgrading to Saint grade, your mecha has undergone a complete transformation. Its design is incredibly cool. Lin Yu marveled, feeling it almost rivaled his own divine grade mecha. It's decent. The upgrade didn't just change its appearance, it also awakened several new skills, making it over 10 times more powerful than before, Lin Weiner explained. Though she hadn't piloted it, she was fully aware as its mecha master. Weiner am so envious. Xiao Yu sighed. Now Xiao Yu was the only one with an Imperial grade mecha. She felt somewhat left behind. Mecha grade doesn't determine everything, Lin Weiner said, recalling her mecha. There are no worthless mechas, only worthless mecha masters. A truly powerful mecha master can unleash extraordinary might even with the most ordinary mortal grade mecha. Next, the two of us should go upgrade our mecha levels, Lin Weiner said softly to Xiao Yu. Both of them were now 10-star mecha masters. It was time to raise their mechas to level 100. This would further enhance their combat prowess. All right, Xiao Yu nodded, then looked at Lin Yu with reluctance. Hug me. Seeing this, Lin Yu pulled her into his embrace. He felt a pang of reluctance too. Since returning from the abyssal realm, they hadn't had any time alone, and now they would be separated again, albeit briefly. After receiving a loving hug, Xiao Yu felt deeply content. Then she and Lin Weiner headed to suitable dungeons on the floating island to grind for mecha level upgrades. Meanwhile, the others returned to the house. We should continue our cultivation, Imo Shitting said earnestly. Yiling nodded. They were both still at 8-star Mecha Master while Lin Yu had already reached 9-star. They felt they were falling behind. Back when school started at their first meeting, Lin Yu's Mecha Master rank had been lower than theirs. But now Lin Yu had completely surpassed them. Although Mo Shitting and Yi Ling knew it was virtually impossible to overtake him again. Even if they couldn't surpass him, they had to stay close on his heels. They couldn't let the gap grow too wide. Lin Yu, this king is hungry, Bai Jingjing said, standing before him with a stern expression after another 10 minutes. She resembled an empress issuing orders to her subject. Got it, Lin Yu replied, nodding. He then ordered a large amount of food through an internal school app. Students often had no time to visit the cafeteria due to cultivation. So the school had developed a food ordering app, making things much more convenient. It was essentially like ordering takeout. By the way, how do you giant beasts cultivate? Do you have some kind of cultivation method? While waiting for the food, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask Bai Jingjing out of curiosity. He had harbored this question for a while, but hadn't found the time to ask since returning from the abyssal realm. Of course, humans have their own cultivation methods, and we demon race naturally do too. The cultivation method I practice is inherited through bloodline, a divine cultivation method created by the spider god. With this divine cultivation method, I might one day become a deity. Bai Jingjing said slowly. Since her fate was now bound to Lin Yu, she held nothing back and spoke frankly. Lin Yu nodded in astonishment after hearing this. Can I practice this divine cultivation method of yours? He asked curiously. You're human, so you can't. Bai Jingjing shook her head firmly. But it's not impossible if you truly wish to. Really? Lin Yu's eyes widened. Of course. If you're willing to abandon your humanity, I can transform you into a demon, Bai Jingjing nodded. Forget it. Lin Yu refused decisively. What a joke. Abandon his humanity to become a giant beast. That was absolutely out of the question. Besides, he already possessed a divine cultivation method. Originally, Lin Yu had wondered if mastering 2 divine methods would accelerate his cultivation speed. Now it seemed he would stick to the divine method he already knew. What level are you now? Lin Yu continued to inquire. Level 105. Bai Jingjing replied calmly. Your cultivation speed is incredible, Lin Yu exclaimed. In just a single month, Bai Jingjing had risen from level 100 to level 105. She was nothing short of a prodigy. This pace was astonishingly fast. I was sealed in that space for eons, my level constantly suppressed. Now that I'm free, advancement comes naturally. Bai Jingjing waved her delicate hand with pride. Had I not been sealed, I'd likely be at level 140 by now, equivalent to a human divine mech pilot. You're incredible. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up. He felt relieved, thankful that the Spider Queen was now bound to him. From then on, Lin Yu had a formidable ally. He wouldn't even need to summon his mech. Bai Jingjing alone could handle everything. Ding dong, ding dong. After a while, the doorbell rang. The food delivery had arrived. Lin Yu opened the door. Outside stood humanoid robots. Come in, Lin Yu said. Following his command, the robots carried in dishes and placed them on the table. Seeing the food, Bai Jingjing couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Ever since tasting human cuisine, she had fallen in love with it. Soon she began to indulge. Mo Shitting, Yi Ling, would you like some food? Lin Yu called softly to them. The two emerged from their cultivation state. Initially, they intended to focus solely on training, but the aroma of the food stirred their appetites. Yes, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling nodded in unison. Then, the 4 of them savored the meal. Before long, only empty plates remained on the table. I am most satisfied, Bai Jingjing declared contentedly after finishing. Speaking of which, you eat and live here for free every day? Shouldn't you pay some rent or food fees? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing, feeling as though he was supporting her. At least the food didn't cost him anything. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to keep her. Take this. Bai Jingjing waved her finger. A special scroll appeared before Lin Yu. Radiant with light, it was clearly no ordinary item. What's this? Lin Yu didn't open it immediately. A divine ability suitable for humans, Bai Jingjing explained simply. It's a body forging technique called the Undying Art. The Undying Art. Lin Yu was awestruck. Just the name sounded formidable. I obtained this technique by chance. Legend says it was created by a human. Bai Jingjing continued. The tale goes that this human couldn't awaken a mech and refused to accept an ordinary life. Through countless trials, he forged this technique. It's said that mastering the Undying Art allows a human body to withstand mechs and tear apart giant beasts barehanded. In that moment, Lin Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling gasped in awe. The Undying Art was truly heaven-defying. But it's just a legend. I can't confirm its truth. Perhaps you can prove it. Bai Jingjing looked at Lin Yu intently. With his Mech God Body, he was the most extraordinary human she had ever seen. That's why she offered him the Undying Art. All right, with this technique, your meals and lodging are on me from now on, Lin Yu said cheerfully, holding the scroll. Bai Jingjing muttered. In the old days, others would grovel to please me. Then, Lin Yu unrolled the scroll. Golden characters emerged, glowing with brilliance. Each character seemed to embody the supreme Tao, inspiring awe at a single glance. Mo Shitting Yiling, come and look. Lin Yu called them over. They were his trusted companions. If they could master the undying art, it would be a boon. As the saying goes, share blessings and hardships alike. The three soon immersed themselves in contemplation. Meanwhile, Bai Jingjing lounged on the sofa, browsing the web, fascinated by human history and technology. As long as Bai Jingjing didn't reveal her true form, anyone would mistake her for a genuine human. Ding. You have thoroughly read the undying art. The Mech God Body comprehends it successfully, beginning mastery. Dozens of minutes later, a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Amazing Mech God Body. Lin Yu's heart raced with excitement. After reading the undying art, his only thought was how profoundly arcane it was. Every character was familiar, yet together, they formed an unfathomable depth. He had initially felt that the undying art was beyond his reach. But unexpectedly, the Mech God Body allowed him to master it instantly. What a thrill. This undying art is too profound, I can't understand it at all. Mo Shitting sighed. Neither can I. Yiling shook her head. Don't worry, take your time. We have plenty of days ahead. Lin Yu comforted them. Mo Shitting and Yiling then resumed their cultivation. Mastering the undying art immediately was impossible for them. It was better to focus on advancing their mech pilot realm. Through relentless effort, the Divine Machine Body successfully mastered the undying art. The Divine Machine Body began cultivating the undying art automatically. After about half an hour, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. This filled Lin Yu with immense joy and excitement. In that instant, he gained a deeper understanding of the undying art. When cultivated to a certain realm, even a human body could soar through the cosmic starry sky. It was important to note that humans venturing into the cosmos without a protective suit would instantly freeze into ice sculptures and perish. With the undying art, Lin Yu's future cosmic explorations would be far more secure. You actually succeeded in cultivating it. Bai Jingjing, seeing Lin Yu's body radiating a faint shimmering light, asked curiously. That he had mastered it in such a short time proved his monstrous talent. Indeed, the Lin Yu before her was the most extraordinary and heaven-defying human she had ever encountered. I've barely grasped the basics, Lin Yu nodded modestly. His humility left Bai Jingjing momentarily speechless. That's good, Bai Jingjing said lightly, then continued surfing the internet without further comment. In Lin Yu's eyes, she now seemed like an internet-addicted girl. Time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a month passed swiftly. During this month, the Divine Machine Body tirelessly cultivated the undying art, allowing Lin Yu's body to undergo tempering of skin, flesh, bones, and blood. Consequently, his entire body became extraordinarily powerful. There was a distinct sensation that the Divine Machine Body's speed in cultivating other techniques had accelerated significantly. Especially when using the divine cultivation method, the daily increase in spiritual energy value was several times greater than before. Open my personal panel. At Lin Yu's command, the system panel instantly appeared before him. Name Lin Yu. Race human. Divine Machine Body activated. Mecha Master rank 9-star Mecha Master. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 562453. Mecha Pangu Mecha level 90. Nuwa Mecha level 94. Divine Beasts Mecha level 90. In 1 month, his spiritual energy value had directly increased by tens of thousands. This pace was already exceptionally fast. He estimated that in another month, he could become a 10-star Mecha Master. I've broken through to a 9-star Mecha Master. After a short while, Yiling suddenly opened her eyes and exclaimed excitedly. A few days earlier, Mo Shitting had successfully broken through to 9-star Mecha Master. Now Yiling had also succeeded. I suggest you ask a school teacher to help you level up, Lin Yu proposed. The teachers at Kunlun Mecha University were at least star-level Mecha Masters. With a star-level Mecha Master leading the training, the efficiency of leveling up their mechas would surely be high. Alright, well, go find a teacher now. Mo Shitting and Yiling nodded in unison. They then quickly departed to enhance their mecha levels. The entire room was left with only Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing. It inexplicably felt like a world for two. I wonder how my sisters are doing, Lin Yu sighed as he lay on the sofa. As the Mecha Master rank increased, the experience points required for the mecha also rose accordingly. Leveling a mecha from 90 to 100 undoubtedly demanded even more experience points. Without finding a suitable training location, completing the upgrade quickly would be nearly impossible. After a few more days passed, Lin Yu received a message from Principal Wei Liren. Upon seeing it, he immediately headed to the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain. Principal, what do you need me for? Lin Yu asked politely. I was originally looking for your sister, but she's in a dungeon. Time is pressing, so I had to call you instead. Wei Liren said. Lin Yu sensed that something major must have occurred. Lin Yu, your younger sister is in trouble. What happened? Lin Yu immediately grew anxious. Your sister entered a secret realm, but it mutated, becoming one-way entry with no exit. Pangu Mecha University dispatched many 10-star Mecha Masters inside, but there's been no news. After the mutation, Mecha Masters above 10-star cannot enter. If this drags on, the danger will only escalate. Pangu Mecha University hopes Lin Weiner can enter the secret realm to rescue Lin Jiaojiao. Wei Liren quickly explained everything. After hearing it, Lin Yu was furious. What is Pangu Mecha University doing? It's been so long since the incident, and they only notify us now. If he had known, he would never have let Lin Jiaojiao go to that university. Lin Yu, the matter has already happened. Don't dwell on that for now. Wei Liren reminded him. Your sister is a mecha prodigy. She should be able to protect herself inside the secret realm. The urgent question is whether you're willing to enter. The secret realm allowed entry, but no exit, deterring many mecha masters. They'll go principal. Lin Yu affirmed. The secret realm is perilous, and its internal conditions are unknown. You must be fully prepared. Wei Liren cautioned, not wanting Lin Yu to perish inside. Otherwise, Kunlun Mecha University would lose an extraordinarily talented mecha prodigy. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. When can I enter the secret realm? The scroll for that secret realm is still en route. It should arrive in about half an hour and be delivered directly to your floating island. Go prepare first. Wei Liren replied. Also, if you need anything, tell me quickly. They'll help as much as I can. I don't have any requests. Lin Yu shook his head. Then take care of yourself. Got it, principal. They'll head back now. After bidding farewell to the principal, Lin Yu quickly returned to his floating island. Seeing his extremely anxious expression, Bai Jingjing asked curiously, what happened? Why are you so worried? My sister is trapped in a secret realm. Lin Yu briefly recounted the entire situation. Then looking at Bai Jingjing, he asked, do you know what caused the secret realm to become one-way entry with no exit? For some reason, Lin Yu felt that Bai Jingjing might know something. I have a conjecture regarding the situation you've described, Bai Jingjing said, slowly nodding after listening to Lin Yu. What conjecture? Lin Yu pressed eagerly. The secret realm where your sister is located has likely activated some mechanism causing all exits to seal shut. Bai Jingjing replied calmly. But as for what exactly transpired within that realm, I cannot be certain, for the possibilities are numerous. After hearing her words, a thought abruptly struck Lin Yu. He recalled a time when he himself had been trapped within a secret realm. On that occasion, the realm's exits had closed due to the emergence of evil spirits. If evil spirits were indeed the cause, then matters had grown rather troublesome. Fortunately, Lin Yu had previously transcribed a copy of the Chaos Mill Contemplation Method and sent it to his sister Lin Jiaojiao. If she had successfully mastered this Chaos Mill Contemplation Method, she should be able to contend with those evil spirits. Regardless, Lin Yu had to venture into that secret realm. Only by seeing Lin Jiaojiao with his own eyes would he be truly at ease. Alright, I understand. In the time to come, you should stay here. Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing as he spoke. No, I must accompany you. If you perish within, I will follow suit. Bai Jingjing shook her head. She felt that remaining here unaware of Lin Yu's condition for even a single day would keep her in perpetual anxiety. After all, her own life hung in the balance. Unfortunately, there is only one secret realm scroll. Lin Yu shook his head. Moreover, that realm forbids entry to any mech master above 10 stars. Even if there were extra scrolls, your current strength would likely bar you from entering. That restriction applies only to humans, Bai Jingjing said with a light laugh. And since you and I are bound by contract, even with a single scroll, I can enter alongside you. Very well, let us go together. Lin Yu agreed directly. After all, an extra person meant an extra measure of strength. Besides this, Bai Jingjing was a colossal beast, over 100 levels in power. Perhaps she would prove immensely useful within that secret realm. After another 10 minutes or so, a spacecraft swiftly descended upon the floating island. Soon a robot emerged from within carrying a peculiar chest. Having completed the handover, the robot and the spacecraft departed hastily. Upon opening the chest, a secret realm scroll was clearly visible within. Securing the scroll, Lin Yu immediately activated it. Using level 90 secret realm scroll, you have entered the secret realm. A flash of light blazed forth. When Lin Yu next opened his eyes, he found himself in an entirely different world. Bai Jingjing appeared beside him shortly after. True to her words, she had indeed followed him in. Be careful, I sense the presence of evil spirits. Bai Jingjing warned swiftly. Upon entering, her expression had turned grave. These evil spirits could not only possess human mechs, but some could even seize control of colossal beasts. In essence, there was scarcely anything in this world that evil spirits could not possess. So the closure of the realm's exits must be linked to these evil spirits, Lin Yu remarked. It's not that simple. The evil spirits are likely only part of the cause. Bai Jingjing shook her head, unable to pinpoint the other reasons for the moment. After all, the information they possessed was far too scarce. The energy within this realm is steadily diminishing. We must act quickly. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Next, Lin Yu directly summoned the Nuwa Mech. The Nuwa Mech was capable of space-time teleportation, which would allow Lin Yu to locate his sister more swiftly. With the Nuwa Mech materialized, Lin Yu swiftly entered its cockpit. Bai Jingjing leaped up and landed upon the Mech's shoulder. With a whoosh, the Nuwa Mech shot into the sky at an inconceivable speed. During the flight, Lin Yu meticulously observed his surroundings. The secret realm was vast and boundless. He could only rely on instinct to choose a direction. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly explosions erupted in the distance. Lin Yu accelerated. After soaring over several towering mountains, he spotted a mech locked in fierce combat with several colossal beasts. These beasts were all of level 90. The mech was merely level 85. For that mech master to have endured the siege of several level 90 beasts was already a remarkable feat. Target locked. Energy cannon firing. Bang, bang. Beams of formidable energy spheres rained down swiftly. You have slain a level 90 colossal beast. You have slain a level 90 colossal beast. Soon the system's voice echoed within Lin Yu's mind. With a single intervention, Lin Yu effortlessly dispatched these beasts. The mech master on the ground watched as the Nuwa Mech descended from the heavens. Upon seeing the Nuwa Mech, the mech master could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had survived. I am Wang Peng from Pangu Mech University. Thank you for your timely rescue. The mech master within the level 85 mech quickly expressed his gratitude. Pangu Mech University. Lin Yu asked promptly, do you know where Lin Jiaojiao is? I'm sorry, I don't know. Wang Peng shook his head. Lin Jiaojiao and I entered the realm at the same time, but I haven't seen her since I arrived here. Seeing that Lin Yu was searching for Lin Jiaojiao, Wang Peng divulged everything he knew. Lin Yu let out a sigh of disappointment. Not a single useful piece of information emerged. Do you have any means of communication? Lin Yu pressed further. Since they were both from Pangu Mech University, they must have been equipped with special communicators upon entering the realm. Yes. Wang Peng nodded. The school issued a communicator, but its range is limited. Beyond 30 kilometers, the signal fails. Could you give me your communicator? Lin Yu asked. With this device, his chances of finding Lin Jiaojiao would increase. No problem. Wang Peng agreed. After all, Lin Yu had saved his life. Without Lin Yu's intervention, he would have perished beneath the claws of those beasts. A mere communicator was a small price. Soon Lin Yu successfully obtained the device from Wang Peng. Afterward, Lin Yu offered a final warning. The energy within this realm is depleting. Avoid combat from now on, and conserve your spiritual energy. Your best course is to find a place to hide. I understand. Thank you for the advice, Wang Peng nodded. With that, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mech, vanishing from Wang Peng's sight in the blink of an eye. What an extraordinary mech master. Could he be a powerful expert dispatched by the school? Wang Peng could not help but marvel. With the communicator exclusive to Pangu Mech University, Lin Yu accelerated, continuously teleporting through space while trying to make contact via the device. After teleporting to a new region, Lin Yu quickly shouted into the communicator, Lin Jiaojiao, please respond if you hear me. After a long while, the communicator remained silent. As Lin Yu prepared to teleport again, the communicator suddenly crackled to life. This is Su Qingqing from Pangu Mech University. We're under siege by giant beasts, requesting immediate support. Her voice was frantic, as if she regarded Lin Yu as her last lifeline. Do you know where Lin Jiaojiao is? Lin Yu asked urgently. I know a bit. Su Qingqing replied. Please help us, we can't hold out much longer. Su Qingqing was clever. She guessed Lin Yu had come for Lin Jiaojiao. Although she knew some information about Lin Jiaojiao, she held it back. If she revealed it, she feared Lin Yu wouldn't come to their aid. Send me your coordinates, Lin Yu demanded. After getting the coordinates, Lin Yu teleported rapidly. Meanwhile, on a plane, 3 mechas were fighting desperately. Surrounded by 20 giant beasts, they had no chance to escape. The sheer number of beasts, combined with their own limited strength, meant that continuing like this would only lead to their doom. Qingqing, will he come to help us? One mecha pilot asked, trembling with fear. I don't know. Su Qingqing shook her head, speaking with difficulty. No matter what, we have to hold on and find a way to escape. Relying on oneself was better than relying on others. Their fate now depended solely on their own efforts. As they fought tenaciously, the giant beasts attacked savagely. With a deafening boom, another mecha was struck violently by a beast, its frame torn apart. In an instant, the damaged mecha was forced back into the pilot's mecha space. Without the mecha's protection, the pilot was crushed into pulp by the giant beast. Death was absolute. Witnessing this, Su Qingqing and the remaining pilot turned deathly pale. Their turn was surely coming soon. Surrounded by 20 beasts, despair overwhelmed them once more. At this point, Su Qingqing had almost given up hope of rescue. Their spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted. At best, they could last only 3 more minutes. When the energy ran out, without their mechas, they would surely perish. Time ticked by. Another mecha's head was cleaved open by a beast, and the mecha dissipated instantly. The exposed pilot was swallowed whole by the beast. Damn it, Su Qingqing cursed. Her entire mecha squad was now reduced to just her. Staring at the horde of beasts, her face was ashen. Is this the end for me? Though her heart burned with unwillingness, reality was brutally cruel. Her spiritual energy was down to just over 600 units. She dared not use any mecha skills. If she unleashed a single skill now, her energy would be completely drained, leaving her unable to pilot the mecha. These beasts were not only heavily armored, but some were incredibly agile and swift. There was simply no chance to flee. As Su Qingqing resisted stubbornly, her spiritual energy plummeted. Soon it was fully exhausted. The mecha ceased functioning and returned to her mecha space. Now Su Qingqing stood in her human form before the beasts, feeling as insignificant as an ant. Am I going to die? She wondered. Scenes from her life flashed through her mind like a lantern show. This was the sign of impending death. Just then she felt a surge of immense power. Opening her eyes, she saw the giant beasts sliced into chunks of meat. The air was thick with gore, and their blood dyed the ground into a lake of crimson. The space below warped violently. A giant mecha hand caught the falling Su Qingqing. Landing in the palm of the Nuwa mecha, she felt a wave of warmth. Looking up, she saw the entire Nuwa mecha before her. What a cool mecha. It must be at the Imperial level, no Saint level. Su Qingqing marveled inwardly. Then Lin Yu emerged from the Nuwa mecha and quickly landed on its palm. Gazing at Su Qingqing, Lin Yu couldn't help but think, I didn't expect her to be such a beauty. However, she looked utterly disheveled. Are you alright? Lin Yu asked. I'm fine. Su Qingqing shook her head quickly, then sighed. But my classmates. If Lin Yu had arrived earlier, perhaps they could have been saved. Of course, she didn't blame him for not coming sooner. It was their own lack of strength. If only they had held on a little longer, they might have survived. How wonderful it felt to be alive. Glad you're safe. Now can you tell me about Lin Jiaojiao? Lin Yu pressed. May I ask if the school sent you to rescue her? Su Qingqing knew that Lin Jiaojiao was the only disciple of the vice principal of Pangu Mecha University. As long as they remained in this secret realm, danger lurked everywhere. In her eyes, Lin Yu was undoubtedly a formidable mecha pilot. Perhaps by sticking with him, she could escape the Kunlun Mecha University alive. No, I'm Jiaojiao's older brother, Lin Yu revealed without hesitation. Lin Jiaojiao's brother. Su Qingqing was stunned. She never imagined Lin Jiaojiao had such a powerful brother. 10 days ago, I saw Lin Jiaojiao outside the lake island. We just greeted each other and parted ways. I remember she entered that lake island. Not long after, the island underwent a strange mutation, floating up into the sky. We flew up to check, but the island had vanished as if it never existed. Around that time, everyone became trapped in the secret realm, and the safe zones all failed. Su Qingqing recounted everything she knew. Finally, there was news of his younger sister. Lin Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That meant his sister Lin Jiaojiao should still be on that island. However, the island suddenly floated up into the sky and then vanished. This was rather puzzling. What kind of mechanism did this island possess? Bai Jingjing, do you know what's going on? Lin Yu looked up at Bai Jingjing above him and inquired. It was then that Su Qingqing also noticed an extraordinarily beautiful woman on the shoulder of the Nuwa mecha. She was simply breathtaking. Su Qingqing was stunned. It was her first time seeing such a stunning woman. I'm not sure either. Bai Jingjing's tone was calm, yet it carried an air of authority. Even Bai Jingjing was uncertain. Lin Yu slowly nodded. It seems we'll have to go and see for ourselves. Please send me the location of this island. Then Lin Yu turned to Su Qingqing. All right, Su Qingqing replied. Shortly after, she sent Lin Yu the map of the secret realm she had explored. On this map, the location of the lake island was clearly marked. They were currently about 600 kilometers away from that lake island. It was quite a distance. Lin Yu decided to set off immediately. Thank you. From now on, take care of yourself. Lin Yu looked at Su Qingqing and expressed his gratitude. Can I come with you? Su Qingqing quickly pleaded. My companions are dead and am all alone. Please take me with you. Su Qingqing was terrified. Having barely survived, the thought of being left alone in this secret realm made her feel she might face death again. Next time she might not be so lucky. Seeing Su Qingqing's pitiful state, and considering she was also a student from Pangu Mecha University, Lin Yu finally nodded and agreed. You can follow me, but you must obey orders. Su Qingqing quickly responded. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. First, recover your spiritual energy. Lin Yu reminded her. The human body could not withstand the pressure of space travel. A mecha was necessary for protection. Unlike Bai Jingjing, who was a divine beast, she faced the pressure of space travel as if it were nothing, appearing completely at ease. Then Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mecha swiftly toward the lake island. Su Qingqing, in the palm of the mecha, began cultivating to restore her spiritual energy. Fortunately, the energy within the secret realm hadn't completely dissipated. The Nuwa mecha flew at an incredible speed. Soon they encountered other mecha pilots intermittently. Some mecha pilots were engaged in fierce battles with giant beasts. When Lin Yu encountered them, he would lock onto the targets and fire energy cannons, helping the pilots resolve their crises. These were just small gestures. Lin Yu tried to help whenever he could. After all, these were human mecha pilots. Humanity faced an extinction crisis. If these pilots died in the secret realm, it would weaken humanity's overall strength. But the most important thing was still rescuing his sister. After about an hour, Lin Yu arrived at the location of the lake island. Looking around now. Before him lay a vast lake, but there was no sign of an island in its center. At that moment, Su Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. After an hour of recovery, her spiritual energy had returned to 80%. When she saw the scene before her, she was astonished that they had arrived so quickly. The flight speed was truly remarkable. Then Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mecha upward at high speed. Reaching the high altitude, everything was exactly as Su Qingqing had described. There was no trace of a floating island up here. Su Qingqing, after you saw the lake island fly into the sky, did you notice anything else? Lin Yu asked. No. Su Qingqing replied with certainty. Back then the island in the lake had risen, shot into the clouds, and then disappeared. At that time many other mecha pilots flew up to search for the island, but all came up empty-handed. No one knew how the island had vanished. Lin Yu, there's residual spatial energy here. Bai Jingjing said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly had an idea. So there's another space up here. An island couldn't simply vanish without reason. It must have entered another space. Fortunately, the Nuwa mecha excelled in spatial manipulation. After some investigation, the Nuwa mecha successfully detected the exact location of the spatial energy. Activating a mecha skill, a spatial rift tore open above them. The spatial rift resembled a bottomless abyss, pitch black within. Just looking at it evoked a sense of terror. Su Qingqing waited outside. Lin Yu said. He had no idea what lay inside. If it was extremely dangerous, he wouldn't have the energy to rescue her. So the best course was for Su Qingqing to wait outside. Take this. Lin Yu quickly produced some potions to restore spiritual energy. This would help Su Qingqing survive better. That was all he could do. Be careful. Lin Yu reminded her again. Thank you. Su Qingqing expressed her gratitude and swiftly summoned her own mecha. After she entered it, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mecha and charged straight into the spatial rift. As the mecha fully entered, the rift vanished in an instant. Now only Su Qingqing and her mecha remained hovering in the high sky. Soon she piloted her mecha and descended rapidly. Staying airborne would consume a lot of spiritual energy. Fortunately, no giant beasts appeared nearby, so it was safe for now. I hope he comes out soon. Su Qingqing murmured, gazing at the sky. During the time she spent with Lin Yu, she had felt an overwhelming sense of security. She cherished that feeling. If only it could last forever. On the other side, Lin Yu successfully entered a mysterious space through the spatial rift. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something extraordinary. Lin Yu, you sense it too, don't you? There's a powerful evil spirit aura inside. Bai Jingjing said gravely. Lin Yu nodded seriously. At this moment, Lin Yu grew increasingly anxious. He took out his communicator, but soon discovered it was utterly useless within this mysterious space. Seeing this, Lin Yu maneuvered his mecha and charged forward swiftly. In no time, an enormous bronze door loomed before him. He could clearly sense that the evil spirit aura emanated from within this bronze door. For now, this was the only mysterious object Lin Yu had found. Clearly, there was space beyond the bronze door. He increased the power of his mecha, attempting to push it open. After a minute, Lin Yu found the bronze door utterly immovable. Even with his Nuwa mecha at full power, he couldn't budge it. Boom. Rumble. Next, despite Lin Yu launching relentless attacks, the bronze door remained completely unscathed. Damn it. Lin Yu cursed under his breath. His heart was filled with desperation. He only had this one sister, and he couldn't bear to see her die inside. Your mind is in turmoil. Bai Jingjing reminded him softly. This bronze door is peculiar. There must be some mechanism. If we can find it, it should open easily. Her voice quickly calmed Lin Yu. Unfortunately, it seems there is no mechanism on this bronze door. Lin Yu searched carefully, but found nothing resembling a mechanism. It appears this door can only be opened from the inside. Bai Jingjing analyzed. Only from the inside. Lin Yu was stunned. What kind of design was this? Whoever set up this bronze door must be insane. Lin Yu, have you noticed? The evil spirit aura is fading. Bai Jingjing reminded him again. Lin Yu focused his senses. It was true. Something must be happening behind that door. I never thought that in this era human mecha pilots could still be with a divine beast. Suddenly a mysterious voice echoed. The bronze door burst into light and the projection of a man materialized. The man had long hair and wore ancient robes. Truly peculiar. And he saw at a glance that Bai Jingjing was not human. The man looked at Lin Yu and muttered almost to himself, a divine-level mecha has finally appeared, but it's not too late. I don't care who you are, open this door. Lin Yu said coldly. Sorry, I can't right now, the man shook his head. I can sense from your bloodline that you share the same lineage as the mecha pilot named Lin Yu. You came for her, didn't you? Hearing this, Lin Yu was 100% certain that his sister was inside the bronze door. Earlier in a secret realm, I encountered a mysterious woman. She must have been like you, Lin Yu analyzed. Correct. This realm was created specifically to seal evil spirits, and I am merely a consciousness here. The man nodded slightly. So that girl's cultivation of the chaos millstone visualization method came from you. It seems fate has decreed it. The prophecy has come true. Another incomprehensible statement. Open the door. I'll deal with the evil spirit. My sister must not be harmed. Lin Yu said sternly again. Rest assured, your sister is safe. She is refining the evil spirit, the man continued. To truly annihilate an evil spirit, one must master the chaos millstone visualization method. But in our era, a great cultivator created a technique to absorb the power of evil spirits. However, to practice this technique, one must first master the chaos millstone visualization method. When your sister stepped into this place, I sensed the aura of the chaos millstone visualization method, so I allowed her to enter. Over the next few minutes, the man recounted the entire story from beginning to end. This set Lin Yu at ease. No matter what, as long as his sister was safe. Bai Jingjing was astonished that humans had created a technique to refine and absorb evil spirits. Evil spirits were the common enemy of both humans and spirit beasts. However, they preferred to possess human mechas. Of course, divine beasts like Bai Jingjing were also targets of evil spirits. How many more secret realms like this sealing evil spirits are there? Lin Yu asked curiously. I'm not sure, the man shook his head. In my memory, countless evil spirits were sealed, some fell into slumber. Slumber? Lin Yu was shocked. Does that mean there are also evil spirits in the outside world? Of course, the man replied. Perhaps in some mysterious corners of the world, evil spirits are sleeping. Once all these evil spirits awaken, the entire world will face catastrophe. At first, we hoped everyone could master the chaos millstone visualization method, but only a handful could. In the end, we had to develop a simplified version of the chaos visualization method. But the simplified version is not very effective. If everyone could master the chaos millstone visualization method, evil spirits would no longer be a threat. Instead, they could be enslaved and used. Lin Yu's expression was grim. It seemed the crisis facing humanity was far more severe than previously imagined. The number of evil spirits sleeping in the world was undoubtedly vast. Once all these evil spirits awakened, they would surely possess countless mechas, forming an army of evil spirit mechas. It will be over soon. Just be patient for a few minutes, the man said softly. Once the evil spirit is completely refined, this realm will begin to dissipate on its own. I will activate the reserve energy to teleport all mecha pilots still in the realm out. After speaking, the man vanished. Bai Jingjing, can you negotiate with those giant beasts? Let's agree on mutual non-aggression and work together to eliminate the evil spirits first. Lin Yu proposed this idea. That's not realistic, Bai Jingjing answered decisively. Then she analyzed, think about it, if humans and spirit beasts can reach an agreement, then evil spirits can also make deals with humans or spirit beasts. Her words made perfect sense. Lin Yu nodded. It seems I was thinking too simply. There's only one way. Bai Jingjing continued, become immensely powerful, possess absolute strength, and suppress everything. The strong rule, the weak can only obey. You have the Mech God Body. Perhaps in the future you can become the master of this world and control everything. Time passed by slowly. Lin Yu waited patiently outside the bronze door. Soon both Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing could clearly sense that the evil spirit aura within the bronze door seemed to have completely vanished. Rumbling. Suddenly, the colossal bronze door creaked open, unleashing an ancient aura from within. Immediately, Lin Yu saw a saint-grade mecha striding out of it. Little sis, is that you? Lin Yu quickly asked. Brother. Lin Xiaojiao replied, equally bewildered. She never expected Lin Yu to appear here. Great, you're safe. Lin Yu let out a huge sigh of relief. However, Lin Xiaojiao looked puzzled, as if she had no idea what had happened. Over the next minute, Lin Yu briefly explained the situation. Lin Xiaojiao slowly nodded. She hadn't realized such events had transpired in the secret realm. Earlier, when Lin Xiaojiao stepped onto the island in the lake's center, she had been pulled into this mysterious space. Thus, she was completely oblivious to the entire ordeal in the secret realm. The secret realm is beginning to collapse. I'll send you out, the man's voice echoed. In an instant, beams of light enveloped Lin Yu and the others. They were swiftly teleported away. You have left the secret realm. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back at Kunlun Mecha University. Immediately, Lin Yu contacted his sister. Fortunately, Lin Xiaojiao answered the call within seconds. Brother, rest assured, I'm truly fine. And now I'm going to become incredibly strong, Lin Xiaojiao declared confidently. That's good, but you must still be careful in the future. Lin Yu admonished. I know. Lin Jiao nodded. Oh brother, I'll send you the refining divine art later. You and sister should practice it too. The refining divine art was a unique cultivation technique Lin Jiao had obtained from within the bronze door. To practice it, one prerequisite was mastering the chaos divine mill visualization method. With the refining divine art, one could absorb and refine evil spirits. All right, Lin Yu responded. Over the next few minutes, Lin Yu earnestly gave many more words of caution. After all, Lin Jiao was alone over there. All right, when I get the chance, I'll visit you at Pangu Mecha University, Lin Yu said slowly. Great. Lin Jiao's cheerful laughter came through. After the call ended, Lin Yu summoned his Nuwa Mecha back. He landed steadily, entered his room, and collapsed onto the sofa. Whoosh. Lin Yu took a deep breath. This time in the secret realm, he had essentially done nothing. Even if he hadn't entered the secret realm, his sister Lin Jiao would have been safe. Thinking back, he realized his little sister had grown up. She was no longer the little girl she once was. He had been overly worried. As the saying goes, how can one see a rainbow without experiencing a storm? He tried to contact his elder sister Lin Weiner, but she was out of service range, indicating she was still in a secret realm or dungeon. The same went for Mo Shitting and Yiling. It seems I must train hard. Lin Yu sighed, determined to break through soon and become a 10-star mecha master. A few more minutes passed. Lin Jiao sent him an email containing the complete incantation of the refining divine art. This refining divine art is truly profound, Lin Yu remarked, instantly sensing its extraordinary nature with just a glance. Hearing this, Bai Jingjing sat up from the sofa, came to Lin Yu's side, and looked as well. When Bai Jingjing saw the complete refining divine art, she slowly nodded. Humans are truly remarkable to create such a technique on their own. This art is nearly perfect. Her tone carried a hint of admiration. Can you practice it? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Impossible. This is a human-created art, the king certainly cannot practice it. Bai Jingjing shook her head. You take your time. I'm going to sleep. With that, Bai Jingjing lay back on the sofa. Her exquisite figure was enough to make one swallow hard. Lin Yu quickly regained his composure and began to contemplate seriously. Through earnest comprehension, the divine mech body has successfully mastered the refining divine art. In just a few minutes, a system notification echoed in Lin Yu's mind. In an instant, he had grasped the refining divine art. Lin Yu was always awestruck by the divine Mech Body's incredible capabilities. As the refining divine art circulated, he perceived its immense power even more clearly. Remarkable. The human who created this refining divine art must be an extraordinarily powerful being, Lin Yu marveled. In simple terms, the refining divine art was an extension of the chaos divine mill visualization method. That was why mastering the visualization method was a prerequisite. Evil spirits seemed immortal in terms of the soul. However, through the chaos divine mill visualization method, they could be crushed repeatedly until finally annihilated. With the refining divine art, the crushed evil spirits could be refined into pure energy for one's own use, rapidly boosting one's strength. From now on, I no longer need to fear any evil spirits. Lin Yu nodded. Next, he actively entered a state of cultivation. The divine mech body rapidly activated the divine level cultivation technique. The energy from the surrounding world surged into his body. His spiritual energy value steadily increased. Lin Yu wasn't the only one making progress. Even Bai Jingjing, asleep beside him, saw her cultivation level rising. The divine mech body not only helped human mecha masters advance quickly, but also benefited divine beasts like Bai Jingjing. This was one reason Bai Jingjing could level up faster. Moreover, with the contract binding them, Bai Jingjing could enjoy the synergistic effects of the divine mech body even more. Time flowed on like this. Day after day passed. Ding. Congratulations. Your spiritual energy has reached 6000, making you a 10-star mecha master. Your mecha can now continue gaining experience to level up. Ding. Congratulations. Your fourth mecha has begun to awaken. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. That day, system notifications rang out one after another, jolting Lin Yu awake and halting his cultivation. At this moment, he could feel his newfound strength. Perseverance pays off. After a month of hard training, I've finally become a 10-star mecha master. Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. The divine mech body cultivated automatically, seemingly without any bottlenecks. Thus, the entire process was remarkably smooth. The next moment, Lin Yu entered his own mecha space. On the fourth mecha platform, a colossal mecha instantly materialized, still exuding an incomparable coolness and an unparalleled domineering aura. Mecha Heavenly Emperor Mecha. Divine Grade. Level synchronized, reaching level 90. Skills activated successfully. A series of system notifications chimed, instantly informing Lin Yu of his fourth mecha's details. The Heavenly Emperor Mecha, no wonder its aura is so overbearing. Lin Yu sighed, deeply overwhelmed with surprise and delight. Now possessing 4 divine-grade mechas, if this were to spread, it would undoubtedly shock the entire world. Exiting the mecha space, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Bai Jingjing's stunning face, startling him. What's going on? Why are you so close to me? If I had exited the mecha space any later, would you have defiled me? You think this king is that vile? Bai Jingjing snorted coldly, seemingly reading his mind. Then Bai Jingjing continued, this king is merely curious about the grade of your newly awakened mecha. This startled Lin Yu. Could Bai Jingjing possess a method to read thoughts? However, he refrained from dwelling on it. He calmly stated, my 4th mecha is also a divine-grade mecha. Hearing this, Bai Jingjing exclaimed in surprise, incredible. Logically, while the Mecha God Body allows a mecha pilot to possess 7 mechas, it doesn't guarantee they are all divine grade. Yet all of your awakened mechas are divine grade. You are too monstrous, earning the recognition of so many deities. Even the experienced Bai Jingjing was astonished. She found it almost unbelievable. Lin Yu's prodigiousness had far exceeded her previous expectations. What do you mean by the recognition of deities? Lin Yu asked curiously. Bai Jingjing indeed knew many things, matters unknown to him. You should know that each divine-grade mecha embodies a deity. These mechas are essentially the deities themselves. To command a divine-grade mecha, one must naturally gain the deity's recognition. Bai Jingjing candidly shared what she knew. Lin Yu nodded slightly, feeling his knowledge expand. I understand, he said with a smile. It seems I am one recognized by all the deities. He beamed with joy. What's next? Bai Jingjing asked softly. Leveling up. Lin Yu replied directly. I need to raise my mecha to level 100. Let's go together. This king is already at level 110. Bai Jingjing added. At that moment, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. Coming to his senses, he confirmed, your cultivation breakthrough is too fast. Not bad, thanks to your Mecha God Body and our contract, I've gained considerable benefits, Bai Jingjing said with a slight smile. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. You gained so many benefits, but it seems I haven't gotten much. Lin Yu shook his head and sighed, feeling a twinge of envy. This king will follow you for life. Isn't that the benefit you've received, Bai Jingjing smiled enigmatically. The moment the contract was signed, Bai Jingjing's life had been bound to Lin Yu's. When you put it that way, it makes sense. Lin Yu nodded. Enough, stop dwelling on it. Decide where to level up. This king wants to stretch a bit, Bai Jingjing said seriously. Let's go to the level 90 dungeon. Lin Yu suggested. The secret realm was vast, and finding numerous giant beasts would consume too much time. But dungeons were more efficient at this point. However, can you enter the dungeon with me? Lin Yu looked at Bai Jingjing a bit worried. After all, Bai Jingjing was a divine beast. Not before, but now I can. Bai Jingjing replied with a confident smile. Then let's set off now. Lin Yu nodded. Leaving the house, Lin Yu summoned the gilded fighter jet. Boarding it, he set coordinates for a level 90 dungeon, and the jet quickly took off. It sped towards the target location. The level 90 dungeon we're heading to is called the Ghost Serpent Swamp. The entire ground in this dungeon is a swamp with a highly corrosive force. Once a mecha gets trapped, it's hard to escape. The beasts are all special serpentine monsters. So we'll need to engage in aerial combat. Lin Yu waved his hand, and a projection appeared before him, displaying the latest strategy for the level 90 dungeon. This was Lin Yu's first time entering this dungeon, so he needed to be prepared to adapt to any changes. Understood, Bai Jingjing nodded silently. In her view, this dungeon would be a breeze. They just had to wait patiently. Fortunately, the fighter jet's speed was quite fast. The map clearly showed they were approaching the dungeon's coordinates. After about an hour, the gilded fighter jet landed smoothly on the open ground before the entrance to the level 90 Ghost Serpent Swamp dungeon. Stepping out of the jet, they could clearly see many mecha pilots gathered at the dungeon entrance. Lin Yu quickly stored the jet back into his storage ring. Instantly, many mecha pilots around turned their gazes to Lin Yu, and Bai Jingjing, though most of their attention was on Bai Jingjing. After all, it was their first time seeing such a beautiful woman. Many men's eyes gleamed with greedy desire, as if they wanted to possess her. Disgusting. Bai Jingjing's face turned icy cold at their looks. If she could, she would kill them all. All right, let's get into the dungeon quickly, Lin Yu said, taking her hand and leading her inside. Both humans and other races had those who lusted after beauty. The world had both light and darkness. It was an immutable law. You have entered the level 90 dungeon Ghost Serpent Swamp. Upon entering, they felt a sense of weightlessness. Opening their eyes, they found themselves plummeting at an alarming speed. Below was an abysmally dark swamp bubbling continuously. Falling into it would surely mean death. Colossal serpentine beasts swam freely through the swamp, as effortless as fish in water. These monsters seemed to notice Lin Yu plunging from the sky. They opened their blood-drenched maws wide, intending to devour him whole. Heavenly Emperor Mech summoned. Lin Yu, however, had no intention of granting their wish. Reacting swiftly, he called forth his newly awakened mech. In an instant, a gargantuan mech materialized, radiating an aura of terrifying might. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yu entered the cockpit of the Heavenly Emperor mech. As he began to pilot the Heavenly Emperor mech, he instantly felt its overwhelming power, a force that seemed capable of dominating all creation. This sensation left Lin Yu in awe. Especially when he first entered the mech, it felt as though he had transcended time, glimpsing an ancient tableau. In that vision, a being known as the Heavenly Emperor Dijun ruled over the three realms. Shaking off the reverie, Lin Yu piloted the mech, descending steadily. Now that he was inside the instance, it was time to focus on slaying monsters, leveling up, and clearing the dungeon. Is this your new mech? Bai Jingjing hovered in the air, scrutinizing the entire Heavenly Emperor mech with rapt attention. She could clearly sense the domineering aura emanating from the mech. Even she felt like an ant in its presence. It was evident that this mech contained the power of a terrifying deity. Indeed, this mech is called the Heavenly Emperor, Lin Yu said with a slight nod. Hearing the name, Bai Jingjing was startled once more. Deities worthy of the title Heavenly Emperor were few and far between. Those were truly powerful gods. In the world, there will always be the strong and the weak. The same applies to deities. There are certainly gaps in their power. All right, let's start fighting, Lin Yu continued. He was eager to test the might of the Heavenly Emperor mech. Divine Punishment skill activated. Initiating target lock. Lock complete. Total 1952 giant beasts. Divine Punishment commencing. A thunderous rumble echoed. Suddenly the sky within the instance darkened. Colossal bolts of lightning resembling true dragons struck down upon every single beast below. An earth-shattering roar erupted. The residual might of the attack filled Bai Jingjing with terror. This lightning seemed capable of countering all things. Even Bai Jingjing, a divine beast, doubted she could fully withstand it. For a moment, she felt a flicker of relief that Lin Yu was not her enemy. You have slain a level 90 giant beast. Mech experience points increased. You have slain a level 90 giant beast. Mech experience points increased. You have slain a level 90 giant beast. Mech experience points increased. A cascade of notifications echoed in his mind. As the lightning dissipated, he looked down to see the swamp transformed into a landscape of dense, overlapping craters. The corpses of the giant beasts had been utterly annihilated. In just a few seconds with a single mech skill, he had cleared every monster in the instance. The efficiency of this farming was astonishing. Of course, it was all thanks to the Heavenly Emperor mech. However, this had consumed a vast amount of Lin Yu's spiritual energy. Now only the boss remained in the instance. He doesn't need my help at all, Bai Jingjing muttered to herself upon witnessing this. Before long, Lin Yu located the boss area. He piloted the mech into the zone. Instantly, the space before him warped drastically. A colossal beast burst forth from the distortion. Level 100 giant beast Azure Sky Dragon Python detected. A terrifying roar erupted from the creature. This beast had the head of an ox and the body of a serpent, an eerie sight. Its eyes, like those of the abyss, emitted a deathly glow. Its entire body was a dark cyan hue. Heavenly Emperor sword summoned. From the void, a gigantic divine sword materialized. It fell into the hands of the Heavenly Emperor mech. The moment the sword appeared, the boss, the Azure Sky Dragon Python, sensed death and lunged at Lin Yu. Heavenly Emperor sword equipped successfully. The system's voice rang out. Lin Yu noticed that with the sword equipped, the sword skills were now illuminated and ready for use. Activating skill, Heavenly Emperor slash. 10,000 units of spiritual energy were consumed in an instant. The entire Heavenly Emperor mech erupted with a supreme divine light. It was as if the Heavenly Emperor himself had descended. The Heavenly Emperor sword unleashed unparalleled power. Lin Yu felt as though he had merely swung it lightly. A flash of sword light. Then everything fell silent. As the light faded, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain the level 100 giant beast Azure Sky Dragon Python. Mech experience points 50000. Ding. You have received the first-time clearance reward Resurrection Pill. Resurrection Pill, upon consumption, it can instantly revive the user. Note: ineffective if the time of death exceeds 24 hours. The colossal boss, the Azure Sky Dragon Python, was cleaved cleanly in two. The power of that single slash was truly terrifying. Bai Jingjing's delicate frame trembled. If that sword strike had been aimed at her, her fate would have been the same as the Azure Sky Dragon Python's. A special pill now appeared in Lin Yu's hand. He was stunned. He had never imagined such a miraculous elixir truly existed in this world. He had heard tales of such pills before, but no one had ever seen one. Now Lin Yu possessed such a divine medicine. This was equivalent to gaining an extra life. The resurrection pill was undoubtedly a divine artifact. If news of it got out, countless people would seek to obtain it, and he would likely become the target of many assassins. Lin Yu placed the pill into a special jade bottle, then stored it in his spatial ring. Only one level up. Lin Yu mused. After slaughtering so many beasts, the Heavenly Emperor Mech was only level 91. As expected, the higher the level, the more experience was needed. However, at this rate of farming, leveling the mech to level 100 would be a simple task. Let's go. Time to leave. Seeing Bai Jingjing seemingly lost in thought, Lin Yu called out to her. Got it, she replied quickly. You have left the instance Ghost Serpent Swamp. In no time, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing had exited the instance, returning to the entrance where they had first arrived. A quick glance around revealed many unfamiliar mech pilots. They pressed on, heading towards other level 90 instances they had yet to clear. Lin Yu could have simply repeated the same instance to farm experience, but the first-time clearance rewards were far too generous. He couldn't afford to miss them. Time flew by. Unbeknownst to them, several days had passed. During this period, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing visited many places and cleared several level 90 instances. The rewards for clearing these instances were, in Lin Yu's view, quite generous. However, Bai Jingjing, not being a human mecha pilot, received no rewards even after completing the instances. This was somewhat regrettable. The Divine Emperor Mecha he piloted had also been upgraded to level 100. With the synchronization of levels, the other mechas under Lin Yu's control also reached level 100. This meant Lin Yu now possessed 4 level 100 divine mechas. The mechas can no longer gain experience points. Lin Yu said slowly at this moment. Next, he needed to elevate his mecha pilot rank to that of a stellar mecha pilot. He had long heard that becoming a stellar mecha pilot was a qualitative transformation. That is, once one broke through to this rank, they would achieve extraordinary and miraculous effects. Open personal panel. Lin Yu silently commanded. Command received. Name Lin Yu. Race Human Mecha God Body. Activated Mecha Pilot. Rank 10-star Mecha Pilot. Energy points 0. Spiritual energy 60781. Mechas. Pangu Mecha LV 100. Nuwa Mecha LV 104. Divine Beasts Mecha LV 100. Divine Emperor Mecha LV 100. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. He could now be considered a formidable mecha pilot. Though not among the top tier, Lin Yu was confident he could defeat even a stellar mecha pilot. Perhaps he could even contend with a stellar mecha pilot. I must not be too proud. Pride leads to failure. Lin Yu quickly admonished himself. What are you standing there for? Bai Jingjing's voice came through. After emerging from the instance, she saw Lin Yu standing still, seemingly lost in thought. Wondering what he was pondering, her voice snapped him back to reality. He quickly responded, just thinking about something. Let's continue. There's a level 100 instance not far from here. In this world, there were still many level 90 instances Lin Yu had not cleared. However, these instances were too far away to reach in a short time. After all, this world was quite vast. Bai Jingjing nodded. Although she couldn't obtain rewards from clearing instances, devouring the giant beasts within them made her stronger. Bai Jingjing had awakened a special ability, Devour. By continuously devouring, she could rapidly grow stronger. When Lin Yu learned of this ability, he was deeply envious and marveled that Bai Jingjing was truly a divine beast. After flying over 100 kilometers, they successfully arrived at the entrance of the level 100 instance. Outside the entrance lay an exceptionally vast plaza. When they arrived, they could clearly see an unusually large number of mecha pilots gathered there. Most were 7, 8, or 9-star mecha pilots. They seemed to be gathered there for some reason. It was also quickly observable that although the level 100 instance was open, no mecha pilot had entered. Something must have happened, Lin Yu murmured. After disembarking from the aircraft, Lin Yu found a mecha pilot who seemed approachable and politely inquired, "My friend, we've just arrived. Has something happened here? No way you haven't heard such big news." The mecha pilot, he asked, looked at Lin Yu with some confusion. When his gaze fell on Bai Jingjing beside Lin Yu, he was utterly stunned. She was too beautiful. He swore that Bai Jingjing was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life, without exception. For a moment, the man was extremely envious of Lin Yu. At this point, Lin Yu spoke again. "We just got here and haven't been online, so we don't know much about this place. Could you please enlighten us?" Seeing Lin Yu's courteous attitude, the man beamed and explained, "I can tell you two are from out of town. This instance is the only level 101 around here. You should know that level 100 instances are rare, even worldwide. But 2 days ago, this level 100 instance underwent a mutation." Hearing this, Lin Yu was startled. Curious about the mutation, the man continued. "As you know, most level 100 instances have level restrictions. Only 10-star mecha pilots with level 100 mechas can enter. But 2 days ago, this level 100 instance lost that restriction. Mecha pilots of any rank can now enter. However, those who entered never came out. My older brother, a 9-star mecha pilot, entered 2 days ago and hasn't returned. Normally, this instance should be cleared in a day at most." The man grew sorrowful as he spoke. That was his only brother. If he died inside, he would have no family left. "I see." Lin Yu nodded. "No wonder there are so many people here. Most of the mecha pilots here are waiting for friends or family who entered the instance, while some are planning to enter themselves. The man spoke again. Though we still don't know what's happening inside, such a mutation suggests a great opportunity awaits. He was right. A great opportunity surely lay within the instance. But such fortune was not for everyone. Thank you. Having learned the situation, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to the man. Then he led Bai Jingjing to an open space nearby. Gazing at the entrance of the level 100 instance, Lin Yu asked softly, "What do you think?" "I think with my eyes," Bai Jingjing replied seriously. This left Lin Yu momentarily speechless. He said sternly, "Enough, tell me your real thoughts." "I, the king, have never encountered such a mutation," Bai Jingjing answered earnestly. "But to know what's inside, we must see for ourselves." Her words made sense. "What level are you?" Lin Yu quickly asked. 115. Bai Jingjing replied truthfully. The speed of her leveling was astonishingly fast. "Then with our combined strength, we should have no problem." Lin Yu nodded. He intended to enter and investigate. After all, they had come to clear this level 100 instance. "Since you've decided, I, the king, will accompany you," Bai Jingjing responded. Bai Jingjing's words stirred an inexplicable warmth within Lin Yu. "Let's go in now," he said, nodding promptly with resolve. Together they strode toward the dungeon entrance. The other mech pilots were stunned to see Lin Yu and his companion preparing to enter. Are they out of their minds? Just the two of them daring to go in. They're heading straight to their doom. Even a full party of level 100 mech pilots hasn't emerged yet, which shows how perilous it is inside. They're in. Both of them have entered. Under the gaze of all onlookers, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing stepped directly into the level 100 dungeon. "You have entered the level 100 unrestricted dungeon, Silent City." The system's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Yu took a deep breath as he surveyed the dungeon's scene. He swiftly summoned the Celestial Emperor Mech. Over these days, piloting it had grown increasingly familiar. Once inside the Celestial Emperor Mech, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of security wash over him. Silent City first stage: destroy the summoning tower within 30 minutes, or endless beasts will be summoned forth. The system's prompt rang out. Rumbling echoed. In an instant, a mysterious tower rose in the distance, radiating an eerie glow. Around the tower, countless level 100 beasts materialized in dense clusters. As far as the eye could see, there were thousands of them. The task's difficulty was immense. Even a team of level 100 mech pilots would struggle to eliminate these beasts and destroy the tower within half an hour. It seemed that the previous mech pilots had met their end here, thwarted by this very first challenge. "Lin Yu, leave these beasts to me." Just as Lin Yu was about to act, Bai Jingjing spoke up. "All of them?" he asked. "Yes, all of them," she replied. With that, Bai Jingjing flew forward, her face radiating confidence and assurance. Curious, Lin Yu wondered what method she would employ to swiftly dispatch these beasts. Spider God's Dharma form. Bai Jingjing channeled her inner power, and a colossal Dharma form materialized, exuding overwhelming might. It was as if the Spider God itself had descended. "Devour." She gestured with her slender fingers, and the Dharma form mirrored her motion. A terrifying devouring force erupted. The beasts' eyes were filled with dread, yet they were utterly powerless, their bodies dissolving into energy absorbed by the Spider God's Dharma form. After devouring, the energy was refined into pure power, which then flowed back into Bai Jingjing's being, rapidly enhancing her strength. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of beasts were consumed, leaving not a trace behind. Within just a few minutes, the thousands of beasts before them were all devoured and refined by Bai Jingjing. The efficiency was astonishing. Lin Yu was utterly spellbound. Anyone witnessing that scene would have been as stunned as Lin Yu. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Your devouring ability is ridiculously overpowered." "This is merely one of my minor skills," Bai Jingjing said calmly. "If we're talking about being overpowered, no one can compare to you." Those words felt almost like an insult. Lin Yu didn't dwell on it. "So do you want to keep devouring more beasts?" he continued. "No need. This round of devouring has reached its peak. Further consumption would be futile." Bai Jingjing shook her head. If she could devour endlessly, she would have long become the most formidable being. "In that case, let's destroy this tower," Lin Yu said with a nod. He swiftly piloted the Celestial Emperor Mech, charging forward. The Mech wielded the Celestial Emperor's sword, and with a single slash, the world fell into a profound silence. Rumbling. The colossal, mysterious tower was utterly shattered. Merely slaying the beasts was insufficient. If the tower remained intact after 30 minutes, it would summon even more beasts. First stage boss appears. Beast Mechanical Giant Ergoth, level 100. With the tower destroyed, a massive beast emerged. The Mechanical Giant Ergoth resembled a colossal black gorilla. Its body seemed modified, partly composed of mechanical components. It was a half-mechanical, half-flesh beast. The surrounding environment transformed drastically in an instant. The sky turned blood red. The aura of the Mechanical Giant Ergoth surged rapidly, as if its power was escalating. Thick vines erupted from the ground, lunging toward the celestial emperor mech piloted by Lin Yu, attempting to ensnare him. Lin Yu, of course, wouldn't allow himself to be entangled. He maneuvered the mech and swung its sword. The strike traversed 30,000 miles, its sword aura chilling the 19 prefectures. The emerging vines were instantly annihilated. Yet after the slash, countless more vines burst forth from the earth, surging anew. It seemed these vines were indestructible. Then the boss mechanical giant Ergoth stomped the ground, conjuring a massive jagged boulder. The boss hurled a punch, sending the sharp boulder hurtling toward Lin Yu with terrifying force. Unfazed, Lin Yu once again directed the celestial emperor mech to wield its sword. The sword aura erupted, obliterating both the boulder and the vines. What the heck? Why aren't they attacking you? Lin Yu felt a twinge of frustration. Both the boss and the eerie, unkillable vines targeted only him. Meanwhile, Bai Jingjing, standing nearby, seemed entirely ignored by them. Perhaps these monsters can only attack humans, she speculated softly. You shouldn't need my help with this beast, should you? Bai Jingjing added with a hint of a reminder. Of course not. Lin Yu replied with a confident smile. Since the vines couldn't be destroyed, there was only one course of action. He had to slay the boss, and the vines would likely vanish. Skill 10,000 swords simultaneous strike activated. In the void, countless golden great swords materialized. In that moment, Lin Yu seemed to embody the Lord of 10,000 swords, the sole sovereign of the sword Tao. The golden swords rained down like a storm. The eerie vines were suppressed, unable to emerge any longer. Countless golden great swords rained down upon the ground like torrents of golden light, ceaselessly crushing everything in their path. This mechanical giant boss seemed to possess rather monotonous attack patterns and defensive measures. Then the boss raised its arm, instantly condensing a mirror-like surface that emitted a laser beam aimed directly at Lin Yu's divine emperor mech. The laser seemed immensely powerful, capable of piercing through anything. Analysis complete. This attack cannot breach defenses. A voice rang out. Lin Yu curled his lips into a smile. He made no move to counter. Boom. The laser struck the divine emperor mech, erupting with a thunderous roar. Dust and smoke gathered. As the saying goes, smoke means no harm. The divine emperor mech effortlessly withstood the boss laser assault. The boss attack power was utterly incapable of penetrating the divine emperor mech's inherent defenses. It could now be stated with certainty that Lin Yu was absolutely invincible within this realm. This ends now, Lin Yu declared calmly. 10,000 swords returned to one, activated. Countless golden great swords instantly merged into one. In the blink of an eye, they formed an even more colossal divine sword. Its sword aura shook heaven and earth, causing even Bai Jingjing to feel a wave of terror. Is this the power of a god-tier mech? It utterly surpasses any other mech. Other mechs were merely machines. But these god-tier mechs were akin to deities themselves. When a deity strikes, these colossal beasts naturally lack the strength to resist. As the divine sword descended, the mechanical giant boss struggled with all its might, yet its defenses crumbled like tofu, easily dismantled. Boom. A deafening explosion. The colossal mechanical giant shattered into fragments, utterly defeated. You have slain the first stage boss mechanical giant Algos. What a pity nothing dropped at all. Lin Yu shook his head with a sigh. This was after all a boss-level beast. Logically, the drop rate should have been much higher. But reality proved otherwise, and nothing was dropped. Sighing aside, Lin Yu was already accustomed to this. After all, he had experienced so many battles before, and virtually nothing had dropped. He could only hope that the final stage rewards would be bountiful. The portal to the second stage materialized. Lin Yu piloted the mech through it. Bai Jingjing followed closely. Then two beams of light flashed, and in an instant, they entered the second stage of the dungeon. Entering second stage. In 10 minutes, the second stage boss will appear. Destroy 4 special devices. If even one device remains intact, the second stage boss will enter a 3-minute berserk and invincible state. Upon entering this stage, the system's voice chimed in warning. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Clearly the difficulty had escalated. Berserk and invincible. It was evident that the boss would become far more terrifying. With such a high difficulty stage, it was clearer why so many previous mech pilots had entered but never returned. Likely many mech pilots had reached the second stage unaware of the special devices that must be destroyed. Those pilots who failed to destroy the devices caused the boss to enter its berserk and invincible state, sealing their doom. This is only the second stage. How many more lie ahead? Lin Yu mused. One thing was certain: the later stages would be far more arduous. The beasts are coming. Bai Jingjing's voice rang out. Looking up, a dense horde of colossal beasts appeared before them. These beasts were half creature, half machine. Some resembled giant hounds. Others were dragons soaring through the air, opening their maws to spew searing flames. The intense heat made the entire space sweltering. Can you handle all these beasts? Lin Yu asked quickly. Of course, Bai Jingjing nodded. But are you planning to just watch? No, there are special devices here that I must find, Lin Yu explained briefly. Bai Jingjing was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected such a mechanism within the dungeon. A mechanism that could drive the boss into a berserk and invincible state. Even if it only lasted 3 minutes, it was not something just anyone could withstand. With that, Bai Jingjing charged forward, beginning to slaughter the beasts. To her, these creatures were far too weak, effortlessly dispatched. Meanwhile, Lin Yu piloted the Divine Emperor Mech, rapidly ascending to the skies to search for the 4 special devices. Scanning the area, he saw no trace of the devices. But upon closer inspection, he soon noticed a peculiar tree. The tree's surface was merely a disguise, it was actually a true mechanical tree. Observing it up close, he could sense a power within, as if it could commune with the entire world. It was mysterious and immense. Could this be one of the special devices? Lin Yu muttered. The only way to know was to test it. Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered the Divine Emperor Mech. With a slash of the Divine Emperor sword, the mechanical tree was reduced to dust. Special device destroyed. The system's voice confirmed. Lin Yu rejoiced. It was indeed a device. His guess had been correct. He continued his search. Since Bai Jingjing had drawn the attention of nearly all the beasts, Lin Yu was left undisturbed. He could devote himself entirely to the search. Before long, he spotted another suspicious location. Boom. He struck a massive boulder with immense force, blasting it apart. Instantly, the special device hidden within exploded. Special device successfully destroyed. Thank goodness for my sharp eyes, or I might never have found them so easily. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim. Not done yet. Bai Jingjing's voice came again. Almost. I've destroyed 2. Lin Yu replied hastily. Oh, I've already wiped out all the beasts that appeared, Bai Jingjing said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lin Yu glanced over. The ground was littered with beast carcasses. Her speed was astonishing. Since you're done, help me search, Lin Yu suggested. Another pair of eyes would speed things up. Time ticked by. They were running out of time. Only a few minutes remained until the 10-minute mark. Once it arrived, the boss would appear. If not all the special devices were destroyed, dealing with the boss would be a formidable challenge. With their combined efforts, they completely destroyed the 4 special devices within 10 minutes. As all the devices were annihilated, a peculiar barrier in the sky above shattered. It was as if some connection had been severed instantly. This level 100 instance is absolutely the most anomalous one I have ever experienced. Lin Yu sighed softly. I have heard before that the anomalies in these instance realms are largely due to the will of the planet, Bai Jingjing remarked in a gentle voice. The will of the planet. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. This was yet another new term he was completely unfamiliar with. Simply put, this planet has its own life and its own consciousness, Bai Jingjing explained after a moment of thought. It is precisely because the planet is alive that all things can thrive upon it. You should know about the universe. There are many other planets out there, but they are dead stars incapable of sustaining life. After listening, Lin Yu nodded slightly. He understood somewhat. The instance underwent an anomaly, and the rewards for clearing it became generous. This indicated that the planet wanted human mecha pilots to become faster and stronger. Of course, there might be other reasons. As for what those reasons were, they could not possibly know for now. Perhaps only when they attained a certain level of qualification would they understand all this. 10 minutes are up. After a while, the system reminded him again. Rumble. A colossal beast appeared once more within the space. BOSS Megat level 105. The information on this boss appeared in Lin Yu's eyes. The boss of the second stage was evidently far more formidable than that of the first. Phew, it's a good thing we destroyed those 4 devices. Otherwise, with this boss's attributes, if it went berserk, it would truly be invincible. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Roar. The boss Megat stared at Lin Yu, its eyes turning bloodshot. They even emitted a sanguine glow. It was like a ravenous wolf intent on tearing Lin Yu limb from limb. Boss Megat took the initiative to attack. With a single light leap, it soared high into the air. A light gathered at its head, and in an instant it shot out a peculiar white net, aiming to ensnare the Divine Emperor Mecha. The boss intended to bind Lin Yu with this, but Lin Yu would not let it have its way. Manipulating the Divine Emperor Mecha, he sent several sword flashes streaking through the air. The peculiar white net was instantly slashed apart. But at that very moment, the boss Megat abruptly vanished from its spot. What a formidable foe. The earlier white net was merely a feint. It clearly possessed high intelligence. This made Lin Yu turn serious and vigilant. In an instant, Lin Yu sensed an aura above him. He looked up. Sure enough, the boss Megat had already reached the sky above. Its tail spun wildly like a razor-sharp drill. It hurtled down towards the head of the Divine Emperor Mecha. A bit slow. Lin Yu smirked. With a slight movement, the Divine Emperor Mecha easily evaded this ferocious strike from the boss Megat. Rumble. The boss struck nothing but air. Its powerful blow landed directly on the ground, unleashing a resounding boom. A molten crater formed on the ground. It was clear that the power behind this strike was immense. Now it's my turn. Blades of golden light condensed once more. Target locked. 10,000 sword strike activated. Countless golden greatswords like homing missiles blasted towards the boss Mecha. Faced with such a widespread assault, the boss Mecha attempted to evade using its speed, but it had clearly overestimated its own agility. Against such an impenetrable offensive relying solely on speed was impossible to fully dodge. The boss's health plummeted rapidly. Warning, boss Mecha has entered a critical health state. Initiating mutual destruction. The system's voice echoed once more. This startled Lin Yu. He hadn't expected the boss to attempt to take him down with it. At that moment, Lin Yu saw the power within the boss Mecha surge exponentially in an instant, compressing continuously, escalating its might layer by layer. When the boss's health reached 1%, boom. The entire boss Mecha detonated. Everything within the blast radius was reduced to ashes. Seeing this, Bai Jingjing lightly tapped her finger. Her spider god aspect erupted, shielding her. Meanwhile, Lin Yu activated his defensive measures. Divine Emperor Shield activated. It materialized from the void. The divine artifact, the Divine Emperor Shield, was summoned, standing before the Divine Emperor Mecha. The terrifying power slammed into the shield. It was effortlessly blocked. However, the force of the boss's self-destruction was still considerable, causing Divine Emperor Mecha to stumble back a few steps. The mere fact that it forced the Divine Emperor Mecha to retreat was enough for the boss Mecha to boast about. Congratulations on defeating the second stage boss Mecha. As the terrifying energy dissipated, the entire area was leveled to the ground. The self-destruction blast was akin to a nuclear bomb. It was truly terrifying. Any other mecha pilot would likely have perished along with it. A teleportation array for the third stage appeared before them. Lin Yu did not step into it immediately. Instead, he remarked with a sigh, "That beast could self-destruct. Do you possess such a technique, Jingjing?" "This technique is quite common," Bai Jingjing said slowly. "Anyone can master it." "How so?" Lin Yu asked, curious. Seeing Lin Yu's complete ignorance on the matter, Bai Jingjing rolled her eyes at him, a little exasperated. "The things you don't know are far too many. You should read more books in the future." This left Lin Yu dumbfounded. He never thought that one day a divine beast would be telling him to study more. Simply put, self-destruction is a type of ability, Bai Jingjing explained. For instance, a mecha can also self-destruct. With her explanation, Lin Yu understood immediately. This kind of self-destruction technique was essentially a last resort. "I hope I never have to use such a method," Lin Yu mused inwardly. With resolve hardening in his heart, Lin Yu ceased his other thoughts. "All right, let's enter the third stage. The difficulty is bound to increase," he said again. "It's nothing special," Bai Jingjing said, looking at her delicate hands. The previous battle had left her a little weary. Soon Bai Jingjing alighted on the shoulder of the Divine Emperor Mecha. Then Lin Yu manipulated the mecha, stepping into the teleportation array leading to the third stage. "You have entered the third level." The system's voice chimed. As Lin Yu opened his eyes and gazed upon the scene before him, he couldn't help but draw a deep breath. The setting of this third level was nothing short of an apocalyptic vision. The air itself was thick with an overwhelming sense of despair, causing one's heart to tremble with trepidation. It seemed as though the scene before him was a glimpse of a future world in crisis. A swarm of peculiar giant beasts charged forth, hurtling directly toward Lin Yu. These colossal creatures were brimming with violent bloodlust, their claws gleaming with razor-sharp radiance. They were formidable, yet their attack patterns were rather monotonous. Lin Yu manipulated the Celestial Emperor Mech, unleashing a single sword strike. In an instant, over a dozen giant beasts were annihilated. Rumble. Boom. However, to his astonishment, these beasts self-destructed upon death, releasing a bizarre blood mist. Warning: the blood mist is highly toxic to mechs. Contact will reduce mobility and induce dizziness in the pilot. The system's voice rang out once more. This prompted Lin Yu to nod slightly. He hadn't anticipated a mech-specific toxin. This was a first since becoming a mech pilot. "Lin Yu, be careful. The blood mist from these beasts is poisonous. It may not be lethal, but it can severely weaken your strength." Bai Jingjing, noticing the anomaly, quickly warned him. "I already know." Lin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Having Bai Jingjing by his side was indeed a boon. If the system hadn't alerted him to the blood mist's danger she would have. Lin Yu now had a double layer of security. "This means we'll need to engage in close combat," he continued. Fortunately, the Celestial Emperor Mech possessed an abundance of long-range abilities. Lately, his favorite techniques to deploy were 10,000 swords simultaneously and 10,000 swords returned to one. In particular, 10,000 swords simultaneously was the swiftest and most efficient skill for clearing all beasts from the map. Activating 10,000 swords simultaneously, Lin Yu executed the move swiftly. Countless golden great swords materialized almost instantly. Boom, boom, boom. They then rained down upon the charging beasts ahead. Like a raging storm, the onslaught was unstoppable. A series of thunderous roars echoed. You have slain a level 100 special giant beast. You have successfully slain a level 100 special giant beast. As the beasts were pierced through, they exploded, releasing a cloud of purple gas. In a short span, the area ahead became shrouded in an incredibly dense blood mist. Over the next minute, Lin Yu unleashed 10,000 swords simultaneously several more times. Only then did he succeed in annihilating all the beasts that had appeared in this third level. Yet a new problem emerged. The thick blood mist completely obstructed the path forward. He wondered when the mist would dissipate. After waiting for a while, Lin Yu sensed that the mist wasn't fading, instead it was spreading and growing stronger. This blood mist is truly eerie, Lin Yu exclaimed. His celestial emperor mech should be able to withstand it. It's just a mere blood mist. Bai Jingjing dismissed it with disdain, rising slowly from the mech's shoulder. For a moment, Lin Yu turned his gaze to Bai Jingjing. It seemed she had a way to dispel this peculiar mist. Indeed, bringing her here had been a wise decision. With a graceful wave of her slender fingers, the sky above instantly became overcast, and a torrential downpour began. Lin Yu was taken aback. Amazing. You can summon the wind and rain. Such a skill was utterly incredible. It's merely a minor trick, Bai Jingjing replied, calmly shaking her head. As the heavy rain washed over, the blood mist rapidly dissipated. After a few minutes, every trace of it had vanished completely. With the mist gone, a massive black iron gate hundreds of meters tall had materialized in the area ahead. The gate emitted a faint, eerie glow, exuding an ominous aura. Discovered the final boss gate of the dungeon. The system's voice sounded. This snapped Lin Yu back to reality. He hadn't expected the third level to be the final one. So this is the dungeon's ultimate boss. Standing before the black iron gate, his voice carried a hint of excitement. What are we waiting for? Push it open and enter. Bai Jingjing nodded. All right. Lin Yu manipulated the celestial emperor mech. With a gentle push, the entire gate swung open with ease. Beyond the gate lay pitch-black darkness, obscuring everything within. But soon streaks of light began to illuminate the space inside. The interior was vast and expansive, resembling a miniature world. Yet it was utterly empty, devoid of anything. It seems the final boss will only appear once we step inside, Lin Yu speculated. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself, he guided the celestial emperor mech into the peculiar space. Once fully inside, the black iron gate slammed shut on its own and vanished instantly, sealing the entire space. To leave, he would likely have to slay the final boss. A thunderous rumble echoed. A massive, peculiar formation materialized overhead. From within, a ferocious and powerful beast emerged. Landing on the ground, its impact made the entire floor tremble. Dungeon Final Boss Culta Manus, Level 110. With the appearance of the final boss, Lin Yu quickly discerned its information. A Level 110 boss. Lin Yu drew a deep breath. As expected, this ultimate boss would not be easy to overcome. What do you think? Can we defeat it? He turned to Bai Jingjing for her assessment. It will take me only 3 minutes to slay it, she declared with confidence. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. At least he had some assurance. Though he believed he wouldn't lose if he proved no match for the final boss. Having Bai Jingjing meant everything remained under control. He'll take on the final boss, Lin Yu stated decisively. Battling a powerful beast would also sharpen his combat skills. After all, practice was one of the fastest paths to improvement. No problem. Bai Jingjing had no objections when she saw Lin Yu wanted to fight the final boss on her own. Not having to lift a finger herself, it was simply effortless. She watched from the sidelines as if watching a movie, and an immersive one at that. The only pity was the lack of popcorn. That was a bit of a bummer. Bai Jingjing leaped lightly and soared into the air. Then Lin Yu, controlling the celestial emperor mech, charged forward. Sizzling. As the celestial emperor mech dashed out, the boss Cultuo Manus seemed to sense a formidable presence and erupted with power. The boss arm claws instantly gathered streaks of lightning. In that moment, the boss transformed into a thunderous beast. With the appearance of this lightning, the boss' strength has been greatly enhanced, Lin Yu thought to himself. In the next instant, the boss fully turned into a bolt of lightning and vanished from its spot. The speed was so blinding that Lin Yu barely had time to react. In the blink of an eye, Cultuo Manus appeared above him. Its enormous razor-sharp claws struck directly at the celestial emperor mech with immense power. Like a divine thunderbolt descending from the heavens. Bang! The celestial shield instantly materialized above. The full force of the boss attack was absorbed by the shield. The collision erupted with a resounding crash. This boss is incredibly fast, though I must restrict its movement range. Lin Yu thought again. But at that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He had now awakened 4 divine-grade mechs. What would it be like to summon them all for battle? With this thought, Lin Yu decided to give it a try. Though ganging up might seem a bit unfair, it was still his own strength. Summon Pangu Mech. Summon Nuwa Mech. Summon. For Divine Mech. In an instant, the other 3 divine-grade mechs materialized beside the Celestial Emperor Mech. With all 4 divine-grade mechs present, the scene transformed entirely, fighting a single beast and summoning 4 divine mechs. Bai Jingjing shook her head at the sight, feeling a pang of pity for the boss. In that moment, Bai Jingjing could already envision the boss being ganged up on by the 4 divine mechs. Consumed 3000 spirit energy points. Your 3 divine-grade mechs have entered auto battle mode for 10 minutes. The instant depletion of 3000 spirit energy points left Lin Yu feeling drained. Pangu Mech, Nuwa Mech, and the 4 divine mech burst forth with divine radiance, as if they were gods incarnate. At this moment, the boss, Cultuo Manus, even showed a flicker of fear in its eyes, its body trembling uncontrollably. It had never imagined that the human mech pilot before it could be so monstrously terrifying. Go. Restrain it. It'll deliver the final blow. Lin Yu issued the command. Pangu Mech instantly used its mech movement to vanish from its spot. At the same time, Nuwa Mech cast a spatial seal, compressing the boss range of motion. Then the 4 divine mech threw a punch, its terrifying power taking the form of an azure dragon hurtling toward the boss. The scene was fiercely intense. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Thud! As Pangu Mech appeared before the boss and swung the heaven-splitting axe down. The boss tried to block with the hard scales on its arm, but it overestimated itself. That was the divine weapon, the heaven-splitting axe. Could its mere scales withstand such unleashed power? In an instant, one of the boss' arms was severed. Roar! The boss let out an agonizing cry. It tried to flee, quickly transforming into a bolt of lightning. Vanishing from its spot. Bang! A crashing sound echoed. The surrounding space was sealed by an invisible barrier. The boss slammed into it, but couldn't break through. Boom! Then a Xuanwu divine shadow slammed violently onto the boss. A massive crater appeared in the ground. As the Xuanwu divine image faded, only the battered boss lay in the pit. As it struggled to rise, the 4 divine mechs' fist came crashing down. For a time, the 3 divine mechs acted like thugs ganging up on the boss. This was exactly what Lin Yu had commanded earlier. Spare the boss life, and leave the final blow to him. Otherwise, Pangu Mech's axe would have already slain the boss. Whoa! Lin Yu was stunned by the sight. Damn, this feels amazing. And here I was foolishly piloting a mech myself. Ganging up on a boss like this is pure bliss. Lin Yu was overjoyed. As the 3 divine mechs relentlessly pummeled the boss, it was eventually left half dead, clinging to life. It was on the brink of death. Pangu Mech grabbed the boss' tail and with a light flick tossed it aside. The boss was hurled through the air. Rumbling. It finally landed before Lin Yu's Celestial Emperor Mech. Now the boss was covered in wounds and unable to move. The boss, Cultuo Manus, stared with its bloodshot eyes at the Celestial Emperor's sword in the mech's hand, and tears began to flow. It seemed to beg Lin Yu to end its suffering quickly. The agony of being ganged up on was unbearable. And they were all divine mechs. It was the first time Lin Yu had seen a monster cry. It seemed the 3 divine mechs' assault had left the boss traumatized. Enough. Lin Yu controlled the Celestial Emperor Mech and thrust his sword downward. In an instant, he ended its life. Killed the level 110 dungeon final boss, Cultuo Manus. Congratulations on completing the first clear of this mutated dungeon. Reward divine grade equipment. Blessing Heart. As the system's voice faded, the divine equipment appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. Blessing Heart. Divine grade equipment support type. Using the Blessing Heart can increase a mech pilot's spirit energy by 30% for a short time, effective for 10 minutes. It also boosts all mech attributes by 30% for 10 minutes. Additionally, it can grant blessings not only to oneself, but also to teammates. Cooldown time 1 hour. As the system explained, Lin Yu was astonished. This Blessing Heart was simply incredible. The blessing lasted 10 minutes and could be shared with teammates, making an entire team far more powerful. A 30% boost to all mech attributes. His divine mechs would become even mightier. Return now, Lin Yu said swiftly. In an instant, the Pangu armor, Nuwa armor, and 4 symbols armor transformed into beams of light and vanished, returning to the mecha space within Lin Yu's body. Simultaneously, the exit from this dungeon materialized before Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing. It's time for us to leave as well, Lin Yu spoke again. As they stepped into the exit, a blindingly radiant light engulfed their vision. Outside the entrance of this level 100 dungeon, everyone witnessed the entire dungeon portal emit a brilliant glow. Someone is coming out. Excellent, finally someone has emerged alive. Perhaps we can learn something about what happened inside. Upon seeing this, the Mecha masters outside were filled with intense curiosity. After a few more seconds passed, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing walked out from within. At that moment, some Mecha masters were stunned. Earlier they had witnessed Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing entering. Yet in such a short span of time, the two had emerged. This meant they had successfully cleared the dungeon. It was utterly unbelievable. Previously, numerous teams of Mecha Masters had entered, but none had managed to complete the challenge and survive. Friend, might I ask what the situation inside the dungeon is like? A Mecha Master approached Lin Yu and inquired politely. The other Mecha Masters around also turned their attention, falling into a hushed silence. This was crucial intelligence. Seeing the eagerness in everyone's eyes, Lin Yu spoke calmly. After entering the dungeon, we faced 3 trials. Each trial had a boss. These bosses were exceedingly powerful, especially the one in the second trial. It had a special condition: we had to destroy 4 specific devices, otherwise the boss would become invincible. Lin Yu recounted every detail of the dungeon's interior. All the Mecha Masters couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. A boss that could enter an invincible state. Such an anomaly was absolutely unprecedented. In the past, Lin Yu would never have casually disclosed such dungeon intelligence. But now humanity faced an impending crisis. There was a risk of human extinction. Therefore, Lin Yu revealed the dungeon information in its entirety, hoping that other Mecha Masters could clear the dungeon and obtain generous rewards. This would allow them to enhance their strength. Only when every Mecha Master among humanity grew powerful could the terrifying crises of the future be better resolved. After all, an individual's power is sometimes limited. Thank you. Many Mecha Masters expressed their gratitude to Lin Yu, sharing such vital information for free. In their eyes, Lin Yu was not only a highly skilled Mecha Master, but also a truly generous person. Farewell. Lin Yu waved his hand. Now that everyone knew the dungeon's secrets, some shifted their focus away from him. Soon, through their communications, they uploaded the dungeon intelligence online, making it accessible to more Mecha Masters. Some Mecha Masters began forming teams and planning strategies to clear the dungeon. Upon learning about the boss' invincible state in the second trial, everyone speculated that the previous Mecha Masters who entered the dungeon likely didn't know they had to destroy the 4 special devices, causing the boss to become invincible. Now that they knew, they had a much greater chance of successfully breaking through the dungeon. In no time, the area outside the dungeon entrance grew increasingly lively. More Mecha Masters were rushing toward the dungeon. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and Bai Jingjing had already boarded the gilded warplane and departed. Aboard the warplane, Lin Yu checked the map and noticed they were close to Jiangling City. Change the destination to Jiangling City. Lin Yu decided immediately. It had been a long time since he last visited home. He thought it would be good to go back and see. Since arriving at Kunlun Mecha University, he had only video called his parents a few times. Destination successfully updated, now heading to Jiangling City. Instantly, the warplane altered its course and sped off in a different direction. What are we going to Jiangling City for? Bai Jingjing asked curiously. Jiangling City is where I was born and where my parents currently live, Lin Yu replied. Parents? Bai Jingjing fell into deep thought, as if recalling memories from a distant past. She seemed to have parents too. However, in her memories, their images were very blurry. Soon, Bai Jingjing dismissed the thought. Instead, she grew curious about what Lin Yu's parents were like. To have given birth to someone with a Mech God body like Lin Yu, and with sisters who were just as prodigious. Surely their parents must be extraordinary. What kind of people are your parents? Bai Jingjing inquired again, her curiosity piqued. Ordinary people, Lin Yu said with a smile. Bai Jingjing was momentarily speechless. Ordinary people? How could that be possible? Could ordinary people produce 3 prodigies? Seeing Bai Jingjing's incredulous expression, Lin Yu didn't bother to explain further. When she met them, she would understand. He wasn't lying. Time passed little by little. After about an hour, a familiar city came into view. Having been away for so long, Lin Yu felt that Jiangling City was both strange and familiar. Many places had changed greatly, while some remained exactly as they were. This is Jiangling City. We'll be at my home soon, Lin Yu said happily. Bai Jingjing looked out into the distance. In her eyes, Jiangling City was merely a small town. Soon the warplane arrived above the Jiangling Villa district. Following Lin Yu's directions, the warplane landed smoothly on an open space in front of a villa. As it descended, it drew the attention of many onlookers. The entire gilded warplane was incredibly sleek. There was absolutely no other like it in all of Jiangling City. An important figure has arrived. Everyone marveled inwardly. When the warplane's hatch opened and Lin Yu stepped out, the neighboring residents' eyes lit up. Isn't this Lin Yu? You're back. The prodigy has returned. In no time, the neighbors gathered around. Lin Yu found this to be a rather unique experience. Undoubtedly, they all wanted to build a good relationship with him. After chatting with them for a while, Lin Yu led Bai Jingjing inside the house. Suddenly, the world fell silent. My parents must have gone out, Lin Yu remarked, seeing no one inside. However, he could deduce they had left not long ago. In the living room, Lin Yu quickly poured a cup of tea for Bai Jingjing. After all, she was a guest. Arriving at his home, Lin Yu, as the host, naturally had to offer proper hospitality. About half an hour later, his parents returned from outside. Stunned. As soon as they entered the house, both parents were thrilled and overjoyed to see Lin Yu. Since the children had all left home, the two of them felt somewhat lonely. They still preferred the feeling of having children around the house. Could this be your girlfriend? Lin's mother soon noticed Bai Jingjing standing aside, her face lighting up with surprise. Bai Jingjing was exceptionally beautiful. Her figure was also excellent. She looked like the kind of woman who would bear children easily. As a daughter-in-law, she would be absolutely perfect. This filled Lin's mother with joy, and she couldn't help but fantasize about holding a grandson or granddaughter. Of course, a pair of twins would be even better. Mom, you've misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend, Lin Yu quickly explained. In the following minutes, through Lin Yu's explanations, both parents were astonished. Such a beautiful woman was actually a colossal beast. This was utterly unbelievable. At the same time, Bai Jingjing was also incredibly shocked, never imagining that Lin Yu's parents were truly ordinary humans. However, she could also sense that Lin Yu's parents had likely consumed some kind of treasure, as their bodies were brimming with vitality. Mom and Dad, although she is a colossal beast, she is also my friend, Lin Yu said softly. After all, in this world, humans universally regarded colossal beasts as enemies. Upon learning Bai Jingjing's true identity, his parents were clearly somewhat unsettled. But after Lin Yu's words, they slowly nodded. When they learned that Lin Yu already had a girlfriend named Xiao Yu, Lin's father and mother were overjoyed once again. Soon, Lin's mother went into the kitchen to start cooking. Lin Yu also missed his mother's home-cooked meals. Although the food at Kunlun Armor University's cafeteria was delicious, in Lin Yu's heart, the most delicious meals were still those cooked by his mother. It took about an hour to prepare a sumptuous lunch. It's so delicious, Lin Yu nodded, praising. It was still as tasty as ever. A long-missed delight. Bai Jingjing also quite enjoyed the atmosphere. For some reason, although she was not part of Lin Yu's family sitting there at that moment, she could still feel a warmth. Perhaps this was the warmth of home. After the meal, Lin Yu helped his mother clean up. As time passed, the two gradually accepted Bai Jingjing's presence. Later, his mother even started chatting with Bai Jingjing. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu nodded to himself. Humans and colossal beasts were not always mortal enemies. Sometimes they could coexist peacefully. By the way, Mom and Dad, take these jade pendants, Lin Yu said, taking 2 jade pendants from his storage ring and handing one to each parent. Then, with a serious expression, Lin Yu instructed, if you ever encounter danger, just crush these jade pendants, and I will be able to arrive swiftly. These jade pendants were special treasures obtained as a reward after clearing a dungeon. Once crushed, a teleportation array would unfold. Lin Yu could then use the teleportation array to quickly reach his parents' side. In this way, if his parents encountered any danger, he could arrive in time to protect them. Rest assured, we'll keep them with us at all times, his father Lin Fangping nodded, seriously promising. In the afternoon, Lin Yu took Bai Jingjing for a stroll around Jiangling City. Walking along the familiar streets, Lin Yu couldn't help but recall the days of the past. Time truly flew by. This is my former school. Before he knew it, they arrived at Jiangling No. 1 high school. Looking at the familiar campus, Lin Yu felt a wave of nostalgia. In particular, his posters were still at the school gate. In the center of the square, a stone statue had even been carved in Lin Yu's likeness. Your human lives are truly rich and colorful. Bai Jingjing sighed. Her tone carried a hint of envy. Brother Lin, is that really you? Before long, a luxurious hovercar pulled over. A familiar voice called out. When Lin Yu looked toward the voice, he was startled. Brother Luo. The visitor was none other than the mayor of Jiangling City, Luo Feng. Back then, Lin Yu and Luo Feng had felt an instant connection, drinking heavily together and addressing each other as brothers that very night. Lin Yu, it's been a long time. Seeing you today, you've become incredibly powerful, Luo Feng said happily. He could clearly sense that Lin Yu was now a formidable armorer. Even he would be unable to defeat him. Not bad, Lin Yu replied with a modest smile. And this is a... When Luo Feng saw Bai Jingjing, he was completely stunned. She was far too beautiful. Moreover, he could also sense an immensely terrifying power emanating from her. Originally, Luo Feng had planned to introduce his daughter to Lin Yu, but now it seemed his daughter was not worthy. She had no qualification whatsoever. In that instant, he abandoned that idea entirely. This is my friend Bai Jingjing. Lin Yu introduced them to each other. Shall we find another place and have a good drink? Luo Feng promptly suggested. All right, Lin Yu agreed. After boarding the hover car, they soon arrived at the most luxurious restaurant in Jiangling City. In the private room, Lin Yu and Luo Feng chatted and drank, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Yu also learned that during his absence, Luo Feng had often helped his parents with many things. Lin Yu remembered this kindness in his heart. I'm going for a walk, Bai Jingjing said, not fond of the atmosphere. She stood up and walked outside. Brother Luo, please forgive her as she's like this, Lin Yu said softly. I understand. Luo Feng nodded quickly. As they chatted, Lin Yu also learned from Luo Feng about some recent events in Jiangling City. Upon hearing news of the evil armorer, Lin Yu's expression grew grave. Brother Luo, Is there any other information about this evil armorer? None. Luo Feng shook his head with a sigh. The evil armorer last appeared 3 days ago. Every time he appears, an armorer goes missing or dies. We've sent many people, but so far we've found nothing. That evil armorer comes and goes without a trace, truly difficult to detect. Because of this matter, I can't sleep well at night, and I can't eat properly. I've been in Jiangling City these past few days. Brother Luo, if you come across that sinister mech pilot again, please let me know. I want to resolve this matter too. Lin Yu looked at Luo Feng with great seriousness as he made his request. The sinister mech pilot appearing in Jiangling City still filled him with some concern. It was fine while he himself remained in Jiangling City, but if he were away, the sinister mech pilot might strike again, potentially endangering his parents' lives. Though the possibility was exceedingly slim, it still existed, so he absolutely had to eliminate that possibility entirely. Only then could Lin Yu feel more at ease. Alright, no problem. Luo Feng nodded in agreement. In Luo Feng's view, with Lin Yu joining in, the whole affair would surely go more smoothly. By the way, Brother Lin, I have a request, Luo Feng continued. Brother Luo, just say it. If I can help, I'll do my best. Lin Yu, seeing that Luo Feng needed something from him, responded directly. It's like this: my daughter recently broke through to become a 6-star mech pilot. Lately she's planning to clear dungeons and upgrade her mech's level. I've been looking for a reliable substitute mech pilot for her these past few days, but as you know, there aren't really any powerful mech pilots here in Jiangling City. I approached several 7-star mech pilots, but their asking prices were far too high. Even I couldn't afford them. As for mech pilots above 7-star, they completely look down on such work and disdain doing substitutes. Luo Feng sighed as he spoke. Letting his daughter enter the dungeon alone truly worried him. After all, his daughter had nearly died in a secret realm before. Fortunately, a kind mech pilot had appeared and saved her. Thus, Luo Feng didn't want such an incident to happen again. That's no problem. Lin Yu agreed outright. After all, he was now a 10-star mech pilot. Substituting for a 6-star mech pilot was a piece of cake. Especially for a level 60 dungeon, he could definitely speed through it. Helping Luo Feng's daughter upgrade her mech to level 60 would probably take less than an hour to complete. Excellent. Brother Lin, I won't let you help for free. This is a small token of my appreciation, the best I can offer at the moment. Luo Feng said excitedly. Alright, I'll accept it. Lin Yu nodded and directly took the items Luo Feng presented. Come, let's drink. Luo Feng raised his glass to toast Lin Yu. They clinked glasses and drank it all in one go. Then Lin Yu continued. Brother Luo, how about this? Have your daughter come over right now, and we'll start immediately. No problem. Seeing Lin Yu's efficiency, Luo Feng was naturally overjoyed. He quickly took out his communicator and made a call. Hello, Dad, what's up? When the call connected, a crisp and pleasant voice sounded. However, the voice struck Lin Yu as somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place it at the moment. He thought it might be because Head had too much to drink. Every voice sounded familiar. After another 10 minutes or so, urged by Luo Feng, his daughter arrived at the restaurant. As she entered the private room, Lin Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of the woman. He had to admit Luo Feng's daughter was indeed a great beauty. She exuded an elegant and refreshing aura. At the same time, the woman also looked at Lin Yu. Come, daughter, this is the Lin Yu I've often told you about. Luo Feng quickly introduced them. Lin Yu, this is my daughter Luo Yuexin. Luo Yuexin. In an instant, Lin Yu suddenly remembered. Before, he had indeed saved a female mech pilot controlling a pink mech in a secret realm. At that time, the female mech pilot had given her name as Luo Yuexin. No way. What a coincidence. So Luo Yuexin was Luo Feng's daughter. This world was too small to meet again like this. Lin Yu thought to himself. Hello, Lin Yu said with a smile to Luo Yuexin. You're the one who saved me in the secret realm that day, aren't you? Thank you. I've always wanted to thank you in person. Luo Yuexin bowed to Lin Yu in gratitude. She would never forget how, when she was on the verge of death, a mech had appeared and rescued her. That mech was like the great sage equal to heaven from the stories, riding on a rainbow cloud to save her. When Luo Yuexin emerged, she had also seen news about Lin Yu in many videos. When she saw that the mech Lin Yu summoned was identical to the one that had saved her, she understood then that her savior was Lin Yu. Unfortunately, she had never had the chance to thank him in person before. But thankfully now she had that opportunity. This scene even startled Luo Feng for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and laughed heartily. So Brother Lin is the mech pilot who saved my daughter. It seems fate has its own designs. I just happened to be there at the time. Any other mech pilot would have stepped in to help, Lin Yu said, waving his hand, considering it merely a casual act. Then Lin Yu added, Alright, let's first go and upgrade your mech's level. He had already been drinking with Luo Feng for nearly an hour. He wondered how Bai Jingjing was doing. He felt a bit uneasy leaving her alone outside, as if she might feel lonely. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Yu looked around, but saw no sign of Bai Jingjing. However, within a few seconds, Bai Jingjing appeared on her own. Where did you go? Lin Yu quickly asked. Just landed taking in the city scenery, Bai Jingjing replied calmly. Bai Jingjing's appearance made Luo Yuexin's heart tremble. It seemed this affection of hers could only be quietly hidden in her heart. She and Lin Yu were always from two different worlds. I'm going to do a dungeon substitute. How about you go back to my place first? You should still remember the way, right? Lin Yu said to Bai Jingjing. Got it, Bai Jingjing nodded slightly. After they parted ways, Lin Yu continued leading Luo Yuexin toward a level 60 dungeon. On the way to the dungeon, Lin Yu chatted more with Luo Yuexin. When she learned that Lin Yu was now a 10-star mech pilot, Luo Yuexin was utterly astonished. Truly, geniuses were geniuses. No matter how hard ordinary mech pilots like them tried, they could never catch up. Before, Luo Yuexin had trained desperately, hoping to become stronger sooner and at least keep pace with Lin Yu. But now she realized she could never keep up and the gap would only widen. He would become someone forever beyond her reach. You have entered the level 60 dungeon. In no time, Lin Yu and Luo Yuexin had already stepped into this instance. Both of them promptly summoned their mechas. Luo Yuexin's was still the pink mecha, now evidently much more formidable than before. This time Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mecha. After all, during their first encounter, he had been the one controlling this very mecha. The colossal beasts within the dungeon charged at them as if possessed, like a pack of ravenous wolves spotting their prey. Lin Yu saw this and simply manipulated the Pangu mecha to swing its axe downward. A thunderous roar erupted instantly. The overwhelming power annihilated the charging beasts in a flash, reducing them to nothing. In that moment, Luo Yuexin could clearly see her mecha's experience points soaring rapidly. Once the dust settled, the earth before them was split into a massive chasm, a testament to the terrifying might of that single axe strike. It felt as if the entire dungeon would be cleaved apart. Incredible! Luo Yuexin exclaimed in deep admiration. This time she was utterly and truly awestruck. Though she had watched many videos of powerful mecha pilots in battle before, none could compare to the brilliance of Lin Yu's attack just now. For a moment, a look of reverence appeared in Luo Yuexin's eyes. In her heart, she aspired to become a mecha pilot as formidable as Lin Yu. It's merely a matter of level suppression. After all, I'm a level 100 mecha while these beasts are only level 60. It's only natural, Lin Yu said calmly. It was like if Luo Yuexin's level 50 mecha entered a level 10 dungeon, she could effortlessly dispatch these beasts just as easily. Soon the boss appeared. With another light swing of the axe, the boss shattered into pieces. At the same time, Luo Yuexin's mecha leveled up on the spot. It had reached level 52. At this rate, running this dungeon a few more times would easily boost the mecha to level 60. You have left the dungeon. You have entered the level 60 dungeon. Shortly after, Lin Yu and Luo Yuexin exited the instance. They re-entered once more. The dungeon's beasts had respawned and an endless tide of monsters surged toward them, just as before, frenzied and relentless. Time passed by gradually. The pair repeatedly entered and exited the dungeon, grinding through waves of monsters. Their perseverance paid off. In less than half an hour, Luo Yuexin's mecha had successfully reached level 60. This time after leaving the dungeon. Lin Yu looked at Luo Yuexin and smiled. The whole process went very smoothly. Now you need to cultivate diligently and elevate yourself to a 7-star mecha pilot. Thank you. Luo Yuexin expressed her gratitude once more. Having a 10-star mecha pilot personally assist in leveling up her mecha was something money alone could never buy. No need to thank me. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively. It wasn't a difficult task, and besides, he had nothing else to do anyway. Alright, I should head home now, Lin Yu continued. After bidding farewell to Luo Yuexin, he boarded his aircraft and sped back toward home. Soon a flying car arrived to pick up Luo Yuexin. Where's brother Lin? Luo Feng stepped out of the car and, seeing only his daughter, asked curiously. He's already gone home, Luo Yuexin said softly. Oh, I see. Luo Feng nodded and asked, so did the mecha reach level 60? Luo Yuexin replied. At this, Luo Feng sighed in sheer amazement. It's been less than half an hour. This efficiency is incredible. By the way, do you know what level brother Lin has reached now? Luo Feng continued, his curiosity piqued. Earlier at the restaurant, he had felt too embarrassed to ask Lin Yu directly about his advancement. A 10-star mecha pilot. In an instant, Luo Feng was dumbfounded again. This cultivation speed was terrifying. Even Lin Yu's prodigious sister couldn't compare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yu had successfully returned to his family's villa complex. Upon entering the house, he saw his mother chatting cheerfully with Bai Jingjing. You little rascal, you have a girlfriend, and you don't even tell your mother. Upon seeing Lin Yu appear, his mother Li Wenjing immediately scolded him. His father Lin Fangping, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded in agreement. During their earlier conversation, they had learned from Bai Jingjing that Lin Yu already had a girlfriend who was also a close friend and confidant of his sister Lin Weiner. Seeing the reproachful looks from both his parents, Lin Yu shook his head and quickly explained, Mom, Dad, I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just forgot to mention it. Alright, well, let it slide. But when are you going to bring her home so we can meet her? Li Wenjing pressed eagerly. She was quite eager to have grandchildren. Both her son and daughter were now busy with their own affairs, leaving her and her husband ordinary folks to live a quiet life here. If they had grandchildren, they could help take care of them. They wouldn't feel so lonely anymore and would have something meaningful to do. Mom'll definitely bring her home when I have time later, Lin Yu assured, patting his chest. Fine, but you must have a photo, right? Li Wenjing nodded. Of course I do. Lin Yu quickly displayed a photo of himself and Xiao Yu. After seeing it, Li Wenjing and Lin Fangping nodded in satisfaction. Evidently, just from the photo, they already seemed quite pleased with their future daughter-in-law. Mom, Dad, please don't leave the neighborhood for the next few days. There have been evil mecha pilots active in Jiangling City, recently, Lin Yu advised. Though he didn't know what plans the evil mecha pilots might have, one thing was certain: whenever they appeared, nothing good followed. We understand, both parents replied. They had no desire to die. After all, they hadn't even held their grandchildren yet. Soon night fell. After dinner, Lin Yu had Bai Jingjing stay in his sister's old room. Then, Lin Yu lay down on the large bed in his own room. The feeling of being home was entirely different. Here there seemed to be no pressure at all, just complete relaxation and comfort. Before he knew it, Lin Yu had drifted off into a deep slumber. It wasn't until late at night that the ringing of his communicator woke him. The caller was Luo Feng. As soon as Lin Yu answered, Luo Feng's urgent voice came through. Lin Yu, the evil mecha pilots have appeared. They're in the mountains not far from the East City Wall. We're dispatching people now. Alright, I understand. They'll be right there, Lin Yu responded promptly. After hanging up the phone, he quickly got up, putting on his clothes and shoes. To the east of Jiangling City stretched a continuous range of vast mountains. Although there were giant beasts dwelling there, their levels were exceedingly low. The last time Lin Yu had encountered an evil mecha master, he had also set up his lair deep within the mountains. After preparing himself, Lin Yu walked directly to the balcony. Pangu Mecha summon. In the next instant, the Pangu Mecha materialized swiftly on the vacant ground before him. The mecha's appearance was utterly silent. Moreover, since it was now late at night, it would not disturb anyone. Where are you going? Just as Lin Yu was about to enter the Pangu Mecha, Bai Jingjing's voice rang out. An evil mecha master has appeared. I'm going to check it out. Lin Yu turned to look at Bai Jingjing, who had appeared beside him, and quickly explained. Then let's go together. Bai Jingjing proposed. There's no need for you to come. Just keep an eye on the house for me. After all, we've only spotted traces of the evil mecha master. His exact location hasn't been confirmed yet. Lin Yu shook his head. To be safe, it was best for Bai Jingjing to stay behind. If something unexpected really happened while he was away, she could handle it and take care of matters. All right. Bai Jingjing nodded slightly, then returned to her room. Since Lin Yu had spoken thus, she saw no need to insist on going along. Subsequently, Lin Yu entered the Pangu Mecha. It had been some time since he had last piloted it, but the moment he stepped inside, he once again felt that long-missed surge of immense power. The next second, Lin Yu activated the flying skill mastered by the Pangu Mecha. The colossal mecha instantly took off, rapidly moving eastward. The city in the dead of night was on the whole quite tranquil, except for a few particular places that remained lively even now. After all, for some people the nightlife was just getting started. It didn't take long before Lin Yu arrived at the outskirts east of the city. Gazing into the distance, everything before him was pitch black. But with the activation of the mecha's true eye skill, the scene instantly became as clear as day, allowing Lin Yu to see everything distinctly. Although it had night vision capabilities, the effect was not as good as the true eye skill. After a few more minutes, Lin Yu quickly rendezvoused with Luo Feng and the others above a large mountain. Lin Yu, you're here, Luo Feng said, visibly relieved upon seeing his arrival. The other mecha masters around him were also filled with awe. The appearance of the Pangu Mecha made them all feel its formidable power, and inwardly they could not help but feel inferior. What's the situation now? Lin Yu cut straight to the chase, asking swiftly. We've discovered what seems to be the lair of that evil mecha master. It's in a large mountain a few kilometers due east, where there's a massive cave. Previously, one of our mecha masters trailed him and saw him enter that cave, after which he never came out. Just now I sent in a team of 5-star mecha masters, but there's been no word from them since. We simply can't establish contact. Luo Feng promptly reported everything as it was. In his view, that 5-star mecha team had likely encountered some danger inside. The strongest mecha masters in Jiangling City were only 6-star, but Lin Yu was now a 10-star mecha master. If Lin Yu stepped in, everything would probably be settled. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. I suggest we surround this area first. Don't worry, I've already arranged that, Luo Feng quickly replied. Good, Lin Yu continued. Leave the rest to me. With that, he piloted the Pangu Mecha and flew toward the cave. Moving at incredible speed, he vanished from the sight of the other mecha masters in just a few seconds. For a moment, they all couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Mayor Luo, so that's the mecha prodigy Lin Yu. Truly extraordinary. He's only been formally training for a few years, and now he's already at a level we can only look up to. With Lin Yu here this time we can rest a lot easier. Indeed, this evil mecha master is obviously much more formidable. Though we haven't actually fought him, I have a nagging feeling there's something bigger behind this. While they were talking, Lin Yu had already reached the mouth of the cave. The entire cave was immensely huge, and the interior was pitch black. After surveying the surroundings, Lin Yu felt a flicker of doubt. If this huge cave is really the lair of an evil mecha master, logically the entrance should have been camouflaged. To leave it so brazenly exposed. And if the cave is so obvious, why wasn't it discovered before? Despite his many questions, Lin Yu knew he couldn't find the answers right away. Perhaps the only way was to enter. Fortunately, with the Mechas true, any traps or mechanisms inside would be detected immediately. Moreover, he was a 10-star mecha master. After mentally preparing himself, Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mecha into the cave. The tunnel within the cave was very smooth, clearly indicating it was man-made rather than naturally formed. For some mecha masters, digging tunnels was particularly easy, especially those who had awakened mechas specialized in mining, though most of those were mortal-grade mechas. As he advanced further, everything went smoothly. He detected no danger at all, which struck Lin Yu as odd. It was all too smooth. There had to be something amiss. Passing through the dim tunnel, a vast underground space came into view. Inside this space stood 6 mechas. That's the 5-star mecha team Luo Feng sent in. Earlier, when communicating with Luo Feng, he had sent Lin Yu the information about the dispatch team. This was to avoid any unnecessary complications if they met. Through the mecha's true eye, Lin Yu could clearly see a special barrier enveloping the entire underground space. The barrier looked strangely familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Just then, one of the mecha masters inside noticed Lin Yu outside. Lin Yu saw the 6 mechas inside waving their arms at him, seemingly signaling him not to enter. No matter how he tried to communicate, he couldn't reach the mecha masters inside. Moreover, he couldn't hear any sound from them. Heaven and Earth prison. That must be it. Lin Yu's expression turned grave. No wonder it seemed familiar. This special divine artifact, the Heaven and Earth prison, could imprison any mecha below the saint rank for 24 hours. Back then, his elder sister and Xiao Yu had been trapped by it at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, Lin Yu had mastered the Nuwa mecha at that time, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. That a mere evil mech pilot could produce such a special divine artifact as the Heaven and Earth prison was truly incredible. Moreover, why would that evil mech pilot choose this method? There must be some conspiracy behind this. Lin Yu thought to himself. He needed to find that evil mech pilot quickly. With that thought, Lin Yu maneuvered the Pangu mecha into the underground space, stepping within the confinement range of the Heaven and Earth prison. As soon as he entered, he heard the voices of several mech pilots. "Hey friend, can't you see our hand signals? We told you not to come in, but you insisted. Now we're all trapped here together. We were hoping you would go for help and report the situation here." Alas, the mech pilots sighed in frustration. They had waved their arms so vigorously earlier, signaling Lin Yu not to enter. But this was the result. "Did you find the evil mech pilot?" Lin Yu quickly asked. "We found him, but he escaped." One of the mech pilots said slowly. "When we first arrived, we saw that evil mech pilot setting something up. But the moment we entered, a barrier erupted, instantly trapping us here and cutting off all contact with the outside world. That evil mech pilot escaped through that passage over there." Following the direction he pointed, Lin Yu indeed saw a new passage. Likely this passage led to another exit outside. This meant that Luo Feng and the others outside had only surrounded one area. By now, so much time had passed that those evil mech pilots had probably already escaped. "Tell me the full details again." Lin Yu spoke again. "Who do you think you are? Why should we report to you like subordinates?" One hot-tempered mech pilot grumbled. "Because I am a 10-star mech pilot," Lin Yu said softly. In that moment, the mech pilot fell silent, his face a mask of shock. A 10-star mech pilot. Good heavens. This was the first time he had been so close to such a powerful mech master. After Lin Yu revealed his identity, the leader of this mech pilot squad recounted everything in detail once more. After hearing it, Lin Yu couldn't help but ponder. So the evil mech pilot deliberately revealed himself, was discovered by you, and then fled here. Lin Yu analyzed. That's right. But none of this makes any sense. Lin Yu continued. For a moment, the mech pilots were also puzzled. Was there something wrong with this? This is bad. It might be a diversionary tactic. Lin Yu suddenly realized something. After the evil mech pilot appeared, Luo Feng had led a large number of mech pilots here. This meant that Jiangling City now had no powerful mech pilots guarding it. It also indicated that there was more than one evil mech pilot. It was likely an evil organization. This attack was probably aimed at the entire Jiangling City. The moment this thought struck him, Lin Yu swiftly maneuvered the Pangu mecha to return the way he came. Wait here for 24 hours. This confinement will disappear on its own. As Lin Yu's mecha easily walked out, the other mech pilots were dumbfounded. What just happened? He just walked out like that. Soon the other mech pilots tried as well, but they still couldn't escape. Holy crap, how did he do that? He is a 10-star mech pilot after all. It seems we have no choice but to wait here for 24 hours. Boss, do you think his analysis could be right? If it really is a diversion, then those evil mech pilots might have already struck Jiangling City. Damn it, my family's in Jiangling City. In that instant, the mech pilots grew frantic. Fortunately, their leader was much calmer. Don't worry too much. At least that 10-star mech master is there. Otherwise, we wouldn't have realized this was a diversion. Maybe there's still time. Lin Yu burst out of the cave. Just then Luo Feng spotted his mecha and asked, Brother Lin, how did it go? Lin Yu replied quickly, Brother Luo, order everyone back to the city immediately. I think this is a diversion, a scheme by those evil mech pilots. Without stopping, Lin Yu directed the Pangu mecha straight back to Jiangling City. Hearing his words, Luo Feng and the others were startled. This was serious trouble. Luo Feng also ordered everyone to return swiftly. Lin Yu was incredibly fast. Soon the towering city walls of Jiangling City appeared before him. When he was just a kilometer away, the entire city was shrouded in a blood-red barrier. In an instant, the barrier exuded a dense, malevolent aura. Damn it, are we too late? Lin Yu's expression turned grim. Shortly after, Luo Feng and the others arrived, stunned at the sight before them. It's over. The entire city is doomed. One mech pilot cried out in despair. The others shared his hopelessness. Brother Luo, do you know what this blood-red barrier is? Lin Yu asked urgently. 3 months ago, a city in a western country was enveloped by a similar barrier. Luo Feng explained, it's a special formation called the life-snatching grand array. It drains the life force of everything within it. What do these evil mech pilots gain from slaughtering an entire city? Lin Yu was furious. Humanity already faced the threat of potential extinction. Yet these evil mech pilots were still scheming to harm their own people. Brother Lin, this life-snatching grand array is a special evil formation. Those evil mech pilots likely want to absorb the life force of the entire city to empower themselves. Luo Feng shook his head and continued, according to reports from 3 months ago, that Western evil mech pilot used this very array to directly become a star-level mech pilot. This formation is incredibly sturdy, only a stellar-level mech pilot can break it. Jiangling City is remote and small. By the time a stellar-level mech pilot arrives, everything here will be over. No wonder those evil mech pilots chose Jiangling City. Luo Feng's words made Lin Yu sigh. For some reason, he felt a pang of sorrow. Soon Lin Yu tried to contact Bai Jingjing. He was relieved that she was with his parents, which should be enough to save their lives. Brother Luo, please tell me more about the heaven-plundering array. Lin Yu promptly inquired again. This array was certainly not invincible. There must be weaknesses within it, though they had yet to be discovered. The heaven-plundering array was obtained by a high-ranking leader of an evil organization in a secret realm. It first appeared 100 years ago. Through analysis, the heaven-plundering array absorbs energy from its surroundings continuously. As long as energy exists, it cannot be breached. The only way to break the array is with a stellar mech pilot or a mech master of that level or above. Luo Feng swiftly relayed all he knew in detail. This allowed Lin Yu to quickly gain a deeper understanding of the heaven-plundering array. So the array is rooted in the energy of this world. Lin Yu said calmly. That's right, the world's energy is inexhaustible, keeping the heaven-plundering array at its peak at all times. Luo Feng responded, don't worry, I've notified the higher-ups. They've already dispatched a stellar mech pilot and other mech masters. Next, they could only wait silently, praying that their families would hold on until the end. I understand. Lin Yu nodded quietly, then took control of the Pangu mech and swiftly departed, flying straight toward the highest sky. In just a few seconds, he reached a certain altitude in the air. Nuwa mech summoned successfully. Above the clouds, the Nuwa mech was quickly summoned. The next second, Lin Yu directly transferred from the Pangu mech into the Nuwa mech. Begin spatial sealing target Jiangling City. Lin Yu quickly issued the command to the Nuwa mech. Warning. The target range is large, significant spiritual energy will be required. The system's voice rang out promptly. I know, Lin Yu replied. Target locked for the entire area. Beginning spatial sealing skill. The spiritual energy within him was rapidly depleting. Meanwhile, a dazzling light burst forth high in the sky. It turned night into day. In that moment, everyone was stunned, utterly unaware of what was happening. But Luo Feng and the others understood clearly that this commotion was likely caused by Lin Yu. For a moment, they inexplicably saw hope in him. Rumbling. Beams of light descended one after another around Jiangling City. These beams radiated supreme, divine light. Then the divine light coalesced into screens, rapidly enveloping Jiangling City. The entire process took only a few dozen seconds. Target spatial seal completed. As the system's voice sounded, Lin Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sealing an entire city consumed over 300,000 units of spiritual energy. The consumption was truly massive. Fortunately, it succeeded. At this moment, in the city, the evil mech pilots operating the heaven-plundering array were shocked to find that all the natural energy within the city had vanished. The heaven-plundering array also lost its eerie blood-red glow. However, although not fully activated, the array could still function. In an instant, the heaven-plundering array began to plunder lives. Within the blink of an eye, thousands of people in the city had their life force drained. This life force was converted into special energy fed back into the bodies of the evil mech pilots. Feeling the immense energy, they erupted in ecstatic cheers. Their faces beamed with glee. The heaven-plundering array was indeed a marvelous tool for enhancing one's strength and realm. It was a pity it wasn't fully activated. Still, it didn't matter. Absorbing half the city's life force was well within reach. Damn it, those evil mech pilots have started absorbing life force. Lin Yu could see it clearly now. He hadn't expected that even after isolating the city's natural energy, the heaven-plundering array could still operate and forcibly seize lives. I have to try. Lin Yu's gaze was resolute. Then he re-entered the Pangu mech, recalling the Nuwa mech to its storage space. Blessing heart equipped successfully. Blessing initiated. All aspects of your Pangu mech are enhanced by 30% for 10 minutes. With the blessing of this special artifact, Lin, you could clearly sense the Pangu mech's power multiply. Then, Lin Yu piloted the Pangu mech downward, quickly entering the spatial seal he had created. He saw the heaven-plundering array continuously absorbing the life force of the city's inhabitants. Lin Yu wasted no time. The Pangu mech unleashed its full power, and even the heaven-splitting axe in its hand radiated terrifying brilliance. At that moment, the Pangu mech seemed like the very embodiment of the great god Pangu himself. Heaven and earth trembled and quaked. My god, Lin Yu's mech is absolutely terrifying. Indeed, it's beyond terrifying. Is this really an emperor-level mech? I suspect it's a saint-level mech. I feel it's even more powerful than a saint-level mech. Could it be the legendary god-level mech? Luo Feng and the others were stunned by the sight. Especially Luo Feng and the several mech pilots beside him, all high-ranking officials of Jiangling City. They were privy to certain information. Initially, Lin Yu claimed his mech was a king level, but after arriving at Kunlun Mech University, it became an emperor level. Until now, witnessing Lin Yu's true mech power unleashed, everyone gradually realized that his mech was likely a god level. The initial concealment was probably to avoid attracting malicious attention. Even a child knows the principle of the innocent man with a treasure invites harm. With the threat of soul-snatching techniques, no one would dare reveal a god-level mech before gaining the strength to protect themselves. Jiangling City is saved. Luo Feng and the others exclaimed with renewed excitement. Rumbling. At that very instant, Heaven-Earth Strike activated. The Pangu mech unleashed its skill. It was as if the great god Pangu himself was splitting heaven and earth. The unleashed might naturally reached an extreme. With a single axe stroke crack, the heaven-plundering array shattered instantly. All evil mech pilots in Jiangling City locked. Begin Divine Judgment. Begin. Divine Judgment initiated. The next second, massive golden swords materialized in the sky, each descending upon the locked evil mech pilots. Rumbling. Facing the might of Divine Judgment, all the evil mech pilots in Jiangling City were utterly annihilated at virtually the same moment. It was an absolute instant kill. At that moment, the crisis was resolved. Yet it was a pity that many had already perished within the city. With the shattering of that heaven-plundering grand array, Lin Yu quickly established contact with Bai Jingjing. Rest assured, your parents are safe. Bai Jingjing's voice echoed in his mind, allowing Lin Yu to finally breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. After this ordeal, Lin Yu planned to relocate, intending to have his parents reside in Kunlun City. After all, Kunlun City was the closest to Kunlun Mecha University. This way he could visit his parents frequently and feel more at ease. Moreover, Kunlun City was a truly grand metropolis boasting the most top-tier amenities in every aspect. Subsequently, Lin Yu dispelled the spatial seal. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Jiangling City was restored to its former state. With the spatial barrier gone, Luo Feng and the others hurried over to Lin Yu, expressing their gratitude with fervor. Brother Lin, we truly owe you this time. Every mecha pilot was immensely grateful. If they had waited for that stellar mecha pilot to arrive, everyone in the city would likely have had their life force completely refined. The city would have become a dead zone. It was my duty, I just did what I could, Lin Yu replied with a slow nod. Brother Lin, you kept me in the dark for so long. The mecha you awakened is actually a divine-grade mecha. Luo Feng marveled once again. The footage of Lin Yu's battle had already been recorded. Through network transmission, the high-ranking officials above had also definitively concluded that it was a divine-grade mecha. It could be said that the entire world was now in an uproar. In the history of mecha, Lin Yu was the first to awaken a divine-grade mecha. He was destined to be enshrined in the annals of mecha history. Kunlun Mecha University hastily convened a meeting. As a student, they had completely failed to recognize that Lin Yu possessed a divine-grade mecha. This was undeniably a failure on the school's part. The principal of Kunlun Mecha University even declared Lin Yu as the successor to be groomed for the university's leadership. All other high-ranking school officials unanimously agreed, without a single dissent. Their university now had a student who had awakened a divine-grade mecha. This was undoubtedly an incredibly fortuitous event. In the future, Kunlun Mecha University would be able to rise to become the single most prestigious institution. It could also become a top-tier force in the world. Brother Luo, please understand I had no choice but to conceal it, Lin Yu said with a hint of apology. It's fine, I understand, Luo Feng quickly replied. Being able to call himself a brother to Lin Yu who had awakened a divine-grade mecha was an incredible stroke of luck for Luo Feng. At that very moment, the roars of colossal beasts rang out. It's a beast tide. A frantic voice suddenly shouted. Lin Yu and the others looked outward. Dense hordes of giant beasts like an army of steel were charging towards Jiangling City with overwhelming force. Their numbers were terrifying. The crisis had just ended, and now, without respite, a beast tide was upon them. Jiangling City was truly plagued by misfortune. Leave it to me, Lin Yu said softly. Although the beast tide was vast in number, the levels of these giant beasts were all around 50. In Lin Yu's eyes, they were far too weak. In the face of absolute power, numbers were meaningless. Lin Yu swiftly commanded the Pangu mecha and charged forward. He unleashed terrifying mecha techniques. Even a single casual strike felled a vast number of giant beasts. Witnessing this, the other mecha pilots couldn't help but gasp in awe. He's too powerful. He was like a mecha war god, single-handedly holding back the entire beast tide. In less than a minute, the beast tide was completely routed. The surviving giant beasts scurried away in panic. Lin Yu didn't bother to pursue them. Beasts were inexhaustible unless their entire race was exterminated. Regardless, the beast tide crisis was resolved. Brother Luo, I'm going to check on my parents now. They'll leave the rest to you. After speaking to Luo Feng, Lin Yu once again piloted the Pangu mecha and swiftly departed. Soon Lin Yu arrived at the villa district. After landing smoothly, Lin Yu quickly entered the house. Mom, Dad, are you alright? He asked immediately upon entering. His parents nodded slightly, indicating they were unharmed. This time we also have Jingjing to thank. Otherwise, everyone in our entire district would have surely perished. His motherly Wenjing sighed. Facing the heaven-plundering grand array by Jingjing could only protect those within the district. Outside, many people had been refined by the array. Thank you, Lin Yu expressed his gratitude to Bai Jingjing. It was just a matter of convenience. If I hadn't resisted, I would have been refined too, Bai Jingjing replied, waving her hand with a slightly proud expression. Lin Yu realized Bai Jingjing had a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. It was oddly endearing. Mom, Dad, it's a good thing we came back this time. Lin Yu sighed again. If they hadn't returned, everyone in Jiangling City, including his parents, would have died by now. Mom, Dad, I've decided. We're moving. We'll live in Kunlun City from now on. Lin Yu quickly continued. Kunlun City is the safest city currently, and it's close to Kunlun Mecha University. My sister and I can come back to visit you often. His parents had lived in Jiangling City for decades. Honestly, asking them to leave was sure to be met with some reluctance. Moving to a strange place would definitely take some getting used to. Let's listen to our son, Lin's father Lin Fangping directly agreed. I still want to hold my grandchild. I don't want to die young. Okay, well, listen to our son, Li Wenjing also nodded. Both parents gave their consent. Seeing this, Lin Yu was overjoyed. He had initially thought his parents might refuse and had prepared many arguments. Now it seemed those reasons wouldn't be needed. Next, Lin Yu tried to contact his sister Lin Weiner. However, he couldn't reach her. He also tried contacting Xiao Yu, but the call didn't go through. It seemed Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu were still in a dungeon or secret realm. Not long after, the principal of Kunlun Mecha University personally called. Now the fact that he possessed a divine-grade mecha was exposed. The rapid spread of information across the network meant many people in this world had seen it. Thank you, Principal. Lin Yu expressed his thanks. The concept of being a successor was immense. It meant that Lin Yu would one day become the new principal of Kunlun Mecha University. By the way, Principal, I'd like to arrange for my parents to settle down in Kunlun City. Could you possibly help me with that? Lin Yu quickly inquired. In a city as expensive as Kunlun City, having the principal's personal assistance would undoubtedly make things much simpler. No problem, I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away. Wei Liren agreed directly. The night swiftly passed, and a new dawn arrived. The sun ascended, casting its radiance upon the earth as if sowing seeds of hope. The sensation of sunlight upon the skin was profoundly comforting. Meanwhile, the online world had erupted into a frenzy. Some network servers began to crash. The video of Lin Yu's awe-inspiring display of power the previous night was spreading like wildfire across the internet. Anything related to Lin Yu soared in popularity like a rocket skyrocketing straight upward. How magnificent! This is a divine-grade mecha. This divine-grade mecha is as if a deity itself had descended upon the world. Our mechas cannot compare. Compare? You are far too naive. Our mechas are not even worthy of comparison. Look at that axe. It is undoubtedly a supreme divine artifact. Lin Yu is incredibly formidable. It has only been about a year since he joined Kunlun Mech University, and he has already grown to such a terrifying level. Indeed, those so-called mecha prodigies and geniuses are far inferior to Lin Yu. Everyone engaged in heated discussions. Jiangling City became exceptionally lively. Countless mecha pilots and various media outlets gathered outside the villa complex, all hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Yu and his divine-grade mecha. Since ancient times, until now Lin Yu was the only one to possess a divine-grade mecha. Some scientists even proposed that Lin Yu allow them to study him extracting the mecha genes from his body, which might enable more people to awaken divine-grade mechas. At this moment Lin Yu was in his room, viewing the various information about himself online. Faced with this situation, Lin Yu had anticipated this from the moment he awakened his divine-grade mecha. The news would undoubtedly shake the entire world. And indeed it was so. Now he was thoroughly famous, it seemed everyone recognized him. Of course Lin Yu also realized that he had become a target for certain individuals. In the foreseeable future someone would surely make a move against him. I should return to Kunlun Mech University first. Lin Yu thought to himself. Within Kunlun Mech University at least, it would not be as dangerous. The most urgent matter was to elevate his own rank as a mecha pilot. A 10-star mecha pilot was still far too weak. As long as he became a legendary mecha pilot, no one in this world would be his match. By then he could be at ease. Indeed, the source of fear was always one's own insufficient strength. Let's set off now. Lin Yu continued. With a sweep of his hand, all the items in the room were collected into his storage ring. Many things in his room held precious memories for Lin Yu, so he certainly would not discard them. After leaving the room, he arrived at the living room and asked his parents, "Dad, Mom, are you all packed?" Yes. Both parents nodded. They also had storage rings making packing convenient. They even took the large pieces of furniture from the home. The entire house was now empty, instantly losing that feeling of home. All right, let's go, Lin Yu said with a smile. I've already asked the principal to secure a good residence for us in Kunlun City. After all, with the principal of Kunlun Mech University personally handling it. Acquiring a house in Kunlun City was a simple task. Upon stepping out of the house, the other neighbors of the villa complex had already gathered outside. When they saw Lin Yu emerge, they were all immensely excited. Lin Yu, it's Lin Yu, the world's only mecha pilot to awaken a divine-grade mecha. I knew from the very beginning that Lin Yu was no ordinary person. I could tell from the start that this young man had the potential to awaken a divine-grade mecha. I may be old, but my judgment of people is still quite accurate. Faced with the enthusiasm of these neighbors, Lin Yu only responded with a smile. He was well aware of their intentions. They all sought to establish a good relationship with him. As a light emanated from the storage ring on Lin Yu's finger, the sleek, gilded fighter jet materialized. As the hatch opened, Lin Yu led his parents and Bai Jingjing aboard the aircraft. Once they were settled, the hatch closed. With a whoosh, the gilded fighter jet shot forward at incredible speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. High in the sky, Lin Yu's parents watched as Jiangling City grew distant, a tinge of reluctance in their hearts. It was the place they had lived for most of their lives. Mom, Dad, a new life is waiting for us. Lin Yu sat beside his mother smiling. When we get to Kunlun City, they'll bring my girlfriend home for you to meet. Upon hearing that they would soon meet their future daughter-in-law, the parents' reluctance vanished without a trace. They wished they could arrive in Kunlun City immediately. Be careful. Many are following us. After a short while, Bai Jingjing slowly opened her eyes and warned. Hearing this, Lin Yu checked the radar. He detected no aircraft or mechas in the vicinity. However, since Bai Jingjing had spoken, it was certainly true. Bai Jingjing would not deceive him. It seemed their pursuers possessed means to evade radar detection. Can you pinpoint their location? Lin Yu asked Bai Jingjing. I can, Bai Jingjing nodded slightly. Good, Lin Yu said calmly. As long as they don't make a move, we will hold our position. Should they attack him, Lin Yu would annihilate them with overwhelming force. Subsequently, Lin Yu commanded the gilded fighter jet to accelerate to its maximum speed. In an instant, the aircraft streaked across the sky like a meteor. It seems the journey ahead will not be smooth. I sense the presence of evil spirits, and they have already taken over mechas, transforming into evil spirit mechas. After another minute passed by, Jingjing's expression grew grim again. That evil spirit mecha is likely after your divine-grade mecha, intending to seize it. A mere evil spirit is nothing to worry about. I have my ways of dealing with it. Lin Yu was unconcerned. He had mastered the primordial chaos visualization method. Furthermore, he had also mastered the soul-refining art. To him, this evil spirit was merely the first source of nourishment to enhance his power. However, his parents were on the aircraft. If a battle erupted, even a slight lapse in attention could place his parents in danger, which would be troublesome. There was still a long distance to Kunlun City. Who? Lin Yu took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself for everything. Jingjing, if a fight breaks out, I entrust my parents to you. Lin Yu said seriously. You must protect them with all your might. This was the first time Lin Yu had given such a formal command to Bai Jingjing. In the past, if any human had dared to command her like this, Bai Jingjing would have devoured them long ago. However, this command came from Lin Yu, and she was willing to obey it. Boom. A powerful beam of light swiftly shot towards the gilded warplane where Lin Yu was located. Fortunately, the gilded warplane had strong maneuverability and easily evaded this attack. The beam ultimately struck a mountain peak, erupting with a thunderous roar. After a few seconds, it became clear that the entire mountain peak had been flattened. It was evident how terrifying the power of that beam was. Immediately after, an Imperial-grade mech appeared behind it. This Imperial-grade mech also had a pair of mech wings indicating its proficiency in aerial combat. No wonder its speed was so astonishing. Database search completed. Name Tangshan, Star Mech Master affiliated with the Tianlang Group. Good heavens, to think that it's a Star Mech Master. They truly hold me in high regard. Lin Yu snorted coldly. This Imperial-grade mech was at level 120, and it was evident that the pilot of this mech was indeed a Star Mech Master. In this world, legendary Mech Masters are the most formidable existence. Following closely are the Star Mech Masters. Fortunately, this gilded warplane is equipped with a database. The famous Mech Masters in this world are all recorded within. After all, everyone's mech is unique, allowing identification of the pilot by its appearance. Tianlang Group. Lin Yu was aware. This Tianlang Group specializes in research, such as artificial mechs. It can be said that in the realm of artificial mechs, the Tianlang Group is the best in the world. Even an ordinary person can pilot an artificial mech. However, artificial mechs have limited power and cannot be upgraded. Of course, this is just the surface. The Tianlang Group secretly conducts genetic research. Now that the Tianlang Group has dispatched a Star Mech Master, it certainly aims to capture Lin Yu for study. After all, everyone believes that Lin Yu possesses divine mech genes. If these genes can be extracted, perhaps more people can awaken divine mechs. If he were to be captured, Lin Yu could already guess his fate. It would certainly be worse than death. A struggle for survival would be impossible. Therefore, he must not be captured, nor can he be caught by other forces. The opponent's speed is quick. Have you made a decision? Bai Jingjing softly reminded. After all, that is a Star Mech Master. Although the gilded warplane is currently the top-tier warplane, it cannot compare in speed to a level 120 Imperial-grade mech, especially one adept in aerial combat. There is only one way now. Their target is me. Lin Yu quickly made up his mind. Jingjing, take my parents to Kunlun Mech University. Can we do that? Bai Jingjing expressed deep concern. Don't misunderstand, I only worry that if you die, I would die too. Don't worry, I have plenty of methods. Lin Yu smiled. As long as his parents safely reached Kunlun Mech University, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Alright, I won't allow you to die. Bai Jingjing nodded. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I won't be in any danger. Your son is quite capable. Lin Yu smiled at his parents. Then the cabin door opened. Lin Yu jumped straight out. Pangu Mech summon. After the Pangu Mech appeared, Lin Yu directly entered the Pangu Mech. The Pangu Mech had already mastered flight skills. It was now hovering in the air. Watching the Imperial-grade mech draw closer. Lin Yu, come back with me. As long as you cooperate with our research, we can meet all your demands. Soon Tangshan piloted her mech to a stop, gazing greedily at Lin Yu's divine mech. Tangshan, I've heard so much about you. I heard you started performing in brothels at 18. Who would have thought you later awakened an Imperial-grade mech? Lin Yu chuckled. He already knew some information about Tangshan. After all, the database of the gilded warplane was connected to Kunlun Mech University. At least it is a top university. Some information was still collected, especially about the more formidable mech masters. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Tangshan's face instantly filled with anger. That period was definitely a scar for her. After so long, she had long forgotten, but at this moment Lin Yu's words made her recall it. Lin Yu, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate. However, you are only at level 100 now. Even with a divine mech, you are still no match for me. Tangshan said with a cold smile. She swore that after capturing Lin Yu, she would definitely castrate him. Over the years, she had done this many times, and was already quite skilled. Then you truly underestimate divine mechs. Lin Yu chuckled. It seemed it was time for the other divine mechs to show their presence. Everyone else come out. Hiding serves no purpose. Lin Yu continued loudly. Although to the naked eye there were only him and Tangshan's mechs in sight, he had activated the mech's true eye skill. He could clearly see that there were many other mechs around. With Lin Yu's loud shouts, several mechs appeared one after another. Among them was also a Star Mech Master. Yanemo, I didn't expect you to come too. Tangshan said gravely, seeing another Imperial-grade Star Mech Master. After all, it's a divine mech. I Yen Mo naturally want to possess it. An eerie voice echoed. Yin-mo? Lin Yu had heard of this name. He is currently the most famous and powerful evil mech master in the world. Yin-mo has mastered the technique of possessing mechs. Previously, he was merely a king-level mech. Through continuous possession, he has now mastered an imperial-grade mech. There are other mechs around, likely from other forces. It seems the evil spirit mech doesn't plan to show itself. Is it waiting for the right moment? Lin Yu scanned the area, not seeing the evil spirit mech, and couldn't help but speculate. I didn't expect that once the news of the divine mech was exposed, organizations would want to capture me for research, and evil mech masters would want to possess my mech. Moreover, there are evil spirits lurking in the shadows. Luckily, I currently have enough power to resist. If it had been at the beginning. If the news of his divine mech had surfaced, he would have probably been dead long ago. The greatest threats now are these two-star mech masters Tang Shan and Yin-mo. Other mech masters are not to be feared. Fortunately, he left Jiangling City today. If he had left Jiangling City a few days later, he would likely be facing even more powerful mech masters. At that time, it would probably not have been so easy to deal with. It is better to take the initiative. Target locked. Heavenly Dao chains activated. Black hole devour activated. The Pangu mech erupted with brilliance. In the void, chains shot out in an instant. They tightly bound those mechs. Tang Shan and Yin-mo reacted very quickly, piloting their mechs to evade the restraint of the Heavenly Dao chains. Immediately after black holes appeared, those mechs bound by the Heavenly Dao chains were all devoured by the black holes being torn apart. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out. In just a few seconds, the entire sky was left with only Lin Yu, Tang Shan, and Yin-mo's three mechs. As expected of a divine mech, both the mech skills mastered and its power are truly terrifying. Yin-mo licked his lips, increasingly desiring to seize this divine mech. At the same time, the more he looked at the imperial-grade mech he currently controlled, the less he liked it. Tang Shan, shall we join forces? I want his divine mecha while you only want him. Yin-mo proposed. After all, Lin Yu was the only one who possessed the divine mecha. If he were to be suppressed, a battle between the two of them would be inevitable. It would be better to seek harmony and prosperity, each taking what they desired. There might be other powerhouses lurking in the shadows. We must be wary of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Yin-mo warned again. Tang Shan understood as well. All right, let's join forces. Tang Shan nodded in agreement. After all, their group had no means to seize the divine mecha. But as long as they brought Lin Yu back and extracted the divine mecha genes from his body through their technological research, they might be able to cultivate more mecha pilots with divine mechas. So the alliance begins. Two stellar mecha pilots joining hands. I am truly honored. Lin Yu chuckled. Enough talk, Lin Yu. They'll give you a chance. Surrender without a fight. Yin-mo sneered, his desire swelling to an extreme. The divine mecha had always been his lifelong dream. Such a divine mecha had never appeared in history before. But now in this era it had emerged. Upon learning this news, Yin-mo rushed over swiftly. Alternate space. In that instant, Tang Shan directly produced a treasure. It seemed to be a special type of supreme artifact. The moment it was activated, a strange radiance burst forth, instantly enveloping them all. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yu found himself within a peculiar alternate space. Though the space appeared vast, it was utterly devoid of an exit. Indeed, there were all kinds of treasures in this world. Tang Shan could produce such a supreme artifact to trap him. It seemed she was determined. However, for Lin Yu, this was a good thing. He could fight with full force here. Soon Tang Shan and Yin-mo also appeared within. I will suppress him first. Yin-mo acted swiftly, unwilling to waste any more time. He controlled his imperial mecha and attacked Lin Yu. At incredible speed. In an instant, he vanished from his spot, leaving only after images. With a thunderous crash, Yin-mo's mecha arrived before Lin Yu and threw a punch. The blow landed directly on the Pangu mecha. The immense force caused Lin Yu to feel a sharp pain. The Pangu mecha was knocked back over 10 meters. Even a stellar mecha pilot would struggle to withstand this punch, yet you, a 10-star mecha pilot, have blocked it. This divine mecha is truly extraordinary. Yin-mo licked his lips greedily. He was determined to possess this divine mecha. Heh, let me show you what a divine mecha truly is. Lin Yu snorted. Having just blocked Yin-mo's strike, he had further gauged Yin-mo's power. Though formidable, he was not invincible. There was still a chance. Next, Lin Yu began his counterattack. The Pangu mecha unleashed a flurry of skills in rapid succession. Lin Yu's entire state was akin to unleashing full firepower, an unrelenting barrage of output. Like a humanoid artillery platform with infinite ammunition. Boom, boom. Faced with such frenzied attacks, Yin-mo found himself somewhat pressed. This is impossible. How can his mecha skills be used so recklessly? How much spiritual energy does he have? Tang Shan was stunned at the sight. Such a wild use of mecha skills would consume a vast amount of spiritual energy. Any other mecha pilot would have likely exhausted their spiritual energy by now. Heaven and Earth slash. The heaven-opening axe was a divine artifact. Combined with the formidable mecha skill of Heaven and Earth slash, the unleashed power could only be described as terrifying. Yin Mo had just blocked a blow, and his Imperial Mecha had already suffered some damage. For a time, Yin Mo dared not meet Lin Yu's attacks heat. Both of them clearly realized the sheer terror of the divine mecha. Lin Yu's cultivation level was 2 major realms lower than theirs, and his mecha's grade was 20 levels inferior. Yet now it was Lin Yu's level 100 divine mecha that was suppressing them. Tang Shan, if we join forces, we can surely suppress him. Yin Mo urged. 2 stellar mecha pilots working together could certainly capture Lin Yu. Tang Shan understood that without Yin Mo's help, she alone could not easily suppress Lin Yu. With a thunderous roar the next second, Tang Shan controlled her mecha to equip a longbow. She drew the bowstring and aimed at Lin Yu's Pangu mecha. A sharp whistle split the air. In that moment, Lin Yu noticed the massive arrow hurtling toward him. He swiftly activated the mecha's teleportation. He vanished from his spot, creating distance. Damn, it has tracking capabilities. Lin Yu grumbled. Despite teleporting, he had clearly dodged the arrow, but the next second it adjusted its trajectory and shot toward him again. This arrow is called Never Miss, Tang Shan said with a confident smile. Seeing this, Lin Yu realized that since he couldn't evade, he had to withstand it. As the arrow closed in within seconds, Lin Yu quickly had the Pangu mecha raise the heaven-opening axe as a shield. With a thunderous impact, the arrow slammed into the axe. The immense force sent the entire Pangu mecha sliding backward, but he ultimately held his ground. The heaven-opening axe remained unscathed. To withstand the power of my arrow, that axe of yours must be a divine artifact, Tang Shan said coldly. Pity you're only a 10-star mecha pilot. If you were a stellar mecha pilot, even the 2 of us together might not be your match. Tang Shan and Yin Mo joined forces. With a rumble, their mechas positioned themselves, one in front and one behind, encircling Lin Yu. You're bullying the weak with numbers, Lin Yu said calmly. Since that's the case, I won't play along anymore. Did you think I only have 1 divine mecha? Let me tell you, I now have 4 such divine mechas. Summon Nuwa mecha. Summon 4 gods mecha. Summon Heavenly Emperor mecha. In an instant, the other 3 divine mechas appeared. At that moment, Tang Shan and Yin Mo were dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Blessing Heart activated all your mechas, enhanced by 30% for 10 minutes. Then a blessing light enveloped the 4 divine mechas, boosting their power by 30%. Their might was greatly amplified. Consuming 300,000 spiritual energy points, your Tian Emperor mecha, 4 divine mechas, and Nuwa mecha have entered automatic combat mode for a duration of 10 minutes. In an instant, it felt as though his body had been hollowed out, as 300,000 spiritual energy points vanished in a flash. At that moment, the Tian Emperor mecha, 4 divine mechas, and Nuwa mecha seemed to come alive, as if the deities themselves had descended. The aura emanating from the mechas was utterly terrifying. One could even vaguely perceive certain phenomena from which the terrifying presence of the deities could be discerned. Mecha God Body, you are actually the legendary Mecha God Body. Tang Shan was completely stunned. Yin Mo was equally dumbfounded. Even if you possess a Mecha God Body and 7 mechas, how can they all be divine-class mechas? Lin Yu laughed loudly. With a single command, his divine-class mechas began their assault. The Nuwa mecha was the first to deploy a spatial skill, isolating Tang Shan and Yin Mo's movements. A series of spatial divine blades erupted forth. Following that, the Tian Emperor mecha wielded the divine weapon, the Tian Emperor sword, striking with the force of a sword deity. The sword energy blazed brightly. The 4 divine mechas unleashed the Xuanwu's crushing weight. 2 colossal Xuanwu avatars charged directly towards Tang Shan and Yin Mo's mechas. Simultaneously, an endless realm of fire erupted with the terrifying Zhuke flames, rendering the entire space unbearably scorching, as if incinerating everything. Roar! A deafening tiger's roar echoed through the heavens and earth. The 4 divine mechas, equipped with a pair of divine tiger claws, lunged at the 2 prey. With the 3 divine-class mechas in automatic combat, it was far more ferocious than if Lin Yu were to fight personally. At this moment, this situation was completely beyond Tang Shan and Yin Mo's expectations. Lin Yu was simply too monstrous. Not only was he the legendary Mecha God Body, but the mechas he awakened were all divine class. If this were to leak out, who would believe it? Now, Tang Shan quickly braked this anomalous space. Yin Mo hurriedly shouted. At this moment, he just wanted to survive. Facing such a multitude of divine-class mechas attacking. If he didn't escape soon, it would surely lead to a dead end. I can't close it. This anomalous space won't have an exit for another hour. Tang Shan's expression was grave. Who could have predicted that things would develop this way? It's already too late to escape now. You shall be buried here. Lin Yu chuckled. This anomalous space was indeed a good place for burial. In the ensuing battle, Lin Yu simply watched from within the Pangu mecha, hardly needing to lift a finger. Although Tang Shan and Yin Mo wanted to capture the leader first, they had no chance to approach Lin Yu. With 3 divine-class mechas enhanced by the blessing of the heart, increasing their capabilities by 30%, what a concept this was. Although the divine-class mechas were all level 100, teaming up against 2 level 120 Imperial-class mechas was still a piece of cake. Boom. 2 minutes passed. Yin Mo's mecha was pierced through by the Tian Emperor's sword in a single blow. His mecha exploded on the spot. Yin Mo's body was instantly obliterated in the explosion. Watching Yin Mo's demise, Tang Shan immediately felt an overwhelming aura of death. Her heart filled with fear in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 3 divine-class mechas had surrounded her. This left Tang Shan engulfed in despair. And it was an endless despair. "I surrender, please spare my life." Tang Shan pleaded desperately. She didn't want to die yet. "It's too late," Lin Yu replied coldly. He was not a merciful person. The next moment he issued another command. The 3 divine-class mechas launched another furious assault. Ultimately, Tang Shan couldn't last even a minute before being shredded into pieces by the Nuwa mecha's spatial divine blades. She was completely dead. With my current strength, summoning all the mechas to deal with 2 stellar mecha masters is quite effortless. Lin Yu smiled slightly. As time gradually passed, the 10 minutes flew by. The 3 divine-class mechas ceased automatic combat. Following that, Lin Yu summoned them back into the mecha space within his body, patiently waiting. An hour had passed. As expected, an exit to leave this place appeared. Lin Yu controlled the Pangu mecha and swiftly dashed out, escaping from this anomalous space. Lin Yu landed steadily on the ground. The Pangu mecha was also summoned back. He found himself situated amidst towering mountains. At a glance, there were no signs of human presence, just towering trees. Occasionally, the roars of giant beasts echoed from afar. At that moment, Lin Yu knelt on the ground, appearing immensely pained. His complexion had turned somewhat pale. After a few seconds, an evil laughter resounded. A mecha radiating dense black energy thudded down before Lin Yu. "I didn't expect that as a 10-star mecha master you could kill 2 stellar mecha masters. It seems this divine-class mecha is indeed formidable." A voice that sent chills down one's spine emerged from the black energy-emitting mecha. Suddenly, a purple evil spirit burst forth from the mecha. Lin Yu could sense that this purple evil spirit was far more powerful than any he had encountered before. In an instant, the purple evil spirit surged into Lin Yu's body, attempting to seize control of his divine-class mecha. At this moment, Lin Yu smirked. Everything that had just occurred was a performance orchestrated by him, intended to lure out this evil spirit. Indeed, the evil spirit, seeing its chance, believed it had a great opportunity to seize control of the divine-class mecha. However, it never thought that this was all part of Lin Yu's plan. As the purple evil spirit entered Lin Yu's body, it was instantly pulled into a peculiar space. Immediately, the purple evil spirit saw an enormous chaotic divine mill. In that moment, the purple evil spirit became somewhat terrified. "You actually mastered the visualization technique of the chaotic divine mill." This technique was specifically designed to counter evil spirits. Moreover, it saw the divine shadows of 4 supreme deities and trembled uncontrollably. "Mecha God Body, you are truly the Mecha God Body. And they're all divine-class mechas." The purple evil spirit panicked. Entering Lin Yu's body was essentially seeking its own demise. It attempted to flee. However, upon discovering that the chaotic divine mill was forcibly pulling it in, it found itself utterly powerless to resist. With the divine mill grinding again and again, the purple evil spirit was reduced to fragments. Divine refinement technique. Lin Yu cast the technique once more. As the divine refinement technique operated, the purple evil spirit was swiftly refined. In just a few seconds, it was completed. Refined the purple evil spirit, your spiritual energy points 5,000. The soul refining art combined with this chaos divine grinding visualization method is indeed overwhelmingly domineering, rendering this evil spirit utterly unable to resist. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile. After refining the evil spirit, Lin Yu felt a great sense of relief throughout his body. In particular, his spiritual power seemed to have experienced a direct and significant boost. However, it seems these evil spirits also have ranks. Lin Yu murmured again, "The evil spirits I saw before were all black, but this one is purple." From the system's prompt just now, this one is a purple evil spirit. It appears that the purple evil spirit is a tier above the black evil spirits I encountered earlier. At this moment, Lin Yu also realized that among the evil spirits there exist even more formidable entities. This time he was simply fortunate. Otherwise, the purple evil spirit would not have been so easy to deal with. Open the personal panel. As Lin Yu commanded, a system panel visible only to him appeared. Name Lin Yu race, human divine mech body activated mech pilot level 10, star mech pilot. Energy points 0, spiritual energy 654821 Mechs Pangu mech, level 100 Nuwa mech, level 104 divine beasts mech, level 100 heavenly emperor mech, level 100. My spiritual energy has reached 600,000. With dedicated cultivation, I should be able to reach the rank of stellar mech pilot in about 2 months. Lin Yu nodded deep in thought. Ding ling ling. At that moment, the communicator on his wrist emitted a sound. Lin Yu immediately answered it, and soon Bai Jingjing's voice rang out. Lin Yu, we have arrived at Kunlun Mech University. Hearing this news, Lin Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. I've finished things here as well, and will rush back immediately. After the call ended, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa mech. Fortunately, he still had enough spiritual energy within him. Using the Nuwa mech's space warping ability, Lin Yu rapidly traveled back toward Kunlun Mech University. As time passed, news about Lin Yu spread like wildfire across the entire world. The first person to awaken a divine mech, Lin Yu. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to successfully return to Kunlun Mech University. The moment he stepped onto the campus, he felt a sense of security and relaxation. Along the way, other students of Kunlun Mech University stared at Lin Yu with rapt attention. In their eyes, Lin Yu was destined to become the foremost mech pilot of the era. After all, this was a divine mech. He was the only one in the entire world. Being a student at the same school as Lin Yu was something they could boast about in the future. They would proudly proclaim, the first person of the divine mech is my schoolmate. Many female students gazed at Lin Yu with infatuation. For a time, Lin Yu became the most popular figure on campus. In response to the students' enthusiasm, Lin Yu merely smiled politely. Upon learning that his parents were at the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain, Lin Yu quickened his pace and headed upward. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the peak of the Divine Mountain. Stunned, seeing Lin Yu appear, both of his parents called out to him. They had never imagined that merely awakening a divine mech would cause so many people to covet their son's life and his mech. If he had been captured by the Sirius group and subjected to their research, the torment would surely have been unimaginably cruel. Mom, Dad, rest assured, I'm fine, Lin Yu said with a smile, turning around to show them. I don't have a single scratch on me. Your son has grown very strong. That's a relief. Li Wenjing finally felt at ease. It's good that you're unharmed. Lin Fangping also patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said softly, this time we must thank Jingjing, otherwise we wouldn't have made it safely to Kunlun Mech University. The Sirius group and other forces had tried to seize Lin Yu's parents as hostages. Everyone knew that Lin Yu was a filial child. If his parents were captured, Lin Yu would surely have been forced to comply. However, they had miscalculated, unaware that the Bai Jingjing by Lin Yu's side was a formidable divine beast. Jingjing, thank you. Lin Yu quickly turned to Bai Jingjing and expressed his gratitude. It was nothing, Bai Jingjing said, waving her hand dismissively. She still exuded an air of queenly authority. Lin Yu, what are your plans next? Principal Wei Liren approached and asked softly. Principal, I intend to cultivate diligently and grow stronger. Lin Yu said directly, being just a 10-star mech pilot is not enough. Only when I reach the rank of legendary mech pilot or higher will those people stop scheming against me. With absolute power, no conspiracy or trick can succeed. Focus on your cultivation. Kunlun Mech University will provide you with all the resources you need. If you need anything, just ask. Wei Liren nodded slightly, already considering Lin Yu as his potential successor. Lin Yu was also the hope of humanity. Only a few organizations, factions, or other mech pilots sought to study him or seize his divine mech. In truth, most of the world hoped Lin Yu would grow stronger, lead humanity, and vanquish the giant beasts. Principal, I originally planned to have my parents settle in Kunlun City, but given the current situation, it's not very safe there either. I want my parents to stay within Kunlun Mech University. Lin Yu requested. That's no problem. Wei Liren nodded and continued. In the coming days, those people won't act openly. Now anyone who dares to move against you will be opposing everyone. You are the only mech pilot in the world to awaken a divine mech. Now the power of the giant beasts is also increasing, especially those oceanic behemoths. The news of your divine mech awakening has given everyone a glimmer of hope. Perhaps you could become the first divine mech pilot in history. Wei Liren spoke at length. Principal, rest assured I will do my best. Lin Yu promised. He did not wish for humanity to face extinction in the coming crisis. There is one more thing. Wei Liren said seriously. Your news has not only reached all of humanity, but likely some of the giant beasts as well. Those giant beasts will certainly not stand idly by. At some point in the future, they will undoubtedly make a move. And that time may come sooner than you think, so you must enhance your strength more quickly. Especially the terrifying giant beasts, the kings among them, who possess extremely high intelligence. They surely do not wish for humanity to produce a divine mech pilot. If that happened, their goal of ruling the world and exterminating humanity would become far more difficult. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded solemnly. He hadn't considered the situation so comprehensively. It was somewhat lamentable. On one hand, he had to be wary of humans, and on the other, he had to guard against the giant beasts. Truly the road ahead is long and arduous. Lin Yu mocked himself. With the principal's assistance, Lin Yu arranged for his parents to stay at Kunlun Mecha University with remarkable ease and smoothness. After bidding farewell to the principal, Lin Yu led his parents to his floating island. There were more than enough rooms. When his elder sister returned, they could once again be together as a family. The only slight regret was that his younger sister Lin Jiaojiao was at Pyongyang Mecha University. Lin Yu's parents were quite satisfied with this new environment. Most importantly, they had Lin Yu by their side. Son, focus on your cultivation from now on, Lin Fangping said earnestly. Though not a mecha pilot himself, he understood the myriad challenges his son faced. Resolving these issues effortlessly would require sufficiently formidable power. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. After everything was arranged, Lin Yu immediately entered a state of cultivation. As he actively cultivated, the divine grade cultivation method accelerated his overall progress. Bai Jingjing lay beside Lin Yu and also began to cultivate. The Mecha God Body not only enhanced the mecha pilots nearby, but also helped divine beasts like Bai Jingjing improve faster and more effectively. As days passed, 10 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. A new day dawned. Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu returned successfully. Both had reached the rank of stellar mecha pilot, and their mecha levels had ascended to 110. Upon their emergence, they learned of the exposure of Lin Yu's divine-grade mecha. Deeply alarmed, they hurried back immediately. Fortunately, everything was safe and sound. Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. They were grateful that Lin Yu had not revealed the information about his Mecha God Body or that all his awakened mechas were divine-grade. Otherwise, certain forces, individuals, or even the kings among the colossal beasts would have become even more relentless, never sparing Lin Yu. Especially the colossal beasts. If they learned that Lin Yu possessed the Mecha God Body and that all his mechas were divine-grade, they would certainly not allow him to continue growing. They might even launch a fierce assault on Kunlun Mecha University, willing to pay any price to annihilate him regardless of the cost. Thus, regardless of the crisis, the urgent priority remained enhancing personal strength. Seeing Lin Yu cultivate diligently, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu did not disturb him. Lin Weiner was overjoyed to see her parents. It had been a long time since she had been with her family. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, felt a bit shy. She had never imagined that her first meeting with her future parents-in-law would unfold like this. She was completely unprepared without any gifts. Fortunately, she could sense that Lin Yu's parents held affection for her. More than 10 days passed. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also returned. Both had reached the rank of 10-star mecha pilot, elevating their mecha levels to 100. For a moment, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing were utterly astonished. They had never expected their son to be so fortunate in matters of the heart. Besides their daughter Lin Weiner, their son was surrounded by exceptionally beautiful young women, each possessing a unique temperament and distinct charms. Their only common trait was their breathtaking beauty. As the saying goes, bystanders see clearly. As parents, they could discern that both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling harbored feelings for Lin Yu. Nevertheless, they chose not to interfere in such matters. They would leave it to Lin Yu to handle. Their son was brilliant and gifted. He would surely manage such affairs on his own. Ding. Congratulations, your spiritual energy value has reached 70000. You have successfully become a stellar mecha pilot. At noon that day, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of even greater power welling up from the depths of his being. Fortune favors the persistent. Finally, I've reached stellar mecha pilot. Once my mecha level reaches 110, even if 10 stellar mecha pilots come at me, I can easily defeat them. They'll even stand a chance against a legendary mecha pilot. Lin Yu's heart surged with excitement. The secret realm, he decided in the next moment. Entering the secret realm would allow him to raise his mecha level, cultivate, and explore opportunities and fortunes within. Fortunately, his sister Lin Weiner had returned. With her looking after their parents, Lin Yu could focus on cultivation in the secret realm with peace of mind. If he could find treasures or opportunities that would enable his parents to become mecha pilots, that would be ideal. When will my 5th mecha awaken? Lin Yu inquired inwardly. Answer: when you reach stellar mecha pilot, your 5th mecha will awaken automatically. With the answer, Lin Yu gained clarity and slowly opened his eyes. He saw 4 stunning beauties before him: Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, Mo Shitting, and Yi Ling. As before, they were cultivating around him. The feeling and atmosphere were nostalgically familiar. Done cultivating, Xiao Yu stopped and smiled sweetly at Lin Yu. Let's take a walk, Lin Yu suggested. Sure, Xiao Yu nodded. They held hands and walked out of the house together. Outside, the scenery remained as beautiful as ever, with flowers blooming everywhere. They strolled through the blossoms, enveloped in a romantic atmosphere. Soon, without a word, they embraced tightly and shared a passionate kiss. It was as if all their unspoken words were conveyed in that one kiss. When it ended, Xiao Yu felt weak and nestled in Lin Yu's arms. They sat down together. Gazing at the view, Lin Yu said apologetically, "I've reached stellar mecha pilot and plan to cultivate in a secret realm. I wanted to spend more time with you, but my current situation leaves me with little leisure." Xiao Yu nodded slightly. "It's all right, I understand. We both need to cultivate diligently. Our efforts now are for a brighter future, so that they could be together for longer in the days to come. When do you plan to leave?" Xiao Yu asked further. "As soon as the secret realm scroll arrives," Lin Yu replied honestly. "I've contacted the principal who will send a level 110 secret realm scroll." Secret realm scrolls above level 100 were extremely rare throughout the world, and their value was beyond question. At Kunlun Mecha University, there were only 2 level 110 secret realm scrolls. If not for Lin Yu being a divine-grade mecha pilot and humanity's hope for the future, the university would never have entrusted such a rare scroll to him. A level 110 secret realm must be even more perilous. "You must be careful," Xiao Yu cautioned. Lin Yu smiled. Gazing at Xiao Yu's exquisite face, he suddenly pulled her into another passionate kiss. As the domineering kiss came to an end, a cough sounded from behind them. Lin Yu turned around to see it was none other than his homeroom teacher Jiang Wenlai. For a moment, Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. The scene, just now, had undoubtedly been witnessed by Jiang Wenlai. Jiang Wenlai felt a twinge of annoyance in his heart. He had only come to deliver the secret realm scroll, yet upon arrival, he was force-fed a mouthful of romantic spectacle. "Lin Yu, congratulations. You're already a stellar mech pilot. Thinking back to our first meeting, you were just a 4-star mech pilot." Jiang Wenlai sighed. In such a short time, Lin Yu had already reached the same cultivation realm as him, his homeroom teacher. It probably wouldn't be long before Lin Yu completely surpassed him. Jiang Wenlai was genuinely delighted. After all, Lin Yu was his student. A teacher naturally feels gratified when a student surpasses them. Moreover, Lin Yu had awakened a divine mech, which filled Jiang Wenlai with pride. His student had awakened a divine mech. This news, once spread, would surely fill others with envy. Even now at Kunlun Mech University, he often encountered other mech instructors who expressed admiration for having such a student. "All right," he said. "Hey, race the level 110 secret realm scroll. My task from the principal is done." With that, Jiang Wenlai quickly handed the scroll to Lin Yu with a smile. Lin Yu took the level 110 secret realm scroll and thanked Jiang Wenlai. "Teacher Jiang, thank you for your hard work. It's nothing. You must train hard." Jiang Wenlai patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and cautioned, "Remember, this is a level 110 secret realm scroll fraught with peril. Also, don't rely too heavily on the divine mech. Strive to improve your mech piloting skills. Unleash the true power of the divine mech to its fullest. And don't be arrogant thinking awakening a divine mech makes you invincible." As the homeroom teacher, Jiang Wenlai had a duty. So he spoke at length to Lin Yu, hoping he would achieve even greater heights. The road ahead was long, and Jiang Wenlai didn't want to see Lin Yu fall halfway. "Teacher Jiang, rest assured 100-fold. I understand everything." Lin Yu quickly nodded and promised, "I will strictly heed your teachings." "Good. When do you plan to enter the secret realm?" Jiang Wenlai asked. "He'll start shortly," Lin Yu replied. "You're quite the man of action," Jiang Wenlai nodded. "In that case, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave." Soon Jiang Wenlai departed from the floating island. At that moment, only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained amidst the flowers. I've got the level 110 secret realm scroll. It's time for me to set off." Lin Yu gazed at Xiao Yu with deep affection. "This trip into the secret realm might keep us apart for a while. Don't worry, I'll cultivate diligently and take good care of your parents. Just give it your all." Xiao Yu smiled warmly. "Remember, no matter what happens inside, prioritize your own life above all." Finally, they embraced. Then Lin Yu activated the level 110 secret realm scroll. Instantly, his entire body transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from Xiao Yu's arms. The secret realm scroll teleported Lin Yu into the realm. After he disappeared, Xiao Yu gazed into the distance and murmured to herself, "I must train even harder. I can't afford to lag behind." On the other side, Lin Yu heard the system's voice. "You have entered the level 110 secret realm." He opened his eyes again. The scenery before him had undergone a dramatic transformation. The sky was overcast with thunderclaps occasionally rumbling. The earth was desolate. With a sudden roar, a massive volcano in the distance spewed thick smoke and erupted. The air was filled with a nauseating stench. "So this is the level 110 secret realm. Truly extraordinary," Lin Yu muttered to himself. The next second, Lin Yu quickly summoned his mech. Once inside the Heavenly Emperor mech, he felt much better. In the secret realm, relying on a human body alone was quite uncomfortable, but within the mech, he no longer felt those discomforts. Moreover, having the mech provided an overwhelming sense of security. Lin Yu then piloted the Heavenly Emperor mech swiftly ascending into the air. The immense volcano erupted, spewing endless streams of crimson magma that flowed rapidly across the ground. The entire region was shrouded in thick smoke. The earth seemed to be eroded by the lava. No wonder this area was so desolate, not even a single giant beast in sight. Ascending to high altitude, he surveyed the surroundings with a single glance. Soon Lin Yu noticed a patch of green to the east. It stood in stark contrast to his current location. There must be many giant beasts over there. Having decided on a direction, Lin Yu piloted his mech eastward. It didn't take long. He soon left the volcanic eruption zone. Before him appeared a range of endless green mountains. It felt brimming with life. Suddenly a roar from a giant beast echoed. Lin Yu continued piloting the mech. Dozens of seconds later, a colossal beast came into view. Beast, twin-headed black-lined serpent. Level 110. The twin-headed black-lined serpent, 100 meters in length, its body covered in jet-black parallel lines. Twin heads, sharp fangs, and terrifying venom. The beast's information appeared instantly before Lin Yu's eyes. This level 110 beast is truly extraordinary. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Such a beast was undoubtedly a king among monsters. He had once read about the twin-headed black-lined serpent in a book. The larger and more numerous its black lines, the more terrifying its venom. The venom could corrode mechs and render them paralyzed. If a human encountered it, they would instantly dissolve into a pool of blood. Twin-headed black-lined serpent, you're the first beast I've met in this secret realm. Consider yourself unlucky. Lin Yu took another deep breath. This twin-headed black-lined serpent would become his mech experience points. Heavenly Emperor's sword summoned. Equipped successfully. With a series of thunderous roars, the two-headed black-scaled serpent behemoth also detected the celestial emperor mech hovering in the sky. In an instant, its eyes blazed with a ferocious, bloodthirsty gleam. Its deafening howls echoed through the air. The creature's body trembled, and in a flash a pair of enormous bone wings emerged from within, unfurling with a sinister grace. Then, flapping its skeletal wings, the two-headed black-scaled serpent launched itself into the air, charging straight toward the celestial emperor mech with terrifying speed. Lin Yu was taken aback. He hadn't expected this two-headed black-scaled serpent to possess such flight capabilities. After all, this was a level 110 secret realm. That this two-headed black-scaled serpent had mastered such means was hardly surprising upon reflection. Perfect timing. Lin Yu smirked, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. The celestial emperor's sword emitted an immaculate, piercing radiance. Man and machine as one. Machine and sword as one. In that moment, Lin Yu felt as though he had become the celestial emperor incarnate, wielding the celestial emperor sword to dominate all. He was the celestial emperor mech, and the celestial emperor mech was him. This state of control was what they called man-machine unity. Such mastery was the ultimate dream of every mech pilot. Only by truly achieving oneness between man and machine could one unleash greater power and unlock the mech's true potential. Cunning and ferocious, the two-headed black-scaled serpent sensed that the celestial emperor mech before it was no easy foe. In the next instant, the serpent conjured countless clones. In a flash, it seemed as though dozens of two-headed black-scaled serpents were converging from all directions to besiege him. These aren't clones, Lin Yu assessed. They're all illusions. Clones and illusions were different. Clones possessed a certain degree of power. Illusions, however, were mere shadows incapable of exerting any force, serving only to deceive the enemy. Mere illusions. Lin Yu smirked wryly. It was as if the crooked-mouthed Dragon King had possessed him. 10,000 swords launch. A torrent of enormous golden swords rained down upon the two-headed black-scaled serpent like a storm. The illusions were shattered with ease. With a thunderous boom, all the phantoms were obliterated almost simultaneously. Faced with such a dense and large-scale assault, the two-headed black-scaled serpent had no choice but to halt its advance, hovering midair as it activated its defensive measures. Lin Yu could clearly see that the serpent's entire body was now covered in layers of pitch-black scales radiating formidable defensive power. Not only did the two-headed black-scaled serpent possess flight, but its defensive capabilities were also astonishing. If this beast were to enter the outside world, many mech pilots would surely fall. 10,000 swords returned to one activated. Countless golden swords converged, merging into an even more terrifying colossal blade. Witnessing this, fear was unmistakable in the serpent's eyes. It immediately turned and fled. Trying to escape now? Too late. Lin Yu chuckled. His 10,000 swords returned to one had already locked onto it. With a thunderous boom, the sword struck. The two-headed black-scaled serpent was engulfed by the golden sword light and reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the colossal golden blade descended, cleaving a great mountain in two. The resulting explosion reverberated throughout the entire secret realm. You have slain the level 110 behemoth two-headed black-scaled serpent. Mech experience 11,000. A piece of two-headed black-scaled serpent scale has been dropped, which can be used to craft armor. The system's voice rang out. Before him lay a black scale about 10 meters long. He had never imagined that his first kill in this secret realm would yield a drop. Though just a single scale of little use to Lin Yu, it signaled good fortune. Perhaps better treasures would follow. Suddenly, a great commotion drew Lin Yu's attention. Gazing into the distance, he saw numerous behemoths fleeing in panic. They all seemed terrified. Lin Yu found this somewhat incredible. Most of the beasts he had encountered earlier showed no fear. Truly, the greater the intelligence, the better the judgment. And these beasts feared death just as much. The power Lin Yu had unleashed moments ago made it clear to those behemoths that they were no match for him. Time for the hunt. Lin Yu smiled. After stowing the scale into his storage ring, he piloted the Celestial Emperor Mech and charged forward. Level 110 Behemoth Bloodthirsty Ape locked on. Level 110 Behemoth Silver Moon Dire Wolf locked on. Level 110 Behemoth. In no time Lin Yu caught up with several behemoths and locked onto them almost simultaneously. Then the Celestial Emperor Mech activated its skills. With a thunderous roar, a barrage of devastating attacks rained down. Ding, you have slain the level 110 Behemoth Bloodthirsty Ape. Experience 11,000. Ding, you have slain the level 110 Behemoth Silver Moon Dire Wolf. Experience 11,000. Ding, you have slain the level 110 Behemoth Giant Rock Blood Bear. Experience 11,000. All the locked-on behemoths were instantly slain. The entire process was remarkably smooth and effortless. Such was the might of a divine mech. Though its level was lower than these beasts, the power it unleashed was something they simply could not withstand. What? Nothing dropped. Keep going. Lin Yu took a deep breath. The behemoths in the secret realm were scattered. Thus, he had to move quickly to maximize efficiency. In the time that followed, Lin Yu became a hunter, relentlessly seeking and slaying his prey. And that prey was, of course, the behemoths. With Lin Yu's continuous attacks, thunderous booms echoed from time to time. It seemed that his arrival had shattered the silence of this level 110 secret realm. Ding, congratulations. Your Celestial Emperor Mech has leveled up to level 101. Ding, the Jishinti ability has activated. Your other divine mechs have synchronized in level, all reaching level 101. After about an hour, the Celestial Emperor Mech successfully leveled up. The other mechs followed suit. With the level increase, Lin, you could clearly feel the Celestial Emperor Mech's power grow significantly. What a pity the behemoths here are so scattered. If I could find a herd in this secret realm, I'd level up much faster. Lin Yu sighed. With a chime, congratulations, the Emperor Mech has been upgraded to level 103, and the levels of all other mechs have been synchronized. Within this level 110 secret realm, the sun and moon also alternate. Day and night. The sun had already set, and the sky was rapidly darkening. Before Lin Yu lay the corpses of colossal beasts. Through a day of relentless beast slaying, his efforts had not been in vain. Since entering the secret realm, he had elevated his mech by 3 levels. He had been fortunate today discovering a large herd of beasts. Otherwise, such rapid progress would have been impossible. Then, Lin Yu, piloting his mech, quickly arrived at a suitable spot and began to rest. As the divine mech body continuously operated the divine level cultivation method, his spiritual energy value rapidly recovered. Before long, the sky darkened completely. The night in this secret realm was adorned with a brilliant tapestry of stars, an absolutely breathtaking sight. In the outside world, such a star-filled sky was nearly impossible to behold. What a pity. If only Yue were here, I would love to enjoy this beautiful scenery with her. Lin Yu sighed with emotion. Though he had only been away for a short while, he already missed Xiaoyu deeply. After eating something, Lin Yu began to rest inside the Emperor Mech. The night in the secret realm was utterly silent. Not even the roar of a single beast could be heard, nor any other sound. This was exceedingly strange. Generally speaking, beasts were most active during the night. But in this level 110 secret realm, previous knowledge seemed inapplicable. Thus, Lin Yu planned to spend his days leveling up his mech and his nights cultivating to enhance his own spiritual energy value. And so the night swiftly passed. As the second morning dawned in the secret realm, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and stretched languidly. Phew. After a night of cultivation, my spiritual energy has only increased by a little over 1,000 points. Lin Yu muttered to himself. At this rate of progress, it would take nearly 2 months to become a stellar mech pilot. However, Lin Yu was already quite satisfied with this. With his divine mech body, he would encounter no bottlenecks in cultivation and could break through with ease. To achieve the rank of stellar mech pilot in just 2 months, that was a feat only Lin Yu could accomplish in the entire world. Alright, let's continue slaying beasts. Lin Yu declared with confidence. A new day marked a new beginning. He piloted the Emperor Mech and charged forth once more. With a thunderous roar, every beast he encountered was swiftly slain by a single sword strike from the Emperor Mech. Time flew by. When Lin Yu looked up again, he saw the sun had reached its zenith. It must be noon already. Time truly flies. Lin Yu exclaimed. Ding discovered the Beast Valley. Suddenly the system's voice rang out, making Lin Yu's eyes light up. Indeed, not far ahead lay an enormous valley. Beast Valley, a special area once a mech pilot enters, an endless stream of beasts will emerge. This instantly filled Lin Yu with excitement. This was undoubtedly the perfect training ground he had been seeking. Taking a deep breath, then Lin Yu piloted the Emperor Mech into the Beast Valley. You have entered the Beast Valley. Immediately beams of light coalesced within the valley, and from these lights countless beasts surged forth. In the blink of an eye, 100 beasts stood before Lin Yu. Without hesitation, he launched his attack. With a thunderous roar facing 100 beasts, the most suitable tactic was to use the Mech's area effect skills. The Emperor Mech's most formidable area effect skill was the 10,000 swords simultaneous release. In the sky, gigantic golden swords materialized, each radiating an immensely terrifying aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The golden swords tore through space, producing sharp, whistling sounds as they effortlessly pierced through the beasts. One by one, the beasts collapsed to the ground lifeless before dissolving into fragments of light and vanishing. Within just a few minutes, all 100 level 110 beasts before him had been slain. Then the system's voice echoed once more. Ding, congratulations. Your Emperor Mech has reached level 104, and the levels of all other mechs have been successfully synchronized. The pace of leveling had clearly accelerated. If he had to search the entire secret realm for 100 beasts, it would undoubtedly take much longer. Soon another 100 level 110 beasts emerged from the valley. Bring it on. Lin Yu was brimming with fighting spirit. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was dusk once more. Ding, congratulations. Your Emperor Mech has successfully advanced to level 110. However, since your mech pilot rank has not reached Stellar Mech, the mech cannot continue to gain experience points. The levels of all your other mechs have been synchronized to level 110. All mechs have awakened new skills. With his mech reaching level 110, Lin Yu beamed with joy. He swiftly piloted the Emperor Mech out of the Beast Valley. As soon as Lin Yu left the valley's bounds, the remaining beasts that had not been slain dissolved into light and disappeared. With a loud bang, the entire Beast Valley vanished in an instant. It seemed the Beast Valley could only be used once. His ability to rapidly level up his mech within the Beast Valley was partly thanks to his abundant spiritual energy reserves. Any other mech pilot would likely have exhausted their spiritual energy after just a few rounds in the Beast Valley. Phew. In just 2 days I brought my mech to level 110. All in all, that's remarkably fast. I was lucky today too, Lin Yu mused. The new skill awakened by the Emperor Mech was even more formidable. Soon, Lin Yu continued to explore the secret realm in his Emperor Mech. The task of leveling up the mech was complete. Now he had 2 objectives. The first was to cultivate diligently and reach the rank of Stellar Mech pilot as soon as possible. The second was to seek out opportunities within the secret realm. Perhaps if he found a fortuitous encounter, he could ascend to even greater heights. Since he had come to this secret realm, it would be a wasted trip if he didn't find some treasures or opportunities. In the blink of an eye, unbeknownst to all, several dozen days had passed. Lin Yu spent each day within this mystical realm ceaselessly searching and exploring. Yet it seemed his fortune had run dry. Throughout these days, he had found absolutely nothing at all. Lin Yu could not help but shake his head in dismay. Truly, the serendipitous encounters within the secret realm were not so easily unearthed. It was all a matter of destiny. When destiny arrives, opportunities naturally reveal themselves. Indeed, one must not force these things. Lin Yu sighed in reflection. Open the personal panel. Lin Yu silently commanded once more. In the next instant, a system panel visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Name Lin Yu. Race human. Divine Mech Body activated. Mech Master rank Stellar Mech Master. Energy points 0. Spiritual power 67231. Mech's Pangu Mech, level 110 Nuwa Mech, level 110 4 Symbols Mech, level 110 Heavenly Emperor Mech, level 110. Just over 20,000 more points of spiritual power, and I will break through to the Stellar Mech. Lin Yu nodded slightly after a careful inspection. Since finding the secret realm's fortune was proving difficult in the short term, he decided to devote the remaining time wholeheartedly to cultivating his spiritual power. Having made his decision, Lin Yu first sought out a suitable location and then began to cultivate. As he actively engaged in training, the pace of his progress noticeably accelerated. And so it went. Over 20 days, nearly a month passed. Ding. Your spiritual power has successfully reached 70000. You have become a Stellar Mech Master, enabling your mech to advance to level 120. Because you have reached the Stellar Mech Master rank, the Divine Mech Body has automatically awakened your 5th mech. At this moment, a cascade of chimes echoed within Lin Yu's mind. For a time, he was immensely curious what rank would his 5th mech be. Driven by this curiosity, Lin Yu's consciousness delved directly into his personal mech space. Within that space, he gazed upon the 5th mech platform. Suddenly, a dazzling black light coalesced. A colossal mech entirely of dark purple hue materialized. Moreover, this mech was enveloped by swirling violet aura. It felt profoundly inscrutable. It was undoubtedly an immensely powerful mech. Fushi Mech. Rank Divine Mech. Level 110. A divine mech, another divine mech. Lin Yu was once again stirred with excitement. Now he possessed 5 divine mechs. It seems. The divine mech body can accommodate 7 mechs, and perhaps I will eventually possess 7 divine mechs. Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully. After his consciousness withdrew from the mech space, Lin Yu regained control of his eyes. He recalled the Heavenly Emperor mech. Summon Fushi Mech, he simultaneously summoned the Fushi Mech. Upon entering the interior of the Fushi Mech, Lin Yu instantly felt a different kind of overwhelming power. This is the power of the Fushi Mech. Another form of unparalleled strength. Lin Yu marveled. All the divine mechs he possessed were exceptionally powerful. With a thunderous rumble, Lin Yu piloting the Fushi Mech threw a punch. Effortlessly, he unleashed a shockwave. The shockwave struck the massive mountain before him, producing an incomparably deafening explosion. When the dust and smoke cleared, it was evident that the great mountain before him had been completely obliterated. Incredible. Although Lin Yu had anticipated it, every time he experienced a new mech, he was still filled with such astonishment and exhilaration. I recall that Fushi and Nuwa are brother and sister, Lin Yu murmured. He could sense a similar power emanating from both the Nuwa mech and this Fushi mech. Bang! Suddenly a clap of thunder resounded. In an instant, Lin Yu turned his gaze. In the distance ahead, dark clouds gathered in the sky and lightning roared. Then an immensely majestic hall descended from the heavens, landing directly on the ground. This sight left even Lin Yu momentarily stunned. This incomparable great hall fell from the sky. Soon after, Lin Yu regained his composure. This is a fortune descending from heaven. Having just become a stellar mech master and awakened the Fushi mech. And now this mysterious hall appears, it feels like my luck has returned. Next, Lin Yu piloted the Fushi mech and swiftly moved towards the hall. After the hall successfully landed, the dark clouds, lightning, and thunder in the sky dissipated instantly. In no time at all, Lin Yu arrived before the hall. The entire structure was colossal. Even the Fushi mech, a giant mech standing over 100 meters tall, seemed somewhat small in front of this hall. This hall is enormous. Lin Yu exclaimed, then couldn't help but ponder. Who could have built this hall? Clearly this hall was not a natural formation. After spending several minutes examining it, Lin Yu discovered that the entire hall had only one entrance. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Yu was somewhat surprised. The hall's door had a large hole in it, appearing to have been forcibly broken open. This meant that someone must have already broken into the hall before him. Perhaps the fortune within had already been taken. Why overthink it? Let's go in and see. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Perhaps the meat had been eaten, but there might still be some soup left for him. Having made his decision, Lin Yu piloted the Fushi mech through the hole in the hall's door and entered. After passing through the doorway, before him lay an incredibly wide corridor. He could also see many human skeletons. At the slightest vibration, these bones rapidly turned to ash. It seemed they had been dead for a very, very long time. Judging by the number of these skeletons, at least 1,000 mech masters perished here, Lin Yu said calmly. Moreover, these mech masters had died in this corridor immediately after entering the hall. Something must have happened here before. However, Lin Yu could not possibly guess what it was now. But the sight of these skeletons served as a stark warning to him. This hall was extremely perilous. He must proceed with caution. He continued forward. Fortunately, he was protected by his mech. Otherwise, Lin Yu alone would never dare to walk through this place. The mech gave Lin Yu an immense sense of security. Moreover, with 5 mechs at his disposal now, that sense of security was even more absolute. As he advanced deeper along the corridor, he saw more and more human skeletons. Of course, there were also the remains of giant beasts. A truly brutal battle must have erupted here before. This was a level 110 secret realm. The mech masters who could enter here were likely stellar mech masters, or even higher. It seemed these human skeletons were not from the current era. They were from the mech masters of a more ancient human civilization. Huff huff. The deeper they ventured, the more skeletal remains they encountered. As the Fushi mech moved, its vibrations caused these bones to crumble into ashes. After passing through this straight corridor, another peculiar door came into view. To delve further, one must pass through this special entrance. The door appeared completely intact, as if it bore no marks at all. Upon closer thought, it seemed this door could not be forced open by external means. Otherwise, it would have been blasted into a gaping hole, just like the hall's entrance. This door must have some kind of activation mechanism. Lin Yu muttered to himself as he began to observe intently. Soon he noticed that the door was adorned with many peculiar carvings. These carvings were so exquisitely detailed that they seemed almost alive. Depicted on them were the heavens, the earth, humans, and other bizarre races and colossal beasts. It appeared that in some bygone era, all beings coexisted in harmony. Until one day, everything changed. Every race sought to dominate the world. War erupted. Only humanity and the colossal beasts fought to the very end. To this day, the world remains divided between humans and these beasts. After viewing these images one by one, Lin Yu felt as though he had witnessed the history of entire epochs. It was profoundly awe-inspiring. Through these patterns, Lin Yu successfully discovered the method to open the door. He maneuvered the Fushi mech to press its palm against the door. Next, he channeled his own energy into the door. In an instant, the door seemed to sense Lin Yu's power and emitted a dazzling glow. Divine Mech. Requirements for entry met. A profound voice resonated. Before him, the door rumbled open automatically. The moment it opened, a powerful surge of energy burst forth. This wave swept through the entire corridor. Within just a few breaths, the passage was scoured completely clean. Not a single bone remained in sight. Not even a speck of ash was left. This hall is truly extraordinary. Lin Yu took a deep breath. As the door swung open, he guided the Fushi mech inside. Beyond the door lay a new corridor. Yet this passage was imbued with a sense of science fiction. Suddenly, a brilliant light dazzled his vision, obscuring what lay ahead. When the light faded, Lin Yu found himself unexpectedly in the midst of a cosmos. It was utterly unbelievable, leaving him dumbfounded. One moment he was inside that mysterious hall, the next he was in outer space. The vastness of the cosmos made even the mech seem minuscule, let alone a human who was infinitesimally small. No, this can't be the real universe. Lin Yu analyzed. After all, he was within a secret realm, and that mysterious hall. How could he have been transported to space in an instant? Thus, it could only mean that the cosmos he now occupied was a special space within the hall, merely fashioned to resemble the universe. And it was incredibly realistic. At first, Lin Yu thought he had truly entered space. But upon closer perception, the cosmos felt somewhat artificial. Some cosmic laws were not replicated. Hence, Lin Yu was certain this was not the real universe. Still, the technology to simulate the cosmos was undeniably profound. It seems this is a trial. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He needed to find the exit of this simulated cosmos, since it was a special space. Lin Yu quickly summoned the Nuwa mech. Then he entered and began to pilot it. Indeed, the more mechs one possessed, the more options one had. Fushi mech return. After entering the Nuwa mech, Lin Yu issued a command. In the next instant, the Fushi mech transformed into a beam of light and surged back into Lin Yu's body. It was directly recalled. The Nuwa mech excelled at spatial manipulation. This simulated cosmos was a space. To leave it meant leaping out of this spatial domain. And the Nuwa mech could accomplish this with ease. Spatial shuttle activated. Lin Yu quickly maneuvered. Instantly, the Nuwa mech entered a void tunnel, shuttling rapidly. This time it took a bit longer, but the effect was highly efficient. They successfully located the exit. Passing through the exit, the Nuwa mech arrived in a hall. The space within this hall was even more expansive. Is this a star map? Lin Yu opened his eyes and exclaimed in astonishment at the sight before him. Above the hall, there was a holographic projection. The projection displayed a star map. It marked various galaxies and other planets teeming with life. Among them was Blue Star. However, on this star map, Blue Star was enveloped in a shroud of light. This was peculiar. Other marked life-bearing planets had no such light barrier. Many things remained puzzling. This stirred deep curiosity within Lin Yu. Unexpectedly, a mech divine body. Suddenly, the profound, mysterious voice spoke. At that moment, a beam of light coalesced before Lin Yu. Soon, a young girl with a Lolita appearance materialized. Who are you? Lin Yu asked, looking at the little girl. Yet he was certain she was neither human nor a life form, as he could sense no trace of vitality from her. I am the artificial intelligence of this starship, the little girl said softly. Just call me Chinger. After speaking, Chinger flew around Lin Yu's Nuwa mech a few times, examining it with curiosity. Though an AI, this little girl displayed human emotions, her eyes brimming with wonder and admiration. She seemed less like an AI and more like a human. This technology was truly astounding. Hey, summon your other mechs and show me, the little girl asked curiously. I remember entering a hall, yet you call it a starship, eh? Lin Yu inquired with interest. The hall is merely a disguise for the starship. The little girl explained. A disguise? Lin Yu was astonished. It was incredibly realistic. Such technology once again expanded Lin Yu's horizons. Suddenly, he felt like a country bumpkin stepping into a grand city. Hey, I've explained all your questions. Can you summon the other mechas for me to see? The little girl Chinger looked at Lin Yu, pouting her small mouth. She looked furious, yet utterly adorable. All right then. Lin Yu gave a slight nod in response. For now, it seemed this little girl was not an enemy. In an instant, Lin Yu's awakened divine mechas were all summoned forth. The little girl Chinger stared at the array of divine mechas before her, her astonishment overwhelming. They're all divine mechas. This is simply unbelievable. Even my former master only had. Qing'er murmured to herself. After a few brief seconds, a gleam of light flashed in Qing'er's eyes, as if she had made a decision. What is your name? The little girl Qing'er asked. Lin Yu. Lin Yu replied. Lin Yu, very well. From this moment on, you are my new master. The little girl Qing'er nodded. What's going on? Lin Yu was stunned. An artificial intelligence had willingly claimed him as its master. He felt a strange sensation. I still don't quite understand. Lin Yu said slowly. Don't worry, I will tell you everything. Qing'er smiled gently. Then pointing at the interstellar map above, she said, as you can see on this star map, there are many other life-bearing planets in the universe, and humans exist on those planets as well. The master who created me came from this very star, Yin-Yang star. Instantly the projection above began to change. A planet appearing even larger than Blue Star came into Lin Yu's view. This is Yin-Yang star. In this universe, it is considered one of the largest planets. Qing'er said slowly. On Yin-Yang star, powerful mecha masters are as numerous as hairs on an ox. My former master was the strongest on Yin-Yang star, a top-tier powerhouse in the entire universe. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. So powerful, a top-tier expert of the universe. In that brief moment, Lin Yu felt his entire worldview undergoing earth-shattering changes. He had never imagined there was so much information about the universe beyond. What realm was your master at? Lin Yu quickly asked. A domain lord level mecha master, the little girl Qing'er said with some pride. Domain lord level. Lin Yu was taken aback. It seemed there was another hierarchy in the universe. Indeed, being a divine mecha master was not the end, but a new beginning. Since I'm in a good mood today, they'll give you a proper lesson. Qing'er laughed. With a light wave of her finger, a new projection appeared. The ranks of mecha masters from low to high: apprentice level, star level, stellar level, cosmic level, sacred ruins level, domain lord level, realm lord level, immortal level, true god level. On your blue star, from 1 star to 10 star mecha masters all are merely apprentice level. Your current strength doesn't count for much in the universe. Qing'er said softly. Blue star stellar mecha masters correspond to star level. Stellar mecha masters correspond to stellar level. Legendary mecha masters correspond to cosmic level. When a mecha master reaches cosmic level, they can roam among the universe and galaxies, exploring the cosmos mysteries. And Blue Star's highest, the divine mecha master, only corresponds to the sacred ruins level. Qing'er continued her explanation. A sacred ruins level mecha master is merely a mid-tier powerhouse in this universe. At that moment, Lin Yu gasped sharply. His worldview had been completely revolutionized. A divine mecha master was the absolute pinnacle on Blue Star. But in the universe, it was only considered mid-tier. For a time, it proved the saying, there is always a stronger person and a heaven beyond heaven. Your former master was a realm lord level. What kind of existence is that? Lin Yu asked in disbelief. A realm lord level mecha master is one who is essentially born only once in a universe. Qing'er said calmly. Upon reaching the realm lord level, one can even govern the entire universe. Of course, there is not just one universe. There are many others. The powerhouses of all universes strive to become true god level. That is true transformation, becoming a genuine deity. Becoming a god. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. However, he quickly calmed down. Your master was so powerful, how did they fall? Lin Yu asked again. Although Qing'er hadn't said it, Lin Yu guessed her master had died. Otherwise, she wouldn't have claimed him as her new master. Alas! Qing'er shook her head, a note of sorrow in her voice. My master was poisoned by the woman he loved most. He used all his remaining strength to escape and reach this ancestral star. Poisoned by the woman he loved. Lin Yu took a deep breath. By the way, the ancestral star you mentioned, is that Blue Star? The term ancestral star was another new concept for Lin Yu. Correct. Blue Star wasn't always called that. In ancient times, it was known as the ancestral star. Legend has it that this planet was personally created by a great deity after they established the first universe. Other great deities then created Mechas and the myriad races on this ancestral star. As the river of time flowed, the universe continued to expand, and other universes were born. Until now, very few know that Blue Star is the ancestral star. Qing'er gave a slight nod. The divine cultivation method you practice was personally created by a deity. The chaos mill observation art is also from a deity. However, the spirit refining art you practice was created by my master. Qing'er continued. At this moment, Lin Yu was shocked once again. After my master arrived on this ancestral star, he guided the humans of that era in their cultivation. But unfortunately, not long after my master fell. Following my master's command, I came to this secret realm to await a destined one. And now you are that destined one. You will be my new master. The little girl Qing'er pointed at Lin Yu, speaking with utmost seriousness. Since you have already obtained my master's spirit refining art, it proves your fate with my master was already sealed. I forgot to tell you my master was also a divine mech body. But my master wasn't as monstrous as you having all divine mechas. In the time that followed, Lin Yu learned a great deal from the little girl. Fortunately, Lin Yu felt his capacity to absorb information was quite strong, allowing him to quickly digest all this new knowledge. Lin Yu, everything I can tell you has already been said, the little girl Qing spoke softly. Although the information was extensive, Lin Yu quickly digested it. Very well, Qing said with satisfaction. I need a drop of your blood to establish the bond with the battleship. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu replied, all right. After all, this was beneficial for him, so he was naturally very willing. Moreover, Qing had already mentioned that this battleship was among the very best in the entire universe. The arm of the Nuwa mech lifted, its palm opened as a platform. Lin Yu then stepped out of the Nuwa mech, landing steadily in the palm of the mech. At this moment, the little girl Qing once again looked Lin Yu up and down. Not bad, not bad. You look quite handsome. Qing nodded, seemingly very pleased. She remembered her previous master had once said that handsome people usually had very good luck. Good luck indicated great fortune. Therefore, being around such a person was also an opportunity for her. Lin Yu took out a dagger and lightly slid it across his fingertip. A drop of fresh blood emerged from the wound, floating into the air. With a wave of Qing's finger, Lin Yu's blood surged into a metallic sphere. Boom. In an instant, everything around seemed to be activated. Light shone brightly, and the entire space immediately became more expansive. In just a few seconds, everything in the space had changed. The Grand Hall transformed back into the shape of the battleship. From now on, you are the new master of this battleship. Currently, we are in the battleship's cockpit. Qing smiled. She could finally leave this place. Where this necklace? A unique necklace appeared before Lin Yu. The beads on this necklace seemed to contain an entire universe. It looked exceptionally extraordinary. This is a spatial artifact that can hold all things, even a star can fit inside. The battleship is massive, and if you don't need it later, you can store it within this spatial artifact. Moreover, my main body is also within, so you must wear this necklace at all times. Qing stood before Lin Yu, speaking with utmost seriousness. Understood. Lin Yu nodded and immediately put on the necklace. As soon as he wore the necklace, Lin Yu felt a powerful force and aura emanating from it. It seemed as if a connection was established in an instant. All right, you are now considered my new master. Qing smiled slightly. The previous master left many inheritances for you, and I will take you to them. Under Qing's guidance, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the battleship's special treasury. Upon entering, a variety of treasures appeared before his eyes. For a moment, Lin Yu felt somewhat dazzled. This is a star stone. Qing lightly waved her finger, and a star stone floated in front of Lin Yu. Star stones contain rich energy, making them excellent for cultivation and enhancement for both humans and other races. Additionally, star stones are also recognized as a form of currency in the universe. The previous master left in a hurry and couldn't prepare much, so there are only 1 billion star stones here. 1 billion. Lin Yu was stunned. That's way too much. In front of the previous master, over 100 million star stones were merely pocket change. Qing shook her head. However, for you, this 1 billion star stones will be sufficient. All right, let's not talk about this for now. He'll continue introducing things to you. Qing continued. Lin Yu nodded, feeling very excited. With this 1 billion star stones, becoming a god-level mech master would be an easy feat. These star stones can also be converted into energy points through the system. Time passed little by little. The treasury was filled with so many valuable items. Qing only selected a few important ones to introduce to Lin Yu. After all, there was plenty of time in the future to learn about the other items. Lin Yu next is the truly most important part. Qing said with a serious expression. Lin Yu took a deep breath. As Qing entered a code, a hidden chamber within the treasury opened. Upon entering, they could see a stone tablet standing inside. The characters on the stone tablet emitted a golden light, each character radiating an extraordinary aura, making one feel as if an unparalleled mech master was right in front of them. The overwhelming pressure made Lin Yu sense a hint of death's aura. This is the final inheritance left by the previous master, as well as a cultivation method he personally created. Qing said calmly, this technique is named 7 Gods Unity. 7 Gods Unity. Lin Yu exclaimed, what level of cultivation technique is this? Beyond the god level. Qing said proudly. At this moment, Lin Yu was once again filled with shock. The previous master was truly extraordinary, wishing to become a true god of mechs, but unfortunately, he was betrayed by the woman he loved and trusted the most. Qing shook her head and sighed. Then she continued, Lin Yu isn't a god-level mech, incredibly powerful. Of course, Lin Yu replied. And this 7 Gods Unity allows 7 mechs to merge into one. If your 7 mechs are all god-level mechs, successfully executing the 7 gods' unity might allow you to surpass god-level mechs and become the most formidable mech in the countless universes. Surpassing god-level mechs. This is too incredible. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. This technique can only be cultivated after reaching the Holy Void level. Once you reach the Holy Void level, which is the highest level of god-level mech masters in Blue Star, you can awaken the 7th mech. Only by fully awakening all 7 mechs can you cultivate this. In other words, the 7 gods' unity was specifically created for the Mech God Body. Qing'er noticed Lin Yu's eagerness to cultivate and reminded him. I understand, then he'll start cultivating right now. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, can you promise me one thing? Qing'er requested. You say it. I'll do my best if I can. Lin Yu replied. I hope that after you gain enough strength in the future, you can help the previous master take revenge and kill that wicked woman. Lin Yu did not think twice and directly agreed. No problem. After all, he had received the inheritance from this realm lord, so he could be considered his master. As a disciple, seeking revenge for the master is only natural. Good, remember your words today. Qing'er nodded in response. Now let me take you to the training chamber. Your current cultivation level is far too low. You must reach the Saint Void level, the rank of a divine mech pilot, as soon as possible. With that, Qing'er continued. Under her guidance, Lin Yu soon arrived at a specialized training chamber. The entire chamber appeared profoundly mysterious, exuding an aura of secrecy and extraordinariness. Everything before him filled Lin Yu with immense astonishment. He increasingly felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. The most crucial components of this training chamber are the 3 divine arrays. Qing'er explained. One is the energy-gathering array, which can concentrate energy within a certain range, accelerating a mech pilot's cultivation speed. One is the mind-focusing array, which allows a mech pilot in training to devote themselves entirely to the cultivation state, enhancing the effectiveness of their practice. And the third is the conversion array, which can rapidly convert items like star stones, enabling a mech pilot to absorb and refine them more quickly. Because of these 3 divine arrays, this is considered a divine training chamber. Across the entire universe, only truly major powers can possess such a chamber. After hearing Qing'er's explanation, Lin Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath. He hadn't expected this training chamber to be so formidable. By the way, do not tell anyone about all this, especially after you venture into the cosmos. It must remain a secret, unless you have already acquired absolute power. Qing'er warned again gravely. The principle of possessing a jade in a chaotic world needed no further elaboration. Even a child would understand. Rest assured, I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Alright, I've basically told you everything you need to know. You can explore the rest on your own later. Qing'er smiled. So do you plan to cultivate now? Yes. Lin Yu replied. I am now only a few steps away from becoming a legendary mech pilot. Good. How many star stones do you need? I will have them transferred here. Qing'er inquired. This training chamber is sufficient to allow you to cultivate to the divine mech pilot level. Let's start with 100,000 star stones. Lin Yu said after a moment of thought. With that, Qing'er snapped her fingers. In an instant, light coalesced beside them and a massive pile of star stones appeared before them. Each stone contained a rich, dense energy. System, how many energy points can 1 star stone convert into? Lin Yu asked silently in his mind. Ding. Detection complete. 1 star stone yields 2 energy points. So few. Lin Yu found it slightly hard to accept, but 2 points would have to do. It was still faster than conventional cultivation. After all, he had 1 billion star stones, which should be enough to easily elevate him to a divine mech pilot or even higher realms. Convert all 100,000 star stones into energy points. Lin Yu immediately issued the command. Command received. Beginning conversion of 100,000 star stones. At that moment, the 100,000 star stones transformed into streams of light at an astonishing speed, surging directly into Lin Yu's body. Witnessing this, even Qing'er was stunned. What had just happened? The training chamber hadn't even been activated. Had Lin Yu already refined those 100,000 star stones? How was this possible? Qing'er was baffled. Her internal database searched frantically, but found no precedent similar to Lin Yu's situation. Conversion successful. Obtained 2,000 energy points. Huff. 200,000 energy points. Could that be enough to make me a divine mech pilot directly? Lin Yu was ecstatic. Use all the energy points to enhance my own spiritual energy points, he commanded again. Consuming 2,000 energy points. Ding. Your spiritual energy value is increasing. Spiritual energy value reached 8,000. Congratulations on becoming a legendary mech pilot. New Mecha awaken. All mechas can be upgraded. Ding. Your spiritual energy value has broken through to 9,000, reaching the divine mech pilot level. Successfully awaken the final mecha. Your mecha's level cap is now 140. As you have not completed the divine trial, your spiritual energy value cannot be increased further. Remaining energy will strengthen your entire body. Instantly, Lin Yu's body was enveloped in a flash of golden light. In that moment, he felt his physique become vastly more powerful. He felt that with his physical strength alone, he could now slay some low-level behemoths. When Lin Yu opened his eyes, he saw Qing'er standing very close to him. Her beautiful large eyes were fixed on him with curiosity. Lin Yu, how did you do it? Qing'er asked hastily as soon as she saw him open his eyes. In less than a minute, you've become a divine mech pilot. I don't know either. I just broke through. Lin Yu shook his head and replied calmly. He couldn't reveal the existence of his system just yet. Huff. Lin Yu, you are absolutely the most monstrously talented person I have ever seen. No one in the entire universe can match you. Seeing this, Qing'er didn't press further and instead showered him with praise, giving Lin Yu a very high appraisal. By the way, what is the divine trial? Lin Yu asked. When a mech pilot reaches the Saint Void level and wishes to advance further, they must pass the divine trial. Qing'er explained. It was established by the gods. Passing this trial is like shattering one's own shackles, allowing one to ascend to a higher level. Of course, the divine trial is extremely difficult and fraught with danger. The mortality rate is very high. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. It felt similar to enduring a tribulation. Success meant ascending to a higher realm. Failure meant death. However, with his mech god physique and numerous divine mechas, he should be able to pass the divine trial with ease. So how do I enter this divine trial? Lin Yu continued. That's simple. Once your mecha reaches level 140, the divine trial will appear automatically. Qing'er said. In the past, many mech pilots would keep their mecha level capped at 139, continuously enhancing all their abilities to increase their chances of passing. I understand. Lin Yu nodded. Now quickly summon your two newly awakened mechas. Qing'er said, her excitement palpable. If the newly awakened mechas were also divine grade, then Lin Yu would undoubtedly become the strongest being across all realms in the future. Lin Yu was equally excited and nervous. The training chamber was vast, spacious enough to accommodate numerous colossal mechas. Lin Yu promptly summoned the two newly awakened mechas. In an instant, two immense beams of divine light coalesced before Lin Yu. As the radiance dissipated, two gigantic mechas appeared in view. The mere sight of these two new mechas conveyed their extraordinary nature. Celestial Venerate Mech. Rank Divine Mech. Legend has it that the Celestial Venerate Mech was personally forged by the primordial Celestial Venerate. Though classified as a divine mech, its true power far exceeds. Hongjun Mech. Rank Divine Mech. This mecha is said to have been crafted by Hongjun, the master of the primordial Celestial Venerate. Upon beholding the information on these two mechas, Lin Yu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Primordial Celestial Venerate. Hongjun. These were unequivocally supreme deities. He had never imagined he could awaken these two divine mecha. Whether it was the Nuwa Mech, Pangu Mech, or now the Celestial Venerate Mech and Hongjun Mech, in essence they all surpass the realm of divine mecha. Lin Yu, you are truly monstrous, exclaimed the young girl Qing'er, gazing at Lin Yu in admiration. She was utterly captivated by the emergence of these two new mechas. In the past, while journeying through the cosmos with her previous master, she had witnessed many formidable mechas. Yet now those once mighty mechas seemed utterly feeble compared to Lin Yu's. There was simply no comparison. I suppose it's my fortune to have awakened such deity-level mechas. Lin Yu nodded slowly, letting out an involuntary sigh. For a moment, as he gazed upon the two mechas before him, he felt as though he was being scrutinized by two great deities. Subsequently, Lin Yu recalled both mechas. Qing'er, I plan to upgrade the mecha levels next. Are there any faster methods? Lin Yu turned to Qing'er and inquired. He was now a divine mech pilot. According to cosmic rankings, he was a Saint Ruins level mech pilot. At present, all his mechas were at level 110. He needed to raise them to level 140. This way, he could become the foremost mecha powerhouse on Blue Star and achieve absolute invincibility there. There are indeed a few good methods. Qing'er nodded and spoke. However, I suggest you cap your mecha levels at 139. But I possess the Mech God Body. Lin Yu felt it unnecessary to deliberately stall his mecha levels, confident he could easily pass the divine trial with his divine mecha. Precisely because you have the Mech God Body, you must be even more prepared. The trial for the Mech God Body is 100 times more arduous. Qing'er stated earnestly. Hearing this, Lin Yu was taken aback. This was a consideration he had never entertained. The previous master specifically investigated this. Back then, several Mech God Bodies appeared in the cosmos, but they all perished during the divine trial. Qing'er continued. So you must be thoroughly prepared, especially since you have ample time ahead. Understood. Lin Yu acquiesced. Heeding advice leads to success. Qing'er was undoubtedly more knowledgeable and experienced than he was. He was willing to follow her suggestions as they were for his own benefit. Next, Qing'er waved her finger. A void opened and she swiftly retrieved several special crystals from the treasure vault. These are Mecha experience crystals left by the previous master. Once used, they grant your mechas a 1,000-fold experience bonus, with each crystal lasting 10 minutes. Qing'er explained. 1,000-fold. Lin Yu gasped. That's incredible. With these experience-boosting crystals, he could rapidly elevate his mecha's levels. On other planets in the cosmos, such mecha experience crystals are abundant. It's only this ancestral star, now called Blue Star, that is sealed off, remaining utterly ignorant of cosmic affairs. Qing'er sighed softly. Blue Star is sealed. What does that mean? Lin Yu asked, puzzled. You saw that interstellar map earlier, didn't you? Yes, I did, Lin Yu nodded. Qing'er elaborated. On that interstellar map, the entire Blue Star was enveloped by a light barrier. It is this barrier that severs Blue Star's connection to the cosmos. Others in the cosmos cannot detect Blue Star, and those on Blue Star cannot receive any information from the cosmos. The previous master only arrived on Blue Star by sheer luck. Upon hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu learned a great deal, yet new questions arose. Why is Blue Star like this? He asked curiously. I'm not sure. The previous master investigated extensively, but couldn't determine the true reason. There are some conjectures, though. For instance, Blue Star being the ancestral star. The severance from the cosmos might be a measure to protect it from harm. The cosmic forces are complex and entangled with various star systems and planets ruled by powerful beings. Once they discover this ancestral star, they will surely send armies to conquer it. In worst cases, they would plunder its energy, leaving once living planets as dead stars. Qing'er sighed as if she had witnessed such scenes many times. Lin Yu took a deep breath. That would be disastrous. Lin Yu, your current strength is still too weak. If the light barrier around Blue Star vanishes one day, other cosmic forces will inevitably detect it. At that time, Blue Star could be subjugated, and its native inhabitants would become the lowest of slaves. Qing'er stated calmly. She said this because she had observed that Lin Yu had family and friends on Blue Star he wished to protect. She hoped he would grasp the looming crisis. If that day truly arrived and Lin Yu's strength was insufficient to resist, the outcome would be exactly as she described: subjugation and enslavement. I will not let that day come, Lin Yu declared with utmost seriousness. He asked again, Qing'er, what level of cultivation must I reach to protect the entire Blue Star? At the very least, the domain lord level. Qing'er answered swiftly. All right, I will train diligently from now on. Lin Yu responded. Come, I'll take you to a perfect leveling spot in this secret realm, Qing'er said with a smile. She firmly believed Lin Yu would become a domain lord in the future, or even higher. There was great hope he could become a true god. Continuing to follow Qing'er, before long, they left the warship's interior. Stepping outside, Lin Yu beheld the entire vessel before his eyes. This warship is so cool, Lin Yu exclaimed in awe. Of course, it's the top-tier mythic-grade warship in the universe. Qing'er chuckled. Mythic-grade warship. Lin Yu was taken aback, realizing that warships had their own rankings in the cosmos. Explaining would be troublesome. Just know that mythic grade is the highest level. Qing'er spoke slowly. The universe's knowledge vast beyond measure. To educate Lin Yu on every detail would undoubtedly take a long time. Understood, Lin Yu nodded. Next, store this warship into your spatial artifact. Qing'er prompted. Guided by Qing'er, Lin Yu's consciousness began to commune with the necklace he wore. In an instant, he could clearly sense the spatial artifact responding to him. Seconds later, the colossal warship before him transformed into a beam of light and entered the spatial artifact. With the warship stored away, an enormous pit appeared before his eyes, empty and hollow, as if something was missing. This spatial artifact is so miraculous. With just a thought, it can be used effortlessly. Lin Yu couldn't help but marvel. Of course, it's a divine artifact. Qing'er laughed. She then continued, summon your mecha. There's still some distance to the leveling grounds. All right, Lin Yu nodded. Summon Nuwa Mecha. The next second, the Nuwa Mecha materialized swiftly. Lin Yu directly entered its cockpit. Qing'er also appeared beside Lin Yu, sparking his curiosity. You can enter the Nuwa Mecha too. Of course, I'm the most advanced artificial intelligence in the universe. Qing'er nodded, speaking with immense pride. I can even help you pilot the mecha in combat. Back when I helped my previous master pilot a mecha, I dominated the battlefield. Though a Mech God Body could possess 7 mechas, there was only one pilot. Thus, simultaneous control was impossible. So Qing'er's previous master had her attempt to pilot one, and to their surprise it succeeded. Impressive. Lin Yu gave her a thumbs up, but I have the ability to make other mechas fight autonomously. Upon hearing this, Qing'er was utterly astonished. You're not joking, are you? Would joking get me candy? Lin Yu shrugged. My previous master also wanted to make mechas fight autonomously, but never succeeded. Of course, artificial mechas can be programmed for auto combat, But awakened mechas can't have programs installed. Yet you managed to make awakened mechas fight on their own. You truly are the most prodigious mecha genius in the universe. Qing'er gazed at Lin Yu with deep admiration. Being looked at with such reverence made Lin Yu slightly uncomfortable. Later I must witness this with my own eyes. Qing'er quickly added, "No problem." Lin Yu nodded. He had already planned to do so, with a leveling ground at hand. Working alone would be too slow. If all mechas were deployed to slay the giant beast's efficiency would skyrocket. The Nuwa mecha's space-shifting ability was incredibly convenient. They soon arrived at the leveling ground Qing'er had mentioned. At that moment before Lin Yu lay an immense platform, though weathered by wind and sun with cracks and erosion at the edges. It remained largely intact. Standing on this platform will summon endless waves of giant beasts, allowing you to quickly raise your mecha's level. This leveling ground can only be used once more. Once you leave the platform, it will dissipate. Qing'er reminded him, "First use the 1,000-fold experience crystals." Understood. Lin Yu nodded. You have used a 1,000-fold experience crystal effect, duration 10 minutes. You have used a 1,000-fold experience crystal effect, duration 10 minutes. In an instant, Lin Yu used all the 1,000-fold experience crystals Qing'er had given him. He had initially planned to save them, but as Qing'er had said, these crystals only worked on mechas below level 140. Once a mecha exceeded level 140, the crystals would lose their effect. Summon Pangu Mecha, summon 4 Divine Beasts Mecha, summon Fushi Mecha, summon Heavenly Emperor Mecha, summon Heavenly Lord Mecha, summon Hongjun Mecha. Then Lin Yu swiftly summoned the other 6 Divine Grade Mechas. In an instant, 7 Divine Grade Mechas stood in a row, their aura absolutely breathtaking. Whooshed. This feeling is incredible. Lin Yu thought to himself. From now on he could truly say, I have 7 Divine Grade Mechas like these. Consumed 6,000 spiritual energy points. Your 6 Divine Grade Mechas have entered autonomous combat mode, duration 10 minutes. Lin Yu's 6,000 spiritual energy points were instantly drained, leaving him feeling hollow. In that moment, the Divine Grade Mechas seemed to come alive. Under Lin Yu's command, the 6 Divine Grade Mechas leaped up one by one and landed on the platform. Rumble. As they touched down, countless giant beasts materialized in an instant. The 6 Divine Grade Mechas unleashed their full power, engaging in battle. The combat spectacle was dazzling. Unbelievable. Qing'er was dumbfounded. She had never imagined such a method existed. She couldn't fathom how Lin Yu had achieved it, not only making these Divine Grade Mechas fight autonomously, but also unleashing terrifying might in battle. They were in no way inferior to a pilot's direct control, and even surpassed it in raw power. If news of this spread across the universe, it would shake the entire cosmos. Your Pangu Mecha has slain a level 110 giant beast, gaining 110 experience points, 1,000-fold effect. Mecha level increased. As the Divine Grade Mechas continued their slaughter, the experience gained grew ever greater. The mechas leveled up quickly. Whenever one mecha advanced, the others instantly synchronized. In the face of the fierce battle, Lin Yu had no need to intervene. All he had to do was wait patiently. The system notifications echoed within Lin Yu's mind one after another. The pace of this upgrade left him utterly astounded. It was too swift, the kind of speed that would make anyone gasp in amazement. Ding. All your mechas have been upgraded to level 139. At that moment, Lin Yu swiftly recalled all the Divine Grade Mechas that were engaged in battle. If he allowed them to continue fighting, they would undoubtedly advance to level 140. Once a mecha reached that level, the trial of the gods would commence. Lin Yu heeded Qing'er's advice and kept the level capped at 139. This way he could still focus on improving his other deficiencies. After completing all preparations, it would not be too late to enter the trial of the gods. As the 6 Divine Grade Mechas were summoned back into the mecha space within Lin Yu's body, the colossal beasts on the platform instantly turned to ash and vanished without a trace. Then the entire platform, this training ground, dissolved into nothingness. Just as Qing'er had said, this training ground could only be used one last time. With the mechas upgraded to level 139, each Divine Grade Mecha had awakened numerous powerful new skills. So how was the speed of the upgrade? Qing'er asked with a smile. Indeed, it was incredibly fast. Not even 10 minutes passed. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, once you venture into the cosmos, do not reveal your Mech God Body unless absolutely necessary, Qing'er said with grave seriousness. With Lin Yu being such an extraordinary prodigy, the powerful beings of the universe would naturally not leave him unchecked. Thinking back, the previous owner met their downfall precisely because they exposed their identity as a Mech God Body. They were relentlessly hunted by numerous cosmic powerhouses, many of whom sought to seize the Mech God Body for themselves. Fortunately, the previous owner was blessed with great fortune and evaded danger time and again. Yet in the end, they were poisoned by the one they loved. I understand. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Rest assured I know how to handle such matters. That's good. So what are your plans next? Qing'er continued to ask. For now I won't be leveling up the mechas. My Mecha Master rank can only advance after completing the Trial of the Gods. I intend to leave this secret realm. Lin Yu laid out his current thoughts directly. Then he turned to Qing'er and inquired, so how should I enhance my strength afterward? It's simple. Qing'er smiled faintly. Start by strengthening your physical body. Strengthen my body. Lin Yu was taken aback. Indeed. Although the Mech God Body is extraordinary, allowing a Mecha Master to possess 7 mechas and an immense reserve of spiritual energy. In terms of physical strength it is quite ordinary, Qing'er explained slowly. Think back. The previous owner could slay a 100-level colossal beast with their bare physical power. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. You mean with human strength alone one could also kill colossal beasts? Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. He had once fantasized about such a feat, never imagining it might actually be possible. Of course. Qing'er laughed. The previous owner discovered an ancient body tempering technique in an exceedingly old secret realm. They claimed that this technique could elevate the human body to a saintly level. Lin Yu quickly pressed further. Do you know this body tempering technique? No, but the previous owner preserved it in the warship's body tempering chamber. Once you're outside, you can cultivate it there. Qing'er replied. All right, then he'll begin body tempering next. Lin Yu declared with sparkling eyes. In short, as long as he could continuously grow stronger. Lin Yu was more than willing and excited. Immediately, he pulled out the secret realm scroll. Leave this secret realm. The next second, the secret realm scroll burst forth with a radiant light, enveloping Lin Yu and the entire Nuwa mecha. With a whoosh, they were swiftly teleported away. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he had returned to the familiar floating island. The scroll in his hand dissolved into light and vanished. The floating island was still blanketed with vibrant flowers, as beautiful as ever. Lin Yu recalled his Nuwa mecha. He landed steadily on the ground. Qing'er floated beside him, gazing around curiously with immense excitement. Finally, out of that secret realm. This is the taste of freedom. Lin Yu quickly walked toward the residence. Before long, he spotted his parents busy at work in a clearing. They had actually cultivated fields, planting a variety of vegetables and fruits. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Lin Yu rushed over excitedly. In the fields, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing heard Lin Yu's voice and quickly stood up to look. When they saw him, tears streamed down Li Wenjing's face. It's good that you're back. As Lin Yu approached, Li Wenjing embraced him tightly. Son, you've been gone for 3 years. Your mother and I have worried every day. Lin Fangping spoke. However, seeing Lin Yu return safely now, they could finally rest easy as parents. 3 years. Lin Yu was stunned. He felt he had only spent a short time in the secret realm. Yet 3 years had passed in the outside world. I forgot to mention, time flows differently in that secret realm. Qing'er reminded him. At that moment, Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing also noticed Qing'er. Son, who is she? Li Wenjing asked with some confusion. Qing'er appeared to be a lively girl, yet she could float in midair. Could she be a ghost? Mom, she's an artificial intelligence named Qing'er, Lin Yu introduced. Oh, I see. Li Wenjing nodded, slightly relieved that she wasn't a ghost. By the way, are my sister and the others at home? Lin Yu quickly asked. 3 years had passed outside, and he wondered about their situation. Lin Yu felt a bit anxious. Your sister and Yue have also entered a secret realm to cultivate. Over the next 10+ minutes, Li Wenjing briefly recounted the events of the past 3 years to Lin Yu. This allowed Lin Yu to understand what had transpired. During this period, many evil forces had sent people to infiltrate Kunlun Mech University, attempting to kidnap Lin Yu's parents to threaten him. However, Kunlun Mech University was not so easy to breach. Thanks to its comprehensive protection, his parents had remained very safe here over the 3 years. Upon returning home, his mother Li Wenjing quickly prepared a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Lin Yu set out for the summit of the Kunlun Divine Mountain. It didn't take long for him to reach the peak with ease. Upon arrival, he saw the silhouette of Principal Wei Liren. Principal, it's been a while. Lin Yu greeted Wei Liren politely. Yes, 3 years. You have truly grown up. Wei Liren nodded slightly and continued. I can sense that your current strength is probably even greater than mine. Nothing escapes your notice, Principal. I am already a divine level mech pilot. Lin Yu nodded. There was no need to keep this a secret any longer. Excellent, excellent. You are the first mech pilot in history to awaken a divine level mech and the first to become a divine level mech pilot. This is truly the glory of our Kunlun Mech University. Wei Liren was overjoyed, and it had only been 3 years. Lin Yu's rate of growth was simply astonishing. Such a pace of improvement was something no one had ever imagined before. Lin Yu, should I announce this news? Wei Liren looked at Lin Yu, awaiting his opinion. Or should we keep it hidden for now? Principal, announce it. Lin Yu replied earnestly. Once the whole world knew he was already a divine-level mech pilot, those forces or individuals targeting him would surely dare not harbor any further intentions against him or his parents. Lin Yu could now say that he was invincible in this blue star world. Alright, he'll have someone announce it immediately, so the entire world knows that our Kunlun Mech University has produced a true divine-level mech pilot. Wei Liren was somewhat exhilarated. Since its founding, the ultimate goal of Kunlun Mech University had been to cultivate a divine-level mech pilot. Now in his tenure as principal, the school's objective had finally been achieved. He had lived up to the legacy of all previous principals of Kunlun Mech University. Lin Yu, I wish to pass the position of principal of Kunlun Mech University to you. Are you willing? Wei Liren continued. I am old. I plan to go into seclusion and focus on breakthroughs. Wei Liren was just one step away from becoming a divine-level mech pilot. Principal, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Lin Yu shook his head. Principal, the world is vast, and the universe is even more boundless. Later I will leave Blue Star to explore the cosmos. In this universe there are many planets like Blue Star. Next, Lin Yu recounted some of the things he had learned in the secret realm to Wei Liren. Of course, he withheld certain details, merely making Wei Liren understand that Blue Star would face threats from various cosmic forces. So once the light barrier around Blue Star disappears, major cosmic powers will set their sights on it. Once they do, they will surely come to occupy the entire planet, and we will become slaves. Wei Liren gasped. This was monumental news. It was the first time he had heard of it. However, since it came from Lin Yu, he believed it wholeheartedly. Exactly, Principal. I must become stronger. Then even if those major cosmic powers target Blue Star, as long as I am here, they will not be able to inflict any harm upon it. Lin Yu nodded in affirmation. I understand. But for now, how about you serve as acting principal? Wei Liren requested. That's no problem. Lin Yu agreed directly. That's wonderful. Wei Liren was delighted upon hearing Lin Yu's consent. By the way, Principal, I came to ask, over these 3 years which forces have tried to harm my parents? Lin Yu inquired. He intended to make them pay. In these 3 years, many have attempted to infiltrate Kunlun Mech University, but all were discovered and dealt with promptly. We eliminated many, and there have been no anomalies recently. However, we have no leads on 2 forces, the Sirius Group and an evil organization called the Evil God Temple. Seeing this, Wei Liren told him everything he knew. Currently, the Sirius Group and the Evil God Temple know you entered the secret realm, but they don't know you've already emerged. I suspect these 2 forces will send people to infiltrate Kunlun Mech University again, trying to take your parents hostage to threaten you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu immediately nodded. I understand. It seems these 2 forces no longer need to exist. Principal, let's hold off on announcing my news until I've dealt with the Sirius Group and the Evil God Temple. Lin Yu made up his mind. If he announced that he had become a divine-level mech pilot, now the Sirius Group would be easy to find, but the Evil God Temple might not be so easily located. With Blue Star facing an imminent crisis, an organization like the Evil God Temple had no place in this world. After bidding farewell to Wei Liren, Lin Yu arrived at an open space. Looking out, the entire scenery of Kunlun Mech University unfolded before his eyes. Qing'er, do you have a way to make my parents become mech pilots? Lin Yu asked softly. The next moment, Qing'er rushed out from the spatial artifact and floated beside Lin Yu. She nodded slightly. Yes, the spaceship holds many treasures. Among them is something that can enable ordinary people who cannot awaken a mech to successfully do so. Then bring it out quickly. Lin Yu became excited. Wait a moment. After about 10 seconds, 2 special fruits appeared in Qing'er's hands. These fruits are called the Yang Spirit Fruit and the Yin Spirit Fruit. They were picked by my previous master from the Yin Yang Spirit Tree and can change a person's aptitude. If your parents eat them, they should be able to awaken a mech. Qing'er explained slowly. Such treasures exist in the universe. Lin Yu marveled, feeling an ever-growing longing for the cosmos. Great, let's go back. Immediately, Lin Yu hurried toward his floating island. If his parents could truly awaken a mech, what level of mech would they awaken? It was both exciting and nerve-wracking. Upon returning to the floating island, Lin Yu quickly had his parents consume the Yin Yang Spirit Fruits. As his father Lin Fangping consumed the Yang Spirit Fruit, and his mother Li Wenjing consumed the Yin Spirit Fruit, both of them instantly felt an immense surge of power spreading throughout their bodies. This sensation was utterly beyond description. Soon a radiant glow emerged behind them. 2 colossal mecha silhouettes rapidly expanded. Lin Yu, your parents are truly fortunate to have awakened divine-grade mechas as well. Qing'er remarked as she witnessed the scene. Really? Lin Yu trembled with excitement. His parents had become mecha pilots with divine-grade mechas. Of course I never make mistakes. Qing'er nodded earnestly with absolute certainty. After another dozen seconds, the phantom mechas began to solidify. 2 towering divine-grade mechas, standing 100 meters tall, appeared before Lin Yu. His father's mecha bore a sun-like effect while his mother's mecha displayed a moon-like effect. The sun symbolized yang, and the moon symbolized yin. This yin and yang were interdependent and indispensable. Legend has it that only those with true great fortune can awaken the yang spirit mecha and moon spirit mecha. Qing'er continued. Lin Fangping and Li Wenjing were overwhelmed with emotion. They had never imagined they would one day become mecha pilots. Once becoming a mecha pilot had been their dream. Now their dream had come true and they had awakened divine-grade mechas. It was utterly unbelievable, as if it were all a dream. Everything had happened so suddenly. Mom, Dad, congratulations. Lin Yu offered his blessings. Now his parents would possess formidable power to protect themselves. Lin Yu felt more at ease. Son, what did you just give us to eat? Lin Fangping quickly asked. Initially, Lin Yu had claimed the yin-yang spirit fruits were just ordinary exotic fruits. Lin Fangping now realized they were far from ordinary. They were priceless treasures. They are indeed not ordinary fruits, but yin-yang spirit fruits capable of awakening your mechas. Lin Yu answered truthfully. Qing'er said you too are blessed with great fortune, which is why you awakened these divine-grade mechas. With the successful awakening, Lin Yu noticed his parents had grown noticeably younger, a pleasant surprise. Mom, Dad, your start may be late, but it's never too late. This is a divine-grade cultivation method. Lin Yu quickly imparted the divine-grade cultivation technique he practiced to his parents. Perhaps due to awakening divine-grade mechas, his parents swiftly mastered the divine-grade cultivation method. Next, Lin Yu had his parents enter the cultivation chamber of the mythical grade battleship, where training yielded twice the results with half the effort. This would accelerate their progress. I never expected this spatial artifact could house living beings. Lin Yu marveled. He had originally planned to store the battleship on the floating island, but Qing'er's guidance revealed otherwise. The spatial artifact could not only contain life, but even an entire living planet. In other words, Lin Yu's parents were now inside that spatial artifact. Thus, whenever they encountered cultivation issues, Lin Yu could offer immediate guidance. This is a spatial artifact, Qing'er said proudly. Next, we need to deal with the Sirius group and the evil god temple. Lin Yu continued. The Sirius group had once tried to capture him for research, and they had likely conducted such experiments before harming many. The evil god temple was an evil organization composed entirely of sinister mecha pilots. Regardless, Lin Yu was determined to eradicate them. Need my help? Qing'er floated before him, smiling. What help can you offer? Lin Yu shook his head. Who do you think I am? Qing'er pouted. I've long connected to this world's network and uncovered the Sirius group's secret research base and the evil god temple's headquarters. Hearing this, Lin Yu stared at Qing'er in astonishment. Impressive. As he spent more time with Qing'er, he almost forgot she was an artificial intelligence. In this world of networked communication, the Sirius group and evil god temple would inevitably use such methods to communicate. Thus, they couldn't escape Qing. Of course, I now control the entire Blue Star network, Qing'er declared proudly. This network security is too primitive. All right, first give me the coordinates of the Sirius group's secret research base. After speaking, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa Mecha. Once inside the Nuwa Mecha, he received the coordinates from Qing'er. With them, Lin Yu swiftly activated the Mecha's space-time travel to the location. During the journey, Qing'er silently breached the Sirius group's information security system. Suddenly, a wealth of information about the Sirius group appeared before Lin Yu, especially their secret research data. His expression turned grim. This Sirius group is utterly inhumane, Lin Yu sneered. They not only researched mecha pilots' genes, but also merged pilots with giant beasts, creating grotesque hybrids, and even experimented on children. Their villainy was despicable. Lin Yu's resolve to destroy the Sirius group hardened. Their research concept isn't flawed, but their methods are wrong. Qing'er shook her head softly. When my previous master was alive, he led humanity in genetic research, but he fell not long after. Hearing Qing'er's last words, Lin Yu was taken aback. His sister Lin Weiner was the successful subject of that genetic research. Thus, fate seemed to have its own design. Qing'er, do you know if some mechas can be upgraded? Lin Yu inquired. Of course, the genetic research project aimed to enable human mecha pilots to awaken higher-grade mechas. Qing'er nodded. Currently, a gene divine water has been developed in the universe, greatly increasing the success rate of awakening high-grade mechas. But while highly effective, it has severe side effects, drastically shortening one's lifespan. Thus, my previous master didn't adopt the gene divine water when aiding Blue Star's genetic research. Instead, he pursued a more stable gene upgrade technology, allowing mecha pilots' mechas to level up under certain conditions. If successful, even a mortal-grade mecha could ascend to divine grade. This technology remains unachieved anywhere in the universe. As she spoke, Qing'er couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Actually, this gene upgrade technology has already succeeded, Lin Yu said softly. Succeeded? Qing'er was startled as she had searched the entire Blue Star database and found nothing. That's right. My sister's mecha can elevate its rank, from an initial king-level mecha to now a saint-level mecha, and it's estimated to upgrade further to a god-level mecha. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Through the database, Qing'er naturally knew that Lin Yu had a sister. However, this library contained no records of Lin Weiner's mecha being capable of rank elevation. It seems there are still some wise people. Once information is recorded in the database, there remains a risk of leakage. Thus, it was never documented. That's wonderful. I'm so glad it succeeded, Qing'er exclaimed joyfully. Before long, the Nuwa mecha burst forth from the void. Gazing into the distance, before him lay a stretch of endless mountains utterly devoid of human presence. The secret research facility of the Sirius Group was hidden beneath this very region. Spanning hundreds of acres, the Sirius Group had constructed an entire subterranean world beneath this vast expanse of land. Let's begin. Finish this swiftly. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Target confirmed. Initiating spatial lockdown. The Nuwa mecha's abilities activated rapidly. An invisible spatial barrier instantly enveloped the entire underground research base of the Sirius Group. Lin Yu intended to annihilate this research base completely, initiating spatial annihilation. The next moment, tens of thousands of Lin Yu's spiritual energy points were consumed instantly. Everything within the spatial seal vanished into nothingness in mere seconds. All that remained was an immense abyssal crater. Not bad. Your level 139 god-level mecha possesses truly terrifying power. Qing'er nodded slightly, expressing her admiration at the sight before her. In just a few seconds, the entire underground research base had been completely eradicated, with remarkable efficiency. In this world of Blue Star, Lin Yu was utterly invincible. In the cosmos, if he unleashed his full power with his current strength, he could rank among the upper middle or lower upper tier of formidable warriors. Next, it's the evil god temple's turn, Lin Yu said calmly. Coordinates. Qing'er promptly reminded him of the evil god temple's headquarters. With the coordinates secured, Lin Yu once again commanded the Nuwa mecha to execute a spatial jump. Elsewhere, at the Sirius Group's headquarters, the entire conference room was in chaos. Everyone was utterly shocked and terrified. The secret research base had completely lost contact. Something catastrophic had undoubtedly occurred. At the center of the conference room, a projection appeared. They had dispatched their most advanced fighter jets to investigate. Upon arriving at the research center's coordinates, everyone was dumbfounded. This is impossible. Are you sure these are the coordinates? How could the entire underground research center be destroyed so silently in such a short time? Who did this? What do we do now? The underground research center housed all our research data. This time, everything is lost. Damn it. Who could have done this? These high-ranking members of the Sirius Group were all growing increasingly fearful. They all sensed that this was a direct assault on their Sirius Group. Suddenly, the projection went pitch black. The entire Sirius system began to crash. Then, the projection displayed several large characters. If you dare continue gene research, you will surely die. After roughly over an hour, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mecha to reach the evil god temple's headquarters. This location was even more desolate and remote. Below lay the evil god temple. From high above Lin, you could see many wicked mecha masters drinking and feasting, appearing utterly at ease. Lin Yu employed the same method he used to destroy the Sirius Group's research facility. As the spatial seal descended, some powerful mecha masters within the evil god temple immediately reacted. In an instant, the leader of the evil god temple urgently ordered everyone to summon their mechas and attack the spatial barrier with full force. But no matter how they struck, the spatial barrier remained unscathed, steadfast, and unyielding. For a moment, those wicked mecha masters all turned their gaze to the evil god temple's leader. I didn't expect the evil god temple's leader to be a legendary mecha master, Lin Yu remarked calmly. He merely took a shortcut. His potential ends here. Qing'er shook her head, and at that moment, the evil god temple's leader piloted his mecha into midair, scanning his surroundings, and shouted loudly, I am Ouyang Hong. May I ask who is attacking my evil god temple? Please show mercy. Our temple is willing to offer anything. Earlier, all the mecha masters of the evil god temple had joined forces, yet they could not destroy the spatial barrier. Ouyang Hong realized that their attacker was undoubtedly an even more formidable powerhouse. Escape was now impossible. The only option was to beg for mercy. If he could survive, even at the cost of the entire evil god temple's destruction, he would agree without hesitation. Soon the Nuwa mecha piloted by Lin Yu appeared outside the barrier. At the sight of this mysterious mecha, Ouyang Hong and all the wicked mecha masters of the evil god temple were astonished. They could feel their own mechas seemingly succumbing to a state of terror. Such a sensation was unprecedented. May I ask who you are, sir? Ouyang Hong hastily inquired. Haven't you been searching for me all along? And you wanted to capture me? Lin Yu chuckled. I am Lin Yu. That's impossible. Ouyang Hong was startled. Lin Yu's mecha doesn't look like this. Who said I only have one mecha? Lin Yu immediately summoned the Pangu mecha. The moment the Pangu mecha appeared, they were even more astounded. You possess two mechas, eh? Ouyang Hong was utterly stunned. This was absolutely unheard of. Lin Yu sneered coldly. He actually had 7 mechas. If he summoned them all, they would surely be terrified to death. I concede. I only ask that you spare my life. I am willing to pay any price. Ouyang Hong had lost all other hope. Now he could only plead for Lin Yu's mercy and forbearance. There was no other way. Then let your life be the price. Lin Yu declared indifferently. Spatial annihilation initiated. An overwhelmingly terrifying force instantly engulfed all the wicked mecha masters within the spatial seal. In an instant, they were utterly annihilated, dispersed from this world, as if they had never existed. The evil god temple structures below were also destroyed, razed to the ground. Finally settled, Lin Yu murmured, nodding slightly. I expect a period of calm ahead. Yet he knew that sinister organizations like the evil god temple would inevitably resurface. And entities like the Sirius group conducting heinous genetic experiments in secret. Still, Lin Yu chose not to dwell on it. What lies ahead would be dealt with in due time. As the saying goes, well, fight fire with fire and stem the tide with earth, he mused. Time to head back. Swiftly, he commanded the Nuwa mech and initiated a spatial warp. In no time, he had returned to Kunlun Mech University. After reporting to President Wei Liren, the latter made an official announcement. Lin Yu was appointed as the acting president of Kunlun Mech University. Simultaneously, it was declared that he had attained the rank of divine mech pilot. The revelation stunned not only the entire faculty and student body of Kunlun Mech University, but also every person across the globe. Even the formidable behemoths caught wind of the news. They had been poised to attack humanity, but now they dared not proceed with their assault plans. Lin Yu was the first mech pilot to awaken a divine mech and the first to become a divine mech pilot. He had become a worldwide sensation overnight. Those who had sought to capture Lin Yu or possess his body via divine mechs now dared not make a move. Sisters, I found a photo of Lin Yu. He's incredibly handsome, my absolute dream man. I'm in love. Is this the allure of a divine mech pilot? I want to have his babies. I've made up my mind. I'm applying to Kunlun Mech University. With a divine mech pilot, it's now the top mech university in the world. Online forums erupted with fervent discussions. In an astonishingly short time, Lin Yu had become the universal idol in the hearts of women worldwide. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had returned to his quarters. He lounged on the sofa, scrolling through the internet. Seeing his own face plastered everywhere, he couldn't help but shake his head. I might have to wear a mask whenever I step outside from now on. He would be recognized wherever he went. In truth, Lin Yu cherished a quiet, untethered life. Enough overthinking. Tomorrow I officially assumed the role of president of Kunlun Mech University. Even if it's only an acting position, the formalities must be observed. All the university's top brass will convene tomorrow, he muttered. After all, he was merely a young man in his early 20s. Becoming the president of a premier mech university at such a tender age was unprecedented. He rose and stepped outside. Once outside, Lin Yu focused his mind. The spatial artifact he wore blazed with light, and a colossal warship materialized before him. Boarding the vessel, he headed to the training chamber to check on his parents. They were immersed in cultivation, their progress impressively swift. In a short span, they had reached the level of 2-star mech pilots. For them, the priority was elevating their pilot rank. There was no rush to upgrade their mechs. Lin Yu could handle that later. It would be far more efficient. He refrained from disturbing their practice. Lin Yu soon arrived at the body forging chamber. Lin Yu, channel your spiritual energy into this wall. Qing'er instructed. All right. Lin Yu nodded, following her method, as he infused a set amount of spiritual energy. The entire wall radiated with light, revealing inscribed characters. This is the body forging method, visible only to those with a divine mech bodhis energy, Qing'er explained with a smile. This technique is profoundly profound. Lin Yu sensed its extraordinary depth at a single glance. But it seems to have no name, he noted with curiosity. Indeed it doesn't. You can name it yourself, Lin Yu. Qing'er encouraged. Since it can sanctify the flesh, I'll call it the sanctification body forging art. Lin Yu decided after a moment's thought. Sanctification body forging art, simple and evocative. Qing'er approved. And so, Lin Yu began to cultivate the art. 10 minutes later, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Divine Mech Body has mastered the sanctification body forging art. I've got it, Lin Yu quickly announced. Excellent. I'll activate the gravity field now. Qing'er nodded. Rumbling. Instantly, an immense gravitational force erupted. It crushed Lin Yu to the floor, the oppressive weight squeezing his body as if it might explode. He had trained under similar gravity at Kunlun Mech University, but that was within a mech protective shell. Now he endured this brutal force with nothing but his raw flesh. Are we starting at this intensity? Lin Yu gasped, struggling to move even an inch. Trust me, I've calculated it precisely. This is your current limit. Only by persisting and breaking through can you grow stronger, Qing'er explained calmly. Having once served a realm lord-level powerhouse, Qing'er possessed deep knowledge of cultivation. Hearing her words, Lin Yu understood. Divine Mech Body is now autonomously cultivating the sanctification body-forging art. As the art took effect, his spiritual energy drained rapidly, yet he could distinctly feel his body easing into a more tolerable state. The effect was remarkably pronounced. Persist, persist. Though agony racked him, only one word echoed in his mind: endurance. To grow stronger. To tear behemoths apart with his bare hands. Every ounce of pain was worth it. Time crept by. Qing'er watched him endure for so long, nodding in approval. I was right about him. With such unwavering will, his future achievements will be boundless. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Qing'er deactivated the gravity of the body-tempering chamber. The terrifying weight vanished instantly, leaving Lin Yu feeling immensely relieved, as if he had come back to life. It felt like being in the abyss of hell one moment, and arriving in blissful paradise the next. Lin Yu gasped for air, his entire body drenched in sweat. He looked utterly disheveled. Indeed, this was undoubtedly the most disheveled Lin Yu had ever been. How do you feel? Qing'er asked with a smile. Not bad, but it started too intensely. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. You threw such a difficult challenge at me from the start without giving me a heads up, so I could have prepared mentally. A heads up? Qing'er waved her hand and said earnestly, consider this a lesson today. Remember, your enemies won't warn you before they strike. What you need to do is be ready to react and respond at any moment. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded silently. You make a good point. But after 2 hours of body tempering, your physique has significantly improved, Qing'er said with a smile. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Yu stood up. The earlier pain had vanished, and his body felt comfortable again. I've indeed grown much stronger. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the changes in his body. He looked at Qing'er and asked curiously, with my current strength, could I kill a level 10 beast on my own? No, Qing'er answered decisively. Lin Yu, your path ahead is still long. I understand, Lin Yu replied. After resting for about another half hour, Lin Yu dove back into the body tempering training. This second session went much more smoothly and easily. Time passed bit by bit. Soon the next day arrived. At 9 in the morning, Qing'er reminded Lin Yu that it was time. Lin Yu ceased his training. He took a comfortable hot bath and changed into a new set of clothes. Standing before the mirror, I seem to have gotten even more handsome, Lin Yu murmured to himself. Of course, this body tempering method not only enhances your physique, but also improves your looks. Qing'er said with a smile, with your current appearance, you're considered a major heartthrob across the entire universe. If I'm this handsome, and only a major heartthrob in the universe. Lin Yu wondered curiously, what must the most handsome man in the universe look like? All right, today is the day you take office. Don't dwell on other things. Once you venture into the universe in the future, you'll see many things for yourself. Qing'er even styled Lin Yu's hair, giving his demeanor a subtle yet noticeable elevation. Unexpectedly, Qing'er was also a remarkably skilled stylist. After getting ready, Lin Yu walked out of the starship and quickly retracted it into his spatial artifact. Then Lin Yu headed towards the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain. On a plaza at the peak, all the top brass of Kunlun Mecha University had gathered early. I never expected that Lin Yu, in just a few short years at Kunlun Mecha University, has surpassed us all to become the first divine-level Mecha master. Indeed, every time I think about it, it feels too incredible. But from now on, our Kunlun Mecha University will truly be the #1 Mecha University. Everyone chatted among themselves. When they saw Lin Yu appear, they immediately stopped talking. As expected of a divine-level Mecha master, such an unparalleled aura. Many were inwardly amazed by the powerful aura Lin Yu exuded. Just from the aura he released, they seemed to sense his terrifying, overwhelming power, and realized they were like ants before him. Greetings, Principal Lin. Everyone respectfully addressed him. Although he was only the acting principal for now, they knew that Lin Yu would eventually become the true principal of Kunlun Mecha University. Everyone, from now on, I will temporarily manage Kunlun Mecha University. I hope you will all cooperate with my work, Lin Yu said calmly, looking at the various high-level officials. They were the core strength of Kunlun Mecha University. We will fully cooperate. The deans of several colleges took the lead in setting an example. The other deans of discipline and teachers also made their commitments one after another. Although Lin Yu was young, his strength was undeniable. The strong commanded respect, so they were naturally willing to cooperate with Lin Yu's work. To be honest, Lin Yu had initially worried that someone at Kunlun Mecha University would oppose his becoming principal given his youth. But it seemed he had been overthinking. He was quite satisfied with how smoothly things went. Principal, could you show us the prowess of a divine-level Mecha master? Several deans requested, and the others were equally eager. All right, Lin Yu nodded. Their request was reasonable. So Lin Yu decided to oblige. Summon Pangu Mecha. The next moment Lin Yu directly summoned his Pangu Mecha. With the appearance of this divine-level mecha master, everyone exclaimed in awe again. Is this the terror of a divine-level mecha? Even my mecha seems afraid. It seems the new principal is already invincible in this world. Everyone couldn't help but feel envious. After all, everyone's initial goal was to become a divine-level mecha master. But that goal and dream had yet to be realized for them. Some among them had initially wanted to spar with Lin Yu to experience the power of a divine-level mecha master. Now it was clear they didn't need to spar. They would surely suffer a crushing defeat, probably unable to withstand even a single blow. After a few minutes, Lin Yu recalled his Pangu Mecha. By the way, Principal, now that you're a divine-level mecha master, when will we launch an attack on the seabed beasts? Recently, the seabed beasts have been launching beast tides onto land from time to time. Especially 10 days ago, 2 coastal cities were overrun by the beasts. Soon a high-ranking official inquired. Others nodded in agreement. The seabed beasts were growing more powerful, and if not dealt with promptly, the consequences could be endless. There's no rush for now. I need to investigate first, and we'll make a decision as soon as possible, Lin Yu said calmly. Since Lin Yu had said so, the others dropped the matter. What followed were some routine handover procedures. Being a principal involved handling many affairs. After the meeting, Lin Yu entered the principal's office. Notably, Wei Liren had arranged for a busted female secretary for him. Principal Meng Qian, your new secretary. Please feel free to assign me any tasks, Meng Qian said with a smile to Lin Yu. Meng Qian was undeniably a stunningly beautiful woman exuding a captivating charm. Having such a beauty as his secretary made Lin Yu feel he could happily remain principal forever. Suddenly a phrase popped into Lin Yu's mind. When there's work, let the secretary handle it. When there's no work. He quickly snapped out of his wandering thoughts. Looking at Meng Qian, Lin Yu inquired, is there anything at the school that needs my attention? Yes, there are some documents requiring your signature. Meng Qian nodded. She tapped a few times on her tablet, and several electronic projections appeared before Lin Yu. The projections displayed numerous files. These documents need your signature, Meng Qian said softly. Her voice was sweet and soothing, inexplicably comforting. All right, let me take a look first. Lin Yu carefully examined the files. As the acting principal, he felt a duty to be conscientious. If he signed without scrutiny, that would be truly irresponsible. As Lin Yu focused on the documents, Meng Qian watched him intently. Both were deeply absorbed. Time slipped by as Lin Yu finished reviewing each file. The documents pertained to management policies for Kunlun Mecha University. Finding no issues, Lin Yu quickly affixed his signature. Done. Lin Yu smiled, feeling a knack for management. Secretary Meng. What's wrong? He noticed her staring, wondering if something was on his face. Startled, Meng Qian quickly composed herself. I'm fine, Principal. Have you finished signing? All done. Is there anything else to handle? Lin Yu nodded, eager to clear as much work as possible while he had time. No, that's all. Meng Qian shook her head. Lin Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Wasn't a principal supposed to be swamped with endless tasks every day? Now it was his turn, and all he did was sign a few names. Oh, well, having an easy time was a good thing too. All right, I'll head back. Let me know if anything comes up. Lin Yu stood up. Since there was nothing else to do, he might as well return to continue tempering his body and enhancing his strength. Got it, Meng Qian replied. After Lin Yu left, Meng Qian stood still, her heart racing, her pretty face flushing with a rosy hue. She was clearly smitten. It was only natural given Lin Yu's exceptional qualities. Returning to his floating island, Lin Yu immediately summoned the warship from his spatial artifact. Entering the warship's body tempering chamber, he resumed his training. With Qing'er's adjustments, he constantly pushed himself to his limits. This method allowed him to break through boundaries time and again unlocking his potential. Though the process was agonizing, persistence yielded immense rewards. Such dedication and effort bore visible results. Days passed, and Lin Yu spent nearly all his time in the training chamber. He felt almost redundant as acting principal. His secretary, the buxom Meng Qian, rarely contacted him, suggesting there was little to handle. Several more days went by. One noon, Qing'er halted the chamber's operations and said, Lin Yu, a girl named Yi Ling is here to see you. Hearing Yi Ling's name, Lin Yu rose from the floor. I'm coming. He rushed out. As the warship's hatch opened, Lin Yu soon spotted a graceful figure. After a long absence, Yi Ling had grown taller and become even more beautiful. Yi Ling, Lin Yu called out. Yi Ling hurried to him. Lin Yu, please save Mo Shitting. Don't panic. What happened? Lin Yu asked urgently. Mo Shitting's father was gravely injured in a secret realm. He's on the brink of death. Only the Holy Spirit Flower can save him. But it's only available from the Wang family in Kunlun City. The Wang family's young master Wang Dingtian demands Mo Shitting marry him in exchange for the flower. Yiling quickly explained everything. Mo Shitting was unwilling to marry Wang Dingtian, but with her father dying she had no choice but to agree. It was the only way to save her father. Mo Shitting had asked Yiling to keep it secret from Lin Yu. But Yiling couldn't bear to see Mo Shitting so heartbroken every day. She rushed back to Kunlun Mecha University to find Lin Yu. Mo Shitting is truly foolish, Lin Yu said angrily. And you should have come to me the moment you found out. Let's go to Kunlun City now. Instantly Lin Yu summoned his Nuwa Mecha. Yiling followed suit summoning her own. Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha using spatial teleportation to take Yiling along. He was determined to prevent Mo Shitting from marrying someone she didn't love. This was her lifelong happiness. Besides, Yiling had mentioned that Wang Dingtian was a playboy, not genuinely in love with Mo Shitting. Through spatial teleportation, Lin Yu reached Kunlun City in no time. Under Yiling's guidance, they arrived at Mo Shitting's home. Two colossal mechas descended abruptly, causing a stir among the Mo family. Such cool mechas. Which mecha masters have come to our home? That mecha looks like Yiling's, but I've never seen the other one before. Soon the Mo family's high-ranking members rushed over. Meanwhile, Lin Yu emerged from the Nuwa Mecha, landing steadily on the ground. Yiling followed, pointing to a pavilion ahead. That's Mo Shitting's room. Got it, Lin Yu nodded. Please guard the outside and keep others out. Understood, Yiling replied. Lin Yu quickly entered the pavilion before him. Arriving at a door, he knocked and called out, Mo Shitting, it's me, Lin Yu. Are you in there? After a long pause, Mo Shitting's voice finally sounded from within the room. Lin Yu, just go. Lin Yu could tell she was crying. It even stirred a pang of sympathy in Lin Yu's heart. In his urgency, he directly forced the door open, causing the entire doorframe to warp. His relentless training in the body tempering chamber over these days had indeed yielded results. As the door swung open, Lin Yu saw Mo Shitting curled up in a corner. Lin Yu quickly strode over and crouched beside her. There, stop crying. With me here, nothing will go wrong. He comforted her softly, and so he stayed quietly by her side. After a long while, Mo Shitting finally lifted her head, her eyes already red from weeping. She looked utterly haggard, causing Lin Yu's heart to ache. Lin Yu, thank you. But to save my father, I have no choice but to do this. Mo Shitting whispered. She knew all too well what kind of person Wang Dingtian was. Yet in the entire world, only the Wang family possessed the Holy Spirit flower. Seeing her like this, Lin Yu mustered his courage and pulled Mo Shitting into an embrace. In that instant, she was stunned, feeling only the warmth of his hug. If your father knew, he wouldn't want you to sacrifice your happiness. Lin Yu said softly. Trust me, I can save your father. I won't let you marry that Wang Dingtian. These words filled Mo Shitting with an overwhelming sense of security. Unconsciously, she drifted off to sleep. She must not have rested for days. Lin Yu gently lifted her, laid her on the bed, and tucked her in. He used a clean tissue to wipe away the tears on her face. After finishing, Lin Yu walked out of the pavilion. Outside, the senior members of the Mo family had already gathered. They had learned that the visitor was Lin Yu, the new principal of Kunlun Mecha University. A divine-level mecha pilot had graced their family with his presence. For the Mo family, this was an immense honor. As Lin Yu emerged, Lin Yu, this is Mo Shitting's mother. Yiling began to introduce. Mo Shitting's mother was named Su Liying. Mo Shitting's remarkable beauty was undoubtedly inherited from her mother. Auntie, please take me to see Uncle Mo. I have a way to save her, Lin Yu said to Su Liying with confidence. All right, follow me. Su Liying was overjoyed. Under her guidance, Lin Yu soon arrived at a room. Mo Shitting's father, Mo Tao, lay in bed, his face deathly pale and his breath faint, as if he could slip away at any moment. Not only severely injured, but also poisoned, Lin Yu murmured to himself. The situation was even worse than he had imagined. No wonder only the Holy Spirit flower could save him. The Holy Spirit flower was an exceedingly rare and precious spiritual herb brimming with life energy. Consuming it could even extend one's lifespan. It could heal any grave wound instantly and neutralize all poisons. What do you think? Is there a way? Su Liying inquired. She too did not wish for her daughter to marry Wang Dingtian. Now Lin Yu's arrival had ignited a glimmer of hope within her. But if even Lin Yu could not save him? Don't worry, Lin Yu said, nodding earnestly. Immediately, Lin Yu quickly communicated with Qing'er. Does the battleship have any spiritual medicine with effects similar to the Holy Spirit flower? Of course it does, Qing'er laughed. I've already activated the battleship. It should arrive any moment now. After waiting a few minutes, a colossal battleship materialized in the sky above Kunlun City. For an instant, the entire city was stunned. The sheer scale of the vessel was overwhelming. Almost everyone who looked up could see the battleship hanging in the air. Such a gargantuan craft was clearly not a product of this world. The battleship hovered over the Mo residence. With Qing'er's assistance, a small jade bottle soon appeared in Lin Yu's hand. The jade bottle was filled with a special liquid. This liquid is refined from a variety of rare herbs. It can cure 100 poisons. One dose will have him bouncing back in no time. Qing'er's voice rang out. Seeing this, Lin Yu handed the jade bottle to Su, lying, "Auntie, please administer this medicinal liquid to Uncle. After he takes it, he'll be fine." Su lying nodded happily. With her help, Mo Tao quickly consumed the liquid. Just as Qing'er had said, the moment he took it, his complexion returned to normal, his breathing steadied, and even his expression relaxed. The strange toxin within his body was completely purged. The wounds on his body healed rapidly within a mere 10 or so seconds. Thus, Mo Shitting's father had truly made a trip back from the gates of hell. This is nothing short of a divine medicine. Lin Yu marveled inwardly. The potency was incredibly evident. But of course, Qing'er's voice chimed in that liquid was equivalent to a resurrection pill. It's extremely rare, even across the cosmos. You couldn't buy a single dose of it if you sold the entire blue star. So precious. Lin Yu was astonished. Mo Tao was incredibly fortunate to have such a valuable liquid used on him. Though costly, Lin Yu felt it was worthwhile. At the very least, Mo Shitting wouldn't have to marry someone she didn't love. Auntie Uncle will probably take a while to wake up, Lin Yu said. He'll go check on Shitting first. Thank you. Su lying bowed to Lin Yu in gratitude. This time, Lin Yu was undoubtedly the Mo family's greatest benefactor. A debt of gratitude so profound it could never be repaid. If possible, she would be willing to betroth her daughter to him. You're welcome. Lin Yu waved his hand. After leaving the room, he stored the battleship above into his spatial artifact. He figured this would generate a flurry of news about him online, especially with him piloting the Nuwa Mecha to land at the Mo residence. Some might have already guessed that he possessed multiple mechas. Fortunately, he now commanded absolute power. Even if news of his divine mecha physique were to leak, it would no longer matter. Returning to the outside of the pavilion, Yi Ling hurried to Lin Yu's side and asked anxiously, "How is Uncle Mo?" "Don't worry, he's fine now," Lin Yu nodded. "Let's go see Shitting." With that, he recalled the Nuwa Mecha. Breaking news. According to reliable sources, Lin Yu from Kunlun Mecha University possesses 2 divine-level mechas. This is utterly unbelievable. Indeed, this is heaven-defying. Not only is he a divine-level mecha pilot, but he also has 2 divine-level mechas. How is this possible? Isn't it said that a mecha pilot can only awaken 1 mecha in a lifetime? I found it. Rumor has it there's a mysterious constitution called the Mech God Physique. This Mech God Physique allows a pilot to possess 7 mechas. In other words, Lin, you can summon 7 mechas. Could it be that he has 7 divine-level mechas? Very likely. Discussions were raging across all major online platforms. Among them were many capable individuals who managed to uncover a great deal of information. The details about the Mech God Physique spread to almost everyone in a very short time. Everyone found the matter of the Mech God Physique utterly astonishing. They were also filled with envy. Why does he get to be the Mech God Physique? I wish I could become the Mech God Physique too. I want to have 7 mechas like that. Why is the gap between people so huge? Can't compare. Inside the attic room, Yiling looked at the online information and nodded with a sigh. Well, now you're even more famous. Now every headline was about Lin Yu. It had exploded to an extreme peak. So what if it's exposed? Lin Yu nodded slowly. Anyway, my strength is sufficient now. Anyone who dares to make a move on me will surely pay the price. True, you've already become an existence we can only look up to. Yiling took a deep breath and said slowly. The gap between them and Lin Yu was now growing wider and wider. She suspected catching up would not be easy. My battleship has an independent cultivation chamber. You can train there from now on, or it will help you improve faster, Lin Yu said with a smile. To be honest, Lin Yu hoped that both Mo Shitting and Yi Ling would become strong. All right, I won't stand on ceremony. Yi Ling nodded. After waiting for several hours, Mo Shitting finally slowly awoke. Sleeping for a few hours had helped her recover considerably. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Lin Yu's face, and for a moment she thought she was hallucinating. But she soon became fully awake. Recalling how Lin Yu had held her in his arms, she had loved that feeling and had drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Shitting, you're finally awake. Don't worry, your father has been treated. Seeing Mo Shitting awake, Lin Yu said softly. When Mo Shitting heard that her father was fine, she was overjoyed. Looking at Lin Yu, she said, "Thank you. Don't mention it." Lin Yu shook his head. But from now on, if you encounter any problems you can't solve yourself, you must come to me. They'll help you understand. There was a hint of command in Lin Yu's tone. It made Mo Shitting sense his domineering side. But this only made her like him even more. I know, Mo Shitting replied softly. Good that you know. Lin Yu nodded. Here, have some water first. Lin Yu handed her a glass of warm water. She had cried for so long and shed so many tears that it was time to replenish her fluids. Lin Yu Mingqian from Kunlun Mecha University is sending an emergency communication. At that moment, Qing'er's voice reached Lin Yu's ears. An emergency communication was typically only used when something major happened. Put it through, Lin Yu nodded. Understood. Qing'er replied. The next second, the communication connected. Soon Ming Qian's voice came through. Principal, an emergency has been discovered. You need to return immediately. All right, I'm on my way back, Lin Yu responded. After the communication ended, Lin Yu looked at Mo, shitting apologetically. Sorry, I can't stay with you any longer. I have to go back to handle something important. Don't worry about me. Go ahead. Mo shitting nodded. Yiling, please take good care of her. Lin Yu stood up, looking at Yiling beside him, and said softly. Afterward, Lin Yu walked out of the attic. He went to the open space outside and summoned the Nuwa Mecha. Once inside the Nuwa Mecha, he used space warp to quickly return to Kunlun Mecha University. Is that Lin Yu? Mo Tao looked at his wife and asked. After waking up, Mo Tao felt as if his entire body had been reborn. They had come specifically to thank Lin Yu in person and to see their daughter. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived, they saw him leaving in a hurry. They hadn't even managed to say a single word. Su Liying replied, yes, that's Lin Yu. Thanks to him, you're alive, and our daughter doesn't have to marry Wang Dingtian. But Lin Yu left in such a hurry, he must have something important to attend to. Mo Tao also sighed. It seems we'll have to wait for another opportunity to thank him in person. All right, let's go see our daughter first. Su Liying said gently. Who knows, maybe Lin Yu will be your son-in-law in the future. Yiling sat beside Mo shitting and asked, do you feel any discomfort anywhere? No, Mo shitting shook her head. I'm sorry, I didn't keep my promise. I ended up telling Lin Yu everything. Yiling apologized. It's fine. I should thank you for this. You changed my destiny. Mo shitting smiled. I was too anxious before and didn't think things through properly. Thank goodness for you. That's good. This incident also proves that Lin Yu has you in his heart. Yiling nodded and laughed. I'm a little jealous of you. He has you in his heart too. Does he really have me? Yiling felt a bit nervous. Of course you can feel it if you pay attention. Mo shitting nodded. It was only when Lin Yu took the initiative to hug her at that moment that she truly felt that warmth. All right. Uncle Mo is fine now. We should hurry back to Kunlun Mecha University. Lin Yu has already left us far behind. We need to catch up to him as soon as possible. Yiling said seriously. She understood clearly that she had to become strong to be able to stay with Lin Yu in the future. Although Blue Star was vast, one day Lin Yu would leave it and venture into the even more boundless starry cosmos. Lin Yu quickly returned to Kunlun Mecha University through the spatial warp of the Nuwa Mecha. He landed at the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain and summoned the Nuwa Mecha back. Under the guidance of the beautiful Secretary Meng, Qian, Lin Yu entered a spacious conference room. As he appeared, the university's high-ranking officials who were seated rose to their feet. Lin Yu took his seat and addressed them, saying, everyone please sit down. Let's skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. Then a massive projection appeared in the center of the conference room. The image showed a sea area incredibly turbulent with water spouts that seemed to connect heaven and earth. The sea surface was violently churning. The sky above the area was shrouded in thunderclouds with countless bolts of lightning flashing. It was a scene of utter doom. It felt as though something immensely terrifying was brewing beneath the sea. This phenomenon began half an hour ago. Such a terrifying anomaly in the sea likely signals a major event. Meanwhile, special instruments have detected that all the sea monsters in the ocean are converging on this area. Meng Qian quickly and succinctly summarized the situation. This gave everyone a clearer understanding. This matter must concern the fate of all humanity. We cannot sit idly by. We must investigate what is happening in this sea. The other two major mecha universities are also seeking solutions. This time, all forces must unite. The Dean of the Imperial Academy spoke. The others nodded in agreement. In short, such an anomaly in the sea was hardly a good omen. And the fact that other sea monsters were rapidly moving there. Perhaps it was all caused by these beasts. Principal, what should we do next? Everyone looked to Lin Yu. At Kunlun Mecha University, the principal usually made the decisions. Now, although Lin Yu was the acting principal, he was still the principal. So it was up to him to decide. First, we must not panic ourselves. Enter a state of combat readiness. Put all cities on alert. Lin Yu issued a series of orders. Though the situation in that sea was still unclear, being fully prepared would allow a better response if a real crisis came. I've decided to go to that sea area myself to assess the situation, Lin Yu declared. He was the only mecha pilot in the world. He was also the most powerful mecha pilot, possessing 7 divine mechas. Thus, Lin Yu himself was the best choice. Even if a battle broke out against countless monsters, even if he couldn't win, he could easily escape to safety. No one objected to Lin Yu's proposal. The terrifying upheaval in the sea had drawn immense attention from all countries and forces worldwide. All right, there's no time to lose. I'm leaving now. Lin Yu stood up. After leaving the conference room, he summoned the Nuwa Mecha again. Just as he was about to depart, Lin Yu wait. Bai Jingjing appeared before him. Her white robes were stained red, and she was severely injured. Lin Yu rushed over, quickly carried her into the building, and laid her flat on a sofa. Blood was streaming from her wounds. Lin Yu hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding. Damn it. It won't stop, he muttered. Bai Jingjing's injuries were critical, Her body was punctured with holes clearly caused by some sharp object. Qing'er, do you still have that medicinal liquid? He asked urgently. No, but I have other spiritual herbs to save her, Qing'er's voice replied. Then hurry up and get them, Lin Yu said anxiously. Seconds later, Qing'er produced a pill that radiated a powerful medicinal fragrance. Lin Yu took it and immediately made by Jingjing swallow it. The mysterious pill dissolved upon entering her body, transforming into an incredibly potent medicinal force. The wounds on by Jingjing's body could be seen healing rapidly. After seeing her breathing stabilize, Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jingjing, what happened? He asked quickly. Cough. Bai Jingjing was still very weak. Be careful. A star-devouring beast has been born in that sea. How is that possible? Qing'er was stunned. How could such a monstrous beast appear on this tiny blue star world? Despite Qing'er's shock, Lin Yu didn't know what a star-devouring beast was. But it was certainly formidable, and the violent phenomena in that sea were likely linked to this star-devouring beast. Rest well here. Leave the rest to me, Lin Yu said softly. Then he called Meng Qian over. Please take care of her, Lin Yu asked Meng Qian. Sure, don't worry, Meng Qian readily agreed as it was within her ability. Then Lin Yu walked out, entered the Nuwa Mecha, and quickly piloted it toward the sea area. Qing'er, tell me more about this star-devouring beast, Lin Yu asked quickly. Knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. The star-devouring beast is one of the top races in the universe. Legend has it that only one star-devouring beast can be born in an entire universe. It has a special ability to devour everything, growing immensely powerful through constant devouring. Later, it can even swallow entire planets in one gulp. Qing'er continued, once a star-devouring beast devoured all the life-bearing planets in a star domain. The power it unleashed was virtually unstoppable. Now that this beast has appeared on Blue Star, if it cannot be dealt with, the entire planet might be consumed. But it's so strange. Logically, how could a star-devouring beast be born on Blue Star? Qing'er remained puzzled. She had searched all her databases, but found no relevant information. Well, it's happened now. The beast has appeared, and we must find a way to eliminate it. Lin Yu nodded, his heart somewhat uneasy. With the star-devouring beast being so powerful, was he a match for it? Don't worry. I suspect this star-devouring beast has just been born and is still weak, which is why it's constantly devouring sea monsters. Qing'er replied, so we still have hope and a chance. On hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but accelerate the Nuwa Mecha's spatial warp speed. Lin Yu rushed to that sea area at the fastest speed possible, arriving in the shortest time. Even now, the sea was still filled with massive waterspouts, and from the thunderclouds above, bolts of lightning as thick as true dragons erupted, seeming capable of annihilating everything. It was truly a scene of apocalypse. Through his perception, Lin Yu clearly detected that the colossal sea beasts were rapidly converging toward the sea area. Once they entered the heart of the sea, their life force vanished. If his guess was correct, they were being devoured by the star-swallowing beast. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately began to act. Space seal activated. Instantly, an invisible barrier descended toward the sea below. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular. As the barrier fell, it quickly sealed off the space where the star-swallowing beast lurked beneath the waters. The seawater within that space instantly dissipated. In a flash, a waterless void appeared in the midst of the sea. Other colossal sea beasts could no longer enter the sealed space. Suddenly, from within the sealed space, a roar of immense fury erupted. The sound was like the roar of some deity. The vast sound waves caused even the spatial barrier to tremble slightly. Lin Yu once again expended a massive amount of spiritual energy to reinforce the space seal several times over. After a few more seconds, he finally laid eyes on the star-swallowing beast at the bottom of the sea. A single glance filled Lin Yu with awe. The sheer size of the star-swallowing beast was unimaginably colossal beyond belief. The massive beasts he had seen before were like mere ants in comparison to the star-swallowing beast. Lin Yu's Nuwa Mech stood 100 meters tall. Yet even it seemed insignificant before this star beast. The star-swallowing beast felt larger than a great city, far more immense. This star-swallowing beast is truly terrifying. Lin Yu took a deep breath. What good methods do we have to eliminate it now? There are 3 methods, Qing'er replied softly. What are they? Lin Yu asked eagerly. As expected, Qing'er was reliable. She could even come up with 3 methods. Having Qing'er by his side truly doubled his efficiency. The first method is simple: flee this planet and ignore the star-swallowing beast. Hearing this, Lin Yu shook his head and said, no, if I flee, no one in this world can deal with the star-swallowing beast. It might even devour this entire planet. Qing'er continued, the second method is for you to unleash your full power. There is a possibility of killing this star-swallowing beast. And the third method? Lin Yu responded. The third method is more dangerous than the second. Qing'er said calmly, it is to tame this star-swallowing beast. If successful, it will become your foremost combat asset in the future. In the entire universe, the star-swallowing beast was undoubtedly one of the overlords. If it could truly be tamed, it would be an excellent outcome. Can such a powerful beast really be tamed? Lin Yu wondered. Of course. Qing'er nodded slightly. First, you must inflict severe wounds on the star-swallowing beast, then use the Chaos Mill visualization method to enter its mind. Although the third method is somewhat risky, it is worth a try. The benefits are truly immense if it succeeds. Qing'er quickly explained everything to Lin Yu and offered her own advice. Of course, the final decision rested with Lin Yu. Regardless of his choice, she would support him with all her might. Since you suggested I'll try the third method, Lin Yu decided swiftly. The next second Pangu Mech summon. Heavenly Emperor Mech summon. For Divine Beasts Mech summon. Lin Yu summoned his other 6 mechs. Consuming 600,000 spiritual energy points, 6 divine-grade mechs entered auto-combat mode for 10 minutes. His internal spiritual energy was instantly depleted by 600,000 points. Fortunately, with his Mech God Body, Lin Yu had entered a combat state, and his spiritual energy was recovering at a fixed rate per second. Go, Lin Yu commanded. The 6 divine-grade mechs charged down. The Pangu Mech attacked first, unleashing heavenly Dao chains. In the void, even thicker golden chains radiated an intense pressure as they sped toward the star-swallowing beast. In the blink of an eye, the star-swallowing beast was tightly bound by the heavenly Dao chains. Every divine-grade mech went all out, unleashing their skills. The battle scene stunned even Lin Yu. He hadn't expected that after the mechs had been upgraded to such a level, their auto-combat power would be even more terrifying than before. It seems I don't need to intervene, Lin Yu muttered. But to be safe, he also had the Nuwa mech quickly join the fray. While fighting, Lin Yu had to maintain the space seal, preventing other colossal sea beasts from entering the battle. If the star-swallowing beast continued to devour massive creatures, its own strength would grow. Dealing with it then would be far less likely to succeed. Under the siege of 7 divine-grade mechs, the star-swallowing beast struggled to hold its ground. Suddenly, its eyes emitted a divine light. The light shone on the Pangu Mech. In an instant, the Pangu Mech became immobile, frozen in place. Pangu Mech entered a paralyzed state expected to end in 10 seconds. Be careful. This is the star-swallowing beast's innate ability. Once hit by that light, you'll be immobilized. Qing'er's voice rang out at that moment. Seeing the Pangu Mech unable to move, the star-swallowing beast raised its terrifying claws, seemingly imbued with all its strength, and struck down at the mech. If that claw hit, no mech in this world could withstand it. Lin Yu naturally wouldn't let the Pangu Mech be attacked. In that critical moment, Lin Yu activated the Nuwa Mech space ability. Using spatial teleportation, he moved to the Pangu Mech side and easily transferred it away from its original position. The star-swallowing beast's devastating strike struck empty air. The 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. The Pangu Mech regained its composure and re-entered the fray, having learned from its recent lesson. Lin Yu promptly issued commands to all his mechs, instructing them to enhance their mobility and evade at the fastest possible speed whenever the Star Devourer unleashed its innate ability. Although the divine mechs operated on autopilot, Lin Yu still had to make timely adjustments when encountering peculiar circumstances. It's fortunate that this Star Devourer has only just been born, and its innate ability seems to have awakened only that one skill. Qing'er remarked with a sigh. Had this Star Devourer reached its growth stage, Lin Yu would have been utterly outmatched. Although this Star Devourer has only awakened one innate ability, it's still incredibly difficult to deal with, especially its defense. It's simply monstrous. Lin Yu shook his head. 10 minutes passed quickly. He consumed another 600,000 units of spiritual energy to keep the divine mechs in autonomous mode. No matter what, he would persist, even if it meant exhausting the enemy. As long as he could inflict damage on the Star Devourer, even a single drop of blood, he could wear it down to death. Don't worry, everything is prepared. Qing'er's voice chimed in again. The warship's treasury held numerous potions capable of instantly restoring one's spiritual energy reserves. This granted Lin Yu an effectively infinite mana pool. As the battle raged on, he lost track of time, unaware of how long he had been fighting. In the end, he managed to bring down the Star Devourer, leaving it in a severely wounded state. All he needed was one more powerful finishing move. The Star Devourer before him would be utterly annihilated. However, Lin Yu refrained from doing so, opting instead to attempt the third method Qing'er had suggested. The battle has lasted exactly 247 minutes. Qing'er had kept precise track of the time. This equated to Lin Yu fighting continuously for 4 hours. This was undoubtedly the longest battle Lin Yu had ever endured, and the Star Devourer was the most formidable beast he had ever encountered. Lin Yu, are you ready? Qing'er confirmed once more. Entering the Star Devourer's mind is an extremely perilous endeavor. Should you fail, death awaits. Yes, I'm ready. I'm confident I can try, Lin Yu nodded. Seeing his preparedness, Qinger explained several crucial points to keep in mind. This bolstered Lin Yu's confidence even further. Let's begin. He took a deep breath, and in an instant his consciousness plunged into the Star Devourer's mind. So this is the Star Devourer's mind. Lin Yu gazed at his surroundings in utter astonishment. Its mind resembled an entire universe. Rumbling. Suddenly the universe erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Lin Yu swiftly dodged, realizing the Star Devourer was attempting to erase him. Through relentless evasion, he successfully avoided each explosion. Then an immense figure coalesced within the mindscape. Lin Yu seemed to witness a true Star Devourer, which swallowed an entire planet in a single gulp. Could this be the primordial ancestor of the Star Devourers? Truly terrifying. Lin Yu was deeply awestruck. But the next moment, the Star Devourer lunged at him, seemingly intent on annihilating him. Just as Qinger had predicted, this beast's bloodline was formidable. Not so easily tamed. Ding. Bloodline power detected. Initiate soul, refining art to refine it. At that instant the system's voice echoed. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Yu's mouth. Begin. At his command the soul refining art began to churn furiously. Above his head a colossal divine cauldron materialized. The cauldron radiated a peculiar light, forcibly absorbing the Star Devourer and effortlessly refining it. Once the refinement was complete, its power fed back into him. Lin Yu felt his own consciousness amplify significantly. Meanwhile, outside, the Star Devourer, lying on the seabed, let out an agonizing howl, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. Inside the Nuwa mech, Qinger witnessed this and nodded approvingly. Excellent, it seems Lin Yu has extinguished the bloodline power within the Star Devourer's mind. Thus Lin Yu's chances of success soared dramatically. After refining the bloodline power, the Star Devourer's mind instantly calmed. Lin Yu began to move swiftly through the mindscape. After an unknown duration, he finally spotted a colossal golden orb pulsating with immense power. This was the Star Devourer's lifeblood. If destroyed, the beast would perish. By gaining control of this vital point, the Star Devourer would submit effortlessly. Next, Lin Yu rapidly activated the Chaos Mill Contemplation Art. Within the mindscape, a gigantic millstone materialized. Even the golden orb seemed minuscule before it. At that moment, the Star Devourer let out another agonized roar. With a mere thought from Lin Yu, the millstone would grind, crushing the golden orb. Done. Lin Yu chuckled. He promptly withdrew from the Star Devourer's mind, returning to his own body. Inside the Nuwa mech, Lin Yu opened his eyes and beamed with joy. The Star Devourer's mind was indeed fraught with peril, but I succeeded. Excellent. Now the Star Devourer has no choice but to submit. Should it harbor any treachery, you can instantly activate the Chaos Mill to crush its golden orb, Qinger said with a smile. Star Devourer, from now on you'll follow me. Lin Yu declared loudly to the beast sprawled on the ground. You have two choices, submit or die. Hearing his words, the Star Devourer lowered its head. Seeing this, Qinger laughed. Congratulations on successfully taming a Star Devourer. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. Others kept ordinary pets like cats and dogs, but his pet was the cosmic overlord, the Star Devourer. It could even serve as a mount. Wherever he went, he would surely cut an imposing figure. But then there's a problem. This Star-devouring beast is so enormous, how will we keep it by our side in the future? Lin Yu soon thought of a significant issue. You needn't worry about that. This Star-devouring beast should be able to shrink, Qinger said with a smile. You can try it now. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded and began to attempt it, speaking to the Star-devouring beast. Shrink down, and he'll take you out of here. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the Star-devouring beast immediately obeyed, shrinking into a miniature form in the blink of an eye. Lin Yu could even hold it with both hands. Impressive, he exclaimed. Looking at the miniature Star-devouring beast again, he found it inexplicably adorable. However, the Star-devouring beast soon fell into a coma. Don't worry, it's just overexerted. After sleeping for a while, its injuries will heal, Qinger explained. This explanation allowed Lin Yu to breathe a sigh of relief. But although you've successfully tamed a Star-devouring beast, raising it won't be easy, Qinger continued. Lin Yu nodded. I understand. This is truly a long and arduous road ahead. Then he brought the sleeping miniature Star-devouring beast into the battleship. All of you return. Lin Yu issued a command to his 6 god-level mechas. Instantly, the 6 mechas transformed into beams of light and returned to the mecha space within his body. Lin Yu continued to pilot the Nuwa mecha, charging upward. With the dissipation of the spatial seal, that area was instantly flooded with colossal sea beasts. Back in the sky, everything returned to tranquility. The azure sky, the calm sea. For a moment it felt as if nothing had ever happened. This matter has been resolved successfully. We were fortunate this time. If the Star-devouring beast had grown a bit more, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lin Yu, don't let the Star-devouring beast appear casually in the future, especially once you enter the cosmos. Even the major cosmic powers will covet it. Moreover, if other powerful star-devouring beasts learn of it, they will surely target you. Qing said again gravely and seriously. The cosmos is 10,000 times more perilous. Qing had seen many similar cases before where those who lacked sufficient strength ultimately met a tragic end. I understand everything you've said. Don't worry, I won't do anything foolish. Lin Yu smiled. He fully grasped the principle of holding a treasure invites calamity. Otherwise, he would not have concealed his identity as a mech god from the very beginning. If it had been revealed early on, he would likely have perished by now. All right, it's time we headed back. Without further thought, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha and swiftly returned. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to return to Kunlun Mech University. Upon reaching the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain, he entered the meeting room again. At that moment, the senior members of Kunlun Mech University had fallen silent, having already learned that the sea area had returned to normal. The sea beasts had also stopped gathering in that area. In their view, Lin Yu had surely resolved the issue. Everyone, the problem in that sea area has been solved. The source was a colossal beast with devouring powers which enhanced itself by consuming those sea creatures. Fortunately, we discovered it in time. If it had devoured everything, even I might not have been a match for it. Now it has been slain, so there's no need for concern. After sitting down, Lin Yu spoke calmly. Hearing his words, everyone was stunned. They had never imagined that such a terrifying beast existed in this world. They all breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for Lin Yu's presence. Next, everyone returned to your duties. Lin Yu continued, are there any other matters? If not, this meeting is adjourned. None, they replied. The news of the crisis being averted was soon announced publicly. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief, overjoyed that they could continue living peacefully. This time it was Lin Yu who had resolved everything alone. His deeds spread far and wide, and he once again became a viral sensation, online hailed as the hero who saved the entire world. After exiting the meeting room, Lin Yu went to a chamber and looked at Bai Jingjing lying on the bed, letting out a sigh of relief. Her breathing is steady, a few days of rest should suffice. Thinking of the wound that had pierced through her, he felt a pang of pain. It was fortunate that he had met Qing and obtained the legacy of that realm lord-level powerhouse, otherwise he would have been utterly helpless. At that moment, Bai Jingjing seemed to sense Lin Yu's presence and slowly opened her eyes. She was still somewhat weak. Bai Jingjing looked at Lin Yu and asked softly, what happened to the star-devouring beast? Don't worry, I've dealt with it, Lin Yu replied with a smile. Now you need to rest well. That's a relief. Bai Jingjing sighed, her anxiety and worry dissipating in that moment. By the way, how did you sustain such a severe injury? Lin Yu inquired. I went to the sea to find a special underwater spiritual flower that would aid my cultivation. Bai Jingjing spoke slowly, not intending to hide anything from Lin Yu. After a long search, I finally found one, but a flood dragon beast discovered it as well. We fought fiercely over that spiritual flower. Unexpectedly, a star-devouring beast was there, and our battle woke it prematurely. Fortunately, I managed to escape using a divine ability, but I was pierced through. Bai Jingjing recounted the entire sequence of events clearly, and Lin Yu nodded slightly. Actually, this time we were lucky in a way. If we hadn't discovered that star-devouring beast now, it could have spelled doom for the entire world in the future. Lin Yu said softly. By the way, did you get the ocean's spiritual flower? Lin Yu asked again. If not, I'll help you find another. I already have it, Bai Jingjing nodded. She no longer had the domineering queenly aura she once possessed. Instead, she seemed like a delicate woman, evoking a sense of pity. Then you should rest well. If anything comes up, remember to call for me, Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu, take me back to the floating island. Bai Jingjing's beautiful eyes gazed at Lin Yu, filled with a deep plea. This was the first time Lin Yu had ever seen her look so pitiful. She could barely even stand steady. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. They'll carry you back, Lin Yu offered. Bai Jingjing nodded silently. Then Lin Yu lifted her in a princess carry. Before long, he brought her back to the floating island. After settling Bai Jingjing down, not much time had passed before Mo Shitting and Yi Ling also returned. You've arrived just in time. Let me show you around, Lin Yu said to them with a smile. Standing close to the warship, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling were utterly astonished. They could be certain that this unparalleled vessel was not the product of this world's technology. As the hatch opened, Lin Yu began to briefly introduce various things to them. These rooms are individual cultivation chambers. From now on, you can train here, and it will double the efficiency of your cultivation, Lin Yu said softly. The warship was immense, impossible to fully introduce in a short time. So Lin Yu first led the two of them to the cultivation chambers. Lin Yu sincerely hoped they would gain sufficient strength enough to protect not only themselves, but also their families. With Lin Yu's help, Mo Shitting and Yi Ling each entered their own cultivation chambers. As soon as they entered a meditative state, they could clearly feel their cultivation speed greatly enhanced. They believed that by diligently training here, they could make faster progress. Both of them devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their cultivation. Their goal was to keep pace with Lin Yu. Days passed one by one. Lin Yu continued to temper his body in the body refining chamber. With each session, he made progress. Boom. Inside the body refining chamber, Lin Yu threw a punch. The cauldron forged from mystic iron was shattered into pieces by his bare fist. Gulp. Witnessing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly shocked. Never before had he imagined that the human body alone could unleash such formidable power. Qing'er, this saintly body refining art is truly incredible. Lin Yu exclaimed, with the power I can now unleash, how many levels of giant beasts could I defeat with my bare hands? Based on analysis, with your current physical strength, killing a level 10 giant beast should be well within your ability. Qing'er analyzed briefly and gave a result. Understood. Lin Yu nodded happily. Lin Yu, I've detected signals from your sister Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu. They are returning and will arrive in approximately 3 minutes. After a moment, Qing'er reminded him. This filled Lin Yu with excitement. He hadn't seen his sister or Xiao Yu in a long time and missed them dearly. Lin Yu swiftly exited the warship and waited patiently outside. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, 2 familiar mechas landed before him. The mechas dissolved into light and vanished. It was clear that his older sister and the others had grown much stronger than before. Then, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu appeared in Lin Yu's sight. Sis, you're finally back, Lin Yu said joyfully. I never imagined that while we were just in the secret realm for a while so much would happen outside, Lin Weiner remarked. And I never thought my little brother would become a divine mecha pilot. If we'd known, we would have come out sooner. You shouldn't have had to bear everything alone, Xiao Yu said, her voice tinged with concern for Lin Yu. Oh, it's fine. What's done is done. Oh, we must look forward. Lin Yu waved his hand and smiled. See, things are pretty good now, aren't they? Where are Mom and Dad? Lin Weiner asked. Lin Yu grinned mysteriously. Sis, our parents are mecha pilots now too. Really? Lin Weiner exclaimed in surprise, almost unable to believe it. She recalled how she had once tried many methods to make their parents mecha pilots, but never found a way. I had Mom and Dad consume the yin-yang divine fruit. Lin Yu explained. Dad awakened the sun god Mecha, and Mom awakened the moon goddess Mecha. Both are at the divine Mecha level. Hearing this, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu were astounded. They felt like country bumpkins. They had never imagined that such a miraculous treasure as the yin-yang divine fruit existed in this world. The vast universe truly held wonders beyond imagination. I'll go see Mom and Dad, Lin Weiner said. Qing'er, please take my sister. Lin Yu nodded and said softly. All right. Qing'er appeared promptly. Under her guidance, Lin Weiner entered the warship. Now only Lin Yu and Xiao Yu remained outside the vessel. So no hug for me, Lin Yu said with a slight smile, opening his arms emboldened. He waited for Xiao Yu to fall into his embrace. In the past, Lin Yu would have been the passive one. All right. Seeing Lin Yu like this, Xiao Yu smiled happily and stepped forward to meet him. They embraced each other. Then they shared a loving kiss. A night of passion ensued. The next morning, Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Yu in his arms, a blissful smile spreading across his face. This kind of life was simply wonderful. He wished it could last forever. But Lin Yu understood that being invincible on Blue Star alone was not enough. Once the cosmic forces discovered Blue Star, it would be plunged into devastation, and this beautiful life would cease to exist. Thus, Lin Yu resolved to become stronger, utterly invincible, to protect himself, his family, and those he loved. Awake. How do you feel? He watched as Xiao Yu slowly opened her beautiful eyes and asked gently. Asking me how I feel now? Last night you showed no tenderness, Xiao Yu said, casting a reproachful glance at Lin Yu. Recalling the events of the previous night, Xiao Yu's face flushed with shyness. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful next time, Lin Yu quickly apologized. He figured his recent intense body refining had made him a bit too vigorous. With the return of Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, and Mo shitting, Lin Yu felt that life had once again become lively. He thoroughly relished this atmosphere. Thus days passed one after another. Ever since he subdued the star-swallowing beast in that sea region, the colossal beasts within the ocean had fallen into an eerie silence. So far, not a single oceanic leviathan had charged onto land. It seemed they understood that with Lin Yu, an invincible powerhouse among humanity, they stood no chance. Unbeknownst to all, in the blink of an eye, over a year had slipped by. Within this year, Lin Yu tirelessly cultivated the saintly body-refining art, making remarkable progress. Not only Lin Yu, but Lin Weiner and the others had also advanced. Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu in particular had already become legendary mech pilots, and it was estimated that within 2 or 3 years they could ascend to become divine mech pilots. Their rapid progress was largely due to the warship's training chamber. According to Qing'er, this chamber could efficiently elevate a mech pilot to the Saint Ruins level, also known as the divine mech pilot tier. Now Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu were qualified to venture into the cosmos. Mo Shitting and Yi Ling had reached the star mech pilot level. Lin Yu's parents, through diligent cultivation over the past year, had attained the rank of 8-star mech pilots. With Lin Yu's guidance, their mechs had both reached level 80. One noon, within the warship's body tempering chamber, Lin Yu completed his training feeling not the slightest trace of fatigue. In the past, he would have been gasping for breath and utterly exhausted. Lin Yu looked at Qing'er and said softly, "This body tempering chamber no longer does much for me." Qing'er nodded slightly. "Indeed, you have surpassed the limits this chamber can enhance, so it can no longer provide you with better assistance. It must be said you are truly monstrous. In just over a year, you have cultivated the saintly body refining art to such a level," Qing'er remarked. "Even the previous master took several years." Lin Yu nodded and asked further, "Then how should I continue to improve this saintly body refining art?" "According to my analysis, you have reached a bottleneck. To advance further, you will likely need to enter the cosmos," Qing'er replied after a moment's thought. "Additionally, you can now begin the divine trial." Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded again. The next moment, Lin Yu willed it. "Open my personal information. Name Lin Yu, race human, divine mech body activated, mech pilot level divine, mech pilot Saint Ruins level, mechs Pangu mech, level 139 Nuwa mech, level 139 4 divine beasts mech, level 139 heavenly emperor mech, level 139 Fushi mech, level 139 Hongjun mech, Kinzuan mech." After carefully reviewing it all, Lin Yu affirmed, "All right, let's begin the divine trial." Only by completing the divine trial could he continue to break through and raise his mech levels further. Over the past year, he had tirelessly cultivated the saintly body refining art precisely to pass this trial more smoothly. Since the time was right, Lin Yu decided not to delay any longer. Exiting the warship, he summoned the Nuwa mech and piloted it swiftly away from Kunlun Mech University. He did not inform Lin Weiner or Xiao Yu about the divine trial, lest they worry. He would return and explain once he succeeded. Before long, Lin Yu arrived at the entrance of a level 120 dungeon. The area was utterly silent. He guided the Nuwa mech to a steady landing and looked around. The surroundings were empty with him as the only mech pilot present. After all, this was a level 120 dungeon. In this world, the number of mechs that could reach level 120 was exceedingly rare. This level 120 dungeon was certain to raise Lin Yu's level by 1. Taking a deep breath, he piloted the Nuwa mech into the dungeon's entrance. "You have entered the level 120 dungeon." A system voice echoed. Lin Yu opened his eyes again. He and the Nuwa mech had successfully entered the level 120 dungeon. Such a high-level dungeon exuded extreme danger at every turn, which was why higher-level dungeons were far more difficult to clear. However, Lin Yu smiled faintly. To him, this level 120 dungeon was a piece of cake. Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mech straight ahead. Even when he spotted traps ahead, he charged directly into them. As the traps triggered, their unleashed power slammed into the Nuwa mech, but the mech suffered not a scratch. Evidently, the might within this level 120 dungeon couldn't even breach the Nuwa mech's defenses. Ferocious beasts appeared one after another. Lin Yu began his slaughter. Spatial divine blades, as if alive, flew with precision, severing the beasts. Rumbling explosions echoed throughout the dungeon space. Even the space itself seemed to tremble, sensing the Nuwa mech's immense power. The level 120 beasts were instantly slain the moment they appeared, some never even catching a glimpse of the Nuwa mech before perishing. Lin Yu had no desire to waste time here. As he advanced, vanquishing every beast in his path, he could clearly see his mech's experience points rapidly increasing. Before long, Lin Yu arrived outside the boss room of this level 120 dungeon. Checking his mech's experience, he nodded. Killing the boss inside should be enough to reach level 140. With that, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mech and pushed open the boss room's door. As the door swung open, an immensely vast hall was revealed. At the far end of the hall stood a humanoid beast holding a 100-meter-long blade. It was the first time Lin Yu had seen such a creature. The 100-meter-long blade exuded an intensely thick, blood-red aura. As Lin Yu guided the Nuwa mech into the boss room, the door vanished, sealing the entire hall. To leave, he had to slay this boss. BOSS Bloodblade Wolf King. Level 130. The system's voice echoed. The information of the boss before him appeared directly in Lin Yu's eyes. This gave Lin Yu a deeper understanding of it. However, even without this information, Lin Yu was not worried at all, because the boss before him was certainly no match for him. The moment Lin Yu entered the boss chamber, the Bloodblade Wolf King had already awakened. Its blood-red eyes blazed with ferocious light. Moreover, its entire body exuded an overwhelmingly dense aura of slaughter, as if it had endured countless bloodbaths. Quite interesting. Lin Yu nodded slightly, but only a little. Space Annihilation activated. In the next instant, Lin Yu activated the skill of the Nuwa mech. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the ferocious BOSS, the Bloodblade Wolf King. Behind that invisible barrier, the Bloodblade Wolf King shattered into fragments, ultimately annihilated and gone. Instant kill. An absolute instant kill. In Lin Yu's view, if he could finish it with one strike, then he would do so swiftly. Decisive action was key. Congratulations on defeating the BOSS Bloodblade Wolf King. Ding, congratulations. The Nuwa mech has been upgraded to level 140. A new mech skill has been automatically awakened. Mech God Body ability activated. Your other mech's levels have been synchronized, all reaching level 140, and each mech has completed its skill awakening. Since you have not completed the divine trial, your mechs cannot be further upgraded, and your mech master level cannot increase. Friendly reminder, please complete it as soon as possible. Ding, congratulations on defeating the boss. You have successfully obtained the clearance reward. A series of system sounds rang out. Lin Yu nodded slightly. This feeling was truly exhilarating. Before Lin Yu could inspect the clearance reward, a mysterious and profound gate appeared. As the gate opened, utter darkness lay within. A terrifying force forcibly absorbed the Nuwa mech, and no matter how Lin Yu resisted, it was utterly futile. Lin Yu, don't resist. This is the entrance to the divine trial. As I told you before, once your mech reaches level 140, the divine trial will begin automatically. Qingyer's voice rang out quickly, setting Lin Yu at ease, so he ceased his resistance. The next second, the Nuwa mech was sucked directly into the mysterious gate. Inside the Nuwa mech, Lin Yu could only see pitch-black surroundings, so dark he couldn't see his hand before his face. However, he could sense that the Nuwa mech was being propelled by a force moving rapidly in one direction. Meanwhile, in the outside world above the entrance to the level 120 dungeon, where Lin Yu had been, the wind and clouds drastically changed, and terrifying phenomena emerged one after another. What on earth is happening? I'm not sure whether it's a blessing or a curse. What are you afraid of? We have Lin Yu. That's right. Lin Yu is a divine mech master and possesses the Mech God Body. Even if a crisis arises, as long as Lin Yu takes action, there's absolutely no problem. Let's go check it out. This left the others utterly astonished and curious. Amidst the phenomena, they seemed to see countless supreme deities gathering there. Such a sight, no matter who witnessed it, would likely be etched in their memory forever, never to be forgotten. As for the matter of the divine trial, at present the humans of this world were still unaware of it. After a long journey through the darkness, finally, the darkness gave way. Lin Yu found himself transported into a cosmic starry expanse. Is this the place for the divine trial? Lin Yu asked slowly. It should be. The divine trial varies for everyone. Qing'er nodded slightly. It was her first time seeing the trial location set in a cosmic starry sky. The trial for the Mech God Body is often much more arduous. You must be extremely careful. Here you can only rely on yourself. Qing'er spoke again. As her words faded across the entire cosmos, countless meteorites brimming with immense power rushed toward Lin Yu from all directions. The meteorites came at Lin Yu from a full 360 degrees. With such a vast number, dodging them would not be easy. Summon the 4 divine mech. Consuming 100 spirit energy points, the 4 divine mech has entered auto combat mode, lasting 10 minutes. 4 divine mech switched to black tortoise form. Defend with full power. Lin Yu immediately commanded. The 4 divine mech instantly transformed into its black tortoise form. The black tortoise itself possessed terrifyingly formidable defensive capabilities. Soon the black tortoise guardian deployed by the 4 divine mech shielded Lin Yu. Boom. Those dense meteorites furiously hammered against the black tortoise guardian shield. This trial is indeed quite challenging, Lin Yu remarked. Right from the start, an attack of such magnitude. Any other mech master encountering such a meteor swarm would have perished long ago. Fortunately, the black tortoise form of the 4 divine mech was sufficiently formidable. Its defensive power did not disappoint Lin Yu, successfully withstanding the meteor assault. However, the meteor attack was relentless, and it was unclear when it would end. The entire process lasted roughly 3 minutes. Only then did the meteorites dissipate. Throughout the ordeal, the black tortoise form of the 4 divine mech successfully blocked all meteor strikes. Now was not the time for celebration. The divine trial began with such a ferocious meteor assault, but what followed would likely be even more terrifying. He had to concentrate and give his all. Time passed bit by bit, and Lin Yu remained cautious. 10 minutes soon elapsed. The auto mode duration for the 4 divine mech ended. Lin Yu recalled it. A few more minutes passed. With a deafening roar, an immensely vast black hole appeared. The black hole was hurtling toward Lin Yu, and he could clearly sense that its power was far more terrifying. Lin Yu, do not let that black hole swallow you. Qing'er warned urgently at that moment. It is powerful enough to crush your divine mech. I recall the previous master saying that the black hole is the most dangerous part of this divine trial. Hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu quickly maneuvered the Nuwa mech to dodge. What should I do next? Watching the black hole relentlessly chasing him, Lin Yu was in a bind. He couldn't keep dodging forever. Don't worry. The black hole only lasts for 10 minutes. If you can successfully endure it, you've passed a major part of the divine trial, Qing'er continued. Qing'er went on. 10 minutes, that shouldn't be a problem. Lin Yu nodded slightly, a faint smile even gracing his lips at that moment. Lin Yu had never doubted the speed of the Nuwa Mecha. Though spatial teleportation was impossible within the space of the divine trial, the flight velocity of the Nuwa Mecha was nothing to scoff at. However, the black hole behind them grew larger and more violent with each passing moment. This black hole is absolutely terrifying. Lin Yu exclaimed in awe. After all, this is the divine trial. It is not meant to be easy. Given your current mecha grade, if you are swallowed by this black hole, you might withstand it for a time within its depths, but once that time elapses, even a god-grade mecha would shatter. Qing'er replied softly. Then she promptly warned, the black hole is accelerating. Hearing this, Lin Yu instantly commanded the Nuwa Mecha to increase its speed as well. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Lin Yu watched the countdown, feeling as if each second stretched into an eternity. After constant checks, the 10 minutes finally elapsed. The moment the time was up, the black hole vanished instantly, and the entire space returned to an unfathomable stillness. Phew. The black hole crisis is finally over. In just 10 short minutes, it consumed nearly 200,000 units of my spiritual energy. Lin Yu took a deep breath. At that moment, his spiritual energy was rapidly recovering. Master, after the black hole comes an even greater trial. Please be prepared. Qing'er said with a smile. Fortunately, there should be some time ahead for you to restore your expended spiritual energy. Lin Yu nodded slightly. With ample time now, he was determined to recover his spiritual energy as swiftly as possible. This way he could face the even more arduous trials ahead at his peak condition. After about 10 more minutes had passed, Lin Yu's spiritual energy was fully restored. This rapid recovery was thanks to the dense energy within the space of the divine trial. The divine mech body, by circulating the divine grade cultivation technique, absorbed and refined this energy, achieving such speed. Next, another 10 minutes elapsed. Boom. A tremendous explosion resounded throughout the space, as if the universe itself had detonated. Immediately, a terrifying force enveloped everything, causing Lin Yu to feel an intense impact upon both his soul and body. Is this the new trial? Lin Yu mused. Fortunately, he had cultivated the chaos divine mill contemplation art, elevating his soul to a far higher level. As for his physical body, he had also cultivated the sacred body tempering method. He was grateful he had followed Qing'er's advice to practice this art. Now at this critical moment, it proved immensely useful. Be careful, the true trial has begun, Qing'er said softly. As her words faded, a dazzling black light blazed in the area before them. In an instant, a completely black Nuwa Mecha appeared before Lin Yu's eyes, stunning him momentarily. Is this a dark version of the Nuwa Mecha? No, it is a replica. Qing'er explained. In other words, this mecha before you is another version of yourself. It has mastered every technique you possess. The final trial likely requires you to overcome yourself. Hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu began to understand. The next second, Lin Yu commanded the Nuwa Mecha to launch an attack. The opposing black Nuwa Mecha moved simultaneously. From then on, no matter what skill or technique Lin Yu employed, the enemy flawlessly replicated each one. Both were Nuwa Mechas trained by the same master. There was simply no breaking the deadlock. Indeed, the enemy has replicated every skill of the Nuwa Mecha, even matching my strength exactly, Lin Yu said slowly. Thus, this is akin to battling another version of yourself. Only by overcoming oneself can the path ahead stretch further, Qing'er stated calmly. However, while it can replicate your mecha, it certainly cannot replicate your divine mech body. This insight from Qing'er made Lin Yu suddenly realize. That's right. He possessed the divine mech body with 7 god-grade mechas. The enemy could not possibly replicate all 7 simultaneously. Since an unknown battle could not be won quickly, if he summoned all his mechas for a 7-against-1 fight, there would be absolutely no problem. Summon Pangu Mecha. Summon Heavenly Emperor Mecha. Summon Heavenly Lord Mecha. The other 6 god-grade mechas were all summoned at the same moment, consuming 600,000 units of spiritual energy. Pangu Mecha, Heavenly Emperor Mecha, 4 Divine Mecha, Heavenly Lord Mecha, all enter automatic combat mode for 10 minutes. 600,000 units of spiritual energy vanished from within him. Lin Yu curled his lips, staring at the black replica of the Nuwa Mecha with a wicked grin. All of you gang up on it and destroy it. At Lin Yu's command, the 6 god-grade mechas unleashed their full power, launching a ferocious assault. In an instant, the replica could not withstand such a coordinated onslaught. Before even a minute had passed, it was easily annihilated. The moment it was destroyed, a radiant 7-colored light coalesced within the space, enveloping Lin Yu instantly. It plunged him into an extraordinarily profound state, his entire being suffused with unparalleled comfort, as if he had undergone a complete elevation in every aspect. Time passed, and Lin Yu finally regained his senses. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qing'er before him, gazing at him with curiosity. Lin Yu, how do you feel? Qing'er asked quickly upon seeing him awake. I feel excellent, Lin Yu nodded. Congratulations on successfully passing the divine trial. Qing'er smiled. It seems your performance was exceptional, earning you an additional reward. That 7-colored light has caused a qualitative transformation in your body. From now on you can wander through the cosmos with your bare body without any protection. Hearing this, Lin Yu was astounded. In the universe, without mecha or spacesuit protection, one would freeze solid. But now his body could enter space without any protection and suffer no harm whatsoever. This was truly beyond belief. Ding dong, congratulations on successfully completing the divine trial. Your mech pilot rank can now be elevated. Once you reach the domain lord level, your mech can continue to advance. The system's voice also echoed within Lin Yu's mind, filling him with even greater joy. Fortunately, his strength was more than sufficient. Otherwise, passing such a perilous divine trial would not have been so easy. Not long after, within this space, an immensely colossal 7-colored gate coalesced into existence. The exit has opened. Let us leave quickly, Qing'er said. All right, Lin Yu replied with a slight nod. He summoned the other mechs back and then swiftly maneuvered the Nuwa mech toward the 7-colored gate. As he surged through the 7-colored gate, it soon dissipated into nothingness, passing through an intensely radiant tunnel of light. Soon Lin Yu found himself back outside the level 120 instance he had entered initially. We're out, Lin Yu said with a smile. Next, it's time to cultivate diligently and break through to the domain lord level as soon as possible. Then Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa mech and headed back to Kunlun Mech University. Along the way back, he also connected to the network. Through a quick search, he learned that during his time in the instance and the divine secret realm, nothing major had occurred in the outside world. Overall, everything was still quite peaceful. It didn't take long before Lin Yu returned to Kunlun Mech University. No sooner had he arrived than his beautiful secretary Meng Qian sent him a message. There were many matters awaiting his attention as the principal. Seeing this, Lin Yu had no choice but to head to Kunlun Divine Mountain. Upon entering the principal's office, Meng Qian was already waiting. Principal, you're finally back. There's been a lot to handle recently. I've organized everything for you, Meng Qian stated calmly. After Lin Yu sat down, the screen before him lit up. One document after another opened. There were a full 100 files, causing Lin Yu to take a deep breath. I haven't been gone that long, have I? Why are there so many things to deal with? In the following time, Lin Yu began to handle them one by one with earnest focus. It took him a full 2 hours to process all the documents. By the way, how is Principal Wei doing now? Lin Yu asked, stretching lazily. He is still in seclusion, Meng Qian replied. I wonder when Principal Wei will break through. This position really should be his, Lin Yu sighed. He had absolutely no interest in the role of principal. He only wished for a carefree life. All right, since everything is handled, they'll head back now, Lin Yu said, standing up. Principal, today is the day of the Royal Level Academy student competition. Dean Xin hopes you can come to watch, Meng Qian quickly added. All right, I'll go take a look, Lin Yu nodded. It was also a good chance to see how his good brother Chen Feiyu was doing. Then I'll come with you, Meng Qian requested. Sure, Lin Yu agreed. Subsequently, the two of them headed toward the Royal Level Academy. Upon arriving at the Royal Level Academy's area, a vast square buzzed with the clamor of voices. It was extremely lively, even from a distance. One could see two mechs engaged in battle on the square. Lin Yu and Meng Qian walked over to the viewing stands. Dean Xin of the Royal Level Academy, along with several other teachers, all rose to welcome Lin Yu's arrival. This scene was also noticed by the students of the Royal Level Academy. Oh my god, Principal Lin Yu is even more handsome and charismatic in person. That's Principal Lin, the world's only divine level mech pilot, and the legendary Mech God physique. I can't believe Principal Lin is personally coming to watch this competition. Then we have to work even harder. Right. This time we must give it our all and perform our best. Instantly, the entire atmosphere became even more lively. Even the two mechs in the combat area on the square became more focused and diligent. Neither wanted to lose. The entire match instantly grew intense and spectacular. Principal Lin's arrival has filled the students with passion, Dean Xin said to Lin Yu with a smile. Dean Xin, do you have anyone you're favoring in this competition? Lin Yu couldn't help but nod and asked softly. Of course. Dean Xin replied. Her name is Feng Qingxue. She's already a 9-star mech pilot. Although she awakened a royal level mech, even some imperial level mechs of the same rank are no match for her. She seems like quite a remarkable prodigy, Lin Yu said somewhat expectantly. An imperial level mech was certainly superior to a royal level one in many aspects. Indeed, as the saying goes, there are no worthless mechs, only worthless pilots. Principal Lin, please wait a moment. It shouldn't be long before her turn, Dean Xin said softly. All right, Lin Yu nodded. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu watched the matches while chatting with Dean Xin. The topics of conversation naturally revolved around Kunlun Mech University. Dean Xin even put forward many ideas and suggestions. After listening, Lin Yu assured him, "Don't worry, I've heard all your suggestions. I'll give them careful consideration later and come up with a good plan." "Then thank you, Principal." Dean Sheen expressed his gratitude. Not long after, a humanoid mech appeared. "Principal, this is Feng Qingsu's mech," Dean Sheen introduced. "Not bad, the mech has a strong aura," Lin Yu nodded and praised. Then Lin Yu looked at Meng Qian beside him and said, "Bring up Feng Qingsu's file for me to see." "Understood," Meng Qian replied. In just over 10 seconds, Meng Qian handed the tablet to Lin Yu. It displayed all of Feng Qingsu's information, very detailed. Unexpectedly, Feng Qingxue was an orphan. She had been at Kunlun Mech University for 2 years. In those 2 years, her progress had been rapid. Basically, whatever the Academy's mech instructors taught, Feng Qingxue grasped after hearing it once. A true genius. Many teachers felt regret for her, possessing such extraordinary talent, yet unfortunately awakening a royal-level mech. This destined that she could not achieve higher accomplishments in the future. To date, no stellar-level mech pilot has ever had a royal-level mech. According to big data analysis, the pinnacle for a mech pilot who awakens a royal-level mech is reaching the star-level mech pilot. The battle was about to erupt. Feng Qingsu's opponent was also a student who had reached the level of a 9-star mech pilot. From the very beginning, the fight was exceptionally intense. The spectators in the stands found it immensely thrilling to watch. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It seems that in the previous rounds, Feng Qingxue hadn't been using her full strength. I feel the same about this match. Without a doubt, Feng Qingxue is truly the undisputed champion of our Royal Academy. Don't be so sure. The competition isn't over yet. Until the very last moment, anything is possible. Everyone engaged in heated discussions. Boom. The entire match didn't even last 2 minutes. In the end, Feng Qingxue effortlessly defeated her opponent, once again securing victory in this contest. Once more, she proved her formidable strength. "Qing'e, what do you think of this Feng Qingxue?" Lin Yu established a communication link with Qing'e. She is indeed a remarkable genius. However, the royal-level mecha she awakened greatly limits her potential. Qing'e's voice slowly echoed. But if she is nurtured well, she could become one of the top powerhouses of this world in the future. Yet if she were to venture into the cosmos, she would be among the weakest. However, nothing is absolute. If Feng Qingxue encounters a certain opportunity later on, she might just defy fate and change her destiny. Qing'e spoke at length. Lin Yu gained much insight from her words. Overall, Feng Qingxue was indeed worthy of cultivation. "Principal, what do you think of her performance?" Dean Sheen asked with a faint smile. "Not bad, a very promising seedling." Lin Yu nodded and praised, "I agree to your proposal. The specific plan should be completed within a few days." Then I thanked the principal. Dean Sheen expressed his gratitude. His suggestion was simple. He hoped that promising talents like Feng Qingxue could receive more resources for cultivation. After all, true geniuses were definitely worth investing in. Such investments often yielded clear returns. "No matter. As long as it benefits the school, I am very much in favor." Lin Yu waved his hand. Then, after watching a few more matches, he left the Royal Academy. Arriving at a beautiful corridor on campus, Lin Yu looked at his surroundings and calmly asked, "Meng Qian, how do you think we should implement Dean Sheen's suggestion?" "I believe we could establish a promotion system." Meng Qian quickly voiced her idea. "A very good approach." Lin Yu nodded. Kunlun Mech University had 3 colleges: the General Academy, the Royal Academy, and the Imperial Academy. The General Academy had the fewest overall resources. Dean Sheen of the Royal Academy wanted talented students from his academy to enter the Imperial Academy or even the seed class to obtain more resources and enhance their strength more quickly. For instance, Feng Qingxue, whom they had just observed, had only awakened a royal-level mecha, yet her talent and strength were such that even some students from the Imperial Academy might not be a match for her. Previously, the regulations of Kunlun Mech University had been somewhat rigid. Now, after an overall assessment, Lin Yu found that such a reform would benefit the university. "Since that's the case, Meng Qian, prepare a detailed plan for me within the next 2 days." Lin Yu stated directly. He remembered the saying, "Let the secretary handle the work." "All right, I will organize it within 2 days." Meng Qian immediately agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Good, then I'll leave it to you." Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Next, Lin Yu continued to give many instructions. After finishing, Lin Yu returned to his floating island. Upon returning, he went directly into the warship. At that moment, Xiao Yiling, Bai Jingjing, and the others were all cultivating in the training rooms of the warship. In a short time, their progress in cultivation was evident to all. This was all thanks to these training rooms. If such training rooms could be popularized throughout the world, Lin Yu was certain that the overall strength of humanity on this planet would reach a new level. Unfortunately, Qing'e had mentioned earlier that constructing these training rooms was extremely troublesome and the required materials were very rare and precious. Such training rooms, even in the cosmos, were only possessed by major powers and noble families. Therefore, popularizing them on Blue Star was an extremely difficult task. Soon Lin Yu entered one of the vacant training rooms. As the training room activated, Lin Yu felt that the efficiency of his divine Mech Bodhi's automatic cultivation of the divine grade cultivation technique had significantly increased. Time flew by. Unknowingly, 2 days passed swiftly. After Meng Qian organized the detailed plan, she contacted Lin Yu immediately. Seeing the plan she sent, every item was extremely detailed, which made Lin Yu nod in approval. He was full of admiration for Meng Qian. Having such an excellent secretary was truly a blessing. It had to be said Meng Qian handled many matters for him. If he had to do it himself, he would never have been able to produce such an outstanding plan. It was nearly perfect, taking every situation into account. Perhaps Meng Qian is more suited to be a principal or an administrator. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then he contacted Meng Qian. The implementation of the plan could begin now. With Lin Yu's approval, Meng Qian immediately set to work. The reform of Kunlun Mech University officially began. About 10 minutes later, the university issued a reform announcement, and every student and teacher received a notification. Upon seeing the reform, many students became excited. Great! Principal Lin Yu really cares about us. Even though I have a general-level mecha, I fully meet the conditions to study at the Royal Academy and can get more cultivation resources. Yes, I have a chance to enter the seed class for training. Alas, this reform is useless for most of us. Yes, it's all targeted at the geniuses. If only they could increase the resources for us, ordinary students. This reform pleased some and saddened others. After all, geniuses are always a minority. For instance, the Royal Academy had only produced a single extraordinary talent, like Feng Qingxue. Since the reform was officially implemented, the most talented students began to cultivate with even greater diligence and determination. Feng Qingxue entered the Imperial Academy on the very next day, gaining access to more resources. As the days passed by, it turned out that this reform was profoundly effective. One day, Lin Yu, after reviewing Meng Qian's report in his office, nodded with satisfaction and said, "This is good indeed. This reform has been a resounding success. Even the Penglai and Piaomiao Mech universities are planning to adopt similar changes," Meng Qian said with a smile. "They are wise as well. Such reforms strengthen their students, so they are naturally willing to implement them." Lin Yu nodded slightly, then continued to ask, "By the way, has Chun Feiyu emerged from the secret realm yet?" Earlier, his visit to the Royal Academy had 2 purposes: to observe the grand tournament and to check on Chun Feiyu's progress. However, he learned that Chun Feiyu had entered the secret realm for cultivation. "There is no news of his return yet," Meng Qian replied truthfully. "Rest assured, the moment he returns to the academy, I will inform you immediately." "Very well, I'll leave it to you then," Lin Yu responded. Subsequently, Lin Yu resumed handling the affairs and documents of Kunlun Mech University. It took him over an hour to finish. Lin Yu stood up, stretched his back, and mused to himself, "I should let someone else take over as chancellor soon. I really dislike dealing with these matters." After finishing his work, Lin Yu returned to his floating island. For some reason, ever since he had completed the divine trial, even cultivating in the battleship's training chamber, his overall progress was far slower than before. "Sigh," he lamented, "at this rate, when will I ever reach the domain lord level?" Lin Yu let out a deep sigh. He felt as though he had hit a bottleneck. It seems the next step is to venture into the cosmos. Qing'er appeared before him out of thin air, smiling. "The universe holds many cosmic dungeons and secret realms, all of which can enhance your strength." Cosmic dungeons. Cosmic secret realms. Lin Yu's spirits were instantly lifted. "Exactly," Qing'er nodded. "Both cosmic dungeons and secret realms require a mech pilot to be at the cosmic level to enter. That is the minimum requirement. However, according to existing records, all known cosmic dungeons are controlled by the major cosmic powers. Outsiders have no way to enter. Only the cosmic secret realms, mysterious and profound, can appear anywhere in the universe at any time. It all depends on one's fortune. That is why many mech pilots roam the cosmos hoping to encounter one. Much time has passed since then, and I can no longer connect to the cosmic network. The current state of the universe has likely changed drastically. But overall, the fundamentals remain the same." Qing'er elaborated on many details in a short time, and Lin Yu listened with rapt attention. "If the cosmic dungeons are controlled by major powers, don't the other mech pilots oppose it?" Lin Yu asked curiously. "In the face of absolute power, any opposition is futile," Qing'er said with a gentle smile. "However, entering a cosmic dungeon is not impossible. If you join one of those major powers, you might have a chance. As for rogue mech pilots, they can hardly rely on themselves to enter those dungeons. Therefore, virtually all rogue pilots choose to take their chances in the cosmos, hoping for a stroke of luck to stumble upon a cosmic secret realm." After hearing this, Lin Yu responded, "It seems the universe is far from simple." In the following days, Qing'er continued to share many insights about the cosmos, broadening Lin Yu's horizons even further. A month passed swiftly. One day, a massive earthquake struck the Bermuda Triangle region. The sea churned violently. A colossal whirlpool like a black hole exuded an immensely terrifying aura. Then, a mysterious island surged forth from the vortex. At its center stood a divine gate hundreds of meters tall. Radiant with golden light, it was clearly an extraordinary existence. This anomaly quickly drew the attention of forces worldwide. Reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched to investigate. Before long, upon seeing the intelligence, everyone was astounded. A level 140 dungeon. This is the first of its kind in the world. It seems only a divine-level mech pilot can enter. Currently, Lin Yu is the only one in the world capable. If this level 140 dungeon is cleared, the rewards would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Although many mech pilots wished to enter the level 140 dungeon, the reality was that they simply could not. The news of the level 140 dungeon soon reached Lin Yu. After reviewing the reconnaissance data, he nodded slightly. I didn't expect a level 140 dungeon to appear. He certainly had to go and see it. Meng Qian handled the academy affairs while away. Lin Yu instructed his beautiful secretary. Understood. Please take care, Meng Qian replied, adding a note of caution. The level 140 dungeon would undoubtedly be immensely perilous. Lin Yu was now a pillar of Kunlun Mech University. If he were to fall in that dungeon, it would be a tremendous loss. After giving all his instructions, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa mech and swiftly flew toward the Bermuda Triangle. Along the way, he wondered, I truly never expected this level 140 dungeon to appear now. After all, this is the ancestral planet. The appearance of a level 140 dungeon is not at all surprising. Qing'er's voice sounded, I suspect it has something to do with you. Since your mech has reached level 140, it may have triggered a certain condition leading to the dungeon's emergence. Qing'er's analysis was logical and well-founded. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Qing'er, do you think I have the strength to clear a level 140 dungeon now? With ease, Qing'er said confidently. Don't forget you possess 7 level 140 divine mechs. Haha, I think so too, but having your affirmation fills me with even more confidence, Lin Yu laughed joyfully. The Bermuda Triangle. It has always been one of the most perilous sea regions on Blue Star. Many warplanes and mecha pilots had fallen and vanished within the Bermuda Triangle before. Some had speculated that a terrifyingly colossal beast lurked within the Bermuda Triangle. Countless versions of rumors swirled about this place, yet no one truly knew the truth. Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha, arriving at the Bermuda Triangle at the fastest speed possible. Gazing into the distance, the entire sea area of the Bermuda Triangle was eerily calm, with a mysterious island suspended in midair. At this moment, numerous aircraft hovered over the sea, all dispatched to investigate the situation. Lin Yu pressed forward. He soon arrived at the mysterious island. Standing close to the portal of the level 140 dungeon, Lin Yu once again profoundly sensed its extraordinary and arcane nature. Lin Yu, this is a one-time dungeon. Qing'er exclaimed excitedly after a moment. A one-time dungeon. Does that mean it can only be cleared once? Lin Yu was slightly puzzled after hearing this. Such a dungeon had never been heard of before. Yes, if you successfully clear it, the dungeon will disappear. That's what a one-time dungeon is. The rewards for clearing a one-time dungeon are far more generous. And this is a level 140 dungeon, so the rewards are beyond description. Qing'er nodded, continuing in awe. She had another thought she didn't voice. She felt that this level 140 dungeon seemed tailor-made for Lin Yu. If that's the case, then Lin Yu is truly blessed with great fortune. Then I must clear this dungeon. Lin Yu nodded, smiling gently. Taking a deep breath, he prepared himself mentally. The next second, ding, you have entered the level 140 dungeon Tower of Death. Complete the challenge within 24 hours. The system's voice chimed. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself in an enclosed space. Floor 1 of the Tower of Death. Roar. A howl from the abyss echoed. In an instant, a massive minotaur appeared before Lin Yu. Minotaur beast level 130. The beast's information flashed before Lin Yu's eyes. This minotaur beast wielded a 100-meter-long cleaver, clearly not an ordinary monster. Yet in Lin Yu's eyes it was but an ant. Only level 130 of fitting. Usually there's an appetizer at the start. Lin Yu nodded slowly, murmuring softly. And this minotaur beast was indeed the appetizer. Bang! The minotaur charged forth instantly. In just a few breaths. It was above the Nuwa Mecha. Simultaneously, it raised its cleaver, aiming at the Mecha's head, and slashed down fiercely. Just as the cleaver was mere meters from the Nuwa Mecha's head, Lin Yu, controlling the Mecha, executed a spatial warp in an instant. It vanished from its spot. Boom! The minotaur struck empty air. The cleaver hit the ground with a thunderous impact. The sheer force caused severe damage to the floor. Impressive. Both speed and power are formidable. But unfortunately, you've met me. Lin Yu chuckled lightly. The Nuwa Mecha's skills erupted, coalescing a spatial divine blade. In the blink of an eye, the minotaur's head was cleaved off. Its headless body crashed to the ground, motionless, utterly dead. After a few seconds, the Minotaur's corpse dissolved into fragments of light and vanished. Then a massive platform emerged within the space. Upon it, an incredibly arcane array was clearly visible. So the first floor only had that one Minotaur beast. This must be the teleportation array to the next floor. Lin Yu nodded slowly. This dungeon was called the Tower of Death. A tower surely had many floors. He wondered just how many floors the Tower of Death had. He had to clear it within 24 hours. So without wasting any time, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha, lightly leaped and landed atop the platform. The array on the platform emitted a glow. After the light faded, entering floor 2 of the Tower of Death, Lin Yu found himself on the second floor. The surroundings were similar to the first. A howl echoed as the beast of this floor swiftly appeared. A gigantic demon wolf emerged, instantly filling the entire space with a thick, malevolent aura. Its blood-red eyes glared viciously at the Nuwa Mecha, its sharp claws gleaming with cold light, as if eager to tear the Mecha to shreds. Silver Moon Dire Wolf. Level 130. With a ferocious howl from the Silver Moon Dire Wolf, in an instant, over a dozen identical dire wolves appeared around it. It seemed the Silver Moon Dire Wolf knew its opponent was formidable, so it unleashed its ability from the start. The next second, the pack of dire wolves frenziedly attacked the Nuwa Mecha. Their speed was clearly faster than the Minotaur's. Spatial seal activated. The Nuwa Mecha radiated a burst of light. Cubic, transparent spaces enveloped each dire wolf, freezing them in place, rendering them unable to move. After reaching level 140, the Nuwa Mecha's overall strength has greatly improved, especially its skills. Lin Yu was very satisfied with the sight before him. The other divine mechas must have seen similar enhancements. Then, with a thought from Lin Yu, the cubic spaces began to compress. The bodies of the Silver Moon Dire Wolves were compressed along with the spaces. Throughout the process, no matter how the wolves struggled, they were helpless. Finally, the space was compressed to its limit, and the Silver Moon Dire Wolves were annihilated along with it. With the death of the Silver Moon Dire Wolves, the platform to the third floor appeared. Absolutely no challenge. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Better not be overconfident, if this might just be the beginning, and it will get harder later. The Silver Moon Dire Wolf was clearly more formidable than the Minotaur. Qing'er reminded him seriously and sternly. She had seen many geniuses fall due to pride and carelessness. Don't worry, I understand. Lin Yu nodded. As time passed, Lin Yu advanced through one layer after another. Although the beasts he encountered grew more formidable with each ascent, they still proved no match for him. Without summoning any of his divine mechas for assistance, Lin Yu single-handedly overcame every challenge thus far. Ding dong, you have entered the 15th floor of the Tower of Death. A friendly reminder, you have reached the top floor of the Tower of Death. At that moment, as the system's voice resounded, Lin Yu's expression grew more earnest and grave. Gazing around, the top floor of the Tower of Death resembled a magnificent palace. Ha. Finally, someone has broken in. Once I kill you, I shall be free. A sinister voice suddenly echoed through the space. The entire space began to tremble. Lin Yu sensed an overwhelmingly dense aura of evil. Be careful. This is certainly a formidable entity, Qing'er quickly warned. Lin Yu nodded. The one about to appear should be the final boss of the Tower of Death. Indeed, all the previous beasts were merely appetizers. The true main course had now arrived. After a few seconds, an intensely thick black mist coalesced in the space ahead. This black mist contained terrifying dark power. 100-meter humanoid monster appeared before Lin Yu. It possessed a human-like torso, a ferocious visage, and a pair of dragon horns. It bore a striking resemblance to a demon. BOSS Black Dragon King. Level 140. Possesses human form and beast form. What a formidable boss, Lin Yu mused silently after reading the information that popped up. A divine mecha. The Black Dragon King exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing Lin Yu's Nuwa Mecha, though his surprise was fleeting. The Black Dragon King radiated confidence, as if even Lin Yu's divine mecha posed no threat. Boy, if you are willing to submit to me, I will let you leave alive. If anyone should submit, it is you, Lin Yu retorted. Then die. The Black Dragon King sneered. With a wave of his hand, a massive black fire tornado hurtled toward Lin Yu. The black flames seemed capable of consuming everything. Space shield activated. The Nuwa Mecha raised its arm, instantly conjuring a pentagonal space shield. Boom. At that moment, Lin Yu gained a clearer sense of the fire tornado's power. Fortunately, it could be withstood. The Black Dragon King did not remain idle. With a slight movement, a streak of black light flashed, and within mere breaths, the Black Dragon King appeared behind the Nuwa Mecha, aiming his razor-sharp dragon claws at its back. Attempting a sneak attack. Pangu Mecha, your turn. At Lin Yu's command, the Pangu Mecha was summoned instantly. Simultaneously, 100,000 units of spiritual energy were consumed. The Pangu Mecha entered automatic combat mode, wielding the heaven-opening axe to strike downward. Startled by the Pangu Mecha's appearance, the Black Dragon King tried to withdraw, but it was too late. With a wet thud, the heaven-opening axe cleaved off the Black Dragon King's arms. Then the Pangu Mecha delivered a devastating punch, sending him flying. He slammed violently into the wall, spitting blood. The Black Dragon King stared at Lin Yu in disbelief. 2 divine mechas. You are the legendary Mech God physique. You know quite a lot, Lin Yu smiled. I have 7 such divine mechas in total. And you want me to submit? You're living in a fantasy, a pipe dream. No, a dragon's pipe dream. Heavenly Dao chains activated. The Pangu Mecha skill activated. From the void chains radiating, the aura of the heavenly Dao shot forth, instantly binding the Black Dragon King tightly. With his arms severed, the Black Dragon King's aura weakened considerably, struggling against the heavenly Dao chains. He began to expand, transforming into his beast form. In mere seconds, a massive black dragon appeared before Lin Yu. The severed arms regenerated instantly. Impressive. Lin Yu drew a sharp breath. In his beast form, the Black Dragon King's power multiplied exponentially. This was a boss among bosses, a super colossal boss. Crack. The heavenly Dao chains eventually shattered under the overwhelming power unleashed by the Black Dragon King. In his beast form, the Black Dragon King was even more massive. Fortunately, the space was vast enough to accommodate him. Lin Yu finished this quickly to avoid any unforeseen changes, Qing'er urged. All right, Lin Yu nodded. Come out and play, all of you. Summon Tianyi Mecha. Summon 4 divine beasts Mecha. Summon Tianzuan Mecha. Summon Fuxi Mecha. Summon Hongjun Mecha. Consuming 500,000 units of spiritual energy, 5 divine mechas enter automatic combat mode. 4 divine beasts Mecha begins transformation into azure dragon form. In an instant above Lin Yu, a divine mecha in the form of an azure dragon hovered. The azure dragon was a divine beast. In terms of lineage, it was several tiers above the Black Dragon. At that moment, the Black Dragon King felt an overwhelming bloodline suppression from the azure dragon form of the 4 divine beasts Mecha. The 7 divine mechas before him seemed to drain his will to fight. Despair filled his heart. He had not expected Lin Yu's words to be true. There really were 7 divine mechas. This was utterly monstrous. Attack! Lin Yu commanded. 6 divine mechas unleashed their full power. In an instant, the Black Dragon King felt as if several true deities were assaulting him. I concede. I surrender. He hastily cried. Lin Yu ignored his pleas. Only by killing the Black Dragon King could he clear the Tower of Death. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the divine mechas, the Black Dragon King could not resist. In no time, the Pangu Mecha successfully severed his head. The once arrogant Black Dragon King was utterly vanquished. Ding dong, congratulations on defeating the final boss of the Tower of Death, the Black Dragon King. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the completion reward from the Tower of Death, Mecha Master Divine Ability, Evil Exterminating Eye. In that instant, Lin Yu felt an immense change in his eyes. It seemed as if an infinite power was surging forth from his eyes. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but it was also incredibly pleasant. After just a few seconds, when Lin Yu opened his eyes again, he saw an astonishing clarity before him. It was as if he was gazing into a new world. How marvelous! Lin Yu exclaimed in wonder. He then turned to Qing'er and asked, Qing'er, do you know about the Mecha Master Divine Ability? Of course I do. Certain gifted Mecha Master practitioners can comprehend their own divine abilities through their innate understanding. In the entire world, there are very few Mecha Masters who have mastered divine abilities. Qing'er nodded slightly and answered directly. Suddenly Qing'er seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise, You didn't possibly get this Mecha Master Divine Ability, did you? Exactly, I have mastered a divine ability called Evil Exterminating Eye, Lin Yu replied. Let me check. Qing'er began to search the database. A few seconds later, she successfully retrieved information about the Evil Exterminating Eye. At one point in the universe, the Evil Spirit Clan was immensely powerful, bringing calamity wherever they went. To counter the Evil Spirit Clan, a peerless powerhouse created this divine ability, the Evil Exterminating Eye. The Evil Exterminating Eye is highly effective in actively attacking those evil spirits. Originally, it was intended for everyone to master this divine ability, but unfortunately, the difficulty of cultivation is extremely high and very few have succeeded in mastering it. As time passed, and the Evil Spirit Clan was repelled, the Evil Exterminating Eye was gradually forgotten. Qing'er recounted all the information she had found. Lin Yu was taken aback after hearing all this. I never expected to obtain such a terrifying divine ability in this ancestral star's instance. Your luck is truly remarkable. Even though you have the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method and the Refining Spirit technique, you need not worry when encountering evil spirits. However, if the evil spirits do not enter your body, you cannot utilize the Chaos Divine Grinding Visualization method and the Refining Spirit technique. The Evil Exterminating Eye compensates for this deficiency, allowing you to actively attack those evil spirits. Qing'er smiled slightly. Undoubtedly, with Lin Yu mastering the evil exterminating eye, his overall strength had certainly risen to a new level. This divine ability can not only be used against evil spirits, but also against Mecha Masters, giant beasts, and so on. Mecha Masters fight using mechas. If one were to attack the Mecha Master directly, wouldn't the battle be a breeze? After hearing Qing'er's detailed explanation, Lin Yu nodded in amazement. This evil exterminating eye divine ability is truly powerful. Qing'er, thank goodness for you, otherwise I wouldn't have known how formidable the evil exterminating eye really is. You are my new master, this is what I should do, Qing'er replied with a smile, shaking her head. Boom. At that moment, the entire space began to shake violently. This instance is about to disappear, we should leave quickly. Seeing this, Qing'er reminded him again. In the next second, she said, exit the instance, and transformed into a beam of light, rapidly transporting them away. After exiting the instance, Lin Yu controlled the Nuwa Mecha to hover above the sea. At this moment, he could clearly see the entrance to the level 140 instance on the mysterious island rapidly dissipating. In just a few breaths, the entire entrance completely vanished. Soon after, the mysterious island began to collapse and fracture. Ultimately, it sank to the seabed as if nothing had ever happened. In the distance, there were still many flying vehicles coming to explore. Through the footage captured by the flying vehicles, the high-ranking officials from various factions on land clearly witnessed the entire scene that had just unfolded. They concluded, the disappearance of the level 140 instance was undoubtedly caused by Lin Yu. What a pity. That was the only level 140 instance that had appeared. Once completed, it would undoubtedly yield super treasures and great opportunities. But now it has vanished. With the collapse of that mysterious island, the level 140 instance disappeared. Lin Yu soon controlled the Nuwa Mecha again, beginning his return to Kunlun Mecha University. This exploration of the level 140 instance had been a significant gain for Lin Yu. If he ever encountered such an instance again, Lin Yu would definitely not hesitate to explore it. Soon Lin Yu left the Bermuda Triangle Sea area. Various factions also recalled their reconnaissance flying vehicles. Unbeknownst to them, after a short time, a dense evil aura began to seep out from the fissures at the bottom of the Bermuda Triangle. Some passing oceanic behemoths, after absorbing this evil power, instantly became berserk, their strength multiplying. Upon returning to Kunlun Mecha University, Lin Yu held a brief meeting to explain the reasons behind the disappearance of the instance. When everyone learned that there still existed disposable instances in this world, they were utterly astonished. Principal, if it's not too much trouble, could you please tell us what completion rewards you received from this disposable instance? A high-ranking official curiously inquired. Others echoed the sentiment. After all, that was a level 140 instance, the first in the world. The completion rewards must be unimaginably generous. There's nothing I can't share. I obtained a divine ability, Lin Yu said softly. He then continued explaining. Once again, it refreshed everyone's worldview. They never expected that not only mechas had divine abilities, but even mecha masters could master divine abilities. For a moment, they felt like country bumpkins, as if everything was so unbelievable. Alright, that concludes today's meeting. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, Lin Yu spoke again. As he stood up, everyone in the meeting room hurriedly followed suit. This is truly incredible. It's undoubtedly a historic discovery. Fortunately, we have Principal Lin at Kunlun Mecha University. The future is bright. It can be considered our fortune. Although the oceanic behemoths are relatively stable, now many incidents are still occurring in various places. The true crisis has not yet been resolved. After Lin Yu left the meeting room, they slowly sat back down, still filled with shock. It is estimated that it would take them a while to completely regain their composure. After emerging from the meeting room, Lin Yu arrived at a corridor. Gazing into the distance, he admired the beautiful scenery outside. In that moment, he involuntarily activated his evil-repelling eye, and everything before him became crystal clear. Even an ant on the ground far away was vividly visible. Moreover, this evil-repelling eye possessed the ability to see through objects. He could see the ants entering their burrows, revealing an entire underground ant kingdom beneath the earth. The power of this evil-repelling eye is truly invaluable. Lin Yu sighed deeply in his heart. Principal, what's wrong? His beautiful secretary Meng Qian, noticing him standing motionless, inquired softly. It's nothing. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Meng Qian. Suddenly, he was dumbfounded. He had forgotten that the evil-repelling eye granted him X-ray vision. Meng Qian's nearly perfect figure was laid bare before his eyes. A true feast for the eyes. The next moment, Lin Yu hastily deactivated the evil-repelling eye. Principal, what exactly is the matter? Meng Qian sensed something odd about Lin Yu's demeanor. Nothing. I was just lost in thought. Let's head back to the office first. Lin Yu said, quickly turning and striding toward the office. This only heightened Meng Qian's suspicion. Moments ago, Lin Yu's face had flushed, his heartbeat quickened. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Meng Qian's mind began to wander. Soon she shook her head. Meng Qian, what are you thinking? After curbing her wild thoughts, Meng Qian quickly followed Lin Yu. Once in the office, she promptly handed over several documents requiring his signature. Lin Yu reviewed them carefully for a moment. Finding no issues, he signed them directly. After finishing, he asked, is there anything else? There is one more matter. A student from the Royal Academy fell into a coma within a mystic realm. Fortunately, his companions managed to bring him out. Unfortunately, all the Academy's treatment methods have failed, and the cause remains unknown. Dean Liu of the Royal Academy hopes you could take a look. Perhaps there is hope. Meng Qian quickly added. He fell unconscious in the mystic realm. Do you know what happened to him there? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before asking further. According to his companions, they explored an underground cave together, and he fell into a coma immediately after leaving it. Meng Qian replied softly. Then with a wave of her finger, a projection appeared before Lin Yu displaying the relevant information and testimonies. After reviewing everything, Lin Yu gained a certain understanding. Qing'e, what do you think? He consulted Qing'e. After all, she was well-traveled and more experienced than him. This information is far too limited. I cannot be certain. Qing'e's voice chimed in. Hearing this, Lin Yu stood up. Take me to see that student Yu Changyun. Yu Changyun was one of the top mecha prodigies at the Royal Academy, having awakened a royal-class mecha. Following that, under Meng Qian's guidance, they quickly arrived at the Royal Academy. Upon learning of Lin Yu's arrival, Dean Liu Renfeng of the Royal Academy personally received him. Entering a special ward, Lin Yu soon saw Yu Changyun lying on the bed. His breathing was steady, his complexion normal. There were no major physical issues. Yet he remained in a coma, unable to awaken. He seemed like a living vegetable. Principal, how is he? Is there still hope? Liu Renfeng asked anxiously. Don't worry, let me take a closer look. Lin Yu said softly. To be honest, a simple observation revealed nothing. Lin Yu, you could try using the evil repelling eye. Qing'er's voice quickly suggested. I have a feeling his coma is not caused by external forces. Hearing Qing'er's advice, Lin Yu nodded slightly. The next second, he activated the evil repelling eye. A golden light, invisible to others, burst from his eyes. The moment the evil repelling eye was activated, Lin Yu clearly saw an evil energy fluctuation within Yu Changyun's brain. Zooming in, he could distinctly see a purple evil spirit residing in Yu Changyun's mind. Yu Changyun's consciousness was imprisoned within his own mind, preventing him from waking. Strange, this purple evil spirit merely imprisoned him without taking further action. Lin Yu mused inwardly. Previously, such evil spirits would typically erase the mecha pilot's consciousness and seize their mecha. Then Lin Yu examined Yu Changyun's consciousness and quickly understood why the purple evil spirit had hesitated. Though imprisoned, his consciousness was shielded by a protective force. This force emanated from his mecha. The mecha's proactive defense indicated that Yu Changyun's royal-class mecha was no ordinary one. For this reason, the purple evil spirit had failed to succeed. Thankfully, the evil repelling eye revealed this evil spirit, otherwise it would have gone undetected. Lin Yu sighed again in his heart. Somehow he felt that acquiring the evil repelling eye was fated, as if predestined. In other words, it seemed as though he had been arranged. Let's test the power of the evil repelling eye then. Lin Yu quickly locked onto the purple evil spirit within Yu Changyun's mind. Once locked, the evil repelling eye instantly emitted a beam of light. With a sizzling sound, the light enveloped the purple evil spirit, which let out an agonizing scream. It tried to flee but found itself unable to break free from the light's grasp. Its body rapidly dissipated in the radiance. Impossible. This is impossible. The purple evil spirit was utterly incredulous. It had never imagined that humans had developed means to actively attack evil spirits. This would be a devastating blow to the entire evil spirit race. Within tens of seconds, the purple evil spirit was completely annihilated. Lin Yu was overjoyed. The evil repelling eye was indeed extraordinary. It had displayed immense power. From now on, those evil spirits would be in for misfortune. They had better not cross his path, or else they would never return. Deactivating the evil repelling eye, Lin Yu spoke calmly. There was an evil spirit in his mind. Fortunately, his mecha automatically protected him, preventing the spirit from succeeding. Now that I have destroyed the spirit, he should awaken soon. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Liu Renfeng and Meng Qian were utterly astonished. They had not expected this to involve an evil spirit. For a moment, they couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, Yu Changyun was fortunate. Not only did his mecha protect him, but he also received Lin Yu's treatment. Most importantly, Lin Yu was here. Without him, even if they had known about the evil spirit in Yu Changyun's mind, no one else would have possessed the means to destroy it. The frequency of these evil spirits has been increasing lately, Dean Liu Renfeng sighed. Previously, Kunlun Mecha University had the chaotic divine mill contemplation method. This cultivation art could effectively resist the possession attempts of evil spirits. Unfortunately, to this day, only a handful of individuals throughout the entire Kunlun Mecha University had mastered the chaotic divine mill contemplation method. Although Yu Chunyun was also a remarkable mecha prodigy, his lack of mastery over the chaotic divine mill contemplation method left him defenseless against higher-level evil spirits. It was only thanks to his mecha's automatic protection that the purple evil spirit failed to claim him. Dean Liu, please ensure the students exercise caution during their subsequent explorations of the secret realm. Lin Yu spoke slowly. Rest assured, I have already issued the orders, Lu Renfeng quickly responded. Very well, I shall take my leave. Lin Yu nodded. Since the matter had been resolved satisfactorily, there was no point in lingering further. After stepping out of the room, Lin Yu looked at Meng Qian and said with a gentle smile, All right, I'll head back now. You should attend to your own affairs. The school's affairs had all been settled these past days. Understood, Meng Qian replied with a graceful nod. After exchanging farewells, Lin Yu soon returned to his floating island. No sooner had he arrived than Bai Jingjing sought him out. This prompted Lin Yu to ask in confusion, What's happened? I have to leave, Bai Jingjing said, her tone calm, but her eyes and voice betraying reluctance. Go where? Lin Yu was momentarily stunned before asking. To the Spider God Star in the cosmos. Bai Jingjing replied. A few days ago I broke through to level 150, and a wealth of memories awakened in my mind. My level has reached a critical threshold. To continue advancing, I must undergo the baptism of successive heavenly tribulations. I must return to a planet in the cosmos called the Spider God Star, where the legacy of the Spider God awaits, along with means to better withstand the tribulations. The heavenly tribulations are terrifying, even those far more powerful than I have perished within them. Bai Jingjing explained in great detail. This was a decision she had pondered over for many days. This blue star could no longer aid her advancement. It was time to depart. Besides, she knew that Lin Yu would one day venture into the cosmos as well. At that time, they could still meet. Since that's the case, I won't force you to stay, but please be extremely careful. When I eventually enter the cosmos, if the opportunity arises, I will surely come to the Spider God Star to find you. Lin Yu quickly nodded and spoke earnestly. Very well, I'll be waiting for you to come find me. Bai Jingjing laughed. In that moment, she seemed to revert to her former regal and domineering demeanor. It was strangely nostalgic. Would you like to bid them farewell? Lin Yu asked further. No need. It's not a permanent parting. Fate will reunite us if it wills. Bai Jingjing shook her head and spoke again. I must leave now. Lin Yu nodded. Just as Bai Jingjing turned to ascend, she turned back once more. Humans usually embrace when parting. May I? Of course, Lin Yu replied. Soon he stepped forward and embraced Bai Jingjing, though the simple hug ended quickly. For the two of them, it became a special kind of eternity. Having received Lin Yu's embrace, Bai Jingjing was quite satisfied. Don't worry about me. As long as you can still sense the contract between us, it means I'm alive. After they parted, Bai Jingjing added one last remark. Then she truly departed, soaring into the sky and transforming into a beam of light. She shot straight through the clouds. Before long, she had pierced Blue Star's atmosphere and entered the cosmos. Safe travels. Lin Yu gazed at the sky. Lin Yu, to be honest, you could also enter the cosmos and begin exploring now. Qing'er appeared at that moment, hovering before Lin Yu with a smile. The Spider God Star is a marvelous place containing special energies that can rapidly elevate a mecha pilot's power. Hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu was taken aback. Qing, have you been to that Spider God Star? No, I haven't. Qing'er shook her head. Then how do you know so much? Lin Yu waved his hand, having momentarily believed Qing'er had visited. He had hoped she could elaborate on the conditions and dangers of the Spider God Star. Though I've never been, I have heard legends about the Spider God Star. Qing'er continued. Rumor has it that the Spider God Star was personally created by a spider god of the demon race. This spider god was not a primordial deity, but attained divinity through relentless cultivation. It is said that on the Spider God Star lies the legacy left by that spider god. Whoever obtains it can also cultivate to become a god in the future. In the past, countless powerful beings across the cosmos sought to find the Spider God Star, but all ultimately failed. My previous master also spent a considerable amount of time exploring the cosmos, yet found not a single trace of it. After listening, Lin Yu nodded. So it's such a mysterious planet. Can Jingjing find it? There's no need to worry. She surely knows the exact location of the Spider God Star, Qing'er said confidently. After all, she has her bloodline's inherited memories. That's good to hear. At that moment, Lin Yu felt much more at ease. By the way, when do you plan to enter the cosmos? Qing'er asked again, already eager to embark on another interstellar exploration. The prospect of exploring unknown black holes and venturing to never-before-explored planets. The mere thought was thrilling. No rush. Let's wait until my sister and Xiao Yu have advanced further, Lin Yu said softly. Among them, your sister has the highest talent, but it will take at least 10 years for her to break through to a divine-level mecha pilot. Qing'er analyzed meticulously. 10 years isn't too long, it will pass quickly, Lin Yu nodded with a smile. By then we can explore the cosmos together. Next, Lin Yu and Qing'er engaged in a more detailed discussion, even drafting a preliminary plan. The top priority remained resolving the giant beast crisis and the evil spirits as well. Then there was the protection of Blue Star. Currently, Blue Star remained undiscovered by cosmic powers, but it was certain that one day Blue Star would reappear on the radar of major cosmic factions. At that time, Blue Star would become their target. Without the power to protect it, Blue Star would undoubtedly fall under the dominion of those cosmic forces. The tranquil life was always fleeting. A mere month had passed when the colossal beasts within the ocean once again erupted into chaos. Coastal cities of other nations suffered devastating blows from those leviathans. In a short span of time, the human death toll skyrocketed. Naturally, many mecha pilots had fallen. However, those beasts were cunning enough not to lay a claw on Longxia. After all, Lin Yu stood guard there. Other countries faced with such a massive onslaught of giant beasts simply lacked the strength to withstand it. Thus, those nations sent out distress signals one after another, hoping that Lin Yu would lend his aid. This day, Kunlun Mecha University convened an emergency meeting. All high-ranking officials were present. Those oceanic monsters have surged ashore once more on a scale far greater than ever before. Especially for some small coastal countries, they possess no power to resist. At the current rate, it won't be long before several nations on this planet are annihilated. During the meeting, a high-ranking official projected the information for all to see clearly. Although Longxia has not yet been attacked by the sea monsters, our coastal cities are gripped by panic. Everyone knows that these ocean beasts will eventually strike us too. Now all those near the coast are evacuating. As piece after piece of information was displayed, the entire world faced a new crisis. After reviewing the data, everyone wore grim expressions. There was also another pressing issue. Because Lin Yu was in Longxia, it had become the safest nation on Earth. Without a doubt, people from other countries were flooding into Longxia, especially from neighboring nations. Many had already crossed into Longxia's territory. Though border forces were doing their utmost to prevent it, their efforts yielded little effect. If the entire world's population sought refuge in Longxia, the country would be paralyzed before the beasts even attacked. Upon reflection, although Longxia was vast, housing over 3 billion people from across the globe, was a daunting thought that sent chills down one's spine. Thus the conference room was filled with headaches. The problems at hand were too numerous, each one extremely thorny. Lin Yu sat in the main seat, gazing at the myriad issues before him, feeling deeply troubled himself. Everyone, if you have any solutions, speak up, and let's discuss them. The longer we delay, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Lin Yu quickly spoke. As his words fell, one of the high-ranking officials stood up and proposed, "How about activating the firmament?" Impossible. The suggestion met with widespread opposition. The firmament shield is meant to guard Longxia and repel those beasts. Activating the firmament shield could indeed stop others from entering Longxia, but doing so would set us against the entire world. Aside from Longxia's mecha pilots, all others would likely attack the firmament. Indeed, the firmament shield is only our last line of defense. It can sustain itself for at most a few days. Everyone sighed in unison. Seeing this, Lin Yu shook his head slightly and quickly established a connection with Qing'er. "Qing'er, do you have any good solutions?" Lin Yu asked hurriedly. "Isn't it simple, eh?" Qing'er's voice rang out. "When dealing with matters, one should always start from the root. Think carefully. What is the root cause of all this trouble?" Qing'er's words suddenly enlightened Lin Yu. Indeed, the root of the many crises now faced was the rampage of the oceanic giants seeking to claim the continent for themselves. Other countries were powerless to resist, so they flocked to Longxia for refuge. If he could resolve the problem of the sea monsters, then all current troubles would naturally dissipate. For now, this was the best course of action. Having decided, Lin Yu declared loudly, "The source of all these troubles is those sea beasts. Announce to the world immediately, I will handle these oceanic monsters." Such a large-scale assault by these sea beasts must be orchestrated by a more formidable overlord or king among them. At present, across the entire world, Lin Yu was the only divine-level mecha pilot piloting a divine mecha. Moreover, he possessed 7 divine mechas. With Lin Yu taking action, it should be manageable. Within the meeting room, all the high-ranking officials agreed with the plan he proposed. Though they had considered many solutions before, none could address the root cause, and some might even trigger further complications. Before long, the news spread across the globe via the network, informing everyone that Lin Yu would personally head to the ocean to resolve the crisis at its source. Upon seeing this announcement, people worldwide breathed a collective sigh of relief. Thus, they no longer had to flee their homelands. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yu immediately summoned the Nuwa Mecha and through spatial teleportation sped towards the sea. Truly, with great power comes great responsibility, Lin Yu sighed. You don't have to bother with all this. You could just leave Blue Star, Qing'er's voice chimed in. No, Lin Yu shook his head. To be honest, I've been having the same dream lately. I see Blue Star turned into a dead planet. I don't want Blue Star to become what I saw in that dream. Lin Yu's words left Qing'er in contemplation. She understood clearly. That dream of Lin Yu's was by no means ordinary. It must be a warning from some great being hinting at a catastrophic disaster looming over Blue Star. Seeing this, Qing'er said no more. She believed that as long as Lin Yu was there, no matter what happened, he would handle it well. Through rapid spatial travel, Lin Yu arrived above a certain sea area. For now, this area was still within Longxia's territory, so it remained calm. The ocean is so vast. How can I quickly find the beast commanding behind the scenes? Lin Yu realized a new problem. He couldn't possibly search every nook and cranny. That would take far too much time. That's easy, Qing'er said with a mysterious smile. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly, Lin Yu urged, sensing that Qing'er had a solution. We can use the warship's radar. It covers the entire ocean, allowing us to precisely locate those giant beasts. Qing'er replied swiftly. That way we can form a clear picture. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then summon the warship immediately, Lin Yu remarked. He realized he should have brought it along from the start, knowing its capabilities. Rest assured, I've already issued the command. The warship is traversing space rapidly. Qing'er nodded. The warship can traverse space. Lin Yu was taken aback again, realizing how little he knew about the warship's functions. Of course, Qing'er affirmed. The universe is vast and boundless. A warship must possess wormhole jump capabilities to explore it effectively. Understood. Lin Yu took a deep breath and nodded slowly. Before long, the cosmic-grade warship materialized above him. The warship's appearance was overwhelming, its sheer size blotting out the sky. Under Qing'er's control, it activated its radar scanning function. The scanned information appeared before Lin Yu's eyes. After roughly 5 minutes, the entire ocean had been thoroughly surveyed. The giant beasts were densely packed in staggering numbers. The entire ocean was a colossal haven for these creatures. How strange. All the giant beasts above level 100 are gathered in the sea area where the level 140 dungeon appeared, Lin Yu noted with great confusion. Even Qing'er found it puzzling. Regardless, something must have happened in that area to draw all those high-level beast kings together. I suspect the ocean beast's assault on land is directly connected to them, Qing'er continued. Regardless, we must investigate now. Only then will we know the exact cause. All our current speculation is just guesswork. Let's go. Lin Yu commanded the Nuwa Mecha, warping toward that sea area once more with the warship trailing closely. The warship also had attack systems. Its firepower was immense, more than enough to eliminate level 100 beasts, providing Lin Yu with significant assistance. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to return to the sea area above the level 140 Death Tower dungeon. Gazing out, the sea surface was perfectly calm and the weather was pleasant. In other times one might think it was a beautiful day, but Lin Yu knew that beneath the surface turbulent currents were already surging. All the level 100 beast kings of the ocean had congregated in this area. The sheer number of them formed a formidable assembly. Fortunately, Lin Yu was now a divine mecha pilot commanding 7 level 140 divine mechas. Facing this legion of level 100 beast kings, he remained confident in his ability to overcome them. Let's begin. Lin Yu took a deep breath and prepared to dive into the seabed with the Nuwa Mecha. With a splash, the Nuwa Mecha plunged into the ocean, sending up an enormous wave. The warship remained above, ready to support Lin Yu with firepower. Upon entering the seabed, Lin Yu could feel countless gazes fixed upon him. After another 10+ seconds, he reached the ocean floor and clearly saw the colossal level 100 beast kings encircling a mysterious platform. These beast kings, despite noticing Lin Yu's arrival, made no move against him, remaining eerily docile. Lin Yu, be careful. Normally these beasts are each sovereign in their own right, yet they're so obedient now, Qing'er warned. It seems a more terrifying entity has appeared, forcing them into submission. I understand, Lin Yu nodded slightly. I want to see who's behind all this. He guided the Nuwa Mecha forward. Soon he reached the platform on the seabed. The moment the Nuwa Mecha landed, the entire platform erupted with a blood-red glow. The light coalesced, instantly forming a crimson barrier that enveloped the underwater platform. This is a special 6-star spatial sealing array, Qing'er recognized immediately. Spatial sealing alone can't stop my Nuwa Mecha, Lin Yu said softly. It's not that simple, Qing'er shook her head. Look at the level 100 beasts around you. Following her gaze, Lin Yu observed. He could see that these level 100 beasts were continuously channeling their energy into the 6-star spatial sealing array. Not only were they pouring in their energy, but they were also sacrificing their life force. The next moment, Lin Yu attempted to use the Nuwa Mecha's spatial teleportation. He quickly discovered that teleportation was impossible. The space had been completely sealed. This 6-star spatial ceiling array combined with the Beast Kings offering all their power, Qing'er explained. Even your level 140 divine mecha cannot escape now. However, there is a solution persist until these Beast Kings exhaust their power. Qing'er elaborated. The number of Beast Kings here was limited. That's reassuring. Lin Yu smiled and nodded knowing there was a way out. The divine mech body, the legendary divine mech body, finally mine. Suddenly, from within the platform, an eerily sinister laugh echoed, sending chills down one's spine and raising goosebumps. It's the work of evil spirits. Qing'er confirmed upon hearing the repulsive voice. This 6-star spatial ceiling array was typically used by evil beings. Earlier seeing the array, Qing'er couldn't be certain and thus remained silent. But now with the voice, she was 100% sure it was an evil spirit. So this is all part of the evil spirit's plan. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The evil spirit had employed some unknown method to command the obedience of all the ocean behemoths. It had driven the behemoths onto land, launching massive assaults against other nations. Yet conspicuously, it never attacked the Dragon Xia nation. Thus, the evil spirit was truly cunning. It had long calculated that Lin Yu would personally come to handle the matter. Hence, it set up this 6-star spatial ceiling grand array here, designed specifically to trap Lin Yu for a period. During this time, the evil spirit would seize the opportunity to possess Lin Yu's divine mech body and his god-level mechas. Soon, on the high platform, a blood-red light coalesced. A crimson evil spirit materialized before Lin Yu. A red evil spirit. Lin Yu had never encountered such a being before. Yet it was certain that this red evil spirit was far more terrifying and formidable than the purple or black ones. Be careful, this red evil spirit is akin to a king among its kind capable of possessing human bodies. Qing'er quickly warned him. Qing'er, don't you think this is too coincidental? I just acquired the evil repelling eye divine ability, and now this red evil spirit appears right here in the same place. Lin Yu took a deep breath, letting out a sigh. With continuous analysis, he could truly sense that everything seemed to have been preordained. This red evil spirit was likely sealed here, but the seal wasn't absolute. Thus, when the one who meets the conditions appeared, some mechanism was triggered, and the level 140 dungeon emerged. Its purpose was for the one who cleared the dungeon and obtained the divine ability to eliminate this red evil spirit. Qing'er reached this conclusion. Her deduction was highly plausible. After hearing it, Lin Yu was inclined to believe it. A swift resolution. Lin Yu quickly entered a battle-ready state. Symbiotic unity. In an instant, he entered a supreme state of piloting the mecha. In this state, he was the mecha and the mecha was him. Then, the spiritual energy within Lin Yu surged rapidly. He unleashed the evil-repelling eye divine ability. Through the Nuwa mecha, the power of the divine ability was instantly amplified. A radiant light enveloped the red evil spirit. Indeed, you've already mastered this evil-repelling eye divine ability. To have reached such a level in so short a time as a divine mech body, you're truly monstrous. This is the perfect vessel I've been seeking. Facing the might of the evil-repelling eye, the red evil spirit remained utterly unfazed, emitting a sinister laugh instead. What's happening? Lin Yu was deeply puzzled. The evil-repelling eye divine ability had no effect at all. For a moment, Lin Yu intensified the output of the ability. Yet the red evil spirit remained as if nothing was amiss. Give up your evil-repelling eye, can do me no harm. The red evil spirit sneered. However, Lin Yu did notice something. He could clearly see that the red evil spirit was protected by an invisible barrier. It seems it has a special treasure protecting its body, so the evil-repelling eye is useless against it for now. Lin Yu took a deep breath. He still hadn't escaped this space. His divine ability was also ineffective. The only option left was to go all out. He refused to believe that he, a proud divine mech body and god-level mecha pilot, would be trapped here. He had plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Blood prison. The red evil spirit unleashed its power. The entire high platform transformed into a hellish scene, with countless eerie arms reaching out toward the Nuwa mecha, as if trying to devour it entirely. If you want to possess my divine mech body, you'll have to ask my god-level mechas if they'll allow it. Lin Yu snorted coldly. Summon the Heavenly Emperor mecha. Summon the 4 divine beasts mecha. In the next instant, 6 god-level mechas appeared beside the Nuwa mecha, summoned by Lin Yu's 600,000 spiritual energy points. All the god-level mechas immediately entered autonomous combat mode. In that moment, the Heavenly Emperor mecha summoned the Heavenly Emperor sword. The Heavenly Emperor sword merely released a single sword beam, instantly annihilating the hellish scene. Go, Lin Yu commanded. The 6 god-level mechas moved instantly. In that instant, 7 god-level mechas surrounded the red, evil spirit. Impossible. How can one person simultaneously control all these mechas at once? The red evil spirit was utterly stunned. It had never anticipated such a scenario. You think it's impossible only because your vision is too limited, Lin Yu said calmly. Since all the mechas had awakened, Lin Yu had never personally piloted the Fushi Mecha, the Heavenly Sovereign Mecha, or the Hongjun Mecha. Indeed, it was because piloting the Nuwa Mecha was so comfortable and familiar. Such was the plight of having too many mechas. Oh, what a cursed plight. Destroy it. Lin Yu wasted no more words. He issued the command again. The god-level mechas began their assault. No matter how many tricks the red evil spirit had, it couldn't withstand the combined onslaught of so many god-level mechas. My evil spirit clan is immortal and indestructible. You cannot kill me. The red evil spirit's tone remained icy. Can't destroy you? You underestimate me. Lin Yu sneered. In the brief moment, just now, Lin Yu quickly scanned the skills of each god-level mecha. And indeed, he found one. It was the Hongjun Mecha's skill 1 Chi transforms into 3 purities. This skill seemed capable of easily annihilating the evil spirit. Upon receiving Lin Yu's command, the Hongjun Mecha instantly locked onto the red evil spirit. 1 Chi transforms into 3 purities activated. In that moment, the Hongjun Mecha radiated an immensely dazzling divine light, as if the primordial Hongjun himself had arrived. With just a gentle tap. No. The red evil spirit was instantly obliterated. Gulp. Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. This Hongjun Mecha was truly terrifying. Through this experience, Lin Yu discovered a flaw in autonomous combat. Although autonomous combat allowed the god-level mechas to unleash their full power, certain skills still required Lin Yu to issue specific commands. All my god-level mechas clearly have the means to destroy evil spirits, but I've never taken the time to truly understand them before. This is my fault. From now on, I must thoroughly study every god-level mecha. Lin Yu engaged in self-criticism. The red evil spirit had been destroyed. The entire 6-star spatial ceiling array remained. However, looking around, many hundred-level behemoth kings had already perished. This was for the best. With all the behemoths above level 100 dead, the remaining ocean behemoths would surely dare not set foot on land again, ushering in another long period of peace. Once the 6-star spatial ceiling formation was activated, those colossal beasts could not halt their sacrificial ritual midway. Initially, these beasts were under the control of the Crimson Malevolent Spirit. Now that Lin Yu had vanquished the Crimson Malevolent Spirit, the surrounding beasts all above level 100 instantly regained their clarity. Sensing their life force rapidly draining away, these colossal beasts struggled incessantly. As death drew ever closer, boundless terror filled their eyes. It was the fear of death. Like humans, they were utterly terrified of perishing. Some beasts even sought to plead with Lin Yu for salvation. Regrettably, Lin Yu had no intention of aiding them. Within the ensuing few minutes, these beasts were swiftly drained of all life. Gazing around, the area was littered with the carcasses of those colossal beasts. The 6-star spatial ceiling formation was no longer as impregnable as before. Pangu Mecha cleaved this formation apart. Lin Yu commanded, not even deigning to act personally. Upon receiving the order, the Pangu Mecha gripped the heaven-splitting axe, and with a single effortless strike, boom, the entire 6-star spatial ceiling formation shattered into pieces. The sheer might of the heaven-splitting axe even carved a rift across the seabed, triggering a massive earthquake in this sea region. Many of the colossal beasts' carcasses tumbled into the chasm, granting them a form of burial. Return now. With the crisis resolved, Lin Yu summoned the 6 divine mechas back. Then he commanded the Nuwa Mecha to traverse through spatial rifts. He swiftly departed from that sea region. Re-emerging into the sky, he surveyed the scene. The vast ocean remained as placid as ever. Qing'er, have the messages been sent? Lin Yu inquired softly. Rest assured, the footage from the battle has been recorded and uploaded to this world's network. By now, everyone has likely seen it. Qing'er's voice soon echoed. This way, the people of other nations would no longer need to treat Longsha country as a refugee camp. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. But even so, it won't completely resolve the issue. Qing'er shook her head. Many will inevitably think that a similar crisis might erupt again next time, and fleeing then would be too late. Thus, even after you've dealt with the current threat, countless people will still flock to Longsha country. Qing'er's analysis was entirely accurate. Lin Yu had not considered this before. Is there a way to resolve it, he asked. No solution exists. Qing'er stated calmly. As long as you remain in Longsha country, it is the safest place on earth. Indeed it is. Lin Yu replied. So to solve this, other nations would need to produce a divine mecha pilot of their own. Qing'er continued. Currently, Lin Yu is the only divine mecha pilot in the entire world. Moreover, the Kunlun Mecha University was also situated within Longsha country. The pinnacle mecha pilots and the top-tier Mecha University, these two factors alone had established Longsha country as the most secure nation globally, bar none. It seems highly challenging for other countries to produce a divine mecha pilot. Lin Yu sighed softly. Soon the Nuwa mecha rapidly traversed space, heading back to Kunlun Mecha University. Along the way, Lin Yu conversed extensively with Qing'er. Meanwhile, on the global network, the video of Lin Yu's battle against the crimson malevolent spirit in the seabed had become an unprecedented sensation. Witnessing the malevolent spirit slain and countless beasts above level 100 completely annihilated, everyone erupted in joy. In the comment sections, Lin Yu was hailed as the Mecha War God. Such is the might of a divine mecha pilot. Absolutely terrifying. Summoning all 7 divine mechas. How does he manage it? A single person controlling 7 mechas simultaneously. Hence Lin Yu is truly a mecha war god. As long as Lin Yu is here, Longsha country will forever be the safest. No more words. I must head to Longsha country now. That is the truly safe haven. If another crisis of this magnitude strikes, fleeing might be impossible. At Kunlun Mecha University, in the principal's office. After returning, Lin Yu sat in his chair, briefly browsing the online information. It was overwhelmingly praise for himself. Principal truly remarkable. Meng Qian, standing nearby, gazed at Lin Yu with radiant admiration and deep reverence. How are things progressing? Lin Yu closed the webpage, turned to Meng Qian, and inquired. According to investigations, most other nations have stabilized and restored order. However, many are still illegally crossing into Longsha country's borders. This is something Longsha country cannot effectively control. Meng Qian sighed. There was no helping it. Longsha country's territory was vast. It was impossible to station personnel at every single point around the clock. Moreover, after arriving in Longsha country, most foreigners behave with extreme arrogance, causing numerous incidents. With their influx, order within Longsha country has descended into chaos. Thus, the higher-ups of Longsha country have requested our assistance in finding a viable solution. If this continues, Longsha country will inevitably fall into turmoil. Meng Qian continued. I understand this matter. I will devise a solution as soon as possible. Lin Yu nodded and asked further, anything else? Nothing else of note except that during your seabed battle, a meteorite landed within the territory of the beautiful country. Our detection indicates that the meteorite contained immense power and life force. Unfortunately, it vanished upon impact, leaving only a crater behind. Based on our analysis, this meteorite is far from ordinary. It may herald another catastrophe. Hearing Meng Qian's continued report, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Lately, the crises plaguing the Blue Star seem to be growing ever more frequent. Alas, one person alone was indeed stretched thin. How is Principal Wei faring now? Lin Yu asked. We received news 2 days ago that he is over halfway there. Within a year, Principal Wei should successfully become a divine mecha pilot. Meng Qian replied promptly. That's good. Lin Yu nodded. Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Meng Qian said softly. Lin Yu nodded. After Meng Qian left the room, Qing'er quickly appeared before Lin Yu. Qing'er, I need you to devise a good plan to keep people from other countries out of our Dragon Xia nation. Seeing this, Lin Yu spoke rapidly to Qing'er. Through big data analysis, there is indeed a way, Qing'er said with a smile. What way? Lin Yu grew even more curious, his heart surging with excitement. Upgrade the technology. Qing'er extended a finger and gently tapped. Instantly, a three-dimensional projection appeared before Lin Yu. Within the projection was a miniature Dragon Xia nation, the entire country enveloped by a luminous barrier. This barrier is the firmament shield currently mastered by Dragon Xia. However, this firmament shield consumes an immense amount of energy, so it cannot be activated for long periods. But if we can upgrade this firmament shield through technological modification, we might greatly reduce energy consumption and keep the shield operational continuously. This way others won't be able to enter Dragon Xia so easily. Then you can announce to the world that anyone attempting to illegally breach Dragon Xia will be shown no mercy. Qing'er stated calmly. Her plan was the best available. If Lin Yu had to think of it himself, he would likely ponder for ages without finding a solution. Can this technology be broken through? Lin Yu asked again. With me here, a technological upgrade is a piece of cake. Qing'er said with utter confidence. With sufficient materials, she could even forge another cosmic-level warship. Excellent. Then let's proceed with your plan. What do we do first? Lin Yu inquired. I need to access the control center of the firmament shield and modify the program. Qing'er spoke at length. After listening, Lin Yu immediately called Meng Qian back in. Once Meng Qian entered, Lin Yu directly stated, contact the high-ranking officials of Dragon Xia. I found a solution. Activate the firmament shield. Unfortunately, the firmament shield consumes vast amounts of energy and can't sustain itself for long. Meng Qian was puzzled. Don't worry, I have a way to upgrade and modify this firmament shield. Lin Yu smiled confidently. Seeing this, Meng Qian trusted him wholeheartedly and quickly nodded. All right, I'll contact them right away. Time passed gradually. A few minutes later, Meng Qian re-entered the office. Principal, they've agreed. They asked when you'd be available. Meng Qian said swiftly. Let's do it now. Lin Yu stood up. All right. Meng Qian continued communicating on the phone. After the call ended, she nodded slightly. They'll send someone to pick you up immediately. Stepping out of the office and onto the open ground outside, Lin Yu waited patiently. He didn't have to wait long. A Dragon Siam military fighter jet slowly descended. The cabin door opened, and a middle-aged man in military uniform walked down. The man saluted Lin Yu and said politely, I've been ordered to escort you. Let's set off. Lin Yu nodded. After boarding, the fighter jet quickly took off. The interior of the aircraft was very simple. Inside there were several other soldiers. When they saw Lin Yu, their faces were filled with admiration and their hearts swelled with envy. After all, they were all of similar age, yet he was already a divine mecha pilot, while they remained ordinary ones. Sigh. Truly there is always a sky above the sky and a person above a person. Roughly an hour was spent inside the fighter jet. They finally arrived. When the cabin door opened, Lin Yu stepped out and was slightly stunned by the sight before him. The heritage of Dragon Xia was indeed profound. Even this base was extraordinary in every aspect. Hello, I am Lu Kunyu, the chief director of the Firmament Shield. It's an honor to meet a true divine mecha pilot. An elderly man in his 50s smiled at Lin Yu. Senior Lu, let's get straight to the point. I want to see the control system of the firmament. Lin Yu addressed him respectfully as senior. The old man before him was clearly not a mecha pilot, just an ordinary person. For an ordinary person to become the chief director of such a national secret project was enough to demonstrate Lu Kunyu's extraordinary nature. No problem, please follow me. Lu Kunyu quickly nodded. And so they proceeded following Lu Kunyu. Along the way, Lu Kunyu introduced many things to Lin Yu. The place they were in was the highest secret base of Dragon Xia, the Firmament Base. The Firmament technology was also discovered in a secret realm. Lu Kunyu had joined the Firmament research at the age of 18. Although he hadn't awakened a mecha, he possessed extraordinary intelligence. In the end, the successful realization of the entire Firmament project owed much to Lu Kunyu. Now, over 40 years had passed. Lu Kunyu had transformed from a young lad and ordinary worker into the ultimate director. He was perhaps the pinnacle an ordinary person could reach in this world. When they arrived at the control center, all the staff inside stood up. This is the control center of the Firmament. Lu Kunyu introduced. Most of the employees here are ordinary people who haven't awakened mechas. Lin Yu nodded. You can all take a break now, Lin Yu continued. Immediately, Qing'er materialized beside Lin Yu. This scene left everyone stunned. Qing'er, let's begin, Lin Yu said softly. All right. Qing'er smiled sweetly. She enjoyed this kind of work the most. In almost a second, Qing'er completely seized control of the firmament. Impossible. The firmament's network defense is the most advanced. It was cracked in just a second. Who is she? Everyone was astonished as if struck by a dimensional blow. Lu Kunyu was also incredulous. He looked at Lin Yu and asked curiously, may I ask who this is? Her name is Qing'er, my companion, Lin Yu explained simply. He didn't elaborate further on Qing'er's details. Everyone watched closely and learned. Lu Kunyu quickly said, if they could glean even a fraction of Qing'er's operations, it would elevate their technological level to a new height. Nearly an hour had passed, and Qing'er had not stopped during that time, continuously modifying the firmament program. Lin Yu couldn't understand it at all, but he felt that Qing'er looked incredibly impressive right now. It was the first time he had seen Qing'er so serious and absorbed. The other personnel present were also completely stunned. They had wanted to learn, but they realized that such technical skill was entirely beyond their grasp. Just watching wouldn't teach them anything. Another 10 minutes or so went by. Done. Qing'er clapped her hands together, saying with great delight. It had been a long time since she had modified a program like this, and it gave her a sense of satisfaction. How is it? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. The program has been fully upgraded, but for the firmament shield to operate continuously, it requires an unending source of energy. With the current energy reserves after the comprehensive upgrade through my system, it should have no problem lasting a year. Qing'er spoke with great confidence. At that moment, everyone was astonished. Their original technology could only maintain the firmament shield for a few days. Just by upgrading the system, the efficiency had been increased by over 100 times. This alone demonstrated just how formidable Qing'er's technical skills were. In that case, activate the firmament shield now, Lin Yu said quickly. All right. Qing'er nodded slightly. The next second, she snapped her fingers. Ding dong. The firmament shield system was activated. An invisible barrier instantly enveloped the entire Dragon Xia nation. The firmament has been successfully activated. All announcements have been issued promptly. Qing'er nodded and continued. You've worked hard. Lin Yu replied with a smile. Then he turned to Lu Kunyu and said, the matter is settled, so we'll take our leave now. This place is still yours to manage. Lin Yu, I have a request. Lu Kunyu pleaded. Could this young lady provide us with some training? Having witnessed Qing'er's skills, They also understood how backward their own technology was. Qing'er, it's your decision, Lin Yu said directly to her. The decision rested with Qing'er. If she didn't want to, Lin Yu wouldn't force her. Of course, if possible, Lin Yu hoped that Qing'er could teach them some techniques. After all, it was for the good of the entire Dragon Xian nation. Of course, Qing'er nodded slightly. But I don't have that much time. Within one day, I'll teach you a few techniques that are currently suitable. Whether you can master them within that day depends on your own efforts. Hearing this, Lu Kunyu was filled with excitement. No problem at all. Alright, since Qing'er has agreed, I'll stay an extra day. Lin Yu smiled. I'd also like to take a good look around here. Very well, I'll arrange for someone to show you around properly. Lu Kunyu said. Soon he quickly made the arrangements. He even set up a large classroom for Qing'er, allowing more people from the base to come and learn. Meanwhile, Lin Yu wandered around the base by himself. The entire base was built underground and was immensely vast. It could even be described as an underground city. The base had all kinds of recreational facilities. Through some inquiries, he learned that many people in the base dedicated to technological research had been living there all along without ever going outside. They had essentially devoted their entire lives to this research. It must be said this was truly remarkable. Lin Yu felt great admiration for them. The base had a dedicated living area. This living area also had tall buildings. On both sides of the streets were various shops and restaurants. He also saw many lively and adorable children. Going further, and he arrived outside a school. The children in the base all studied at this school. Some children who awakened their mechas earned the right to leave the base. Those who did not awaken their mechas would continue with systematic education and acquire professional skills. For ordinary people, being able to work in such a base was already very good. Outside, ordinary people without skills could only do the hardest and most exhausting work. Every day, they lived numb and miserable lives. Lieutenant Li, can I go inside this school and take a look? Lin Yu asked the beautiful female officer beside him with a smile. This Lieutenant Li was the guide Lu Kunyu had arranged for him. Throughout the journey, she had been providing detailed explanations one by one. This allowed Lin Yu to gain a deeper understanding of the underground base. Of course, no problem. Please wait a moment. Lieutenant Li quickly picked up her device and began to communicate. Within just 1 minute, the school's principal rushed out quickly. He personally received them. Having a divine mecha master visit our school is our honor. Please come in. The principal was quite tactful. After entering the campus, they discovered that the school included 4 sections: kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and high school. It was a very comprehensive school. The teachers were also quite excellent. In the kindergarten, watching the little children play and frolic made one feel very happy. In the elementary school classrooms, the children were babbling. Unknowingly, they had toured a great deal within this school. After the tour, one could clearly feel that the management of the entire school was very good. Where are the senior high students? Seeing the senior high classroom empty, Lin Yu inquired. Today is the day for the senior high students to awaken their mechas, the principal quickly explained. I see. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Every year I preside over the Mecha awakening ceremony for the senior high students. This time could I implore you to preside over the ceremony for these children? The principal bowed to Lin Yu in request. With a divine Mecha master personally presiding over the Mecha awakening ceremony, the students' chances of awakening their mechas would probably be greater. It was evident that the principal genuinely cared for these students. Sure, I have nothing else to do anyway. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. With you presiding in person, the students' success rate in awakening their mechas will certainly be higher. After Lin Yu agreed, the principal was immensely excited and delighted. In truth, he had already prepared himself mentally for rejection. Principal, lead the way. Those children must be getting anxious. Lin Yu waved his hand gently and smiled. Inside the awakening chamber, the senior year students were brimming with unparalleled tension and excitement. Why did the principal leave so abruptly? Exactly, otherwise the awakening ceremony would have started by now. Judging by how flustered the principal looked, something major must have happened. We'll just have to wait. Patience is all we have now. I hope I can awaken a mecha. I don't want to be stuck in this base forever. The students murmured among themselves. This period of waiting felt like sheer torment and agony to them. Suddenly the doors to the awakening chamber swung open. Everyone instinctively looked over. Upon seeing the principal, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, followed by a surge of excitement. The awakening ceremony was finally about to begin. Then Lin Yu's appearance instantly plunged the entire chamber into a buzz of commotion. This underground base was also connected to the outside network. Naturally, they had seen the information about Lin Yu. Lin Yu. It's Lin Yu, the possessor of the Mech God Body. Not just the Mech God Body, but he's also a divine-level mech pilot, the only one in the world. And he's the principal of Kunlun Mech University. No wonder our principal left in such a hurry earlier. He was off to receive such an eminent figure. To witness a true powerhouse in person, we are truly fortunate. All the students gazed at Lin Yu with immense adoration. Clearly he was their idol. Silence, everyone. The principal barked from the awakening platform. The students instantly fell quiet. It is a great honor today to have Principal Lin here to personally conduct your Mecha awakening ceremony. I hope each of you will give your best effort and perform well. Having already lost considerable time, the principal kept his remarks brief. At that moment, the students' excitement reached a fever pitch. They had never imagined that at this pivotal moment in their lives, a divine-level mech pilot would preside over their ceremony. It was a dream for countless others. Today, fortune smiled upon them. After taking the microphone, Lin Yu spoke simply, "Looking at all of you now reminds me of myself back, then standing right here beneath this platform. Nervous and anxious. I want to tell you, don't be tense. Keep a calm mindset and face this with your best attitude. That will greatly increase your chances of success. Moreover, I promise, as the principal of Kunlun Mech University, anyone who awakens a general-level mecha or above will be immediately admitted to study at Kunlun Mech University." Lin Yu's final words sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. Mecha grades were classified as mortal level, general level, king level, emperor level, saint level, and divine level. Even awakening a king level mecha would guarantee direct admission to Kunlun Mech University. I must awaken a mecha of general level or higher to enter a top-tier university. At that moment, a firm resolve took root in every student's heart. Seeing this, Lin Yu officially announced, "Enough talk. Let the awakening ceremony begin now." The activation of the awakening platform required the mech pilot's spiritual energy to operate. Soon, Lin Yu channeled his own spiritual energy into the platform. Instantly, the entire platform erupted with a blindingly brilliant light. At that moment, the teachers were stunned. It was the first time they had ever seen the awakening platform emit such a dazzling radiance. Truly befitting a divine-level mech pilot. With him presiding, the entire ceremony felt transformed. As the brilliant light faded, the awakening platform began to operate fully. Class 3 Senior Year, Su Weiwei. A teacher called out loudly according to the list. "I didn't expect the first one to awaken would be the campus belle Su. Su is outstanding in every way. She might awaken a very powerful mecha. Nothing is certain. Last year, many excellent students still failed to awaken." Amid the chatter, a very pretty girl had already stepped onto the platform. Lin Yu looked at Su Weiwei and said softly, "Stand in the center of the platform. Don't be too nervous, or just relax." Su Weiwei nodded nervously. In this world, all paths lead to hardship, but the way of the mecha reigns supreme. Only by becoming a mech pilot could one truly control their own destiny and enjoy a better life. Su Weiwei stood in the center. In an instant, a beam of light enveloped her. At that moment, she felt as if she had entered another space. A space of pitch-black darkness. It was as if she had fallen into an abyssal hell. She wanted to escape, but could not. A wave of despair engulfed her. Then at that very moment, a ray of light pierced the darkness. The light shone upon her, bringing an indescribable warmth. When she looked up, she clearly saw a mecha standing before her. "Is this my mecha?" Su Weiwei was overwhelmed with excitement. She had thought she had failed to awaken. Then the light merged her into the mecha's interior. In that instant, a mecha space was opened within her body. Her consciousness then withdrew from that other space. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw all the students below staring at her intently. "Student Su Weiwei, congratulations. You have awakened an emperor-level mecha." Lin Yu's voice rang out. Normally one would need a test to determine the mecha's grade after awakening. But Lin Yu, with his Mech God Body and the system, could discern the level of Su Weiwei's mecha at a single glance. Emperor-level mecha. Su Weiwei was astonished. The other students were also shocked. Incredible. An emperor-level mecha. And on the first try, Su Weiwei is destined to become a mecha powerhouse. This is the first time in this base that someone has awakened an emperor-level mecha. But wait, she didn't even summon her mecha for verification. Is it really an emperor-level? A divine-level mech pilot said it himself. How could it be false? Su Weiwei's successful awakening of an emperor-level mecha set an auspicious tone. Lin Yu looked at Su Weiwei with a smile and asked, "Student Su Weiwei, would you be willing to come to my Kunlun Mech University?" "Yes." Su Weiwei nodded eagerly. "Very well, please stand behind me." Lin Yu nodded and continued. "Now let's proceed with the next student." The second student quickly ascended the awakening platform. Within mere seconds, he successfully awakened a general-grade mecha. Though it was a mecha of a low tier, the student was still immensely overjoyed. From this moment onward, he was officially a mecha pilot. 2 in a row have awakened mechas. I can do it too. Witnessing the success of their peers, the other students suddenly gained a surge of courage and confidence. Time slipped by. One by one, the students ascended the platform to undergo the mecha awakening ritual. While some rejoiced, others were naturally disheartened. Soon over an hour had passed. The awakening ceremony concluded. The senior class had 145 students in total, and 13 of them failed to awaken a mecha. "Incredible!" exclaimed several teachers, maintaining order. In prior years, nearly half of the students would fail to awaken a mecha. Yet this year only 13 had failed. They understood clearly that all of this was undoubtedly related to Lin Yu. With a divine-grade mecha pilot personally presiding over the awakening ritual, the students' success rates were bound to soar. Among this group of students, only Su Weiwei awakened an imperial-grade mecha. 9 students awakened king-grade mechas. The rest who succeeded were mostly general-grade or mortal-grade mecha pilots. Lin Yu kept his word. Any student whose awakened mecha exceeded the general grade could directly enter Kunlun Mecha University. All 10 students were more than willing. At that moment, Lin Yu addressed them. I will stay at this base for 1 day. Go home now and explain the situation to your families. Tomorrow we head back to Kunlun Mecha University. The students quickly responded upon hearing his words. Each of them was now brimming with excitement and joy. Not only had they awakened powerful mechas, but they could also directly become students of Kunlun Mecha University. Su Weiwei, why haven't you gone back? Lin Yu asked, noticing she remained as the others hurried home. I have no family left, Su Weiwei said sorrowfully. The girl's parents passed away last year in an accident, the principal explained to Lin Yu. A pitiful soul, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Very well, Su Weiwei will stay with me from now on. Lin Yu spoke. Yes, Principal Lin. Su Weiwei quickly replied. The awakening ceremony is over, and it's time for me to leave, Lin Yu said softly to the school principal. Before long, Mu Yun and the others left the school and continued wandering around the base. After strolling for so long, it's time to reward myself with some good food. I wonder what the cuisine here is like. A restaurant that looked quite appealing caught Lin. Yes, I'm making him nod slightly. Principal Lin, this is the finest restaurant in the entire base. Its delicacies will surely satisfy you, Deputy Li explained with a smile. Then under Deputy Li's guidance, they entered the restaurant. The other patrons inside were utterly astonished and thrilled to see Lin Yu. After all, this was their first chance to see a divine-grade mecha pilot up close. To avoid disturbances, Deputy Li quickly arranged a private room with the restaurant owner. Once inside, the room was enveloped in tranquility. Having eaten and drunk their fill, Lin Yu was truly reveling in the experience. Deputy Li and Su Weiwei found it all utterly surreal. The divine-grade mecha pilot before them seemed like an ordinary person, completely unlike the image of a formidable powerhouse they had imagined. Lin Yu's temperament was exceptionally pleasant, making interactions feel as effortless as with a friend. After leaving the restaurant, the time had reached 6 in the evening. Though the base was built underground, it was equipped with an artificial sun, keeping time synchronized with the surface. The nighttime underground base had a unique charm, with a beautiful nightscape. Continuing under Deputy Li's guidance, Lin Yu entered a luxurious hotel. It was essentially the highest level of reception this underground base could offer. Lin Yu was quite satisfied with the room's amenities. Su Weiwei was arranged to rest in the adjacent room. Lying on the bed, Lin Yu contacted Qing. Qing, how's it going? Lin Yu said softly. My teaching is going smoothly, but I can't say how much they'll grasp, Qing Yu's voice echoed in his mind. As long as you're doing well, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Now it's up to their own abilities. After ending the call, Lin Yu drew the curtains and lay back on the bed, gazing at the scenery outside. After a while, he began browsing the internet. With the activation of the Dragon Xia Nation's Celestial Dome Shield and Lin Yu's global announcement, many from other nations had abandoned their plans to enter Dragon Xia. Of course, some mecha pilots remained stubborn, attempting to force their way in. But the Celestial Dome Shield, upgraded personally by Qing Yu, had become far more formidable in defense, leaving those would-be intruders utterly helpless. However, on the global network, many condemned Dragon Xia's selfish actions. Some even demanded that Dragon Xia share the technology of the Celestial Dome Shield. At times like this, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare. A bunch of ingrates, Lin Yu fumed as he read some comments. In that moment, he felt that only the people of Dragon Xia should exist in this world. Browsing domestic websites, he saw that everyone overwhelmingly supported his decision. Seeing such backing from his own people, Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then he called Meng Qian. It took a while before she answered. Principal, is something the matter? Meng Qian's curious voice came through. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest, Lin Yu said apologetically. Not at all, Meng Qian quickly replied. Good. I need you to issue another global announcement, Lin Yu nodded. Go ahead, Principal, I'm listening, Meng Qian responded. Those who dare to offend Dragon Xia will be punished no matter how far they flee, Lin Yu said calmly. Understood, I'll start the broadcast immediately. Upon hearing those words, Meng Qian felt an overwhelming sense of majesty. Principal, your words from just now have been successfully published. Meng Qian was a woman of action, completing the task within a mere minute. I want to disturb your rest then, Lin Yu responded softly. By the way, Principal, I received a video file today. I was planning to wait until you returned, but how about I send it to you now? After all, this video footage might signify an impending crisis. Meng Qian quickly added. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded. In that case, send it over. The base's network was excellent. A video of several gigabytes downloaded in just a few seconds. Then Lin Yu clicked play. The video showed a small city. Judging by the architectural style, it should be a city in the United States. Everything seemed calm at first. After a few dozen seconds passed, a sudden tremendous roar erupted. A towering skyscraper within the video collapsed directly. Immediately after, a highly bizarre mecha emerged. It appeared as if something was enveloping it. At this point the video ended. I've watched it. Any specific information? Lin Yu spoke promptly. This video was taken yesterday at noon, but the US side has kept it tightly under wraps. We had to put in a tremendous effort to obtain this footage. What we can confirm now is that this video is absolutely real. That bizarre mecha in the video appears to be shielded by some kind of creature. It might be related to genetic research conducted by the US. Meng Qian detailed all the intelligence she had gathered for Lin Yu. Indeed, this was a hidden crisis. It could very well erupt at some point in the future. What the US researched was naturally none of their concern. But if they created something harmful to both themselves and others, it would pose a new crisis for the entire world. Moreover, Lin Yu could tell that the creature attached to the mecha was far from simple. Once it slipped out of human control, the consequences were unimaginable. By the way, Principal, do you remember that meteorite that landed in the US? Meng Qian quickly added, we speculate that the mysterious creature attached to the mecha is related to that meteorite. Alright, I'm aware of this matter. They'll look into it. After this, if anything comes up at the school, contact me anytime. If you can't reach me, go to Principal Wei. Lin Yu responded softly. After the call ended, Lin Yu continued watching the video. When the bizarre mecha appeared, he immediately paused it. Zooming in on the image, he could clearly see a strange black creature attached to the mecha. What the hell is this thing? Lin Yu shook his head. He couldn't discern it at all. It seems he'll have to wait for Qing'er to return. Lin Yu sighed again. Unknowingly, Lin Yu soon drifted into a dream. It turned out to be a pleasant one. The next morning, the base's artificial sun had already risen, its light illuminating the entire facility. Shortly after Lin Yu woke up, Qing'er also quickly returned. Finally finished. They're now at the point where they've grasped the basics. It's up to their own efforts from here on. Qing'er nodded with a smile. With her guidance this time, their technical skills would undoubtedly advance rapidly in a short period. Qing'er, perfect timing. Can you take a look at this? Lin Yu quickly played the video from yesterday for Qing. When the bizarre mecha appeared, Qing'er was momentarily stunned. How did this thing end up on Blue Star? Qing'er exclaimed in surprise. Qing'er, what exactly is this? Lin Yu asked curiously. The creature attached to this mecha is a race from the cosmos, known as Venom. Qing'er explained. So it's an alien race, Lin Yu nodded. It is indeed related to that meteorite. The Venom race is fond of slaughter and devouring the lives of other species, Qing'er continued. This particular Venom is a black one, considered the weakest of its kind. Now it has fully merged with the mecha, and the pilot inside is under the Venom's control. If it's just one, it's manageable. But once this Venom transmits Blue Star's coordinates, the entire Venom race will invade Blue Star, and then we'll be in trouble. Hearing this, Lin Yu had already made up his mind. It seems we'll have to make a trip to the US. Lin Yu stated. Such a latent threat had to be dealt with swiftly, otherwise it would be too late later on. The price to pay would inevitably be far greater. Indeed, it needs to be resolved quickly. Qing'er also nodded. Stepping out of the room, he saw Su Weiwei sitting obediently in the hall. When she saw Lin Yu, she quickly stood up and greeted politely, Principal Lin, good morning. Good morning, Lin Yu replied with a smile. They left the hotel together and quickly arrived at an airstrip where a top-tier fighter jet was already parked. The other 9 students, accompanied by their families, quickly assembled there as well, watching the others bid farewell with their families. Su Weiwei couldn't help but think of her own parents for a moment. Everyone boarded the aircraft. Once everyone was present, Lin Yu said promptly. They obediently and orderly boarded. After everyone was on board, the warship quickly took off. Within moments, it had successfully left the base. Emerging into the sky outside, everyone gazed through the windows at the world beyond, their eyes brimming with excitement and longing. This outside world was always what they yearned for most. Let me say something. Lin Yu's voice rang out. Everyone quickly turned their attention to him. Starting now, you are all one class with Su Weiwei as the class monitor, Lin Yu announced. Any objections? Everyone shook their heads. Su Weiwei had awakened an imperial-level mecha. She was truly worthy of being class monitor. They naturally had no objections. Good. Once you arrive at Kunlun Mecha University, teachers will guide you. Study hard and cultivate diligently. I have faith in you. But don't let me down. Lin Yu smiled. Then at his signal, the fighter jet halted and hovered at a high altitude. The hatch opened. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be returning with you, Lin Yu said, then summoned his Nuwa mecha. The appearance of a divine-level mecha captivated the students, their gazes fixed unblinkingly upon it. How astonishing. This is a divine-grade mecha. When will we ever become as powerful as the Principal A? I'm only at the king-level mecha. He'll probably never reach the principal's realm, but Su Weiwei might. In the eyes of the students, Lin Yu lightly leaped out of the aircraft and entered the Nuwa Mecha. He then piloted the Nuwa Mecha, instantly vanishing into the void, leaving the students in awe and yearning. This only strengthened their resolve to train diligently at the Kunlun Mecha University, striving to become more powerful. After Lin Yu departed, the aircraft's hatch closed automatically, and it quickly sped back toward the Kunlun Mecha University. Meanwhile, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha, swiftly heading toward the direction of the beautiful country. The alien race had to be eradicated. During the journey, Qing'er continued to explain in detail many matters and information about the alien Venom race. With increasing understanding, he could feel that the Venom clan was an extremely brutal race. Through rapid spatial traversal, Lin Yu soon entered the territory of the beautiful country. Surveying the landscape, it indeed had a different scenery compared to the Dragon Xia nation. But overall it felt quite pleasant. Qing'er, how should we track down the Venom? Lin Yu asked softly. At the same time, he had the Nuwa Mecha enter stealth mode, ensuring the beautiful country wouldn't detect his presence in their territory. Aside from the Dragon Xia nation, the beautiful country was the world's second-largest nation, vast with numerous cities. Lin Yu couldn't possibly search one by one. That would be an immense waste of time. I don't have a specific good method either. Now we just have to wait. Once the Venom-possessed Mecha appears again, he'll know immediately. Earlier, when upgrading the Celestial Shield, I even upgraded the Dragon Xia nation's satellite programs. Now there's a Dragon Xia satellite above us. Qing'er said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Yu was astonished. Qing, you're incredible. So from now on, every move of the beautiful country will be under surveillance. You could say that. Qing'er nodded with a smile. It's just that the technology level of this planet is too backward. The technology Qing'er possessed was a dimensional blow to the beautiful country. In that case, we'll wait patiently. Lin Yu responded. Of course, waiting didn't mean staying in one place. He piloted the Nuwa Mecha, flying swiftly at high altitude. It also allowed him to take in the sights of the beautiful country. By the way, Qing'er, can you connect to the beautiful country's network? I want to see the recent online information here. Lin Yu inquired further. Of course, no problem. Qing'er replied. The next moment, a semi-transparent projection appeared before Lin Yu, already connected to the beautiful country's network. He browsed through some local information. After a brief look, Lin Yu shook his head. It was indeed not easy to find useful information on the public network. The beautiful country's top-secret files are stored separately and can't be breached through the network, so there's nothing I can do, Qing'er said softly. She also wanted to crack the beautiful country's confidential information, hoping to find clues about the Venom. But for now she was powerless. Unless they could locate the physical storage of those secret files, Qing'er was confident she could easily crack them. Time passed gradually. Unknowingly, Lin Yu arrived at one of the largest cities in the beautiful country. The city was filled with towering skyscrapers appearing peaceful. However, one area which should have held a tall building was now a pile of ruins. This area was where the Venom-possessed Mecha had appeared in the video they watched earlier. Since the Venom had shown up here once, Lin Yu speculated that the Venom might still be present. Below, the city buzzed with activity, streets crowded and lively. Alone in the sky, Lin Yu could survey the entire city. With Qing'er's help, all the city's surveillance cameras had been infiltrated. Now it was time for real-time monitoring. Lin Yu, get some rest. I'll handle the surveillance. If I find anything, I'll notify you immediately. Qing'er said softly. The sheer number of surveillance cameras in the city was overwhelming for a human, but for Qing'er, it was a trivial task. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Yu said with a nod. Having Qing'er by his side made handling many things incredibly easy. Afterward, Lin Yu resumed browsing the beautiful country's network information, learning about the strength of their mecha pilots. According to public information, the most powerful mecha pilots in the beautiful country were at the legendary level. These legendary pilots were now panicking, all in seclusion training, striving to break through to the divine level as soon as possible. After all, the beautiful country had once claimed to be the world's leading nation. Now, with Lin Yu of the Dragon Xia nation becoming a divine-level mecha pilot, the beautiful country felt its status threatened and was unwilling to accept it. As he continued to learn, Lin Yu also noticed some flaws in the beautiful country. He had heard it was a beautiful nation, attracting many from other countries to try to live there. But reality was different. The beautiful country was rife with crime and evil, some of it extremely extreme. Behind its beauty lurked a demon. Time passed slowly, and Lin Yu waited patiently. Fortunately, Lin Yu's spiritual energy reserves were sufficient to keep the Nuwa Mecha hovering in stealth mode at high altitude. Meanwhile, the divine-level cultivation method within Lin Yu continued to operate automatically, enhancing his spiritual energy. Though the improvement was very slow, it was still progress, better than none at all. Lin Yu, wake up. There's a discovery. Qing'er's voice rang out. Lin Yu, who was fast asleep, quickly awakened. Finally, some new information. Lin Yu grew somewhat excited. He had already been in this high altitude for several days. He could hardly wait any longer. Look here. Qing'er pointed a finger. A projection appeared before Lin Yu. Through my efforts, I successfully discovered that the venom is in this area, and most importantly, this area is a military base of the beautiful country. Qing'er continued. How did you find it? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel curious. Yesterday in the abyss, the venom appeared on a street and devoured many people. I was somewhat negligent. By the time I noticed, the venom had already fled. Fortunately, I adjusted in time and finally discovered this military base. Qing'er assured with certainty. The venom ultimately returned to this military base. It seems the beautiful country and the venom have reached some kind of agreement. Hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. This beautiful country is simply courting disaster. The beautiful country probably didn't know that the venom actually enjoyed eating humans. Lin Yu head to this military base. Qing'er continued. As long as we reach the skies above that military base, I can infiltrate its network. All right, Lin Yu nodded. The next second, he swiftly maneuvered the Nuwa Mecha and headed towards the military base. In no time, they successfully arrived above the military base. The stealth mode of the Nuwa Mecha was incredibly powerful. The entire military base of the beautiful country remained completely unaware. Upon arrival, Qing'er quickly began her operations. In less than a minute, Qing'er completed the intrusion and gained control of the base's internal network. Top secret information was easily retrieved. Lin Yu took in all this data. Not good. The beautiful country is actually modifying a spaceship to send the venom away from Earth. If that venom truly leaves Earth, it will summon other venom creatures to invade our planet. After seeing one piece of data, Lin Yu's expression turned grave. The beautiful country thought it was cooperating with the venom, hoping to obtain alien technology or other benefits. But they didn't realize the venom was completely using them. The spaceship is already modified and scheduled to launch at midnight tonight. Qing'er warned, fortunately it's not too late. If that venom had left Earth, a new massive crisis would surely befall our planet. Indeed, Lin Yu nodded. Activating spatial lock. The next moment, Lin Yu directly deployed the Nuwa Mecha's spatial lock. Instantly, the space of the entire military base below was sealed. Now not even an ant could escape this spatial range, let alone the spaceship, which was utterly unable to leave. Since the venom is inside, let's act now, Qing'er suggested. Thereupon, Lin Yu deactivated the Nuwa Mecha's stealth mode. Simultaneously, alarms blared throughout the entire military base. It swiftly entered combat readiness. Inside the command room, the base's high-ranking officials were all dumbfounded. A mecha had appeared silently above the base without any detection. Report. This mecha belongs to Lin Yu from Kunlun Mecha University. It's a divine-grade mecha. Soon, they recognized the Nuwa Mecha and identified it as Lin Yu's. At that moment, they were astonished. A divine-grade mecha pilot had appeared here. The high-ranking officials grew anxious. Has our plan been discovered by the Dragon Xia nation? Isn't this Dragon Xia being too overbearing? What's wrong with our technological cooperation with an alien civilization? The officials were deeply worried. They weren't fools and understood that Lin Yu's arrival boded ill. I am Lin Yu from Kunlun Mecha University. You have been deceived by the venom. It doesn't genuinely seek cooperation, but wants to leave Earth, send word of this planet, and summon its race to invade. Lin Yu spoke. Though the languages differed, translation technology was advanced enough. Everyone in the military base heard and understood Lin Yu's words. Some believed Lin Yu was right, but most held firm to their convictions. In an underground space within the base, a legendary mecha pilot inside his own mecha also heard Lin Yu's voice and immediately asked, is he telling the truth? His mecha had already been possessed by the venom. Of course not, the venom's voice came through. He probably just doesn't want your technology to improve and came to stop you. The venom's voice was eerie. The legendary mecha pilot nodded slightly. During his time with the venom, he had grown inclined to trust it. After all, ever since the venom possessed his mecha with its help, his spiritual energy value had increased considerably. Given a little more time, he was certain he could break through to become a divine-grade mecha pilot. This time, he would also leave Earth with the venom and head to its planet to further discuss cooperation. But what do we do now, eh? He's a divine-grade mecha pilot with a Mecha God Body and 7 divine-grade mechas. If he truly attacks us, I'm afraid we're no match. The legendary mecha pilot spoke again, still very worried at the thought. What else can be done? It's all because you were too slow. If you had finished modifying the spaceship earlier, none of this would have happened and would have already departed. The venom snorted coldly. Now a battle seemed inevitable. Meanwhile, the venom conceived a plan. If it could find an opportunity to possess a divine-grade mecha, it would become invincible. Boom. The entire base began to tremble violently. Lin Yu launched his attack, blasting a massive hole into the underground space. The base's weapons were effortlessly disabled by Qing'er. The other mecha pilots in the base naturally dared not summon their mechas to fight Lin Yu. They were well aware of their own abilities. Lin Yu, piloting the Nuwa mecha, hovered above the massive crater and looked down. He saw a pitch-black mecha completely covered in venom. It has possessed a legendary mecha pilot's mecha. Lin Yu muttered, "Today I will destroy you." In that instant, the venom knew it couldn't continue. "What are you doing?" The legendary mecha pilot inside saw himself being devoured by the venom and panicked. He couldn't even struggle. There's no other choice now. The venom snorted coldly. It could possess not only mechas, but also mecha pilots themselves. Instantly, the legendary mecha pilot was completely consumed by the venom, becoming one of the venom's bodies. Boom. The venomous liquid completely devoured the legendary mecha pilot, and the entire mecha fell under its control. Now it could be said that the mecha had become the venom's body. The mecha possessed by the venom no longer resembled a mecha at all, instead it looked more like a black giant. After the venom possesses it, all aspects of the mecha will be greatly enhanced. Qinger softly reminded. However, she was not worried in the slightest, holding absolute faith in Lin Yu. Now, before Lin Yu stood a true venom mecha. It now appeared menacing, as if it intended to strike ruthlessly. But the next second, the venom-controlled mecha swiftly flew upward, attempting to flee. The venom was well aware of Lin Yu's strength. If a real fight broke out, it would surely die. Boom. Suddenly, it crashed into an invisible barrier above. No matter how it attacked, the barrier remained indestructible. Space seal, the venom creature realized. "You can't escape," Lin Yu said calmly. This was the Nuwa mecha's space seal, not something easily broken. "Damn it, you're determined to kill me," the venom sneered. Though ferocious, it feared death. Letting you go would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Lin Yu remained calm. If the venom escaped first, it could allow the entire venom race to invade Blue Star. Second, it could reveal Blue Star's location to other major powers in the universe, who might then come to dominate it. Blue Star's overall strength was still too weak to effectively resist those cosmic powers. Thus, the venom must not be allowed to leave. Fine, you leave me no choice," the venom roared, opening its bloodthirsty maw with extreme ferocity. The next instant, the venom surged forward with such speed that it seemed to vanish from its spot. The mecha's arm transformed into an incredibly sharp spike. It aimed directly at the Nuwa mecha's abdomen and thrust fiercely. Though the venom-controlled mecha was fast, Lin Yu clearly saw and tracked every move. Just as the spike was tens of meters from the Nuwa mecha, boom, an axe fell abruptly, effortlessly severing the spike. The Pangu mecha made a powerful entrance, wielding the heaven-splitting axe and standing beside the Nuwa mecha. With its arms severed, the venom felt a surge of pain. Yet it seemed to possess some immortal ability, as the severed mecha arm instantly regenerated. This sight amazed even Lin Yu. The venom race has formidable regenerative powers. If not completely killed, even with just a breath left, it can revive. Qinger continued. Creatures like the venom were among the more difficult to deal with in the entire universe. In that case, let's annihilate it completely. Lin Yu nodded decisively. As his words fell, the Pangu mecha charged forward instantly. Having just felt the terror of the Pangu mecha, the venom mecha could only dodge frantically, unable to withstand it. But unfortunately, it was up against a divine mecha leveled at 140. Its speed was so great that the venom couldn't fully evade it. For a time, the venom was severely suppressed, its power gradually dissipating. At this moment, the venom understood that if this continued, it might truly perish. Then a ruthless glint flashed in the venom's eyes, as if it had made a desperate decision. When the Pangu mecha attacked again, the venom seized the chance to detach from its possessed mecha. It lunged fiercely at the Pangu mecha, aiming to possess it. If it succeeded, its body would become a divine mecha. Courting death. A divine mecha is akin to a deity itself. How could a mere venom possess it? Qinger chuckled at the sight. She hadn't expected the venom to make such a foolish choice driven by greed. Boom. At that moment, the venom was just meters from the Pangu mecha. The mecha erupted with divine radiance. For an instant, the Pangu mecha seemed like the embodiment of the great god Pangu himself. Its domineering gaze instantly made the venom tremble. Boundless terror consumed it. In that moment, it seemed to witness a great god cleaving the heavens and creating the universe. At this moment, the venom finally grasped the terrifying identity of this divine mecha. When it snapped back to reality, the heaven-splitting axe had already descended. It realized too late. Rumble. In the span of a single breath, the venom was utterly annihilated by the Pangu mecha. There was no chance for the venom to revive. The entire process was clearly witnessed by the others in the base. They were all stunned. This divine mecha was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The battle was an absolute domination. Too terrifying. Even if other divine mecha pilots emerge, they'll never match Lin Yu's strength. Invincible. This is true invincibility. His single divine mecha is already formidable. If all 7 were deployed, it would be an impossible force to overcome. The people in the base exclaimed in awe. They were also anxious and fearful, worried that Lin Yu might turn on them. If he did, they would be powerless to resist. At this moment, Lin Yu paid them no heed. Instead, he controlled the Nuwa mecha to approach the mecha once possessed by the venom. It now lay collapsed on the ground. This legendary mecha pilot's mecha was an Emperor level 1 leveled at 130. Chinga, you were right. Once fully consumed by the venom, death is certain. Lin Yu sighed. Inside the Emperor level mecha, the legendary pilot was disoriented. His body still showed signs of life, but his mind was gone. Simply put, the legendary mecha pilot now had only a body without a soul, a vegetable, and near death. Such were the consequences of being consumed by the venom. When the venom tried to possess the Pangu mecha, it had already absorbed all the pilot's energy. Now only a faint spark of life remains. Ching'er said softly, probably less than a minute. After a short wait. Sure enough, in under a minute the Emperor-level mecha dissolved into light and vanished. The legendary mecha pilot lay on the ground lifeless, his expression one of agony and struggle. Even in death, he did not find peace. This venom is from an alien race. The reason they used you is to transmit information about Blue Star to the outside. If they succeed, Blue Star will face a tremendous catastrophe. I hope you will understand the lesson from this experience. Lin Yu spoke slowly. His voice was audible to everyone in the base. Over the past few days, Qing'er had uncovered considerable intelligence about the Land of Beauty. Behind its facade, the Land of Beauty was conducting other inhumane experiments. However, Lin Yu paid little heed to these matters. Yet if anything threatened the safety of Blue Star, Lin Yu would undoubtedly intervene. The relevant data has been successfully erased, Qing'er said swiftly. Good. Let us return, Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, would you like to try the great forgetfulness skill of the Hongjun Mecha? Qing'er suggested. If we make them forget everything that happened today, it might be better. Makes sense. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded in agreement. The next moment, he recalled the Pangu and Nuwa Mechas. He then summoned the Hongjun Mecha. As Lin Yu entered the cockpit, he instantly felt a surge of new, formidable power. A sensation both wondrous and indescribable. The appearance of the Hongjun Mecha once again stunned the people in the base. Many were filled with envy. Possessing a divine-grade mecha was the dream of every mecha pilot, let alone having 7 such mechas. However, at that moment, the Hongjun Mecha emitted a brilliant light, instantly enveloping the entire base. The Great Forgetfulness skill was activated. Even in the underground space, the light penetrated through, devouring everyone within the base. The entire process lasted only a few seconds. When the light dissipated, the people in the base opened their eyes, staring at their surroundings with utter confusion. Why am I here? I remember being at my workstation. Strange, I thought I was piloting a mecha in battle. High above, Lin Yu now piloted the Hongjun Mecha hovering in the sky. He observed the effects of the Great Forgetfulness skill, which proved remarkably effective. He nodded to himself. Having a variety of skills is truly beneficial. No matter the situation, there is always a solution. Down in the base, when the people saw the corpse of the legendary mecha pilot, they were all shocked. A legendary pilot had died within the base. This was undoubtedly a major incident for the Land of Beauty. No matter how thoroughly they investigated, they could find nothing, and even the surveillance footage was missing. The high-ranking officials of the base quickly issued orders to suppress the news. The death of the legendary mecha pilot in this base must never be leaked. All of this was thanks to Qing. Without her, Lin Yu would not have been able to delete the surveillance footage and classify data himself. This matter is resolved. We should head back, Lin Yu said, then piloted the Hongjun Mecha to swiftly return to Kunlun Divine Origin University. After this visit to the Land of Beauty, the sights and experiences made Lin Yu realize that this nation was not as beautiful and free as he had heard. On the contrary, some places were steeped in utter darkness. The journey back was swift, taking little time. He returned smoothly to Kunlun Mecha University. Once back in Dragon Xia country, Lin Yu felt that his own nation was truly superior. Landing on the summit of Kunlun Divine Mountain, Lin Yu recalled the Hongjun Mecha. Its flight speed was extremely fast, no slower than the Nuwa Mecha. In fact, it even seemed slightly faster. Soon Meng Qian, the beautiful secretary, came out to welcome Lin Yu. Everything is taken care of, Lin Yu said softly to Meng Qian. Do you need to hold a meeting? Many of the school's senior officials are curious about the details. Meng Qian nodded and inquired. No need. Just tell them it's been handled, Lin Yu continued. Also remind them that future crises still exist, so they should cultivate diligently and enhance their own strength. Understood. They'll arrange it shortly, Meng Qian replied. Entering the principal's office, Lin Yu reclined in his chair, completely relaxing. Is there anything else I need to attend to now? After a minute of indulgence, Lin Yu sat up and asked. Nothing else for now, Meng Qian replied after a brief glance. That's good, Lin Yu nodded. By the way, Chen Feiyu has returned from the secret realm, Meng Qian said. However, he is injured. What happened? Lin Yu asked urgently. That was his only close friend and brother. He lost an arm, Meng Qian sighed. In the secret realm, Chen Feiyu was severely injured while trying to save his classmates. The school's physicians did their best, but they could not save his arm. Take me to see him. Lin Yu immediately stood up. Soon under Meng Qian's guidance, they arrived at a private ward in Kunlun Mecha University. Through the window, Lin Yu saw Chen Feiyu lying on the hospital bed, tears streaming down his face. For a mecha pilot, losing an arm meant losing their future. With only one hand, one could not properly pilot a mecha in battle. Lin Yu knocked on the door. Hearing the knock, Chen Feiyu quickly wiped away his tears. After a few seconds, Lin Yu pushed open the door and entered. Lin Yu, you're here. Chen Feiyu forced a smile. Seeing him like this, Lin Yu's heart ached. Don't worry. They'll find a way to make your arm grow back, Lin Yu comforted him. Trust me, the world is vast. Among the various dungeons and secret realms, there might be miraculous medicines capable of regenerating a lost limb. Thank you, Chen Feiyu expressed his gratitude. You're my brother, there's no need for such formalities. Rest well, and I'll arrange for someone to take care of you. Since it has happened, you must look forward. First and foremost, you cannot give up on yourself, Lin Yu continued. If one gives up, what use is all the help from others? At that moment, Qing'er appeared beside Lin Yu, looking at Chen Feiyu and saying, in the universe, there are many mecha pilots with only one hand who overcame countless difficulties and became formidable warriors. As long as you persist, you will surely master the power of the mecha. Qing'er's words, combined with what Lin Yu had just said, quickly instilled a sense of confidence in Chen Feiyu and showed him that he still had a path forward and hope for his future. I understand. I'll work hard. Chen Feiyu nodded earnestly. In truth, he had long understood this principle. However, the sight of his single remaining arm filled him with immense anguish. Not merely physical pain, but a torment of the spirit. Since matters had come to this, he could only look ahead. Don't worry, you'll find a way to restore your arm, Lin Yu promised, once more gently patting Chen Feiyu's shoulder. Chen Feiyu replied. Over the next half hour, Lin Yu chatted with Chen Feiyu. Alright, get some rest now. I'll take my leave. If you need anything, just contact me. If you can't reach me, get in touch with Meng Qian. Half an hour later, Lin Yu stood up with a smile. After bidding Chen Feiyu farewell, Lin Yu and Qing'er left the ward directly. After walking a bit further, they reached a safe area. Mu Yin looked at Meng Qian beside him and inquired, Chen Feiyu needs more people to look after him. Understood, Meng Qian nodded. Alright, there's nothing else for now. You can head back, Lin Yu said again. After Meng Qian left, Lin Yu continued his idle stroll. Qing'er floated beside him, following along. It's a pity the warship's treasury doesn't contain anything that can regenerate a lost limb. After a moment, Qing'er sighed. Upon learning of Chen Feiyu's lost arm, Lin Yu had immediately consulted Qing'er. Otherwise, if the warship had such a treasure for limb regeneration, Lin Yu would have had Qing'er use it on Chen Feiyu long ago. Is there no other way? Lin Yu asked again. There are many ways. Qing'er said calmly. The first method is to go into the cosmos. Large trading centers there all have precious medicines for limb regeneration, though they are expensive. The price I knew back then was 1 billion star stones. The star stones left in the warship by the previous owner are enough to purchase one pill. However, a long time has passed, and the price may have increased. Venturing into the cosmos, that was indeed one option. Lin Yu continued to inquire, what about the other methods? The second method is to rely on luck, exploring large secret realms and instances. With a bit of luck, you might obtain a treasure capable of regenerating limbs, Qing'er replied. The world of Blue Star was vast. There were still many instances and secret realms that Lin Yu had not cleared or explored. Are there any other methods? Lin Yu looked at Qing. Other methods are extremely perilous and exceedingly difficult to accomplish, Qing'er shook her head. For example, finding a symbiote to attach to his body. Through the symbiote's abilities, his arm could also be restored. That's far too dangerous. Symbiotes are so vicious. If one attached itself to Feiyu, wouldn't he be as good as dead? Lin Yu took a deep breath. This method was absolutely out of the question. Moreover, even if they wanted to try it, finding a symbiote would take considerable time. After all, the only symbiote on Blue Star had been eliminated by him. Although the symbiote race is extremely ferocious, there are still good ones among them, who coexist harmoniously with their hosts, sharing weal and woe. Qing'er explained. So that's the case. Lin Yu felt his horizons broaden, but clearly they had no time now to find a friendly symbiote. Then let's go with the second method. Lin Yu quickly made a decision. I've already selected a secret realm for you, Qing'er said, lightly waving her finger. A projection appeared before Lin Yu. Is this Pangu Mecha University? Lin Yu recognized it at a glance. Yes, there is a fixed entrance to a level 130 secret realm within Pangu Mecha University. Qing'er replied. This level 130 secret realm is currently the highest level secret realm on Blue Star. It is also a high-grade secret realm, greatly increasing our chances of finding what we seek. Lin Yu nodded slowly. This secret realm won't be easy to enter. Indeed, Pangu Mecha University has always controlled the entrance, and only their own people are allowed inside. Qing'er continued, but you are a divine-level mecha pilot. Even if you force your way in, no one can stop you. Moreover, my search has revealed that your younger sister is also at Pangu Mecha University. Qing'er's network skills were exceptionally formidable. Now she had even easily obtained some of Pangu Mecha University's confidential information. Very well, let's go to Pangu Mecha University. They'll also take the chance to visit Jiao. Lin Yu nodded. After making the decision, Lin Yu quickly returned to the floating island. Gazing at the colossal warship, he asked again, how is my parents' cultivation progressing? Very smoothly. They have already reached the level of 9-star mecha pilots. According to calculations, they can reach 10-star within 2 years. Qing'er checked and promptly answered. That's good. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His parents both possessed divine-level mechas and had the aid of the warship's specialized training chambers. In the future, there was no doubt they would become divine-level mecha pilots. His sister Lin Weiner, Xiao Yu, and the others were all diligently in seclusion cultivating. Among them, Lin Weiner and Xiao Yu were just one step away from becoming divine-level mecha pilots. That single step was exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Lin Yu only glanced from outside, not disturbing their cultivation. Seeing that everything was going smoothly for them, Lin Yu felt much more at ease. I still hope that Kunlun Origin Mecha University can produce more powerful experts. Lin Yu murmured. Someday Lin Yu would leave the world of Blue Star. Only with more and more powerful experts emerging from Kunlun Mecha University could they secure a firmer foothold in this world, and could the Dragon Xian nation continue to develop steadily. In other words, without Kunlun Mecha University, there would be no Dragon Xian nation. Don't worry, during this period many students, and even some teachers at Kunlun Mecha University have made tremendous progress. Qing'er said softly. Then let's set off for Pangu Mecha University. Lin Yu replied. After leaving the warship, Lin Yu summoned the Nuwa Mecha. Once inside the Nuwa Mecha, he activated spatial warp, arriving at the destination in the shortest possible time. Through spatial traversal, it did not take long before he successfully arrived within the bounds of Pangu Mecha University. Gazing into the distance, in Lin Yu's eyes, it was an immensely colossal island. The entire Pangu Mecha University was built upon this island. The whole island was known as Pangu Immortal Island. Thus, after establishing the Mecha University here, it was named after Pangu. This entire island possesses a formidable guardian formation and an exceptionally powerful levitation device. In other words, the whole island can levitate and fly. Qing'er spoke slowly. After all, the ocean was teeming with colossal beasts. The fact that Pangu Mecha University could remain on this oceanic island was sufficient proof of the university's formidable strength. However, the guardian formation of Pangu Mecha University should not be able to stop my Nuwa Mecha. Lin Yu couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Having said that, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha to perform a spatial jump. He effortlessly entered the premises of Pangu Mecha University. Since Lin Yu had entered openly and honestly, it wasn't long before his Nuwa Mecha appeared in everyone's sight. Look, there's a mysterious mecha in the sky. But that seems to be Lin Yu's mecha. I've seen it in videos before, absolutely no mistake. The god-level mecha pilot Lin Yu has come to our Pangu. What is he planning to do? You wouldn't know this, but that school beauty Lin from our school is Lin Yu's sister. No way, Lin Yu is Lin Jiao's brother. You must be new here not knowing this. The moment Lin Yu's Nuwa Mecha appeared, many people recognized it instantly. For a time, everyone engaged in heated discussions. Almost everyone regarded Lin Yu as their idol. Soon, Lin Yu piloted the Nuwa Mecha to land on a flat stretch of ground. Instantly, a large crowd gathered around. When Lin Yu emerged from the Nuwa Mecha and landed steadily, the surrounding female students became immensely adoring. Lin Yu is even more handsome in person than in videos and photos. No wonder he's my idol. If I could spend a night of passion with him, I'd be completely satisfied. I wonder why Lin Yu has come to our Pangu. Those female students even wanted to rush forward to be close to Lin Yu. But at that moment, the high-ranking officials of Pangu Mecha University came out personally to welcome him. This deterred the students from advancing. Dong Tingfang, Vice-Chancellor of Pangu Mecha University, welcomes Principal Lin. A very beautiful middle-aged woman said to Lin Yu with great politeness. So you are my sister's master. Lin Yu responded with equal courtesy. I barged in without notifying you, please forgive me. He had heard from his sister before that her master was a very gentle person. Meeting her today, he found it was indeed so. Jiao is currently in the cultivation room. Shall I send someone to have her stop cultivating now? Dong Tingfang said with a smile. Actually, I have another very important matter for coming to Pangu Mecha University. I want to enter the level 130 secret realm here. Lin Yu spoke directly, seeing no need to waste time. Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention, the high-ranking officials of Pangu Mecha University breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. So it was just for this matter. They had been letting their imaginations run wild, thinking Lin Yu had come to Penglai with some malicious intent towards them. That's naturally no problem. Dong Tingfang immediately agreed to Lin Yu. Although she was only the vice-chancellor, she had full authority to decide on this matter. Thank you very much. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. Please follow me. Dong Tingfang led the way personally. As he followed Dong Tingfang forward, he also got to tour Penglai Mecha University. Along the way, Dong Tingfang gave him a detailed introduction. Lin Yu already had some understanding of Penglai Mecha University, but through Dong Tingfang's explanations, he gained even more insight. Principal Dong, how is my sister's strength now? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. He hadn't been in touch with his sister Lin Jiaojiao for some time. Jiaojiao recently obtained an opportunity in a secret realm and successfully reached the level of stellar mecha pilot. Although I am her master, there's nothing more I can teach her now. Dong Tingfang said with a smile. Jiaojiao's current achievements are also thanks to you, Principal Dong. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude. This is all my duty. Dong Tingfang shook her head. It didn't take long before they arrived at the entrance to the level 130 secret realm of Penglai Mecha University. The entire entrance was built magnificently. Just one glance left Lin Yu feeling immensely awestruck. This is the entrance to the level 130 secret realm. Such secret realms are rare across the entire Blue Star world. It is also extremely perilous inside. Please be careful. Dong Tingfang gave a simple reminder. Although Lin Yu is now a god-level mecha pilot, one must not be careless. Caution is the key to long-term safety. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Yu expressed his gratitude once more. By the way, after I come out of the secret realm, I will take my sister away from Penglai. I hope you can understand. Lin Yu continued. Of course, this was not a discussion with Dong Tingfang, but a statement. I understand. Jiao Jiao can only go further by following you. Dong Tingfang nodded and gave a soft smile. If she were in Lin Ye's place, she would also take Lin Jiaojiao away. Jiaojiao was right. You are truly understanding. Having a master like you is my sister's blessing. Lin Yu said with great admiration. If there is ever anything in the future that requires help, please contact me. As long as I can assist, I will do my utmost. A few minutes later, Lin Yu was ready. He then walked directly into the level 130 secret realm. A brief moment of disorientation. Lin Ye's vision brightened. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar world. The level 130 secret realm is truly extraordinary, how every part feels incredibly dangerous. Lin Yu spoke softly. The level 130 secret realm is already the most formidable in this world. I have a premonition that there must be something good inside. Qing'er appeared beside Lin Yu and said with a smile. An artificial intelligence like you can have premonitions. Lin Yu chuckled as well. To be precise, it's not really a premonition, but a program that can predict certain things. Qing'er explained. That's incredible. Lin Yu gave a thumbs up in praise. Just average, maybe second best in the universe. Qing'er laughed. Let's set out. I hope we can gain something within the secret realm. Lin Yu nodded slowly. This time he directly summoned the Fushi Mecha. The sensation of piloting the Fushi Mecha was entirely different. Then the Fushi Mecha leaped into the air, flying forward with effortless grace. Along the way, Lin Yu carefully observed the terrain for any potential opportunities. Roars echoed through the air. Before long, a flock of 100-level flying beasts charged violently toward Lin Yu. Their wings gleamed with razor-sharp edges, as if capable of slicing through anything. Seeing this, Lin Yu merely curled his lips. The next second, the Fushi Mecha's arms swung, and a blazing fireball shot forth. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs struck the flying beasts one after another. In an instant, flames engulfed them, searing and consuming their forms. Lin Yu could even faintly detect the scent of roasting meat. The entire process lasted just a few seconds, reducing the flying beasts to ashes, utterly annihilated. This blazing fireball was merely a minor skill of the Fushi Mecha, yet the power it unleashed was far beyond what those flying beasts could withstand. It made sense. After all, Lin Yu was now a divine-grade mecha pilot, with all his mechas reaching level 140. Thus, within this level 130 instance, he was practically invincible. After disposing of the flying beasts, Lin Yu piloted the Fushi Mecha onward. Meanwhile, Qing'er assisted him by scanning the surroundings. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed from not far ahead. The valley ahead detects 1 mecha and 201 beasts. Qing'er reported swiftly. Let's go check it out. Lin Yu accelerated. Within seconds, he arrived above the valley. The valley was vast. Below, a dense horde of beasts besieged a single mecha. There's a special restriction in the valley, Lin Yu observed after careful inspection. It was precisely because of this restriction that the mecha inside the valley could not escape and was forced to fight. This mecha should be an Imperial class level 110. Unfortunately, all 201 beasts here are level 120. It's already remarkable that it has held out this long. According to estimates, it can last at most 3 more minutes. Through layers of system analysis, Qing'er quickly reached a conclusion. It's probably someone from Pangu Mecha University. Since we've encountered them, let's lend a hand. Lin Yu nodded. As his words fell, he activated the Fushi Mecha's skill Heavenly Firefall. Pillars of celestial fire descended like a meteor shower, crashing into the valley. Rumble. In an instant, the valley transformed into a world of flames. One by one, the beasts were reduced to ashes. However, the mecha within the valley remained untouched by the heavenly flames unscathed. Seconds later, the fire began to subside. Now only that mecha remained within the entire valley. At that moment, the mecha looked up, gazing at the Fushi mecha in the sky. Thank you for the rescue. May I ask who you are? A melodious voice emanated from within the mecha. Such a beautiful voice surely belonged to a stunning face. Yet Lin Yu had no time to verify whether that was true. It was nothing. Be more careful next time. Not every day will someone come to save you, Lin Yu cautioned. With that, he piloted the Fushi mecha and swiftly flew away. Inside the Imperial-class mecha, a stunning woman gazed for a long time in the direction Lin Yu had departed. Her name was Mu Ningjing, as serene as the name implied, like a tranquil lake captured in a painting. Her extraordinarily beautiful eyes sparkled like brilliant stars in the heavens. Her hair was as soft as silk, flowing gently. Her features were exquisitely refined and sculpted, her skin fair as jade, smooth and luminous. Her tall, slender figure possessed an elegant silhouette. Her combat suit accentuated her perfect figure, exuding a unique allure. Who are you? Mu Ningjing murmured to herself. This level 130 secret realm was only accessible to those from Pangu Mecha University. But that mysterious mecha, she had definitely never seen it before. No one in Pangu possessed such a mecha. Could it be an outsider, she wondered. With all the beasts in the valley dead, the restriction dissipated. She quickly piloted her mecha upward, chasing after the direction Lin Yu had taken. Although there was no trace of Lin Yu's mecha in sight, she decided to take a chance. Perhaps she would encounter him again. Meanwhile, Lin Yu had arrived at a peculiar area. At its center stood a massive stone platform, its surface riddled with cracks bearing the marks of ages. Qing, are you sure there's an opportunity here? Lin Yu took a deep breath and asked. The magnetic field in this area was chaotic, with an unusual gravitational pull. Aside from the peculiar stone platform, there was nothing else in sight. This left Lin Yu somewhat puzzled. He should have brought Xiao Yu along. Her eyes could surely have detected the secret realm's opportunities more quickly and effectively. Based on calculations and deductions, there is indeed an opportunity here. If I'm not mistaken, that stone platform is the activation mechanism. Qing'er nodded earnestly. Then how do we activate it? Lin Yu pressed on. The stone platform bore no patterns or markings whatsoever, revealing no clues at all. It was truly difficult to know where to start. Pilot the mecha and stand on the platform. If I'm not mistaken, this is a challenge platform. Qing'er's database rapidly searched and soon found a matching entry. A challenge platform. Lin Yu was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing before and had no knowledge of it whatsoever. A challenge platform is a special device. Once a mecha stands on it, it should activate a challenge tower. Passing the tower will yield corresponding treasures and opportunities. Qing'er explained in detail, giving Lin Yu a much better understanding. Then this is a great place. Lin Yu responded swiftly. He then piloted the Fushi mecha onto the stone platform. However, to his disappointment, after waiting for a while, the entire platform remained utterly still, as if it were nothing more than a simple block of stone. Lin Yu, channel your spiritual energy into this stone platform. It seems the activation energy is running low, Qing'er reminded. Hearing this, Lin Yu immediately followed her instructions. He channeled the spiritual energy within his body through the Fushi mech, successfully directing it into the stone platform below. For a moment, Lin Yu felt as if the challenge platform were a bottomless abyss voraciously devouring his spiritual energy. Fortunately, Lin Yu's spiritual energy reserves were abundant. Soon he had expended over 100,000 points of spiritual energy. The platform, seemingly satiated, emitted a radiant beam of light. With a thunderous rumble, an immense tower rose from the ground, appearing before Lin Yu. The tower was colossal, so vast that even the Fushi mech seemed diminutive in its shadow. Witnessing this, Lin Yu smiled. Qing'er, you were right. This stone platform truly is a challenge tower. But we must be cautious. This tower adjusts its difficulty based on the challenger's strength. Qing'er continued her warning. You are likely facing the highest difficulty. Understood, Lin Yu replied. The next moment, Lin Yu, piloting the Fushi mech, entered the challenge tower directly. He smoothly and effortlessly reached the first floor. Before he could even scrutinize the first floor surroundings, a horde of giant beasts materialized before him, numbering a full 100. These beasts were all level 130. They immediately lunged at Lin Yu, their razor-sharp claws seemingly capable of tearing through anything. This is absolutely exhilarating, Lin Yu exclaimed. The challenge was formidable from the very start, yet he remained undaunted. A mere 100 level 130 beasts could be dispatched with ease. In an instant, Lin Yu engaged in combat, piloting the Fushi mech. Boom. The first floor of the challenge tower echoed with continuous explosions. One by one, the giant beasts were swiftly eliminated by Lin Yu. At this moment, Lin Yu, commanding the Fushi mech, transformed into an invincible war god, unmatched and undefeated. The beasts perished after a single strike from Lin Yu. It took merely 2 minutes. All the beasts on the first floor were slain by Lin Yu. As the last beast fell, a teleportation array appeared in the center. Is this clearing the first floor? Lin Yu mused, gazing at the portal to the second floor. This is only the beginning. The difficulty will escalate with each floor. Qinger stated calmly. No matter the difficulty, I will prevail. I only hope that after conquering this tower, I will obtain what I seek. Lin Yu nodded, speaking softly. His primary purpose in this secret realm was to find a treasure that could regenerate Chun Feiyu's severed arm. Next, Lin Yu stepped onto the teleportation array. In an instant, he was transported to the second floor of the challenge tower. Immediately, a multitude of beasts appeared. This time, there were 200 level 130 beasts. Seeing this, Lin Yu swiftly began dispatching them. Third floor, 400 level 130 beasts. Fourth floor, 800 level 130 beasts. Fifth floor, 1600 level 130 beasts. Passing floor after floor, Lin Yu discerned a pattern. Eventually, he reached the 10th floor of the challenge tower. The space on the 10th floor was even more expansive. Countless beasts soon appeared. Count complete. There are 5120 level 130 beasts on this floor. Qinger finished the tally within seconds. Hearing this, Lin Yu nodded slightly. For any other mech pilot, this challenge tower would be an insurmountable feat. But now that it's me, 50,000 beasts can be handled with ease. After all, Lin Yu was not alone. He possessed 7 divine-class mechs. In the next instant, Lin Yu summoned his other divine mechs. Hundreds of thousands of spiritual energy points were instantly consumed as the mechs, unleashing their full power, began to fight autonomously. Each mech had a clear role. Boom. The battle was fierce. Every divine mech was an absolute invincible force within that space. No matter how numerous the beasts, they were utterly useless. Before long, the 5120 level 130 beasts were effortlessly annihilated. After their deaths, the beasts dissolved into shards of light, vanishing from the space. Return. Lin Yu summoned his divine mechs. In an instant, the Heavenly Emperor mech, the 4 divine beasts mech, the Nuwa mech, all transformed into beams of light, returning to the mech space within Lin Yu's body. The Mecha divine body also began to rapidly regenerate the spiritual energy Lin Yu had consumed. Soon, a massive, resplendent golden treasure chest appeared before him. Lin Yu, this chest holds your reward for clearing the tower, Qinger said, barely containing her anticipation. Open it quickly. She wondered if it contained something valuable. Opening the chest relied heavily on luck. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Then Lin Yu maneuvered his mech and easily opened the chest. The moment it opened, a blindingly brilliant light burst forth. The light was so intense that Lin Yu could barely keep his eyes open. After a while, as the light faded, he opened his eyes again. He could clearly see a peculiar spiritual herb inside the chest, resembling a ginseng. Qinger, what is this? Lin Yu inquired. I'm not sure. It's not in my database, Qinger replied, shaking her head. She was astonished. Her database was incredibly comprehensive, yet this item was not recorded within it. It must be some kind of spiritual herb. Fortunately, the battleship has an analyzer. Let's keep it for now and determine its function later, Qinger suggested. Lin Yu nodded slightly. I suppose that's the only option. The next second, the ginseng-like spiritual herb was stored in his spatial ring. Once it was secured, the golden chest rapidly dissipated. Simultaneously, the exit from the challenge tower appeared. Lin Yu piloted his mech swiftly into the exit. With a flash of light, he emerged from the tower, landing back on the original challenge platform. The challenge tower before him vanished. A cracking sound echoed. Lin Yu could clearly see the challenge platform beneath his feet had completely shattered. It seems this challenge platform can no longer be used. Qinger observed the cracked state of the platform, which was now thoroughly ruined. Doesn't that mean I'm lucky to have been the last one to use it? Lin Yu chuckled softly. In a sense, yes, that is indeed the case. Qinger nodded seriously. Let's continue exploring then, Lin Yu added. Just at that moment, a mecha silhouette appeared in Lin Yu's sight. The mecha was moving at high speed, and he could sense it was heading straight for him. As the image drew closer, and he saw the full appearance of the mecha, Lin Yu recognized it as belonging to the mecha pilot he had saved earlier. The one with the pleasant voice. Soon the mecha landed before Lin Yu. Is there something you need? Lin Yu asked directly upon seeing her. Of course, replied Mu Ningjing from within the Imperial level mecha. I need to repay you for saving my life, but I still don't know your name. No need. It was just a small favor. Anyone else would have done the same, Lin Yu said calmly. After all, in this level 130 secret realm, most people here were from Pangu. If he encountered someone in mortal danger, he certainly wouldn't stand idly by. No one thing is another. You saved me, so I must repay the kindness. Mu Ningjing's expression was extremely serious and earnest. My name is Mu Ningjing. So what is my savior's name? She asked again. Seeing this, Lin Yu directly stated his name. Upon hearing the name, Lin Yu, Mu Ningjing was startled. The name Lin Yu was thunderous. The most famous superstar in the world right now was Lin Yu. The world's only divine-level mecha pilot, awakened a divine-level mecha, Mecha Divine Body, possesses 7 divine-level mechas. In an instant, Mu Ningjing's mind was flooded with information about Lin Yu. Are you that divine-level mecha pilot? Mu Ningjing's tone became respectful. She had seen some publicly available information before, but this mysterious mecha before her was something she had never seen. She couldn't be certain it was Lin Yu. What if it was just a namesake, and there was another talented mecha genius? That's right, Lin Yu confirmed. After receiving Lin Yu's affirmation, Mu Ningjing couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. She never imagined she would be saved by a divine-level mecha pilot, and now have the chance to converse face-to-face. Such an opportunity was rare. All right, let's talk about your repayment later. I need to get back to work, Lin Yu said again. Is there anything I can help with, Mu Ningjing quickly asked. If she could assist Lin Yu, it would be a small way to repay him. Hearing Mu Ningjing's words, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. You must be quite familiar with this secret realm, right? Mu Ningjing was surely a talented student from Pangu Mecha University and would have more knowledge about this level 130 secret realm. I know most of it. Mu Ningjing nodded. Do you know where in this secret realm there are great opportunities? Lin Yu continued to inquire. I don't know. Mu Ningjing shook her head. If she knew where a great opportunity lay in this secret realm, she wouldn't be here. She would have exhausted every means to reach that place and claim the fortune. Sigh. Lin Yu let out a sigh. He had thought Mu Ningjing, as a local, might know more. But it turned out she was just as clueless about the secret realm as he was. But why are you so eager to find an opportunity? Mu Ningjing asked curiously. My brother lost an arm. I want to find a treasure that can regenerate his limb. Lin Yu confessed honestly, without hiding anything. You could install a mechanical arm, Mu Ningjing suggested. A mechanical arm is good, but it can never compare to a real human arm. Mu Ningjing understood the implication of Lin Yu's words. Then, Mu Ningjing continued, I do know of a place that might hold an opportunity, but to open it, a man and a woman must each input their spiritual energy values to unlock it. How about we team up and explore it together? Upon hearing this, Lin Yu pondered for a moment. After careful consideration, cooperation seemed like a very good approach. All right, let's go together then, Lin Yu nodded. By the way, I still don't know your name. Mu Ningjing. Just call me Ningjing, Mu Ningjing said with a hint of excitement. Mu Ningjing. That was a pleasant name. Lin Yu thought to himself. All right, Ningjing, let's set off now, Lin Yu said with a gentle smile. Follow me. Mu Ningjing piloted her mecha and flew out swiftly. Lin Yu followed closely behind. I discovered that place by chance. It took me a long time to figure out that it requires 2 mecha pilots to open the entrance together. And they must be one male and one female. Along the way, Mu Ningjing explained. If that's the case, you must have discovered it long ago. Why haven't you found someone to explore it? Lin Yu asked curiously. I couldn't find anyone I trusted, Mu Ningjing shook her head. People's hearts are treacherous. I couldn't find a male mecha pilot I could fully trust. Some people, upon seeing a certain opportunity or treasure, would try to claim it for themselves, even turning against each other. So, Mu Ningjing had never sought a partner. And you trust me? Lin Yu chuckled. He and Mu Ningjing were only chance acquaintances. They had spent less than an hour together in total. Of course, you're a divine-level mecha pilot. And you're Jiaojiao's brother. I trust you very much. Mu Ningjing said earnestly. You know my sister? Lin Yu asked in surprise. We were in another secret realm before, and I teamed up with Jiaojiao. We went through many things together. Mu Ningjing replied. I didn't expect you to know my sister, Lin Yu said, his voice softening with warmth. During their journey, Lin Yu asked Mu Ningjing to tell him many things about his sister. Mu Ningjing shared everything she knew. After listening, Lin Yu felt that his sister had truly grown up. It also put his mind at ease. Does my sister have a boyfriend now? Lin Yu asked, a bit gossipy. Many people pursue Jiaojiao, but she ignores them all. Mu Ningjing shook her head. Jiaojiao once said she only wants to focus on cultivation for now. That's good. Lin Yu nodded, feeling even more relieved. If she really had a boyfriend, it might make it harder to take Lin Jiaojiao away from Pangu. We've arrived. After nearly half an hour led by Mu Ningjing, they came to a very secluded place. Lin Yu looked ahead. Before them stood 2 mysterious statues. Unfortunately, it was impossible to discern what they were carved to depict. Yet one thing was certain. These 2 statues were far from ordinary. I never expected this secret realm to contain an independent space within it. At that moment, Qing'er floated beside Lin Yu and spoke softly. Then there must be many treasures inside that space, Lin Yu said with a smile. These 2 statues, one yin and one yang, require a male and a female to input their spiritual energy to open the entrance. Qing'er continued explaining. It matched what Mu Ningjing had said. This proved that she had not lied. Ningjing, let's begin now. Lin Yu spoke. All right. Mu Ningjing quickly replied. Next, Lin Yu and Mu Ningjing each stood before one of the mysterious statues. They channeled the spiritual energy within their bodies and rapidly infused it into their respective statues. After absorbing their energy, the statues began to glow. For a time, both statues absorbed a vast amount of energy from Lin Yu and Mu Ningjing. Eventually, they were successfully activated. The statues erupted with even more intense light. A void portal materialized between the two statues. This was the entrance to the independent space. We don't know what's inside this space, so once we enter you must be cautious, Lin Yu warned. He wasn't too worried about himself, but Mu Ningjing was only a star mech pilot at level 110. I understand, Mu Ningjing replied. Next, both of them piloted their mechas into the portal. After a brief journey through the void, they successfully entered the independent space. The scenery within was breathtakingly beautiful. It felt as though they had stepped into a celestial realm. Towering mountains floated in midair resembling divine peaks, all connected by bridges of rainbows. Lin Yu had never witnessed such a magnificent sight before, and neither had Mu Ningjing. This space is quite vast. Where should we head now? Mu Ningjing asked. The space was eerily silent with no sign of any giant beasts or dangerous restrictions. Let's go to that largest floating mountain. Can you see the light flickering at its peak? Lin Yu quickly said. Yes, I noticed it the moment I opened my eyes, Mu Ningjing nodded. They piloted their mechas upward and soon arrived at the base of the largest floating mountain. As they attempted to ascend further, a terrifying restriction surged forth, preventing Mu Ningjing from rising any higher. Lin Yu fared better, but the higher he went, the more oppressive the restriction became. Soon even he could not continue upward, so they had to land on the flat ground at the mountain's foot. Chinger, what kind of restriction is this? Even I, a divine mech pilot, can't fly up, Lin Yu marveled. This is a supreme anti-flight formation. Chinger explained slowly. It can forbid all flying objects. I can't believe such a formation was set up here. Lin Yu, I dare say this space was created by a super mecha powerhouse from the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was somewhat astonished. A super powerhouse from the cosmos, who knows when they arrived? Regardless, we must explore thoroughly, Lin Yu said calmly. At the foot of the mountain, there was a narrow path leading to the summit only about 2 meters wide. Lin Yu, this is good news, Chinger said cheerfully upon seeing the path. Good news? Lin Yu was puzzled. This is the Heavenly Ascension Stairway. Chinger smiled. It's specifically designed for trials. If I'm not mistaken, there are layers of trials here. Pass them, and you'll receive the inheritance left by that mysterious powerhouse. Chinger explained in detail. What level do you think this mysterious powerhouse is? Lin Yu mused. To build a Heavenly Ascension Stairway, they must be at the Realm Lord level. Chinger offered a guess after analysis. Also, the stairway requires the mecha pilot to walk it on foot, she added. Understood. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The next moment, he recalled his mecha into his mecha space. Then he looked at Mu Ningjing's mecha and said, recall your mecha for now. It's safe here. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Mu Ningjing obediently recalled her mecha. At that moment, Lin Yu could clearly see what she looked like. As he had imagined, she was a very beautiful young woman. Her combat suit accentuated her perfect figure. Mu Ningjing landed steadily beside Lin Yu. Up close to his handsome face, her cheeks flushed slightly with shyness. From now on, we rely on ourselves, Lin Yu said, pointing to the stone steps. This is the Heavenly Ascension Stairway, a trial path. If I'm not wrong, at the peak of this mountain lies the inheritance of a mysterious powerhouse. Mu Ningjing had never heard of such a stairway and was utterly amazed. She never imagined such things existed in this world. So passing this stairway is enough? She asked. I'm not sure. Even if we pass this, there may be more trials ahead, Lin Yu replied. Regardless, let's each do our best. He'll go first. With that, Lin Yu strode toward the stairway. Standing before it, he took a step onto the first stair. In an instant, he felt an immense gravitational force. Fortunately, thanks to his rigorous body tempering, he could withstand such pressure with ease. As he climbed higher, the gravity grew increasingly intense. It seemed the stairway was designed to test the pilot's physical endurance. Watching Lin Yu ascend effortlessly, Mu Ningjing quickly followed. But the moment she set foot on the stairway, she realized just how challenging it truly was. Mu Ningjing looked up, but Lin Yu's figure had already vanished from sight. A divine-class mecha pilot truly lives up to the title, she marveled inwardly. To her, the Heavenly Ascension Stairway seemed utterly effortless for Lin Yu. As for herself, she had only reached the 10th step, where the oppressive weight had become immense, as if her entire body were being crushed to the point of bursting. It felt as though she had been thrust into a pressure cooker, her body on the verge of exploding, causing unbearable agony. I can't fall behind either. Mu Ningjing resolved herself and continued climbing upward with renewed effort. Meanwhile, on another front, Lin Yu had already reached the midpoint of the Heavenly Ascension Stairway. Here the gravitational force had reached a terrifying extreme. Gasping heavily, Lin Yu struggled to breathe under the monstrous gravity, feeling as if he might suffocate at any moment. Keep going, you're almost there, Qing'er encouraged. Lin Yu raised his head to look upward, but still couldn't see the summit's end. Only countless stone steps stretched before him. This heavenly ascension stairway is more challenging than I imagined, Lin Yu sighed, deeply realizing he had initially underestimated it. Of course, the more formidable the expert, the more arduous the trial for their legacy, Qing'er said softly. On the flip side, the harder the trial, the greater the inheritance. Hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu found them quite reasonable. After a brief rest, he continued ascending. As he stepped onto a new stair, suddenly the scene before Lin Yu shifted. He found himself in a land of carnal delights, surrounded by countless breathtakingly beautiful women. Each possessed a voluptuous figure draped in sheer gauze that hinted at their forms. Every one of them exuded an irresistible allure. Gulping involuntarily, Lin Yu couldn't help but swallow. Any man, he thought, would find this sight nearly impossible to resist. Come here. Hurry over. The enchanting women cooed seductively, their voices laced with bewitching charm. Just then a resonant bell tolled within Lin Yu's mind, instantly snapping him back to clarity. Is this also one of the heavenly ascension stairway's trials? Lin Yu muttered. In an instant, he activated the spiritual energy within him, and the phantom of the Pangu Mecha materialized behind him. With a thunderous roar, the Pangu Mecha's apparition swung the heaven-splitting axe, unleashing a colossal wave of power that dissolved the enchanting women into nothingness. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, the heavenly ascension stairway lay before him. Taking a deep breath, he realized he had escaped the illusion. Lin Yu, what happened to you? Qing'er asked anxiously. You stood motionless, as if bewitched. I fell into an illusion filled with beautiful women. Lin Yu briefly recounted his experience to Qing. Good thing you didn't succumb, or you might have been trapped forever, Qing'er said, her tone turning serious. To be honest, I came very close to being lost in it, Lin Yu admitted. The illusion had been incredibly vivid. It was his first time encountering such a realistic phantasm. However, after this ordeal, he had gained valuable experience. Continuing upward against the crushing gravity, he soon fell into another illusion. In this illusion, countless treasures of gold and silver appeared before him. But Lin Yu's mind remained crystal clear. He knew the riches were false, and moreover, he felt no desire for them. They held no power to tempt him. He effortlessly broke free from this second illusion. Time passed steadily. Through relentless effort, Lin Yu finally reached the summit. Collapsing onto the ground, he rested, relieved to be free from the terrible gravity. The heavenly ascension stairway is no easy climb, he mused. Not only did I have to endure the crushing gravity, but also the deceptions of several illusions. Throughout the ascent, Lin Yu faced temptations of beauty, wealth, and treasures. Only after overcoming the final illusion did he successfully reach the peak, having consumed nearly a third of his spiritual energy. Even with his divine Mecha body, the climb was arduous. Other Mecha pilots would likely find it even harder. Regardless, we've made it. Look, the opportunity lies before us. Qing'er smiled. At the summit sat a peculiar spacecraft. Lin Yu sat up and gazed at it. The ship was massive, but bore signs of severe damage. Qing'er, is this ship still functional? I've scanned it. The flight engine is completely wrecked. It's beyond use. Qing'er shook her head, her tone definitive. What a pity. It looks like it was a formidable vessel, Lin Yu lamented. Indeed, it's quite a shame, Qing'er agreed softly. After resting for 10 minutes, Lin Yu stood up. He looked down the heavenly ascension stairway. I wonder how Mu Ningjing is doing, he murmured. If he found the climb so difficult, she must be having an even tougher time. From this vantage point, he couldn't see her at all. He could only hope she was safe. Let's go check what legacy the mysterious expert left for us inside the ship, Lin Yu said, walking toward it. Approaching the ship, he pulled open the hatch with ease. As he stepped inside, the interior lights flickered on. It seems the ship still has some hidden energy reserves, Qing'er observed. Enough to power the lighting system. With the illumination, he could clearly see the ship's interior. He walked deeper until he reached a mechanical door. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure lies behind this door, Lin Yu said calmly. But how do we open it? Leave it to me, Qing'er declared confidently. This was her specialty. Through Qing'er's operations, the mechanical gate before them was soon opened. As the gate swung open, Lin Yu could clearly see that the interior was a vast space filled with numerous peculiar crates. Each crate was sealed, exuding an air of extraordinary significance. Lin Yu stepped inside and began to examine them closely. This must be the ship's storage room, Qing'er remarked. These crates likely contain valuable treasures. She flew over to several of them. With a gentle tap of her finger, a screen flickered to life on each crate, displaying names: yellow dragon fruit, 7-star flower, 5-color divine wood water. The screens revealed different appellations. Lin Yu, these crates are filled with rare spiritual herbs. Qing'er quickly added, perhaps there truly is a herb here that can regenerate a lost limb. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a surge of excitement. All his efforts had not been in vain. Now he could finally see the rewards. Qing'er, please search carefully, Lin Yu said softly. He was largely unfamiliar with these spiritual herbs and their properties and functions. Thus he had to rely on Qing'er to identify them. No problem, leave it to me. Qing'er smiled confidently and began her meticulous search. Meanwhile, Lin Yu continued his own thorough inspection of the space. Before long, he discovered a raised platform. On the platform, there was a peculiar screen displaying a file that flickered with light. Lin Yu tapped it with his finger. The file opened instantly, and a projection materialized. A man with pointed elven ears appeared. Fortunate one, congratulations on passing the Heaven Ascent trial I set. All the spiritual herbs in this storage hold are now yours. Use them well. Additionally, I have left behind a cosmic treasure. Whether you can master it depends on you. The man vanished after speaking, and the projection ceased. A rumbling sound of mechanisms echoed as a large special crate rose from the center of the space. Found it, Qing'er's voice called out. Lin Yu, I've located the herb that can regrow limbs. She smiled. She felt immensely proud having found it so quickly. Great. Lin Yu sighed with relief knowing that Chun Feiyu could now become a whole person again. Qing'er, I just discovered something. This special large crate might contain a cosmic treasure, Lin Yu added eagerly. A cosmic treasure is truly a remarkable artifact. If the factions in the universe learned of its appearance, a fierce battle would surely erupt. Qing'er nodded and said softly, let's open it first and see what kind of cosmic treasure it is. All right. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Taking a deep breath, he felt a strange sensation of opening a blind box, which inexplicably made him nervous. The large crate had no lock and could be opened easily. As the crate opened, a shimmering necklace lay inside. The beads within it resembled countless galaxies. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This is the cosmic treasure. A necklace. Lin Yu was astonished and puzzled. It was entirely different from what he had imagined. Could this be the legendary Tears of Eternity? Qing'er exclaimed in surprise. What are the Tears of Eternity? Lin Yu asked curiously. Legend has it that the Tears of Eternity was a divine artifact forged by a fallen interstellar empire consuming all its energy. It is said that mastering it grants one eternity, immortality, and indestructibility. Qing'er shared all the information she knew. Of course, this is merely a legend. I'm not certain if it's true. After hearing this, Lin Yu was deeply astonished. The concept of achieving eternal existence was truly incredible. Lin Yu quickly retrieved the Tears of Eternity. As he held it, he could instantly feel the divine energy it contained. Huff, it's truly extraordinary, Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. His entire being seemed invigorated by the Tears of Eternity. How should I unlock the secrets of the Tears of Eternity? Lin Yu inquired. I'm not sure either. It might depend on fate. Qing'er shook her head and continued, but we have plenty of time ahead. We can study it slowly. That's true, no need to rush. Lin Yu nodded. Next, Lin Yu put the Tears of Eternity around his neck. Detected Tears of Eternity divine level cultivation method accelerated. Your cultivation speed has increased. Once worn, the system's voice echoed in Lin Yu's mind, startling him even more. He hadn't expected the Tears of Eternity to have such an effect. Although he couldn't unlock its true secrets, aiding a mecha master in rapid cultivation was already remarkable. Qing'er, the Tears of Eternity can also accelerate my cultivation speed. Lin Yu smiled. Qing'er was someone he could trust. So he shared this information with her. You are already a divine-level mecha master, and this treasure helps you improve rapidly. That alone makes it a valuable artifact. Qing'er nodded and updated the information about the Tears of Eternity in her database. Our expedition into this secret realm has truly been fruitful, Lin Yu said joyfully. Then with a wave of his hand, he stored all the crates containing spiritual herbs into his storage ring. In an instant, the entire space became empty, giving an odd sense of unfamiliarity. Let's go. Lin Yu clapped his hands. As they left the spaceship, its remaining energy was completely depleted. The internal lights went out instantly, rendering the ship utterly defunct. What a pity. I wonder who that powerful being was. Lin Yu sighed, recalling the elven-eared man from the projection. By the way, Qing, do you know about humans with elven ears? Lin Yu asked her. You must be referring to the elf race, Qing'er replied. In the universe, there are many races. The elves, like humans, can summon their mechas. The elves are a rare race, slightly stronger than human mecha masters of the same level. Once you venture into the cosmos, you'll encounter other races as well. After listening to Qing'er, Lin Yu nodded slightly. I understand. I wonder how Mu Ningjing is doing. Lin Yu stepped out of the spaceship and scanned the area below the ascending heavenly staircase, but there was no sign of Mu Ningjing at all. Before long, Lin Yu sensed that the ascending heavenly staircase had transformed into an ordinary stone staircase. This staircase has lost its purpose. Lin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Of course, now that you've obtained what was inside that spaceship, the staircase naturally becomes useless. Qing'er nodded slightly. Even the restrictions of this great mountain have vanished. Now you can pilot the mecha and fly freely through the sky. Qing'er's words made Lin Yu nod slightly. Regardless, it was a good thing. Let's go check on Mu Ningjing first. Lin Yu headed downward. After all, Mu Ningjing was a friend of his sister. As her brother, it was only natural for him to look after his sister's companion. Descending the staircase felt remarkably easy. Lin Yu had originally thought that going down would still involve layers of illusory trials. It didn't take long for Lin Yu to find Mu Ningjing. She was situated on the upper half of the staircase. Given her strength and level, reaching this position was no small feat. Seeing her unconscious there, Lin Yu quickly moved over. He approached her and took her pulse. Her breathing is steady as she's just fainted. Lin Yu sighed in relief, grateful that nothing serious had happened. Though the trials of the staircase were simple, they posed no mortal danger. Of course, Mu Ningjing was also fortunate. The next moment, Lin Yu lifted her into his arms and swiftly descended the mountain. In just over 10 minutes, he carried her safely back to the foot of the mountain. On the flat ground at the mountain's base, Lin Yu retrieved a wooden bed from his storage ring. He laid Mu Ningjing on it and let her rest. Watching her sleep, Lin Yu found her even more beautiful. She looked like a princess waiting for her prince's kiss to awaken. Lin Yu didn't dwell on it. Qing'er, by the way, what is the spiritual herb that can regenerate a severed limb? He asked, turning to her. Green lotus root, Qing'er replied with a smile. With this herb, even if one loses all 4 limbs, they can grow back completely. However, this herb is extremely rare and precious, hard to buy even across the universe. Lin Yu nodded slightly. So is there only one green lotus root? Lin Yu inquired. Yes, only one, Qing'er confirmed with a nod. Though it's precious, its true value lies in being put to good use, Lin Yu said calmly. Time passed by gradually. Mu Ningjing, lying on the wooden bed, soon awoke. She opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. Where did this wooden bed come from? Wasn't she on the staircase? But upon seeing Lin Yu nearby, she quickly pieced it together. Lin Yu, she's awake, Qing'er reminded him. He immediately walked over and asked, how do you feel? I'm fine, Mu Ningjing quickly replied. Good. You fainted on the staircase. Take this herb as a token of gratitude. Lin Yu waved his hand, and a box appeared before Mu Ningjing. Without her guidance, he would never have found this small space so quickly. He might not have obtained the green lotus root for limb regeneration or the cosmic treasure eternal tear. So, all in all, this was thanks to meeting Mu Ningjing. Now that she had gained nothing from the journey, giving her this herb was both a repayment and a way to ensure she didn't return empty-handed. The herb was chosen by Qing'er as the most suitable for her. If she used it well, her strength would undoubtedly reach new heights. There was no doubt about that. I can't accept this. Mu Ningjing shook her head firmly. Lin Yu had saved her life and helped her immensely. How could she accept another gift before repaying his kindness? Take it, don't refuse, Lin Yu said calmly. Now that you're awake, it's time for me to leave. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. With that, Lin Yu bid Mu Ningjing farewell. He summoned his Nuwa mecha and swiftly departed from the small space. He returned to the secret realm. To leave this level 130 realm, one had to use the fixed exit within it. The Nuwa mecha was incredibly fast. In no time, they reached the exit. Lin Yu piloted the mecha through and left the realm. A chime sounded in Lin Yu's mind as he exited the secret realm and returned to Pangu Mecha University. You have left the level 130 secret realm. After emerging, Lin Yu recalled the mecha. Within minutes, Vice Principal Dong Tingfang of Pangu Mecha University arrived. Principal Lin, you're out so soon. Did you have any success? Dong Tingfang's tone was gentle and warm. Luck was on my side. I gained a lot. Lin Yu smiled, not revealing that he had obtained a cosmic treasure. That's wonderful. Dong Tingfang nodded. Come, let me take you to Jiaojiao's residence. Thank you for your trouble, Lin Yu replied politely. He followed Dong Tingfang, gaining a deeper understanding of Pangu Mecha University along the way. Principal Lin, I have a humble request, Dong Tingfang said as they walked. Please speak your mind, Lin Yu agreed. If it's within my power, I'll do my best. It's nothing major. I'd like to propose an exchange program between Pangu and Kunlun Mecha Universities. Dong Tingfang shared her idea. Both universities had unique strengths, and fostering mutual exchange would benefit everyone. Lin Yu listened and nodded willingly. This is a great idea. I agree. They'll have my secretary follow up to develop a concrete plan. Excellent. Dong Tingfang beamed. This way, students from both Mecha universities could access more resources. Their abilities would greatly improve as well. We have arrived. This independent villa is Jiaojiao's residence, and behind it lies a separate cultivation chamber. Jiaojiao is currently inside the cultivation chamber. Dong Tingfang led Lin Yu before a luxurious villa, still wearing a gentle smile. Gazing at the grand villa before him, Lin Yu could not help but nod slightly. His sister's dwelling was no less impressive than his own at Kunlun Mecha University. The surroundings were also quite pleasant and exceptionally tranquil, ensuring that cultivation would proceed without disturbance. Principal Dong, let us proceed to the cultivation chamber, Mu Yin spoke. No problem. Follow me, Dong Tingfong nodded. Continuing to follow Dong Tingfong, they rounded the grand villa. Upon reaching the rear area, an immense cultivation chamber came into Lin Yu's view. This cultivation chamber was evidently of the highest caliber on Blue Star, achievable only by truly major powers. Even if smaller factions possessed such a chamber, they would be unable to sustain its operation. After all, the more formidable the cultivation chamber, the greater the energy it consumed. Those minor powers, even if they emptied all their coffers, could likely only sustain such a chamber for an hour or two. Identity verification successful. At the entrance to the cultivation chamber, a beam of light scanned Dong Tingfong. Immediately, an artificial intelligence voice resounded, and the chamber's door slid open automatically. Lin Yu then followed Dong Tingfong inside. Before a pane of transparent glass, Lin Yu could clearly see his sister seated in the inner room meditating in cultivation. The energy within the cultivation chamber streamed continuously into Lin Xiaojiao's body, rapidly elevating her spiritual energy value. It seems my sister has mastered the divine cultivation method quite well, Lin Yu thought with deep satisfaction. Only by mastering such a method could one walk further on the path of a mecha master. Do you need me to interrupt Lin Xiaojiao's cultivation now? Dong Tingfong inquired. Please do, Lin Yu nodded. The next moment, Dong Tingfong pressed a button. A rumbling sound echoed. Instantly, the entire cultivation chamber ceased operation. Shortly after, Lin Xiaojiao halted her cultivation and slowly opened her eyes. When she looked outward and spotted Lin Yu, she was overwhelmed with excitement. She quickly rose to her feet and rushed out. Big brother. Soon Lin Xiaojiao threw herself into Lin Yu's embrace. Brother, I missed you so much. Lin Xiaojiao acted coy, just as she always had. All right, from now on our family can be together. Lin Yu stroked his sister's head and spoke softly. A few minutes later, Lin Yu informed Lin Xiaojiao that he intended to take her to Kunlun Mecha University. Though Lin Xiaojiao felt a twinge of reluctance, the prospect of being with her family again made her willing. Xiaojiao, remember, no matter where you go, you must cultivate diligently, without slackening. Dong Tingfong reminded her earnestly. Master, rest assured I will remember, Lin Xiaojiao nodded solemnly. Good, remember that. You are the first exchange student from our Pangu Mecha University to go to Kunlun Mecha University, Dong Tingfong said, with a light chuckle. Master, I will come back to visit you often, Lin Xiaojiao said. She would never forget the grace of being taught. Dong Tingfong nodded with great gratification. All right, Principal Dong, we will take our leave now, Lin Yu said. Lin Yu quickly led Lin Xiaojiao away from Pangu Mecha University. Fortunately, within his storage ring, he still had the gilded fighter jet his elder sister had given him. Inside the fighter jet, Lin Xiaojiao gazed at the receding Pangu Mecha University, her heart filled with myriad emotions. In just a few seconds, the university had vanished completely from sight. Having lived at Pangu Mecha University for so long, leaving so abruptly now truly feels bittersweet, Lin Xiaojiao sighed. Then she turned to Lin Yu. Brother, is it true that Mom and Dad have both awakened divine mechas? Yes, Mom and Dad are also training hard and will soon become stellar mecha masters. Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Brother, how did you manage that? Lin Xiaojiao asked, burning with curiosity. She had pondered it many times before, but could never arrive at the correct answer. Actually, I didn't do much. Just obtained 2 divine fruits that can awaken mechas in people, Lin Yu said calmly. I never imagined such miraculous things existed in this world. Lin Xiaojiao exclaimed in astonishment. The world is vast and full of wonders. Lin Yu smiled. In this world and even throughout the entire universe, there are countless unknown existences. Sister, in the future we will have to explore the cosmos. That is the true adventure. The mere mention of space exploration filled Lin Xiaojiao with longing. Brother, to venture into the cosmos, wouldn't one need to become a divine mecha master? Lin Xiaojiao asked again. No, one only needs to reach the legendary mecha master level to enter space, Lin Yu explained. Then Lin Yu proceeded to recount the hierarchical levels of the universe to Lin Xiaojiao. After listening, she felt as though her entire worldview had been comprehensively renewed. Unbelievable. I thought being a divine mecha master was the ultimate peak, but it turns out reaching that level is merely a new beginning, Lin Xiaojiao exclaimed with profound wonder. Of course, from now on just follow your big brother's training, and I guarantee it'll take you to new heights, Lin Yu said with confident smile. Qing-er, come out, Lin Yu called out once more. Qing-er immediately appeared. Seeing Qing-er, Lin Xiaojiao was filled with curiosity. Qing-er, please give my sister a thorough lesson, Lin Yu said with a smile. No problem. Leave it to me, Qing-er replied. The next instant, with a wave of her hand, a projection materialized before Lin Xiaojiao. Within the projection, documents and information appeared in orderly succession. Qing-er soon began to explain, and Lin Xiaojiao listened with rapt attention. Time passed gradually. Through Qing Yu's detailed explanations, Lin Jiaojiao gained a much clearer and deeper understanding. Lin Jiaojiao suddenly felt as if she had been a frog at the bottom of a well finally leaping out into a boundless new world. It's truly beyond belief. After listening to Qing Yu's detailed and extensive explanation, Lin Jiaojiao could not help but express her profound amazement. Indeed, the universe is vast and countless mysteries await our exploration. Lin Yu nodded slightly and spoke with a gentle smile. I will train even harder from now on. Lin Jiaojiao's voice was earnest and resolute. The gilded fighter jet streaked through the high sky at tremendous speed. Before long, they had returned safely to Kunlun Mecha University. Although Lin Jiaojiao had seen countless videos of Kunlun Mecha University online, visiting it in person today still filled her with immense wonder. Compared to Pangu Mecha University, these two prestigious institutions each had their own unique merits. Principal, good afternoon. Greetings, Principal. After disembarking from the gilded fighter jet, they encountered numerous students along the way, all of whom politely greeted Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded slightly in return. Brother, in such a short time you've not only become a divine-level mecha pilot, but also the principal of Kunlun Mecha University. This all feels so surreal. In the past, such a thing would have been utterly unimaginable, Lin Jiaojiao said with a smile. She recalled how their entire family had once worried whether Lin Yu could even awaken a mecha. Ever since her brother awakened his mecha, he had truly soared through the ranks, rising rapidly. After all, who can predict the future? Lin Yu remarked. Meanwhile, within the internal forum of Kunlun Mecha University, students were engaged in heated discussions. Big news. Principal Lin has brought back another stunningly beautiful woman, and their relationship seems very close. There's video evidence. Holy crap, it's true. But I have a feeling it's not the kind of relationship we're imagining. You've all got it wrong. That's Lin Jiaojiao, the principal's own sister, so of course they're close. Principal Lin's sister is gorgeous. No kidding, just think about Principal Lin's sister. She's absolutely stunning too. From now on, I have another goddess in my heart. Everyone was utterly astonished. The sheer otherworldly beauty of Lin Yu, Lin Jiaojiao, and Lin Weiner defied all reason. Have a seat first. Lin Yu quickly led Lin Jiaojiao into the principal's office. All right. Lin Jiaojiao immediately flopped onto the sofa, relaxing at once. Brother, your office is far more luxurious than my master's. Lin Jiaojiao carefully surveyed the entire room. It's just average. Lin Yu shook his head. He genuinely felt it was rather ordinary, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Before long, the beautiful secretary Meng Qian entered. Let me introduce you. This is my secretary Meng Qian. Lin Yu made the introductions. Meng Qian, this is my sister Lin Jiaojiao. Through Lin Yu's introduction, Meng Qian and Lin Jiaojiao quickly became acquainted. Meng Qian, please register my sister's information first. Lin Yu continued. No problem. They'll start processing it now. Meng Qian nodded, swiftly manipulating the tablet in her hands. Within just a few minutes, Lin Jiaojiao's information was fully registered. Now Lin Jiaojiao could move freely around Kunlun Mecha University, and all necessary permissions had been granted to her. It's all done, Meng Qian said. Excellent. There's one more matter. Principal Dong of Pangu Mecha University and I have reached an agreement. We are preparing to launch a student exchange program between our two top-tier universities. They'll leave the details of this plan to you. Lin Yu spoke calmly. All right, no problem. Is there anything else? Meng Qian nodded directly. For her, whatever Lin Yu assigned was her work to complete. Nothing else for now. You can get to it. Lin Yu waved his hand. Subsequently, Meng Qian left the office to begin drafting the specific plan for the exchange program between the two elite universities. Brother, you've got it so easy, just delegating everything to others. Lin Jiaojiao chuckled. You don't understand. A leader's job is to let the secretary handle things. Lin Yu said with an air of profound wisdom. All right, let's go. They'll take you to see Mom, Dad, and our sister. With that, Lin Yu stood up. Continuing under Lin Yu's guidance, they soon arrived at a floating island. What immediately caught Lin Jiaojiao's eye was a ship of magnificent and awe-inspiring grandeur. Brother, this must be the cosmic-level warship Qing Yu mentioned, a top-tier vessel in the universe. Lin Jiaojiao was utterly stunned. Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it up close was an even more profound shock. Come on, Mom and Dad are waiting for us, Lin Yu said with a smile. The warship's hatch opened automatically. Then the two of them stepped inside. Upon entering a large room, Lin Jiaojiao saw her parents and rushed over immediately. Mom, Dad, I've missed you so much. Tears streamed down Lin Jiaojiao's face. From now on, our family will be together, her mother Li Wenjing said gently. Soon after, their elder sister Lin Weiner also arrived in the room. The family was reunited. Sis, why isn't you here? Lin Yu quickly went to Lin Weiner's side and asked curiously. She's at a critical point in her cultivation, so let's not disturb her for now. Lin Weiner replied softly. Anyway, there's plenty of time later. There's no need to rush. That's true. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. Time passed quickly. The sky began to darken. Night had fallen. The dining table was already laden with a variety of delicious foods. The Lin family sat together filled with joy. It had been a long time since they had all gathered for such a reunion dinner. Now both mom and dad have divine level mechas, and sister's mecha can also become a divine level 1. Brother has a divine mech body and possesses 7 divine level mechas. It feels like I'm the only one without talent stuck with just an imperial level mecha. Lin Xiaojiao sighed. An imperial level mecha is already quite impressive. Don't overthink it. Just train hard and improve your strength and you won't fall behind. Lin Weiner said calmly. Exactly, little sis. With us around, no one will ever bully you. Lin Yu chimed in. Remember, there are no worthless mechas, only worthless mecha pilots. From now on, you can train here on this warship. I guarantee it will make you stronger. The words of Lin Yu and Lin Weiner instantly filled Lin Xiaojiao with confidence. Although an imperial level mecha could not compare to a divine level 1, she believed that with relentless effort her imperial level mecha could still unleash extraordinary power. After the meal, everyone sat together chatting. The entire atmosphere was incredibly warm. Lin Yu looked at the scene before him and nodded to himself. How wonderful these moments were. At that moment, Lin Yu silently resolved to protect such beauty. Before they knew it, it was already late at night. Lin Yu led Lin Xiaojiao to a new room. From now on, you'll stay here. How do you like it? Are you satisfied? Lin Yu asked. The room was fully equipped and far from ordinary, boasting many unique features. For instance, it could help one fall asleep and rest more peacefully, especially in such a room where one could always have a pleasant dream. Lin Yu knew this well from experience. Every time he woke up, his mental state was improved, allowing him to immerse himself more deeply in cultivation and make greater progress. Quite satisfied, Lin Xiaojiao nodded, seeing nothing unsuitable. By the way, big brother, let me go see my sister-in-law. Lin Xiaojiao's large eyes seemed to shimmer with light as she looked at Lin Yu pleadingly. Your sister-in-law is at a critical point in her cultivation. She can't be disturbed now. Lin Yu shook his head but suggested they could check the surveillance. All cultivation rooms on the battleship were equipped with dedicated cameras. Qing'er, Lin Yu called out. The next moment, a projection appeared before them. Inside the projection, Xiao Yu was seated cross-legged at the center of the cultivation room, seemingly immersed in a profound state. Sister-in-law is truly beautiful. Lin Xiaojiao nodded in satisfaction. Of course, your brother's taste is impeccable, Lin Yu replied, his face brimming with pride. Big brother, I heard that it was sister-in-law who made the first move. Lin Xiaojiao chuckled. All right, you should rest now. Tomorrow, big sister will take you to the secret realm. Lin Yu quickly changed the subject. Kunlun Armored Mecha University had its own secret realm, which contained a place perfectly suited for Lin Xiaojiao's cultivation. Recently, Lin Weiner had no other commitments and could guide Lin Xiaojiao's cultivation well. Now his elder sister Lin Weiner was already a legendary mecha master, just one step away from becoming a divine-grade mecha master. Yet that step was like a chasm. Crossing it would be immensely challenging. Okay, Lin Xiaojiao nodded. For the time being, she would stay with her sister, who would surely share more details with her. I'm off, Lin Yu said as he left the room, heading toward the cultivation chamber. Soon he arrived before a cultivation room. What had been an utterly pitch-black wall gradually turned transparent, revealing Xiao Yu cultivating inside. They faced each other. Qing'er, can you calculate how long it will take for Yuer to become a divine-grade mecha master? Lin Yu asked softly. If all goes smoothly, 1 or 2 years should be no problem. But if not, it could take 100 years. Or even forever. There's simply no way to calculate this, Qing'er's voice sounded. If such matters could be predicted, she would be far too formidable. However, with this cultivation room and so many star stones, she still has a great chance of becoming a divine-grade mecha master. Qing'er added. Lin Yu nodded slightly. He stood there quietly for a long while. All right, let's go to the analysis room. Lin Yu continued. In the level 130 secret realm, they had obtained a ginseng-like spiritual herb that even Qing'er didn't recognize. So now they needed to go to the analysis room to determine the effects of this mysterious herb. Under Qing'er's guidance, Lin Yu entered the battleship's analysis room for the first time. The spacious chamber housed a massive instrument that looked extraordinarily complex. Qing'er, is this the analyzer? It's enormous. Lin Yu exclaimed in astonishment. This analyzer isn't that big, there are even larger ones. Qing'er replied calmly. The next moment, Lin Yu quickly took out the unknown spiritual herb from his storage ring. Just place it on the platform, Qing'er reminded. Got it. Lin Yu nodded and set the ginseng-like herb onto the platform. Once placed, Qing'er began operating the machine. Lin Yu couldn't follow the process, but after a short wait, the entire analyzer activated. Strange beams of light continuously scanned the herb. How long until we get results? Lin Yu asked curiously. Patience, this herb is extraordinary, so analysis will take some time, Qing'er said calmly. All right. Lin Yu nodded and settled in to wait patiently. Time passed, and he lost track of how long it had been. Qing'er's voice rang out. Lin Yu, the analysis is complete. He snapped awake, opening his eyes and asking eagerly, Qing'er, what is that herb? Look. Qing'er displayed the analysis report before him. Lin Yu studied it carefully. True Dragon Ginseng. When consumed, it can elevate the entire body and grant the True Dragon Bloodline. Once activated in battle, the True Dragon Bloodline can exponentially boost the mecha's overall power. And it has no side effects. After reading, Lin Yu was utterly stunned. Qing'er, this is practically a heaven-defying spiritual herb. Lin Yu swallowed hard and marveled. Indeed, it's possible that a second True Dragon Ginseng would be nearly impossible to find in the entire universe. Qing'er nodded and continued. It's a pity that since you've cultivated the saintly body tempering art, you can't use the True Dragon Ginseng. But don't worry, the saintly body tempering art is still superior to the True Dragon Ginseng overall. Lin Yu smiled. It doesn't matter if I can't use it or I can give it to my little sister. His sister had awakened only an imperial-grade mecha. If she could truly master the True Dragon Bloodline, her overall strength would increase significantly. The True Dragon Ginseng is not easy to refine. Once consumed, one will endure immense pain, as if the entire body is being torn apart. Qing'er warned calmly. I believe Jiao Jiao can handle it. Still, I'll respect her decision. If she's willing, the True Dragon Ginseng will be for her. Lin Yu nodded, having made up his mind. This time, not only had he obtained numerous precious and rare spiritual herbs, but also such a miraculous True Dragon Ginseng. Truly an extraordinary harvest. All right, tomorrow we'll begin treating Chen Feiyu to allow his severed arm to regenerate, Lin Yu said with a faint smile. After carefully storing the True Dragon Ginseng, Lin Yu left the analysis room and returned to his own quarters to rest. Though Lin Yu was resting, his divine-level cultivation method continued its unceasing practice, the spiritual energy within his body gradually increasing. With the eternal tear, this cultivation process had accelerated somewhat. Time passed in an instant. When Lin Yu opened his eyes again, it was already the dawn of the next day, another fine and pleasant morning. Stepping out of the warship, he beheld a clear sky. Gazing toward the Kunlun Divine Mountain, he could even see a seven-colored rainbow. How refreshing! Lin Yu sighed in admiration. With such fine weather, his entire mood had brightened considerably. After a while, he made his way toward the ward where Chen Feiyu was staying. It took only a few minutes to arrive smoothly. Seeing Chen Feiyu still resting on the hospital bed, Lin Yu did not disturb him immediately. Then he took out the green lotus root. However, at this moment, Lin Yu faced a new problem. He did not know the method of using this green lotus root, which was rather troublesome. Qing'er, how is this green lotus root to be used? Lin Yu promptly consulted Qing'er. Just have him eat it, Qing'er's voice quickly replied. Eat it raw. Lin Yu looked at the rather large green lotus root in his hand, slightly surprised. It probably wouldn't be easy to eat raw, and there wasn't even any dipping sauce. If he can't even manage eating it raw, then he shouldn't dream of regenerating his severed arm, Qing'er continued. Moreover, it was merely eating it raw. The difficulty was not great. Any intelligent person would know how to choose. All right, it has to be this way then. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Subsequently, he awakened Chen Feiyu. In his slumber, Chen Feiyu vaguely heard someone calling him, and immediately woke up. Opening his eyes, he saw Lin Yu before him. For a moment, Chen Feiyu thought he was seeing things. Lin Yu, Chen Feiyu spoke, a hint of curiosity and confusion in his voice. Yes. Lin Yu nodded slightly. I have good news. I found a way to regenerate your severed arm. Really? Chen Feiyu became instantly excited. Of course. This is green lotus root. Eat it, and it will be done. Lin Yu handed the green lotus root to Chen Feiyu. Looking at it, Chen Feiyu took it and began to devour it in large bites. He trusted Lin Yu unconditionally. Yet to his astonishment, the raw green lotus root tasted quite pleasant, extremely sweet, and unparalleled delicacy. In just a dozen bites, Chen Feiyu had consumed the entire green lotus root. Once it entered his stomach, he immediately felt an itchy, warm sensation at the sight of his severed arm. In short, the sensation was very comfortable. Suddenly, a light emanated from Chen Feiyu's severed arm, quickly coalescing into the shape of an arm. In that instant, Chen Feiyu felt something surge from within his body, accompanied by a slight ache. The light persisted for several minutes before beginning to dim and fade. When the light vanished completely, it was evident that Chen Feiyu's severed arm had regrown entirely, and this new arm seemed even stronger and more powerful than before. This could be considered a blessing in disguise for Chen Feiyu. My spiritual energy has skyrocketed, Chen Feiyu exclaimed, ecstatic. Not only had his arm regenerated, but his own spiritual energy had also increased significantly. If he cultivated diligently afterward, he was bound to achieve a major breakthrough. This green lotus root was undoubtedly a precious spiritual medicine. Lin Yu, thank you. Chen Feiyu quickly stood up and expressed his immense gratitude to Lin Yu. He was well aware that without Lin Yu, he might have remained a cripple for the rest of his life. You're welcome. You're my friend, my brother. Of course I had to help you. You were also lucky to come across this green lotus root. Otherwise, who knows how many years it would have taken for your hand to grow back. Lin Yu waved his hand with a smile. Having a brother like you is the blessing of 8 lifetimes for me, Qin Feiyu. Qin Feiyu nodded, his tone resolute. All right, now that you're healed, you need to cultivate diligently. The road ahead is still long. Lin Yu patted Qin Feiyu's shoulder and spoke earnestly. I understand. Don't worry, Qin Feiyu replied seriously. Since losing his arm, he had already wasted some time. From now on, he would train even harder and more assiduously. Take these resources. They'll aid your cultivation. Lin Yu quickly produced a large bag filled with various resources beneficial for cultivation. This was Lin Yu's help for his good brother. He only hoped these would truly bring Qin Feiyu good assistance and improvement. Thank you, Qin Feiyu said, deeply moved. Lin Yu had not only gone through immense hardship to find the precious medicine for his arm's regeneration, but also given him so many cultivation resources now. Having such a good brother in one's life was already worthwhile. At the same time, Qin Feiyu resolved to cultivate diligently so that in the future, he could also be of help to Lin Yu. You're welcome. We'll take my leave now. Lin Yu waved his hand and said with a gentle laugh. After bidding farewell to Qin Feiyu, Lin Yu headed toward the principal's office. In just one night, the beautiful secretary Meng Qian had already completed detailed plans for exchange students from 2 top-tier universities. Truly, Meng Qian's work efficiency was remarkable. With such a secretary, anyone would be overjoyed. Of course, though the plan was ready, its feasibility still required Lin Yu's approval. Entering the principal's office, he saw Meng Qian already waiting inside. Principal. Meng Qian quickly stood up to greet Lin Yu. Sit down, Lin Yu nodded. Let's begin directly. Then Meng Qian projected the detailed plan she had prepared. Accompanying the projection, she began to explain it point by point. This allowed Lin Yu to gain a clearer understanding of the entire plan, and if there were any issues, they could be better identified. The entire exchange student program was explained for almost an hour, and Lin Yu listened and observed with great seriousness. After Meng Qian finished her explanation, she inquired again, is everything perfect? I must say Meng Qian's abilities in this regard are truly remarkable. The exchange program is comprehensive considering every aspect and providing corresponding solutions. That's good. Meng Qian nodded slightly. Next, please liaise with the people at Pangu Mecha University so we can swiftly launch this exchange student program. I have observed closely at Pangu Mecha University, they possess many unique resources. If our students go there, they will definitely gain a lot. Lin Yu spoke with great confidence. Understood, I will go right now, Meng Qian replied. It didn't take too long. All the students of Kunlun Mecha University received an announcement from the school. Instantly, the entire internal forum of the school ignited with discussion. I can't believe we actually reached a collaboration with Pangu Mecha University to launch an exchange student program. It's rather unbelievable. To become an exchange student, the requirements are quite high. The conditions for this exchange program are simply outrageous. I certainly can't qualify. Only those in the elite classes will likely be able to go for this exchange. Everyone was very shocked regarding the announcement of the exchange students. After all, everyone understands that being an exchange student means going to Pangu Mecha University to enjoy their unique cultivation resources, which will undoubtedly facilitate faster improvement in strength. However, to become an exchange student, it requires the most outstanding students. Of course, the first batch of exchange student slots is limited. The elite class students became increasingly excited and immediately began preparations. Not only the students of Kunlun Mecha University became excited. The students of Pangu Mecha University were even more thrilled upon seeing this news. To them, as long as they could become exchange students and enter Kunlun Mecha University, they would frequently see Lin Yu, the divine Mecha Master. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had swiftly passed. The exchange student program had already initiated many activities. Both Kunlun Mecha University and Pangu Mecha University had each decided on 10 exchange students. In the square, a large warplane was parked in the center. The 10 elite class students stood in an orderly line. When they saw Lin Yu appear, each of them stood taller with pride. Congratulations, you have become the first batch of exchange students to Pangu Mecha University. This opportunity is rare, and I hope you will cherish it well. Once you arrive there, make sure to train diligently and avoid initiating trouble. Of course, if someone causes trouble, you don't need to hold back, just retaliate. With me as your principal, you have nothing to fear. Lin Yu looked at them and spoke softly. This was also a form of encouragement. Their innate talents were all quite high to have become the first batch of exchange students. As long as they train diligently, they will undoubtedly achieve great success in the future. Lin Yu firmly believed this. Principal, rest assured, we will remember. The 10 students responded in unison. They were all very excited, not expecting Lin Yu to personally see them off this time. What an honor it is. Having a divine Mecha Master personally send them off will surely be an unforgettable memory for their entire lives. so that in the future when they have children they can boast to their kids. Alright, it's time for you to depart. Lin Yu nodded. The 10 students successfully boarded the warplane. Soon the cabin doors closed, and it took off swiftly. In just a few seconds the warplane disappeared from Lin Yu's sight. I hope everything goes smoothly for them. Lin Yu gazed into the distance, murmuring softly. Principal, don't worry, they will definitely proceed smoothly. Meng Qian said softly beside Lin Yu. Lin Yu nodded. It was at this moment that a rumble sounded. The entire Kunlun sacred mountain experienced an earthquake. Meng Qian looked at the tablet in her hand, her brows furrowed. Principal, the entire blue star has experienced an earthquake. This massive earthquake lasted for more than 20 seconds before it gradually subsided. Such an earthquake undoubtedly signifies that something is about to happen. Lin Yu said calmly. Let me check right now. Meng Qian hurriedly began to investigate. With Meng Qian's operation, various devices within Longxia Nation started to activate. In a short time, the current situation within Longxia Nation became clear. Principal, I checked and found no abnormalities within Longxia Nation. Only some buildings in certain cities collapsed due to the earthquake, causing several casualties. Meng Qian reported. Of course, this only confirmed that there were no abnormalities in Longxia for now, which didn't mean other places were fine. Alright, I understand. Next, we need to keep a close watch. If there are any other findings, report them in a timely manner. Lin Yu nodded. For the current situation, we can only deal with it as it comes. Understood. Meng Qian replied. They'll head back now. Lin Yu then headed towards his floating island. On the way back, Lin Yu also asked Qing'er for her opinions. Qing'er quickly replied, the entire blue star has experienced an earthquake. This is definitely a bad omen. It won't be long before something happens, but I can't be certain of the specifics. After hearing Qing'er's words, Lin Yu sighed slightly. The best course of action now is to take it one step at a time. But there's no need to worry too much. No matter what happens on Blue Star, with your strength you should be able to handle it easily. Qing'er smiled gently. Her words made Lin Yu stop overthinking. After returning to the floating island, Lin Yu entered the warship. His sister Lin Jiao had now been taken into the secret realm for cultivation by her sister Lin Weiner. His parents had also returned to their cultivation room to train. In short, everything continued to develop in a positive direction. Next, I should also focus on my cultivation, Lin Yu decided silently. He then entered the cultivation room. He began his training.